I'm just an ordinary programmer who casually boasted about selling arms with free shipping, only to wake up and find myself thrown into a Middle Eastern war zone. The sound of artillery fire fills the air, corpses lie beneath my feet, and I must deliver that pile of AKs behind me to the client. My hands trembled as I delivered the goods, only for a crowd to burst out of the house, gun barrels pointed straight at my head. They wanted to turn the tables on the underworld deal, but little did they know, behind me stood the most expensive transaction protection system in the entire universe. My name is Jiang Hai, a freshly graduated programmer intern, all because I bragged in a chat group. Promised free shipping for selling arms, only to be dumped onto a damn battlefield by a mysterious arms tycoon system that popped up in his mind. System, how much farther? I crouched and crept through the dimly lit grove, the occasional sound of artillery fire in the distance sending me diving to the ground in terror. Only 3 kilometers left to the destination. Based on the host's current speed, you will arrive at the destination in approximately 1 hour and 12 minutes. The system's mechanical electronic voice sounded, even mocking me for being below the average walking speed of an adult. I felt utterly helpless inside. This is a damn battlefield. The system told me it could facilitate arms deals, helping me become the most powerful arms tycoon in the universe. And now, the first business I've taken on. The task is to deliver 500 AK-47 automatic rifles and 5,000 cases of rifle ammunition to the designated location. The origin of this deal was when I was casually bragging in a group chat, and a netizen asked if I had any firearms to sell. I casually promised free shipping to your doorstep. System, once I reach the destination, will I be able to go home? I quickly asked. The host must accurately and punctually deliver the goods to the customer's designated location. Complete the delivery task, and the system will immediately return the host. The system responded, while a semi-transparent navigation map appeared before my eyes. I swallowed hard and continued moving forward along the direction guided by the navigation. On the other side, in a simple concrete house, several men were gathered around a computer. Abdullah, who has Chinese ancestry, was being mocked by his companions for trying to find arms dealers on Chinese social media platforms. And he had been tricked. He was so anxious that he developed blisters at the corners of his mouth, as their organization was in desperate need of supplies. Just as he was enduring the ridicule, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, and a voice filled with gritted teeth came through. Hurry up. Open up. Package delivery. I stood outside the cement house, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. The system's map confirmed that this was the Yuba conflict zone. Only underground organizations resisting the Jews could purchase basic goods like AKs. Just thinking about a bunch of underground terrorists being in the room made my legs go weak, but I couldn't run away either. The system mandates that the transaction must be completed before returning. The door was pulled open, and a dark-skinned young man with curly hair, bearing both Arab and Chinese features, emerged and asked, Are you Boundless C? That's my online name. I am Boundless C. I was speaking Chinese, but what came out was a language I couldn't understand. The system had an automatic translation feature. In Zhuan Mao's eyes, I am a tall, mysterious figure clad in a black cloak. He was surprised by how quickly I came to see him right after we reached an agreement and couldn't help but ask, How did you find us? This is our company's secret. It's not convenient to tell you. I snapped back, just wanting to finish the deal quickly. Where's the goods? Where is it? Curly asked. I flicked my thumb to the left, and a massive pile of iron crates, stacked as high as a concrete house, appeared out of nowhere. Curly was startled. The other party had quietly located the secret base and managed to transport so many items without making a sound, making him think the area was surrounded by an ambush. What are you all dawdling for? The goods are right here. Hurry up and take them. Transfer the money. The system keeps reminding me that I must get paid. Wan Mao noticed the guilt in my tone and cautiously peeked around. Where's your friend? The people who helped you move the goods, they're gone. After finishing the job, I cut myself off mid-sentence, but it was too late. Zhuan Mao's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted behind him, He's alone. Just one guy. The next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets pouring toward me like rain. The impact sent me flying, and I crashed heavily to the ground. This is a case of thieves falling out. Detected that the trading counterpart is attempting to attack the host. This action violates the spirit of the contract. The system has automatically activated transaction protection services. The host's life safety is now under system protection. The transaction amount has been successfully deducted from the counterpart's account. Additionally, 300% of the transaction amount has been deducted from the counterpart's account as compensation. Ding dong. Transaction detected as completed, initiating host transfer. In the blink of an eye, I found myself back on the bed of my rented apartment. I confirmed that I was completely unharmed, and the system's electronic voice sounded again, Congratulations, host, on completing your first sales performance. Now commencing settlement. Host has completed a transaction amount of 50 million Huaxia coins. From this transaction, the host earns a salary of 23 million Huaxia coins. The system has levied a 300% economic compensation on the opposing party's transaction amount for the host, totaling 150 million Huaxia currency. After deducting the system's transaction protection fee, The remaining compensation amount is 50 million yuan. Your salary and compensation have been fully deposited into your personal account. Please check and confirm receipt. I jumped out of bed, turned on the computer, and logged into online banking. Seeing that long string of numbers in my account, I had become a millionaire. I'm worried that the huge cash flow will be monitored by the state, and the system immediately replies. The system has already helped the host handle all the follow-up tasks. The host's assets will all be given perfectly reasonable and legal explanations, so there's no need to worry. After 4 or 5 days, I finally felt relieved when I was sure no one had come looking for me. Just as I was about to head out to enjoy the life of a wealthy person, my phone vibrated. It was a message from the person I had been privately discussing arms deals with. Friendly reminder to the host: a successful arms dealer needs to maintain good relationships with clients. Especially high-quality clients require even more attention from the host. The system reminded, anyone who can bring performance to the host is a client. According to the system's analysis, the other party is undoubtedly a high-quality client who can consistently bring performance to the host. I have to admit, the terrorist organization is indeed a genuine high-quality client. I opened the chat window. Mr. Boundless C, please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies to you. Our organization apologizes for the previous unpleasantness. I typed, no problem, I've already received sufficient compensation from you anyway. However, I hope this is the last time. In a dimly lit room on the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, Nasir, the deputy leader of the Holy Warriors of God organization, grew furious after listening to the translation. He knew that the compensation of 150 million Chinese yuan meant they had purchased the weapons at 4 times the price. And the money had already been taken by the other party. The only consolation was that the quality of the goods was excellent. All he wanted now was to seek forgiveness and continue the transactions. Nasser instructed his subordinates to reply, those compensations are what we ought to pay. We only hope to earn their forgiveness. I hope to continue collaborating with them in the future. I replied, as long as you follow the rules, I'll naturally be willing to continue doing business with you. Nasser excitedly asked his subordinates, we need some higher grade goods. Can you provide them? I raised an eyebrow and typed on my phone, our company has every kind of goods as long as you can pay the price. The other party replied, well, I wonder if you have Tsar Bomba? I laughed, ha, we do, but are you really bold enough to buy it? After 6 minutes of silence, they sent another message, do you have surface-to-air missiles? I quickly typed, AIM-9X block, $6 million Huaxia dollars. This is the 4th generation of the Sidewinder missile, and I quoted a premium price. After a moment of silence, the other party replied, that's too expensive, is there a cheaper option? As you know, our organization isn't wealthy either, especially since we just had a significant expense not long ago. I smiled. That significant expense was the 150 million compensation paid to me. After some thought, I replied, AIM-9M, 1 million Chinese yuan. This is an outdated model of the Sidewinder missile, significantly cheaper but still more expensive than the standard price. After another long silence, the other party finally replied, no problem, we want 20 of them. Ding dong. Detecting that the host has received an order, providing free shipping to the customer's home service, the system's electronic voice sounded. I quickly thought to myself, wait, don't send me over yet. Ding. Transmission paused. Please arrange the delivery as soon as possible to complete this transaction. I breathed a sigh of relief and asked the system, can't we just deliver the goods to the customer directly? The promise of personally delivering to your doorstep was made by the host themselves. The system is simply following the host's own requirements. I froze. It really was the boast I had made back then. Chapter 4, The 20 Million Puppet. Ahem. Well, since I already delivered it personally once, I'll pass this time. Besides, the system can automatically deliver the goods to the customer anyway. Why bother making me make the trip myself? Jiang Hai tried to reason with the system. Personally delivering goods to the customer is an essential quality for a qualified arms dealer. Host, if you wish to become an outstanding arms dealer, you must lead by example. Outstanding my ass. Unable to reason with it, Jiang Hai instantly lost his composure. But he didn't give up. Instead, his eyes darted around as he asked, System, is there any way I can get the goods to the client without risking my own life? Jiang Hai no longer wanted to take risks and began searching for loopholes in the system. This time, the system didn't respond immediately. It remained silent for several minutes. Option 1, the host can arrange for a reliable and capable assistant to transport the goods on their behalf. Option 2, the host may commission the system to create a puppet to deliver goods on their behalf. The system offered 2 solutions at once. Jiang Hai glanced at the first option and dismissed it without further consideration. But the second option instantly lit up Jiang Hai's eyes. System, how exactly does this puppet thing work? The system can create a puppet modeled after the host based on their requirements. The host can remotely control the puppet to execute various tasks. This is perfect. This is perfect. Let's go with this one. Jiang Hai's eyes practically glowed green. He decided on this solution before the system even finished explaining. Why didn't you bring up such a great thing sooner? Ding. Puppet created per host's request. Puppet completed. Production cost deducted, 20 million Huaxia currency. What? 20 million? You're kidding me. Jiang Hai's current job is as a newly hired programmer. His monthly salary barely exceeds 3,000 yuan. Forget 20 million, even spending 2,000 yuan all at once would make him wince for hours. And now the system just says one sentence, and 20 million is gone? Jiang Hai was in so much pain he practically wore a mask of agony. Painful as it was, if given the choice, he'd still pay the money. After all, this was the thing guaranteeing his safety. The next moment, Jiang Hai picked up his phone and continued negotiating with the other party. Where exactly do these missiles need to be delivered? Can they be delivered anywhere? An astonished emoji left Jiang Hai both amused and exasperated. Are you telling me terrorists are so scared they're making emojis? If you require free shipping, we can certainly deliver to your specified location. But the delivery location must be guaranteed to be safe. Jiang Hai paused, then added one more sentence. He certainly didn't want to find himself in such a dangerous situation again. Even though he'd used a puppet stand-in. But that puppet cost a whopping 20 million. Jiang Hai certainly didn't want that 20 million to become a one-time expense. Tap tap. A location notification popped up in the chat window. Jiang Hai tapped to view the coordinates. It wasn't in the conflict zone at all. If Jiang Hai remembered correctly, this location was on the eastern bank of the Covenant River, a relatively peaceful area. Compared to the last location, this spot was undoubtedly much safer. System. Teleport me now. A flash before his eyes, and Jiang Hai found himself gazing upon a winding, meandering river. Is this a puppet? Jiang Hai instinctively looked down. It appeared identical to his own body. The puppet stand-in has been sent to the target location. The host can control the puppet to act or switch out of control at any time. Exit? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai immediately tried exiting. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him shifted back to the apartment. This time, Jiang Hai felt completely at ease. Switching back to the puppet's perspective, he activated the system's navigation map. The agreed-upon delivery location lay in a small river valley less than a kilometer away. Instead of heading out immediately, Jiang Hai pulled out his phone and sent the other party a message. I'm here. The message had barely been sent when the other party replied with 2 huge exclamation marks. But soon enough, the other party responded. Your company is truly formidable. We'll send someone to meet you immediately. Okay. After sending 2 letters, Jiang Hai transmitted another location. Immediately afterward, Jiang Hai found a sturdy spot, raised his hand, and 20 massive shipping containers materialized out of thin air. Jiang Hai didn't know the underlying principle, only that it was the system's doing. He had used the same method when delivering the AK-47s and ammunition last time. This was also why he hadn't gone to the agreed-upon location for the delivery. Last time, the other party had been unprepared and hadn't noticed the system's miraculous methods. This time, the designated spot was surely swarming with spies. Jiang Hai dared not pull off such a stunt in front of them. That's why he decided to wait here for them to collect the goods. The other party didn't keep Jiang Hai waiting long. In less than 20 minutes, the distant roar of engines filled the air as a convoy sped toward this location. System, the puppet's appearance, it wouldn't look like me, would it? Jiang Hai suddenly thought of something and instinctively touched his own face. The system has already implemented concealment measures for the host. Without the host's consent, no one can see the host's true appearance. Jiang Hai felt completely at ease. Just then, the convoy came to a halt before him. Seeing dozens of heavily armed terrorists emerge from the vehicles, Jiang Hai's heart tightened involuntarily. Could this be another case of double-crossing? Despite his inner anxiety, Jiang Hai maintained a calm exterior. At that moment, the dozens of terrorists did not advance toward Jiang Hai but instead remained guarding the convoy. Only one tall, lanky figure clad entirely in camouflage approached. Not only was he clad in camouflage, but his head was also wrapped in camouflage fabric, and he wore oversized goggles. One could barely make out that he was about the same height as Jiang Hai, though his build appeared somewhat frail. Mr. Dahai Wulian, may Allah bless you. Jiang Hai was startled by the man's sudden greeting. Not only because the man spoke standard Mandarin, but also because of his voice. It was a woman. And such a clear, youthful voice. He wondered what she looked like, though given she was a terrorist, she probably wasn't much to look at. Jiang Hai's mind wandered for a moment before he quickly dismissed the thought. Hello? I hope this transaction proceeds without incident. On behalf of our organization's Supreme Commander, I offer our sincere apologies once more. Rest assured. We're here with genuine intentions this time. So this time, they probably won't double-cross us? Jiang Hai's heart eased slightly. He then flicked his thumb toward the container behind him. There. The goods have arrived. Why don't you sign for them? As for payment, you'll need to transfer it over proactively. Jiang Hai's tone carried a hint of his usual slyness, but the other party seemed unfazed. They raised a hand and gestured to those behind them. The next moment, the terrorists strode forward to inspect the missiles inside the container. Chapter 5: Female Terrorist Aisha. Jiang Hai wasn't worried about the system's capabilities, so he remained completely calm. The female terrorist across from him merely tilted her head, showing no sign of anger. Of course. Please provide us with the account details, and we'll transfer the funds immediately. All right. It's already been sent. Jiang Hai didn't hesitate, promptly sending the account number he'd prepared earlier. The account number was obviously fake, a Swiss bank account provided by the system. However, once the funds cleared, the system would immediately transfer the commission to Jiang Hai's personal account. The female terrorist wasted no time either. Before her subordinates could finish inspecting the goods, she immediately called to confirm the payment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales transaction. Settlement is now underway. Host has achieved a transaction value of 20 million huaxia currency. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 10% commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 5.6 million huaxia currency. The system automatically displayed the transaction details before Jiang Hai's eyes. Clearly, this transaction volume was significantly lower than the previous one, so Jiang Hai's commission naturally decreased considerably. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes. He had already gained considerable insight into the system's settlement methods. Relying solely on commissions clearly wasn't enough. The key lay in the premium. Was the system encouraging Jiang Hai to demand exorbitant prices? While Jiang Hai was still pondering, the terrorists had already finished inspecting the goods. After receiving her subordinate's report, the female terrorist chuckled a few times, removed her tactical gloves, and extended her hand toward Jiang Hai. Pleasure doing business. Looking forward to our next transaction. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Aisha. I'll be handling all future communications with you. Jiang Hai extended his hand to shake hers, immediately noticing how unexpectedly soft her hand felt. Her skin was incredibly smooth and pleasant to the touch. Of course, remembering her identity, Jiang Hai dared not take advantage. After a brief handshake, he released the other person's hand. No problem. As long as it's a fair deal, you're always welcome here. With that, Jiang Hai turned and walked away. In front of so many people, Jiang Hai certainly couldn't just vanish in a flash. Watching Jiang Hai depart, Aisha remained silent. Instead, a terrorist behind Aisha couldn't contain himself and stepped forward to ask, "Sir, should we send someone to follow him?" Aisha slowly turned her head and gave the man a look. Smack! A sharp slap landed on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Idiot! If you ever have such a foolish idea again, I'll shoot you on the spot. Immediately after, Aisha pulled out her phone and made a call. The transaction went smoothly. We've received everything. Got it. Got it. I understand. I'll work on building a good relationship with the other party next. Got it. Return the goods immediately. After guiding the puppet to a hidden spot, Jiang Hai couldn't wait to have the system teleport it back. Everything had gone perfectly. After his consciousness returned to the apartment, Jiang Hai quickly glanced around. The familiar apartment looked as if nothing had ever happened. But Jiang Hai quickly moved to his computer, opened his online banking, and the additional 5.6 million yuan reminded him that it was all real. Combined with the original 53 million, this fortune was nothing short of astronomical for Jiang Hai. So much money, how should he spend it? Within moments, his eyes lit up. Living in the Magic City, his first wish with newfound wealth was, of course, to buy a house. Mr. Smith. Here are the transaction figures for the Middle East region this quarter and the projected volume for the next quarter. In a lavishly decorated office, a balding white man sat behind his desk as a young, attractive blonde secretary placed a thick stack of documents before him. The man nodded, flipping through the papers casually as his eyes scanned them rapidly. As vice president of the largest arms supplier in the United States, Smith oversaw the company's international operations. Particularly in the Middle East, where the centuries-old conflict between Jews and Palestinians had generated enormous profits for the company. Smith had become the youngest executive in the company's history precisely because of the massive arms sales he had facilitated to both sides over the years. The Jewish side had already placed orders totaling $2.31 billion last quarter. Based on past experience, they should have reached saturation point and won't be placing additional orders anytime soon. Next, it's time to focus on serving the Palestinians. For next quarter's sales targets, let's focus on engaging the bailers. Understood, Mr. Smith. The secretary nodded obediently, collected the signed documents from Smith, and was about to exit the office. Thud! The office door burst open as a suit-clad employee rushed in, panic etched across his face. Mr. Smith. Trouble has arisen. The Jewish side has lodged a formal complaint, alleging we violated the terms of our agreement by selling arms to the Palestinians. They demand accountability. Selling arms to the Palestinians? Smith's brow furrowed. He snatched the documents back with a flick of his wrist, flipped through them, and declared, "What nonsense! We didn't sell any arms to the Palestinians last quarter." I told the Jews the same thing, but they produced evidence. 3 days ago, the Balers suddenly deployed an armed force. Though equipped with standard AKs, they had ample ammunition and ambushed the Judahites in the Gafar region. The Jews lost an entire squadron in that attack. In retaliation, the Jews dispatched an air squadron to bomb Palestinian military bases. Unexpectedly, the Palestinians launched several anti-aircraft missiles, nearly annihilating the entire Jewish air squadron. Judah's military analysts later concluded that the missiles fired by the Balers were highly likely to be AIM-9XS. What? That's impossible! Smith exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. The Palestinians suddenly acquiring a batch of AKs to equip their forces that could be explained. But AIM-9X missiles? The Palestinians had no independent weapons development capabilities. Where would they get Sidewinder missiles? While the AIM-9X wasn't the latest model of the Sidewinder missile, Smith knew every single one sold. Therefore, he was absolutely certain they had never sold a single Sidewinder missile to the Balers. But if not from his company, then who sold them to the Palestinians? Smith's face instantly turned grim. The arms trade between the two sides in the Juba conflict had always been controlled by his company. This was the outcome of fierce competition and struggle among various parties back then. There were many arms dealers in the world, but everyone had to abide by the established rules, at least on the surface. Investigate. Immediately. Find out who supplied the weapons to the Balers. Smith gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice, looking like a beast ready to pounce. His subordinates and secretary before him were frozen in terror, frantically nodding in panic. No one dared provoke Smith at this moment. Chapter 6, Alien Weapons for Sale? Mr. Jiang. Here are the keys indeed. From today onward, you are the owner of this property. Holding the bright red property deed in his hands, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. After half a month, Jiang Hai finally owned his own place in the Magic City. It must be said, real estate in the Magic City was truly expensive. I thought having over 50 million yuan would be enough to achieve financial freedom in Shanghai. But after touring several housing developments, Jiang Hai was also deterred by the sky-high prices. Of course, the final outcome wasn't bad either. For 30 million yuan, this 270 square meter flat now belonged to him. The apartment came fully furnished and ready to move into. As for the belongings left in the apartment, I'll gradually move them over another day. Mr. Jiang, shall we keep in touch by phone when you have time? The pretty saleswoman winked at Jiang Hai before swaying her slender waist as she walked away. Ouch! Jiang Hai couldn't help but rub his waist. Housing in the Magic City isn't just expensive, it's back-breaking too. Thud! No sooner had he flopped onto the messy bed than his phone beside him buzzed. Jiang Hai picked up the phone and glanced at it, immediately sitting up. The message came from Aisha, the female terrorist who had handled his last transaction. Mr. Boundless Ocean. We need your help. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow. It had only been a little over half a month since the last missile deal, and now they were coming back for more? I'm more than happy to serve you. He rose from the bed and plopped down into a chair. Crossing his legs, he tapped away at his phone. What goods do you require this time? Mr. Dahai Wuliang, I wonder if your company's operations extend to Latin America? Latin America? Jiang Hai furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback, but still replied swiftly on his phone. No problem. As long as you pay, I'll deliver the goods to the White House in the United States if you ask me to. Another surprised emoji. Jiang Hai no longer found it unusual to scare terrorists into sending emojis. But Aisha quickly sent another message. We'd like to place an order for a batch of weapons from your company to be delivered to Ispani. Ispani? The mention of that place name caused the smile on Jiang Hai's face to fade considerably. If he remembered correctly, the island nation of Ispani was currently in utter chaos, even more chaotic than the Gafa zone. Local gangs were rebelling one after another, even scaring the president into staying abroad. Why on earth would they want to ship arms to that place? They hadn't even sorted out the situation in the Gafa zone, yet they were off causing trouble in Latin America? Seeming to sense Jiang Hai's confusion, Aisha showed no intention of hiding anything. One of our organization's leaders had to visit Ispani for work. He encountered a local gang uprising and became trapped there. Though protected by some of our operatives, they lack sufficient firepower to break through the siege. We want to rescue him, but all external transportation routes to Ispani are now completely blocked. Aisha's explanation made Jiang Hai instinctively scratch his cheek. Jiang Hai had previously taken the trouble to research the organization behind Aisha. This organization was truly not your typical terrorist group. On the surface, it operated as a charitable organization, undertaking significant philanthropic work each year that ranked among the top on the entire Blue Star. Some of its leaders even frequently visited other nations, receiving official receptions from foreign leaders. The faction currently locked in a deadly struggle with the Jews was merely one of its armed divisions. So when Aisha mentioned that one of their leaders was visiting Hispani, it sounded absurd, but it was actually true. Jiang Hai curled his lip and continued typing on his phone. So how much cargo do you need me to deliver? We need some high-quality individual weapons. And some protective gear. In short, we need all the weapons and gear that can help the organization's leader break through. Small arms? Protective gear? Jiang Hai raised one eyebrow. Though he was a military enthusiast, he wasn't familiar with every weapon out there. System, any recommendations? Jiang Hai had grown accustomed to the system's presence. When faced with problems he couldn't immediately solve, he naturally turned to the system for solutions. Suitable items have been selected for the host. Please make your selection. Model X-0181 Individual Combat Exoskeleton. Suitable for urban, wilderness, and dune terrains. Equipped with antimatter fusion grenades, multi-purpose annihilation nukes, cold fusion lasers, and other individual combat weapons. Suggested retail price converting to Blue Star currency, please wait. The recommended price for this weapon is 388.8 billion Huaxia currency. Put. Jiang Hai, who had just taken a sip of fizzy pop from the fridge, immediately spit it out upon seeing the system's notification. What the hell is this? Even sci-fi movies don't have stuff this ridiculous. System, you're not joking, are you? Host, please note, the system never jokes. You call this a personal weapon? This book isn't a damn sci-fi novel. This weapon was specifically designed and manufactured for the BC 1923 Dimension, Civilization 13143 of Dune. Based on its design and intended purpose, it is indeed classified as a single-soldier weapon. The system's deadpan response left Jiang Hai speechless. He couldn't even find a proper comeback. But Jiang Hai quickly snapped back to reality. System, you can actually sell weapons from alien civilizations? The system has catalogued all weapon manufacturing techniques from 24,123 planes including the host's own plane and 562,648,745 civilizations. As long as the host can find suitable clients, the system will spare no effort to fulfill supply demands. The sheer volume of numbers the system rattled off made Jiang Hai's head spin. But he was now certain the system could indeed procure alien civilization weapons. This realization made Jiang Hai's breathing grow heavy, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of his throat. Fortunately, Jiang Hai hadn't just acquired the system yesterday. Quickly regaining his composure, he gulped down a large mouthful of Fai water to steady his nerves. This so-called individual exoskeleton looked incredibly powerful, but its price was even more staggering. He reckoned even if he cashed in every last penny of Blue Star's wealth, he still couldn't afford a single one. So all he could do was feast his eyes on it. But the system had just mentioned there should be other items available. Age Stealth Combat Vest. Equipped with a subspace penetration engine, light-reflecting beam cannon, and Greedo's spectrum detector. Suggested retail price, 4.5 billion Huaxia coins. Alright, it is a bit cheaper than the previous one. But what good is that? Plasma Acceleration Engine Cannon. Equipped with. Suggested retail price, 454.7 quadrillion Huaxia coins. DJI Desert Domain Synthesis Gun. Equipped with. Suggested retail price. Scrolling down through over a dozen weapon listings, Jiang Hai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, the veins on his forehead bulging as if ready to burst. Chapter 7, The Chaotic Island Nation, Hispani. These uniformly alien weapons were completely unfamiliar to Jiang Hai. It looks pretty impressive, but the problem is, if Jiang Hai sends this weapon info to clients, they'll either think he's a fraud or a lunatic. System. Can't you consider my actual situation? You have to offer something people can actually afford, right? Finally, Jiang Hai couldn't take it anymore and vented his frustration at the system. After a moment of silence, the system responded once more. Based on the host's request, rescreening initiated. Host, please make your selection. PPK-20 Submachine Gun. Suggested retail price, 30,000 Huaxia coins. Finally, a weapon Jiang Hai recognized appeared. This submachine gun, standard issue for the Damo military, was indeed well suited for the environment he currently found himself in. However, seemingly dismissing this low-tier weapon, the system showed no intention of detailing its performance specifications. It merely stated the firearm's name and price before falling silent. Though slightly annoyed, Jiang Hai still sent the message via his phone. PPK-20 Submachine Gun. Price, 50,000 Huaxia coins. Jiang Hai quoted his usual premium price. Aisha, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately responded. Price isn't an issue, the key is getting the weapons into our hands. That's certainly possible. Jiang Hai agreed to the client's request without hesitation. The smooth execution of the previous operation had already filled Jiang Hai with confidence. After all, it was the puppets who would handle it, no need for Jiang Hai to risk himself. Alright. We need 40 guns, plus ample ammunition. No problem. 40 guns plus 20 boxes of ammunition, 5 million Huaxia currency in total. After checking the system's price, Jiang Hai quoted double the cost. But the steep price didn't deter Aisha, or perhaps she was already prepared for it. We'll transfer the funds immediately. Please deliver the goods as soon as possible. Here are the delivery coordinates. As if afraid Jiang Hai might change his mind, Aisha quickly agreed. Immediately afterward, Jiang Hai received the system notification sound. Ding! Detecting host receiving business. Locating host. Please select delivery method. 1. Host delivers personally. 2. Host controls puppet for delivery. Please select an option. Of course, option 2. Jiang Hai made his choice without hesitation. Prince Harbor, the capital of Hispania. Poverty and backwardness were becoming hallmarks of Hispania. Princeport was already the most prosperous city in the entire nation. Yet even so, its level of prosperity likely couldn't match that of an ordinary small city in China. And the Princeport of today resembled an elderly woman in her twilight years, ravaged by war and teetering on the brink of collapse. Local gangs control nearly 90% of the city. The government has completely collapsed. Police stations hold nothing but cold corpses and rampaging mobs reveling in chaos. Flames engulf the streets, accompanied by piercing screams as seen straight from hell. This was the stark reality Jiang Hai witnessed upon arriving in the city. Through the puppet's eyes, Jiang Hai watched the scene with a grim expression. In that moment, he felt profound gratitude for living in China, in its era of peace. To understand what life in a war-torn region felt like, one only needed to witness the plight of Princeport's ordinary citizens. Shaking his head lightly to dismiss these thoughts, Jiang Hai opened the system's navigation map. The destination was the house ahead. Guided by the red pin on the map, Jiang Hai quickly located his destination, a white, 3-story bungalow ahead. At that moment, Jiang Hai was hiding in the alley across from the villa. He didn't approach immediately, instead carefully observing the surroundings. It was broad daylight, yet the street remained eerily quiet, save for distant, muffled gunfire. It seemed the troublemaking gangs hadn't appeared in this area yet. For now, it was safe. Jiang Hai finally turned his gaze to the house beside him. It was an ordinary 2-story concrete residence, its walls roughly plastered with cement and covered in rough, uneven patches. The charred, blackened door stood half open, revealing utter darkness and silence within. System. Is anyone inside this house? No signs of life detected inside. After receiving the system's response, Jiang Hai glanced left and right once more, confirming the surrounding streets were deserted. He crouched low and swiftly slipped inside. Once inside, he realized it had once been a small tavern. Though now in disrepair, the shop's original decor was still faintly discernible. Right here it is. Tilting his head slightly, Jiang Hai raised his hand and beckoned. The weapons for this transaction materialized out of thin air inside the tavern. The shipment wasn't large, filling only one corner of the tavern. Jiang Hai immediately pulled out his phone and sent Aisha a message. The goods are right across the street from them. Tell them to come pick it up. Another emoji. Jiang Hai merely chuckled upon seeing it, promptly shoving his phone back into his pocket before turning to peer through the window at the small bungalow across the street. A few minutes later, movement stirred in the previously quiet bungalow. Several figures emerged from the back door, circled halfway around the house, and crept along the wall toward the front entrance. These men were all burly figures clad in black suits, pistols gripped in both hands. They glanced left and right, cautiously peering toward the small tavern. However, they didn't rush over immediately. Instead, they paused there, as if hesitating about something. Jiang Hai was growing impatient. He was eager to make the delivery so he could wrap up the deal and head home. Seeing the other party still not approaching, Jiang Hai simply reached an arm out the window and waved at them. This move clearly threw the other party off balance. After a long moment of hesitation, and after Jiang Hai couldn't resist waving again, they finally moved. Crossing the roughly 7-meter-wide street, these burly men burst into the small tavern, immediately raising their pistols and sweeping every corner of the interior. Their movements were clearly well-trained professional soldiers, no doubt. Even with guns pointed at him, Jiang Hai remained unflappable. He slowly walked over to the box containing the weapons, patting the metal container. Everything's right here. We've already received the payment, come inspect the goods. Jiang Hai spoke in standard Chinese, but the puppet uttered words in perfectly authentic Balinese. To the men in black suits, the figure before them was a tall man shrouded entirely in a black cloak. The men in black suits looked wary. After exchanging glances, one who seemed to be the leader signaled to the others. They immediately approached and carefully inspected the metal boxes stacked in the corner. Upon seeing the brand new submachine guns and ammunition wrapped in oil paper, each black-suited man revealed a look of delight. Chapter 8, Another Case of Blackmail? Awesome! This is top-notch stuff. Several of them couldn't resist picking up the submachine guns right then, loading magazines, and fiddling with them back and forth, utterly captivated. Trapped in this godforsaken place these past days, armed with only a few crappy pistols, they'd been living on edge. Though they were an official delegation on a formal visit. The rioters outside weren't regular troops, but a lawless gang of thugs. Had they not spent a fortune bribing some gang members these past days, they would have been finished the moment the riots began. But everyone knew this was only temporary security. They could never satisfy those bandits forever. Well, now we're in a fine mess. With these weapons, while they might not be enough to wipe out the entire gang, they'd at least be sufficient for self-defense. As soon as the other party finished inspecting the goods, a system notification chime sounded in Jiang Hai's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a sales transaction. Settlement now begins. Host has achieved a transaction value of 5 million huaxia currency. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 10% commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 3.2 million huaxia currency. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. He had really bitten into the other party with this deal, pricing it more than double the asking price. Jiang Hai felt thoroughly pleased. In a couple of days, he could consider purchasing that villa he'd had his eye on last time. No issues with the inspection, right? Great cooperation on this deal. Goodbye. Jiang Hai waved to the men in black suits and prepared to leave. But the leader of the black-suited men wore a peculiar expression. He glanced at Jiang Hai, then exchanged a brief look with the others. Click-clack. A series of clicks echoed. Jiang Hai turned his head to see the men in black suits raising the submachine guns he had sold them. The black muzzles were all aimed squarely at Jiang Hai himself. Startled, Jiang Hai spun around to face them, his gaze locking onto the leader. What do you mean by this? We're sorry. We need help. Help? Is this how you ask for help? Jiang Hai couldn't help but retort, pointing at the guns in their hands. The leader stared coldly at Jiang Hai and said, even with these weapons, we couldn't possibly leave this place. We need your cargo transport route. Supply route? Jiang Hai froze for a moment before quickly catching on. The enemy had set their sights on their arms smuggling route, intending to use it to escape. But the problem was, he didn't have a damn channel. He couldn't very well tell them he relied on the system's teleportation ability to vanish with a BIU, could he? Jiang Hai's mood instantly soured. Damn it, how could these terrorists be so damn troublesome? He definitely couldn't reveal the system's existence, so there was no way he could use any so-called supply route to help them escape. Facing the dark muzzles of the guns pointed at him, Jiang Hai was momentarily at a loss for words. The leader in the black suit frowned and said, please stop stalling. You're only wasting your own time. The man's words only deepened Jiang Hai's gloom. Though the one in danger was merely his puppet, even a puppet was worth 20 million. If possible, Jiang Hai still hoped to protect this puppet's safety. He exhaled a long breath and reached into his pocket. But this simple gesture instantly put the man in the black suit across from him on edge. Click, click, click. Everyone seemed poised to pull the trigger at any moment. Relax. I'm just taking out my phone. Jiang Hai lifted his eyelids to glance around, slowly withdrawing his hand from his pocket to pull out his phone. The leader, seeing this, quickly raised his hand to stop his men from firing impulsively. Jiang Hai didn't hesitate. He opened his phone and began typing furiously. Your men are trying to arrest me. What does that mean? Jiang Hai was messaging Aisha, who immediately replied with a confused emoji. Is this how your organization does business, so dishonest? Ah, hold on a sec, maybe there's some misunderstanding? I'll get to the bottom of this right now. Seeing Aisha's reply, Jiang Hai lifted his head to glance at the man in the black suit across from him. Aisha really seemed unaware of what was happening here. Perhaps this was all just a misunderstanding after all? Jiang Hai couldn't help but look up again at the leader in the black suit across from him. It's useless. Even if Nasser himself came, he couldn't command us. Let alone one of Nasser's men. We are warriors directly under Lord Ebony. The black-suited leader seemed to know exactly what Jiang Hai had just done, and with just 2 sentences, he dashed all his hopes. It seemed Aisha couldn't be relied upon either. I won't agree to your terms. Give it up. Jiang Hai shrugged indifferently, adopting a carefree attitude. Seeing his attitude, the men in black suits frowned in unison. The leader stared at Jiang Hai for a long moment before suddenly snapping, get the stuff back first. Bring him along too. This rundown little tavern couldn't compare to the small Western-style house across the street. Getting the weapons over there as soon as possible and getting everyone equipped was the best course of action. Boom! At that very moment, a series of booming sounds erupted from outside. All the men in black suits paled. One immediately dashed to the window, peering out through the cracks. Trouble! Gang members are approaching. And there are quite a few of them. What? The leader's expression darkened upon hearing this. He hurried to the window and peered outside as well. It's the Black Shark Gang. Damn it! Didn't they take the money? Why are they still here? How could they be so untrustworthy? The leader's face turned ashen as he clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. Jiang Hai, standing nearby, nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. How could you even say that? Honesty? You have the nerve to accuse others of being untrustworthy? Jiang Hai muttered the retort under his breath before walking over to the window to look outside. Several more gray-black pickup trucks had now appeared on the street. Dozens of black men, armed with rifles and pistols of varying lengths, leaped out of the vehicles, shouting as they did so. The sheer scale of their presence made it clear they meant no good. These were the gangsters causing chaos in Princeport and across all of Hispania? Everyone, hold your fire. The leader quickly suppressed his emotions and issued orders to his men in a hushed voice. Their vehicles had pulled up directly in front of the small villa, making it abundantly clear they were targeting them. With past experience, perhaps money could be used to send them away. But if they discovered the hidden arms stash here, that would spell real trouble. The other men in black suits understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in unison. They were all highly trained fighters, executing orders with meticulous precision. In an instant, the entire tavern fell silent. Not even the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Chapter 9, Local Gangs Are So Rude. Jiang Hai tilted his head, pursing his lips. What if he suddenly yelled out loud right now? But he quickly dismissed the thought when he saw a man in a black suit aiming a submachine gun at him. Fine. If they won't talk, then neither will I. Jiang Hai spread his hands, mind zipping his lips shut, then went back to playing with his phone. Aisha hadn't replied yet. She was clearly still negotiating, but Jiang Hai had already given up hope on her. Meanwhile, his mind raced with plans to navigate the crisis at hand. While his life wasn't in danger, he still felt a pang of regret over those 20 million. Damn it! How dare they do this? Moments later, a curse erupted. Jiang Hai looked up to see the men in black suits around him all wearing ferocious expressions, gnashing their teeth as if ready to devour someone. At the same time, the commotion outside erupted once more. Jiang Hai couldn't help but turn his head to look out the window. The gangsters across the street hadn't left yet, and now there were over a dozen more men in black suits. Clearly, these men in black suits had all emerged from the bungalow. Besides these men in black suits, there were several others dressed in traditional Palestinian attire, all appearing to be quite elderly. The commotion stemmed from a dispute between the gangsters and the men in black suits. The men in black suits surrounded the elderly men, raising their pistols and pointing them at the gangsters. The gangsters shouted back, their own guns pointed at the black-suited men. Both sides were locked in a tense standoff, ready to erupt into a gunfight at any moment. Only the elderly men, protected by the men in black suits, were loudly arguing with the gangsters. They nodded occasionally, then shook their heads just as often. So, that's the Mr. Ebony you mentioned? Jiang Hai glanced at the furious expressions of the black-suited men beside him. His eyes darted, and a suspicion formed. No! Lord Ebony is the supreme leader of our organization. He is not participating in this diplomatic mission. That gentleman over there is our mission leader, Lord Felzert. Our mission is to protect Lord Felzert's safety. The leader explained to Jiang Hai while glaring out the window, his words delivered through clenched teeth, veins pulsing visibly on his forehead. Crack! A sharp crack echoed, instantly silencing the previously bustling street. The men in black suits beside Jiang Hai stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in disbelief as they gazed out the window. Jiang Hai saw it clearly too. One gang member, apparently finding verbal abuse insufficient, had just slapped the oldest man across the face. They dared to assault Lord Felzert? Those damn maggots! I'll kill them! Sir, take action. The men in black suits gritted their teeth, but as warriors, their instinct to obey orders held back their impulse. Even when pleading for permission to fight, they deliberately lowered their voices. The leader too was torn, his face etched with hesitation. Just then, the situation across the street escalated once more. The gangsters continued their taunts, one of them cursing as he pressed the muzzle of his gun directly against the elderly man's forehead. Witnessing this, the leader's patience snapped. He cursed under his breath, then pulled the trigger. Click-clack. 2 bullets struck their mark. In the next instant, the gangster holding the gun to the old man's head staggered. A spray of blood blossomed at his temple. Clearly, none of his accomplices had expected anyone to fire at them. Witnessing their comrade's death, they didn't even wipe the smirks off their faces as they watched him collapse in a pool of blood. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat. The boss's 2 shots seemed to be a signal. The other men in black suits hiding in the tavern pulled the triggers as well. Orange sparks bloomed from the muzzles. These black-suited men were highly trained fighters, their aim deadly precise. In an instant, half of the dozens of gang members were cut down. The remaining gangsters reacted, instinctively turning to fire back at the tavern. But they failed to notice that enemies were also concealed right beside them. The black-suited men beside the elderly men raised their pistols as well, firing at the gangsters who had their backs turned. Attacked from both sides. And they had no effective cover. Compounded by the fact that these gangsters possessed no combat training whatsoever. Total annihilation was achieved in just 3 minutes. Move out immediately. Quickly. After eliminating the gangsters, the leader shed his earlier hesitation and boldly commanded his men to charge out of the tavern. He ordered his submachine gun-wielding men to protect the old man, while the black-suited men beside him immediately began hauling weapons and ammunition. He even remembered to station a subordinate to guard Jiang Hai, preventing him from escaping. Lord Felzert.
Are you unharmed?
Only after making these arrangements did the leader approach the old man with solemn expression, his face betraying deep remorse as he asked. In his eyes, any harm coming to the old man was a failure on his part. Were it not for the crucial mission still before him, he might even have considered taking his own life to atone. Yet the slapped elder showed no sign of blaming the leader. Instead, he smiled and patted the leader's shoulder. I'm fine, thanks to your timely intervention. You saved my life. Sir, this was my duty. No. You did well enough. You are a true warrior. Never deny your achievements. What masterful leadership. Jiang Hai, watching the old man named Filzert from the sidelines, couldn't help but mutter a silent complaint. Just then, Filzert turned his head, his gaze settling on Jiang Hai. Those piercing eyes seemed to see straight through one's soul, making Jiang Hai's heart skip a beat. Sir, he's just a delivery man from that arms company. I was about to. The leader immediately began to explain for Filzert, but before he could finish, the old man raised his hand to silence him. Hello? I sincerely apologize for the current situation. I hope today's incident won't affect future business dealings between your company and our organization. Future transactions? Dream on. Only a fool would continue doing business with you. Jiang Hai curled his lip, choosing not to respond, unconcerned about provoking the other party. Jiang Hai was certain the other party wouldn't dare actually kill him. Of course, the key was that Jiang Hai had the capital to gamble. Even if he lost the bet, it wouldn't matter. Firzat didn't seem bothered by Jiang Hai's indifference, maintaining his smile. I know our demands are somewhat unreasonable. But please understand we wouldn't resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. As long as your company is willing. Enough, no need to say more. Jiang Hai raised his hand, cutting off Filzert mid-sentence. Surveying the black-suited men bustling about the scene, he declared, I absolutely refuse to agree to your demands. So let's not waste any more time. Chapter 10, is this plane made of gold? You! How dare you! You're asking for it. Seeing Jiang Hai's attitude, several black-suited men nearby flew into a rage. They immediately raised their guns, all barrels pointed at Jiang Hai in a clatter. To be honest, facing so many gun barrels, saying he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Even knowing he wasn't in mortal danger, it was an unalterable instinct of survival. Still, Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure. He scanned the room, his gaze finally settling back on Filzert. Well, I do have another proposal here. I wonder if you'd be willing to consider it. After uttering those words, Jiang Hai fell silent, saying no more. Seeing this look on Jiang Hai's face, Filzert's smile grew even brighter. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, beckoning Jiang Hai into the cottage. Esteemed guest, please come inside for a cup of tea. We can talk at length. You've got some nerve. You just killed so many gangsters, yet you still dare to stay here? Aren't you afraid their accomplices will come seeking revenge? Sitting in the parlor of the small Western-style house, someone soon brought tea for Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai sipped it, smacked his lips, and didn't seem to like it. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Filzert immediately chuckled and said, Don't worry. That gang of thugs just came here on their own initiative to extort money. Their associates don't even know they were here. Besides, with the state of the city, people get killed every single day. As long as we tidy up properly, their gang won't discover us anytime soon. Besides. Before he could finish, Filzert smiled at Jiang Hai again. If we're talking about courage, yours is truly remarkable, isn't it? To remain so unflappable in this situation truly admirable. Jiang Hai merely shrugged indifferently at the compliment. He knew his own situation well. His composure stemmed from the certainty that he was in no danger. If this were like the first deal, with his true self present, facing all those gun barrels, he'd probably have already scared himself silly. Now, back to business. I know you want to get the hell out of this place. But if you're thinking of exploiting our company's supply routes, that's absolutely out of the question. Even if I told you the details, without the company's approval, that route is completely impassable. Jiang Hai casually made up an excuse, effectively shutting down their scheme. The men in black suits around him all wore grim expressions, but Filzert maintained his smile, seemingly reading between the lines of Jiang Hai's words. But you still have a solution, don't you? Filzert spoke slowly and deliberately, causing Jiang Hai to narrow his eyes. Exactly. To be leading these terrorists, this old man is no ordinary figure. Mr. Filzert, our company's shipping channels absolutely cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Jiang Hai repeated the statement with deliberate emphasis, then blinked his eyes and added with a hint of mischief, Your goal is simply to leave this place. You don't necessarily have to use our company's shipping channels, do you? Jiang Hai's words only made Filzert's eyes light up. Meanwhile, the men in black suits beside him all looked troubled. The leader of the black-suited men couldn't help but interject, It's not that simple. If it were that easy, how would we have ended up trapped here? The entire port of Prince is now under gang control. Neither planes nor ships can leave. If that weren't the case, how could we have? He trailed off mid-sentence, but Jiang Hai understood the implication perfectly. Our company is a fully licensed arms dealer, so our product offerings extend far beyond weapons alone. Moreover, our company also handles business involving tanks, armored vehicles, and even aircraft and warships. Mr. Filzert, might you be interested in purchasing an aircraft or a vessel? Jiang Hai's smile was dazzling, looking every bit the part of a qualified salesman. Both Filzert and the man in the black suit wore expressions of astonishment. But their astonishment didn't last long. A major arms manufacturer wouldn't limit itself to just weapons and ammunition, so it was hardly surprising they could sell aircraft, warships, and the like. But even if we bought planes or ships, they'd be useless. The airport and port are both controlled by those damn gangs. The entire Port-au-Prince area is now a no-fly zone. Even if we had helicopters, they'd be shot down the moment they took off. Disappointment washed over the leader in the black suit. He genuinely held out hope, but never imagined Jiang Hai's solution would be this. Planes and ships? Their organization could easily procure those. If those things were truly useful, how could they still be trapped here? The black-suited leader's words did nothing to wipe the smile off Jiang Hai's face. He tilted his head with a smirk, spread his hands, and said, "These are just minor issues. Our company places great emphasis on after-sales service. We'll do our utmost to meet any reasonable customer requests. The only issue now is that these items might be a bit pricey, you know?" As he spoke, Jiang Hai raised his index finger, holding it before him with a cheerful smile. Seeing Jiang Hai's confident demeanor, Filzert and the surrounding black-suited men frowned in unison. None of them could fathom what Jiang Hai meant. After a moment, Filzert took a deep breath and asked, "Price is no issue. As long as you can get us out of here. We've never been stingy." Filzert wasn't exaggerating. Though merely a terrorist organization, their financial resources rivaled those of ordinary nations. Crucially, they didn't have the same burdens as a nation: no social welfare, infrastructure, or other expenditures. Thus, they could easily muster far greater cash reserves than most nations. "Don't be so sure of yourself." Jiang Hai's smile took on a wicked edge. Instead of retracting his index finger, he raised the other four fingers as well. "Allow me to introduce our company's latest product, the XC-198 next-generation fighter jet. Price, 500 trillion yuan. The room fell instantly silent. Everyone except Jiang Hai even held their breath unconsciously. Some stared at the 5 fingers he held aloft, others fixed their gaze on his face. Yet their expressions were remarkably uniform, all conveying the same thought. "What the hell kind of joke are you pulling? Fighter jets are expensive, that's common knowledge. But no matter how expensive, they couldn't possibly be this absurdly priced, right? The most advanced fighter jets on Blue Star currently cost around 700 million Huaxia currency. Yet here in Jiang Hai, a single fighter jet costs 500 trillion yuan? Is this thing made of gold? No. Even if it were entirely made of gold, it couldn't possibly cost that much." Filzert struggled to keep his expression in check. His cheeks twitched a few times before he let out a dry laugh. "Sir, you must be joking, right?" "No." Jiang Hai shook his head solemnly. "When it comes to company business, I never joke around." Chapter 11, 5 million per hour. Filzert stared at Jiang Hai for a long moment, confirming he truly wasn't joking. His expression darkened. Though he'd expected Jiang Hai to demand an exorbitant price, he hadn't anticipated such audacity. This wasn't just asking for the moon. It was a bottomless pit. "Mr. Boundless Ocean, I hope you understand that everyone must take responsibility for their words." A hint of threat now tinged Filzert's words. But Jiang Hai remained unconcerned, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands. "I'm just a salesperson responsible for promoting products clients need. Whether they need it or not is their business. Business is all about mutual consent. If the client isn't willing, there's nothing I can do." Jiang Hai's words made Filzert's cheek muscles twitch again, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in those otherwise kindly eyes. No matter how friendly he appeared, he was still the leader of a terrorist organization. Though Jiang Hai appeared outwardly composed, his heart was racing wildly inside. "Mr. Dahai Wulian, I must remind you once more. The airport in Princeport is already under the control of local gangs. Even if you manage to transport the aircraft here, it won't be able to take off." Facing Filzert's imposing stature, Jiang Hai sighed helplessly. "I'm well aware of the current situation in Princeport. My position remains unchanged. The decision rests with you. Do you intend to proceed with this transaction with our company?" Taking a deep breath, Filzert once again wore a troubled expression as he said, "Even if we wanted to proceed with the transaction, this price is far too high. We simply cannot afford it." Even 500 billion yuan was beyond their organization's means, let alone the additional billion demanded afterward. For a fleeting moment, Filzert found himself thinking that being trapped here wasn't so bad after all. Jiang Hai's smile never faltered. Filzert's response had been entirely within his expectations. Almost as if by magic, Jiang Hai produced several sheets of paper from his hand and declared, "Our company has always prioritized people and values respecting our clients' experience needs. Considering our clients' purchasing power, we also offer product leasing services. Instead of purchasing items outright, clients can pay a rental fee to temporarily use our products at a relatively low cost. Rental? Jiang Hai's proposal made Philzat's eyes light up once more. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. Jiang Hai handed the rental contract to Philzat. The XC-198 next-generation fighter jet is priced at 500 billion huaxia dollars. But if you just want to lease it, the rental fee is 5 million huaxia coins per hour. How about it? Isn't that a bargain? 5 million huaxia coins per hour? Is that a good deal? This time, not just Philzat's cheek muscles twitched, half his face twitched along with them. But it must be said, compared to the astronomical figure of 500 billion huaxia coins, it really is a much better deal. To be honest, he was actually tempted. But we can't control the airport. How would the fighter jet? That's our company's problem. The client doesn't need to worry about it. Jiang Hai spoke with unwavering confidence, leaving Philzat and his entourage of black-suited men exchanging bewildered glances. Fine. As long as it helps us get out of here, I'll trust your company this once. We'll rent this fighter jet for 1 hour. The money I can transfer it to your company's account immediately. After all, Philzat wasn't an ordinary man. After a moment's hesitation, he finally agreed. It's only 5 million yuan. This trial cost was something he could afford to bear. The key factor was the organization's previous transactions with the other party. Their extraordinary capabilities were precisely what convinced Philzat to trust them this once. Without even glancing at the contract, Philzat took it from Jiang Hai and signed his name at the bottom. Simultaneously, he nodded to an administrative staff member beside him, signaling for the transfer to be made to Jiang Hai's account. The moment Philzat signed the contract, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed into slits. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your first leasing transaction. Settlement now commencing. Host has completed a transaction worth 5 million huaxia currency. This price represents a premium, with the excess of 2 million huaxia currency allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 70% commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 4.1 million huaxia coins. That's right. This is the new feature Jiang Hai unlocked from the system back at the tavern. The most crucial part? The commission for leasing transactions is significantly higher than for sales. Sales commissions are only 10%, while leasing commissions soar to a whopping 70%. Most of that 5 million yuan rental fee went straight into Jiang Hai's pocket. Excellent. I hope our collaboration will be highly successful. With the contract signed, it was time for delivery. Jiang Hai pulled out his phone, pretended to send a few messages, then smiled broadly and said, "Please wait a moment." Philzat didn't press further. With the contract signed, he could only place his hopes in the other party now. Bam! Boom! Suddenly, gunfire erupted outside, punctuated by explosions. Soon, a man in a black suit rushed in frantically. "Sir! Trouble! The Black Shark Gang is here." Black Shark Gang? The leader of the black-suited men paled visibly and sprang to his feet. Philzat, however, remained calm. Raising his hand, he addressed the leader, "Since we've already broken ties, there's no need to be polite with them. The warriors of Allah never retreat before the enemy." "Understood, sir. Leave everything to us." With Philzat's approval, the leader in the black suit immediately nodded. With a wave of his hand, he led his men out in a rush. In an instant, only Jiang Hai and Philzat remained in the room. Moments later, gunfire erupted outside, punctuated by screams and curses. About 10 minutes later, the leader in the black suit returned to the room, panting heavily. His once clean, crisp black suit was now wrinkled and stained with blood. He burst into the room with murderous intent, but upon seeing Philzat, he immediately drew a deep breath and reined in his aggression. "Sir! The enemy has been dealt with. Good work." Philzat smiled approvingly, then slowly turned his gaze toward Jiang Hai. "Mr. Dahai Wuliang, I wonder when your company's shipment will arrive? Was this a threat?" Glancing at the black-suited leader beside him, whose eyes once again flashed with murderous intent, Jiang Hai instantly understood Philzat's meaning. "Mr. Philzat, no need to worry, the goods have already arrived." Jiang Hai pretended to glance at his phone before shrugging with a smile. "If I recall correctly, there's a small park behind this building, right?" Chapter 12, Developing New Clients. Jiang Hai wasn't just making things up. The system-provided map clearly marked that behind this small villa was a park half the size of a football field. Philzat furrowed his brow, somewhat confused by Jiang Hai's implication. "It's just a small park, not a mini airport. What's the use?" Boom! Jiang Hai didn't respond, but the next moment, a deafening roar erupted. Simultaneously, the entire villa began shaking violently, the ground trembling as if an earthquake had struck. The leader in the black suit hurriedly steadied Philzat, while Jiang Hai spread his arms wide and said with a smile, "Looks like the goods have arrived. Mr. Philzat, let's go collect our delivery." "Receive the goods?" Both Philzat and the leader in the black suit were stunned, yet they instinctively followed Jiang Hai outside. The moment they stepped outside the villa, the sight behind the house left them utterly speechless, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Hovering above the park behind the villa, a jet-black aircraft descended slowly from the sky. Its exterior resembled a conventional fighter jet, yet its form was more elongated, with a volume 2 to 3 times larger. While ordinary fighter jets only had a 2-seat cockpit, this aircraft featured not only a front cockpit but also a sizable cabin in its midsection. Blue flames erupted from several nozzles on its wings and tail, propelling the aircraft downward as it descended steadily before touching down smoothly on the ground. The XC-198 next-generation fighter. Equipped with a remote control system. Equipped with dual-barrel machine guns for fire coverage. 4 missile launchers. Fully automated piloting. Complete radar-evading camouflage. 4 deployable jet thrusters enabling multiple takeoff modes. Most crucially, the fighter's thrust reaches a staggering 13 Mach. This means that if we take off now, we can return to the Covenant River region within 30 minutes. Jiang Hai briefly outlined the fighter's core specifications. Glancing at the exaggeratedly astonished expressions on Filzert and the others, Jiang Hai's lips stretched into a grin that nearly reached his ears. By this time, the fighter had come to a complete stop, revealing its rear boarding hatch to Filzert and his crew. The interior space was quite spacious, easily accommodating Filzert and his entire team of dozens. Jiang Hai gestured invitingly and said with a smile, "Mr. Filzert, if you're in a hurry, I suggest you board now. We're taking off immediately. I'm sure you'll still make it home for lunch." The XC-198 new fighter jet. There was no doubt this fighter jet was not of Blue Star origin. According to the system's explanation, it originated from an extraterrestrial civilization with a slightly higher technological level than Blue Star. The technological sophistication embodied in this fighter jet far surpasses that of Blue Star. Its price tag of 500 billion Huaxia currency is still the system's cost price. But as Jiang Hai had anticipated, no one on Blue Star could afford such a price. Watching as Filzert and his companions boarded the fighter jet, which then carried them skyward, they vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. There was no need to worry about piloting either. The system had pre-programmed the destination coordinates, enabling fully autonomous flight throughout the journey. Once the 1-hour rental period concluded, the fighter jet would automatically depart and vanish into the sky. Moreover, the system has safeguards against all fighter control systems, so there's absolutely no need to worry about the enemy stealing the fighter's technology. Watching the fighter jet vanish into the distance, Jiang Hai smiled. The next instant, he vanished from his spot with a sharp biu. Phew! Emerging from the puppet's perspective, Jiang Hai exhaled deeply before plopping down into his seat. This time, he didn't rush to check his bank account immediately. He knew the system wouldn't shortchange him. Every penny rightfully his would be accounted for. Instead, Jiang Hai now focused on the path ahead. Since acquiring the system, including this latest lease, this marked his 4th transaction. And without exception, every single one of these 4 transactions had been with the Holy War Organization. Previously, Jiang Hai hadn't found anything amiss. But this trip to Hispania had made him sense something amiss. Having a fixed, long-term trading partner was indeed advantageous. But it absolutely cannot be the only one. Though he had maintained the upper hand in all previous transactions. But the other party was, after all, a terrorist organization. To treat them like Hello Kitty would be to have one's head stuck in the door. Therefore, Jiang Hai's immediate task was to find new trading partners. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about potentially being held hostage by the Holy War Organization in the future. But how exactly would he find this new trading partner? Jiang Hai faced yet another challenge. Despite his abilities, Jiang Hai was still just a white-collar worker from China. Finding a military arms trading partner was practically a pipe dream for him. System, can you help me find a new trading partner? Seeking trading partners is the host's responsibility. The system currently does not provide this service. Jiang Hai's plea was swiftly met with the system's cold refusal. Of course, this outcome was entirely within Jiang Hai's expectations. Ding dong! Just as Jiang Hai was wrestling with his dilemma, his phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Jiang Hai glanced at his phone, and his eyes lit up instantly. Talk about speaking of the devil just when he was worried, help arrived. Your Excellency. There's still no response from the Senate. Prince Port is likely completely overrun. In a hotel-like room, a bald African man wearing gold-rimmed round glasses sat behind a massive desk, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Hearing the young African-American man's report, the bald man's expression darkened further. He waved his hand dismissively, then adjusted his tie again, radiating an air of restlessness. As the current president of Hispaniola, Proval felt like a laughingstock. How could a head of state be unable to return to his own country? Yet reality was precisely this absurd. Hispanica was now controlled by various gangs, and Proval felt his grip on the nation slipping away bit by bit. Damn it! Proval was losing control of his emotions, pounding his fist hard on the desk before him. His secretary beside him showed no surprise after all. This wasn't the first time Proval had acted this way in recent days. Just then, the ringtone of a phone sounded, catching both Proval and his secretary off guard. Their eyes turned to the phone on the nearby coffee table. This was Praval's private phone, a number known to only a handful of people across the entire Blue Star. Who would be calling Praval at this hour? After a moment of surprise, the secretary swiftly picked up the phone and handed it to Praval. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Praval hesitated for a moment before finally answering the call. Hello? President Praval, may I ask, are you interested in purchasing arms? Chapter 13, The Anxious President. Is this Chinese? Praval looked utterly bewildered, though his 20 years as a diplomat had left him reasonably familiar with the language. Hello, who is this? This is the number Aisha gave me. Aisha? Praval paused for a moment, then quickly realized who the other person was referring to. His face immediately betrayed a mix of astonishment and caution. If the Aisha they mentioned was the same Aisha he knew, then this person was definitely no ordinary individual. Let me ask again, do you need to buy weapons? Military supplies? What do you mean? Huh? You don't want weapons? That doesn't make sense. Didn't Aisha say you desperately need that kind of support right now? The other party's words carried a hint of confusion, and they mentioned Aisha's name again. Praval finally realized the Aisha they mentioned was the very same Aisha he knew. You mean, you can supply us with weapons? Praval's breathing instantly became labored. Hispani had descended into such chaos that even President Praval couldn't return home. The reasons were multifaceted, but the most pressing reality was that local gangs held vast quantities of weapons. The sophistication and quantity of these gang weapons far surpassed those of the Hispani government forces. It wasn't that Hispani lacked the funds to purchase arms, but the crux lay in the fact that the vast majority of arms dealers on Blue Star refused to supply Hispani. Praval was well aware of the reasons behind this. Compounding the problem, gangs controlled all transportation routes in Hispani, making it exceedingly difficult to deliver arms to the government forces within the country. This is precisely why the absurd situation of an entire nation being ruled by gangsters has come to pass. Now, an arms dealer had actually come knocking, willing to supply Hispani with military support. For Praval, this was nothing short of a godsend. Of course, it's no problem. Our company has substantial resources and can meet all our clients' needs. The response made Praval's heart pound wildly. Just as Praval opened his mouth to place the order, the phone rang again beside him. This time, it was the office landline ringing. Without Praval needing to say a word, the secretary beside him picked up the receiver with keen awareness. Though it was only a few seconds, Praval managed to calm down a bit and took a deep breath. Sir, I believe you're aware of the current situation in Hispani. Are you truly capable of delivering the arms? Rest assured. Our company has extremely reliable delivery channels. No matter where you need the goods delivered, we can ensure they arrive precisely on target. You can ask Aisha about this. Her organization's purchasing experience has been quite excellent. The other party's confident reply only made Praval more skeptical. Praval was tempted to call Aisha for confirmation, but feared such a move might offend the other party. What if this person was actually a helpful arms dealer? Wouldn't that shatter the hope he'd just gained? No problem. You can confirm with Aisha. I can call you back in 10 minutes. Just as Praval was wrestling with his dilemma, the other party thoughtfully offered a solution. Before Praval could even process it, the other party hung up. Praval stared blankly at the phone, now emitting a busy tone. Are arms dealers this easygoing nowadays? Sir. Trouble. Something's happened. While Praval remained in a daze, his secretary beside him suddenly paled and shouted urgently at him. Far away in the metropolis of China, Jiang Hai leaned back in his executive chair, comfortably fiddling with his phone. He never imagined that when he asked Aisha to hook him up with some business leads, she'd actually introduce him to the president of Hispani. Come to think of it, this was indeed a promising business prospect. The key point was that the other party genuinely had a need. During his previous delivery trip to Hispani, Jiang Hai had witnessed the chaos there firsthand. As the president of Hispani, if he wanted to restore normal order to the country, weapons and equipment were absolutely essential. If his arms could help quell the domestic rebellion in Hispani, then he would have secured the country's goodwill. For Jiang Hai, this was the best possible outcome. He was somewhat surprised, though, that Aisha had actually managed to find him a new trading partner. Was it because of the insult Filzert's men had hurled at Jiang Hai, or the shock of that alien fighter jet? Whatever the reason, Jiang Hai knew this was definitely an exception. Asking Aisha to introduce new trading partners again in the future would definitely not work. But this was enough. The new contact alone was sufficient for Jiang Hai to break through the impasse. It had been nearly 10 minutes. Jiang Hai nodded with satisfaction, picked up his phone, and redialed the number. When he had called earlier, the system had already concealed his phone number, so the other party hadn't seen his real number. Though the system refused to help him find new trading partners, its service in concealing his identity was impeccable. The call connected almost immediately. Hello? Mr. President, I assure you. I'm willing to cooperate with you. I'm willing. Jiang Hai had barely opened his mouth when he heard the other party's urgent voice. He could almost picture them nodding frantically. Your Excellency, please calm down. Let's discuss this slowly. We're delighted to partner with you as our client. Our company will spare no effort to provide you with the highest quality service. Now then, please state your requirements. I want weapons. Lots and lots of weapons. And the sooner the better. Praval on the other end of the line was already impatient, shouting loudly. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes. No problem. What kind of weapons does Your Excellency require? Where should they be delivered? I need weapons with massive firepower. Weapons capable of suppressing large enemy forces. At the same time, I want you to deliver the weapons to the Senate building in Port-au-Prince. As he uttered the final request, Praval seemed hesitant, but he voiced it nonetheless. The Senate building? Jiang Hai wasn't familiar with the exact location of this Senate building. But the fact that Praval specifically requested this location meant it must hold some significance. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai smiled and said, Your Excellency, if you require heavy firepower weapons, I recommend the PPK-20 submachine gun. Priced at 50,000 Huaxia currency. A submachine gun? Praval seemed unimpressed with Jiang Hai's suggestion. Besides submachine guns, do you have any weapons with greater firepower? Chapter 14, Arms Dealers Have Hearts of Stone. Not even a submachine gun is good enough? Praval's words caught Jiang Hai off guard. After all, this PPK-20 submachine gun had previously earned Filzert's full approval. But soon, Jiang Hai saw the system display a long list before his eyes. Of course, nearly all of them were high-end items that no one could afford. Yet one item among them caught Jiang Hai's attention. The Starburst-type repeating RPG launcher. Capable of equipping 20 rounds simultaneously and delivering a barrage of fire within 10 seconds. With a range of 1,000 meters. Price, 12 million Huaxia currency. Whoa! After Jiang Hai quickly rattled off the weapon specs, a sharp intake of breath echoed over the phone. You're not joking, right? When it comes to company business, I never joke around. Jiang Hai wasn't surprised by the reaction. This RPG launcher clearly wasn't from Blue Star, it was the product of some alien civilization. However, its technological sophistication wasn't vastly beyond Blue Star's capabilities, nor was its destructive power truly earth-shattering. Consequently, the asking price remained within acceptable limits. On the other end of the line, Praval's eyes widened in disbelief. Though not military-trained, he possessed some knowledge of weaponry. What kind of RPG launcher could fire 20 rounds in succession? Is that even an RPG launcher anymore? That's basically a self-propelled rocket launcher. How big is this launcher? If Praval and Aisha hadn't confirmed it earlier, he'd genuinely think the other party was a fraud. After much hesitation, Praval couldn't help but ask. Jiang Hai glanced at the image provided by the system, tilted his head, and said, about a meter in length, I'd say. 1 meter? Praval was startled and couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Hai remained utterly unfazed. Yeah. An RPG launcher is that big, right? But you just said this launcher can carry 20 rounds? Oh. That. I forgot to explain that. Jiang Hai chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. This launcher uses special projectiles. Each one is only about 2 centimeters long, well, roughly the size of a fingernail. 2 centimeters long? Praval fell silent again, his mind conjuring images of such shells. That's just like those plastic projectiles kids play with. What good is a shell this tiny? Oh, right. I should explain something else. Jiang Hai seemed to recall something and continued, the 12 million Huaxia coins is for the launcher. The shells compatible with the launcher must be purchased separately. Each custom shell costs 500,000 Huaxia coins. 50 million Huaxia coins for one shell? That sounds way cheaper than the 12 million launcher. But these shells are consumables. The launcher can fire 20 shells at once, meaning you could blow through 10 million Huaxia coins in one go. No wonder there's an old Huaxia saying, when the cannons roar, gold flows by the ton. Praval, who had studied Huaxia, couldn't help but mentally scoff at the thought, while also feeling a pang of alarm at the price. Earlier, Aisha had mentioned that this arms dealer's prices were on the high side. At the time, Praval hadn't thought much of it. Now, upon reflection, he realized just how naive he had been. This was pure profiteering, extortionate pricing. These arms dealers were heartless merchants who would devour people whole. Had this been 10 minutes earlier, Praval would have cursed them out and hung up. But the news he'd just received forced Praval to swallow his anger. Because his only hope now rested entirely on them. Fine. I'll take 5 launchers. Plus 500 custom shells. Praval hesitated, then gritted his teeth and placed the order. Ding. Host has received a business transaction. Locating host. Please select delivery method. 1. Host delivers personally. 2. Host controls puppet for delivery. Please select. 2. Upon hearing the system prompt, Jiang Hai smiled faintly and calmly made his choice. It had been only 3 days since his last visit to Prince Harbor. Compared to 3 days ago, Jiang Hai felt Princeport seemed even more chaotic. Hiding in a street corner, he watched as more than 10 black men, armed with guns, reveled inside and outside a shop along the street not far ahead. Most of these men were shirtless, adorned with all manner of gold jewelry. They laughed and shouted incessantly, occasionally pulling the trigger and firing shots into the air. These men were Port-Prince's local gangs. What were once underground criminal organizations had now become the rulers of the city and indeed, the entire nation. This is truly a joke. Jiang Hai shook his head and retreated back into the shadows of the corner. The system promptly activated navigation before his eyes. Per Praval's instructions, he had to deliver the cargo to the Senate building in Hispani. The Senate building was located just one street away from here. But this street seemed to be crawling with gang members. This was different from last time. Last time, Filzert's small villa was in the suburbs of Port-au-Prince. The Senate building, however, was in the heart of Princeport. This is where those gangs are most active. Jiang Hai wanted to completely avoid those gang members, but that wasn't going to be easy. System, can you map out a safer route? One that avoids everyone? Seeing the gang members reveling on the street ahead, Jiang Hai decisively turned to the system for assistance. The optimal route has been generated for the host. Following this route will minimize the risks the host encounters. However, the system cannot guarantee the host will evade everyone. A red line on the navigation map flickered continuously. This was the route the system had prepared for Jiang Hai. Still, hearing the system say that, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel it wasn't entirely reliable. Fine, I'll follow this route for now. After only a moment's consideration, Jiang Hai decided to follow the system's advice. Turning around, he crouched low and slipped into the alley, weaving through the streets according to the navigation route. Originally, Jiang Hai's location was less than a 10-minute walk from the Senate building. But now he was taking side streets, which naturally extended the journey considerably. After walking for over 10 minutes, he was still a short distance from the Senate building, though he could now faintly make out one corner of it. At another intersection, Jiang Hai cautiously glanced left and right. He had to cross the road ahead and enter the alley on the opposite side. Not far ahead, however, another group of gang members was gathered in a noisy commotion, their purpose unclear. If Jiang Hai simply charged through, they would surely spot him. System, is there any way to get past them? Although Jiang Hai was controlling the puppet and his own life wasn't at risk, this was still a puppet he'd paid 20 million for. Jiang Hai certainly didn't want to waste it carelessly. Chapter 15, Can I buy one too? The system can only provide essential support functions to the host. If you encounter difficulties, please resolve them using your own abilities. Solve my ass. His plea for help was flatly rejected by the system. Jiang Hai's face darkened instantly, and he nearly cursed out loud. Looks like the system can't be relied on. Jiang Hai glanced up at the street. The gang members were still gathered there, looking like they'd just finished a wild party and were now catching their breath. A quick count revealed over a dozen of them, each armed with a shotgun. Now look at himself completely unarmed. Not just shotguns, but he didn't even have a stick. Ha! Wait a minute. Jiang Hai froze, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. System, since I'm an arms dealer, it doesn't make sense that I wouldn't have a single weapon, right? Jiang Hai didn't know how other arms dealers operated. But he felt his role as an arms dealer was rather pathetic. The host currently possessed no independent arms production line. All the arms he sold were merely resold by the system and didn't belong to him. He'd even hoped the system might grant him some super badass alien weapon, but the system's response instantly doused his hopes like a bucket of ice water. Alright then, could he at least use the system to purchase weapons for himself? Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, considering another approach. After all, in this situation, he didn't even have a stick to beat people with. It simply wouldn't work. The host can purchase military-grade weapons for themselves through the system. Additionally, hosts purchasing weapons for themselves can enjoy exclusive internal pricing. Internal pricing? Meaning the price would be cheaper, right? At the system's mention, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up instantly. How much is the internal price? Right, that single soldier combat exoskeleton. What would the price be if I wanted to buy it? Jiang Hai immediately recalled the first alien weapon the system had introduced earlier. After Jiang Hai posed the question, the system paused for half a minute. The internal price for the X-0181 single soldier combat exoskeleton is 388.8 quadrillion Huaxia currency. Host, do you wish to purchase? Ahem. No thanks. Jiang Hai's newly sparked excitement instantly deflated. Cheaper? It's a billion less, so of course it's cheaper. But Jiang Hai felt like it hadn't gotten any cheaper at all. Fine. Truthfully, this outcome was entirely within Jiang Hai's expectations. If he'd actually bought this weapon, the entire Blue Star would have been turned upside down. After all, the technological level involved far surpassed Blue Star's capabilities. System, any recommendations? Jiang Hai didn't even consider weapons like the AK or PPK. After all, he was just an ordinary white-collar worker with no professional military training. Giving him those weapons would be less useful than handing him a stick. Based on the host's current needs, the system recommends the Dune 021 auxiliary soldier equipment. This equipment features a basic AI assistance system, providing aiming and firing support, along with an auto-deployable defensive shield function. System suggested retail price, 53 million huaxia currency. Host may purchase at the internal system price of 35 million huaxia currency. 35 million huaxia coins. Upon hearing the system's quoted price, Jiang Hai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If he remembered correctly, the figure in his bank account right now was exactly 35.6 million. Meaning that purchasing this equipment would instantly knock him back down from being a millionaire to his original state? Jiang Hai now felt certain the system was doing this on purpose. So, should he buy it or not? After agonizing over it for a long while, he finally gritted his teeth. System, I'll buy it. Ding. Host has purchased the Dune 021 model auxiliary individual combat gear. Host may collect the item at any time. Though he hadn't checked his account, Jiang Hai knew the system had already deducted 35 million from his bank account. Ouch. All that hard-earned fortune, gone in the blink of an eye. No way. This deal absolutely must go through. Otherwise, it just wouldn't be worth it. Jiang Hai silently resolved himself, then retreated directly into the deserted alley. With a wave of his hand, a waist-high metal box materialized beside him. Opening the box, he found a futuristic-looking metal helmet and vest inside, along with a firearm roughly half a meter long. This firearm resembled a conventional gun in some ways, yet it was distinctly different in others. The barrel occupied 90% of the entire gun body. There was no trigger to fire it, nor any sighting device. It looked utterly bizarre. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai immediately donned the entire suit. It was surprisingly easy to put on. Simply slip it over your body, fasten the buckle at the waist, and it fit snugly. The moment Jiang Hai picked up the strange gun, a crisp voice echoed in his ears. Equipment activated, connecting to the barrel. Weapon body connected. Calibrating control system. Control system complete. A series of electronic beeps echoed in Jiang Hai's ears. Immediately, a red glow illuminated his helmet, revealing an electronic display before his eyes. An image resembling a targeting reticle appeared, shifting in tandem with the movement of his gaze. Simultaneously, Jiang Hai felt the strange gun in his hands automatically raise itself, guiding his arm to swing left and right. Of course, this guidance wasn't forced. If Jiang Hai resisted even slightly, the pulling sensation vanished. This must be the system's so-called assisted aiming function, right? Jiang Hai couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this alien technology, then proceeded to experiment with various assist functions. As a man, he simply couldn't resist the allure of firearms, especially ones this technologically advanced. Jiang Hai was like a child who'd gotten his hands on a coveted toy, so engrossed in playing with it that he nearly forgot about the delivery. Host, please do not neglect your primary duties. Deliver the goods to the client's designated location promptly to complete this transaction. Hearing the system's reminder, Jiang Hai reluctantly licked his lips, still reluctant to stop. Those 35 million were well spent. Now it was time for the real test. Jiang Hai's gaze shifted to the dozen or so figures on the street. Hey! That chick last night was something else. That, apparently some college student or something, ha! Too bad she was too weak, she passed out after just a few rounds. They caught a bunch of female students like that over at the port. How about we go have some fun again tonight? Ha! Great idea! Great idea! A dozen or so black men huddled together, bellowing and bickering as they recounted their recent hauls, their faces glowing with satisfaction and excitement. These gang members, once the lowest of the low in society, had now become the rulers of this country. Such a transformation would have been unimaginable in their wildest dreams before. And now, with this reality staring them in the face, it fueled an overwhelming urge to go wild. They would trample those who had once looked down on them underfoot, then subject them to brutal torment. Chapter 16, Eliminate the Gang Members. Ha! Who's that? What kind of madman is that? A black man happened to catch sight of a tall figure emerging nearby. The key point was that this man's attire was far too conspicuous. He wore a black metal helmet, a matching black metal vest, and carried a bizarre-looking long gun. He didn't look threatening at all, more like some lunatic out to scare people. The black man wasn't surprised. After their gang took over all of Hispania, plenty of people had indeed been scared out of their minds. They'd seen all sorts of bizarre outfits by now. Spit! Damn lunatic! Another gang member nearby spat in disgust, then raised his gun and fired 2 shots at the oddball. Bang! Bang! The shots rang out, but contrary to the black man's expectation, the strange figure didn't collapse. He merely paused briefly before resuming his step-by-step advance. Ha! What's going on? Your aim is terrible. How could you miss at such close range? The black man froze, while his companions burst into mocking laughter. Snapping back to reality, the humiliated black man couldn't bear the shame. Cursing under his breath, he raised his gun again and unleashed another burst of bullets at the strange figure. This time, everyone including his friends saw clearly. The bullets didn't miss, they all struck the strange man's body. But the instant he was hit, several iron plates suddenly appeared on the strange man's body, perfectly blocking every single bullet fired by the black man. Such an eerie occurrence left all the black men stunned. They couldn't fathom how this could happen. Meanwhile, seeing that he was indeed unharmed, Jiang Hai couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Although he trusted the gear the system had sold him, facing the enemy's bullets head-on, to say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Had he not been controlling the puppet, even if the gear failed, he wouldn't have risked his life. He'd never gamble with his own survival. Seeing that the system's automatic defense shield function was indeed reliable, Jiang Hai's heart settled back into place. The next moment, he grinned and raised the spear in his hand. Targeting enemy. Attack. An electronic tone sounded, and the spear's muzzle instantly emitted blue flames. Bullets shot out at lightning speed, instantly raining down upon the group of black-clad figures. Not a single bullet missed its mark, every shot found its target. In just 10 seconds, all 10+ black men lay sprawled in pools of blood. Such an efficient attack left Jiang Hai stunned in place. This gear is seriously awesome. Spending 35 million on this gear was absolutely worth it. If other factions found out about this, they'd be fighting tooth and nail to get their hands on it. With such a formidable weapon, Jiang Hai even felt an urge to wipe out the entire Prince's Harbor. Of course, Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure. This gear is indeed powerful, but its strength is limited, otherwise, the system wouldn't be selling it so cheaply. It might be effective against a few gang members, especially with the element of surprise. But to control an entire nation? These gangsters must have access to far more powerful weapons and equipment. Going after them alone would be nothing short of suicide. Therefore, what Jiang Hai needed to do now was to leave this place immediately and head to the Senate building to complete this transaction. The Espani Senate building. Due to its coastal location and economic constraints, the buildings in Prince Port City were generally not very tall. The Senate building, a 30-story office tower, stood as the city's tallest structure. From its highest point, one could survey the entire city of Princeport. However, the most crucial part of the Senate building isn't its top floor, but the Senate Center on the 23rd floor. This is where the Senate convenes its regular sessions. Nearly all of Espani's laws and policies are decided here. At this very moment, the clamor and roar of voices echoed relentlessly within the 300-square-meter chamber. The Big Boss Gang has issued their final ultimatum. How should we respond? Why don't we just agree to their terms? Espani is already in this state, it's just a matter of formality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could we compromise? Absolutely not. One by one, the black men in suits argued fiercely within the conference room. Were it not for their dark complexions, their faces would surely be flushed crimson with rage. These men were senators of the Espani Senate, once representing the nation's highest authority. Even Espani's President Proval would bow his head before them. But now, their faces no longer bore nobility, instead, they were filled with terror and rage. 5 hours earlier, the city's major gangs had issued a joint statement demanding the Senate impeach and remove President Proval from office, paving the way for a new leader. They demanded the Senate impeach the current president, Proval, remove him from office, and elect a new president. This declaration incensed every senator. It wasn't that they were reluctant to remove Proval, but rather that the gang's proposed presidential candidate was none other than a gang leader. Clearly, this was an attempt by gang members to completely dismantle the Senate's authority, and that was what they could not tolerate. They simply refused to agree to the gang's joint statement, but the gangs won't let it rest. The gangs have issued an ultimatum: if the Senate refuses to endorse the statement, they will storm the Senate building in 1 hour. At that point, every senator will die at the hands of gangsters. That's right. This is a blatant threat. And for these high and mighty senators, it's the most direct and effective tactic. Only 40 minutes left. What are we going to do? One council member couldn't hold back any longer, leaping to his feet and bellowing at the top of his lungs. The others, who had been arguing moments before, instantly fell silent because they couldn't answer that question. After several minutes of silence, one lawmaker suddenly slams his fist on the table as if struck by an idea. Right. Didn't Proval say he'd arrange for someone to rescue us? Where are the people he arranged? Why haven't they arrived yet? The other lawmakers didn't agree with this one's words. How can you still trust his word? He's nothing but a deserter. A fraud. If he hadn't deserted us, how would this have happened to us? If he truly wanted to shoulder the responsibilities of a president, he should be returning home immediately. Faced with his colleague's scorn, the lawmaker was left speechless. Truth be told, he had no expectations for Proval's words either. His earlier plea had been nothing more than a desperate, last-ditch attempt. Gentlemen! Gentlemen! Trouble! After another 10 minutes of heated debate, a security guard burst into the room with a startled cry: gangs are gathering outside the building. The security guard's words sent the assembly into an uproar. They actually dare attack here? Those lunatics! Lowlifes! What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for disaster. How about we get out of here quickly? Chapter 17, is this manual even in Chinese? Honorable members of parliament. Watching those lofty councilmen bawling like shrews, the security guard couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and bellowed, instantly silencing the entire room. It's too late to leave now. The building is surrounded by gang members, they've already got us cornered. Despair flickered across the security guard's face as he spoke. He knew that once those gangsters breached the building, they would unleash a bloodbath. Both these lawmakers and their security personnel would die. Then, what should we do? We can't just wait here to die, can we? What about the security team? The building's security team? Useless. How many people and guns do they have? If those gangsters really attack, they won't stand a chance. Then maybe we should just agree to their demands? Too late. It's already too late to agree now. Despair instantly filled the conference room. The dark complexions of the council members paled slightly, and beads of sweat the size of beans streamed down their faces. Ding ding. At that moment, a crisp bell rang out. Everyone fell silent instantly, their gazes turning toward the source of the sound. It was a telephone mounted on the conference room wall. In this era where everyone carries a cell phone, landlines had largely become decorative relics. This particular phone hadn't received a call in ages. The closest person to the phone was the very same assemblyman who had mentioned Praval earlier. After a moment's hesitation, the lawmaker walked over to the phone and picked up the receiver. Hello? Who is this? You must be from the Senate. Hello, I'm the delivery person. President Praval has ordered a shipment. Please come downstairs to receive it. Ha? The lawmaker instinctively asked a question, only to be cut off by the other party. The other party's words left the senator completely dumbfounded. Put. Can't even understand a simple conversation. How did you become a senator? No wonder this country's in such a mess. After hanging up, Jiang Hai couldn't help but vent his frustration. He now stood at the rear entrance of the Senate building. He dialed the number Prevo had given him, made contact with someone inside the building, and now all he had to do was wait for them to send someone to collect the goods. That call had taken quite a bit of persuasion, though. It took considerable effort to convince them he wasn't a con artist, much less a gang member trying to sneak into the building to cause trouble. Only then did they agree to send someone down to receive the goods. If it weren't for the fact that this deal was truly lucrative, Jiang Hai would have walked away immediately. Click. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, the iron gate in front of Jiang Hai finally opened. Several black men in dark suits peered out, their cautious expressions making them look just like old wine next door. Stop looking around, nobody's here. Jiang Hai, growing impatient, barked out a warning, startling the men once more. You're. To these men, Jiang Hai appeared as a burly Chinese man clad in a black cloak, surrounded by several iron boxes stacked nearly waist high. Your Excellency, the President sent me to deliver this shipment. Here. Just these items, go ahead and inspect them. Jiang Hai pointed with his thumb, gesturing for them to retrieve the large metal boxes. As for how to use them, there are instructions inside. Just follow the manual. Jiang Hai rattled off these 2 sentences so quickly that the black men were left dumbfounded, unable to react for a long while. These black guys aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. Jiang Hai silently rolled his eyes. Just then, another burst of gunfire erupted in the distance. Jiang Hai tilted his head and snapped at the men, hurry up and take the stuff back. The people inside are counting on these supplies to save their lives. Whether it was the distant gunfire or Jiang Hai's words, the black men snapped out of their stupor. They hurriedly approached the large metal box, opened it, and began inspecting its contents. But the contents inside were strange and unfamiliar to all of them. As for the manual Jiang Hai mentioned, it was just a photocopied sheet of A4 paper densely covered in text. But when the men picked up the manual, they were stunned. The damn manual was written in Chinese. They couldn't make heads or tails of it. But when they looked up to ask Jiang Hai for help, they realized he had vanished without a trace. They hadn't even noticed how he'd left. Phew! After recalling his puppets, Jiang Hai immediately withdrew his vision. Returning to his bedroom, he flopped straight onto the bed. Though he hadn't expended much physical energy, mentally, controlling the puppet through that ordeal had been utterly exhausting. Especially the incident of shooting those dozen or so gang members. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, but afterward, the sensation of killing churned his stomach violently, making him feel sick to his core. After resting for nearly half an hour, Jiang Hai finally picked up his phone and dialed Praval's number. Sir, I truly can't thank you enough. Thank you so much. The call connected almost instantly. The moment it did, he heard Praval's perfectly enunciated Mandarin, his tone brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Jiang Hai's eyes immediately narrowed into slits. Customer satisfaction is our company's guiding principle. Since His Excellency the President is so pleased, does that mean this transaction is complete? Yes. It's done. I'll instruct my staff to transfer the funds immediately. Praval instantly grasped the unspoken meaning behind Jiang Hai's words and wisely nodded repeatedly. He had already checked with Aisha beforehand. When dealing with the other party, you absolutely must play by the rules. Otherwise, you'll end up getting screwed over. Moreover, Praval had just received news from home. Not only did the other party deliver the goods punctually, but the firepower of those weapons was truly astonishing. 4,000. Over 4,000 gang members were mowed down by artillery fire, reduced to charred remains. The Senate now stands as solid as a rock. The gangs within the city vanished without a trace. All this was thanks to the weapons the other side had provided. Praval knew this was only the beginning. To utterly crush those gangs and reclaim his place in Hispania, he must continue trading with them. Thus, he dared not delay the final payment for this transaction. While on the phone, he gestured to his secretary, instructing him to immediately transfer the funds to the other party's account. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales transaction. Settlement now commencing. Host has achieved a transaction value of 310 million Huaxia currency. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 10% business commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 130 million Huaxia currency. Hearing the system's notification and glancing at the listed documents before him, Jiang Hai's heart began pounding wildly. This deal was a bloody huge win. Chapter 18, A Masterstroke. 100 million. Jiang Hai couldn't resist opening his account. Seeing that string of zeros staring back at him, his eyes went blurry. Had this little goal just fallen into his lap? Why did it feel so unreal? During the price negotiations, he hadn't done the math. Only now did he realize just how much he'd actually made on this deal. Indeed, no horse grows fat without night feed, and no man grows rich without windfall. Of that over 100 million, the premium portion was the lion's share. Jiang Hai's asking price was nothing short of outrageous. Had he not considered Hispania's limited financial resources, Jiang Hai would have bitten off an even larger chunk. But it didn't matter. Jiang Hai was certain this client would be a long-term business partner. We've got plenty of time ahead. Mr. Dahai Wu Liang, are you available now? Watching the news report on TV, Jiang Hai picked up his phone and casually opened a chat window. The message was from his old friend Aisha. Of course I'm free. Jiang Hai was in high spirits. Anyone who made $1 billion in a single day would be. Even after half a month, his good mood hadn't faded. Mr. Dahai Wu Liang, we'd like to discuss a business opportunity with your company. Business? Of course, no problem. We're all old friends here. We should definitely collaborate more in the future. Here's the thing, that fighter jet your company used to escort Mr. Filzert back last time. As Aisha uttered those words, the smile on Jiang Hai's face faded slightly, his eyes narrowing into slits. The other party had set their sights on that XC-198 new model fighter jet. But Jiang Hai didn't believe they truly had the means to afford that fighter jet. Oh, that fighter jet. Heh, no problem. But I must say I'm somewhat surprised. 500 trillion yuan is no small sum. How did your side manage to come up with that kind of money? No. You've misunderstood. Aisha quickly offered an explanation, her words appearing rapidly in the chat window. The outright purchase price for this fighter jet is simply too exorbitant. Our organization couldn't possibly afford it even if we emptied our coffers. But, as far as I know, your company also offers a leasing service where this fighter jet can be rented at a more affordable price. The rate is 5 million Huaxia currency per hour, right? Exactly. So you've set your sights on the leasing service. You guys are sharper than abacus beads at calculating. Aisha's words didn't surprise Jiang Hai at all. Ever since leasing that alien fighter jet to them, Jiang Hai knew such a prized asset would inevitably catch their eye. Especially with this leasing model. 5 million for 1 hour sounds like a lot. But in just 1 hour, they could accomplish so much. They wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. Jiang Hai smiled and promptly replied. Correct. The rental price for the new XC-198 fighter jet is 5 million Huaxia currency per hour. What? You still want to rent it? Yes. We want to rent them. And we want to rent 10 units. Is that possible? 10 units? That's quite the investment. With weapons like the XC-198 fighter jet, deploying 10 units at once could accomplish a lot in just minutes, let alone an hour. Their plans were well laid, but Jiang Hai had no intention of letting them succeed. 10 XC-198 fighter jets? No problem. But we must clarify up front. The leased XC-198 fighters will have numerous functions disabled. Addition District. Over a dozen high-ranking leaders of the Holy War Organization gathered together, including Nasser, the logistics chief, and Furzit, who had been rescued by Jiang Hai last time. These bigwigs from the organization were now huddled around a small computer, watching Aisha converse with Jiang Hai via the screen. They conversed in Chinese, with interpreters providing real-time translations beside them. Upon seeing Jiang Hai's response, every face lit up with delight. Ever since Filzat returned in that fighter jet last time, witnessing its formidable power, they had yearned to possess such a marvel. Unfortunately, the fighter jet's price tag was prohibitively expensive, far beyond their means. Last time, they hadn't even had time to thoroughly examine it before the fighter jet had departed on autopilot. Though they'd only witnessed its flight speed, the mere thought of the other capabilities Jiang Hai had described left them itching for more. If the organization possessed such a weapon, why fear those damned Jews? They could pilot the fighter jet themselves, slaughtering those damned Jews and winning the Great Holy War. Driven by this urgent desire, they turned to the option of leasing it again. Though 5 million could only secure 1 hour of flight time. But the fighter's formidable capabilities meant 1 hour would be more than enough. But before their excitement could fully take hold, the words that popped up on the computer screen and the translator's words instantly changed their expressions. The leased XC-198 fighter jet only had autopilot functionality. All weapon systems would be disabled. All weapon systems disabled? Then what's the point of renting this fighter jet? 5 million just to fly it for 1 hour? Nasser, Filzert, and the others all fell silent at once. While the fighter jet's flight speed was indeed formidable, what they valued most was undoubtedly its weapon systems. Aisha, operating the computer, remained equally silent. After a moment's pause, she turned to glance at the group of bigwigs behind her. How to respond? That depended on the bigwigs. Aisha, ask him if he can make an exception and unlock the weapons systems. We can increase the rental fee. Nasser couldn't help but ask, but Filzert beside him shook his head slightly. Clearly, he didn't think Nasser's idea would work. Sure enough, as soon as Aisha sent the request, the response came back. Sorry. The weapon systems for the XC-198 fighter jet are not covered under the lease agreement. To use the weapon system, you must purchase the product in full. Nasser's face darkened instantly. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't help but curse, damn it. This guy is playing us. Nasser. Calm down. Filzert immediately interjected, though his own expression was equally grim. They're arms dealers. Our previous assumptions were indeed naive. Anyone capable of dealing in arms wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole. Filzert was a veteran in the organization, and Nasser respected him. Taking a deep breath, Nasser suppressed his rage. His eyes darkened with malice as he pressed his lips together and said, "What do we do now?" "Forget about that fighter jet." Filzert sighed deeply. The fighter jet's exorbitant price tag was beyond their organization's means. Even the superpowers on Blue Star couldn't afford it. We can't afford to antagonize them. We'll need their cooperation moving forward. This time, let's place an order for other weapons from them. Nasser was taken aback by Filzert's suggestion. Raising his eyebrows, he asked, cooperate with them? Their weapons are far too expensive. The situation in the Ghaffar region has eased considerably now. We can easily procure weapons from other arms dealers. Chapter 19, Retain old clients, attract new ones. Are Jiang Hai's arms expensive? Of course they are. And outrageously so. But why does the organization repeatedly choose to trade with Jiang Hai? Naturally, it's because of Jiang Hai's arms delivery channels. Previously, the organization was so heavily suppressed by the Judas faction that other arms dealers couldn't deliver weapons to them. That's why the organization had no choice but to grit its teeth and deal with Jiang Hai. But now things are different. Thanks to Jiang Hai's arms, while it's not exactly a counteroffensive, at least the tense situation in the Jaffa region has been defused. The organization could now trade with other arms dealers at normal prices. Continuing to deal with Jiang Hai would feel like throwing money down the drain. Far from taking offense at Nasser's skepticism, Filzert sighed deeply and replied, "Indeed, there are many arms dealers in the world, and their prices are certainly cheaper. But do you know of any other arms dealer who can supply such powerful fighter jets?" Filzert's words left Nasser momentarily speechless. He had never even heard of such a formidable fighter jet before. Forget which arms dealer could produce it. Even a superpower like the United States probably couldn't deliver such a fighter jet, could they? Nasser understood what Filzert meant. The fact that they could produce such a formidable fighter jet meant they were far from ordinary arms dealers. Partnering with such a powerhouse, even if it meant spending a little more money, wouldn't be a bad thing. Sooner or later, it would yield far greater benefits. I understand. Mr. Filzert, your wisdom is something I will strive to learn from for the rest of my life. Nasser bowed sincerely to Filzert. Filzert smiled faintly in return, then turned to flash Aisha a warm grin. "Aisha, don't keep our distinguished guest waiting." Aisha, who had been sitting in front of the computer waiting for the bigwigs to speak, immediately nodded upon hearing Firzhat's words. She turned her head and began typing furiously on the keyboard. "TSK. Just this many orders?" Seeing the order Aisha had generated, Jiang Hai curled his lip in disdain. A batch of PPK submachine guns and ammunition would net him less than 4 million yuan. In the past, Jiang Hai might have been thrilled. But having just closed a deal worth hundreds of millions, this 4 million yuan business was barely enough to spark his excitement. Of course, every little bit counts. Jiang Hai accepted the deal and spent half an hour using his proxy to deliver the goods to the Jaffa zone. 4 million yuan deposited. He sank back into the sofa, resuming his watch of the news broadcast on the oversized LCD television. The news segment was covering the explosion that had occurred outside the Spanish Senate building half a month prior. According to the anchor, this explosion had drastically altered Hispani's political landscape. The previously lawless gangs in Hispania had quieted down, and the entire nation was gradually returning to calm. President Preval of Hispania was set to return to his homeland in a week. Watching Preval on the screen, overcome with emotion and tears streaming down his face, Jiang Hai touched his own mouth with a finger and let out a faint smile. This was a major client for the future. Should he reach out to this future client to offer congratulations? The thought had barely formed in his mind when Jiang Hai immediately picked up his phone and dialed Preval's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Mr. Preval? Your Excellency. Congratulations on your return to the country. Ah. Thank you. It's all thanks to your assistance, sir. Beyond the initial surprise, Preval quickly regained his joyful demeanor. His voice alone conveyed his current state of triumphant success. Your Excellency must be very busy now. I won't keep you. Let's stay in touch going forward, and please remember to consider our company for any future business opportunities. Jiang Hai didn't linger on small talk with Preval. A quick greeting sufficed as client maintenance. He prepared to hang up. Ah. Right, Mr. Da Hai Wuliang, speaking of business, I happen to have a deal I'd like to discuss. Oh? That's wonderful. I'm all ears. Jiang Hai hadn't expected that a simple courtesy call would actually lead to a business opportunity knocking at his door. Having just earned 4 million, Jiang Hai was still craving more. He just wondered how big a deal this major client could bring him. Your Excellency, you've just returned to your country, correct? Are you procuring equipment for your nation's military? No. This isn't for our country's needs, I'm merely acting as an intermediary. Oh? Preval's words didn't disappoint Jiang Hai, they actually lit up his eyes. Was he about to introduce a new client? Having tasted the sweetness of expanding his client base, Jiang Hai was naturally very interested in Preval's words. Jiang Hai couldn't help but sit up straight, smiling as he said, Your Excellency, we are truly grateful for your willingness to introduce business to our company. It's only natural. You've been a tremendous help to me as well. Preval let out a hearty laugh, but after a few chuckles, his tone grew slightly more serious. I just wonder, he continued, whether your company's shipping routes involve Africa? Afrigia? Holy crap! Jiang Hai couldn't help but inwardly gasp again. Last time, Aisha introduced a new client in Latin America. Now, Preval brings in a new client, and it's jumped straight to Africa? Was this an attempt to help Jiang Hai expand his business across every continent on Blue Star? But Jiang Hai quickly found it perfectly logical. After all, Preval was a true African American, and Africa was the homeland of all black people on Blue Star. Preval having connections to Africa was only natural. After a brief pause, Jiang Hai continued addressing Preval, regarding Africa, our company also has fairly stable shipping channels. If your friends have any needs, our company should be able to assist. Ah. That would be absolutely wonderful. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's response, Preval immediately grew excited and hurriedly said, If you agree, I'll pass your contact information to my friend right away so he can discuss this with you personally? No problem. Jiang Hai didn't mind at all. The phone number Preval provided wasn't Jiang Hai's real number. Thus, there was no need to worry about the number being leaked and exposing his true identity. The ability to contact Jiang Hai through this number was, of course, facilitated by the system. Thus, even if the caller dialed a different number, it would still connect to Jiang Hai's phone without risking exposure of his true identity. After hanging up, about half an hour later, Jiang Hai's phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, Jiang Hai waited a while before answering the call. Hello? Jiang Hai merely responded with a grunt. Immediately, a barrage of gibberish erupted from the other end of the line. He couldn't make a single word out of it, only feeling his ears ringing painfully. Chapter 20, New Client. This guy is seriously out of his mind. Didn't Prevo tell the other party to speak Chinese? Jiang Hai couldn't help but silently complain to himself, yet he remained unhurried. He knew the system would handle this. Sure enough, within seconds, the incomprehensible gibberish transformed automatically into Mandarin in Jiang Hai's ears. Hey! I'm a friend of Preval's. He told me if I want to buy weapons, I should come straight to you. Though Jiang Hai now understood the meaning, the incessant chatter still made him frown. What can you do? The customer is always right. Exactly. May I ask your name? I'm Salamsia Akdialam. The other party rattled off a string of titles. Even with the system's translation, it nearly made Jiang Hai's head explode. Just reciting the names took over a minute. Finally, the other party said, You may simply call me Salam. I am the sole chieftain monarch of the kingdom of Niamia. Alright. After listening to that lengthy introduction, the only name Jiang Hai truly remembered was Salam. As for the country mentioned afterward, Jiang Hai had never even heard of it. Countries in Africa were as numerous as cow hair, so it wasn't surprising that Jiang Hai didn't know it. His goal was to strike a deal with this person, so he naturally didn't dwell on such trivial matters. Your Highness, what might you require? With the system's assistance, Jiang Hai spoke in Chinese, yet his words automatically translated into a language the other could understand. I need weapons, many weapons. Praval informed me that you can supply the weapons I require. If you can meet my demands, price is absolutely no issue. Jiang Hai smiled. The other party's words practically screamed rich fool from every pore. Wasn't this just an invitation to demand an exorbitant price? Speaking of which, is this so-called chieftain monarch really friends with Praval? Was Praval afraid he couldn't screw his friend over enough? Of course it's no problem. Our company has immense resources. Whatever the client requests, I will deliver. Jiang Hai couldn't help but stand up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He hadn't made much from Aisha earlier, but now a huge deal had suddenly landed on his doorstep. How big should he aim this time? How about setting another small goal? Do you have Big Ivan? Just as Jiang Hai paced excitedly around the room, the other party's single question instantly froze him in place, leaving him speechless for a long while. The same question had been asked earlier by the Holy War Organization. But back then, Jiang Hai could tell it was just a casual inquiry, so he'd shot them down on the spot. This time was different. Jiang Hai could tell this chieftain monarch genuinely wanted it. If Jiang Hai responded like last time with a blunt, "We have it. Do you really dare to buy it?" Jiang Hai knew the other party would undoubtedly place an order with extravagant generosity. That would be absolutely insane. Ahem. Big Ivan, we do have it, but I wouldn't recommend purchasing weapons of this caliber. Jiang Hai hesitated for a long moment before deciding to earnestly persuade the other party to abandon the idea. It wasn't that Jiang Hai didn't have the Big Ivan. Whatever the customer ordered, the system could definitely produce it. But Jiang Hai wasn't so arrogant as to forget himself. If he actually sold off the Big Ivan, forget about the wealthy chieftain who bought it. Having his lifespan measured in seconds, Jiang Hai himself would become the focus of every major power on Blue Star. Even with the system helping conceal his tracks, better safe than sorry. If even the slightest trace were exposed, Jiang Hai would never know peace again. After exhausting every argument, Salam finally relented and abandoned the idea. Forget Big Ivan. So, does your company have planes and tanks? Of course we do. We have every model of aircraft and tank imaginable. Great. I'll place an order for 200 aircraft and 500 tanks. No sooner had Jiang Hai finished speaking than Salam promptly placed his order. Hearing Salam's words, Jiang Hai felt a bit stunned. Is this how wealthy buyers purchase military equipment with such unhesitating ease? This isn't just a tiger, it's a wild beast. Your Highness, what specific models of aircraft and tanks are you requesting? Also, with all these planes and tanks you're ordering, do you even have enough pilots? Pilots? I have plenty of drivers. No problem at all. Jiang Hai's forehead creased with several dark lines. Drivers? Does he think flying planes and driving tanks is like driving a Hongguang? Jiang Hai could finally confirm that this chieftain monarch was clearly a complete moron. Your Highness, piloting an aircraft tank isn't something just any driver can do. It requires specialized training and education. Never mind that. Just tell me, does your company sell them? Yes. Jiang Hai replied swiftly. What specific models of aircraft and tanks does your Highness require? Aircraft and tanks are just general terms. If we're actually going to do business, we definitely need to specify the exact models. Models? Of course, the best ones you have. Salam answered casually, exuding an attitude of, bro, money's no object. The best? The best I have? I couldn't even afford it if I sold you. Jiang Hai almost blurted out a sarcastic remark. But considering user experience, he swallowed his words. For tanks, I recommend the Type 99 main battle tank from Huaxia. This main battle tank is already the standard issue for the Huaxia military, boasting numerous advantages. For large-scale deployment, I highly recommend this tank. The PLA's primary main battle tank? After hearing Jiang Hai's introduction, Salam was clearly satisfied and quickly made his decision. Excellent. Equipment used by the Chinese military must be top-notch. Deal. I'll take 500 units. That's some serious spending power. You didn't even ask about the price? As for aircraft, there are numerous categories. What type of aircraft are you looking for? Or rather, what specific purpose do you intend them for? Jiang Hai didn't directly recommend specific aircraft models. After all, beyond just the model number, aircraft types are incredibly diverse. Transport aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, fighter jets, bombers. Only by understanding the specific type needed could Jiang Hai make a proper recommendation. Fighter jets. I definitely need fighter jets. This time, Salam answered with crystal clarity. Jiang Hai frowned upon hearing this and didn't offer a recommendation immediately. Unlike other aircraft, fighters not only cost significantly more but also demanded pilots with far higher qualifications. It was obvious Salam didn't even have a single professional pilot under his command, let alone one capable of flying a fighter jet. Selling a fighter jet to Salam would be like selling him a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 21, The Rich Guy Persona Must Hold. While it was true that once goods were sold to a buyer, how they were used was no longer Jiang Hai's concern as the seller. But Jiang Hai still didn't want his goods to end up as a pile of useless scrap metal. Moreover, this will also affect one's future reputation. After all, only with a solid reputation will more and more clients come knocking in the future. So Jiang Hai launched into another earnest appeal, finally persuading the burly chieftain to change his mind. My recommendation is to opt for armed helicopters. They have minimal terrain requirements and offer versatile utility, highly practical. If you opt for an armed helicopter, I highly recommend the Russian Mi-35M combat helicopter. This model boasts long endurance, onboard weaponry. Alright. We'll go with your suggestion. I want 200 of these helicopters. Before Jiang Hai could elaborate further on the helicopter's advantages, Salam cut him off and placed the order for 200 units without hesitation. Alright. Jiang Hai had grown somewhat accustomed to this wealthy client's impulsive style. No problem. Jiang Hai agreed promptly, knowing that even the slightest hesitation would be interpreted by Salam as a sign of incompetence. Without delay, Jiang Hai moved on to discuss pricing. The price for one Type 99 main battle tank is 20 million Huaxia currency. The price for one Mi-35M helicopter was 320 million Huaxia currency. The instant Jiang Hai announced the figures, he thought he faintly heard a sharp intake of breath from the other end of the phone. Salam, who had been boisterously chattering moments before, instantly fell silent. After waiting over a minute with no response, Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow and asked with feigned concern, Your Highness? Are you still there? Your Highness? Ahem. I'm here. Salam finally spoke, but his voice was no longer arrogant and domineering. In fact, it had grown noticeably quieter. Alright. If there are no further issues, I'll arrange for the shipment immediately. It's a pleasure to do business with you. Though he knew the other party couldn't see him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but flash a bright smile. 500 Type 99 main battle tanks, that's 10 billion Huaxia currency. 200 miles 35M helicopters, that's 64 billion yuan. Wow. This deal totals 74 billion yuan. Even without factoring in the premium, just a 10% commission would net 7.4 billion. Add in the premium profits, and we're looking at no less than 20 billion. We're set for life. Cough. Wait a minute. We need to discuss this further. Just as Jiang Hai was overcome with excitement, Salam suddenly called out to him. This price, isn't it a bit too high? High? A wealthy client complaining about the price? That doesn't fit your rich client persona at all, you know. Jiang Hai froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. The price tag of over 70 billion had finally scared the other party. Your Highness, we have a saying in China, you get what you pay for. Though the price is steep, the goods are absolutely worth every penny. I guarantee this deal will leave you completely satisfied. Jiang Hai mentally rolled his eyes while continuing his sales pitch. This time, however, Salam didn't jump in immediately. Instead, he paused again before continuing. This price is simply too high. Buying such a large quantity all at once, what if something goes wrong? My losses would be enormous. You make it sound like I'm forcing you to buy this much. Jiang Hai couldn't help but smirk, but he still asked with a smile, so how much would you like to buy? I'll just try buying a portion first. Just 10 helicopters and 50 tanks. Alright, that's all for now. If your products really work well, I'll come back to you for more. As if to save face, Salam blurted out one last sentence. The smile on Jiang Hai's face gradually faded, revealing a hint of disappointment. Of course, an order for 10 helicopters and 50 tanks was still substantial. That still amounted to a 4 billion yuan transaction, far exceeding the total value of previous deals. But after the other party had raised expectations so high, only to see them shrink so drastically now, Jiang Hai was bound to feel disappointed. He muttered to himself silently, but still prepared to complete this transaction. Alright. 10 Mi-35M attack helicopters and 50 Type 99 main battle tanks. Where would you like us to deliver the goods? Seemingly aware that his last-minute reduction was rather embarrassing, Salam quickly rattled off an address before hanging up. Ding. Detecting host receiving business. Locating host. Please select delivery method. 1. Host delivers personally. 2. Host controls puppet for delivery. 2. After hearing the system prompt, Jiang Hai made his choice. The next moment, his vision blurred, and he found himself standing amidst a vast grassland. This must be Africa? Surveying the vast expanse of grassland, it looked exactly like what he'd seen on TV, yet there was an indescribable difference. He took a deep breath. The air carried a stifling heat, mingled with the pungent smell of animal dung. It wasn't as idyllic as described in literary works, yet it was undeniably distinct from the modern cityscape. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Hai turned his attention to the task at hand. He opened the system's navigation map. The designated delivery location was still several kilometers away. Jiang Hai gazed in that direction and could already make out a cluster of buildings. That was a military camp in Salam. Of course, Jiang Hai wouldn't go there directly. This shipment was no ordinary cargo: 10 helicopters and 50 tanks. If he were to unload it at the military camp, Jiang Hai would have no way to explain it. With a wave of his hand, in the blink of an eye, massive objects began appearing around Jiang Hai. Helicopters and tanks filled the once open grassland around him to capacity. Jiang Hai nodded with satisfaction, then pulled out his phone and dialed Salam's number. Hello? Chief, our company has delivered the goods. You can send someone to receive them now. As soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, silence fell on the other end of the line. He could even hear heavy breathing. After a long pause, Salam's voice finally came through. You mean your company has already delivered the goods? How is that possible? It's only been 10 minutes since the order was placed. Salam clearly didn't believe Jiang Hai. He thought Jiang Hai was pulling his leg. Jiang Hai wasn't surprised by Salam's reaction. Tilting his head slightly, he explained, to be precise, the goods haven't actually been delivered to your designated camp yet. However, these goods are highly specialized, so our company could only place them right next to your camp. We'll wait for your subordinates to come and receive them. Chapter 22, turns out they were rebels. Not long after the call ended, a helicopter approached from the distance. Jiang Hai showed no fear, climbing onto a tank and waving up at the sky. The helicopter had intended to land directly, but after circling several times, it couldn't find a suitable landing spot. It had no choice but to land farther away. From a distance, Jiang Hai watched as 5 heavily armed, muscular men descended first. They circled the helicopter, establishing security before a rotund African man emerged, almost tumbling out of the aircraft. Under Africa's blinding sun, the man practically glowed gold, adorned head to toe in various gold accessories. It was as if he feared others wouldn't recognize his wealth. He might as well have had the words "Big Spender" engraved on a gold plaque and pinned to his forehead. Holy crap! Seriously, this is all real? The big, dark-skinned man stared in utter astonishment at the aircraft and tanks scattered across the ground, as if witnessing some kind of miracle. From the voice, Jiang Hai knew this must be the chieftain himself, Salam. Jiang Hai smiled as he stepped forward to greet him, startling Salam in turn. The burly black men, guns drawn, charged toward him. Hold your horses. I'm here to deliver the goods. Jiang Hai quickly raised his hands, smiling as he explained his identity. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Salam also raised his hand to halt the burly men, then eyed Jiang Hai suspiciously. Of course, in his eyes, Jiang Hai was now a tall, muscular black man, flashing a mouthful of pearly white teeth and grinning foolishly at him. You are one of Da Hai Wuliang's men? Salam naturally didn't believe this man was the arms dealer he'd just spoken to on the phone. After all, only a few minutes had passed. There was no way the other person could have appeared in Africa, let alone right in front of him. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile. I'm the company's delivery man. Following orders from above, I've brought the goods. You can check it, it's all brand new. As he spoke, Jiang Hai gestured with his thumb toward the aircraft and tanks behind him. Salam instinctively turned his gaze toward the aircraft and tanks, swallowing hard. How did your company manage this? Is this magic? Jiang Hai offered no explanation for Salam's astonishment, merely offering a faint smile. This attitude only deepened Salam's sense of Jiang Hai's profound mystery. He glanced at Jiang Hai, then back at the aircraft tanks, and decided not to press further. But this inspection. He seemed to have rushed over with nothing but bodyguards, not a single professional in sight. If it were anything else, the great Salam monarch wouldn't care about the money. But these planes and tanks? They're worth 4 billion. If anything went wrong, even with his vast wealth, Salam would feel the pinch. As if sensing Salam's predicament, Jiang Hai smiled faintly and said, Your Highness, I have time. You can bring in professionals to inspect it. Oh, that's wonderful. I'll get someone right away. Jiang Hai's words eased Salam's awkwardness. He nodded repeatedly, then turned and signaled to his bodyguards behind him. After making the arrangements, Salam walked toward the aircraft and tanks with a look of amazement on his face. He ran his hands over them, tapped them here and there, and finally climbed into one of the aircraft. After sitting for just a moment, he pursed his lips and declared, This thing is uncomfortable. It's nowhere near as good as my own aircraft. Jiang Hai chuckled, Your Highness, these are military aircraft, practicality is their priority. Yeah, I know that. Salam didn't seem embarrassed. Muttering a few more words, he continued strolling among the aircraft and tanks, swaying his head from side to side. Salam's men worked efficiently, and soon another convoy raced toward the camp. The men disembarking were all uniformed soldiers. Compared to Salam, the nouveau riche, these soldiers were professionals. After a quick inspection of the aircraft and tanks, an officer stepped forward and saluted Salam. Your Majesty. Everything has been inspected. All systems are clear. Truthfully, Salam had already known from Jiang Hai's demeanor that these aircraft and tanks should be in good condition. But upon hearing his subordinate's report, Salam couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Good. Drive them all back to the camp. Ha! With these assets, who would dare underestimate our great kingdom of Niamia? The founding of Niamia is imminent. Salam roared with laughter, and the soldiers and bodyguards around him offered their devout blessings, shouting in unison. Long live Niamia! Long live King Salam! Seeing the crowd before him, Jiang Hai's cheek muscles twitched uncontrollably. No wonder he'd never heard of any kingdom of Niamia before. Turns out this country hadn't even been established yet. Jiang Hai finally understood, Salam must be plotting rebellion to establish a new nation. The people before him were nothing but a band of rebels. Realizing this, a complex mix of emotions stirred within him. Why was it that everyone he did business with turned out to be either terrorists or rebels? It made him feel like he wasn't exactly a saint himself. Ah, right. The goods are fine. I'll have the money transferred to your company right now. Thank you, Your Highness. Long live the kingdom of Niamia. Long live King Salam. Jiang Hai immediately offered his most sincere blessings and flattery. Who cares if they're rebels? As long as they pay, they're the best customers. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales transaction. Settlement now commences. Host has achieved a transaction value of 4.2 billion Huaxia currency. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 10% commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 1.095 billion Huaxia currency. Hearing the system's notification chime, Jiang Hai's eyes nearly crinkled into slits with delight. Not long ago, he'd just hit one small goal, and now it had multiplied into 10. This arms dealing business really is lucrative. To put it simply, the money-making potential is limitless. Sir, now that the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. I hope we can do more business together in the future. With the deal done, Jiang Hai naturally prepared to bow out. Ah, no need to rush. No need to rush. Now that you've come to my domain, how could I let you leave so easily? Come to my palace. Let me properly entertain you. Though spending over 4 billion in one go stunned Salam's wallet. But acquiring so many planes and tanks significantly bolstered his future ambitions to establish a nation, leaving Salam thoroughly delighted. He grabbed Jiang Hai's arm and pulled him toward his private jet. Faced with Salam's fervent hospitality, Jiang Hai couldn't refuse. Besides, he was genuinely curious to see what kind of palace the other man was talking about. After exchanging a few polite words, he boarded the aircraft alongside Salam. However, the aircraft didn't head toward the camp. Instead, it turned around and flew in another direction. Truth be told, this was the first time in his life that Jiang Hai had ever boarded an aircraft, let alone a helicopter. This filled him with curiosity and excitement. He found himself thinking, maybe I should buy a helicopter myself when I get back? Chapter 23, Sudden Hostility. Bro! Look! Look! From here to there, it's all my territory. That whole stretch over there? My hunting grounds. The weather's pretty nice today. How about we head to the hunting grounds later? Seated in the helicopter, Salam pointed at the vast grasslands below, chatting loudly with Jiang Hai, his words dripping with pride. Jiang Hai simply maintained a smile, nodding constantly. At first, Jiang Hai had thought Salam was just a dog-loving nouveau riche, but now he didn't think so anymore. In their 20-minute conversation, beyond the bragging, Salam had subtly probed about Jiang Hai's cargo supply channels. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. Now on guard, Jiang Hai wouldn't fall for it. Besides, he had nothing substantial to reveal anyway. After all, the whole story about the arms company and shipping channels was pure fiction. Bro! Look! Look! That's my palace. Welcome to my royal palace. Though he hadn't gleaned any useful information, Salam still pointed excitedly at the sprawling complex below. Jiang Hai glanced down and couldn't help but curve his lips upward. This thing and you call it a palace? It was a structure covering roughly 1,000 square meters. It was about 6 stories tall, with earth-toned exterior walls featuring over a dozen windows. The entire structure was square and boxy. Sitting on the grassland, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a prison. And they have the nerve to call such an ugly structure a palace? Any random palace in China would be more majestic than this. Jiang Hai inwardly scoffed at the other's taste, but kept his smile in place. Just then, the aircraft began its gradual descent, coming to rest on the palace roof. Following Salam off the aircraft, Jiang Hai first glanced around. A squad of soldiers had been stationed on the rooftop long before their arrival. Spotting Salam step down, they immediately snapped to attention and saluted him. Salam, head held high, placed his hand beside his own head and waved it casually. He then turned to Jiang Hai and gave him a nod. Come on, brother. I've arranged a grand feast. Let's head down and enjoy ourselves. Despite Salam's invitation, Jiang Hai didn't immediately start walking. His gaze swept over the soldiers. Noticing Jiang Hai's hesitation, Salam looked at him with puzzlement and asked, Brother, what's wrong? Chief, are these soldiers your men? Ha? What do you mean? Them? Of course they're my men. Salam couldn't grasp what Jiang Hai meant, finding his behavior somewhat peculiar. But Jiang Hai didn't alter his stance because of Salam's response. His gaze swept over the soldiers, his eyes brimming with wariness. The reason for this was that just moments ago, the system had emitted a notification sound in his mind. Ding! Host environment detected, high levels of hostile sentiment. Host's life safety is under threat. Please take precautionary measures. Following the alert, a translucent map instantly materialized before Jiang Hai's eyes. A few scattered green dots appeared at the center, representing Jiang Hai, Salam, and the people on the plane. And surrounding them nothing but hostile red dots. This was the first time Jiang Hai had realized the system possessed such functionality. Jiang Hai trusted the system implicitly, so the soldiers represented by those surrounding red dots were undoubtedly hostile. Even as he spoke with Salam, the soldiers who had just moments before shown respect towards Salam now turned menacing, their expressions darkening one by one. Jiang Hai immediately sensed trouble and instinctively grabbed Salam, shoving him back into the helicopter. Salam's massive frame would have been impossible to move without Jiang Hai's powerful puppet body. Jiang Hai's sudden action stunned the surrounding soldiers. But in the next instant, they snapped to attention, raising their guns and opening fire at Jiang Hai and Salam. Jiang Hai reacted swiftly, diving into the helicopter and landing directly on top of Salam. Immediately, a clattering sound filled the air as countless bullets struck the helicopter's fuselage, sending sparks flying in a continuous chain. What's happening? What's happening? Don't shoot! Stop! Stop! The sudden attack left Salam stunned. He instinctively shouted loudly, even trying to get up to stop the firing soldiers. Get down! You want to die? Jiang Hai grabbed him by the collar and pinned him down with all his strength. He lifted his head and glanced inside the cabin. Most of the bodyguards who had been with Salam had stayed behind to assist. Now, besides Jiang Hai and Salam, only the pilot and 2 bodyguards remained on the plane. The sudden hail of gunfire had already killed the pilot. Of the 2 remaining bodyguards, one had also been shot and was wailing in agony. The last bodyguard lay curled up in the cabin, head tucked between his knees like the others, too terrified to even lift his gaze. This situation looked like a dead end. Or maybe they should just make a run for it? After regaining his composure, Jiang Hai felt less afraid. All he had to do was tell the system, and he could leave this place immediately. Even if hit, it would be this puppet body that died. Precisely because there was no risk to his life, Jiang Hai felt less afraid. He wasn't even planning to leave immediately. Given the current situation, if he left now, Salam would surely be doomed. He had worked so hard to secure this new client. Was he really going to lose it just like that? Hide inside and don't move a muscle. Resolved to take a chance, Jiang Hai dragged Salam's rotund body deeper into the cabin. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, a metal box materialized inside the cabin. Salam had finally grasped his perilous situation. Terrified, he cowered in the cabin, clutching his head and trembling too violently to look up. Naturally, he didn't notice the metal box materializing out of thin air. Jiang Hai quickly opened the box, revealing the individual combat gear he'd purchased from the system last time. Swiftly donning the gear, Jiang Hai felt considerably more secure. Tap! By then, the gunfire outside had subsided. The soldiers must have emptied their magazines and were reloading. Seizing the moment, Jiang Hai leaped out of the aircraft cabin. Without needing to aim, the weapon's auto-targeting system activated. The rifle lifted automatically, and as Jiang Hai pulled the trigger, a burst of sparks erupted from the muzzle. 2 soldiers simultaneously erupted in splashes of blood, screaming as they collapsed to the ground. Landing, Jiang Hai rolled on the ground. But before he could stand up, gunfire erupted again around him. The remaining soldiers had reloaded and were firing at him. However, Jiang Hai's shield activated instantly, swirling around him and deflecting every single bullet. Over 100 bullets fired at Jiang Hai, yet not a single one struck him. Under the soldiers' stunned, almost demon-like stares, Jiang Hai lifted his head, revealing a smiling face behind the shield. Now, it's my turn to perform. Chapter 24, The Rebels Revolt. Gunfire echoed relentlessly across the helipad atop the ugly palace roof. They had expected a one-sided slaughter, but the soldiers never imagined such a killing machine would emerge. Their bullets failed to land a single hit, while the enemy's random shots struck them with deadly accuracy. Within mere minutes, most of the soldiers lay fallen. The remaining 5 or 6 soldiers dared not stand and fire any longer. They scrambled to the side, each scrambling for cover. Fortunately, boxes were piled on the rooftop, providing them with cover. Seeing one man send over 10 opponents fleeing in panic, Jiang Hai couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. His gear wasn't invincible, though. If the enemy's firepower had been intense, the shield wouldn't have been able to block all those bullets in time. But these soldiers clearly hadn't received any military training. Not only were their marksmanship skills abysmal, they also lacked any sense of discipline, turning what should have been a sure victory into this mess. Seeing that the immediate danger had passed, Jiang Hai crouched low and slipped back into the cabin. First, he glanced at Salam, who was still cowering with his head in his hands, trembling. Then, he turned his gaze toward the two bodyguards. Jiang Hai's performance had been witnessed by both bodyguards, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. They had never seen such a skilled marksman before. Now, as he returned to the cabin, their gazes toward him were filled with nothing but admiration. "You two, can you still move? If you can, cooperate with me and take out all the enemies outside." Although his equipment assisted his aim, Jiang Hai's bullets couldn't bend around corners. If the enemy hid, he couldn't do anything about it. But with backup, he was confident he could take out every last soldier. The two bodyguards hesitated for a moment before quickly nodding in agreement. Unlike those soldiers, these bodyguards were professionals, highly paid mercenaries hired by Salam from outside. Truthfully, had the situation not erupted so suddenly, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Now, with Jiang Hai leading the charge, they had regained their composure and were determined to prove themselves, restoring their dignity as bodyguards. The two bodyguards swiftly drew their pistols. The one with the wounded arm even grabbed the driver's jacket nearby for a makeshift bandage. Seeing they were ready, Jiang Hai gave a firm nod and charged forward. Tap! The moment Jiang Hai appeared, a volley of gunfire erupted outside. The soldiers who had previously cowered in fear also regained their composure, readying themselves for combat once more. But their bullets still failed to hit Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai rolled on the ground, simultaneously aiming his spear. With a sharp crack, a single shot struck a soldier squarely in the forehead. Jiang Hai's shot seemed like a signal. Two bodyguards darted out swiftly, firing as they took cover beneath the aircraft. Unlike Jiang Hai, they didn't have shields to automatically deflect bullets. But their combat training was sufficient to handle this situation. With the bodyguard's support, Jiang Hai began charging toward the enemy at breakneck speed. Relying on his shield's protection, he practically charged forward through the hail of bullets. With the bodyguards drawing fire from other directions, he covered several strides in seconds, reaching a crate. He rolled on the spot, then raised his gun and fired. The two soldiers hiding behind the crate collapsed instantly. Seeing Jiang Hai eliminate another comrade, the remaining three soldiers were startled. In the next instant, they made a wise decision. Dropped their weapons and surrendered. Don't shoot. We surrender. We surrender. The three soldiers proactively dropped their weapons and shouted loudly, yet dared not expose themselves immediately. What if the enemy refused their surrender? Jiang Hai had no intention of exterminating them. Seeing their weapons discarded, he quickly rose to his feet, keeping his gun pointed at the three soldiers while turning to signal his two bodyguards. The bodyguards instantly understood his intent and swiftly moved forward to bind the three surrendered soldiers. Only after confirming everything was secure did Jiang Hai breathe a sigh of relief. He strode over to the plane and couldn't help but smile at the sight of Salam still trembling inside the cabin. "Your Highness, you may come out now. The danger outside has been neutralized." "Your Highness? Your Highness, it's truly safe outside now. Come out." Jiang Hai called out several times before Salam finally stopped trembling. He cautiously lifted his head and glanced sideways at Jiang Hai. Really? It's safe?" Salam's current demeanor bore no trace of his earlier spirited confidence. Jiang Hai didn't have time to mock him. He nodded and said, "Rest assured, the enemies outside have been eliminated. However, there are likely still many enemies inside the palace. We alone cannot eliminate them all. Chief, we need reinforcements." Jiang Hai wasn't deceiving Salam. The system's alerts showed numerous red dots still surrounding them. This meant there were still many enemies nearby, at least several hundred. Even with his equipment, Jiang Hai couldn't possibly take down hundreds of enemies single-handedly. Therefore, to rescue Salam, they must seek assistance. And here, the only one who could find reinforcements in the shortest time was Salam. Salam wasn't entirely useless. After regaining his composure, he immediately made several calls. As Salam had said, this entire area was his territory, so securing reinforcements proved relatively straightforward. After hanging up the last call, Salam let out a long sigh of relief and told Jiang Hai, "It's all set. The nearest reinforcements will arrive within 10 minutes. That was pretty efficient. Jiang Hai breathed a sigh of relief as well. This meant Salam was essentially safe. But then, Jiang Hai's expression turned extremely peculiar. Salam's sudden ambush meant someone had betrayed him. But the problem was, Salam himself was a rebel. Being a rebel only to be betrayed in turn, how ironic. Jiang Hai turned his head and looked at the three surrendered soldiers. He said to Salam, "There are still 3 survivors over there. Why don't you interrogate them yourself?" At these words, Salam's expression darkened. This was Salam's palace, yet he had nearly been shot dead here. It felt like a brutal slap in the face. Moreover, he knew full well that the sudden defection of these soldiers who should have sworn allegiance to him meant something was amiss. He must personally interrogate them to uncover the truth. Who dared betray him? The interrogation proceeded swiftly. Those 3 soldiers weren't tough nuts to crack at all. After just a few threats from Salam, they obediently spilled the entire story. And Salam got the name he wanted. It was also the name he least wanted to hear. Salam's own nephew, Umaswell. Chapter 25, Refusing the Chieftain's Kindness. That damned, stinking piece of trash. Had he forgotten who had plucked him from the tribe's death row? Had he forgotten who paid for his university education? Who transformed him from a filthy, lowly slave into a man of high standing? How dare he betray me? Betray his own uncle? On the tarmac, upon learning the name of the mastermind behind it all, Salam roared with fury. Jiang Hai stood silently by. Having witnessed countless palace intrigues throughout China's millennia-long history, the feud between Salam and his nephew Yumaswel was as simple as could be. Salam's chieftain position was inherited by bloodline. With no heir yet, if he died now, Yumaswel would naturally succeed him. Yet Salam had never shown any intention of handing the chieftaincy to Yumaswel, while simultaneously working tirelessly day and night to produce an heir. Thus, everything fell into place. Even if it meant launching a rebellion, Wumasiwi was determined to seize Salam's chieftaincy. However, Yumaswel was ultimately only Salam's nephew. The forces he commanded were insufficient for a direct rebellion. He could only rally a small faction of Salam's soldiers and seize a specific moment to assassinate him. Once Salam was dead, as his sole blood relative, he would ascend to the chieftaincy without dispute. Originally, Umo Swire had no intention of acting so soon. But when Salam suddenly departed the palace with his personal guard of trusted bodyguards, this made Yumaswel realize the optimal moment had arrived. Acting in Salam's name, he redeployed the palace guards still loyal to Salam and summoned the soldiers who had already defected into the palace, setting up this ambush. Of course, Yumaswel dared not deploy too many men for the ambush on the helipad, lest Salam detect something amiss. What Wumasiwi hadn't anticipated was that this seemingly foolproof ambush would be complicated by the unexpected variable of Jiang Hai. How Salam would punish his own nephew was no longer Jiang Hai's concern. Spotting hundreds of pickup trucks speeding toward the palace gates, Jiang Hai knew Salam was finally safe. Your Highness, I believe my presence is no longer required here. Jiang Hai nodded to Salam and took his leave. After venting his frustration, Salam's complexion had visibly improved, and his gaze toward Jiang Hai brimmed with gratitude. My dear brother. You saved my life. I truly don't know how to repay you. Stay. I will grant you boundless wealth and status. Here, your power will be equal to mine. Salam's offer held no appeal for Jiang Hai. The thought of being surrounded by nothing but big, dark figures left him utterly uninterested, even in the face of boundless riches and prestige. I'm deeply grateful for your generosity, but as an employee of the company, I have my own responsibilities. I'm sorry, but I must decline your kind offer. Salam stared at Jiang Hai in utter bewilderment, eyes wide and arms flailing. Why? At your company, you're just a delivery guy, working hard. But if you stay, you can do whatever you want every day. Here, you'd be above everyone else. Jiang Hai remained unmoved by Salam's invitation, merely offering a faint smile and spreading his hands in resignation. Seeing Jiang Hai's reaction, Salam fell silent. He knew he couldn't persuade him. After a moment's hesitation, Salam spoke, At least tell me your name, brother. I can't possibly not know the name of the man who saved my life. My name is Jiang Hai. After a slight pause, Jiang Hai smiled and revealed his true name. Not only that, he commanded the system to actively remove the puppet's disguise, transforming it into his own likeness. Though Salam was a rough-and-tumble sort, he had his own subtle thoughts. But Jiang Hai felt he was genuinely sincere toward him. Besides, even if Salam exposed him later, who would believe an ordinary Chinese programmer could instantly appear on the African savannah thousands of miles away? Everyone would simply dismiss it as Salam's wild fabrications. Jiang Hai's miraculous transformation had genuinely startled Salam. But upon considering the man's capabilities, Salam quickly dismissed it, attributing it to some high-tech method possessed by his company. I have to say, your company is really impressive. Jiang Hai? Got it, I'll remember you. Salam repeated Jiang Hai's name, then grinned and gave him a bear hug. Brother, I'll repay this favor today. No one, absolutely no one, can save the great King Salam and walk away without a reward. You can never refuse the great King Salam. What an interesting fellow. Back in his own room, Jiang Hai recalled Salam's parting words and couldn't help but chuckle. When first encountering this big, dark-skinned, rotund man named Salam, it was indeed hard to feel any affection. But after spending time with him, one would discover he was actually quite easy to understand. At least being around him wasn't exhausting. It was perfect timing to start more business deals with him. Having another chieftain as a friend felt pretty good. Oh, right. This trip's rewards weren't just the friendship of a chieftain. Jiang Hai suddenly remembered something, immediately rubbing his hands together with excitement, his eyes sparkling. Opening his online banking account on the computer, he watched the balance figure jump up another digit. Jiang Hai's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Rich. Rich. So much money, how am I ever going to spend it all? Oh yeah. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Hai couldn't sit still. He jumped up and started darting around the room. After a full 10 minutes of wild excitement, he finally collapsed onto his bed, gasping for breath. As his emotions gradually cooled, Jiang Hai began seriously contemplating his next steps. First off, there was no way he was going back to work. With $1 billion in his hands, even if he stopped trading right now, he'd already achieved financial freedom. He could just lie back and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Why bother working so hard to earn money? He'd resign from the company in a couple of days. With his mind made up, Jiang Hai made his decision. Ever since acquiring this system, he'd taken personal leave from work and hadn't shown up once. Quitting altogether and focusing solely on his arms business sounded like a good plan. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Jiang Hai picked up the phone and froze in surprise. The caller was none other than his immediate supervisor at the company. Just as he was contemplating resignation, the other party called. How unfortunate. After regaining his composure, Jiang Hai immediately answered the call. After a few exchanges, Jiang Hai learned that the company had received an urgent project and was short-staffed. His boss was calling to ask if Jiang Hai could return to work. After a moment's thought, Jiang Hai agreed. Seizing the moment, he decided to head to the office to lend a hand and then resign on the spot. It would finally wrap up one matter. Chapter 26, Resignation. Zhan. Send over last quarter's data. Ricky. That report I asked you to do yesterday, why isn't it done yet? Get moving. Everyone, hurry up. Don't hold anyone back. Got it? The vast office buzzed with noise as everyone bustled about. Jiang Hai, emerging from the elevator, couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion at the sight. Without the system, he'd probably be right there among them, bustling about like everyone else, wouldn't he? After a moment of reflection, Jiang Hai spotted a familiar figure in the office area. He smiled and walked straight over to greet her. Sister Feng. I'm here. The tall figure turned around, revealing a young woman in her mid-20s. She wore a light gray business skirt suit, her long legs encased in black stockings, and blue high heels on her feet. Her long hair was gathered into a bun at the nape of her neck, secured with a deep red silk scarf. Her face was beautiful, adorned with delicate, understated makeup. Her eyes were slender, her nose bridge high, the only flaw perhaps being her slightly wide mouth. But this did little to detract from her beauty. If anything, it lent her an air of maturity. Feng Li, manager of the company's IT department, was also Jiang Hai's direct supervisor. In reality, Feng Li was only about 3 years older than Jiang Hai, but she had several more years of work experience. Rumor had it that Feng Li had excelled academically, skipping several grades along the way, which allowed her to graduate years earlier than most. It was precisely because of her capabilities that Feng Li was promoted to manager of the IT department at such a young age. Despite being his direct supervisor, Feng Li showed particular care toward her programmers, especially interns like Jiang Hai who were just starting out in the workforce. For instance, when Jiang Hai took several months of unexplained personal leave, Feng Li never made things difficult for him. She didn't even ask a single question. This time, it was only because they were short-staffed and overwhelmed that Feng Li had called Jiang Hai. Hearing Jiang Hai's greeting, Feng Li turned around, her face clearly showing signs of fatigue, yet she still managed to smile. John's here. Great. Quick, get to your workstation. Kick those programs out. The client's in a rush. Got it. He had originally intended to resign upon returning to the company, but out of gratitude for Feng Li's past kindness, Jiang Hai didn't refuse. He went straight to his workstation, booted up his computer, and got to work with a flurry of keystrokes. Today, Jiang Hai first visited the Edition region, then spent several hours working on the African grasslands. Since he used avatars for all these tasks, he wasn't tired at all. Now that he was back at work, he felt full of energy. In just over 3 hours, he finished the task Feng Li had assigned him. Sis Feng. I'm done here. I've sent the program to your email. Jiang Hai called out without turning his head. Normally, Feng Li would respond immediately, but today there was no sound at all. Jiang Hai found this odd. It wasn't like her at all. He turned to look and saw that the door to Feng Li's office was closed, indicating she wasn't in her office. Hey, where's Sister Feng? Jiang Hai grew even more puzzled. With the information department so swamped with tasks right now, Feng Li shouldn't be wandering off. The colleague he asked turned to look as well, then shook his head repeatedly. No idea. Maybe she went to the restroom? Jiang Hai frowned slightly but didn't press further. His current tasks were finished, and if Feng Li didn't assign him new work, he'd have nothing to do. Then he'd head straight to HR to hand in his resignation letter. After waiting another 10 minutes with no sign of Feng Li, Jiang Hai decided he'd had enough. He gave a light tap to the colleagues on either side, pulled out the resignation letter he'd prepared earlier, and headed upstairs to HR. The HR department was directly above the IT department, so Jiang Hai didn't take the elevator. He simply turned the corner and walked into the stairwell. I know, don't worry, I'll figure something out. The moment he stepped into the stairwell, Jiang Hai froze. He heard Feng Li's voice, but it wasn't the usual confident, capable tone. Her voice now carried a faint undertone of despair and helplessness, as if she had lost all hope. Just as Jiang Hai hesitated whether to leave the stairwell, Feng Li seemed to hear the movement and appeared before him. Ah! It's Xiao Jiang. She still held her phone, but the screen showed the call had been disconnected. Though she forced a smile, Jiang Hai could still see the slight redness and swelling around her eyes, and the tear stains lingering on her face. Sister Fong, did something happen? Had they not run into each other, Jiang Hai might have pretended ignorance. But now that they'd met, both courtesy and common sense demanded he ask. Nothing. It's nothing. Fong Li's smile felt forced. After a perfunctory reply, she lowered her head and walked away from Jiang Hai. Though he didn't know what trouble Fong Li had encountered, since she chose not to say, Jiang Hai naturally wouldn't pry. He submitted his resignation letter to HR, though this didn't mean he'd actually quit yet. After all, this was a proper company, and leaving required a lot of paperwork. But the rest of the process was no longer Jiang Hai's concern. After all, he's simply resigning. Since he won't be joining another company afterward, there's naturally no need for social insurance transfers or similar procedures. Sister Fong. Xiao Jiang. I've reviewed the program you wrote. It's fantastic. Thank goodness you came to help, otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have finished today. Back in Fong Li's office, she had shed her earlier demeanor from the stairwell, reverting to her usual sharp, capable white-collar professional persona. Sorry about that. You had already taken leave, yet I still called you into work. You were on personal leave, right? I hope I didn't interfere with your plans? My tasks here are mostly wrapped up. You should go handle your personal matters first. Fong Li gave Jiang Hai a warm smile and a nod, signaling he could leave. But Jiang Hai didn't leave immediately. He paused for a moment before saying to Fong Li, Sis Fong, I just went to HR and completed my resignation procedures. Resign? Fong Li was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise at Jiang Hai's words. Jiang, did something happen? Why are you suddenly resigning? Fong Li's words carried genuine concern for Jiang Hai, and he felt a warm surge in his heart. But he couldn't tell Fong Li the truth, much less reveal that he was now a billionaire. Well, there are some family matters. I just can't keep working here anymore. Fong Li was no fool. She could tell Jiang Hai wasn't being entirely honest. Yet she couldn't press him further. After a moment's hesitation, she sighed and said, All right. Everyone has their own path. Since you've made your decision, I won't stand in your way. Jiang Hai had already submitted his resignation letter to HR. Even if Fong Li wanted to keep him, there was nothing she could do. She stood up, extended her hand to Jiang Hai, and said, Wishing you a bright future ahead. Smooth sailing. Chapter 27, The Wealthy and Powerful President. Thank you, Sister Fong. I'll take your good wishes to heart. Fong Li had always looked out for him, and Jiang Hai was genuinely grateful. He smiled and shook her hand. Boom! A sudden deafening explosion. At the same time, Jiang Hai distinctly felt the surroundings begin to shake violently. Almost instinctively, Jiang Hai grabbed Fong Li's hand, yanked her forcefully into his embrace, wrapped his other arm around her body, and crouched down to the ground. It wasn't that Jiang Hai reacted particularly quickly. He was just an ordinary person who had experienced a few battlefields. These were simply natural reflexes. The next moment, shrieks and cries of alarm erupted outside the office. Clearly, the company colleagues had been startled. Fong Li, cradled in Jiang Hai's arms, was equally terrified, her face drained of color. What's going on? What happened? Is it an earthquake? Jiang Hai didn't answer, because that deafening boom had clearly been the sound of an explosion. But this was the magic city of China. This isn't Prince Port in Hispania. How could someone detonate a bomb here? Sister Fong, you. Oh no. Oh no. It's the chairman. The chairman's been blown up. Jiang Hai was about to lower his head to comfort Fong Li when another startled cry erupted outside, immediately followed by a wave of commotion. The chairman was blown up? The statement sounded almost comical. But considering the recent explosion, Jiang Hai found nothing amusing about it. He quickly pulled Fong Li up and, after confirming there was no danger outside, hurried out of the office. Outside was now a complete mess. The tremor from the explosion had sent rows of desks into disarray. As for the colleagues, they were all panicked and bewildered, none of them knowing what had happened. Jiang Hai frowned deeply, hesitating not a moment as he scooped Fong Li up and dashed toward the stairwell. Whether more explosions would follow or not, getting out of the building immediately was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Shortly after Jiang Hai and Fong Li left, the colleagues finally snapped out of their daze and swarmed toward the stairwell. Of course, Jiang Hai and Fong Li were among the first to escape the building. Outside the building, a crowd had already gathered, everyone looking up in shock. Jiang Hai instinctively turned his head back toward the building. He saw thick smoke billowing from a row of windows high up in the structure. Clearly, the fire inside was intense. That's the chairman's office. Jiang Hai heard Fong Li's voice from his arms. Looking down, he saw she had regained her composure. Her face was pale, but at least she wasn't panicking. Only then did Jiang Hai realize he was still holding Fong Li. He quickly loosened his arms and helped her sit down. Sister Fong, are you okay? I'm fine, Xiao Jiang. Thank you. Fang Li shook her head gently, then lifted her gaze toward the window billowing with thick smoke, her face filled with worry. Such an incident occurring in the heart of the metropolis was unprecedented since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Police, fire trucks, and hospital ambulances all rushed to the building's base. Fortunately, the explosion hadn't caused significant casualties. Moreover, the police had swiftly uncovered the cause of the incident. It was reported that due to some financial dispute, someone had used a homemade improvised explosive device to attack the company's chairman. 4 people, including the assailant, were killed instantly in the blast, among them, of course, the company's chairman. Of course, this no longer concerned Jiang Hai in the slightest. After all, he had submitted his resignation letter just moments before. He was no longer an employee of the company, and whatever happened there was none of his concern. After offering a few words of comfort to Fang Li and cooperating with the police for a brief statement, Jiang Hai returned home on his own. Mr. Da Hai Wuliang. I need a shipment. The message to Jiang Hai came from President Proval of Hispaniola. Having been out of the company for nearly half a month, Jiang Hai, bored at home, immediately replied. No problem. Whatever His Excellency the President requires, our company will do its utmost to fulfill. The RPG launchers from last time. I need 100 sets. 100 sets? Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Proval's request. 100 launchers? That's 12 billion. And that doesn't even include the cost of the specialized ammunition. Proval just casually dropped that figure. When did Hispani become so wealthy? Could it be that Salam has possessed him? Mr. President, are you certain you want 100 sets of Starburst-type multi-shot RPG launchers? Without the custom shells, that comes to 1.2 billion Huaxia currency? Jiang Hai couldn't help but interject, but Proval answered with unwavering certainty. No problem. 100 sets it is. Oh, and I'll need 2,000 custom shells too. 2,000 rounds? Another billion? Has Hispani struck gold or something? This lavish spending rivals even Salam's. Jiang Hai couldn't help but mutter under his breath. But with business coming to him, Jiang Hai had no reason to refuse. Jiang Hai immediately gave his reply. No problem. Our company will take this deal. Your Excellency, where would you like this shipment delivered? Jiang Hai accepted the deal, and Proval promptly sent over an address. The next moment, the system responded, acknowledging the transaction. Ding. Detecting host receiving business. Locating host. Please select delivery method. 1. Host delivers personally. 2. Host controls puppet for delivery. Please select. 2. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Jiang Hai found himself surrounded by a lush forest. Glancing around at his surroundings, Jiang Hai immediately activated the system's navigation map. According to the navigation display, Jiang Hai was still about 1 kilometer away from the delivery location. This delivery destination was a military warehouse located in the outskirts of another city in Hispania. Delivering arms to a military warehouse was indeed the most logical choice. In comparison, the delivery locations for Jiang Hai's previous transactions were downright bizarre. However, Jiang Hai had no intention of heading directly to that military warehouse. Last time, the launcher and shells combined could fit into a single metal box. But this time, Proval wanted so many that even with the launcher and shells being compact, it would still require over 10 metal boxes. Jiang Hai couldn't very well show up at someone else's military warehouse and conjure up 10 metal boxes out of thin air, could he? Considering the decent concealment of this small grove, Jiang Hai decided to summon all the goods right here and send a message to Proval. Your Excellency, the goods have been delivered. This is the pickup location. Please send someone to collect them. Didn't you deliver the goods to the designated location? No sooner had Jiang Hai sent the coordinates than Proval responded with confusion. Jiang Hai calmly explained, Your Excellency, this shipment is rather large, so we could only deliver it to this location. It's not far from the designated location, so we kindly request Your Excellency's cooperation. Chapter 28, Set Up. Could you please have the delivery person bring the goods to the designated location? After a brief pause, Proval reiterated his request. This request, however, struck Jiang Hai as odd. He glanced back at the large metal box behind him, shook his head, and sent a message. I'm sorry, Mr. President. The goods have already been delivered, there's no way to change it. Alternatively, should I have the delivery crew bring the goods back and reschedule for next time? No sooner had Jiang Hai sent his message than Proval's reply arrived within seconds. No. No need. No need. I'll arrange for someone to receive it here. Please have your delivery personnel wait a moment. My people will be there shortly. Jiang Hai frowned slightly upon reading the message. For some reason, he felt Proval's attitude was a bit odd. He didn't dwell on it, though. Setting his phone aside, he sat down on a large rock nearby and waited for the other party to collect the goods. This time, Proval didn't break his word. Within 10 minutes, the rumble of engines echoed from beyond the trees. Jiang Hai looked into the distance and could vaguely make out a convoy parked at the edge of the woods. This must be the people Praval sent, right? Soon, a squad of soldiers armed with rifles entered the small forest and quickly located Jiang Hai's position. This wasn't difficult, as several large metal crates stood beside him. Are you the delivery man? The lead black soldier stepped forward, glanced at the large metal boxes beside Jiang Hai, then barked a question at him with a stern expression. Jiang Hai didn't mind their attitude. He spread his hands, pointed at the crates, and said, "You can inspect the goods now." "All right." The black soldier nodded, then made a gesture. The other soldiers immediately headed toward the crates. Seeing this, Jiang Hai picked up his phone, about to send a message to Praval. Just then, as the soldiers passed by him, they suddenly spun around. Several large hands simultaneously grabbed Jiang Hai. Before he could react, they held him tight. Then, with a forceful tug, he was slammed onto the ground. "Ah!" Jiang Hai cried out in pain as the soldiers swarmed over him, all piling on top. In an instant, his arms, legs, and even his head were pinned to the ground, leaving him utterly immobilized. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me go! Let me go!" Jiang Hai, both shocked and furious, ignored the dirt smothering his mouth and bellowed in rage. But the soldiers paid no heed to his furious shouts, showing no intention of releasing him. The lead black soldier raised his rifle, pressing the muzzle against Jiang Hai's head as he barked the demand, "Where are your accomplices? How did you transport the weapons here? Where is your weapons cache? Speak up." The cold touch of the muzzle against his forehead ironically brought a strange calm over Jiang Hai. Recalling Praval's strange behavior earlier, Jiang Hai instantly realized this must all be Praval's doing. The other party not only wanted to seize this shipment but also sought to uncover Jiang Hai's supply channels and the origin of the arms. He drew a deep breath, inhaling dust that slid into his nose and mouth, yet he felt no discomfort. His eyes darted frantically, locked onto the black soldier. The soldier sensed something amiss in Jiang Hai's expression and tightened his grip on the rifle, the muzzle pressing so hard it nearly pierced a hole in Jiang Hai's forehead. "Don't try anything funny. You want me to put a hole in your skull?" Facing the threat, Jiang Hai merely chuckled. By now, he had regained complete composure. "Want to put a hole in my head? Go ahead. I'm actually getting a bit too comfortable in here." Everyone present, including the surrounding soldiers, was stunned by Jiang Hai's words. None of them had expected Jiang Hai to be such a fearless, unyielding tough guy. This only made things more difficult for them. Kill him for real? Absolutely not. Their mission was to capture this courier and extract valuable intelligence from him. Therefore, the courier must remain alive. After a moment's hesitation, the black soldier holstered his gun and shouted to his men on either side. "Take him away." They intended to take Jiang Hai back for brutal interrogation. Immediately, Jiang Hai was roughly lifted off the ground by several hands and bound with ropes in a most brutal manner. Though covered in mud, a faint smile played on Jiang Hai's lips as he looked at the soldiers before him with a sneer. "Wait. Aren't you going to inspect this shipment? Aren't you afraid there might be something wrong with it?" Jiang Hai's words stunned the black soldiers once more. They exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if Jiang Hai had lost his mind. Their own lives were on the line, why would they care about inspecting the weapons? The black soldier frowned deeply, quickly deciding to ignore Jiang Hai. Waving his hand, he shouted loudly, "Ignore him. Take him away. Leave a few men to guard these weapons." "Wait." Jiang Hai called out again, jerking his shoulders as if trying to shake off the heavy hands gripping him unsuccessfully. Yet Jiang Hai still lifted his head haughtily, sweeping his gaze across the surrounding soldiers before suddenly stomping his foot with force. To the black soldiers, this gesture initially seemed like nothing more than a display of Jiang Hai's incompetence and unwillingness to accept defeat. But the next moment, they sensed something was amiss. Beneath their feet, several iron boxes had materialized out of thin air. These boxes appeared as if conjured by magic, startling every soldier present. The only one who showed no surprise was Jiang Hai himself. Jiang Hai held his head high, coldly smiling at the soldiers as he slowly declared, "The deal is off. You will pay a heavy price." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Hai slowly closed his eyes. Simultaneously, the iron boxes began to violently tremble, bursting forth with dazzling white light streaming from their seams. The blinding light shattered the box's confines, exploding outward in an instant. It engulfed Jiang Hai, the surrounding soldiers, and the nearby crates filled with military supplies. Jiang Hai, his consciousness returning to his own body, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just now, trying to show off, he'd exited the puppet a split second too late. The agony of the explosion nearly knocked him unconscious. He'd been trying to show off back then, but now he realized they were all going to die anyway. What the hell was the point of showing off in front of them? Fuming with frustration, Jiang Hai plopped down into a chair, gasping for breath. This was the second time he'd experienced the sensation of near death. This feeling was truly unbearable. Being outmaneuvered by the other party only added to his foul mood. "System. Didn't you have that hostility detection feature last time? Why wasn't it activated this time?" Jiang Hai couldn't help but question the system. If the system had warned him earlier, he wouldn't have suffered such a heavy blow. Chapter 29, The Price of Betrayal. The hostility identification system only activates against actions posing a direct threat to the host's life. The other party's actions just now did not endanger the host's life, so the hostility detection system did not activate. The system's explanation instantly silenced Jiang Hai. The facts indeed bore this out. During the first transaction, the curly-haired member of the Holy War Organization acted on impulse. Before the hostility detection system could even trigger an alert, Jiang Hai was already taken out. Later, during his first visit to Prince Harbor, Filzert's men showed no hostility toward Jiang Hai. As for the Salam incident, those rebel soldiers intended to kill both Jiang Hai and Salam from the very start, which is why the hostility detection system identified them. This time, however, the soldiers' true objective was to extract the secret shipping route from Jiang Hai. They never intended to kill him from the outset. This didn't meet the criteria for the hostility detection system, so naturally, it wasn't flagged. Once he grasped this, Jiang Hai set the matter aside. The crucial question now was how to handle this situation. Faced with such a situation, Jiang Hai could have instantly withdrawn his consciousness. But he chose not to. Because if he simply walked away, it would mean handing those weapons over to the enemy for free. Although the system would still deduct the transaction amount, having been betrayed, Jiang Hai refused to let the enemy obtain those RPG launchers and shells. So while he was being subdued, Jiang Hai secretly struck a deal with the system. He purchased over a dozen bombs at internal cost price, activated them, and summoned them directly. With these explosives, Jiang Hai not only blew up the soldiers but also obliterated all the nearby weapons. Naturally, Jiang Hai's puppet body was also obliterated in the blast. But Jiang Hai no longer cared. A price tag of 20 million yuan was hardly extravagant for him. Besides, having been set up this time, he was confident the system would make it up to him. System. How does this transaction settle? Ding. Detected breach of contractual integrity by transaction counterpart. System has automatically activated transaction protection services. The transaction amount has been successfully deducted from the counterparty's account. Additionally, 300 units have been deducted from the counterparty's account as compensation. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing this sales achievement. Settlement is now underway. Host has achieved a transaction volume of 2.2 billion huaxia coins. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 10% business commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 930 million huaxia currency. The host encountered an attack from the counterparty during the transaction. The system has collected 300% economic compensation from the counterparty, totaling 6.6 billion huaxia currency. This fee will be directly deducted from the counterparty's account. Please verify receipt, host. A series of notification tones echoed in Jiang Hai's mind. Hearing the final settlement figure, Jiang Hai's mood finally lifted slightly. So this scheme was Praval's doing? Jiang Hai pondered inwardly, utterly baffled as to why Praval would choose to stab him in the back. Although Praval had returned to his homeland, given the current situation within Hispaniola, his position as president remained precarious. Under these circumstances, why would he betray his benefactor, the one who could provide him with an endless supply of arms? And all for just 100 RPG launchers? Any rational person would never make such a choice. Unless there was some extraordinary reason forcing Praval to act this way. All right. I understand. In the vast office of the presidential palace in Hispania, Praval sat at his desk, his face grim as he hung up the phone. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. He swallowed hard before slowly lifting his head to look at the middle-aged white man sitting across from him. This was a quintessential white elite. In his 40s, he sported short blonde hair, rugged features, and a neatly trimmed mustache above his lips. He wore a gray-white suit over a black dress shirt, with a pure white tie knotted at his chest. Mr. President, it seems to be very bad news? The white man lifted his head, glancing at Praval. The corners of his mouth curved upward, carrying a hint of a smile. Yet to Praval's eyes, that smile sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. He swallowed hard again and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Mr. Felix, the soldiers dispatched to the site just now report that the entire area has been obliterated. Nothing remains. Nothing left? The white man's brow furrowed slightly, his piercing blue eyes fixed intently on Praval. Under the white man's intense gaze, Praval's forehead glistened with sweat, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yes, it's true. Seeing the other man doubt his words, Praval hurriedly explained. The entire area within 100 meters radius was obliterated. Nothing remained. TSK. What a pity. The white man uttered a regretful sound, shook his head, then continued, seems this arms company really has some capability. Knowing their people were captured, they still managed to eliminate the witnesses in time? Praval's expression darkened further upon hearing the white man's words. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Felix, you mean to say that my soldiers and that delivery man, they were all killed by the other side? Their goal was to eliminate witnesses? By the end, Praval's voice was trembling. If they could dispose of a capable deliveryman so casually, what fate awaited someone like him who had betrayed them? What methods would they use to deal with me? The mere thought of their unfathomable methods sent a chill down Praval's spine. He immediately sprang to his feet, grabbed the white man's hand, and cried out, "Mr. Felix! You must save me! Your Excellency, there's no need to worry so much." The white man smiled faintly. "You are the supreme leader of a nation. He's just an ordinary arms dealer, how could he dare harm you?" The white man's words eased Praval's expression slightly, but before long, his next remark sent tension surging back through him. "However, this man is definitely no ordinary arms dealer. Your Excellency, you must be wary of his mysterious methods." The white man's few words had already reduced Praval to trembling with fear. In the end, he could only turn to the white man for help. "Mr. Felix. We're friends, right? Then, could you help your friend out? I beg you." Seeing the white man remain silent, Praval pleaded desperately, nearly falling to his knees before him. A national president, when faced with a threat to his life, is no different from an ordinary person. Chapter 30, Military Training. Facing Praval's desperate pleas, the white man's face held only a faint smile. Seeming to know he'd delivered enough of a warning, he spoke slowly, "Rest assured. You know we're friends. So how could I stand by and watch a friend face danger? With our protection, you are safe on Blue Star. Because absolutely no one can replace our position on Blue Star." "Very good. Very good. Keep going. Don't rush to fire. Maintain your elevation. Bang! 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 Excellent!" The crisp, loud gunshots echoed across the open field. Only after receiving praise from his nearby coach did Jiang Hai remove his earplugs and goggles. Glancing at his shooting data on the electronic display beside him, he couldn't help but purse his lips, clearly not entirely satisfied. Noticing his expression, the coach seemed to read his mind and quickly offered a reassuring smile. "Don't be too hard on yourself. You've only been training for less than a month. Achieving this level of performance is already quite impressive. At least among everyone I've trained, you're among the fastest learners. But not the fastest, right?" Jiang Hai's wry reply instantly silenced the instructor, who could only mask his awkwardness with a bitter smile. Placing the pistol back on the table before him, Jiang Hai exhaled deeply before settling back onto the bench behind him. He flexed his wrists, letting the muscles relax. This was a private shooting range. China is a country with strict gun control laws. Most shooting ranges use modified firearms with restricted bullet calibers and other limitations. But for someone with a net worth approaching 20 billion, finding a place to shoot real firearms was no trouble at all. Ever since being backstabbed in Hispania, Jiang Hai had come to realize that even with the powerful puppet created by the system, he remained just an ordinary programmer. No matter how formidable the puppet's physique, paired with his consciousness, it remained fundamentally weak. Only the high-tech weapons purchased from the system gave him the illusion of strength. Thus, Jiang Hai resolved to find a place where he could undergo rigorous military training. Naturally, when it came to military training, the most suitable place was undoubtedly the Chinese military. With Jiang Hai's financial resources, entering a standard military camp for training wouldn't be a problem. But the source of his wealth was somewhat questionable, and he didn't want to provoke the Chinese military. Thus, he found this shooting range. On the surface, it was a fairly well-known club in the metropolis, using modified guns identical to those found at other shooting ranges. Yet the owner clearly possessed considerable influence. For members who paid their dues to the highest tier, experiencing real firearms and live ammunition as was happening now was entirely feasible. Jiang Hai, as a top-tier VIP member, had truly maxed out his membership. Not only could he freely access all the club's live fire facilities, but the club also provided him with a professional instructor tailored to his specific requests. It must be said, having the financial clout to do this felt pretty damn good. "Mr. Jiang, would you like to continue your shooting practice today?" The instructor approached only after Jiang Hai had rested for several minutes. Following his usual routine, Jiang Hai had already completed training with all the club's firearms today. Of course, if he wished to continue, the club would have no objection. Jiang Hai considered for a moment, then shook his head. "I think I'll call it a day with the firearms. Coach Yi, could you help me practice grappling today?" "No problem." The burly Coach Yi immediately smiled and nodded. "Then go change your clothes. I'll wait for you at the dojo." With that, Coach Yi turned and walked away. Watching Coach Yi's retreating figure, Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes. Though Jiang Hai was only a half-baked practitioner himself, he could still recognize Coach Yi's skill. He was definitely no ordinary sparring coach. The aura radiating from him was strikingly similar to that of the soldiers Jiang Hai had encountered before, and far superior to any of the Holy War Organization or the Hispanic government forces. Jiang Hai had inquired with the club about Coach Yi, only to be told he was a veteran who had retired last year. Beyond that, no further details were provided. But Jiang Hai suspected that before his discharge, Coach Yi was definitely no ordinary soldier. Individuals like Coach Yi weren't uncommon within the club, but he was clearly the most formidable among them. After an hour of intense boxing and kicking drills with Coach Yi, Jiang Hai was exhausted to the point of barely being able to move his fingers. Supported by Coach Yi, he was helped onto a massage table, lying face down as a professional masseuse worked to relax his muscles. Coach Yi remained dutifully by his side. "Mr. Jiang, you're progressing quickly, but your physical conditioning still needs to be built gradually." "Yeah, I know. No rush on the stamina. Just teach me as many techniques as you can." Jiang Hai, already feeling drowsy, hummed in response to Coach Yi's words. Physical fitness wasn't a major issue for Jiang Hai. For his deliveries, he relied entirely on system-generated puppets. Those puppets possessed peak physical capabilities, even surpassing Coach Yi's own. Thus, physical fitness wasn't the shackle holding back Jiang Hai's strength. What he truly needed were various combat techniques. Of course, Jiang Hai understood that without adequate physical stamina, those combat techniques couldn't be trained to their full potential. But at least he didn't need to subject himself to physically damaging training just to rapidly improve his endurance. Coach Yi was thoroughly satisfied with Jiang Hai's approach. After all, he had served several wealthy clients before, but few of them were as receptive to advice as Jiang Hai. As a service provider, this was Coach Yi's biggest headache. Just as Coach Yi was about to outline tomorrow's training plan, Jiang Hai's phone rang. Jiang Hai glanced at the screen but didn't answer immediately. Without Jiang Hai needing to say a word, Coach Yi and the massage therapist both sensed the hint and left the room. Coach Yi even took the extra step of closing the door for Jiang Hai. "Hey, bro. Long time no see." The moment he answered, that familiar booming voice boomed in Jiang Hai's ear. Jiang Hai smiled slightly as he sat up, replying, "Chief, it really has been a while. Have you settled things on your end?" The caller was none other than Chieftain Salam. Several months had passed since he saved Salam's life last time. During that time, Salam had contacted Jiang Hai a few times, but he'd mostly been busy cleaning up the mess left by his nephew's rebellion. Judging by the tone in Salam's voice now, however, Jiang Hai sensed these troubles must have been resolved. "Ha! Of course it's settled." Salam laughed heartily, clearly pleased with himself. Even over the phone, Jiang Hai could picture him swaying his head back and forth. Jiang Hai smiled, settling into a nearby recliner with the phone in hand. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Then congratulations are in order. His Majesty the Great King Salam." Chapter 31, The White-Collar Woman in Despair. Jiang Hai's flattery only made Salam happier, evident in his laughter. "Brother, I'll say it again, my kingdom welcomes you anytime." Salam extended the invitation once more, but Jiang Hai declined with a smile. Salam didn't seem to mind, continuing, "Brother, I've said it before, I want to repay you for saving my life. But I've been too busy cleaning up the mess to get to it. Now that everything's settled, I'm finally starting to handle your affairs." Chief, actually. "Brother. You don't need to address me that way anymore. I've always considered you my brother." Jiang Hai had barely opened his mouth when Salam cut him off. "Alright, Salam." Faced with the other's warmth, Jiang Hai could only adjust his tone and address him directly by name. "You really shouldn't dwell on what happened last time. I was just..." "Brother, no need to say more. I, Salam, always keep my debts and grievances clear. You saved my life. If I can't repay you, what right do I have to call myself the Great King Salam? Besides, it's just a small token of my gratitude. No need to dwell on it." With Salam speaking so earnestly, Jiang Hai could only nod with a wry smile, finding no words to counter. "Alright. Since you put it that way, I'm actually curious, what exactly is this token of appreciation you speak of?" "Ha! Nothing much, just a small business venture." Seeing Jiang Hai accept his gesture, Salam laughed again before abruptly adding, "That's all," and hanging up. Staring at the busy signal on his phone, Jiang Hai was utterly baffled. But he was used to Salam's flamboyant style by now, and could only shake his head helplessly. After freshening up at the club and taking a quick bath, Jiang Hai stepped out. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked at the entrance. Jiang Hai walked straight over and opened the rear door. Once inside, a middle-aged man with a kind, honest face turned around from the driver's seat and smiled at Jiang Hai. "Mr. Jiang, heading home?" This G-Class was, of course, purchased by Jiang Hai. Considering how exhausted he'd be after training at the club, he'd hired an additional driver. That driver was this honest-looking middle-aged man, Old Lee. Don't let Old Lee's simple appearance fool you, he was a seasoned driver with 30 years of experience. He'd previously served as a chauffeur for another executive, earning far more than the average white-collar worker. Of course, money matters were no longer an issue for Jiang Hai these days. Jiang Hai said nothing, merely nodding. Old Lee immediately started the car and drove toward Jiang Hai's residence. Seated in the car, Jiang Hai didn't close his eyes to rest as he usually did. Instead, he turned his head to gaze out the window. He watched the bustling traffic and towering skyscrapers outside. This vibrant metropolis, one of China's most modern cities, truly lived up to its reputation. "Ha! Was that?" Jiang Hai froze for a moment, surprise flashing across his face. He immediately shouted at Old Lee, "Stop the car. Though unsure of the reason, when the client gave an order, Old Li naturally obeyed. After pulling over safely, Jiang Hai stepped straight out of the car and walked toward the roadside greenbelt. Sister Fong? Spotting the figure perched on the curb, Jiang Hai wasn't entirely sure, so he tentatively called out. Hearing his voice, the head buried between her legs shifted. She lifted her gaze and it was none other than Jiang Hai's former boss, Fong Li. Xiao Jiang? Fong Li stared back at Jiang Hai, her eyes red and swollen, her face worn with exhaustion yet tinged with surprise. Realizing it was indeed Fong Li, Jiang Hai was equally shocked. He quickly crouched down in front of her and asked, Sister Fong, it really is you? What happened to you? Their last meeting had been just a month ago. Yet in just this 1 month, Fong Li had changed dramatically. The Fong Li of before was sharp and capable, the epitome of an urban elite white-collar woman. Now, her entire aura was utterly drained, radiating despair and exhaustion from head to toe. Jiang Hai was shocked by Fong Li's transformation. And Fong Li was equally shocked by Jiang Hai's change. The Jiang Hai of the past was just a recent graduate intern, radiating naivety from head to toe. It was precisely this inexperience that reminded Fong Li of her younger self, prompting her to take a special interest in him. When Jiang Hai resigned last time, Fong Li had been preoccupied with personal matters and hadn't noticed his transformation. But the Jiang Hai standing before her now was a different man compared to just a month ago. Never mind the designer clothes he was wearing from head to toe, the sheer confidence radiating from him alone made him a completely different person from before. Fong Li found it hard to imagine how someone could transform so dramatically in such a short time. So much so that Fong Li momentarily forgot her own predicament. Staring at Jiang Hai in astonishment, she blurted out, Xiao Jiang, you've had plastic surgery? The moment the words left her mouth, Fong Li regretted them. First, Jiang Hai's transformation wasn't due to cosmetic surgery altering his appearance, it was his entire aura that had changed completely. Second, such a remark was undeniably rude. But Jiang Hai didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, just had some opportunities lately. With that, he sat down beside Fong Li and asked, Sis Fong, what's been going on with you? The surprise on Fong Li's face quickly faded, replaced by the despair that had previously overwhelmed her. Her once confident eyes dimmed. I lost my job. Unemployed? Jiang Hai was puzzled by Fong Li's words. She was so capable, having already risen to the position of supervising manager at the company. How could she suddenly lose her job? Jiang Hai quickly recalled the explosion that occurred at the company on the day he resigned. He recalled hearing that the company's chairman had been killed in the blast. But what did the chairman's death have to do with Fong Li? How could it lead to her unemployment? Besides, with Fong Li's capabilities, even if she lost her job, finding another one shouldn't be difficult. Why was she so utterly despairing? Seeing the look of utter bewilderment on Jiang Hai's face, Fong Li knew exactly what he was wondering about. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Jiang, you really don't know anything. No wonder you happened to resign that day, so you wouldn't know what happened at the company afterward. Hearing Fong Li say this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. He really hadn't paid attention to these matters. After resigning, he'd been betrayed by Prevail and had been busy training ever since. That day, an explosion rocked the company, killing both the chairman and the CFO. The investigation later revealed the chairman and CFO had colluded, not only embezzling all the company's cash flow, but also borrowing a staggering 60 million yuan in the company's name. The company was drowning in debt, with creditors knocking on the door every single day. Our salaries went unpaid, and closure was inevitable. That's how I ended up unemployed. Chapter 32, I want to buy this place. After listening to Fong Li's account, Jiang Hai roughly understood what had happened. But he remained puzzled. This still didn't explain why Fong Li was so utterly desperate. Losing a job is one thing, finding another is another. Just as Jiang Hai was about to press further, Fong Li's phone suddenly rang. Fong Li glanced down at the screen, her expression instantly turning grim. She answered the call immediately. Hello? It's me. What? How could this happen? Alright. I'll be right there. Right away. Seeing Fong Li's frantic state, Jiang Hai quickly stood up alongside her and said, Sis Fong. Get in my car. Your car? Fong Li froze for a moment. The next instant, she saw Jiang Hai pointing at the big G-Class parked by the roadside, her face filled with astonishment. In her mind, Jiang Hai was just a recent graduate from out of town trying to make it in Shanghai. He even rented an apartment. How could he afford a car? And a G-Class, no less? But her surprise lasted only a moment. Remembering the earlier phone call, she didn't hesitate further and followed Jiang Hai into the car. 10 minutes later, Shanghai People's Hospital. Jiang Hai and Fong Li hurried to the oncology ward of the inpatient department. Watching Fong Li rush into a ward and urgently explain something to the doctor inside, Jiang Hai didn't follow her in. He'd already grasped the situation on the way here. It was a cliché, yet utterly helpless situation. Fong Li's mother had developed kidney disease, and it was severe. To pay for her mother's treatment, Fong Li had spent every penny of her savings over the years at the hospital. Even so, it was still a drop in the bucket. The daily cost of dialysis alone was suffocating her. In recent months, Fong Li has been pouring every penny of her paycheck into the hospital. This is precisely why Fong Li is now unemployed. Regardless of what the future holds, it means she has no income this month. And her mother has no money left for dialysis. For a kidney patient, this was nothing short of a death sentence. Just like now, after merely skipping 2 days of dialysis, her mother's condition had deteriorated drastically. Glancing inside, Fong Li had completely succumbed to despair, kneeling on the floor and weeping silently. Jiang Hai, standing outside the ward, sighed deeply and silently turned to leave. Several minutes later, a group of doctors and nurses hurried into the room and began examining Fong Li's mother. The sudden appearance of the medical team startled Fong Li, who froze mid-sob. Though she didn't understand what was happening, seeing the medical team performing emergency procedures on her mother left Fong Li speechless. She could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. There's still time. Get her to the dialysis room immediately. After examining the patient, one of the gray-haired doctors barked the order to the nurses beside him. The next moment, the nurses swiftly pushed the hospital bed out of the ward. You must be the patient's family. Rest assured, once she completes dialysis today, her condition will stabilize. As long as she continues dialysis and waits for a suitable kidney donor, there's still hope. The gray-haired doctor approached Fong Li and offered gentle reassurance. Fong Li, overcome with emotion yet hesitant, finally blurted out, "Doctor, we're facing some financial difficulties, but rest assured, I will cover the medical expenses." Medical fees? Don't worry about that. The doctor paused only briefly before smiling and saying, "Someone has already covered your medical expenses enough to sustain the patient until a kidney becomes available. You can rest assured and let the patient continue treatment here." The doctor's words left Fong Li momentarily stunned. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she whirled around to look outside the ward. But by then, Jiang Hai was nowhere to be seen. After a moment of stunned silence, tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. Fong Li, however, collapsed onto the floor with a thud, kneeling with her hands covering her face as she wept uncontrollably. Helping Fong Li out was really no big deal for Jiang Hai. After all, 10 million yuan was but a drop in the bucket for the current Jiang Hai. Back in the car, however, Jiang Hai's thoughts lingered on something else Fong Li had mentioned. "Mr. Jiang, are we heading home now?" Seeing Jiang Hai remain silent after getting in, Old Li finally couldn't hold back and asked. "MHM." Jiang Hai gave a light nod, saying nothing more and not even lifting his head. But at least he'd gotten a response. Old Li immediately started the car and drove out of the hospital parking lot. "Wait a minute." No sooner had they exited the parking lot than Jiang Hai suddenly shouted, startling Old Li into slamming on the brakes. "To Chanha Tower." "Ha? Oh. Okay." Old Li proved his worth as a seasoned driver. Though taken aback, he promptly fulfilled his professional duty. Chanha Tower. This was one of the most renowned CBD centers in the heart of Magic City. Many prominent companies in the city have their offices here. Jiang Hai's former employer, Pegasus Technology, was one of them. Even after that horrific explosion a month ago, it was merely fodder for office workers after work chatter. Life must go on. This is the floor where Pegasus Technology operates. Pegasus once leased 5 entire floors here, a testament to its formidable strength. Of course, the company is now in liquidation and will be dissolved before long. However, the lease agreement signed by Pegasus still has 5 months remaining. Strictly speaking, this space still belongs to Pegasus. A man in a suit with black-rimmed glasses smiled as he explained this to Jiang Hai, a hint of mockery lingering on his face as he uttered the last sentence. As the property manager of Chanha Tower, he had witnessed countless companies open their doors, operate, and eventually go bankrupt and disappear. Pegasus wasn't the first, nor would it be the last. Looking at the familiar office space before him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Just months ago, he had been one of the diligent workers here. How quickly things had changed. The office area was in disarray, with many valuable office supplies already removed. Walking through the space, Jiang Hai remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "Who's in charge of Pegasus now?" It should be Zhang Chang, the deputy general manager of Pegasus Company. But with so many people chasing debts from Pegasus, Zhang Chang hasn't dared to show his face. Zhang Chang? The image of a bald middle-aged man flashed through Jiang Hai's mind. He recognized this Zhang Chang, but not well. After all, he had only been a low-level employee back then. How could he have been close with the company's deputy general manager? Jiang Hai walked around the office area once more, then asked the property manager beside him, "What procedures do I need to take over this place?" "Ah, Mr. Jiang, you're interested in taking over Pegasus Company's lease? Well, that should be straightforward. Pegasus is drowning in debt right now. If someone takes over the lease, it's like helping them liquidate their assets. I'm sure Pegasus would be." "No. You've got it wrong. I'm not taking over the lease here." Jiang Hai cut the property manager off abruptly, then surveyed the surroundings and declared, "I want to buy this place." To be precise, I want to buy the entire Jiang Hai Tower. Chapter 33, Testing New Products. By the entire Jiang Hai building? It sounded like a joke, but it wasn't a whim of Jiang Hai's. Jiang Hai's net worth was now approaching 200 billion yuan all in cold, hard cash. With that much cash on hand, he likely ranks among the top tier of domestic tycoons. And as long as he kept using the system to run his arms business, that fortune would only keep growing. Jiang Hai couldn't just leave all that money sitting in the bank earning interest forever, could he? Even if he spent every day living it up, how long would it take him to burn through 200 billion? Besides, what meaning would his life hold if he did? Better to take this money and make some investments, perhaps he could even find some enjoyment in it. Beyond this reason, Jiang Hai had another thought. In these arms deals, he'd always operated under the guise of an arms company, but in reality, he was a one-man operation. While this might work short-term, long-term, it's bound to fall apart. Therefore, Jiang Hai began contemplating whether he should establish a legitimate company. At the very least, it would provide a cover for his ever-growing wealth. As for whether to involve this company in his arms business later, that was a separate consideration. Thus, the decision to acquire Shurji Group wasn't a spur-of-the-moment impulse for Jiang Hai, it was something he'd been contemplating for quite some time. His encounter with Fong Li and learning about Pegasus Corporation had presented a serendipitous opportunity, prompting him to propose purchasing Jiang Hai Tower. The property manager standing before Jiang Hai immediately widened his eyes, staring at him in utter disbelief. After a long pause, he managed a strained smile and stammered, "Mr. Jiang, you must be joking, right?" The property manager had assumed Jiang Hai was there to rent off a space, which was why he had shown him around. But who could have imagined that Jiang Hai would directly propose buying the entire building? "I'm not one to joke around," Jiang Hai said with deadpan seriousness, then frowned. He realized discussing such a matter with this property manager was pointless. Just then, Jiang Hai's phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Fong Li calling. "Jiang, is it really you who covered my mom's medical expenses?" The moment he answered, Fong Li's disbelieving voice filled the line, and Jiang Hai immediately smiled. "Sister Fong, it's me." Jiang Hai had no intention of playing the anonymous Good Samaritan, that would be far too childish. After Jiang Hai's confirmation, Fong Li fell silent for a long moment. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, "Jiang Hai, I really don't know how to thank you. Sis Fong, you're being too formal. Aren't we friends? No need for thanks." Wait. Jiang Hai was about to offer some polite words when his eyes suddenly darted around, as if he thought of something. Glancing at the property manager still standing there in a daze, Jiang Hai promptly asked, "Sister Fong, I happen to have something I need your help with. Do you happen to be free right now?" I'm free right now." Before Jiang Hai could finish, Fong Li exclaimed excitedly. Clearly, Fong Li was eager to do something for Jiang Hai, a way to repay him, in a sense. Hearing her words, a smile curved Jiang Hai's lips. "Mr. Boundless Ocean, we need to place an order. Welcome. Seeing Aisha's message, Jiang Hai, fresh out of the shower, smiled until his eyes crinkled, then swiftly replied. "What kind of goods are you looking for this time?" "We need some heavy-hitting weapons. Preferably ones that can handle direct assault operations. Price is no issue." "Oh." Upon seeing their request, especially that last line, Jiang Hai, who had originally intended to sell them some submachine guns, suddenly narrowed his eyes and changed his mind. "System, any reasonably priced weapon recommendations? Suitable items have been selected for the host. Please make your selection." NP-9014 laser rifle. Suggested retail price, 35 million. Dream 010 assault cannon. Suggested retail price, 132.99 million. Multifunctional intelligent mechanical crawler. Suggested retail price, 20.1029 billion. Perhaps due to Jiang Hai's frequent usage, the system had learned his preferences and refrained from recommending excessively extravagant items. Jiang Hai casually scanned the list of products and selected one. "Our company has recently developed a new weapon. Would you be interested?" "A newly developed weapon? Of course we're interested. What kind of weapon is it?" Aisha showed immense interest. No wonder that fighter jet had given them a taste of Jiang Hai's capabilities last time. Especially the advanced technology on that fighter jet, which far surpassed Blue Star's standards. Now that Jiang Hai had unveiled a new weapon, they naturally wanted to see it. However, Jiang Hai didn't respond immediately. Instead, he queried the system again. "System, can I take the goods to the client for an on-site demonstration? After all, when selling arms, you need to show the client the new products, right?" After a moment's silence, the system responded to Jiang Hai's request. Ding! To complete the transaction, clients may inspect the merchandise. Host, do you wish to personally serve the client? No. The system's response startled Jiang Hai. He certainly didn't want to be mysteriously transported to the battlefield like that. System, deploy the puppet. Ding! Puppet activated. Teleportation in progress. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, Jiang Hai's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the middle of a desert. Glancing down, he saw that the body he now inhabited was indeed a puppet. The previous puppet had been destroyed in his spanny. Afterward, Jiang Hai had specifically spent 20 million to have a new puppet crafted. Compared to the previous one, this puppet was significantly more robust. Clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Hai felt the raw power coursing through this new body, and a surge of excitement washed over him. Without another word, he performed a full set of boxing moves right where he stood. Compared to his original frail body, this powerful new form was undeniably different. Moves that had been barely achievable or impossible before were now effortlessly executed with this new body. Even when he leapt into the air, he managed to execute a 5-kick combo mid-flight. What a rush! Landing steadily, he finished the entire sequence without a hint of fatigue. Instead, his blood surged with energy. After the initial surge of excitement and adrenaline, Jiang Hai didn't forget the important matter at hand. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Aisha. The delivery person is at this location. You can test out the new product. After typing that, he added his current location. With that done, Jiang Hai summoned several large metal boxes and leaned back against them, waiting for her reply. Chapter 34, Testing New Weapons. Evidently, the location the system had transported Jiang Hai to was still quite a distance from where Aisha was. Jiang Hai waited a full half hour before finally spotting a helicopter approaching from the distant horizon. Amidst the vast desert, Jiang Hai and the large metal boxes beside him stood out conspicuously. So the helicopter merely circled briefly in the sky before landing steadily. Aisha was dressed exactly as he remembered from their last meeting. She wore a military uniform, a beret on her head, and oversized sunglasses that obscured most of her face. Leaping out of the helicopter, Aisha strode directly toward Jiang Hai. "Hello. It's great to see you." Jiang Hai desperately wanted to retort with a sarcastic "how nice," but managed to hold back. After shaking Aisha's hand, he pointed his thumb behind him and said, "These items are all the latest products developed by our company. Shall we start testing them now?" "These items?" Aisha looked somewhat surprised. She had expected only one new weapon, but now several had appeared. This made Aisha ecstatic. She wanted to buy every single one of those new weapons. But Aisha knew full well that every single one of these new weapons Jiang Hai was selling was ridiculously expensive. She couldn't afford even one if the price tag hit her, and that would be downright embarrassing. Quickly regaining her composure, Aisha smiled at Jiang Hai and said, "Well then, let's try them one by one." Jiang Hai nodded, turned, and opened a large metal box. He pulled out a device roughly as tall as a person. Placed on the ground and assembled simply, it transformed into something resembling a mortar. Dream 010 Assault Cannon. Standard range, 20 kilometers. Features automatic targeting, precision strikes, rapid reloading, and more. Suggested retail price, 132.99 million Huaxia currency. Jiang Hai briefly outlined the weapon's capabilities, but the final price he quoted made Aisha gasp in shock. Over 130 million Huaxia currency? For just this one mortar? Of course, Aisha didn't question the exorbitant quote. She knew that since it was a new weapon developed by the other party, it certainly couldn't be compared to ordinary mortars. Still, the price left Aisha stunned. Considering her budget for this arms purchase, it seemed woefully inadequate. Still, Aisha didn't reject the offer outright. This was a weapon costing over 130 million. How could she pass up the rare chance to witness its power? As if reading Aisha's mind, Jiang Hai wasted no time. The system had already sent him the operating instructions. So Jiang Hai skillfully retrieved a palm-sized shell from the metal box. He placed the shell into the recess beneath the assault cannon and pressed the adjacent button. The shell was instantly transported into the barrel, and immediately, various data began displaying on the LCD screen above the barrel. After a few simple adjustments, Jiang Hai glanced toward the distance, then pressed the launch button on the screen with a smile. Boom! The assault cannon's barrel emitted a deep, muffled roar. A flash of fire erupted from the muzzle as the shell was propelled skyward. Boom! In just about 10 seconds, a deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by a fiery flash that shot straight into the distant sky, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Even from dozens of kilometers away, Jiang Hai, Aisha, and the others felt the massive shockwave wash over them, the searing heat hitting their faces. The heat wave from the explosion lingered for over 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. Such overwhelming power left Aisha and her subordinates utterly speechless. Jiang Hai, however, smiled as he continued his explanation to Aisha. The assault cannon's range and accuracy are both flawless. As for this specially matched shell, its destructive force equals 100,000 tons of TNT. Aisha's expression had completely frozen in shock. With such immense destructive force, was this thing even still a mortar? Gulp! This shell! Aisha swallowed hard. She could tell this assault gun was no ordinary weapon, but the shell was even more formidable. It was barely the size of a palm, yet it packed such devastating power. Even if I don't buy the assault gun, I absolutely have to get some of these shells. Jiang Hai chuckled and explained, these specially designed shells are exclusively matched to the assault cannon. No other launcher can fire them. Jiang Hai's words completely dashed Aisha's earlier hopes, leaving her face filled with disappointment. Yet she wasn't ready to give up entirely. She couldn't help but ask again, how much does one of these shells cost? One of these specialized shells costs 20 million huaxia currency. Paired with the assault cannon, you can get it at a discounted price of 150 million huaxia currency. Neither the assault cannon nor the custom shells carried a markup this time. In fact, bundling them together earned Jiang Hai nearly 3 million yuan in discounts. The reason was simple, he knew she couldn't afford it. Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Hai's quote, Aisha shook her head repeatedly. 1,500 million? The organization could certainly afford it. But they wouldn't spend that much just for this one weapon. So although Aisha was quite tempted by this new weapon, she could only shake her head and say, let's take a look at the next weapon. Jiang Hai had anticipated Aisha's reaction. He promptly returned the assault rifle to its metal case and opened another one. What Jiang Hai pulled out this time was a metal rod over a meter long and as thick as an arm. Placing the rod on the ground, Jiang Hai smiled and announced, this is another new weapon. The multifunction intelligent mechanical crawler. Equipped with reconnaissance, stealth, and auto-evasion capabilities, plus 2 machine gun sets and an RPG launcher. Capable of remote operation for reconnaissance, assault, assassination, and multiple other missions. Suggested retail price, 20.129 billion. Without waiting for Aisha to respond, Jiang Hai retrieved the remote control from the metal box. Under his control, the metal rod placed on the ground instantly extended over a dozen pairs of sharp spikes from both sides, while a red glowing probe emerged from its tip. Its appearance resembled a mechanical centipede forged from metal. Soon, the mechanical crawler scurried swiftly across the ground, even burrowing directly into the sand before re-emerging moments later from a nearby spot. Its movements were remarkably agile and swift. This time, however, Aisha didn't show the same delighted reaction as before. It wasn't that the mechanical crawler wasn't impressive, rather, her feminine instincts made Aisha deeply dislike anything resembling insects. Plus, the price was exorbitant, over 20 billion credits. The organization would never purchase it. So Aisha shook her head firmly and said to Jiang Hai, let's move on to the next one. Jiang Hai, manipulating the mechanical crawler, was actually quite fascinated. Perhaps this was the difference between men and women. But since Aisha disliked it, Jiang Hai didn't press the issue. He simply used the remote to guide the mechanical crawler back into the metal box before closing the lid. Chapter 35, Never Shortchange Your Friends. Opening the final metal box, Jiang Hai smiled faintly as he retrieved a firearm resembling an assault rifle. This was the final item, the NP-9014 laser rifle. The latest laser weapon, boasting high penetration, devastating firepower, and exceptional endurance. Price, 40 million huaxia currency. Laser gun? Laser weapon? After seeing the previous 2 new weapons, Aisha was already somewhat numb. Especially regarding the prices, those astronomical figures in the hundreds of millions made her question her past life. Now, suddenly confronted with a mere 40 million price tag, Aisha actually felt it was surprisingly cheap. She immediately examined the laser gun closely and asked, laser weapon? Isn't laser weapon development still in its infancy? Aisha didn't know much about weapons development, having only read some related news recently. Jiang Hai shrugged and smiled. Why don't we see how powerful this gun is? With that, he suddenly raised the gun and pulled the trigger at an open spot in the distance. After a month of training, Jiang Hai's shooting form had become quite polished. Raise, aim, fire all in one fluid motion. Whoosh! A barely audible sound escaped the muzzle, followed by a faint blue beam streaking toward the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Though unable to gauge the shot's power, Aisha was astonished by its speed. Based on her previous understanding, laser weapons currently developed on Blue Star required lengthy energy charging, making such rapid firing impossible. Jiang Hai's shot was merely a demonstration of firing speed. He promptly shifted his aim, pointing the muzzle toward the metal box that had previously held the laser rifle. He pulled the trigger, and a flash of blue light erupted. The metal box instantly erupted in a burst of flames. When the flames subsided, a hole as thick as a finger had appeared in the box. The hole pierced through the entire metal box and even penetrated the sand behind it, creating a bottomless hole. The sand and gravel around the edge had melted, forming charred, blackened chunks. Aisha's eyes widened in astonishment. She had no idea how far other factions on Blue Star had progressed in laser weapon research at this stage. But the destructive power of this laser weapon before her eyes was truly astonishing. Its penetration power was absolutely on par with those powerful sniper rifles. Crucially, this laser rifle was remarkably lightweight and seemed to have minimal recoil. Imagine it was like soldiers could wield a Barrett as easily as a light machine gun. At first, Aisha hadn't fully grasped the implications, but when that image flashed through her mind, her breathing quickened involuntarily. She had come to find Jiang Hai specifically to purchase some high firepower, breaching weapons. Now it seemed this laser rifle was precisely the weapon that best met their needs. 40 million huaxia currency? The price was steep, but the value for money was absolutely worth every penny. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Aisha quickly asked Jiang Hai, Could I try this laser gun? Of course. Jiang Hai naturally didn't refuse. His entire purpose in coming was to let clients experience the power of this new weapon. And this laser gun was precisely the product he was pitching to them. Precisely for this reason, the laser gun was the only item in his lineup where he charged a premium. Handing the laser gun to Aisha, her first impression upon holding it was its lightness. Even lighter than she had imagined. She weighed it in her hand roughly 2 kilograms. Its lightness completely surpassed her previous expectations. She skillfully raised the laser gun and assumed an aiming stance toward the distance. Her movements clearly revealed Aisha was an absolute pro with firearms. Pulling the trigger, she felt the almost negligible recoil, and her astonishment grew. Taking a deep breath, Aisha lowered the gun and turned to Jiang Hai. We'll take this gun. Prepare 100 units first. No problem. Jiang Hai wasn't the least bit surprised that Aisha had sealed the deal so quickly. The reason he had gone to the trouble of preparing the first 2 items was precisely to set the stage for the laser gun. Moreover, with the high prices of the previous 2 items, the customer naturally wouldn't find the laser gun's price too steep. With all this groundwork laid, Jiang Hai was confident the deal would succeed. He took the laser gun, placed it back into the metal case, then smiled at Aisha without speaking. Aisha quickly grasped his meaning, her gaze sweeping over the metal box behind him. She promptly extended her hand to Jiang Hai and said, The deal is confirmed. We'll take our leave for now. Though the deal was struck, the 3 items still needed to be retrieved. Aisha knew the other party intended to use those mysterious shipping channels, which meant she definitely wouldn't be allowed to see them. Though curious about the nature of these channels, Aisha didn't want to upset the other party. She could only politely take her leave. Ah. Right. One more thing. Just as Aisha was about to return to her helicopter, Jiang Hai suddenly seemed to remember something and called out to her. Last time our company did business with Hispani, there was a minor incident. The company wants to know what caused this incident. Would your side be willing to offer our company some insight? Incident? Aisha's heart skipped a beat. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to their first transaction with them. Could it be that Hispani had violated the terms of their deal? The deal between them and President Praval of Hispani had also been arranged by Aisha. Knowing Praval as she did, he shouldn't have the audacity to do something like that. She racked her brain but couldn't fathom the reason. Still, Aisha didn't immediately defend Praval. At the very least, she needed to understand the situation first. Aisha made up her mind and nodded with a smile. No problem. I'll have someone look into it right away. I'll contact you immediately with any updates. That's perfect. Jiang Hai smiled back. He hadn't forgotten the backstabbing incident from last time. But without a reliable source, he'd never uncovered the truth. Now, with the Holy War Organization assisting, he could naturally obtain the most accurate intelligence. Whether it was Praval pulling strings or some other reason, the truth would surely come out soon enough. Though the full picture remains unclear, Jiang Hai had a strong hunch this was far from a simple case of one gang turning on another. Should any information surface, rest assured our company will never forget your assistance. Rest assured, our company never shortchanges its friends. Though Jiang Hai spoke with a smile, Aisha felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing his words. These words must be interpreted in reverse. If they never shortchange their friends, what about their enemies? Chapter 36, Being Watched. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales target. Settlement now commencing. Host has achieved a transaction value of 4 billion huaxia currency. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 10% commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 850 million huaxia coins. The laser gun transaction went very smoothly. The Holy War Organization is a long-standing client of Jiang Hai, and our transactions are always highly efficient. After delivery to the designated location, the buyer inspected the goods and promptly settled the payment in full. And so, another transaction was completed. Jiang Hai's account now showed an additional 8.5 billion yuan. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hai was training at the club as usual. But just as practice began, a phone call forced him to alter his training schedule for the day. The caller was Li. Coach Yi, who had been guiding Jiang Hai nearby, sensed the situation and promptly stepped out of the room. Hello? Sister Feng, how's it going? Mr. Jiang, negotiations have reached the final stage. Tomorrow we'll meet with the chairman of Tengfei Group. Great job. Sister Feng, keep it up. I'm leaving everything in your capable hands. After hearing Feng Li's report, a bright smile spread across Jiang Hai's face. Tengfei Group was the actual owner of Changhua Tower. Jiang Hai's acquisition of Changhua Tower meant purchasing it from this nationally renowned commercial investment group. Acquiring such a tower was no small undertaking. Countless details required expert handling. Jiang Hai clearly lacked such experience, which was why he had enlisted Fong Li's help. For Fong Li, since Jiang Hai had saved her mother's life, she was naturally willing to assist him. Of course, Jiang Hai wouldn't let Fong Li work for free. He hired her directly with a monthly salary of 1 million yuan. On one hand, this served as Jiang Hai's way of supporting Fong Li, who was currently facing financial difficulties. On the other hand, he believed Fong Li possessed the capability to justify such compensation. Sure enough, Fong Li did not disappoint Jiang Hai. Within a month, she had handled the acquisition of Manhwa Tower flawlessly, leaving only this final step remaining. Mr. Jiang, won't you be attending tomorrow's meeting? Jiang Hai had given her his utmost trust, yet Fong Li hesitated, unable to resist asking. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow and smiled. What? Do you need me to attend? This counter-question left Fong Li momentarily speechless. On the other end of the line, Fong Li sat in the former Pegasus company office, her face etched with helplessness. This was a multi-billion-dollar acquisition project. Wasn't it a bit reckless for the principal, Jiang Hai, to not even show his face once? Mr. Jiang, we sincerely hope you can attend tomorrow's meeting. It would demonstrate your commitment to this deal. It will surely make tomorrow's meeting go more smoothly. Jiang Hai genuinely wanted nothing to do with these matters, but Fong Li's words did carry some weight. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai nodded and said, "All right. I'll go tomorrow. Just send the time and address to my phone. I'll send it right away." Seeing Jiang Hai agree, Fong Li exhaled a long sigh of relief. Gaining the boss's trust was certainly a positive development, but with this multi-billion-dollar deal, the boss's continued absence left Fong Li feeling uneasy and anxious. After hanging up, Jiang Hai glanced at the time and location Fong Li had promptly sent over and couldn't help but smile wryly. Fong Li was clearly afraid he might back out. The meeting location was at Manhwa Tower, specifically on the floor formerly occupied by the chairman of Pegasus Corporation. Jiang Hai rubbed his cheek. Come to think of it, for such an important business meeting, should he prepare a more formal outfit? At the very least, he should wear a suit, right? What a hassle. The thought that he didn't even own a single proper suit gave him a headache. Oh well. He'd have to buy one sooner or later anyway, so he might as well get it done early. After showering, Jiang Hai left the club and headed straight to the downtown mall to buy clothes. Ah! Mr. Jiang, aren't you continuing your training today? Just as he reached the club entrance, he spotted Coach Yi writing something at the front desk. Seeing Jiang Hai about to leave, Coach Yi was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask. After all, over the past 2 months, Jiang Hai had been training with remarkable dedication and rigor. Leaving early like this was a first. Jiang Hai shrugged helplessly and smiled. I've got some things to take care of. I'll call it a day for now. Right. Oh, and barring any unexpected issues, I probably won't be coming tomorrow either. Jiang Hai decided to mention it, unsure how long tomorrow's meeting might run. Taking the day off wouldn't be a bad idea. Understood. Coach Yi wasn't surprised at all. After all, Jiang Hai wasn't a professional athlete, so it made sense he wouldn't spend every free moment training at the club. After a moment's hesitation, Coach Yi set down his pen and accompanied Jiang Hai out the club entrance. After all, as a super VIP client of the club, proper courtesy was expected. At the entrance, Jiang Hai's Mercedes-Benz G-Class was already waiting. Coach Yi walked him to the car, ready to see him off. Coach Yi, no need to be so formal. You should head back. Jiang Hai smiled and waved before preparing to get in. But just then, Jiang Hai suddenly noticed Coach Yi's expression change. The previously cheerful smile froze, replaced by a flash of coldness in his eyes. It was like a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, its eyes radiating an overwhelming sharpness. Even though Jiang Hai had been through several battles before, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Coach Yi now made him feel a bit suffocated. Coach Yi, you. Jiang Hai instinctively wanted to ask, but before he could finish, Coach Yi's hand was already on the car door. His other hand rested on Jiang Hai's shoulder, giving him a gentle push. In the next instant, Jiang Hai was pushed into the car. Coach Yi closed the door, then tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping toward the rear of the vehicle. Mr. Jiang, stay put. Coach Yi's voice was unusually deep, carrying an authority that instinctively commanded Jiang Hai's obedience. Not only Jiang Hai, but even the driver, Old Li, immediately tensed up. Both men unconsciously fell silent. After about half a minute, Coach Yi finally withdrew his gaze, fixing his eyes on Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang, have you offended someone recently? Ha? Coach Yi's sudden question caught Jiang Hai off guard. Offend someone? What do you mean? Seeing Jiang Hai's utterly bewildered expression, Coach Yi hesitated briefly before explaining. Just now, someone was tailing us. A skilled one. The target was clearly you, Mr. Jiang. Tail? Me? Jiang Hai's expression darkened. He had already caught on, understanding Coach Yi's meaning. Is someone targeting me? Chapter 37, Acquiring Manhwa Tower. Ever since his account balance hit a small milestone, Jiang Hai had been constantly worried about his personal safety. As the old saying goes, money tempts the heart. With such a large sum in his bank account, he couldn't be sure some unscrupulous individuals wouldn't set their sights on him. Jiang Hai had briefly considered hiring elite bodyguards, but given his arms-dealing business, he abandoned the idea as soon as it surfaced. Hiring an old driver like Lao Li was already pushing his limits. If he had bodyguards around him, it wouldn't take long before they uncovered his secrets. Thus, Jiang Hai never hired any close protection bodyguards for himself. Now, hearing Coach Ye's words, Jiang Hai's heart immediately leapt into his throat. He looked out the window with a worried expression. But as he scanned the street outside, he saw only ordinary-looking pedestrians, nothing out of the ordinary. Coach Ye? The tail had already been shaken off. Outside the car door, Coach Ye exhaled deeply before addressing Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang, you'd be wise to hire some bodyguards now. And they must be highly skilled. These tailors are the real deal. Ordinary people probably couldn't handle them. Jiang Hai stared intently at Coach Ye. After a moment, he nodded slightly. If Coach Ye could spot them, he must be quite skilled himself. Why not have Coach Ye take on the task of protecting me for the time being? Rest assured, I won't shortchange Coach Ye on compensation. Facing Jiang Hai's invitation, Coach Ye gently shook his head, offered a faint smile, and said, "Sorry, I'm currently just a training coach for the club. I don't take outside jobs." With that, Coach Ye tapped the car door lightly, signaling Oldly to drive off, then turned and walked straight back to the club. Watching Coach Ye's retreating figure, Jiang Hai remained silent, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. The invitation he had just extended to Coach Ye wasn't a genuine offer of employment, it was purely a test. After all, they weren't close. Jiang Hai couldn't just take Coach Ye's word for everything. If Coach Ye had immediately accepted Jiang Hai's offer to be his bodyguard, Jiang Hai would never have trusted him. He might even suspect the whole thing was a staged performance orchestrated by Coach Ye himself. Of course, Coach Ye's refusal now didn't necessarily mean his story was true. Jiang Hai would still need to investigate the truth himself later. Master Li. Ah. Mr. Jiang, what are your instructions? Driver Oldly had already started the car, but the suddenness of the earlier incident left him feeling unsettled. Jiang Hai's call startled him. Later, you'll need to find some people. I do need bodyguards by my side. Make sure they're the real deal. Ah. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Oldly froze for a moment before snapping back to reality, nodding vigorously in agreement. As a seasoned veteran, Oldly certainly had his connections. For a boss as generous and open-handed as Jiang Hai, finding genuinely skilled bodyguards wasn't difficult. While the absolute top-tier experts might be hard to come by, he could certainly find a few skilled fighters. After giving Oldly his instructions, Jiang Hai turned his head back to gaze out the car window. Observing the bustling traffic outside, he couldn't help but recall what Coach Ye had just said. A strange chill crept up Jiang Hai's spine. The next day, Changhua Tower. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, on becoming the owner of Changhua Tower. A middle-aged man, his face beaming with a radiant smile, shook hands with Jiang Hai. The man was none other than Zhao Shanhe, chairman of Tingfei Group. Jiang Hai returned the smile. Today's negotiations had proceeded far more smoothly than anticipated. In fact, the very willingness of Tingfei Group to meet with Jiang Hai signaled their genuine intent to sell Changhua Tower. The only remaining point of discussion was the sale price. Tingfei Group was a renowned investment company not only in Magic City but throughout all of China. Changhua Tower was merely a mid-tier asset among its numerous properties in the Magic City. This signaled that in Tingfei Group's eyes, Changhua Tower was not considered non-negotiable. Provided the price is right, Tingfei Group would naturally be willing to part with the building. And in a sense, Jiang Hai was indeed the kind of buyer who could afford the price and was willing to pay it. While fondly engaged in sharp exchanges and negotiations with the other party's business director, Jiang Hai and Zhao Shanhe sat nearby sipping tea and chatting amiably, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. In the end, Jiang Hai purchased the 38-story Changhua Tower for a total price of 8.8 billion yuan. For a building located in the heart of Magic City, this price was certainly not expensive, but it was definitely not cheap either. Given more time for negotiations, Li could likely have secured an even lower price for Jiang Hai. But Jiang Hai had no intention of prolonging the matter and proactively sealed the deal at that price. With lawyers hired by both parties acting as witnesses, they signed the property transfer agreement. As for the subsequent property registration, fund transfers, and various acquisition taxes, those matters would naturally be handled through the coordinated efforts of both parties' attorneys. This spared business owners like Jiang Hai and Zhao Shanhe the need to concern themselves with such details. Ha! Brother Jiang is truly a rising star. Such boldness at such a young age, his future is bound to be limitless. The future belongs to young men like Brother Jiang. Zhao Shanhe smiled as he praised Jiang Hai, his admiration evident in his expression. Jiang Hai was barely in his early 20s, yet he signed a deal worth over 10 billion yuan without hesitation. Regardless of whether the funds came from Jiang Hai himself or some powerful family backing him, the fact that he could handle such a transaction spoke volumes about his capabilities. Zhao Shanhe certainly didn't underestimate such a young talent and intended to cultivate a relationship with him. The business circles in the Magic City were limited. They would inevitably cross paths in the future, making interactions unavoidable. Jiang Hai understood this logic well. He exchanged pleasantries with veterans like Zhao Shanhe, smiling all the while, before personally seeing them off. After Zhao Shanhe departed, Jiang Hai and Fong Li proceeded to arrange and reassure the lawyers, property management, and most tenants and owners. Once everything was settled, the vast office was left with only the two of them. Phew! This is suffocating. Jiang Hai yanked his tie off his neck and slumped into the nearby sofa, looking like a monster beaten back to its true form. This was the first time in his life he'd witnessed such a business negotiation. For Jiang Hai, even facing terrorists had been easier than this. In contrast to Jiang Hai's composure, Fong Li was utterly bewildered. Her face wore an expression of disbelief as she looked around. During the business negotiations earlier, Fong Li had maintained a professional demeanor, never letting this bewildered emotion show. Now that everything was settled, the tension in her heart suddenly relaxed. Fong Li's expression looked as if she were still dreaming, not yet awake. This Jiang Hai Tower, we actually bought it? 88 billion yuan just like that? Chapter 38, Lord Sick Corporation. 1 month ago, Fong Li had been plunged into despair over her mother's tens of thousands of yuan in medical bills. Back then, she could never have imagined that just 1 month later, she would be handling an 8.8 billion yuan transaction. This reversal left Fong Li with a surreal, dreamlike sense of unreality. Sister Fong, I'm counting on you for what comes next. Jiang Hai, having caught his breath, looked up at Fong Li, who still stood there in a daze, and couldn't help but smile. As per our prior plan, I'll transfer a sum to you. Use this as the working capital for the newly established company. If any promising investment opportunities arise, go ahead and invest. If you run out of funds, come back to me. Jiang Hai and Fong Li had previously discussed plans for the post-acquisition phase of Jiang Hai Tower. They ultimately decided that Jiang Hai would establish an investment company and appoint Fong Li as its general manager. Jiang Hai Tower itself would be the company's first investment project. Numerous businesses had moved into Jiang Hai Tower, and the monthly rent generated a substantial income. Jiang Hai also planned to allocate another sum of money to Fong Li for investment. Fong Li remained silent. She knew that anything she said now would be pointless. All she could do was work diligently and earn every penny Jiang Hai entrusted to her. Compared to Fong Li's cautious approach, Jiang Hai was far less concerned. This investment firm was merely a front for his arms dealing. Whether it made money or not was of no consequence to him. Ah! Right, Mr. Jiang Hai. Fong Li seemed to remember something and was about to speak to Jiang Hai. But before she could finish, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted her. It was Jiang Hai's phone, but not a call, just a text notification. Jiang Hai pulled out his phone and glanced at it, his brow immediately furrowing. He made an apologetic gesture toward Fong Li. Fong Li understood his meaning perfectly and left the office without being asked, even closing the door behind her. Now, Jiang Hai was alone in the office. The text was from Aisha. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, we have results regarding the matter your company entrusted us with last time. Oh? That's wonderful. Jiang Hai's eyes lit up instantly. The matter in question, of course, was the request to investigate Praval's situation. Jiang Hai had been betrayed in Hispania, and he absolutely had to get to the bottom of what had happened. However, lacking his own intelligence network, he had no choice but to enlist the Holy War Organization's assistance. Shortly after, Aisha proactively sent the intelligence they had gathered to Jiang Hai. After reviewing Aisha's intelligence, Jiang Hai fell silent. He narrowed his eyes at his phone but sent no reply. Clearly, the intelligence uncovered by the other party was somewhat unexpected for Jiang Hai. Logic. Aisha's intelligence did not directly confirm whether the person who had stabbed Jiang Hai in the back was indeed Praval. However, according to Aisha's intelligence, the government forces of Hispania now had a new arms supplier, Lord Sick Corporation from the United States. This Lord Sick Corporation was a globally renowned, long-established arms dealer. It rose to prominence through arms dealing and has since expanded its reach into various sectors, even participating in the United States aerospace development programs. It holds immense influence within the United States. Logically, such an arms giant would surely look down on a poor place like Hispania. And indeed, that was the case. During Hispania's chaotic period, when its government forces lacked weapons and equipment, there was no sign of Lord Sick conducting business with them. So how did Hispania know, more accurately, Praval suddenly establish a connection with Lord Sick Corporation? Combined with the recent betrayal Jiang Hai suffered, Jiang Hai couldn't help but wonder what role Lord Sick had played in his own betrayal. But how could a minor player like himself have drawn the attention of a colossus like Lord Sick Corporation? Could it be the Starburst-style automatic RPG launcher? Jiang Hai couldn't help but recall that high-tech weapon he'd sold to the Hispanic government earlier. Though among the arsenal sold through the system, this launcher was considered rather basic. But for Blue Star's technological level, this launcher was absolutely black tech. Could it be that this launcher was the reason Lord Sick Corporation got involved? Jiang Hai couldn't help but entertain this suspicion. Other than that, he couldn't think of anything else that could have drawn the attention of such a formidable predator. Was Lord Sick Corporation up to something unusual? After a moment's thought, Jiang Hai sent another message to Aisha. Aisha responded promptly. Apart from signing a long-term arms procurement agreement with the Hispanic government forces, there have been no other developments. Long-term arms procurement? Jiang Hai furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the implications. The Hispanic government was now under the protection of Lord Sick Corporation. This seemed like a declaration to the entire world. Jiang Hai had been contemplating confronting Preval one day, but now it seemed that plan would have to be put on hold for the time being. As one of Blue Star's top arms dealers, Lord Sick was an adversary Jiang Hai currently lacked the capacity to confront head-on. He would remember this. When the opportunity arose, he would exact his revenge. Of course, Jiang Hai wasn't truly letting this matter drop. He was biding his time. The chance to settle the score would surely come. For now, Jiang Hai simply needed to add them to his mental ledger. Mr. Da Hai Wuliang. The true strength of Lord Sick Corporation far exceeds what it appears to be on the surface. Therefore, it would be best to refrain from rash actions for now. Aisha also sent a message urging restraint at this moment. Though she hadn't uncovered any concrete evidence, she was certain that Prevail and Lord Sick Corporation had genuinely offended the other party. Given the other party's modus operandi, Aisha was almost certain they wouldn't let this rest. Aisha didn't want to see them act recklessly only to be crushed by Lord Sick Corporation. It wasn't that Aisha and Jiang Hai were particularly close, she simply didn't want to lose such a powerful arms supplier. Upon hearing Aisha's words, Jiang Hai merely smiled faintly. Truthfully, even if she hadn't spoken up, Jiang Hai had no intention of actually causing trouble for Lord Sick Corporation. But he didn't elaborate further, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. How are the laser guns we sold you last time? They're absolutely fantastic. Their firepower is perfectly suited for our holy war. Jiang Hai's change of subject felt abrupt, but Aisha tactfully dropped the earlier topic and enthusiastically expressed her satisfaction with the laser guns. Even without Aisha mentioning it, Jiang Hai was already aware of some developments. After all, the conflict in the Gaza Strip had long been featured in China's daily news reports. Especially seeing how, in recent days, the Holy War Organization had launched a counteroffensive against the Jews using the laser guns Jiang Hai sold them, nearly reclaiming the entire Gaza Strip. Chapter 39, These odd-looking things are bodyguards? The laser gun's power was undeniable. At Blue Star's current technological level, laser weapons like these were absolutely cutting edge. For the Holy War Organization, the only drawback was their exorbitant cost. The purchase of 100 laser guns had already consumed 10% of the Holy War Organization's financial resources, the absolute limit they could afford. After all, the Holy War Organization was merely an entity established by the Palestinians, not a true nation-state. In terms of financial resources and purchasing power, it doesn't even compare to Hispani. Otherwise, they could have simply purchased tens of thousands of laser guns directly from Jiang Hai to fully arm all Holy War Organization fighters. Exterminating the mere Judeans would be as easy as saying a word. Reading Aisha's message, though it contained only text, Jiang Hai could sense the palpable excitement between the lines. With a faint smile, Jiang Hai replied to Aisha's message. If you truly like them, I could send you another 100 laser guns. A long-awaited surprised emoji. Aisha quickly sent another message. Mr. Boundless Ocean, are you serious? By Allah. Are you genuinely willing to send us 100 laser guns? Allah. You are our organization's most loyal friend. The organization will never forget your kindness. Aisha excitedly sent a long string of messages, while Jiang Hai merely smiled, unruffled. 100 laser guns cost the jihadist organization 4 billion yuan, but excluding the markup, the actual cost was 3.5 billion. Plus, Jiang Hai could still enjoy an internal discount. After just checking with the system, the internal price he purchased it was only 2 billion. For the current Jiang Hai, this was not an unacceptable price. Most importantly, Jiang Hai needed to trade these 100 laser guns for the other party's assistance. Aisha quickly regained her composure and inquired, Mr. Da Hai Wuliang, thank you very much for your support. But there's a saying in China, one shouldn't accept favors without offering something in return. I wonder what we might be able to do to repay you. Jiang Hai and the Holy War Organization had no deep friendship, they shared only a transactional relationship. So once Aisha regained her composure, she immediately understood Jiang Hai was offering these 100 laser guns because he definitely wanted them to do something. I recall it was you who helped me establish contact with Prevo. And your organization even sent representatives to visit Hispani at the time. Which means your organization knows Hispani quite well? Jiang Hai didn't beat around the bush, and his first words startled Aisha. She had assumed he was about to hold them accountable for Preval's actions. Mr. Da Hai Wuliang, please don't misunderstand. Our organization maintains only normal diplomatic relations with the Hispani government. Their actions have absolutely nothing to do with our organization. Seeing Aisha's frantic explanation, Jiang Hai smiled. After a brief pause, he replied. Rest assured, I haven't misunderstood your intentions. What I mean is, since your organization knows so much about Hispani, perhaps you could help me out with a small favor? If you can assist with this request, then those 100 laser guns will be my token of appreciation to your organization. After sending the message, Jiang Hai put down his phone with a satisfied smile. Though he couldn't retaliate against Lord's Hick Corporation just yet, exacting some interest from Prevail should be no problem. Mr. Jiang. These are the bodyguards we found for you according to your requirements. At Jiang Hai's residence, several men stood in a line before him. Oldly smiled as he introduced them to Jiang Hai. Bodyguards? Are you sure? Jiang Hai's expression turned slightly peculiar, for these men's appearances bore little resemblance to the profession of bodyguards. Jiang Hai had envisioned bodyguards as towering, muscular figures, sunglasses clad, black-suited, radiating an aura of untouchable coolness, utterly badass. But these men before him varied in height, dressed plainly, and bore no striking features. They were the kind of people who would blend right into a crowd. Regardless of their actual capabilities, their appearance alone offered zero credibility. As if sensing Jiang Hai's skepticism, Oldly hurriedly leaned closer and whispered, Mr. Jiang, don't judge them by their looks. These guys are the real deal. Are you kidding me? Jiang Hai stared at Oldly with a puzzled expression. His expression grew even more puzzled when he noticed one of them was an elderly man in his 60s, his hair streaked with gray and his face deeply lined with wrinkles. Hiring someone like this as his bodyguard, would he be protecting them, or would they be protecting him? And that chubby, Buddha-like figure whose neck was completely hidden, could he really be a bodyguard? Maybe I should schedule a physical exam soon. The people before him looked one oddity after another. They certainly didn't resemble bodyguards. Seeing Jiang Hai's still skeptical expression, Oldly wore an equally helpless look. Finally, Oldly leaned close to Jiang Hai's ear and whispered something in a low voice. As soon as Oldly finished speaking, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up. Yet the look he cast at those men still held deep skepticism. Ha! Boss, you don't believe in our abilities? No wonder our appearance really isn't exactly presentable. At that moment, the elder among them finally spoke. He stepped forward with a smile, clasped his hands in front of him, and performed an ancient bow toward Jiang Hai. Regardless, he was an elder, so Jiang Hai respectfully nodded in return and said, My apologies. While one shouldn't judge by appearances, I must admit I didn't know you gentlemen, so I couldn't help but form a first impression. He. That's only natural. The elder's demeanor was amiable, but a short man behind him wore a sour expression. He snorted coldly and muttered under his breath, looking down on people with dog's eyes. Hey! I am, after all, your future boss. Speaking like that, isn't that a bit disrespectful, Qian? Fortunately, before Jiang Hai could speak, the man beside the short man had already acted. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on the back of the short man's head. The short man was about to explode with rage, but when he lifted his head and caught sight of the man, he immediately lowered his head again, not daring to utter a single word. The old man seemed oblivious to the commotion behind him, smiling warmly at Jiang Hai as he said, Rest assured, Boss Jiang. We may not look like much, but we've got real skills. We may not be invincible, but protecting your life and property is well within our capabilities. With us around, no one in the underworld would dare lay a finger on you. The old man's words carried a thick flavor of the martial world, making Jiang Hai actually believe what Oldly had just said. These men were all masters from a formidable martial arts sect. Chapter 40, $1 million bodyguard fee worth every penny. Martial arts sect. Sounds pretty magical. Yet the people before him looked more like common laborers than the graceful martial arts masters seen in movies and TV dramas. Seeing that Jiang Hai still seemed skeptical, the old man chuckled and said, Mr. Jiang Hai, we know a few country tricks, nothing fancy. We won't put on a show for you. But if you want proof we can protect you, there is a way. Old Nine? As he finished speaking, the old man turned his head and called out to the stout man. Got it. The fat man gave a shout and turned to head for the door. The others remained frozen in place, utterly indifferent to their companion's departure. Seeing this, Jiang Hai, filled with confusion, could only exchange a glance with Oldly and wait silently. They waited for about 10 minutes. Thud! The fat man pushed open the door, dragging a skinny young man by the arm. When the fat man dragged the man before Jiang Hai, the latter noticed the man's face was black and blue, clearly having just been beaten badly. The fat man tossed the man onto the floor with a casual flick of his wrist, grinning as he addressed the old man, Uncle One, this is the only one we caught nearby. The others got away. The old man nodded with a smile, motioning for the fat man to return to the line. He then turned to Jiang Hai, Mr. Jiang Hai, I've heard from Oldly about why you hired bodyguards. Moreover, upon arriving just now, we did indeed spot several surveillance cameras outside your residence. That's why I had Old Nine help you remove one earlier. Jiang Hai's eyes lit up once more. Glancing down at the motionless young man sprawled on the ground, his opinion of these bodyguards shifted dramatically. It seemed these guys really had some skills after all. Nodding his head, Jiang Hai bent down again, slowly crouching beside the young man. Who are you? Why are you targeting me? I don't know what you're talking about. You're breaking the law. I'm gonna sue the hell out of you. The fat man knew his limits when striking. Though beaten to the point of being unable to stand, the young man still had enough strength to speak. But his words weren't what Jiang Hai wanted to hear. Of course, Jiang Hai wasn't surprised. He stood up again and smiled at the old man. Uncle won, right? From now on, I'm counting on you to keep me safe. As for... Jiang Hai pointed at the man at his feet and said, as for him, I'm handing him over to you too. I trust you know how to handle him? No problem, boss. The old man grinned, revealing 2 rows of crooked, yellowed teeth. We'll make sure he spills everything. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the short, hot-tempered man stepped forward and yanked the young man to his feet. Despite his short stature, the young man was as light as a chick in his hands, lifted effortlessly. The short man then carried him out of the room without a second thought. Uncle Wen smiled and said, Boss, leave the rest to us. I'll have a Lang stay by your side. After bidding Oldly farewell, Uncle Wen led the rest of his crew out, leaving only the burly, tall man behind. This burly man must be the Lang Uncle Wen referred to. Among them, he was the one whose appearance most closely resembled that of a bodyguard. Lang remained silent, standing there as if poised to provide close protection for Jiang Hai's safety. Jiang Hai chuckled upon seeing this, then turned to ask Oldly, Masterly, where did you find these guys? Oldly shot Alung a glance and chuckled in return. It was actually a stroke of luck. Uncle Wen's younger relative used to be my colleague. He's incredibly skilled. When Mr. Jiang assigned me this task last time, I immediately thought of that colleague and he recommended Uncle Wen to me. Originally, Uncle Wen only intended to send one of his nephews. But considering what happened to Mr. Jiang that day, I felt ordinary people might not be able to handle this job. So I took the liberty of letting Uncle Wen name his price and invited him to come personally. As he finished speaking, Oldly cast a slightly anxious glance at Jiang Hai. He knew from observing Jiang Hai's usual demeanor that the man wasn't short on cash, but making such a promise to Uncle Wen without authorization was definitely crossing a line. If Jiang Hai took offense, Oldly would be in serious trouble. But Jiang Hai didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and nodded repeatedly, giving Oldly a thumbs up. Then he turned his gaze back to Lang. He hadn't hidden the earlier conversation from Lang, wanting to gauge his reaction. After all, a competent bodyguard must learn to hear what they should hear, and not hear a single word of what they shouldn't. Sure enough, Alung showed no reaction whatsoever from start to finish, as if Jiang Hai and Oldly weren't talking about them at all. Jiang Hai smiled. As for Uncle Wen and the others' price, that had already been settled. 10 million yuan for 1 month. Perhaps in the professional bodyguard industry, this price was considered quite steep. But given the current situation, Jiang Hai felt every penny of that 10 million was well worth it. Masterly. Well done. Your bonus this month will be tripled. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Oldly's eyes crinkled into slits. He'd taken the job as Jiang Hai's driver precisely because of the boss's generosity. Now that Jiang Hai was handing out such a huge bonus, Oldly's mood was naturally over the moon. In fact, the 10 million yuan Jiang Hai offered was truly worth it. Because the very next day, Uncle Wen had that fat guy called Lao Jiu deliver the interrogation results. Jiang Chang? Seeing the name of this mastermind, Jiang Hai was genuinely surprised. Jiang Hai knew this man. Wasn't he the vice president of Pegasus Corporation, where Jiang Hai used to work? That kid was just a street thug originally. It was this Jiang Cheng who hired him to tail you. According to him, this Jiang Cheng seems to have gathered a gang of thugs, waiting for the right moment to strike against you. Uncle Wen asked me to get your opinion. Should we call the police, or should we take matters into our own hands and deal with these guys directly? Fat old Nine wore a smile so innocent it could fool anyone, but his words sent a chill down Jiang Hai's spine. Lao Jiu's final remark sounded as casual as slaughtering chickens. He clearly didn't give a damn about taking those lives. But Jiang Hai wasn't just any ordinary person. He glanced down at the interrogation statements in his hand, then casually handed them to Lang beside him, instructing him to burn them. These statements were the primary evidence incriminating Jiang Chang, yet Jiang Hai had Lang burn them. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Lao Jiu, of course, understood perfectly. He looked at Jiang Hai, his smile growing even brighter. I understand. Boss, rest assured we'll tie up all loose ends neatly. Chapter 41, The Three Stems Gang. Lao Jiu's response satisfied Jiang Hai completely. Though Uncle Wen and his crew weren't your typical bodyguards, it had to be said their work made Jiang Hai's life incredibly easy. As soon as Lao Jiu left, Jiang Hai's phone began to ring. It was a text message notification. Jiang Hai glanced at his phone, and a smile immediately touched his lips. He turned to give a brief order to Lang, who had been standing silently nearby. I'm going to my room to rest. Unless it's urgent, don't come bother me. Got it. Lang replied with a single word, truly sparing with his words. Jiang Hai walked straight back to his room, closed the door, picked up his phone again, and dialed a number with a smile. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, only the glow of several computer screens illuminated the faces of those present, creating an eerie atmosphere. The target has made a call. A slightly hoarse and weary voice sounded. Instantly, several faces appeared on one of the computer screens. All eyes were fixed intently on the screens, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. The computer speakers emitted a ringing tone, signaling the call was connecting. The ringing persisted for 7 or 8 rings before a sharp click signaled the call had been answered. $. A strange sound filled the speakers, and the conversation was completely incomprehensible. What's going on? Is there a malfunction? What language is this? I've never heard it before. The crowd fell silent for only a moment before erupting into a cacophony of chatter. The call lasted only a few minutes before being abruptly disconnected. After a long silence, one voice slowly spoke up. It's not a language issue. The target's phone has some kind of anti-eavesdropping protection. Our surveillance system couldn't breach that protection, which is why this happened. What the hell kind of trick is that? I've never heard of anything like it before. The target's methods are highly sophisticated. We should have been prepared for this possibility. Did you forget those text messages the target's phone received? They were practically gibberish. The group started discussing again, the small room growing noisy. Enough! Shut up! A commanding voice cut through the air, instantly silencing everyone. The voice continued immediately. Have you traced where this call was routed to? No. We only know that the moment the call connected, it was redirected in hundreds of directions. There's no way to trace it. At another computer, a bespectacled face immediately provided the answer. Seems the target has high security awareness. There's no choice. Maintain surveillance on the target. If he made this call, there will definitely be a second one. Also, keep monitoring all previous calls and texts from the target. Contact the cryptography experts, see if they can crack it. Yes. A crisp chorus of responses echoed through the room, followed by a flurry of activity as everyone sprang into action. Hispani, Banite. The third largest port city in Hispani. Compared to the capital, Prince Port, the damage here in Banite wasn't too severe. This was primarily because Benito housed nearly 70% of Hispani's naval forces and nearly 120,000 troops. As for why the capital had relatively few troops stationed there, this was due to Hispani's unique historical circumstances. In short, with such a large military presence in Banat, the numerous gangs within the city have never managed to cause significant trouble. At the very least, the city maintained normal operations throughout, making it the most stable city in Hispani. The Three Branches Gang is a medium-sized organization in Banite. It is also one of the few gangs in all of Hispani founded by Chinese immigrants. Founded 70 years ago, the Three Roots Gang began as a mutual support group formed by Chinese laborers migrating to Hispani. As the gang grew in size, it began to venture into various gray areas and secured a modest territory in Benito. During the earlier period of gang chaos in Hispaniola, the Three Branches Gang remained uninvolved. The mindset of Chinese people is straightforward, especially those settled overseas. Making money is sufficient. The Sanju Gang had absolutely no desire to get involved in matters concerning national transitions. The fact that the gang was later defeated by government forces only served to prove how wise the Sanju Gang's leadership had been in their earlier decisions. Yet no one could have foreseen that when the government began settling accounts with the gangs, the Sanju Gang would inexplicably find itself lumped in among them. Of course, the government didn't openly liquidate the Sanju Gang. Instead, a month ago, the government dispatched agents to demand exorbitant settlement fees from the Sanju Gang. This sum threatened to bleed the Sanju Gang dry. The problem was, even if the Sanju Gang obediently paid this fee, it was still questionable whether the matter would truly be settled. Thus, gloom and despair had settled over the gang in recent times, with every member living in constant fear. They lived in constant fear that one day, government forces would storm their headquarters and settle the score. The Sanju Gang's headquarters was a Chinese-style hotel. The first and second floors remained bustling with customers as usual. In the vast hall on the third floor, over 100 people were packed tightly together, yet an eerie silence hung in the air. Whether it was the burly men standing guard or the three elderly figures seated there, solemnity etched itself upon every face. Not a single voice was heard, not even a slightly heavier breath. Everyone remained motionless at their posts, utterly silent, as if awaiting the emergence of something. Thud! Footsteps echoed the sound of leather shoes on wooden stairs. The hotel normally used elevators for moving between floors, but there was a wooden staircase leading directly upstairs from the kitchen. At the sound of those footsteps, every pair of eyes in the hall turned toward the door. Even the three elders who had been resting with their eyes closed opened them. Creak! The door swung open. 4 members of the Three Roots Gang entered first. One of them strode quickly to the elders and whispered to the three, "They're here." MHM. The elder on the left gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, while the other 2 elders remained silent. The gang member who received the response promptly waved toward the doorway. The next moment, someone gestured invitingly toward the doorway. Moments later, a tall young man draped in a cloak entered. He first scanned the crowd in the hall, then smiled at the 3 elders before striding directly inside. He walked until he was 5 or 6 meters away from the elders. Without needing a reminder from those beside him, the young man instinctively halted his steps. He then greeted the 3 elders with a smile. Mr. Song. Mr. Wu. Mr. Yuan. I'm truly grateful you could make time to meet with me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dahai Wuliang. Well, I'm a delivery man. Chapter 42, The Arms Dealer Who Values Integrity Above All. Song Jie. Wu Yaozu. Yuan Jiaye. These 3 are the last remaining second-generation leaders of the 3 branches gang. Their fathers were founding elders of the Sanju gang. Within the Sanju gang today, no one surpasses them in seniority or prestige. The Sanju gang has no designated leader. Instead, all major and minor matters are decided through deliberation among the founding elders. Thus, the decision-making power of the Sanju gang rests entirely in the hands of these 3 elders. Jiang Hai recalled the information Aisha had passed him, a smile playing on his lips as he said, I trust the 3 of you are already aware of the purpose of my visit? Weapons. Yuan Lao, seated farthest to the left, muttered under his breath before sizing up Jiang Hai. You can get us weapons? But Banite is now under government control. The port is under martial law. How exactly do you plan to deliver the weapons to us? Well, that's not something the client needs to concern themselves with. Facing old man Yuan's skepticism, Jiang Hai merely smiled faintly, spread his hands, and said, what the client needs to consider is whether to place an order with our company. As for delivery, that's our company's responsibility. As long as the client chooses to place an order, our company will ensure the goods reach the client's hands, and then the client will pay us. That's how the transaction is completed. How does that sound? You bear absolutely no risk. Of course, the prerequisite is that you complete the transaction in good faith. Jiang Hai explained his transaction rules one by one, his words brimming with persuasive charm. The Sanju gang members standing nearby all had their eyes gleaming with greed, clearly stirred by Jiang Hai's persuasion. What was the root cause of the 3 Stems gang's current predicament? It was simply that their strength wasn't formidable enough. Otherwise, why would the government single out the Sanju gang among all the gangs in the city? As the Chinese say, they were picking on the weak. If they had sufficient weapons at their disposal, the 3 branches gang would undoubtedly dominate all of Bonnet. Then, not only would the government dare not bully them, but Bonnet itself might just fall under the 3 Stem gang's control. Ahem! Just as every gang member began to stir with unease, a soft cough instantly snapped them back to attention. All eyes immediately turned to the 3 elders, then quickly averted, returning to their previous state of composure. This time, it was Song Jia, the elder seated on the right, who spoke. You make a compelling case, but why? Why would you bring such a golden opportunity right to our doorstep? As the old saying goes, no free lunch. We have no prior relationship with your esteemed company. We dare not accept such unearned benefits. Ha! Mr. Song, you're mistaken. I'm not just handing out favors to the Sanju gang for no reason. Facing Song Jia's skepticism, Jiang Hai calmly explained, first, we're an arms company, we deal in weapons. Seeking clients to sell arms to is perfectly normal, isn't it? Second, as you 3 can see, I am a genuine Chinese national. We are all fellow countrymen. Under the premise of safeguarding corporate interests, offering the 3 Stem gang a little preferential treatment is perfectly reasonable, wouldn't you agree? And of course, there's the most crucial point. At the end of his speech, Jiang Hai extended his index finger and said with a smile, to be honest with you all, a few months ago, our company conducted a transaction with the government of Hispania. However, they proved untrustworthy, causing our company significant losses. To retaliate, the company resolved to seek out enemies of the government within Hispania. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The company aims to cultivate a faction that can represent us in retaliating against the Hispania government. Of course, I could choose another faction. If the 3 Stem gang doesn't wish to cooperate with our company, we won't force the issue. Jiang Hai didn't beat around the bush, laying out the entire situation directly. After finishing, Jiang Hai remained silent, quietly observing the 3 men, awaiting their response. Humph. So you want us, the 3 branches gang, to fight the government on your behalf? You want our Sanju gang brothers to risk their lives over your grudge with the government? Old Song sneered coldly, his face twisted with scorn. He snorted several times, then raised his eyebrows sharply. Slamming his cane forcefully onto the ground, he bellowed, what a clever scheme. At Old Man Song's furious roar, the surrounding gang members sprang into action. With a clatter, everyone drew their pistols, aiming them at Jiang Hai. Ready to fire at the slightest provocation, they could riddle Jiang Hai with bullets at any moment. Facing all those gun barrels, Jiang Hai remained unflinching. He smiled and said, our company always conducts business with integrity. We never hide anything from our clients. We always tell it like it is. That's the truth. But consider this, with our company's backing, the Sanju gang gains a steady supply of weapons. Their future prospects are limitless. They could become Hispania's top gang or even replace the government. With such immense stakes on the line, wouldn't it be worth the risk for the Sanju gang? Go! Go! By the end of his speech, Jiang Hai's voice had grown louder, shaking the entire hall to its core. Eyes lit up in the crowd. These were all shady operators, hardly honest, law-abiding citizens. Before, with no hope in sight, they wouldn't waste time on pointless daydreams. But now, according to Jiang Hai's description, the Sanju gang truly had a chance to take the gamble. How could they not be tempted? What weapons can you bring us? If it's just a few sticks of firewood, you expect our Sanju gang brothers to risk their lives for you? That would make our lives worthless, wouldn't it? Just then, Wu Yaozu old Wu, seated in the center, finally spoke. Yet the tone of his words seemed to confirm his willingness to strike a deal with Jiang Hai. The two elders beside him, Song Lao and Yuan Lao, showed no great surprise. Clearly, old Wu's stance reflected a shared consensus. Jiang Hai was equally unsurprised. The numerous doubts expressed earlier by Elder Song and Elder Yuan were, at their core, merely probing. If they truly had no intention of doing business with Jiang Hai, they wouldn't have met with him today. After all, when Aisha provided information about the three-stem gang, she had already calculated that the gang would definitely cooperate with Jiang Hai. If the three-stem gang is genuinely willing to do business with our company, we are naturally prepared to provide the weapons best suited for their needs. Of course, business is business. While the company would offer the three-stem gang a favorable price, the necessary costs must still be covered. Considering the three-stem gang's current financial strength, our company is prepared to supply 500 MP5s and 5,000 boxes of ammunition. The total price is 35 million Huaxia currency. This is the first transaction. If it goes smoothly, we will continue to cooperate with the three-stem gang, providing more suitable weapons. Chapter 43, Coach E, you're strong. 500 MP5s plus 5,000 boxes of ammunition, priced at 35 million Huaxia currency. This price is absolutely a fair deal. At least Jiang Hai posted the system price, not a penny of markup. Remember when Jiang Hai sold 500 AKs and 5,000 boxes of ammunition to the Holy War Organization? He had asked for 50 million Huaxia currency back then. As founding members of the Three Stems gang, the three elders were well versed in the market value of such weapons. Jiang Hai's low offer naturally pleased them immensely. Especially the MP5. While this submachine gun might not match the AK's firepower, it excels in being lightweight and easy to handle. It was far more suitable for the members of their Sanju gang. With these 500 MP5s, the Three Branches gang wouldn't be invincible in Benito, but they'd certainly make other factions think twice about underestimating them. And they wouldn't have to endure blatant extortion from the government like before. Agreed. Our Sanju gang is willing to do business with your company. Elders Song and Yuan turned their gaze to Elder Wu. They had no further objections. Finally, old Wu slammed his cane hard onto the floor, sealing the deal. We're delighted to have reached an agreement. Jiang Hai smiled with narrowed eyes and nodded. Our company will deliver the goods to the Sanju gang's territory in the shortest possible time. At that time, please have three of you send someone to receive them. If this transaction goes smoothly, we may bring even greater surprises to the Three Roots gang next time. Jiang Hai's promise caused the eyes of the three elders and the surrounding Sanju gang members to light up in unison. Their first deal had already yielded 500 MP5s. Now, anticipation was building for what the next transaction might bring. Returning to his room, a smile crept onto Jiang Hai's lips. Though the deal was sealed, he had no intention of delivering the shipment so quickly. This was merely his first deal with the three-stem gang. Jiang Hai didn't want to reveal too much of his capabilities just yet. After all, Lordsake Corporation was currently collaborating with the Hispani government. If word leaked out, it would be far too easy for the other side to target them. At the very least, he needed to confirm that the Three Roots gang was a trustworthy trading partner. Stepping out of his room, Alung still stood perfectly straight in the living room, as if Jiang Hai had only just entered moments before. Noticing Jiang Hai emerge, Alung gave a slight nod and greeted him. Jiang Hai smiled and nodded. Alung, let's go. Unless something unexpected comes up, I always head to the club for training at this time every day. Alang remained silent, seemingly unconcerned about where Jiang Hai was headed. His duty was to stay by Jiang Hai's side and ensure his safety. Everything else was none of his concern. And it was precisely this unassuming demeanor of Alang's that Jiang Hai admired most. Upon arriving at the club, Coach Yi, who had received word earlier, was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Hai enter, Coach Yi smiled and stepped forward to greet him. But just as he approached a few steps, Coach Ye's expression shifted slightly, and he halted immediately. Almost simultaneously, Alang, who had been silently following behind Jiang Hai, also paled. He lunged forward in a single stride, blocking the space between Jiang Hai and Coach Yi. His eyes locked onto Coach Yi as he clenched his fists, poised to lunge forward at any moment. The two seemed to have suddenly transformed into wild beasts. Jiang Hai could almost feel invisible sparks flying between them. Jiang Hai watched them with curiosity, remaining silent. Coach Yi was the first to regain his composure. He first appraised Alang, then offered a faint smile before nodding at Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang, shall we proceed with today's training as usual? Coach Ye's demeanor was unchanged from usual, as if he hadn't even noticed Alang's presence. Seeing Coach Ye's demeanor, Alang gradually relaxed, though his gaze remained fixed on the coach, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Yes. Same as usual. Start with gun training. Then move on to grappling. Jiang Hai carried his change of clothes, smiling as he walked into the club alongside Coach Yi. Alang followed closely behind, mindful of his duties. As usual, after several hours of training at the club, Jiang Hai finally left. After getting into the car, he glanced at Coach Ye's retreating figure entering the club and suddenly asked, Alang, how strong is Coach Yi? Very strong. Alang answered with his usual brevity, concise yet clear. If you were to face him in a match, what are your chances of winning? Alang's answer only piqued Jiang Hai's curiosity further. He knew Alang was Uncle Wen's most skilled disciple, which was why Uncle Wen had assigned him as his personal bodyguard. If even Alang gave such a high praise, then this Coach Yi must truly be extraordinary. For the first time, Alang didn't answer Jiang Hai's question immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, I can't beat him. Jiang Hai smiled, glanced back at the club one last time, and instructed Old Li to drive. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales target. Settlement now commencing. Host has achieved a transaction value of 35 million Huaxia currency. Host's business commission rate is 10%. For this transaction, the host earns a salary of 3.5 million Huaxia currency. Hand over the general fire to the Sanju gang members, and they immediately transferred the payment to Jiang Hai. Immediately afterward, the system's pleasant notification tone sounded in Jiang Hai's ears. For Jiang Hai, a 3.5 million yuan commission was nothing special. Yet he still narrowed his eyes, looking quite pleased. The Sanju gang member across from him, named Shui, looked at Jiang Hai and nodded. The three elders have instructed that if this shipment is satisfactory, they hope the next transaction can be arranged as soon as possible. Don't rush. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, raising his hand as he said, our company's goods aren't always this high quality and affordable. Your financial resources aren't sufficient for frequent transactions with our company. This shipment should last you quite a while. Make good use of them. Once you've secured greater profits, we'll discuss a second transaction. Jiang Hai's words dripped with contempt for the Sanju gang, causing the gang members standing nearby to glare at him with fury. They were itching to pull out the MP5S they just acquired and mow down this arrogant bastard right then and there. Facing all those furious stares, Jiang Hai remained utterly unfazed, his smile never wavering. Shui clearly wasn't just any Sanju gang member. Though his expression was equally grim, a single raised hand commanded his companions to lower their heads in unison and return to their tasks. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, observing the young man before him with keen interest. Suddenly, he smiled and remarked, so, it seems your status isn't ordinary either? Wu Shui. Old Wu is my grandfather. Shui showed no intention of concealing his identity, nor did he display any particular pride in it. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, fell silent for a moment, then smiled even more brightly. Barring any surprises, the next seat on the Sanju Gang's Council of Elders will undoubtedly be yours? If that's the case, I'm quite looking forward to the future of the Three Stems Gang. Chapter 44, Fighting for a Breakthrough. Shui offered no denial to Jiang Hai's words. Evidently, this matter was already common knowledge within the Three Branches Gang. It was precisely for this reason that the three elders of the Sanju Gang had entrusted Shui with such a crucial transaction. Shui turned his head, gazing at the large metal crate parked behind Jiang Hai. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, I'm curious, what method did your company use to get the goods here? Their current location was a small park in downtown Bonnet City. It was just past 1 a.m., the dead of night. Shui couldn't wrap his head around it. How on earth had they managed to transport all these massive metal crates here without anyone noticing? These weren't candy boxes, they were crates of military weapons. Jiang Hai merely smiled at Shui's question, showing no intention of answering. Just as Jiang Hai was preparing to bid Shui farewell and leave the place. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, pierced by the shrill wail of sirens. The next moment, dozens of beams of light suddenly illuminated the once pitch-black little park, turning it as bright as day. It was the police. And the government's military. Damn it! We're exposed. The surrounding gang members panicked one after another. As gang members, they were naturally outmatched by government troops and police. Seeing so many government troops and police, how could they not be afraid? Shui's expression darkened too, but unlike the others, he didn't panic. He kept his cool. Stay calm. Stay calm. Keep your heads. Shui's shout helped steady the group's nerves slightly, though it did little to alter their predicament. Good work. Now it's up to you guys. At that moment, Jiang Hai's voice rang out. Shui's eyebrow twitched. He turned his head, only to find that Jiang Hai, who had been standing right in front of him, had vanished. Scanning the surroundings, he still couldn't find Jiang Hai, as if he'd never been there at all. Brother Shui. What do we do now? While Shui was still reeling in shock, a frantic member of the Three Roots gang approached him with the question. The man didn't immediately approach, but he wouldn't wait long either. Clearly, they were ensuring they were completely surrounded, leaving no chance for escape. Time was running out. Shui took a deep breath, temporarily setting aside the search for Jiang Hai. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on the large metal crates. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Shui's eyes. Use those guns. We'll force our way out. Ha! Shui's decision startled the Sanju gang member. There were only about 30 of them here to collect the goods. Outside, the government troops and police numbered at least 300 to 400. That's more than a 10-to-1 disadvantage. Force our way in? That would be suicide. Do you think they'll let us go? Once they catch us, they'll kill us anyway. How else would they get their hands on this stuff? Shui pointed at the metal crates. Those aren't ordinary contraband, they're genuine military weapons. The moment the government troops see these weapons, they'll seize them for themselves. And to silence us, they won't let us live till morning. Since death awaits us either way, we might as well fight back. Those government troops and cops bullied the Sanju gang day in and day out. They'd never dream we'd fight back. And they certainly wouldn't expect them to pull out this many weapons to fight back. This might be their only sliver of hope. After hearing Shui's words, the Sanju gang member hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. With a distinctive Hokkien accent, he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Brothers, let's fight! Everyone immediately rushed to the metal box, pulling out brand new submachine guns one after another and distributing them to everyone. Then they grabbed magazines, not only loading the guns but stuffing their pockets and belts full of extra clips. Everyone gripped their weapons, even Shui was no exception. Shui then selected 10 men to carry the boxes. Holding his MP5 in one hand, Shui, who had seemed so polite just moments before, suddenly radiated sheer dominance. Brothers! These bastards have always thought we're easy to push around, treating us like dirt. They think they can keep oppressing us like this. Stealing the hard-earned money we worked our asses off for. Now, we finally have a chance to protect ourselves, and they're trying to take it away. As he spoke, Shui's other hand pointed at the metal boxes, his eyes blazing with fury. Brothers, can we keep putting up with this? No way. Damn it. I've had enough. Let's fight them. Right. Let's fight. Even if it costs us our lives, it's better than living like cowards. Receiving his comrade's response, Shui slowly raised his head, his gaze growing fierce and proud. All right. We Chinese aren't some punks to be pushed around. Brothers. Let's fight them. Let's fight. Kill. Every member of the Three Stems gang gritted their teeth, their faces contorted with fury. Shui's words had fully ignited their fighting spirit. Shui then turned, chose a direction, and charged forward at the head of the group. Bang! Kill you all, you damn black bastards! Bang! Bang! Gunfire and explosions rang out incessantly. This usually quiet little park instantly transformed into a battlefield. Though it was a battle of dozens against hundreds, the outcome unfolded exactly as Shui had predicted. The government forces and police, who had assumed victory was assured, never imagined the Sanju gang would dare to fight back. They certainly hadn't anticipated the Sanju gang suddenly producing so many submachine guns. Caught off guard by Shui and his men's desperate, all-or-nothing gambit. Ultimately, Shui's group paid the price of over 20 lives to break through the encirclement of government troops and police. They carried the remaining weapons back to the Sanju gang's secret warehouse. After securing the weapons, Shui, without even bandaging his own wounds, rushed straight to the Sanju gang headquarters and found the three elders. In the hotel's third-floor lobby, Shui entered to find the three elders still seated. Before them, two gang members lay collapsed on the floor, their bodies mangled and covered in blood, barely clinging to life. Elder Song. Elder Yuan. Grandfather. Shui hurried forward, bowing respectfully to each elder in turn before shifting his gaze to the two figures on the floor. Shui. You've worked hard. Seeing Shui, the icy expressions on the three elders' faces softened considerably. Elder Wu's eyes, in particular, brimmed with undisguised affection. Tonight's achievements were more than enough to solidify Shui's status as the future successor. With such an outstanding grandson, what more could old Wu possibly say? Shui, it was these two scoundrels who betrayed the Three Stem gang, leaking tonight's transaction intel to the government forces. It turned out these two had long since defected to the government, becoming double agents. Chapter 45. The phone was tapped. So it was these two who tipped off the government forces and police to our location? Upon learning the truth, Shui couldn't help but exhale a long breath. Jiang Hai's sudden disappearance earlier had nearly made Shui suspect he'd betrayed them. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, at least they wouldn't turn against each other. That was fortunate. Not to mention, he'd just personally tested the MP5 they'd traded for. The submachine gun's performance was undeniable. Their successful breakout was largely thanks to those MP5s. With such weapons backing them, the Sanju gang was bound to carve out a place for themselves in the future. So, if possible, Shui really doesn't want the Three Stem gang to antagonize arms dealers like this. Shui. How's the situation over there? Old Wu inquired, though he already knew the outcome, merely a simple win or loss. For the detailed battle situation, he still needed to ask Shui. Shui immediately replied, Grandpa. 23 brothers fell. The rest are all wounded. Thankfully, we recovered all the guns and ammunition. Only the weapons our brothers used were lost. The damage is minimal. Good. Hearing Shui's report, the three elders' faces lit up with joy. The importance of this deal was self-evident. Having spent over 30 million, it couldn't go down the drain. However, Shui had clashed head-on with the government this time. They wouldn't let it rest. Old Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, his face etched with worry. Old Song beside him shared the same concern, nodding slightly. Shui caught the government forces completely off guard this time. With this lesson learned, the government won't take our Sanju gang lightly anymore. Next, the government forces will likely focus their efforts on targeting our Sanju gang. Relying solely on those 500 submachine guns will likely prove woefully inadequate. Though not elite troops, the government forces of Hispani were, after all, rigorously trained regular soldiers. Compared to them, the Sanju gang members are just a rabble. The situation isn't quite that dire. Hispani has only just returned to normalcy. President Preval spent nearly half a year in exile, which severely undermined the government's authority. Therefore, the government won't launch a full-scale war against us. Minor skirmishes, in fact, present the perfect opportunity for us to make a name for the Sanju gang. The key lies in the weapons. Shui. From now on, you'll maintain contact with that arms dealer and initiate the second transaction as soon as possible. According to intelligence I previously obtained, that arms dealer possesses not only conventional weapons. He also possesses some unusual and extremely powerful weapons. If we can get our hands on these weapons, we won't have to fear the government's crackdown. Old Wu instructed Shui with a stern expression, his words perfectly aligning with Shui's own thoughts. Shui immediately gave a firm nod and replied in a low voice, Understood. Boss, Uncle Wen sent me to warn you your phone is likely being tapped. Fat Old Nine showed up at the door, and his opening words startled Jiang Hai. Glancing down at his phone, he nearly flung it away in frustration. Tapped? Who's tapping it? No clue. Jiang Hai asked anxiously, while Lao Jiu grinned broadly, his face looking so honest and simple it was hard to imagine this was the same guy who could snap someone's neck over a single disagreement. This wasn't idle gossip. After the incident with Zhang Chang, Uncle Wen had sent over a video. In the footage, Zhang Cheng, formerly the vice president of Flying Horse Company, was dragged into a dimly lit room. Two hands then seized his head, twisted it with brutal force, and he died instantly. And the man who snapped Zhang Cheng's neck? None other than the fat man standing before them, Lao Jiu. Uncle Wen showed Jiang Hai this video to make him aware of how the matter had been handled. After Jiang Hai watched it, the video was immediately deleted. For a long time afterward, whenever Jiang Hai saw Lao Jiu, his neck ached intensely. Lao Jiu seemed oblivious to Jiang Hai's strange glances, spreading his hands with a simple, honest expression. We're good at fighting and killing, he said. But this tech stuff? Not our forte. Uncle Wen only managed to uncover that someone was tapping your phone. As for who it was, what methods they used, or how to prevent it, we're completely in the dark. Uncle Wen suggested you seek out experts in this field, Mr. Jiang. They might be able to help. Got it. After hearing Lao Jiu's words, Jiang Hai gradually regained his composure. He nodded lightly, lost in thought. Ever since learning he was being watched, Jiang Hai had harbored concerns. Though the system assured him it would cover all his tracks. But humans aren't machines. The system might fool cyber surveillance, but it couldn't fool human hearts. With such a large sum in his account, if discovered, it would inevitably attract attention. Zhang Cheng was the first, but he wouldn't be the last. Got it. I'll have someone handle it. Jiang Hai nodded. Upon receiving his confirmation, Lao Jiu turned and walked away with a satisfied smile. After dismissing Lao Jiu, Jiang Hai sat quietly on the sofa, seemingly watching TV, but his gaze was unfocused, his thoughts already drifting who knows where. Alang glanced at Jiang Hai from the side but said nothing. Clearly, Alang was unaware that at this very moment, Jiang Hai was communicating with the system. System, is my call being monitored? Yes. You already knew my calls were being monitored? Yes. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The host didn't ask. The system's concise reply nearly broke Jiang Hai's composure. But this wasn't his first time dealing with the system. He knew getting angry was pointless. Calming himself down, Jiang Hai continued his inquiry. Who are the people monitoring my phone? There are 18 distinct signals monitoring the host's phone, originating from different locations. Jiang Hai's heart skipped a beat. 18 directions? Does that mean 18 different factions are monitoring his phone? He had thought only one or two groups were tracking him, but never imagined there were so many. This time, Jiang Hai was genuinely frightened. He hurriedly said, with so many people monitoring my phone, then I'm in great danger, aren't I? Rest assured, host. The system has already warned you before all your information is under the system's protection. Given the technological level of your planet, it's impossible to breach the system's protection. Therefore, your information is completely secure. The system had indeed mentioned this before, and Jiang Hai trusted its capabilities. So when it comes to online information, no one can find me. Right? But what if someone in the real world comes looking for me directly? Can the system guarantee I won't be targeted? After Jiang Hai voiced his concern, the system remained silent. This inexplicable silence sent Jiang Hai's heart plummeting to the depths. Hey! What's with the radio silence now? Chapter 46, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Felix. Here are the experimental reports for your review. The stunning blonde assistant handed a document to Felix. As the head of Lordsec Corporation's Latin American division, Felix naturally understood weapons analysis reports. Flipping open the report and glancing over the data, Felix's brow furrowed slightly, his expression less than satisfied. Is this all there is? Is this all there is to the analysis report for the Starburst-type automatic RPG launcher? Felix tossed the report onto his desk with obvious displeasure, as if discarding worthless trash. His female assistant showed no surprise at Felix's displeasure. According to the lab, the launcher itself wasn't particularly technologically advanced. The real value lay in the micro-projectiles designed to be fired with it. Unfortunately, the battle at the Hispani Senate had depleted all the micro-projectiles. The lab lacked experimental materials, making a comprehensive analysis impossible. Felix cursed under his breath, but quickly realized such language was unbecoming of his position. Clearing his throat, he ran a hand through his neatly styled hair and snorted, "Any results on the surveillance of that number?" "Nothing." The assistant's answer still failed to satisfy Felix. Ever since the last operation failed, Hispani's treasury had been drained of 1.215 billion pretty coins. Converted to Chinese yuan, that's exactly 8.8 billion. The other party never called Proval again, and when Proval tried to call them, the calls were immediately rejected. TSK. After hearing his assistant's report, Felix couldn't help but let out a disapproving sound, his cheek muscles twitching several times. 12 billion pretty coins was no small sum. Hispaniola wasn't exactly wealthy to begin with. Losing that much money outright would likely make Proval's presidential seat untenable. Of course, Felix could step in as Lordsec Corporation to save Proval, or simply cover the debt for him. But why? A black president? Even if he sold every ounce of his fat, he wouldn't be worth 1.2 billion pretty coins. Felix was merely using him temporarily to catch that mysterious arms dealer's courier. He never intended to genuinely collaborate with the Hispani government forces. For Lockheed, the real partners in Hispani are the wealthy gangs. Over the past few years, Lockheed has sold massive quantities of weapons to these gangs. Who is responsible for Hispani's chaotic political situation these past years? Lockheed is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Taking a deep breath, Felix pushed thoughts of the failure Proval from his mind. Contact several gangs in Port-au-Prince and tell them we're willing to resume supplying them with arms. At the very least, we must preserve the company's standing in Hispani. As for that mysterious arms dealer, report it to headquarters. I refuse to believe they only deal with the Proval family. It's a shame, but we'll have to let headquarters broaden the search. We'll find clues eventually. Felix placed his hands on the desk with a hint of resignation, tapping his fingers lightly. His position depended on the company's performance. If investigating that shadowy arms dealer compromised this year's corporate performance, that wouldn't bode well. Of course, this didn't mean he'd abandon the search for the arms dealer's whereabouts. He would simply report the intelligence to headquarters, where they possessed more powerful resources. Finding the dealer's whereabouts would also earn him, as the reporter, a corresponding reward. The entire Blue Star arms trade was like a giant pie, its shares long since divided. A mysterious force suddenly emerging, wanting to claim a piece? Absolutely impossible. May I ask, is this Mr. Dahai Wuliang? A strangely intoned voice rang out from the phone. Though the language was unfamiliar, Jiang Hai somehow understood it. Knowing this was the system's translation function, Jiang Hai responded directly in Chinese. It's me. Who's this? The fact that the caller knew his name and used an unfamiliar language made it clear to Jiang Hai that this person was here to discuss an arms deal. He walked into his room while answering the call, casually closing the door behind him. Having Alung as his personal bodyguard ensured his safety, but it made personal privacy a bit of a hassle. Fortunately, Alung understood professional ethics and never pried into Jiang Hai's personal affairs. Mr. Furzat from the Holy War Organization gave me this number. My name is Hussein Hassan Muhammad. I am Bosch's military advisor. I trust you are aware of the recent conflict between our Bosch and the Jews. I'll get straight to the point. We Boshi need your assistance. The man cut straight to the chase, and Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. At first, he found it odd that Filzet would be so eager to introduce him to a client. But upon learning the man was Bosch, Jiang Hai understood the reason. Bosnia, a nation bordering the Gaffa region, shared numerous border disputes with the Jews. Crucially, just a month prior, the Jews had directly launched a missile that struck a Bosch consulate. This incident further escalated tensions between Bosch and Judah. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps it was precisely because they shared a common foe that Filzert had introduced himself as an arms dealer to the Boschie. However, Jiang Hai didn't immediately discuss a deal with him. Instead, he asked with confusion, shouldn't Bosch have a regular arms supplier? Why are they approaching our company? Unlike jihadist organizations, Bosch is an independent nation with its own domestic arms manufacturers and established foreign suppliers. Moreover, in recent years, rumors have circulated that Bosch has independently developed the Big Ivan. How could such a nation possibly lack weapons? Hussein answered Jiang Hai's question directly. Behind the Judas faction stands the backing of nearly 70% of Blue Star's wealthiest individuals. Among them are 3 of the world's top 10 arms suppliers. After the escalation between our two nations, our original arms supply chain immediately broke down. Although we have domestic arms manufacturers, our weaponry supply remains far insufficient for a conflict that could erupt at any moment. Therefore, we require additional arms supplies. Mr. Filzert understood our predicament and recommended your company to us. This Hussein was clearly a straightforward man, hiding nothing as he bluntly explained the reasons, allowing Jiang Hai to understand the entire situation. Clearly, this explanation was far more authentic and reliable than the news reports circulating online. Chapter 47, New Client. Big Shot. The Jews. Hailed as the most money-savvy nation. Even after their nation was destroyed millennia ago, forcing them into exile across the entire Blue Star, they still amassed immense wealth. Ultimately, they leveraged their wealth to forcibly re-establish their nation, founding the Jewish state. 70% of Blue Star's billionaires are Jewish, and 3 of the top 10 arms dealers were founded by Jews. This fact is common knowledge. So when Hussein spoke these words, Jiang Hai understood the predicament Bosch now faced. Regardless of whether Bosch truly possessed Big Ivan, even if it were real, he couldn't casually deploy such a devastating weapon. Thus, Bosch needed massive quantities of weapons to aid them in confronting the Jews. Jiang Hai now grasped the essence of Bosch's situation. A customer who comes knocking, there was no reason to refuse, especially a potentially high-value one. No problem. So, what kind of goods do you need? Guns? Cannons? Or missiles? No. Mr. Dahai Wulyan, we don't need any of that. Before Jiang Hai could finish speaking, the other party flatly refused. This caught Jiang Hai off guard, prompting him to ask, Mr. Hussein, what exactly do you require? We learned from Mr. Filzert that your company has a new type of fighter jet. We wish to purchase this new fighter jet from your company. A fighter jet? Jiang Hai froze for a moment before realizing what they meant. Sure enough, it was the very same XC-198 new generation fighter jet that had rescued Filzert from Hispani last time. Clearly, the Holy War Organization had never given up its interest in that fighter jet. Unable to afford it themselves, they'd begun manipulating their allies into buying it. But Jiang Hai switched hands to hold the phone and replied with a smile, Mr. Hussein, since you know about this new fighter jet, you should also know it doesn't come cheap. No problem. Hussein replied instantly, clearly well prepared. As far as I understand, the price tag for this fighter jet should be 500 trillion yuan, correct? We are willing to purchase one of these new fighter jets. In fact, if its performance truly lives up to your company's claims, we wouldn't hesitate to place follow-up orders. Rich bastard. Hussein's lavishly wealthy tone made Jiang Hai inwardly curse under his breath. Such brazen boasts hadn't even come from the Emirates' ruler, Salam. Back when Salam approached Jiang Hai to buy aircraft and tanks, he backed down at the mere mention of over 70 billion. Now Hussein faced a price tag of 5 trillion and simply snapped it up. Of course, this was understandable. After all, while Salam is wealthy, he remains merely a sheikh, whereas Hussein represents a truly sovereign nation. Moreover, Bosnia isn't just any ordinary country, it's also an oil-producing nation. Though it couldn't match the wealth of its neighboring oil-rich nation, it still ranked among the top producers on Blue Star. Thus, while Salam was too intimidated to utter a word at the 70 billion deal, Bosnia dared to bid 500 trillion. Of course, even if Bosnia was truly rolling in oil, spending 500 trillion yuan on fighter jets still caught Jiang Hai off guard. Mr. Hussein, are you absolutely certain about this? I trust Mr. Filzert has already informed you of our company's policy. Once the deal is finalized, there will be no room for regrets. You must produce this 500 trillion yuan. Breaking the deal will cost you far more. It's not that Jiang Hai suddenly developed a saintly conscience and decided to turn down easy money. It's just that if he accidentally empties Hazard's entire treasury, Jiang Hai's reputation would be ruined. Who would dare do business with him again? No need to worry. This decision has already received unanimous approval from the President and Parliament. As long as the fighter jet meets quality standards, we'll deliver the 500 trillion yuan immediately. Bosch needs this fighter jet. Hussein showed not a shred of hesitation at Jiang Hai's persuasion, his tone instead as firm as iron. Jiang Hai paused, then suddenly seemed to grasp something. He recalled that Bosch was unlike its neighboring countries. The most striking characteristic of this nation was its sheer tenacity. Especially in foreign relations, Bosch was tough as nails. This time, the Jews launching a surprise attack on Bosch was like provoking a mad dog. Fortunately, Bosch still retained a modicum of rationality. Otherwise, the legendary Bosch's Big Ivan would have been unleashed upon Judean territory. Without deploying the Big Ivan, Bosch needed a highly intimidating means to retaliate against Judah. That's why he spared no expense acquiring these fighters from Jiang Hai. And let's be honest, the agility of the new XC-198 fighter jet makes it perfect for retaliatory strikes. With this fighter jet, Bosch could easily launch surprise attacks and bombing raids against Judah. Since Hussein had made his stance clear, Jiang Hai naturally saw no reason to refuse. Alright. Under these circumstances, our company will proceed with this transaction. 1 unit of the XC-198 fighter jet, priced at 500 trillion yuan. Please confirm the delivery location so we can arrange shipment. Hussein didn't hesitate, immediately providing an address. Ding. Detecting host receiving business. Locating host. Please select delivery method. 1. Host delivers personally. 2. Host controls puppet for delivery. 3. Control the fighter jet to proceed autonomously. Please select host. Ha! Noticing an additional delivery option in the system menu, Jiang Hai froze for a moment before quickly catching on. This fighter jet had remote piloting capabilities. It seemed that when he last rented this fighter jet, the system had also handled the remote piloting. This would save a lot of trouble. I choose option 3. Host has selected delivery method. Initiating fighter jet remote control. The fighter jet is en route to the customer's designated location. A series of system prompts sounded, and Jiang Hai was pleasantly relieved. Of course, he knew this effortless delivery was only possible because the fighter jet had remote control capabilities. For any other cargo, he'd still have to make the trip himself. After waiting quietly for over 3 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales transaction. Settlement is now commencing. Host has achieved a transaction value of 500 trillion huaxia coins. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 10% commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 500 trillion huaxia coins. Ding! Host's bank account balance detected to exceed 100 quadrillion huaxia coins. System upgrade conditions met. The system will automatically initiate the upgrade process. Estimated upgrade duration 30 blue star days. Please wait patiently for the system upgrade. Chapter 48, Where's my money? Upgrade? What does that mean? Why the sudden upgrade? System, before you upgrade, shouldn't you at least ask me, the host, for my opinion? The system's series of alert tones left Jiang Hai momentarily at a loss, unable to suppress a loud inner scream. But no matter how much he called out, the system remained completely silent this time. It seemed the system had already begun its automatic upgrade. And according to the system's previous notice, this upgrade would last a full 30 days. So for the next 30 days, he wouldn't be able to use any of the system's functions? Well, it didn't really matter. After all, with the system upgrading, he wouldn't be able to conduct any transactions even if he wanted to. Without venturing abroad, those system features aren't particularly useful anyway. As for my phone number, that's even less of a concern. The phone number those clients have isn't actually Jiang Hai's personal number. Without the system, clients couldn't reach him anyway, so there was no need to fret about hidden surveillance lurking in the shadows. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Hai realized he hadn't lost anything, so he stopped worrying about it. Soon his thoughts turned to the commission he'd just earned. That was 500 billion. It was an astronomical figure. Forget 3 lifetimes, even 30 lifetimes wouldn't be enough to spend it all. He thought his previous 100 billion fortune had already made him mentally invincible. But the thought of that colossal 500 billion fortune sitting in his bank account made Jiang Hai's heart pound wildly, nearly leaping out of his throat. He immediately fired up his computer to check his bank account. His heart pounded with excitement, his hands trembling. You know what? After this deal, I'm done. Just lie back and call it quits. Bank balance. Wow, so much money. Clicking on the balance, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up at the long string of numbers. But soon, something felt off. The number was indeed long, but it wasn't quite the length he'd imagined. This was still over 10 billion. The 500 billion that should have been there had vanished into thin air. Where the hell is my money? Who the hell stole my money? Jiang Hai was both shocked and furious, unable to contain his rage as he roared loudly. The next moment, the door burst open as Elung rushed in, his face tense with worry. But seeing Jiang Hai sitting calmly at his computer desk, as if nothing had happened, Alang froze in shock, utterly baffled by the situation. Ahem. Alang, no, nothing. I was just calling out randomly. Seeing Alang, Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure, swiftly closing the online banking page, then offered an awkward explanation. Of course, not even a ghost would believe Jiang Hai's excuse. Alang merely glanced at Jiang Hai, gave a slight nod, and then left the room. Before leaving, he even took the trouble to close the door for Jiang Hai. Scratching the back of his head, Jiang Hai reopened the online banking page. Staring at the balance figure, his brow furrowed deeply. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that the system upgrade was just an excuse to steal his salary and run off? Jiang Hai immediately shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. He recalled a notification tone just before the system upgrade. It said the upgrade was triggered because the account balance had exceeded 100 billion. Could it be that the system upgrade was actually swallowing up his money? Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lip. This theory actually seemed more plausible. But now the system couldn't answer him. It seemed he'd just have to wait a month until the upgrade was complete before asking it again. Jiang Hai quickly let it go. After all, he still had 100 billion left in his account. Just a few months ago, he was a penniless programmer. Now he had a house, a car, a successful career. What more could he want? Jiang Hai considered his greatest strength to be his ability to let things go. This month-long system upgrade would also give him a chance to rest properly. Another 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. These past 2 weeks, Jiang Hai had indeed lived a very regular life. His days consisted solely of commuting between home and the club. He hadn't set foot in Manhwa Tower even once. He entrusted all matters to forcibly and felt completely at ease. And forcibly proved worthy of his trust, steering the investment company to remarkable success. According to forcibly, she had invested in 3 projects over the past few months. Though the returns weren't substantial yet, at least the projects were progressing smoothly. He believed substantial returns would materialize within a year. Jiang Hai, however, remained unconcerned. He had established this investment company merely as a front, a cover for his arms dealing. If not for the recent downturn in the real estate market, he would have definitely started a property company to dabble in. All right. Sister Phone, you make the call. I trust your judgment completely. Sitting in the car, Jiang Hai chatted cheerfully with forcibly over the phone. He had just returned from training at the club. As for Oldly and Alang, they were seated in the driver's seat and passenger seat respectively. The spacious back seat was occupied solely by Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang, looks like some traffic up ahead. Jiang Hai had just hung up when the car abruptly stopped. Oldly frowned, gazing ahead, and couldn't help but remark. The road ahead was backed up for quite a distance. He wondered if there had been an accident or some other reason. Traffic jam? Jiang Hai didn't seem particularly bothered. Traffic jams were as common as dirt in the metropolis, nothing to get worked up about. No big deal. Just drive slowly. No rush. Jiang Hai leaned back in his seat, squinting his eyes as he prepared to rest. Crash. The moment he closed his eyes, a deafening crash echoed, followed by a violent jolt beneath him. Holy! What kind of driving is this? Jiang Hai instinctively opened his eyes, while Oldly was already cursing out loud. All 3 passengers, including Alang, turned their heads in unison to look behind them. Behind them, a grayish-white minivan had slammed into the rear of Jiang Hai's G-Class. Even from inside the car, Jiang Hai could see the van's front end was badly dented and caved in. God knows how hard that impact must have been. Mr. Jiang, I'll handle this. After muttering a few curses, Oldly quickly relayed the message to Jiang Hai before getting out of the car. As a seasoned driver, he had plenty of experience handling traffic accidents. Leaving it to Oldly put Jiang Hai at ease, though such incidents always left him feeling a bit uneasy. Mr. Jiang. Something's not right. Not long after Oldly got out, Alang, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Jiang Hai froze for a moment. Before he could react, Alang suddenly sprang up from the passenger seat. His burly frame moved like an eel, slipping smoothly beside Jiang Hai and pinning him back into his seat. Clang! 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 In that instant, the windows on both sides and behind Jiang Hai shattered simultaneously. Shards of glass rained down into the cabin. Fortunately, the windows were made of tempered glass. Otherwise, Jiang Hai would have been covered in blood from the shards. Chapter 49, Sudden Ambush. What are you doing? Oldly's panicked shouts echoed from outside the car. His cries quickly turned into agonized screams. At the same time, Alang shielded Jiang Hai with his own body, doing his utmost to block the shards of glass. Thanks to his experiences over the past few months, Jiang Hai regained his composure after a momentary shock. Alang! Go save Master Li. I'm fine here. Jiang Hai made a quick decision. His G-Class wasn't just any ordinary car. Though the windows were shattered, the body remained sturdy. As long as Jiang Hai stayed safely inside, he would be secure for the time being. But Oldly was outside. He didn't know who the attackers were. He couldn't let anything happen to Oldly out there. Alang hesitated briefly before nodding slightly. He twisted his waist, pushed open the door, and darted out in an instant. After stepping out, he kicked the door shut. Jiang Hai immediately crouched down, reached over to lock the door, then lay flat on the seat. Soon, screams and curses echoed outside the car. Simultaneously, the car was struck repeatedly by something, producing a series of thuds. Jiang Hai looked up just as the shattered glass on the door was smashed open. An arm had already reached inside, fumbling to unlock the door. No way! Jiang Hai reacted swiftly, twisting halfway around in his seat before stomping his foot down hard on the arm. A piercing scream erupted as the arm instantly retracted. But before Jiang Hai could celebrate, another hand reached over his head, grabbing hold of his hair. Holy! The agonizing pain of his scalp being yanked made Jiang Hai curse out loud. He frantically grabbed the hand above his head, trying to pull it off. But the other person was incredibly strong. Jiang Hai couldn't budge them at all. Instead, he was being pulled toward the window, about to be dragged out. Smack! Ah! A dull thud mixed with a scream, and the hand gripping Jiang Hai's hair suddenly let go. Mr. Jiang! Alang's voice rang out from outside the window. Jiang Hai knew instantly that it was Alang who had just saved him. I'm fine. Panting heavily, Jiang Hai saw several arms reaching out again from the opposite car door. This time, he could see clearly, several young men were crowding outside the door, reaching in to pry it open. Alang! Thud! Almost the moment Jiang Hai shouted Alang's name, several dull thuds echoed from the car roof. The next moment, Alang descended from above, kicking all the young men flying backward. Another sharp crack startled Jiang Hai. He turned to see Oldly, covered in blood and looking utterly battered, scrambling into the driver's seat. Covered in blood, he was clearly badly injured. But Oldly paid no heed to his own injuries the moment he got in the car. He started it up. Drive! Get General Manager Jiang out of here! Alang's shout echoed outside the vehicle. Even in that loud cry, the calmness in his voice remained unmistakable. Oldly was no novice. He could tell the men outside were after Jiang Hai. Therefore, getting Jiang Hai out of there was the best course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, Oldly gritted his teeth and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The G-Wagon's tires spun wildly, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke. In the next instant, the G-Wagon launched forward like a rocket, crashing toward the front at breakneck speed. Though dozens of vehicles were parked ahead, they were actually spaced quite loosely. The G-Wagon's brutal impact forcibly carved a path through them. Mr. Jiang, these vehicles, are you sure you can afford to pay for them all? Oldly gritted his teeth, his face set with determination, yet his voice trembled. In all his years as a driver, he'd never played bumper cars like this before. Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh bitterly at Oldly's words. Crash! Crash 100 cars to pieces, I can afford it. Crash! Jiang Hai's words seemed to give Oldly a boost, and he slammed the accelerator with all his might, gripping the steering wheel tightly. After smashing through another dozen cars, the massive G-Wagon had somehow blasted its way out of the street. Breaking through the gridlock, with a clear path stretching ahead, both Jiang Hai and Oldly exhaled in unison. Oldly immediately floored the gas pedal, accelerating forward while shouting to Jiang Hai, Mr. Jiang, where do we go next? The police station. Faced with such a situation, Jiang Hai had no choice but to head to the police station. Only the police could give him a sense of security. The police station? Ah! Right. We should go to the police station. Oldly was clearly still flustered. Hearing Jiang Hai's suggestion, he froze for a moment before snapping into action. He yanked the steering wheel and sped toward the nearest police station. Thud! Suddenly, Jiang Hai felt the world spinning violently. A deafening roar filled his head. All he had time to see was a flash of crimson before darkness engulfed his vision, and he passed out. He had no idea how much time had passed before he slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was a stark white ceiling. Jiang Hai instinctively tried to speak, only to discover he couldn't utter a single word. His throat felt as if it had been stuffed with glue, sealed shut. He smacked his lips, yet couldn't even manage to swallow. Mr. Jiang! Mr. Jiang! Someone! Quick, someone! Jiang Hai's slight movement immediately sparked a chorus of alarmed cries. Yet to Jiang Hai, these cries sounded like a tearing pain in his head. Everyone, quiet down. The patient needs rest. Doctors and nurses rushed into the ward. One doctor sternly addressed Fong Li and the others inside. At the doctor's command, Fong Li and the others immediately fell silent, watching as the doctors and nurses examined Jiang Hai lying in the hospital bed. After over half an hour of commotion, the doctor finally addressed Fong Li and the others. The patient has just regained consciousness, that's a good sign. But what he needs now is ample rest. After giving the nurses some instructions, the doctor left the room. After this half-hour rest, Jiang Hai's mental state had improved considerably. He was given a few sips of water and was clearly doing much better than when he first regained consciousness. Fong Jia, what happened to me? Mr. Jiang, you're fine. It's just that during the crash, you injured some bones. The doctor has already reset the broken bones. You'll be fine after some rest. Recalling the doctor's earlier instructions, Fong Li leaned close to the hospital bed and explained to Jiang Hai in a hushed voice. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai gradually recalled the events before he lost consciousness. I was in a car accident? Right, Li. Master Li. Master Li is fine too. He also broke his thigh bone, but it's been set just like yours. He's resting in the next room. Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. Jiang Hai mentioned oldly, and fondly immediately understood his meaning. She explained everything in a few words to spare Jiang Hai any worry. Chapter 50, Bosch's Air Raid. With Fondly's patient explanation, Jiang Hai gradually pieced together the entire story. The car accident that knocked him unconscious was indeed just an accident. Oldly had been rushing to the police station and failed to notice the traffic lights. He made a sharp turn at the intersection and collided head-on with a dump truck traveling straight through. While the G-Wagon was far sturdier than most vehicles, it was no match for a speeding dump truck. Naturally, the G-Wagon was totaled on impact. Jiang Hai and Oldly were both seriously injured in the crash. That said, it was fortunate they were driving the G-Class. Had it been an ordinary sedan, they would have been pulverized. Mr. Jiang. We deeply apologize, this was our negligence. Uncle Wen, standing at the other end of Jiang Hai's hospital bed, spoke up at that moment. This was the first time Jiang Hai had seen Uncle Wen since confirming their hire. After glancing at Uncle Wen, Jiang Hai didn't utter words like it's okay. After all, he was paying them 10 million yuan a month to guarantee his safety. That was their basic duty. Now that he was in danger, it was clearly their responsibility. I need an explanation. Jiang Hai stated flatly before closing his eyes, not sparing the other man another glance. Uncle Wen showed no sign of anger at Jiang Hai's attitude. Instead, he nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. This matter will not be swept under the rug. Uncle Wen made his promise to Jiang Hai with a solemn expression. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed unwilling to engage, Uncle Wen said no more and silently left the hospital room. Only after he was gone did Jiang Hai slowly open his eyes and turn to look at Fondly. Sister Fong, how long have I been unconscious? You've been unconscious for 2 days. Fondly forced a smile and reassured him, don't worry, I've got the company covered. And regarding this incident, I've already taken care of it. It was an emergency avoidance situation. No criminal charges will be filed against you or Master Li. As for compensation for the damaged vehicles, I've taken care of that too. Back then, when Jiang Hai had Oldly drive through to clear a path, he wrecked quite a few cars and injured several people. Jiang Hai and Oldly won't face criminal charges, but they can't avoid paying compensation. Fortunately for Jiang Hai, money is the last thing he lacks right now. He'd already injected 200 million into the company earlier, plus the monthly rental income from Chanha Tower. Fondly didn't even need to ask Jiang Hai for money to settle all the compensation matters. I'll transfer another 200 million to the company account later. Jiang Hai nodded lightly, leaving Fondly momentarily speechless. 200 million. From Jiang Hai's mouth, it sounded like it was no different from 200 yuan. Just how much money does this little man have? Fondly didn't refuse Jiang Hai. The company was his anyway. Transferring money between its accounts was essentially moving funds from one hand to the other. Fondly's only task was to ensure Jiang Hai's money didn't go down the drain. After a brief exchange, Fondly was dismissed by Jiang Hai. The vast hospital room was now empty except for Jiang Hai. That's right. Both Jiang Hai and Oldly next door were staying in private rooms. No need to share a room with others, clean and hygienic, with dedicated nurses working 3 shifts to care for them. Money really does make a difference. With no one else around, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow slightly, staring at the ceiling as he began to ponder. Although the investigation into this attack has yet to yield results, it has served as a stark warning to Jiang Hai. Previously, he had been fearless, relying on the system's assistance. But when the system upgraded and those protective functions failed, this incident happened. Uncle Wen had previously sent Lao Jiu to warn him that someone was monitoring his phone calls. But at the time, he hadn't paid it much mind. Had he taken it seriously then and actively sought out the hidden enemy lurking in the shadows, perhaps this incident could have been avoided. This time he narrowly escaped with his life, but what about next time? Would he be so fortunate again? It was time to root out every last enemy lurking in the shadows. However, the system was currently upgrading, so Jiang Hai couldn't utilize its functions for assistance. Looks like it's time to deploy the cash power. With over 10 billion yuan still in his account, he refused to believe he couldn't root out those rats. Though Uncle Wen had promised they'd give him an explanation. But after this incident, Jiang Hai realized he couldn't rely entirely on Uncle Wen. For some reason, Kochia's face suddenly flashed through Jiang Hai's mind. Alang was already formidable, yet the Kochi he spoke of was described with even greater reverence. Though he had no proof, Jiang Hai was certain that if Kochi got involved, this matter would be resolved swiftly. If he could get Kochi to lend a hand, that would be ideal. Regarding the lightning strikes on several military bases in Judea, Bosch had already announced his responsibility for the operation. This air raid had dealt devastating blows to several crucial military bases in Judah. Although the Judas government claimed they had implemented effective defenses and no casualties resulted from the attack. However, reliable intelligence indicates that over 100 people have perished in the airstrikes at Judea's military bases. Undoubtedly, Judah's air defense system had failed to fulfill its intended purpose. If this airstrike was indeed orchestrated by Bosch, it means Judah's previous airstrike against the Bosch embassy has now reaped its bitterest consequences. Click. Smith turned off the television, his expression darkening considerably. Swiveling his chair, he looked at the dozen or so colleagues in the conference room and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, you've all seen it. Bosch's airstrike operation this time has completely slipped beyond our control. I care not how great the losses Judah suffers. The critical issue is that Bosch's airstrike was utterly unexpected. When did Bosch acquire such formidable airstrike capabilities? Capable of catching Judah completely off guard. Mr. Hamilton, you've been in charge of intelligence on Bosch's operations." When Smith called out his name, a middle-aged man with brown hair and glasses stood up, his forehead glistening with sweat. Yet he was utterly unable to answer Smith's interrogation. Although Bosch frequently purchased arms externally, its extensive in-house manufacturing chain meant its external demand for weapons was actually quite low. Consequently, Hamilton's performance had consistently ranked among the lowest in the company. Compounded by Bosch's notoriously hardline stance, his domestic intelligence-gathering efforts yielded minimal results. Now, facing his superior's interrogation and the gawking stares of his colleagues, Hamilton stammered and stuttered, utterly unable to respond. This attitude only infuriated Smith further. He snorted coldly, slammed his fist on the table, and barked, "Useless." Surprisingly, this rebuke felt like a reprieve to Hamilton. He swiftly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and sank back into his seat. Chapter 51, Bosch's treasury is empty. Bosch's air raid would certainly not be the last. If Judah had no countermeasure for such air raids, this century-long war would conclude in a mere blink of an eye. If the war ends, who will buy our weapons? The company's profits would suffer severe losses. This absolutely cannot be allowed. Smith roared, spittle flying as he pounded the table. The others in the conference room kept their heads bowed obediently, not daring to utter a word. After nearly half an hour of ranting, Smith's anger finally began to subside slightly. He picked up the remote control beside him and turned on the conference room TV once more. But this time, instead of news reports, the screen displayed nothing but a vast expanse of azure sky. Smith frowned as he fiddled with the remote, and the image began to zoom in. Soon, a tiny black dot appeared in the sky. As the image zoomed in, the dot grew larger and larger. Finally, the speck transformed into a shadowy mass. But even then, it remained impossible to discern exactly what it was. Smith said in a low voice, "This is footage captured by a high-speed camera. It was filmed at the Judean-Bosch border 5 minutes before the airstrike on the Judean military base. The target speed was too great, even this high-speed camera couldn't capture it clearly. But we can confirm it was an extremely fast-moving aircraft. We have reason to believe that Bosch used this very aircraft to launch airstrikes against several military bases in Judah." Smith's words sent shockwaves through the conference room, as stunned expressions spread across every face, followed by gasps of disbelief. This is impossible. Where would Bosch get such an advanced aircraft? Given Bosch's research capabilities, it's simply impossible. The attendees were all high-ranking executives from arms manufacturers, whose knowledge of weaponry was certainly no less than that of ordinary arms experts. They had never heard of such a high-speed aircraft, much less one that Bosch could have developed. Smith nodded solemnly. Exactly. Bosch couldn't have developed this aircraft. Therefore, there can only be one explanation: Bosch obtained this aircraft from another faction. No sooner had he spoken than the blonde secretary standing in the corner of the conference room promptly handed him a folder. Opening the folder, Smith pulled out a specific form and held it up for everyone to see. This was intelligence obtained 10 days prior from Bosch's financial records. It clearly documented a massive expenditure from the Bosch treasury within the past month. How substantial was this expenditure? It was so substantial that it nearly emptied the entire wealth accumulated by Bosch over the years. It was absolutely astronomical. Smith's words made everyone involuntarily gasp in shock. Bosch was a major oil-producing nation. Though its prosperity lagged behind its neighbors for various reasons, the wealth accumulated over the years was undoubtedly a terrifying astronomical figure. And now it's been nearly wiped out? What on earth did Bosnia buy with that money? A country? In other words, Bosch had spent a colossal sum to acquire this aircraft, and then used this aircraft to launch an airstrike against Judah. Therefore, there's only one thing left for us to do now. Find out exactly who sold this aircraft to Bosch. Smith tapped his finger on the folder on the table with a stern expression and shouted angrily. The others exchanged glances. This was no simple task. Their company was the premier arms manufacturer on Blue Star, boasting the planet's most advanced high-tech R&D center. Even they hadn't managed to develop such a high-speed aircraft. It was hard to imagine any other faction possessing such formidable R&D capabilities. Could it be Lord's Hick? Their R&D capabilities are formidable too. Unlikely. I'd say it's more likely to be Ryan Corporation. With Hans backing them, their R&D capabilities aren't much weaker than ours. What about China? Their state-owned arms manufacturing sector has caught up significantly in recent years. Various speculations flew around the room, but no one could pinpoint a definitive answer. Smith, growing impatient, slammed his hand on the table. I need a correct answer, not your wild guesses. 1 month. Within 1 month, I want results. Otherwise, every last one of you can pack your bags and get out. After venting his frustration, Smith abruptly stood up and stormed out of the conference room. The others were left staring at each other, sitting at their desks, utterly clueless about what to do next. A month sounds like a long time, but now that everyone is completely stumped, a month just isn't enough. All eyes quickly turned to the television screen. Seeing that shadowy, dark figure, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Jiang Hai didn't stay in the hospital for too long. Once his external injuries had mostly healed, he checked himself out. It wasn't that he was stingy about the hospital fees, he simply couldn't stand the hospital environment. Even in the luxurious private suite, lying in that hospital bed made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable all over. So he simply checked himself out and returned home to rest. He had no worries about nursing care either. Jiang Hai hired 3 experienced nurses to live in his home and attend to his daily needs. A doctor also resided at his home, ready to monitor his condition at any moment. It was fortunate that the large flat he had purchased was spacious enough with plenty of rooms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where to accommodate so many people. Fong Li even urged him to buy a larger apartment or even a villa. After all, with Jiang Hai's current financial standing, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Jiang Hai didn't reject Fong Li's suggestion outright, but he wanted to think it over. At the very least, he wanted to wait until his injuries healed and he could move freely again. As for Jiang Hai's injuries, most were superficial cuts and bruises. The truly severe damage was to his right lower leg bone and knee. The fibula was completely fractured, and the knee joint was dislocated. With injuries like these, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to fully recover. Jiang Hai now found himself longing intensely for the system. If the system were still active, perhaps his injuries could be healed instantly? But with the system upgrade still a dozen days away, no matter how frustrated he felt, Jiang Hai had no choice but to endure. Mr. Jiang. Just days after returning home, Uncle Wen arrived at his doorstep with Fat Agio and that short guy in tow. Uncle Wen. Any leads? Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Hai glanced at Uncle Wen and replied in a flat tone. Compared to their first meeting, Jiang Hai's attitude was noticeably cooler. The reason was simple enough: Uncle Wen and his cruise failure last time had left Jiang Hai seething with anger that hadn't subsided. Chapter 52, Time to Buy a New House. This wasn't Jiang Hai being petty. As his bodyguards, Uncle Wen and his team had truly failed in their duties. Had they assigned more personnel to protect him back then instead of just Lang alone, the previous incident wouldn't have escalated so badly, it might not have even happened at all. Granted, Lang was quite the fighter. Last time, even when the whole gang attacked him, they couldn't overpower him alone. But the problem is, no matter how skilled Lang is, he's still just one man with 2 fists. Just like last time, when the enemy sent men to tie up Lang, Jiang Hai was just as vulnerable. So it was only natural that Jiang Hai's attitude toward Uncle Wen and the others had soured. Uncle Wen didn't seem to mind Jiang Hai's attitude, but the short man behind him couldn't hold back. Hey! What's your problem? Uncle Wen has already. Lame. Shut up. Uncle Wen snapped over his shoulder. The short man immediately shut up, obediently closing his mouth and daring not utter another word. Cripple? This was the first time Jiang Hai had heard the short man's nickname. Curious, he glanced at the man's legs. They're just a bit short, not lame at all? As if sensing Jiang Hai's gaze, the short man glared at him with vicious eyes, ready to lash out. But remembering Uncle Wen stood before them, he could only grit his teeth and shut his mouth. Uncle Wen's gaze returned to Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang Hai, we've thoroughly investigated the matter. This attack was carried out by a group from another province. The mastermind behind it is a man named Shi Haiyu. Shi Haiyu? I don't know him. Jiang Hai mulled the name over in his mind before shaking his head. Uncle Wen showed no surprise, continuing, Shi Haiyu is a gang leader from the northwest. He has some minor notoriety there, but he's hardly a big shot. So Shi Haiyu isn't the real mastermind behind this? Jiang Hai immediately grasped Uncle Wen's meaning, narrowing his eyes. So there's another layer to this? Looks like this isn't as straightforward as it seemed? Uncle Wen nodded in agreement. Shi Haiyu's main territory is in the northwest. He wouldn't come to Shanghai to stir up trouble on his own. But Shi Haiyu has a nephew who founded a company in the capital 10 years ago, specializing in venture capital. Of course, that was merely a front. The company's true purpose was to launder Shi Haiyu's illicit funds and facilitate his investment deals, making money work for money. The capital? Jiang Hai frowned. Even now, he still couldn't grasp the full implications. This was the Magic City, thousands of kilometers away from the imperial capital. Uncle Wen continued recounting his findings. The investment company founded by Shi Haiyu's nephew had planned to enter the Magic City a year ago, targeting several industries there. One of them was the Changha Tower located in the heart of the Magic City. Finally, the connection was found. Haiyu's nephew had set his sights on Jiang Hai Tower, only to have it snatched away by Jiang Hai. Still, Jiang Hai couldn't wrap his head around it. It was just one property he'd snatched up. Was it really necessary to bring people all the way to Shanghai to settle this? If you're in business, can't you tolerate a little friction? As if sensing Jiang Hai's confusion, Uncle Wen continued his explanation. In fact, it's not just Jiang Hai Tower. Several projects recently invested in by Jiang Hai Corporation just happened to be the one Haiyu's nephew had his eye on. 2 of them were even in advanced stages of negotiation, but Jiang's company, with its deep pockets, had forcibly snatched them away. When Haiyu's nephew relayed this to him, Haiyu interpreted it as Chairman Jiang deliberately antagonizing him. That's why he mobilized his people to come to Shanghai and cause trouble for Chairman Jiang. That pretty much covered the whole story. But after hearing the whole story, Jiang Hai was utterly speechless. All this trouble, nearly costing him his life, over such a trivial matter? If he really had died over something like this, how utterly unjust that would be. Uncle Wen, seemingly worried Jiang Hai wouldn't believe him, had Fat Old Nine place a thick stack of documents on the coffee table before him. These are the results of our investigation over the past period. Mr. Jiang, please take a look. Jiang Hai responded softly. Regardless, Uncle Wen and his team certainly proved their problem-solving skills. In such a short time, they'd managed to dig up Haiyu all the way out in the northwest. So what's your plan to resolve this situation next? That Haiyu probably won't let this go easily, right? I don't want to live in constant fear from now on. Jiang Hai's meaning couldn't have been clearer. If Uncle Wen and the others want to redeem themselves, they'd better eliminate the trouble of Haiyu. As for calling the police? Jiang Hai wasn't that naive. The other side was undoubtedly a local powerhouse. Even if Jiang Hai called the police, the chances of it having any real impact were slim. Since the righteous path was unlikely to work, they'd have to resort to underhanded methods. Uncle Wen immediately grasped Jiang Hai's meaning. He'd even mentally prepared for this. No sooner had Jiang Hai finished speaking than Uncle Wen declared, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. We've got this covered. Haiyu will never harm you again." Excellent. I'll be waiting for your good news, Uncle Wen. This time, Jiang Hai finally smiled and nodded. Do this well, and I've prepared 20 million yuan as a reward. Consider it a bonus for everyone. After wielding the stick, he naturally offered the carrot. Jiang Hai understood well the principle of combining reward with punishment. Besides, any problem money can solve is a minor one. Uncle Wen smiled, accepting Jiang Hai's generosity without refusal. After a few brief instructions, he turned and left Jiang Hai's room. When Uncle Wen arrived, he was accompanied by the fat old ninth and the short lame man. But when he left, he went alone. Old Nine and the lame one remained behind, standing by Alang's side. Well, guess that's learning the hard way? Neither Lao Jiao nor the cripple offered an explanation, but Jiang Hai instantly grasped the meaning. Along alone was clearly insufficient, so Uncle Wen dispatched 2 more men this time. Looking at the grinning Lao Jiao and the grumpy cripple, alongside the perpetually expressionless Alang beside them, Jiang Hai shook his head helplessly and said, "For the time being, you'll all stay in Alang's room. Just make do for now. It seems we really have no choice but to move now." Ding dong. System upgrade complete. System upgraded to version 20. All system functions have been restored. New features have been added. Please inspect them, host. After staying at home for another 10 days or so, finally, the system's pleasant voice resounded in Jiang Hai's mind once more a month later. The system upgrade is finally complete. Hearing this long-awaited notification tone, Jiang Hai was overjoyed, nearly jumping out of bed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shout the words he'd been holding back for a month in his mind. System. Pay me back. Chapter 53, Trading Channel. 30 days. A whole month. Who knew how Jiang Hai had managed to survive this month? Every day, the thought of those vanished 500 billion made his heart ache. That was the hard-earned paycheck from selling a single sky-high-priced fighter jet to a rare big spender he'd managed to snag. Forget warming up, Jiang Hai hadn't even gotten a chance to glance at it before the system snatched it away. Every time he thought of those vanished 500 billion, Jiang Hai felt a sharp pang of heartache. The system has not defaulted on the host's debt. Host, please choose your words carefully. Who says that? Where the hell did my 500 billion yuan go? Jiang Hai wasn't about to be fooled by the system so easily. If not for Alang and the others guarding outside, Jiang Hai would have given the system a piece of his mind, making it understand he wasn't someone to be fooled. The host's 500 billion Huaxia coins were essential expenditure for the system upgrade, not a debt owed by the system. Cut the crap. You clearly stated a month ago that only 100 billion Huaxia coins were needed to meet the upgrade requirements. Yet you deducted a full 500 billion from me. 500 billion. Just sitting in the bank earning interest would be staggering. Jiang Hai felt a sharp pang of regret at the thought. This was one trick the system wouldn't pull on him. Host, the 500 billion Huaxia coins the system withdrew are entirely essential for the upgrade. Please don't make unreasonable demands. I don't believe it. You just want. Version 20 of the arms dealer system will unlock interstellar trade capabilities for the host. For trade channels have already been established for the host. Host, you may conduct interstellar trade through these 4 channels. The system clearly had no intention of continuing this charade with Jiang Hai, cutting him off mid-sentence. What? Interstellar trading mode? What does that mean? As the name suggests, hosts can use these trade channels to conduct transactions with clients from other planets. Each trade channel requires 30 blue star days to fully charge before activation. Therefore, hosts can only activate 1 trade channel per month. With 4 trade channels, the host can conduct 4 transactions per month. 1 channel per month? There are 4 trade channels in total? Jiang Hai finally processed the system prompt. So after subtracting the 100 billion spent on upgrades, the remaining 400 billion Huaxia coins were all used for this? So, each trade channel costs 100 billion Huaxia coins? Yes. Opening a single interstellar trade channel requires deducting 100 billion Huaxia coins. 100 billion Huaxia currency, that's all it takes to leave Blue Star and freely travel to another planet. Seems like a fair trade. But Jiang Hai couldn't fathom why opening an interstellar trade channel required Huaxia currency, a Blue Star currency. Of course, the very existence of systems like this was beyond comprehension. Jiang Hai didn't bother to delve deeper. Because now, all of Jiang Hai's thoughts were focused on that trade route leading to other planets. System, does that mean I can travel to other planets now? Host, do you wish to activate an interstellar trade route? Notice, once activated, the interstellar trade route will be permanently bound to the planet it connects to. Regardless of future circumstances, the exit location of this trade route will remain unchanged. So once the trade route is bound, it can never be changed? Jiang Hai froze for a moment. He hadn't anticipated such a restriction at all. Just moments ago, he had thought the system opening 4 trade channels at once seemed excessive. Now that he understood this mechanic, 4 channels meant 4 fixed trading partners. In that light, it didn't seem excessive after all. He pursed his lips, hesitating. System, once I have the funds, can I open new trading channels later? First-time channel activation after system upgrade qualifies for introductory pricing. If the host wishes to open new trading channels in the future, it will cost 100 billion Huaxia coins. What a ripoff! That's ing extortion. Hearing the system's quote, Jiang Hai was momentarily at a loss for words. After silently cursing under his breath, his earlier excitement gradually subsided, and he no longer felt rushed to activate the interstellar trade channel. Wait! System, can you heal my injuries? Ding! All injuries and ailments have been healed per the host's request. Treatment fees deducted, 1.5 million Huaxia coins. Ding! Host's body has fully recovered to optimal health. Please cherish your body and maintain good health. A robust physique is essential to becoming a great arms magnate. He. Just as I thought, the system has healing capabilities. The moment he heard the system's notification, Jiang Hai felt a warm glow spread throughout his entire body, as if he were soaking in a comfortable hot spring. His injured right leg felt especially soothing. Moments later, Jiang Hai flexed his right leg and found all pain completely vanished. The leg injury was truly healed. As for the 1.5 million healing fee deducted by the system, Jiang Hai didn't give it a second thought. It was pricey, but worth every penny. At least he wouldn't have to spend months confined to bed. Of course, he couldn't let word get out that his injuries had healed so quickly. In front of outsiders, he still had to keep pretending to rest in bed. But regaining his health ahead of schedule was undoubtedly a blessing. All Jiang Hai needed to do now was keep pretending to be sick in bed. Right, he also needed to send all those doctors and nurses away. Otherwise, if they came to check on him, his cover would blow. After getting out of bed and moving around the room for a while, thoroughly enjoying the freedom, Jiang Hai immediately returned to his bed. System. Last time you mentioned there were 18 entities monitoring my phone, right? I need to. Correction. There are 37 signals monitoring the host's phone. From 37 different locations. There are more now. Jiang Hai couldn't help but shut his mouth, remaining silent for a long while. Forget it. Too many debts to worry about. So be it. System, I was attacked earlier. Can you help me find information about the assailants? Although Uncle Wen had already identified the mastermind behind the attackers, Jiang Hai still felt uneasy and preferred to have the system verify the information for greater peace of mind. Investigating the incident reported by the host. Please wait. Ding. Host's assault incident has been identified. A total of 57 individuals were directly involved in the attack on the host. Among them, 13 are deceased, 23 are permanently disabled, and a total of 44 have been sentenced and imprisoned by the host's country. A total of 14 individuals were indirectly involved in the attack on the host. Among them, 11 are deceased, 2 are permanently disabled, and 1 has been sentenced and imprisoned by the host's country. Immediately, a translucent spreadsheet materialized before Jiang Hai. It listed every single person involved in the attack on Jiang Hai. Among them was a portly, big-eared old man none other than Shi Hayu, the very person Uncle Wen had mentioned earlier. Chapter 54, Respect My Profession. So it seems Uncle Wen's investigation was spot on. The one who had targeted him was indeed this Shi Hayuk, a seasoned criminal from the northwest. Moreover, judging by the system's data, Uncle Wen had clearly taken action. The crimson deceased stamp beneath Shi Hayu's profile made his fate undeniable. Alright. This matter is finally settled. This enemy, whom he had never even seen face to face, was dead. Jiang Hai felt little emotion about it. Host, shall the transaction channel be activated? Not for now. Facing the system's prompt, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before deciding against it. If the trading channel weren't locked, he might have impulsively tried it. Now that he'd calmed down, he decided to make some preparations first. Oh, right. System, when you upgraded, did you sever my connections with those previous clients? For the past 30 days, Jiang Hai hadn't contacted any of those clients, not even a single text message had come through. Therefore, he was certain the system had blocked their contact information before the upgrade. This was to protect the host's safety. Without the system's protection at this stage, it would be extremely dangerous for the host to proceed with transactions recklessly. Alright. Jiang Hai wasn't angry to begin with, he agreed with the system's perspective. Without the system's various protective measures, he would never have dared to engage in arms deals with those terrorists. Now that you've completed the upgrade, can you unblock the information screen? Opening information shield for host. Beep. The moment the system finished speaking, the phone on the table began vibrating violently. Jiang Hai was startled, hesitating to even touch the phone. After being offline for a month, just how many messages had piled up? After waiting for the vibration to finally stop, Jiang Hai picked up the phone with a guilty conscience. Holy crap! A message from Aisha of the Holy War Organization, 999. A message from Aswi of the Three Stem Gang, 999. Message from Bosch Mohammed, 999. Afrikia Salam sent a message, 999. Alright then. Are these people just spamming themselves? I was only offline for a month, is this really necessary? Jiang Hai found himself both amused and exasperated, so he could only reply to each of them one by one. Just as he finished sending the unified replies, his phone rang again. It was Ashuwei from the Sanju gang. Yes, Mr. Dahai Wuliang? The excitement in Ashuwei's voice was palpable. Jiang Hai chuckled and said, sorry about that. I had some things to take care of over the past month, so I missed your calls. My apologies. No problem. No problem. Shuwei clearly didn't dare truly blame Jiang Hai. After exchanging a few polite remarks, he eagerly blurted out, Mr. Dahai Wuliang. Last time, your company's delivery person mentioned we could do a second transaction. I wonder if we can honor that promise now? Oh? Shuwei's words made Jiang Hai's eyes narrow instantly. He smiled and said, so it seems you were quite satisfied with the goods from last time? Satisfied. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Shuwei's tone was urgent. Just hearing his voice, Jiang Hai could almost picture him nodding repeatedly. Satisfied is good. Alright then, we can arrange a second transaction anytime. You guys can discuss among yourselves first what kind of goods do you need? I'll call you back in half an hour. Ah. Sir, actually Before Shuwei could finish, Jiang Hai hung up. It wasn't that Jiang Hai was deliberately stringing the other party along, another call had already come through. Mr. Boundless Ocean. You finally showed up. Hello, Mr. Muhammad. Long time no see. How's the fighter jet working out for you? Jiang Hai sat down, leaning back comfortably in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. Satisfied. Satisfied. Absolutely thrilled. Muhammad gave the same praise as Shuwei, making Jiang Hai's smile grow even brighter. As long as you're satisfied. So, how about purchasing another one to take back? Jiang Hai recalled Muhammad's earlier promise, if satisfied with this fighter jet, he would place further orders. After Jiang Hai uttered those words, there was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Then, Muhammad awkwardly replied, well, we don't need any more fighter jets for now. One is more than enough. A single fighter jet cost 500 trillion yuan. It had completely emptied the Bosch treasury. How could they possibly afford a second one? Jiang Hai chuckled. From the start, he hadn't believed Bosnia could afford a second fighter jet. Of course, considering the matter of face, Jiang Hai didn't call him out on it directly. Muhammad quickly recovered from his embarrassment and presented a trade proposal to Jiang Hai. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, we urgently require a batch of land-based military equipment. I wonder if... No problem. Our company just happens to have a batch of Type 99 main battle tanks available. Interested? Jiang Hai immediately recalled the main battle tanks he'd traded with Salam last time and began pitching them to Muhammad. This Chinese-developed main battle tank was quite renowned. Upon hearing the name, Muhammad immediately nodded in agreement. Great. Type 99 main battle tanks 20 million Chinese yuan per unit. How many do you need? Let's start with 100 units. Though the treasury was now empty, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. As a major oil-producing nation, Bosch could certainly spare a few billion. Muhammad's prompt order had Jiang Hai grinning so widely his eyes narrowed to slits. After briefly discussing the delivery address, he hung up. Immediately afterward, Aisha's text arrived. After a few brief pleasantries, Aisha cut straight to the chase. We urgently need a shipment of supplies. Supplies? Bullets? Missiles? Jiang Hai paused, momentarily confused by Aisha's meaning. Aisha quickly explained. Here's the thing, we need food and water, and ideally some medical supplies too. Please respect my profession. Seeing Aisha's request, Jiang Hai immediately shot back with a stern reply. We're a legitimate arms company. We sell nothing but military hardware. Aisha was left speechless. After a long pause, Aisha finally sent another message. Well, could we possibly use your company's shipping channels to help us transport some supplies? Jiang Hai's forehead creased with frustration. What's wrong with this woman? Can't she understand plain speech? Does she really think the system is run by her family? Jiang Hai immediately closed the chat window, refusing to continue the conversation with Aisha. Salam hadn't called back yet, probably hadn't seen the message. After waiting a moment, Jiang Hai dialed Aishui's number. What's the verdict? Chapter 55, We're all Chinese, after all. The Sanju gang's recent situation wasn't looking good. After acquiring that batch of weapons, the Sanju gang initially dominated Banite. Not only did other gangs cower before them, but even the local government forces kept their distance. But as the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. The Sanju gang's reckless expansion immediately sparked widespread hostility toward them across the entire city. Other gangs began uniting to counter their expansion, and even the government forces seemed to be cooperating with them, whether intentionally or not. To Hispani, the Three Roots gang was a Chinese gang outsiders. In a country where everything was black from the inside out, a splash of yellow stood out like a sore thumb. Incidents of Chinese Americans being robbed by African Americans were constantly occurring. Chinese women being raped became a daily fixture in the morning news. After dark, ethnic Chinese dared not venture outside. The Sanju gang's operations faced relentless suppression. Even with weapons backing them, they couldn't escape the open and covert schemes targeting them. In recent days, even local Chinese residents have begun to openly criticize the Sanju gang, expressing immense dissatisfaction. In their view, the suffering they've endured lately stems entirely from the Sanju gang's overreach. Thus, the Sanju gang now finds itself in a perilous situation. The territory gained during their earlier expansion had long since been lost, and even their original strongholds had been largely swallowed up. It could be said that the Sanju gang now finds itself in a precarious position. To counter such a threat, the three elders believed their only option was to obtain more and more powerful weapons from Jiang Hai. But at this very moment, they couldn't reach Jiang Hai. If this continues, the Three Branches gang will truly face annihilation. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Jiang Hai finally returned the call. After finishing the first call with Jiang Hai, Shui immediately sought out the three elders for consultation. Just as their discussion was halfway through, Jiang Hai's second call came in. Shui quickly answered the call. Hello, Mr. Da Hai Wuliang. How's the discussion going? What kind of goods do you need? Shui looked up at the three elders and replied, we need some heavy weapons. Like machine guns, hand grenades, explosives. Shui listed every weapon he could think of, showing no concern about revealing the Sanju gang's current predicament. No problem. For machine guns, I recommend the 121 Hong Kong dollars. Fully automatic, lightweight, and packs a serious punch. Each machine gun costs 300,000 Huaxia currency. Shui promptly activated his phone speaker. Hearing Jiang Hai's description, all three elders' eyes lit up. Elder Yuan immediately exclaimed, yes. Yes. We'll take 50. 50. Got it. This machine gun uses standard rifle ammunition, different from the submachine gun rounds last time, so. No problem. We'll restock the ammunition. We'll take 500 boxes. Old Yuan made the decision without hesitation. Despite losing their territory after the Sanju gang's earlier aggressive expansion, they had amassed considerable wealth. The several million yuan needed for the ammunition was easily within the Sanju gang's means. Okay. 121 Hong Kong dollars machine guns plus 500 boxes of ammunition, that's 20 million Huaxia currency total. As for grenades and bombs, honestly, I wouldn't recommend using those at this stage. Jiang Hai's words left Shui and the three elders momentarily stunned. Shui was the first to recover. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, sir. Bombs are far too destructive. While such weapons might be acceptable for military use, the Sanju gang isn't exactly an army. And with the government relentlessly targeting the Sanju gang right now, deploying such high destructive weapons would only give them ammunition. While grenades are less destructive, their compact size and portability make them standard military equipment. It's safe to say that at this stage, the Sanju gang isn't suited for using these. Of course, if the Sanju gang survives this ordeal and truly expands to a certain scale in the future, grenades and bombs will still be useful. You're welcome. Besides machine guns, my recommendation is that you also need to stock up on submachine guns and ammunition. Jiang Hai continued offering advice, and at this point, Ashui had complete trust in him, readily accepting all his suggestions. Agreed. Agreed. We'll proceed with the same terms as last time. 500 MP5s and 5,000 boxes of ammunition. The three elders raised no objections to Ashui's proposal. In fact, in their view, as long as the Sanju gang's finances could handle it, the more weapons they could trade for, the better. After all, they'd already tasted the power of having guns in their hands. Money gone? Just go rob again. Okay. 5,121 Hong Kong dollars machine guns with 500 boxes of standard ammunition. 500 MP5s with 5,000 boxes of ammunition. Total transaction value, 55 million Huaxia currency. I'll arrange delivery immediately. Can we use the same location as last time? Shui nodded eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. That small park from the last deal, the Sanju gang had deliberately occupied it beforehand. Even though they'd lost a lot of their original territory, the Three Roots gang refused to give up that little park. They'd done it to ensure smooth future transactions with Jiang Hai, avoiding any mishaps like last time. After hanging up, Shui and the three elders all exhaled in unison. They exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. Those damn black bastards. Just you wait. The day of the Three Roots gang's comeback is coming soon. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing this sales target. Settlement is now underway. Host has achieved a transaction volume of 55 million Huaxia coins. Host's business commission rate is 10%. For this transaction, the host earns a salary of 5.5 million Huaxia currency. At the small park, Shui personally oversaw the inspection and promptly transferred the funds to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai remained unperturbed upon hearing the system notification. After all, compared to the 500 trillion yuan transactions he'd handled, this 50 million yuan deal was nothing. Moreover, Jiang Hai hadn't arbitrarily inflated the price this time. After all, his goal in dealing with the Sanju gang wasn't profit. His true purpose was to bolster the Three Branches gang and exact revenge on the Hispanic government that had stabbed him in the back. Compared to other clients, the Three Branches gang clearly held Jiang Hai in greater awe. They dared not ask a single question about how he had managed to transport these mountains of weapons here without anyone noticing. Shui bowed respectfully to Jiang Hai, saying, "Thank you for your company's support. We hope to collaborate more in the future." "You're welcome. You're welcome. We're all fellow Chinese, after all." Jiang Hai responded with a casual, nonchalant courtesy before turning and walking toward the exit of the small park. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Shui froze momentarily. He lifted his head, watching Jiang Hai's retreating figure, lost in thought. We're all Chinese? Shui had recognized the man as an ethnic Chinese at a glance, but did this remark about all being Chinese carry some hidden meaning? Could it be? Chapter 56, Salam's Gratitude. Brother Jiang Hai. You finally showed up. After wrapping up the deal with the Three-Stem gang, several more days passed. Chief Salam of Africa, who had been silent all along, finally called. That unmistakable laugh made Jiang Hai chuckle. When the system's restrictions were lifted earlier, everyone else had immediately reached out to Jiang Hai except for Salam, who remained silent. Jiang Hai had even worried something might have happened to him. Hearing that robust, full-throated laugh now, Jiang Hai knew he'd overthought it. Salam, how's it going? How can I help? Ha! I do need to place an order with your company. RPGs, AKs, you name it, get me a bunch of everything. We're expanding our arsenal lately, and we're really short on these weapons. Jiang Hai had only mentioned it in passing, never expecting Salam to actually bring up the need. But it didn't surprise him. He knew Salam was planning to establish a kingdom and become king, so military equipment would definitely be a major requirement. Even though we sold him so many planes and tanks last time, you can't exactly fly planes or drive tanks everywhere during an actual war. Basic weapons like submachine guns and ammunition were also indispensable. No problem. Just give me a number, and I'll send someone to deliver them. Salam didn't quote a figure immediately. His earlier mention had likely been just a tentative proposal. After waiting about 10 minutes, Salam finally gave Jiang Hai the figures for the deal. Take 1,000 AKs, plus 500 machine guns. Right. And 100 RPGs. As for ammunition, you handle the allocation, make sure it's plentiful. It must be said, Salam was indeed a wealthy man. While not as extravagant as Bosch, buying arms was as easy for him as buying groceries. After a quick calculation by the system, Jiang Hai immediately quoted the final price, 170 million. Hearing the figure, Salam didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Ding! Detecting host receiving transaction. Locating host. Please select delivery method. 1. Host delivers personally. 2. Host controls a puppet to deliver. Please select 2. This time, Salam's delivery location was not far from his palace. Standing on the vast grasslands, Jiang Hai could still make out the palace's outline in the distance. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Hai summoned all the cargo, piling it onto the grassland before sending Salam a message. About 10 minutes later, Salam arrived by helicopter. This helicopter was the very one Jiang Hai had sold to Salam last time. Seeing his own portrait spray painted on the helicopter's fuselage, it seemed Salam was quite satisfied with this aircraft. "Ha! Brother Jiang Hai." Salam walked straight up and gave Jiang Hai a bear hug. His outfit today was identical to last time, draped in gold and silver from head to toe, the very picture of a nouveau riche tycoon. The skills of you Chinese people are truly beyond belief. That fighter jet of Bosch's, was that also purchased from your company? Salam scrutinized Jiang Hai from head to toe before whispering to him in a voice hushed like a thief. The news of Bosch's airstrike on Judah had already sent shockwaves across the entire Blue Star. That formidable fighter jet could never remain a secret, but only a handful of people on Blue Star knew it had been purchased from Jiang Hai. Salam had deduced it himself. He had previously been puzzled by how Jiang Hai could be on the phone one moment and suddenly appear on the African savannah the next. Now that he knew Jiang Hai's company possessed such high-speed fighter jets, everything suddenly made perfect sense. Jiang Hai offered no further explanation, merely smiling faintly as he addressed Salam. "The goods have been delivered. Ready for inspection." With that, he gestured toward the large metal crates behind him. Compared to the last shipment of planes and tanks, the quantity was certainly smaller, but it still wouldn't be inspected in a short time. Jiang Hai was waiting for the other party to complete the inspection and finalize the deal. "Oh, come on. Don't you think I trust your word?" Salam laughed heartily, waving his hand to signal his bodyguards to step forward and secure the crates. It wouldn't be long before Salam's troops arrived to haul away the weapons. Salam then wrapped an arm around Jiang Hai's shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on. Follow me back to the palace. Last time I promised to treat you properly, but it didn't work out. This time, I'll make sure you experience the warmth of the Afrika people." As he spoke, Salam kept winking at Jiang Hai, clearly implying that this hospitality would be anything but ordinary. Jiang Hai merely smiled, showing little interest in Salam's plans. After all, this was Africa. Genuine Africans were as dark as coal, who in their right mind would find a lump of black charcoal appealing? But with Salam's warm invitation, Jiang Hai couldn't very well refuse. He figured he might as well give the dinner and drinks a try. They flew directly to Salam's palace. It was the same helipad, but this time, there were no assassins lying in wait. Salam had made all the arrangements long ago, with an endless supply of fine food, wine, and beautiful women. To Jiang Hai's pleasant surprise, upon noticing his lack of interest in the local offerings, Salam waved his hand and summoned foreign beauties, not only Caucasians but also Asians. Jiang Hai was finding it hard to contain himself. He nearly lost control, almost triggering the system to swap in his real self. But for safety's sake, he ultimately resisted the urge, settling for a brief hands-on indulgence. "Brother Jiang Hai, I almost forgot something." Salam, sitting across from him with a dark-skinned beauty in each arm and another kneeling at his feet, suddenly seemed to remember something. Reluctantly dismissing the attendant, he turned his attention back to Jiang Hai. "As I mentioned last time, I've prepared a token of appreciation for you. I thought it would be easy to arrange, but the paperwork turned out to be incredibly complicated. It wasn't until half a month ago that all the paperwork was finally completed." After speaking, Salam turned his head again and nodded to the bodyguard standing nearby. Soon, the bodyguard returned from outside with a document folder, handing it to Salam. Salam casually handed it to Jiang Hai, smiling as he said, "This property is a testament to our friendship. Brother Jiang Hai, please don't refuse it." Property? Could it be real estate here? The wealthy and powerful chieftain couldn't possibly have built himself another palace here, could he? Jiang Hai accepted the document folder with a mix of amusement and exasperation, though he didn't voice any refusal. Knowing Salam well, he understood that refusing such a generous offer would genuinely upset him. In front of Salam, Jiang Hai opened the document folder and pulled out the papers inside. The documents were written in standard British English, a language Jiang Hai wasn't entirely fluent in. However, with the system's translation, reading them posed no difficulty. After a quick glance, his expression immediately shifted. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a look of grave concern. "Salam, you're not joking, are you?" Chapter 57, The Problem Lies Here. The documents inside the folder were a property rights transfer agreement. However, the property rights involved in this agreement were no ordinary matter. It was a uranium mining concession. Uranium is a radioactive element and a highly reactive metallic element. Most crucially, uranium serves as the primary fuel for nuclear power generation and a vital component of the Big Ivan. This meant uranium mining was no ordinary industry. It was a highly sensitive and crucial strategic resource. Due to its geography, Africa possesses numerous uranium deposits. The largest of these deposits lies not far from Salam's territory, meaning several smaller uranium mines are scattered within his domain. Salam has now transferred the mining rights for one of these deposits to Jiang Hai. Ha! Rest assured. All mining equipment and personnel at this uranium mine are operating normally. All you need to do is handle the workers' wages going forward. Then just sit back and wait for the money to roll in. Seeing Jiang Hai's astonished expression, Salam burst into a triumphant laugh. Of course, those workers' wages might be a bit high after all. Uranium mining is a high-risk job. But for you, this little pay shouldn't be a big deal, right? Salam chuckled, winking at Jiang Hai as he teased him. The total monthly wage expenditure for all miners at a uranium mine would be, at most, a few 100,000 yuan. But the benefits reaped from a developed uranium mine? That's an entirely different story. It's not just about selling the ore itself, it's the political influence and prestige that come with owning such a mine. Clutching the transfer agreement in his hand, Jiang Hai felt its weight press heavily in his palm. Brother Jiang Hai, are you satisfied with this gift? Salam shook his head, looking at Jiang Hai with obvious satisfaction. If you are, then put it away safely. Your Chinese policies are indeed a bit troublesome. I had to go through quite a lot to get the mining rights transferred to your name. Jiang Hai froze for a moment, then stared wide-eyed at Salam, his face frozen in shock. You mean, you registered the uranium mine's mining rights under my name and officially registered it in China? Well, of course. Salam gave Jiang Hai a puzzled look, unsure why he seemed so surprised. But he quickly resumed nodding and shaking his head, saying, the paperwork was a bit tedious, but it all went smoothly in the end. Holy crap! Jiang Hai's forehead was covered in black lines, and a chill ran down his spine. He set down his bottle, stood up, and bolted out the door without looking back, shouting over his shoulder, I've got stuff to take care of. Ha! Seeing Jiang Hai's frantic departure, Salam froze in surprise. By the time he turned to chase after him, Jiang Hai had vanished around the corner. Salam was utterly baffled by Jiang Hai's behavior, completely at a loss as to what had just happened. Scratching the back of his head, he wiggled his rotund frame and decided to call back those dark beauties to continue the revelry. Holy! 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 Back in his room, Jiang Hai shouted 3 times in quick succession, summoning the 3 men waiting outside Alang and the others into the room. Mr. Jiang! What's wrong? When the 3 men entered and saw only Jiang Hai alone in the room, they were all filled with confusion. Lao Jiao couldn't help but ask. Jiang Hai took a deep breath, forcing down the terrible feeling in his heart, and shook his head repeatedly. Nothing. Nothing at all. You 3 can leave now. Since Jiang Hai had said so, the 3 found it odd but didn't press further. They simply closed the door and left the room. Once they were gone, the composed expression Jiang Hai had just managed to maintain crumbled. Damn it! I knew something was off. So that's where the problem lies. Jiang Hai had to lower his voice, clenching his fists tightly in the air. Earlier, he'd been puzzled why would so many factions suddenly start monitoring his phone out of nowhere. With the system's protection, his identity should have been well concealed. Now everything made perfect sense. Salam had transferred the mining rights to a uranium deposit to him. And it had been registered right here in China. Jiang Hai, just 6 months ago, was an ordinary programmer as ordinary as they come. Now, not only does he possess billions in wealth, but he's also suddenly acquired mining rights to an Afriliaga uranium deposit. The others aren't blind. Such an unusual situation is bound to attract a lot of attention. But thanks to the system, they haven't found any evidence yet, otherwise, Jiang Hai would have been arrested long ago. Now, Jiang Hai knew that among the forces targeting him, at least one was the Chinese government. This realization sent shivers down his spine. After all, as a pure-blooded Chinese citizen, he harbored an innate reverence for the Chinese authorities. It took him nearly an hour to calm down and recover from the shock. System, can you scan my residence for any anomalies? No abnormalities detected at this time. Then, are there any surveillance cameras or similar devices? No surveillance equipment detected at this time. Any suspicious individuals lurking around my house? No suspicious creatures detected at this time. Jiang Hai fired off several questions at the system, but all the answers were negative. Yet such answers did little to ease his mind. Though lacking concrete evidence, his gut told him the Chinese authorities were already watching him. System, expand the surveillance radius around me. After issuing the command to the system, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth and stepped out of his room. Mr. Jiang, are you going out? Seeing Jiang Hai leave the room and grab his coat from the sofa, the portly Lao Jiao hurried over to ask. This was the difference between Lao Jiao and Alang. Alang would only silently follow Jiang Hai's lead. No matter how extreme Jiang Hai's actions became, Alang wouldn't ask a single question unless it endangered Jiang Hai's own safety. But Jiang Hai didn't blame Lao Jiao. He plastered a smile on his face and said, haven't been out in a while. Felt like heading to the club for some training. Jiang Hai had been recuperating at home all this time. Even though the system had already healed his injuries, he maintained the pretense of convalescence to avoid causing a public stir. Naturally, he still limped slightly when walking. Lao Jiao's expression turned slightly awkward. Mr. Jiang, they say it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. I really think you should rest at home and avoid moving around too much. It's fine. My recovery is pretty good. See? I don't even need crutches anymore. Jiang Hai hopped on his tiptoes a few times, then flexed his neck and shoulders. Haven't trained in over a month, my body's getting rusty. A little exercise won't hurt my recovery. But it's fine. I know my own body best. Lao Jiao tried to say more, but Jiang Hai cut him off, his tone growing slightly firm. Old Nine had nothing more to say and obediently shut his mouth. Chapter 58, Identity Exposed? With the system's help, Jiang Hai's injuries had long since healed. Old Li wasn't so lucky he was still lying in the hospital. The task of driving for Jiang Hai fell to the short, lame man. Surprisingly, though the cripple had a temper, his driving was steady and reliable. Slow down. As soon as they exited the underground garage, Jiang Hai barked the order before closing his eyes and falling silent. Old Nine, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Jiang Hai. Assuming it was due to his injuries, he didn't think much of it and nodded to the cripple. Little did he know that the moment the car rolled out of the garage, Jiang Hai had already initiated communication with the system. System, immediately scan the surroundings. Notify me immediately of any anomalies. Per host's request, activating radar mode. Scanning host's surroundings within a 10-kilometer radius. No anomalies detected at this time. Got it. Maintain surveillance. Jiang Hai was intrigued to learn the system had a radar mode for the first time. But he wasn't in the mood to explore it now. Closing his eyes, he waited in silence. He had deliberately gone out to use himself as bait, hoping to lure out whoever was secretly watching him. Special surveillance equipment detected 704 meters ahead. Signal transmission detected 1091 meters ahead on the left. Content relates to the host's movements. 3305 meters to the right, a signal was being received and transmitted, its content related to the host's whereabouts. Sure enough, shortly after leaving the residential complex, the system alert sounded. Someone was indeed watching him all along. Jiang Hai slowly opened his eyes, instinctively turning his head to glance in one of the directions indicated by the system. His face remained expressionless, but his heart was pounding wildly. This was different from the previous situation where he was informed someone was monitoring his phone. Monitoring his own phone calls, the system naturally helped block them. At least Jiang Hai could be certain his identity hadn't been exposed. But now they've come right to my side to monitor me. And they've planted so many eyes on him. This clearly proves his identity has been exposed. Mr. Jiang? Are you okay? Lao Jiao in the passenger seat turned his head again, looking at Jiang Hai with a puzzled expression. In contrast, Alang, seated beside Jiang Hai, maintained a stern expression throughout, not uttering a single word. Yeah, I'm fine. Jiang Hai forced himself to suppress the panic surging within, maintaining a calm expression as he said, I just feel a bit unwell again. Let's head home. Alright. Lao Jiao glanced at Alang and nodded. As for the driver, the lame one, he wore a displeased expression, his mouth opening and closing as if silently muttering something. Still, he yanked the steering wheel and made a U-turn at the next intersection. Back home, Jiang Hai mentioned he wanted to rest and headed straight to his room. The moment the door closed, the emotions Jiang Hai had been desperately holding back finally erupted. Sweat poured down his face as he collapsed onto the floor, pale and helpless. Don't panic. Don't panic. No one had come looking for him yet, which meant things hadn't reached the worst possible stage. At least the authorities don't know what I've done. Jiang Hai swallowed hard. After the initial panic, he gradually steadied himself, his eyes darting rapidly as he began to devise a countermeasure. First off, the authorities targeting him might not be solely about that uranium mining rights. After all, with all that money deposited into his bank account, no one was blind. It wasn't like they could just pretend not to see it. Earlier, the system had promised to cover his tracks, but that only meant legalizing the money. But for an ordinary white-collar worker, seeing several hundred billion yuan appear in their bank account over just a few months, anyone would know something was amiss. Now, out of nowhere, mining rights to a uranium deposit appear. Is this something an ordinary citizen of China could ever possess? This Salam fellow is digging his own grave. No. We must cover this up. We must find a way. Captain Jiang. The target left home today but returned shortly after. Ha? Did you find out why he left? And why he came back? No intelligence yet. Understood. Maintain surveillance. In the dimly lit room, a middle-aged man in a black jacket gave a slight nod and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to continue their work. He himself, illuminated by the desk lamp, leafed through the documents in his hands. The documents detailed the life history of Jiang Hai. For the first 23 years of his life, Jiang Hai was indistinguishable from any ordinary person. Until 6 months ago, when large sums of money began flowing into his bank accounts. Some deposits even reached tens of billions. Apart from the acquisition of Jiang Hai Tower a few months ago, most of this money remained untouched in his accounts. This effectively rules out money laundering as a possibility. Now, he's acquired the mining rights to the Afrilaga uranium mine. Jiang Qinghua furrowed his brow, eventually unable to resist scratching his head forcefully. As a veteran state security agent, Jiang Qinghua had handled countless cases, but never one as inexplicable as this. Huge sums of money were being poured into the account of an ordinary young man. And this young man had been staying put in Shanghai, doing absolutely nothing. Who in their right mind would just hand over 1 or 200 billion yuan like that? Truthfully, this wasn't a major issue. Jiang Qinghua had already decided to arrest Jiang Hai outright. The reason? A single charge of unexplained sources of substantial wealth would suffice. But just as they were about to act, the operation was halted by higher-ups. Because Jiang Hai's personal records now included mining rights to the Afrilaga uranium deposit. Even the battle-hardened Jiang Qinghua was startled. Uranium mining rights. Is that something an ordinary person could obtain? Just who exactly is this Jiang Hai? If you called him a criminal, Jiang Qinghua had never seen such a high-profile criminal. And he'd even officially registered the uranium mining rights. Could it be? Could it be that Jiang Hai knew they were about to act and deliberately used this to warn them? If that's the case, then this Jiang Hai is downright terrifying. Jiang Qinghua's thoughts grew increasingly convoluted, his expression darkening with each passing moment. He flipped through Jiang Hai's files, where the next few documents contained information on Uncle Wan and Alang. Jiang Qinghua's frown was so deep it could have snapped a pencil in half. What a mess! Sighing deeply, Jiang Qinghua leaned back in his chair, utterly stumped, and spread the documents on the desk. Captain Jiang! Captain Jiang! A young state security officer suddenly called out loudly beside him, as if something major had happened. Jiang Qinghua immediately stood up and walked over to the young officer. Instead of asking questions directly, he looked at the computer screen in front of him. The young agent quickly pointed at the screen and explained, Captain Jiang. Look, funds have suddenly been transferred out of the Jiang Hai bank account. Withdrawn? How much? It's almost all of it. Only less than 2,000 yuan remains. Chapter 59, Jiang Hai's proactive move. Over 10 billion yuan turned into less than 2,000 yuan? Jiang Qinghua stared wide-eyed at the data on the computer screen, utterly dumbfounded. As a state-level agency, the National Security Bureau naturally possessed the authority to access bank records. Jiang Hai's bank account was now laid bare before Jiang Qinghua and his team. What had once been a long string of numbers was now reduced to a mere handful. What was going on? Could it be that the other party had discovered our surveillance and immediately withdrawn the funds? Jiang Qinghua's expression tightened, panic rising within him. If such a large sum of money slipped through their fingers, even if they managed to arrest Jiang Hai, the case wouldn't be considered closed. Moreover, without this money as evidence, they'd have even less justification to arrest Jiang Hai. Of course, Jiang Qinghua could still arrest Jiang Hai covertly in the name of the state. No evidence would be needed. But that would ultimately be a second-rate solution. Ding! Just as Jiang Qinghua was racking his brain for a solution, the phone in the room suddenly rang. This startled everyone present. There was only one landline phone in the entire room, the red telephone sitting on Jiang Qinghua's desk. It was a dedicated line. Logically, there was only one person who would call this number, Jiang Qinghua's direct superior, the director of the State Security Bureau. Jiang Qinghua quickly snapped out of his daze, strode forward, and picked up the receiver. Hello? Director. I have a problem here. Is this Captain Jiang Qinghua? Jiang Qinghua assumed only the director would make this call, so he was ready to report as soon as he picked up the receiver. But halfway through his sentence, a strange voice came through the receiver. Jiang Qinghua's expression instantly changed upon hearing the voice, and he stared in shock at the desk phone before him. Moments later, Jiang Qinghua immediately signaled to his subordinates nearby. Everyone froze for a second, but quickly snapped into action. Some checked the lines, others tracked the call on computers. Everyone realized something was wrong with this call and sprang into action. Captain Jiang Qinghua, don't waste your time. If I dare to make this call, I naturally have the means to ensure you can't trace it. The other party's words darkened Jiang Qinghua's expression, but he didn't abandon the pursuit just because of a single remark. Who are you? How did you manage to get through on this call? Ha! A slightly mechanical voice came through the receiver, then continued, Captain Jiang. I think you're a smart man. Surely you wouldn't ask such a foolish question? Are you Jiang Hai? Jiang Qinghua's eyes lit up as he immediately glanced at one of his subordinates nearby. Upon hearing Jiang Qinghua's words, the subordinate swiftly tapped away at his computer. Moments later, he stood up, shook his head, and whispered, Jiang Hai is watching TV right now. He didn't make any calls. Captain Jiang Hai is merely a clerk at our China office. The mechanical voice continued. We simply need someone to handle affairs for us in China, and we have many clerks like him. They're scattered across every region of Blue Star. Rest assured, we're not some terrorist organization, just businessmen. In fact, hasn't Jiang Hai done anything that violates your country's laws? On the contrary, Jiang Hai's presence has brought considerable convenience to your country. Trust me, these benefits will only grow in the future. Listening to the other party's unhurried words, Jiang Qinggua's frown never relaxed. He certainly wouldn't lower his guard based on a few scattered words. On the contrary, his apprehension and wariness toward this mysterious figure only deepened. You all, what exactly is your purpose? No ulterior motives whatsoever. Just doing business. Don't you Chinese welcome business people? Our country always welcomes legitimate business people. Jiang Qinggui deliberately emphasized the word legitimate. Ha! Captain Jiang, you can rest assured that as long as your country and government permit it, we will always be nothing but legitimate business people in your nation. Of course, the prerequisite is that you won't subject our agents to any special treatment. You may continue to monitor him. Or even arrest him outright. After all, he's just an ordinary agent. If we can support one, we can support a second, a third. Your country has billions of people, right? Hey! Don't push it too far. You didn't just say what you were thinking, did you? Jiang Hai, watching TV in his living room, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He silently complained to the system in his mind. He had prepared the script for the system, yet for some reason, upon hearing its words just now, Jiang Hai couldn't shake the feeling that the system was speaking its true thoughts. Could it be, the system really didn't care about him? If he got caught, would the system just abandon him without a second thought? Rest assured, host. The system is bound to you and will naturally ensure your safety. Yeah, right. Jiang Hai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If not for Lang and the others standing nearby, he would have cursed the system out loud. Quickly suppressing his emotions, Jiang Hai silently commanded the system to converse with the leader from the relevant department. Captain Jiang, what's your decision? Or, do you need me to abandon Jiang Hai immediately? No need. Jiang Qinggui immediately shouted to halt the other party's actions, his expression turning grave. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qinggui spoke slowly and deliberately. I understand. We will remove all surveillance on Jiang Hai. As long as you guarantee you won't do anything in China that harms national interests, we can turn a blind eye to your activities. Jiang Qinggui didn't even demand they obey the law. As long as they didn't harm China's interests, that was sufficient. Jiang Hai's lips curved slightly, as if the television's content were highly amusing. He knew he had won this gamble. Of course, he was also aware that although Jiang Qinggui had made this promise, it didn't mean he had truly given up entirely. The surveillance on him would undoubtedly continue, though they wouldn't arrest him without warning. As long as his safety was assured, that was sufficient. Maintaining the status quo was the best outcome possible. Captain Jiang, the funds in Jiang Hai's personal account have returned. Before the call had even ended, his subordinate on the other end suddenly exclaimed in surprise. On his computer screen, a long string of numbers had reappeared in Jiang Hai's bank account. It meant the hundreds of billions had returned to Jiang Hai's account. Jiang Qinggui didn't bother to check. His expression remained dark and grave. Regardless of anything else, the mere fact that the other party could freely transfer such enormous sums in and out was chilling. Was the entire Huaxia banking regulatory system just for show? If they could manipulate Jiang Hai's bank account at will, did that mean they could manipulate any bank account in China? Chapter 60, Opening the Interstellar Trade Channel. Such effortless manipulation of bank fund flows. And infiltrate the internal communications of the national security system anytime, anywhere. Under no circumstances should we confront them until we have absolute certainty. This was Jiang Qinggui's instant conclusion. Although the other party suggested Jiang Qinggui could arrest Jiang Hai at any time, the more they did so, the more hesitant Jiang Qinggui became to act rashly. Hearing the busy tone in the receiver, Jiang Qinggui silently hung up the phone. Captain Jiang, should we arrest Jiang Hai immediately? Jiang Qinggui's subordinates were growing impatient. They had been working tirelessly here for 2 or 3 months. Yet now it seemed all their hard work might go down the drain. How could they possibly accept that? No. Jiang Qinggui understood their feelings all too well, yet he firmly rejected his subordinate's suggestion. Withdraw from this base. This place has been compromised. We can't continue working here. We'll discuss the next steps once we return. After all, Jiang Qinggui was a veteran state security officer with decades of experience. He quickly regained his composure and made the most level-headed decision. Host, shall the trade channel be activated? Transaction channel activated, binding to fixed coordinate planet. Open. Jiang Haishan took a deep breath and silently repeated the command in his mind. The issue of official surveillance from Huaxia had been resolved, or more accurately, temporarily resolved. Jiang Hai then began preparing to use the interstellar trade channel for transactions with alien planets. Truthfully, there wasn't much to prepare. Compared to finding clients on Blue Star, seeking them on alien planets was actually easier. At least, Jiang Hai wouldn't have to worry about as many constraints. Initiating interstellar trade channel. Calibrating interstellar coordinates, please wait. Interstellar coordinates calibrated. Plane, DT 5641. Sector 4504. 467 degrees. Planet 78,712. Teleportation in progress. Host may select transfer method. 1. Host traverses the portal personally. 2. Host controls a puppet to traverse the portal. Please select an option, host. Of course, option 2. Using the interstellar passage is similar to previous deliveries. Jiang Hai can still choose to send the puppet in his place. Jiang Hai lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, a kaleidoscope of colors filled his vision, quickly giving way to a sudden clarity. Was this an alien planet? Before his eyes stretched a starry sky aglow with multicolored radiance. Beyond the stars dotting the night sky, the most captivating sight was the swaths of luminous bands drifting through the heavens like ethereal clouds. It was breathtakingly beautiful. That was Jiang Hai's first reaction upon seeing this night sky. The next moment, he realized his position, a hill about 50 meters above the ground. Looking down, he saw a dense forest below. Unlike the plants on Blue Star, the vegetation here was almost uniformly dark purple. Combined with the multicolored radiance in the night sky, it was a sight so beautiful it looked like a painting. System, is this place really an alien planet? It's so beautiful. Jiang Hai was utterly captivated by the scene before him. Having watched countless sci-fi films, his impression of an alien world was one of barren desert. Not lush and verdant like this, it was practically a fairyland. Host has established communication via the trade channel. This location is approximately 387 billion light-years from your home planet. The data reported by the system made Jiang Hai inwardly gasp in astonishment. 387 billion light-years? The observable universe itself only spans a little over 90 billion light-years. Meaning that in the blink of an eye, Jiang Hai had arrived at a place where even Blue Star was invisible? This is mind-blowing. After a moment of excitement, Jiang Hai slowly regained his composure. He remembered why he was here. This wasn't a day trip. System, are there really aliens here? Surrounded by nothing but desolation, with no signs of intelligent life in sight, where on Earth was Jiang Hai supposed to find trading partners? Finding clients is the first step for the host to become an arms tycoon. Host, actively seek them out. You cannot rely solely on the system's assistance. The system suddenly went on strike, leaving Jiang Hai momentarily bewildered. Then, the system truly fell silent. Jiang Hai asked several more questions, but the system remained unresponsive. He hadn't noticed before, but this system actually had quite a personality. Jiang Hai couldn't help but mentally grumble. Well, if the system was on strike, he'd just have to do it himself. Fortunately, this wasn't like the first transaction, where it had dumped him onto the battlefield without a word. This time, at least the environment was decent. He might as well treat it like a hiking trip. Jiang Hai turned and headed down the hillside. The soil here was rock hard, like solid stone. Jiang Hai stomped his feet several times with all his might, only to feel the pain reverberate through his soles. He wondered how those beautiful plants managed to grow in such hard soil. After descending the hill, Jiang Hai walked straight into the forest. From the hilltop, the forest had looked like nothing more than a thicket of shrubs. But upon descending, he discovered these plants were towering. Nearly every one stood more than twice his height. Walking through the forest, the canopy of trees blocked out the night sky completely, plunging the surroundings into total darkness. Fortunately, Jiang Hai was still only at the edge of the woods. Seeing the pitch-black interior, he immediately had second thoughts. Maybe he should just change direction. Fear of the dark is a human instinct, and Jiang Hai instinctively chose to avoid the darkness within the forest. Buzz. Just as Jiang Hai turned to leave the woods, a faint humming sound suddenly pierced his ears. Ha! Who's there? Jiang Hai halted, scanning his surroundings. Soon, as if responding to him, the buzzing sounded again, this time slightly louder than before. Jiang Hai tilted his head, straining to locate the source. His gaze finally settled on the dark forest ahead. The sound was definitely coming from within that grove. Amidst the darkness, this faint, almost imperceptible hum suddenly filled the air, sending a chill down Jiang Hai's spine. Every hair on his body stood on end. What the hell was that? The thought of being stranded on an alien planet instantly erased any pleasant feelings he'd had moments ago from the beautiful scenery. Jiang Hai instinctively took a few steps back, ready to turn and leave immediately. Buzz. 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 The moment he turned, the humming from deep within the forest grew louder. Hearing that humming sound, Jiang Hai suddenly felt his leg, which had just started to move, freeze in place. What's happening? Move. Move already. Beads of sweat the size of beans began to form on Jiang Hai's forehead, quickly spreading to cover his entire head. No matter how hard he strained, his legs stubbornly refused to take even a single step forward. Buzz. Buzz. The humming sound echoed again, and Jiang Hai's entire body suddenly shuddered. Jiang Hai, who had been struggling, suddenly froze in place, utterly motionless. A haze of white mist began to cloud his eyes. Chapter 61, The Alien Creature's Mental Attack. System. What's happening? What's wrong with my body? Opening his eyes, he shot upright from the bed, his forehead already glistening with sweat. The host's puppet has suffered some kind of mental attack, causing it to break free from the host's control. Psychic attack? What kind of psychic attack? Jiang Hai froze. Such esoteric concepts were completely beyond his comprehension. Within that forest, some kind of creature existed. It was the one that launched the psychic attack on the host. Some kind of creature? The system's explanation only left Jiang Hai even more bewildered. Wait. If a creature attacked me, then, what about the system's hostility detection? Why didn't it trigger an alert beforehand? The creature had no intent to harm the host's life, so the hostility detection system failed to activate. That reason again. Jiang Hai was speechless. So it only recognizes hostility if the other party has the intent to harm its life? This detection system is utterly useless. What should we do now? What exactly does that alien creature want? Current readings show the puppet retains vital signs. The host can regain control at any moment. If I go control the puppet now, it won't be dangerous, right? Though the system said so, Jiang Hai still felt uneasy. That mental attack was just too bizarre. Using the puppet might protect his physical body, but it doesn't mean his mind won't suffer. Rest assured, host. The system can activate protective measures to shield your psyche from harm. With the system's assurance, Jiang Hai felt somewhat more at ease. Leaving that 20 million puppet just lying there wasn't an option either. Besides, Jiang Hai still needed to continue exploring that planet. Otherwise, the trading channel he'd exchanged 100 billion for would be wasted. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai slowly reclined back onto the bed. He cast one final glance at the ceiling before closing his eyes once more. After a moment of daze, he opened his eyes again only to find himself surrounded by pitch-black darkness so thick he couldn't see his own hand in front of him. Ding! Detecting host's special environment, night vision mode activated. The system alert sounded, and Jiang Hai's vision blurred momentarily before the surroundings transformed dramatically. Jiang Hai could now clearly see his surroundings. Crooked trees stood haphazardly around him, the nearest one just a hand's reach away to his left front. It dawned on him now he must be inside that very grove he'd just passed through. The system had mentioned earlier that some kind of creature in this forest had launched a psychic attack against him. In other words, that alien creature had attacked him and dragged him into the woods. The thought sent a chill down his spine, the coldness shooting straight to the back of his head. That means the alien creature that attacked Jiang Hai is nearby. Jiang Hai immediately spun around on the spot, scanning the surroundings. Those twisted trees looked particularly eerie under night vision. They resembled twisted, dancing human figures. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by at breakneck speed. So fast that even with night vision, Jiang Hai couldn't make out its features. Jiang Hai instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He knew it had to be the alien creature that had attacked him earlier. Buzz! Buzz! That same buzzing sound echoed again. Hearing it, Jiang Hai immediately felt dizzy and disoriented, the world spinning around him. His body staggered, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. But the next moment, a cool sensation shot straight to the crown of his head, instantly restoring his clarity. This was the protective measure the system had mentioned. The thought flashed through Jiang Hai's mind, but he had no time to dwell on it. His gaze darted around, tracking that eerie figure. Buzz! The humming sound echoed again, but this time it had no effect on Jiang Hai. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hai swung his arm. In the next instant, several large metal boxes materialized above his head. Clang! The boxes landed at his feet. He crouched down, opened one, and swiftly pulled out two small, palm-sized spheres. He pulled hard, aimed in one direction, and hurled them forward. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions erupted in the pitch-black forest, accompanied by blinding flashes of light. These were two military-grade grenades. Jiang Hai had just purchased these weapons on the spot from the system. He had played with these military grenades before at the club, so he knew how to use them. The sudden explosions didn't injure the eerie figure, but clearly startled it. The figure darted wildly through the woods, dodging the lingering firelight. At that moment, Jiang Hai bent down once more and opened another metal box. When he stood up again, he now held a PPK-20 submachine gun. With fluid motion, he chambered around, raised the weapon to chest level, aimed ahead, and pulled the trigger. The sequence flowed seamlessly, a testament to the months of training at the club. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured out rapidly, striking the tree trunks with a metallic clang. The eerie figure, caught off guard, was struck by a burst of bullets and immediately leaped into the air. Whether from the pain of injury or sheer shock, it was impossible to tell. Jiang Hai couldn't afford to care. His finger dug into the trigger, unleashing a furious torrent of bullets. He emptied one magazine and immediately reloaded, the entire process taking just over 10 seconds. From an ordinary programmer to a skilled marksman, Jiang Hai could only say that the lifetime membership costing tens of millions was absolutely worth every penny. After emptying 3 magazines, the eerie figure finally couldn't hold out any longer and vanished in a flash. But Jiang Hai dared not let his guard down. He kept his gun raised, scanning the surroundings incessantly. After waiting over 10 minutes with no sign of the figure reappearing, Jiang Hai cautiously lowered his weapon, satisfied that the intruder had been scared off. He exhaled a long breath, yet his breathing remained ragged. Though he hadn't engaged in any strenuous activity, the sheer tension left him gasping for breath. System, that alien creature, did it escape? System? System? He called out repeatedly, but the system remained silent. Jiang Hai even wondered if it had gone offline for another upgrade. System, I need to return this gun. System, items sold are non-returnable and non-exchangeable unless defective. The moment he requested a return, the system's lightning-fast response left Jiang Hai utterly speechless. System, why did you pretend not to hear me when I asked you questions just now? The system only assists the host in becoming an arms magnate. It provides no additional services in other areas. The system's deadpan explanation nearly made Jiang Hai laugh in frustration, yet he could do nothing about it. What can you do? The one with the final say is the real bully. Chapter 62, The Intelligent Species of the Alien Planet. No time to argue with thugs. Jiang Hai quickly gathered his gun and ammunition, then used night vision to orient himself before heading out of the woods. Despite Jiang Hai's earlier grenade tosses and submachine gun bursts within the woods, the trees showed not a single scratch. Jiang Hai touched a tree trunk. It felt cold and metallic, like some kind of metal. Of course, this wasn't Earth, it was an alien planet. Nothing here was too strange to be possible. Soon, Jiang Hai emerged from the woods. The multicolored night sky reappeared before his eyes. The oppressive, pitch-black darkness had vanished, and Jiang Hai couldn't help but exhale deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Ding! Host detected hostile emotions in vicinity. Host, prepare defensive measures. Hostile emotions? It's the system's hostility detection system. Hearing the system's alert, Jiang Hai froze for a moment before snapping into action. The next moment, he immediately raised his submachine gun, scanning his surroundings while instinctively retreating several steps to take cover behind a tree. Click! A series of jarring sounds erupted from nearby. Beyond the woods lay a continuous stretch of rolling hills, much lower than the one Jiang Hai had been on earlier. Accompanying the screeching sounds, shadowy figures began emerging from the hills. Seeing these figures, Jiang Hai's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with astonishment. These were creatures he had never seen before. Each stood barely a meter tall, supported by 5 lower limbs planted firmly on the ground. Above these limbs sat a round, meatball-like mass. Their entire bodies gleamed with a metallic gray-black sheen, and at the very center of each sphere sat a large, round black crystalline structure. Squeak! Squeak! These bizarre-looking creatures emitted a shrill sound, reminiscent of mice. They seemed to have detected Jiang Hai's presence. After a brief exchange among themselves, they began closing in on him. Yet they clearly harbored some apprehension toward the forest behind him, advancing cautiously, step by step, as they closed in. System. These are intelligent beings, right? Can you translate what they're saying? As the creatures drew nearer, Jiang Hai grew increasingly tense, swallowing hard before asking the system. Analyzing their language system. Please wait. Language decrypted. Translating now. A faint chirping sound filled Jiang Hai's ears. Soon, the familiar tones of Mandarin Chinese echoed in his mind. What is that thing? Watch out. It might be another mutated creature. This forest should be the raccoon's territory. Where did that raccoon go? This thing doesn't look like a mutated beast. What exactly is it? After processing the system's response, Jiang Hai could now make out the creature's words clearly. Just as he'd suspected moments ago, these creatures were likely intelligent beings, possibly the sentient species of this alien planet, much like humans on Blue Star. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai slowly lowered his gun and raised his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. I am not an enemy. Please trust me. We can talk. The small red dot displayed by the hostility detection system indicated that these alien beings still harbored hostility toward Jiang Hai. But Jiang Hai did not fire his weapon. His purpose in coming here was to conduct an arms deal, not to wage war against them. Hearing their earlier words, Jiang Hai realized there must be some misunderstanding. They weren't truly intent on killing him. There was still a chance to salvage the situation. Sure enough, after Jiang Hai finished speaking, the other party showed more surprise than anything else. Meanwhile, the red dots indicating hostility on the system interface suddenly decreased by more than half. He can actually speak? A mutated beast can speak? How is that possible? Could it be he wasn't a mutant beast? Then why does he look so strange? These creatures chirped incessantly, yet Jiang Hai could understand their conversation. Especially as he saw the hostile red dots dwindling, his unease gradually faded. He slung his assault rifle over his waist, raised both hands, and slowly emerged from the woods, declaring, I am not your enemy. Please do not attack me. I'm just a merchant. I'm only here to do business. Jiang Hai continued speaking as he emerged from the woods, proactively turning in a full circle before calling out, if possible, let's talk. A merchant? Doing business? The intelligent beings exchanged puzzled glances before one finally plucked up the courage to slowly approach Jiang Hai. Stopping less than a meter away, the black crystals covering its body scanned Jiang Hai up and down, giving him the feeling of being seen through. What are you? You say you're a merchant, what do you sell? We've never seen a creature like you in Papola. Papola? Is that the name of this region? Or is it how they refer to their own planet? Jiang Hai gleaned some clues from the other's words, silently analyzing them while explaining, I come from a distant place. As for what I sell, it's highly effective weapons. Weapons? Jiang Hai clearly saw the black crystals on the other's spherical body seem to glow brighter. Then, one of the 5 lower limbs suddenly lifted, its spider-like joints twisting and shifting. In the next instant, a long, somewhat thick rod-like object appeared on that lower limb. The limb swiftly coiled around the rod, then twisted in an unseen manner. Thud! A flash of colorful light erupted, and in the next instant, a small hill not far away was blown apart. When the dust settled, the hill was visibly diminished by a chunk. This thing looked like a broken stick, yet it possessed such immense power? Jiang Hai had initially assumed the enemy was a technologically underdeveloped intelligent species. But now it was clear any race capable of developing such devastating weaponry was far from ordinary. At the very least, their technological prowess in certain areas far surpassed that of Blue Star. Is this the kind of weapon you're selling? The other party posed the question to Jiang Hai once more, even tilting that large orb slightly. It must be said, this creature's actions at that moment were actually quite endearing. Well, we offer a wide variety of weapons. Naturally, we have ones far more powerful than your little contraption. Oh? Then we'd certainly be interested. But you'd better let me see this powerful weapon you're talking about first. The other party tilted its head again, a hint of distrust flickering within the black crystal. Yet its attitude gave Jiang Hai a familiar feeling. This feeling was exactly the same as when dealing with those factions back on Blue Star. So, for a moment, Jiang Hai actually felt right at home. He immediately smiled and said, absolutely. We'll definitely satisfy our customers. Chapter 63, the first extraterrestrial trade begins. This gentleman is our esteemed military expert. Lord Bajelialu. Sir, this is the merchant we mentioned earlier. Introduced by a 5-clawed creature, Jiang Hai met the important figure they had mentioned. 5-clawed creature was the name Jiang Hai had given to this alien intelligent species. Of course, Jiang Hai only murmured this name to himself, he never utter it in front of them. The 5-clawed creature known as Bajelialu was no different from others of its kind, save for being a few centimeters taller. Its round torso was crowned with 3 long, sharp spikes. Jiang Hai appraised the creature with a glance, then smiled and bowed in greeting. Greetings, esteemed Lord Bajelialu. Jiang Hai greeted him politely, but Bajelialu showed no response. Instead, the black crystal resembling an eye scanned Jiang Hai up and down. After a long pause, Bajelialu finally spoke. I hear you are a merchant who trades in weapons. Yet I see no goods you have brought? Lord Bajelialu. What I deal in are no ordinary goods. A little caution is surely essential for a weapons merchant like myself, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Hai's answer didn't satisfy Lord Bajelialu, but it didn't provoke anger either. Instead, it fell silent for a moment. Well then, if you haven't brought any goods, how are we supposed to conduct this transaction? Shouldn't I first inspect the quality of your goods? Jiang Hai had anticipated Bajelialu's demand. With a wave of his hand. The next instant, a large iron box materialized out of thin air, thudding to the ground at Jiang Hai's feet. This scene startled all the 5-clawed monsters nearby, including Bajelialu, who took several startled steps back. Seeing the reactions of the surrounding 5-clawed monsters, a smug smile spread across Jiang Hai's face. This feeling of showing off in front of others was incredibly satisfying. Back on Blue Star, Jiang Hai had often wanted to show off like this, but he'd feared it would be too shocking. Here, however, he had no such reservations. He smiled and gestured to Bajelialu, then bent down to open the large metal box. From within, he retrieved a weapon resembling a Gatling gun. Gripping the handle, he yanked it upward forcefully, hoisting the weapon to hip height. He glanced left and right. This was no longer the forest's edge. Jiang Hai had been led by those 5-clawed beasts to a hilly terrain dotted with rocky peaks and ridges. Fixing his gaze on a steep peak in the distance, Jiang Hai turned his body, aimed the barrel at the mountain, and squeezed the trigger with force. Boom! Instantly, blue electricity flickered at the muzzle. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a palm-sized ball of blue electricity erupted from the barrel. In the blink of an eye, the bolt struck the peak's summit. With a sizzling crackle, the peak became entangled in countless currents. Moments later, it dissolved into a cloud of dust, vanishing without a trace. Z-12 Thunder Current Launcher. Capable of firing supercharged currents for attack or capturing prey. Built-in nuclear reactor, theoretically providing infinite energy. Capturing prey? What does that mean? After Jiang Hai finished explaining the weapon in his hand, Bagel Lulu was already deeply intrigued by its power. Hearing Jiang Hai's description made his eyes light up even more. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, pivoted his body, and aimed the barrel directly at a nearby five-clawed monster. Jiang Hai's action instantly caused a stir among the surrounding five-clawed monsters. The one targeted, particularly frightened, let out a gurgle and immediately flopped onto the ground. Its 5 lower limbs flipped upward simultaneously, wrapping around its torso. At first glance, it resembled a giant black pumpkin. "Don't be afraid. I won't take your life. It'll just hurt a little." Jiang Hai chuckled, his finger pressing firmly on the trigger button. The next moment, the muzzle discharged electricity once more. But this time it was different. Previously, it had fired a ball of electricity, but now it released a straight beam of current from the muzzle, striking the five-clawed monster on the ground instantly. Sizzle! Sizzle! A piercing sound rang out as the current instantly enveloped the five-clawed monster, dancing wildly across its body. The other end of the current remained connected to the gun barrel, a bright blue stream continuously flowing out like a frenzied rope. Enveloped by the current, the five-clawed monster let out agonized wails as its entire body stiffened uncontrollably. For some reason, the moment he first saw these five-clawed monsters, Jiang Hai felt a deep aversion and unease welling up inside him. Had it not been for the impending deal, he would have avoided them entirely. Therefore, now that he had the chance to toy with and torment the five-clawed monsters, he felt absolutely no psychological burden. Beside him, Bagel Lulu was startled by the scene at first. But when he saw his subordinate completely paralyzed by the electric current, a flash of delight immediately lit up his eyes. After a full 10+ minutes of control, Jiang Hai finally released the button, withdrawing the current from the five-clawed monster. This method of electrical capture caused no substantial harm to the target. And you can stack effects with multiple emitters to boost capture power. This is absolutely incredible. After hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, Bajilu's dark eyes nearly glowed with excitement. His 5 hind legs bounced up and down, occasionally spinning in circles on the spot. Clearly, he was thoroughly impressed with this transmitter. As for the subordinate who'd been tortured by the electric current, Bajilu couldn't care less. He left him lying on the ground like a dead dog, not even sparing him a second glance. "How much is this transmitter?" Bago Lulu urgently asked Jiang Hai for the price, but Jiang Hai didn't respond immediately. Instead, he mentally queried the system. "System, how should I quote the price here? Chinese currency isn't accepted here. A highly valuable mineral resource has been detected on this planet. The host may propose trading this mineral." The system responded swiftly, even calculating the transaction value for him. Mineral? Exactly. After all, the early circulating currencies on Blue Star were metal ores like gold and silver. Seems this principle applies to alien planets too. I wonder what special uses this mineral called obsidian has. A Z12 Thunder current emitter costs 500 pieces of obsidian. 500 obsidian? Upon hearing Jiang Hai's quote, Bagel Lulu first gasped in surprise, then shook his spiky head in displeasure. Jiang Hai didn't know the value of obsidian, but judging by Bagel Lulu's reaction, it seemed to be quite precious. Ha! The next moment, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed sharply. A system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Host's surroundings detected hostile sentiment. Host's life safety is under threat. Please take precautionary measures. Hostility? Seeing the translucent window appear before him, dotted with tiny red markers, Jiang Hai immediately understood. Damn it! These freaking monsters are trying to double-cross us. Chapter 64, Livestock? Jiang Hai had plenty of experience dealing with double-crossers. Seeing the hostility in their eyes, he remained unflappable. His eyes narrowed to slits as he suddenly snapped his fingers twice in quick succession. In the next instant, several large metal crates plummeted from above, landing at his feet. The sudden appearance of these crates instantly silenced the five-clawed monsters, who had been itching for a fight. Yet the malice in their gazes fixed upon Jiang Hai was now utterly unmasked. Bago Lulu, sir. Do you know what these are? Bago Lulu's face darkened, showing no intention of answering Jiang Hai. Clearly, it too realized that its scheme to double-cross its own allies had been seen through. Now, it seemed ready to drop all pretense. Were it not for the large metal boxes Jiang Hai had just summoned, it would have ordered its subordinates to swarm forward already. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, bent down to open the iron box, and casually pulled out a small black cube the size of a palm. He waved it in front of Bajelialu. Suddenly, Jiang Hai flung the cube forcefully in a specific direction. The cube flew over 10 meters before landing. The instant it touched the ground, it burst into a blinding light. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as a wall of fire erupted. Several five-clawed monsters screamed as they were flung into the air by the blast. One was even blown to pieces. When the flames finally subsided, a massive crater gaped in the hardened earth. The sheer force of the blast left Bajelialu and the other five-clawed monsters looking grim. Jiang Hai grinned, spreading his hands wide. These iron boxes are all packed with explosives like this. If they all detonate together, none of us will survive. Threat! Jiang Hai was openly threatening Bajelialu. If it comes down to it, we'll all go down together. Better than being killed by you lot and having my cargo stolen. A peculiar glow emanated from Bagulu's black crystal, revealing his complex emotions. After a moment, Bagel Lulu suddenly smiled. This is just a misunderstanding. We're here to make a deal, right? Right. We're here to trade. As long as no one harbors any ulterior motives, correct? Right. We're all honest and trustworthy. Jiang Hai and Bajelialu suddenly acted like close friends, exchanging polite pleasantries. Were it not for the large metal crates at his feet, their lids still wide open, one might not have believed the tense atmosphere that had just filled the air. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow. It was worth every penny he'd spent buying these high-explosive bombs from the system at the last minute. Expensive, yes, but worth every penny. Lord Bajelialu, do you still want that launcher? Yes. Absolutely. After feigning hesitation, Jiang Hai had barely finished the question when Bajelialu immediately wiggled his rotund frame. I need 10 of these launchers. 5,000 pieces of obsidian. I'll send someone to deliver it immediately. That's perfect. As soon as I receive the obsidian, I'll deliver the launchers immediately. Back home, we have a saying, cash on delivery. Cash on delivery? Spot on. Makes perfect sense. Bago Lulu lifted one of its lower limbs and waved it wildly in front of itself. Then he turned his head and gave orders to the five-clawed monster behind him. Soon, the creature hurried off. After waiting roughly an hour, a large pile of black stones could be seen slowly moving closer from the distance. Those black stones resembled black crystals more than ordinary rocks. The multicolored glow of the night sky reflected off them, casting dazzling light truly beautiful. At first glance, the stones seemed to move on their own. But as they drew nearer, Jiang Hai noticed a vast multitude of diverse creatures dragging the stones step by step toward them. These creatures varied greatly in appearance and size, clearly belonging to different species. Ropes were fastened around their bodies as they strained to pull the stones behind them. Behind them, several five-clawed monsters wielded long whips, shouting commands while lashing the creatures. It was as if they were herding livestock. Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed into slits, a cold gleam flashing through the gaps. For among those creatures, he spotted several humanoid beings. Of course, they were still vastly different from humans, but compared to other alien creatures, these humanoids bore a striking resemblance to our own kind. Ha! These beasts are quite useful. With your launcher, capturing these beasts will be even easier. Seeming to notice Jiang Hai's keen interest in the creatures, Bajelialu chuckled smugly and pointed at them. Lord Bajelialu, are there many of these creatures here? Aren't there any of these beasts where you come from? Bago Lulu looked at Jiang Hai with some puzzlement, but quickly replied, there used to be quite a few, but they've dwindled in recent years. These beasts have gotten smarter, catching them has become quite a hassle. I heard there was a wildcat around here before, but that beast is too cunning, hard to catch. I wonder if your launcher might make things easier. Jiang Hai took a deep breath but ultimately said nothing more. After all, he wasn't very familiar with the situation on this planet. It wouldn't be wise to meddle in these matters rashly. But Jiang Hai didn't wait for the other party to haul over the obsidian. With a flick of his wrist, the iron boxes loaded with explosives vanished. He then strode swiftly toward the obsidian. Though the explosive threat was gone, Bajelialu seemed to have abandoned any thoughts of double-crossing and followed behind Jiang Hai. Upon reaching the obsidian, Jiang deliberately avoided looking at the creatures and placed his hand directly on the stone. The next moment, the obsidian was completely absorbed by the system. Jiang Hai then beckoned with his hand, and 10 large metal crates materialized above his head before crashing heavily to the ground at his feet. Jiang Hai smiled as he pointed at the crates and said, Big brother Lulu, you can inspect the goods now. This transaction is now complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales transaction. Settlement will now commence. Host has achieved a transaction value of 5,000 obsidian. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Adding the host's 10% commission, this transaction yields a total wage of 1,500 obsidian. Ding! Host's earnings are now available for exchange. Exchange based on the purchasing power of both circulating currencies. Host receives 450 billion huaxia currency. Holy! Hearing the system's notification sound, Jiang Hai's eyes suddenly widened in shock, nearly causing him to yell out loud. 1,500 pieces of obsidian exchanged for 450 billion huaxia coins? That meant each piece of obsidian was worth 300 million huaxia currency? Chapter 65, Making Money Still Feels Great. The system specifically chose obsidian as the currency for transactions, and Jiang Hai knew this stuff was no ordinary material. Moreover, this electric current emitter was clearly a technological weapon surpassing Blue Star's capabilities, yet it had only sold for a mere 5,000 pieces of obsidian. So Jiang Hai had anticipated that this obsidian must be incredibly precious. But he never imagined it would be this expensive. Esteemed Lord Bajelialu, this has been an exceptionally pleasant transaction. I eagerly anticipate our next deal. Jiang Hai glanced around, catching sight of the restless five-clawed creatures. He understood immediately. He cast one final glance at the humanoid creatures before nodding to Bajeliulu with a smile. As if anticipating something, Bajeliulu instantly widened its single black crystal eye. The next moment, Jiang Hai snapped his fingers. With a puff, he vanished into thin air. Opening his eyes again, Jiang Hai found himself back in his own room. He leaped off the bed and swiftly opened his computer to check his bank account. The already lengthy string of numbers stubbornly advanced by another digit. Jiang Hai's smile stretched almost to his ears. Not bad, not bad. He used to hear rich people brag about how money was just a string of numbers, or how they had no interest in making it. But now, who says making money isn't fun? No matter how much you have, earning it still feels damn good. Jiang Hai whistled excitedly. But this excitement lasted only a moment. Jiang Hai quickly remembered that opening a new trading channel with the system would require 1 quadrillion yuan. Compared to the 400 billion plus he'd just earned. The road ahead was long and arduous. Jiang Hai composed himself and walked straight out of the room. Outside, dusk was already settling in. When Jiang Hai had left for the alien planet to conduct business, it had been morning. Now, in the blink of an eye, over 10 hours had passed. In the living room, Ulung still stood perfectly straight, seemingly untouched by fatigue. He merely glanced at Jiang Hai out of the corner of his eye as he emerged. The lame one sat on the sofa watching TV, but Fat Old Nine was nowhere to be seen. Where's Fatso Lao Jiu? Uncle Wen had given him another errand to run. The lame one sat with his legs crossed, showing no intention of standing up even as Jiang Hai emerged. Ever since they met, the kid had taken an instant dislike to Jiang Hai, and the two had never gotten along. Let's go. I need to step out for a bit. Jiang Hai ignored the cripple's rudeness, merely glancing at him as he watched TV with renewed interest before smiling and giving a brief order. The cripple froze, turning to stare at the beaming Jiang Hai. Realization hit him instantly, and he nearly twisted his mouth in fury. Jiang Hai knew that if he weren't the cripple's employer, the guy would have jumped up and punched him. But there were no ifs. Jiang Hai was his boss. If the cripple dared disobey, he wouldn't even need to find Uncle Wen. A Lang standing right beside him would handle him. With no choice, the cripple grudgingly picked up the remote, cast one last longing glance at the flirtatious young woman on the screen, and reluctantly turned off the TV. Without Lao Jiu, a Lang and the cripple accompanied Jiang Hai to the car. Where to, boss? Once inside the car, the lame one, acting as driver, professionally inquired. Seated in the back, Jiang Hai leaned back with a relaxed expression. After a brief pause, he said, Shanghai Tower. Mr. Jiang. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, you're here. Arriving at Ocean Shipping, the company he had invested in and founded, every employee he encountered, from the front desk to the office areas, greeted him with utmost respect. Several attractive female employees even bumped into him, seemingly by accident. Is this setting up a Cinderella meets the domineering CEO story? Humph. How naive. Though, the touch felt pretty nice. Mr. Jiang. What brings you to the company? Fang Li emerged from her office in a crisp white business skirt suit, staring at Jiang Hai in surprise. Since founding the company, this was the first time Jiang Hai had ever visited. Beyond transferring funds, he'd never shown any interest in the place. He'd never once taken the initiative to inquire about the company's status. It was as if he had never founded this company at all. Even when Fang Li wanted to report work to Jiang Hai, she couldn't find him. That's why when Jiang Hai had his accident last time, Fang Li rushed over and stayed by his bedside, all to seize the chance to remind him she existed. It was as if she deliberately wanted to remind him, you still have a company here. That's precisely why Jiang Hai's unprecedented visit to the company today left Fang Li utterly astonished, as if the sun had risen in the west. Ha! I've got some rare free time today, so I dropped by to check things out. So? Is the company short on cash lately? How about I transfer some more funds to the company? Would 500 million be enough? Ha! No need. No need. Jiang Hai's immediate demand for money startled Fang Li. Especially when he blurted out 500 million yuan. It was the very face of a nouveau riche. Luckily, Jiang didn't know what Fang Li was thinking. If he could read minds, he'd definitely introduce Salam to her just so she could see what a real nouveau riche looks like. Mr. Jiang, it's unnecessary. The company is running smoothly now. Several investment projects have already started generating returns. Plus the rent from Shanghai Tower, it's more than enough to cover the company's daily expenses. We currently have 100 million yuan in idle funds on the books, more than enough to fund multiple investment projects. Fang Li waved her hands repeatedly to decline Jiang Hai's investment offer, inwardly torn between laughter and tears. For an investment firm like hers to reach this stage was unprecedented. Every investment firm would be desperate for their backer to inject massive capital, yet here she was turning it down. Especially since the company itself belonged to Jiang Hai, he held 100% ownership. Even with additional funding, it wouldn't affect the company's equity structure. Unable to spend the money, Jiang Hai, who had just transferred several hundred billion, wore a look of regret and couldn't help but smack his lips. Fang Li then led Jiang Hai to her office. As for Jiang Hai's own office, Fong Li had naturally prepared it. However, Jiang Hai never used it. Even though it was cleaned daily, all the company's relevant documents were kept in Fong Li's office. For discussing company affairs, Fong Li's office was simply more convenient. Jiang Hai entered Fong Li's office, instructing Alang and the lame man to stand guard at the door. The door closed, leaving only Jiang Hai and Fong Li inside. Neither of them sat at the desk. Instead, they made their way to the guest sofa in the office and sat down. Fong Li swiftly brewed a cup of tea and placed it before Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai smiled, took a sip, nodded, then looked at Fong Li and said, "Sister Fong, I actually came to the company this time because there's something I want you to do." Jiang Hai's sudden request caught Fong Li off guard for just a moment, but she quickly straightened her posture. Months ago, she had thought all hope was lost. It was Jiang Hai who had pulled her back from the brink at that critical moment. Her gratitude toward Jiang Hai went beyond mere thanks. To help him, she would walk through fire without hesitation. Chapter 66, We're buying Big Ivan. Next, I'll inject 1 billion into the company. Mr. Jiang, the company doesn't need. Let me finish. Hearing Jiang Hai still insisted on injecting capital into the company and doubling the amount, Fong Li grew anxious and tried to refuse, but Jiang Hai silenced her with a low, stern command. Jiang Hai fixed Fong Li with a piercing gaze and declared, "I want you to take this money and accomplish 2 things. First, establish a security company. Train a team of truly elite professionals. Firearms. Hand-to-hand combat. Plus specialized skills like concealment, infiltration, and espionage. Train these individuals into true military elites. Of course, I know such training is difficult to achieve domestically. So you can try recruiting domestically and then sending them abroad for training. I don't care about the process, I only care about the results. And cost is no object. If 1 billion yuan is spent, allocate another billion. If that's insufficient, then 2 billion, 3 billion, whatever it takes. Don't be afraid to spend money. And don't try to save me any. Even if you have to pile money on top of money, build me an elite team that belongs to me." Jiang Hai's words left Fong Li utterly speechless. Her face frozen in shock, she stared at him as her mind buzzed with confusion. She couldn't fathom what Jiang Hai was up to. Training a private army of loyalists? Was he planning a rebellion? Seeing Fong Li's stunned expression, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Fong, don't overthink it. It's just that the last incident made me a bit concerned about my own safety, so I want to train a reliable security force. To put it plainly, I just want some skilled bodyguards to ensure my personal safety." Bodyguards? What kind of bodyguards require infiltration and intelligence capabilities? Fong Li didn't challenge Jiang Hai's explanation. She simply nodded lightly and said, "I understand. I'll get started on it immediately." As always, whatever Jiang Hai needed, Fong Li would do everything in her power to help him achieve it. Even if Jiang Hai were to stage a rebellion, at worst, Fong Li would simply be executed alongside him. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, paying no mind to Fong Li's wandering thoughts, and proceeded to state his second demand. Second, starting today, expand the company's scale. Establish branch offices nationwide first, then across countries worldwide. I want our company's branches to cover the entire Blue Star. Of course, I know this is difficult, so there's no need to rush. Take it slowly. As always, whatever it takes to achieve this goal is acceptable, costs be damned. Branches needn't generate any revenue, just maintain normal operations. Jiang Hai's request was relatively reasonable, far easier than the first one. But Fong Li didn't take it lightly. She recorded it meticulously, even pulling out a notebook specifically for the task. After going over the details, Jiang Hai patted his thigh with a smile. "All right. I'll transfer the funds to the company account shortly. The rest is up to you, Sister Fong." Fong Li immediately gave a firm nod. This time, she didn't refuse Jiang Hai's investment because she realized there was definitely a purpose behind the 2 tasks he had assigned her. Her sole focus now was to fulfill the tasks he had assigned her with utmost dedication. After leaving Changhua Tower, Jiang Hai sat silently in the car, his head bowed as he pondered the 2 tasks he'd assigned to Fong Li. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. Much like his investment in Changhua Tower, he had deliberated them for a long time. With the opening of interstellar trade channels, his focus would inevitably shift toward interstellar commerce. But he couldn't abandon the trade on Blue Star either. Jiang Hai planned to cultivate some helpers to assist him with deliveries. But this wasn't ordinary trade delivery, it was arms dealing. Recruiting ordinary people for this task was out of the question. He needed specially trained personnel to serve as couriers. As for establishing branch offices, this too was part of the delivery preparations. That way, the system could deliver goods directly to the branch offices, or couriers could depart from them. Both options would be far more convenient. Just as Jiang Hai was pondering the feasibility of these 2 plans, a sudden burst of music rang out the ringtone of his phone. Jiang Hai glanced at the phone screen and immediately narrowed his eyes. The caller was none other than Hussein, Basha's military advisor. Jiang Hai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced up at Alung and the cripple sitting in the front seats. Alang remained fixed on the road ahead, paying Jiang Hai no mind whatsoever. It was lame guy, who should have been focused on driving, who casually glanced over his shoulder and caught Jiang Hai's gaze in the rearview mirror. Jiang Hai's lips curved into a faint smile. He swiped across the screen and hung up the call. He then leaned back in his seat and turned his gaze out the window, seemingly admiring the scenery as the city lights began to twinkle along the road. Before long, Jiang Hai arrived back at his home. Instead of rushing to his room, he settled onto the living room sofa to watch TV, simultaneously ordering takeout. Alang, does Uncle Wen have any good cooks? Jiang Hai crossed his legs, watching TV as he asked Alung, who stood nearby. Alang was positioned at the partition between the living room and the balcony. Facing the balcony, his gaze sweeping outside, he simply replied with 2 words to Jiang Hai's question. No. Alright. A typical Alang response. Jiang Hai, feeling a bit put out, ignored the eager to prove himself cripple beside him and went back to watching TV, leaving the cripple red-faced and choking with frustration. After the takeout arrived and the 3 of them ate their fill, Jiang Hai finally strolled back to his room. After all, his room had its own private bathroom where he could wash up. Back in his room, Jiang Hai still held his breath and didn't make the call. He just casually placed the phone on the table and waited quietly. Another half-hour passed before the phone rang again, still Hussein. Only then did Jiang Hai leisurely answer the call. Mr. Hussein, I apologize. I wasn't able to answer earlier. No problem. No problem. Hussein, of course, dared not blame Jiang Hai. After exchanging a few polite responses, he got down to business. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, we need to make a deal. Ha! No problem. Our company is always open to business deals. What exactly? What we need is Big Ivan. Before Jiang Hai could ask, Hussein proactively stated their requirements. But this request left Jiang Hai momentarily stunned. Mr. Boundless Ocean, this Big Ivan, doesn't your company have one? I recall Mr. Philsat mentioning your company possesses Big Ivan. Seeing Jiang Hai remain silent, Hussein grew visibly anxious and pressed further. Jiang Hai finally snapped out of his daze, tapping his index finger rhythmically on the table. Mr. Hussein, Big Ivan? Of course our company has it. But this thing isn't cheap. Chapter 67, Bosch and the Crosshairs. Big Ivan, humanity's most powerful ultimate weapon to date. Hailed as the Doomsday Weapon. Human regimes across Blue Star are as numerous as cowhair, yet those truly possessing Big Ivan can be counted on one hand. Possessing Big Ivan is like holding the ultimate trump card. While it doesn't guarantee invincibility, it certainly ensures no rival power dares to underestimate you. Is Hussein representing Bosch in the bid to acquire Big Ivan? Jiang Hai furrowed his brow slightly. In his memory, hadn't Bosch always claimed to have Big Ivan under his control? Though puzzled, Jiang Hai refrained from asking outright, instead making a light-hearted remark. I understand. Name your price. Though Jiang Hai was joking, he was also making a statement. He had Big Ivan. Understanding the implication, Hussein's breathing grew heavier as he immediately responded. Expensive? Could it possibly be more expensive than those fighter jets worth trillions upon trillions of yuan? We Boshi lack everything except money. Seeing the other party practically wearing the words easy target on their forehead, Jiang Hai naturally didn't hold back. The Big Ivan alone wasn't actually that expensive, just 50 million yuan. But add an intercontinental ballistic missile to Big Ivan? That's a different story. 100 million yuan per unit. A bare-bones Big Ivan is just a bomb. Without a missile delivery system, its strategic threat in modern warfare is pretty limited. At best, it could be deployed like those 2 Big Ivans the United States dropped on Japan a century ago, simply dropped from bombers. That approach was actually quite dangerous back then. If any mishap occurred mid-flight, the Big Ivan would detonate en route. Their successful deployment back then was largely due to it being the Big Ivan's first battlefield appearance, catching the enemy off guard. In modern warfare, such scenarios are virtually impossible. Therefore, the Big Ivan alone no longer poses a genuine threat. They must be equipped with missile systems designed to launch Big Ivan successfully. That's why the price difference between a bare-bones Big Ivan and one equipped with an intercontinental missile system is so significant. The $10 billion price tag indeed made Hussein gasp in astonishment. In the past, while $1 billion was substantial, it wouldn't have been an insurmountable challenge for Bosch. But Bush's treasury had just been emptied by Jiang Hai, and it hadn't had time to replenish itself yet. There was no way he could spare that much money for weapons now. Jiang Hai's eyes darted around as he smiled and said, Mr. Hussein, might I ask why your country suddenly requires the Big Ivan? Jiang Hai avoided asking outright whether they lacked the Big Ivan, as that would have been a direct slap in the face. Hussein hesitated briefly before speaking frankly. Just days ago, the United States, John, and Gaul simultaneously pressured Bosnia. Not only did they demand Bosnia halt its airstrikes against Judea, but they also demanded Bosnia hand over the fighter jets used in those airstrikes to the United Nations General Assembly. Their justification? Contributions to the advancement of human technology. As he repeated the last phrase, the United States justification, Hussein's voice took on a sarcastic, mocking tone. Hearing Hussein's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. But upon reflection, this was indeed characteristic of those nations. They were clearly plundering, yet they insisted on dressing it up in such elegant rhetoric. With a chuckle, Jiang Hai pressed on, "So, your country has no intention of compromising and instead seeks to arm itself with even greater power?" "Exactly." Hussein's voice even grew more resolute. "We Bashans never bow to tyranny. If anyone dares infringe upon Basha's rights, we'd rather go down fighting than let the enemy gain an advantage." Well said. Truly the most unyielding nation. Jiang Hai couldn't help but praise them, then narrowed his eyes and smiled. "While I personally admire the Bosch people's unyielding spirit, company policy cannot be altered. Regarding the price, I truly have no leeway to change it." Hearing this, Hussein fell silent for a moment. If Jiang Hai couldn't procure other weapons here, they could always source them elsewhere. Shopping around for the best deal is perfectly normal. The problem was, this was the Big Ivan. How many companies on the entire Blue Star could sell the Big Ivan? And the arms dealers who could sell the Big Ivan were all backed by the United States and Jewish families. Given Basha's current relationship with them, how could they possibly sell the Big Ivan to him? After crunching the numbers, Bosch couldn't find a second arms dealer besides Jiang Hai willing to sell the Big Ivan. Hussein hesitated for a long while. For now, it seemed he had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept this deal. But at 10 billion per Big Ivan, Bosch could only afford 3 to 5 units, greatly weakening their deterrent capability. "Mr. Hussein, actually, I do have a solution. Would you be willing to hear it?" "Ah, Mr. Dahai Wuliang, what solution do you propose? Given your nation's current circumstances, purchasing Big Ivan at 1 billion each won't yield many units. It also offers little practical benefit for your present situation. Instead, why not acquire independent Big Ivans at 50 million each? With your nation's capabilities, you should be able to purchase over 10 units, right?" Jiang Hai's suggestion didn't exactly thrill Hussein. Independent Big Ivans? Cheap is cheap, but what use would buying a large number of such simple warheads be? Hussein didn't immediately refute Jiang Hai, but he didn't agree to the proposal either, simply remaining silent. Jiang Hai seemed to understand Hussein's meaning. He smiled again and said, "Mr. Hussein, have you forgotten the products you purchased from our company before?" "Products?" Hussein paused, recalling their 2 previous transactions with Jiang Hai. The first was a batch of tanks. Those tanks proved to be of excellent quality. During Basha's battles against Judah, they had played a crucial role. They had even pushed the front lines between the two nations forward by dozens of kilometers. But this seemed useless for Big Ivan? Surely they couldn't have Big Ivan ride those tanks and charge into enemy territory? If they weren't the tanks from the last deal, then the one before that, the very first transaction between the two sides. Whoa! Suddenly, Hussein let out a sharp intake of breath. Jiang Hai smiled faintly upon hearing this, for he knew Hussein had grasped the meaning. In their first transaction, Jiang Hai sold a new XC-198 fighter jet to Bosch. Bosch had relied on this blazingly fast fighter to repeatedly launch successful airstrikes against Judah. Even the recent targeting by the pretty country, John, and other nations stemmed from this technologically advanced fighter jet. A pure Ivan warhead. A high-speed fighter jet with extraordinary airstrike capabilities. Combine the two. Why would you even need an intercontinental ballistic missile system? This fighter jet is the ultimate missile system. And it's a reusable missile too. Chapter 68, 3 Mushroom Clouds. I get it. I get it. As Hussein grasped Jiang Hai's hint, his voice immediately grew impassioned, erupting into loud cheers. Jiang Hai remained unhurried, simply smiling as he waited patiently for the other to calm down. My apologies, Mr. Dahai Wuliang. I was rude. After about 6 or 7 minutes, Hussein's voice had settled. He first apologized respectfully to Jiang Hai, then asked with a hint of excitement, if it's the Big Ivan model priced at 50 million Huaxia currency, we'd be willing to purchase 100 units. I wonder if your company has such a large inventory. Just as expected. Hearing Hussein's demand, Jiang Hai immediately smiled. If it were a D Ivan priced at 1 billion Huaxia currency, the buyer might purchase 2 or 3 units but would likely hesitate to buy more. But for 50 million Huaxia yuan? They'd place an order for 100 at once. This is all about tapping into human psychology. In the Chinese e-commerce industry, this was the simplest tactic imaginable. More importantly, with the 50 million yuan Ivan, Jiang Hai could charge a higher premium. When the settlement is finalized, Jiang Hai's commission will be even higher. No problem. Just 100 Ivan warheads as soon as you confirm the transaction, I'll arrange immediate delivery. Hussein paused briefly, seemingly startled by Jiang Hai's bold declaration. But Hussein quickly exclaimed with excitement, great! Place an order for 100 Big Ivan warheads. Please arrange for your company to deliver them as soon as possible. Ding! Detecting host receiving business. Locating host. Please select delivery method. 1. Host delivers personally. 2. Host controls a puppet for delivery. Please select. 2. The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Hai made his choice without hesitation. At 2:23 a.m. local time on the 8th, 3 mushroom clouds erupted consecutively within the territory of Bosch. International weapons experts confirmed these were caused by the detonation of Big Ivan. 3 hours later, the Bosnian government issued an official statement declaring that all 3 Big Ivan detonations were part of their experimental program. The Bosnian government declared that it possesses the Big Ivan and has the capability to deliver it to any corner of Blue Star. Bosnia is a sovereign state. Any nation or organization that dares to infringe upon Bosnia's sovereignty will face countermeasures at any cost. Any nation or organization contemplating an attack on Bosch must be prepared to bear the full consequences of their actions. Bosch's declaration signifies its government's resolute stance, effectively deterring neighboring nations. Previously, Bosch had repeatedly declared its possession of the Big Ivan, but had never provided sufficient evidence. The detonation of 3 Big Ivans now substantiates the rumors of Bosch's possession of this weapon. Experts analyze that this declaration will significantly alter the war situation between Bosch and Judah. It will also impact the strategic landscape of the Gaffid region. Wow! Bosch sure is tough. Jiang Hai, sitting on the living room sofa, couldn't help but smack his lips as he watched the morning news. Especially when he saw the 3 mushroom clouds rising on the TV screen, he shook his head repeatedly. They'd only delivered Big Ivan to Bosch 3 days ago, and now Bosch was already taking action this morning. That efficiency was truly remarkable. Bosch hadn't followed Jiang Hai's suggestion of using fighter jets to transport and deploy Big Ivan. This outcome was entirely within Jiang Hai's expectations. After all, Big Ivan's existence served primarily as a deterrent most of the time. If they actually deployed Big Ivan for warfare, the implications would be far too complex. That's why Bosch didn't hesitate to spend $150 million just to make 3 loud booms, all to intimidate the United States and other Western nations. See? 3 Big Ivans, I can drop them whenever I want. What does that prove? It means I, Big Bush, have even more Big Ivans. So don't you dare mess with me. Otherwise, what lands on your country won't just be 3 Big Ivans. 30 of them will be on their way. See? That's the power of Ivan the Terrible. Of course, such deterrence can only be backed by a superpower like the US. As mentioned earlier, if jihadist groups or Salami were to deploy Big Ivan, they'd face the merciless annihilation of every superpower. Weakness is the original sin. Ding! A notification on his phone. Jiang Hai glanced at his phone, a faint, enigmatic smile curling his lips. He lifted his head again. Beside the sofa stood Alung, the lame one, and Lao Jiao, all 3 standing rigidly at attention, eyes fixed straight ahead. Mr. Jiang, is something wrong? A voice rang out from the 5th person in the living room. Jiang Hai's gaze settled on the man seated on the sofa. Zhang Qinghua, chief of the intelligence division at Huaxia State Security Bureau, concurrently serving as captain of the bureau's 3rd Action Squad. He was also the leader in charge of monitoring Jiang Hai this time. Of course, Jiang Hai had already obtained all this information through the system. This time, the other party had come knocking, presenting himself as the director of the China Banking Regulatory Commission. Having been lurking in the shadows, monitoring his every move, today they had come forward of their own accord. Jiang Hai had no idea what their intentions were. But since guests are guests, Jiang Hai naturally received them courteously. Ha! Nothing much, just a sales pitch. Jiang Hai casually brushed off the phone message, then stared at the TV screen, shaking his head and muttering, who would have thought? Bosch suddenly ignited Big Ivan. TSK. Director Zhang, what do you think? Could the Blue Star S3 season really be starting like this? Hard to say. But in the last 2 seasons, China came out on top. Even if S3 starts, we've got nothing to fear. Jiang Hai used an internet meme, and Zhang Qinghua actually caught it. Watching Zhang Qinghua chatting and laughing before him, Jiang Hai raised one eyebrow. Director Zhang seems very confident in our Huaxia team? Of course. As a Chinese person, I'll always have unwavering faith in our motherland. Zhang Qinghua stood tall, his face radiating pride and reverence. And that's because our nation has a loyal military, wise leaders, passionate citizens, and of course, countless patriotic entrepreneurs who put the nation first. As he uttered the last sentence, Zhang Qinghua suddenly softened his tone, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Jiang Hai. This shift in expression made Jiang Hai smile as well. He knew the real reason Zhang Qinghua had come to see him was about to unfold. Mr. Jiang, over the years, our nation's economy has experienced rapid development, with significant progress across all sectors as we strive to catch up with Western nations. However, it cannot be denied that the nation's sheer scale presents significant gaps. Therefore, the nation urgently needs visionary individuals like you, Mr. Jiang, to help shoulder some of the challenges faced by the country and its government. Jiang Hai smiled. He finally understood why the other party had suddenly come knocking. So this was a begging trip after all. Chapter 69, demanding an exorbitant sum. Some wealthy individuals find themselves targeted by officials who then demand donations or investments. Such practices were commonplace both domestically and internationally. But isn't this usually handled by the local government's investment promotion department? Jiang Hai is from the state security system. Since when did he start meddling in local economic development? Director Jiang is absolutely right. We are all Chinese citizens. The prosperity of China is everyone's responsibility. If there's a way I can contribute to the nation, I won't hesitate. But I wonder how I can possibly contribute my humble efforts? Jiang Hai had effectively passed the buck to Jiang Hai. He was eager to see how Jiang would broach the subject. Of course, his earlier words weren't empty promises. Jiang Hai knew well the saying, when one achieves success, one should benefit the world. As a Chinese citizen, helping the nation within his capabilities was something Jiang Hai was more than willing to do. Of course, that was on the condition it didn't compromise his own vital interests. Jiang Hai hadn't reached the saintly realm of self-sacrifice for others. Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Hai's words, clearly unaccustomed to such direct requests for money. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai offered an awkward smile. We understand that Ocean Investment, under your leadership, is a formidable investment firm. So, might you consider giving more opportunities to domestic enterprises and projects? Director Jiang, are you suggesting I increase my domestic investments? Jiang Hai nodded with a smile, then shook his head. Did Director Jiang not clarify matters before coming? Regarding company affairs, I've long since delegated full authority to Chairwoman Fang Li. My role is solely to provide funding. I don't interfere with how the company operates its business. Jiang Hai's words weren't exactly a refusal, but they clearly indicated his stance. He wouldn't meddle in company affairs. Jiang Hai couldn't help but mutter under his breath. While it was true that Fang Li managed all operations at Oceanic Shipping, how much capital could that investment firm possibly hold? The real bulk of the funds was still sitting in Jiang Hai's bank account. Recalling the staggering figures in Jiang Hai's bank account he'd seen before coming, Jiang Hai still felt dizzy. Calling Jiang Hai a man whose wealth rivals that of a nation is no exaggeration whatsoever. Heaven only knows how the person behind Jiang Hai dared to deposit such a colossal sum into his account. Now word has come down from Jiang Hai's superiors. Since they couldn't touch Jiang Hai for now, they were considering whether they could get a portion of the money from him. That account holds hundreds of billions of yuan. Supporting the nation with 100 billion or so should be no problem, right? Recalling the seemingly trivial task his superiors had casually assigned him before he came here, Jiang Hai felt his lips go dry. Asking for money like this was something he simply couldn't bring himself to say. Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Hai's awkward expression. Deep down, he held great respect for people like Jiang Hai. It was precisely because of their tireless efforts in the shadows that ordinary citizens could enjoy peaceful, happy lives. For that reason alone, Jiang Hai was more than willing to invest in the nation. Director Jiang. Here's the deal. I truly don't interfere with company investments. This was agreed upon with Chairman Fang from the very start of the company. However, personally, I'm willing to contribute what I can. I'd like to donate 2 billion yuan personally to the nation, to be used for national education and healthcare development. Jiang Hai wasn't stingy either, immediately holding up 2 fingers. 20 billion. This was no small sum. The nation's annual healthcare subsidy barely reached 30 billion. Jiang Hai's single donation of 2 billion yuan was nothing short of extravagant. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, the 3 men beside him including Ulun all wore expressions of astonishment. As for Jiang Hai, he initially wore an expression of genuine admiration. But soon, his expression turned awkward and hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Noticing Jiang Hai's expression, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow slightly. He understood exactly what that look meant. Was he dissatisfied? This was 2 billion yuan. A 2 billion yuan donation, and he still thinks it's not enough? The smile slowly faded from Jiang Hai's face as he fixed Jiang Hai with a serious gaze. Director Jiang, 2 billion yuan is no small sum. This is a personal, unconditional donation from me with absolutely no strings attached. I know. Jiang Hai was already cursing those bastards who suggested this idea in his mind. But there was no way around it. This was the task assigned to him. No matter how difficult, he had to grit his teeth and see it through. Mr. Jiang, your selflessness and generosity are truly admirable. However, the nation does face genuine difficulties in many areas. Actually, Mr. Jiang, you could consider expanding your investments? There are still many promising projects in the country. If you were to invest, I believe the returns would be quite substantial. Invest? Regarding Jiang Hai's proposal, Jiang Hai was genuinely uninterested. Promising projects? What could possibly yield richer returns than the arms trade? Director Jiang, my interests lie elsewhere than in business ventures, so I'm genuinely uninterested in investment matters. If the state truly has any worthwhile projects, you can approach Chairman Fang directly. She understands these matters far better than I do. As for the earlier mention of the 2 billion yuan donation, it still stands. You can send representatives to the company tomorrow. I'll transfer the funds to the company's account, and Chairman Fong will handle the handover with you." After uttering these words, Jiang Hai fell silent. Jiang Qinghua understood perfectly well what Jiang Hai meant. He wasn't going to continue this discussion. Damn! This deal is dead in the water. Jiang Qinghua knew full well this mission had little chance of success, but what could he do? Some higher-ups were jealous, others demanded exorbitant terms. As a subordinate, he had no choice but to come and make a fool of himself. "My apologies, Mr. Jiang. I'll leave you now. Regardless, on behalf of the nation, I thank you for your donation and support." "Ha! No need to be so polite. No need to be so polite." The two men stood up and shook hands. Jiang Qinghua was then escorted out. Before leaving, he deliberately glanced at Lang and the other two, but said nothing. "Ha! It's really been tough on Captain Jiang." After Jiang Qinghua departed, Lao Jiao suddenly chuckled, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Hearing Lao Jiao's words, Jiang Hai turned and asked, "You know him?" "He's a top-tier operative from the State Security Bureau. Renowned throughout Blue Star's entire intelligence community as a legendary field commander. Our circles are closely intertwined with theirs, so naturally we've heard his name." Jiang Hai knew Jiang Qinghua's true identity, but hadn't realized he was this formidable. Curiosity piqued him. Old Nine shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, he gestured toward Lang beside him and said with a smile, "Lang knows more about Jiang Qinghua. You'll have to ask him." "Right. Asking a tight-lipped guy like Lang? Good luck getting anything out of him." Jiang Hai promptly abandoned the idea. Chapter 70, We Want Our Own Big Ivan too. "Mr. Jiang, I think you should still be careful lately." Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't seem intent on pursuing the matter further, Lao Jiao suddenly spoke up, steering the conversation back to the topic. "What do you mean?" Jiang Hai, who had been about to return to his room to rest, froze upon hearing Lao Jiao's words. Lao Jiao gave a deliberately mysterious smile and said, "Jiang Qinghua is the National Security Bureau's trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would never be dispatched unless it was an extremely important mission. Yet today, he's been sent to do this kind of dirty work begging for favors. This clearly shows. The person who ordered him here must be someone with serious clout. And today, General Manager Jiang rejected Jiang Qinghua. It was easy to imagine that the powerful figure backing Jiang Qinghua would not let this rest." Lao Jiao's words sent a chill through Jiang Hai's heart. This wasn't alarmist talk. Old Nine's analysis made perfect sense. Failing to get what he wanted through open demands, he'd resort to sabotaging behind the scenes. Such tactics were nothing new. But he wasn't some soft target to be pushed around. A faint smile soon spread across Jiang Hai's face. With the system's assistance, he was genuinely curious to see what tactics these so-called big shots would pull out of their sleeves. "Mr. Boundless Ocean. Please forgive my rudeness last time." The text from Aisha made Jiang Hai, who had just finished shooting practice, narrow his eyes. Nearly 3 months had passed since that car accident. Jiang Hai's injuries had healed just in time. Thus, he resumed his regular training sessions at the club. During the previous ambush, he hadn't demonstrated the full extent of his training. This was perfectly understandable. At the club, Jiang Hai focused primarily on firearms training. As for hand-to-hand combat, although he took Coach Ye's classes, without a sufficiently strong physique, learning more techniques would be futile. Regardless, Jiang Hai persisted in attending the club's training sessions. Seeing the text from Aisha, Jiang Hai took advantage of a break to reply. "It's fine. Just a misunderstanding. I'm not holding it against you." Last time, Aisha had wanted to use the so-called cargo passage to transport medical supplies needed by the jihadist organization, but Jiang Hai had flatly refused. It wasn't that Jiang Hai lacked compassion, but that the cargo channel was a complete fabrication. The system could help him transport the weapons for the deal, but it couldn't help him move anything else. So Jiang Hai simply feigned anger and flatly refused Aisha. He hadn't expected Aisha to take so long to contact him again. It seemed that incident had indeed left both sides feeling quite displeased. As for why Aisha was suddenly reaching out now, Jiang Hai knew exactly why. Put simply, it was those 3 big Ivans Bosch had released earlier. It must be said, Bosch's strategy proved remarkably successful. The detonation of those 3 Ivan bombs, even if confined to Bosch territory, had truly shaken the United States to its core. Even Judas, who had been ranting and raving before, had shut up about Bosnia and turned his attention to causing trouble for the jihadist organizations. That whole attitude of challenging heaven, earth, and thin air? It just doesn't work on tough guy Bosch. With that thought, Jiang Hai suddenly realized why Aisha had come looking for him at this moment. "Mr. Boundless Ocean, did you happen to sell Bosch's Big Ivan to him? I'm sorry, but our company has a duty to protect client confidentiality. We cannot disclose information about other clients to third parties." Jiang Hai didn't reveal the truth. Sometimes, being too explicit backfired. A little mystery worked wonders. Sure enough, Aisha sent a message moments later. "Mr. Boundless Ocean, we also wish to purchase the Big Ivan." "Purchase the Big Ivan?" Are you sure? Jiang Hai seemed to have anticipated this response all along. He narrowed his eyes and typed each word deliberately. Purchasing Big Ivan carries both advantages and disadvantages for your organization. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed? Yes. This is the decision made by our organization's supreme leader. Supreme leader? If I recall correctly, this supreme leader's name is Ebony, right? He'd heard it mentioned by one of Filzert's bodyguards last time. Of course, Jiang Hai couldn't care less about such matters. He only cares about the deal. Okay. No problem. A plain Ivan warhead costs 50 million Huaxia currency each. But the Big Ivan warhead with its own intercontinental ballistic missile? That's 1 billion yuan per unit. Which type does your organization require? Long-awaited wow emoji. Jiang Hai chuckled and set his phone aside. He knew Aisha's side would need a long time to deliberate. Bosch could purchase plain Ivan warheads because he possessed the fastest fighter jets on Blue Star. They could hurl Big Ivan like a firebomb. But the Holy War Organization couldn't do that. Purchasing just the Ivan warhead would be like buying scrap metal for the Holy War Organization. But could the Holy War Organization afford $1 billion Big Ivan? After a quick rinse in the bathroom and changing into loose workout clothes, it was time for sparring with Coach Yi. Throughout the 2-hour combat session, Coach Yi didn't break a sweat. Jiang Hai, however, was drenched from head to toe, his shoes soaked through as if he'd been pulled from the water. Lying on the mat, gasping for breath, Jiang Hai didn't even have the strength to shift his hips. Mr. Jiang, you've made tremendous progress. Really? I'm young, don't try to fool me. Jiang Hai gasped for air, too exhausted to speak, communicating only through his eyes. Coach Yi, crouched beside him, offered a faint smile. Without further explanation, he reached out, grabbed Jiang Hai's arm, and gave it a firm tug. Jiang Hai's entire body shot upright. Like a breathing ragdoll. Mr. Jiang, when your body is utterly exhausted, it's best not to lie down to rest. Doing so will significantly diminish the effects of your previous workout. Even when utterly drained, you must maintain minimal movement to process the effects of your recent exertion. Coach Yi explained diligently to Jiang Hai. Truthfully, Coach Yi had emphasized this principle multiple times before, but every time Jiang Hai was utterly exhausted, he'd conveniently forget. Coach Yi, do you remember that young man who was training with me? After several minutes, Jiang Hai finally caught his breath. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he couldn't help but ask. Coach Yi was somewhat surprised but nodded. I remember. He's got some skills. Just good? Hearing Coach Yi's assessment of Alang, Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He recalled Alang's assessment of Coach Yi, which was the exact opposite. In Alang's words, Coach Yi was incredibly powerful. So it seemed Coach Yi was truly far superior to Alang. But Jiang Hai couldn't quite wrap his head around it. How could such a formidable expert be coaching at a club like this? Coach Yi, would you be interested in taking on a part-time role? Chapter 71, The Suburban Farmstead. Part-time? Jiang Hai's proposal caught Coach Yi off guard. Jiang Hai had previously considered recruiting Coach Yi to join his team, but had been flatly refused. Now, with this unexpected offer of a part-time role, Coach Yi was genuinely surprised. That's right. I recently invested in a security company and need a professional instructor to handle training. What do you say? Interested in some extra income, Coach Yi? This time, Coach Yi didn't reject Jiang Hai's proposal outright. Instead, he furrowed his brow in thought. Coach Yi's reaction also caught Jiang Hai off guard. He had expected Coach Yi to reject it outright, just like last time. If he didn't reject it outright, did that mean there was room for negotiation? Jiang Hai immediately looked at Coach Yi with excitement, deciding to strike while the iron was hot. Coach Yi, give it a shot. The terms are absolutely no problem. Name your price. This. Jiang Hai's words clearly made Coach Yi waver. He frowned and hesitated for quite some time. In the end, Coach Yi shook his head and said, Sorry, Mr. Jiang. I'm very satisfied with my current job and have no plans to take on a side gig at the moment. After careful consideration, Coach Yi ultimately declined. Jiang Hai was understandably disappointed by the rejection, but he didn't lose his temper. Coach Yi, please reconsider. My door is always open to you. Coach Yi didn't respond to Jiang Hai's words, merely nodding slightly. After that, the two acted as if nothing had happened. Coach Yi continued performing various muscle stretches and massages to alleviate Jiang Hai's muscle soreness. After showering and changing clothes, Jiang Hai finally pulled out his phone at a leisurely pace. A message from Aisha of the Holy War Organization, 99. Mr. Boundless Ocean, is there any way you could lower this price? Mr. Boundless Ocean, we are truly sincere. We are facing genuine difficulties, we kindly ask for your understanding. Mr. Boundless Ocean. Most of the preceding messages were attempts to bargain with Jiang Hai. Logically, as the earliest client to transact with Jiang Hai, they should understand our firm policy of never negotiating prices. Yet they still attempted it, clearly indicating they had been driven into an extremely difficult situation. Recently, Jiang Hai hasn't paid much attention to the situation in the addition zone, nor does he know what exactly happened to the Holy War organization. Of course, no matter what, Jiang Hai would absolutely refuse to lower their prices. Business is business. He flipped straight to the end of the messages. Mr. Dahai Wulian, please forgive our previous discourtesy. We are willing to purchase one Big Ivan warhead equipped with an intercontinental ballistic missile. Excellent. The 10 billion deal is done. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Pleased to do business with you. On the outskirts of the Demon City, a once dilapidated farmstead. Administratively, it still falls within the city limits. Its economy had never flourished compared to the city's bustling prosperity. Generations of farmers here had lived off the land, scraping by without starving, yet certainly not prospering. But all that changed 1 month ago. A company from the metropolis set its sights on the farmland and purchased it outright at a premium price. While demolition projects are often notoriously difficult elsewhere, here it proceeded remarkably smoothly. The company's deep pockets allowed them to offer compensation far exceeding local rates, effectively relocating all the original residents. After the original residents moved out, several construction crews moved in and began a major renovation project. Within a month, the place had undergone a dramatic transformation. First, an electric fence perimeter was erected, enclosing the entire 5 square kilometer farmland within the isolation zone. Next, a tall wall was built inside the perimeter fence, with the lowest sections reaching 6 to 7 meters in height. Topped with another layer of high-voltage fencing. This layout completely obscured the farmstead's original appearance. Some might even believe a prison was being built. As for what was being built inside, rumors ran rampant among the villagers in the surrounding areas. Some even reported suspicions of illicit activities, but these allegations ultimately vanished without a trace. Is this the place? Several black minivans sped up along the perimeter barrier and came to a halt before the main gate. The window of one van slowly rolled down. A middle-aged man with an intellectual demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses leaned out, glanced ahead, and let out a leisurely hum. The sudden arrival of these vehicles naturally caught the attention of several people inside the inner gate of the isolation zone. Unlike other gatehouses manned by elderly guards, the entrance here was secured by tall, muscular young men. They all wore uniform dark blue security uniforms, their clothes neat and clean, looking sharp and alert. Seeing the minivans pull up before the gate, the young men frowned and immediately rose to meet them. This is private property. Please do not linger here. Private property? Humph. Hearing one of the young men speak, the man with the piercing eyes snorted coldly. He stepped out of the car and confronted them, declaring, land ownership in China belongs to the state and collective entities. I've never heard of such a thing as private property. The young men all frowned. They knew this principle well. Their employer had merely contracted this land, more accurately, purchased the right to use it. But in everyday speech, everyone just called it private land. Everyone understood the difference, and ordinary folks didn't nitpick over the wording. But clearly, the man before them was no ordinary person. The burly young men instantly realized he was here to cause trouble. Exchanging glances, one of them immediately turned and strode quickly toward the gate. The others remained blocking the barrier. One of them frowned and demanded, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" "Russell." The man with the piercing eyes cut straight to the chase. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, gave it a sharp shake, and held it up for the young men to see. "We're investigators from the government department. Based on public reports, we're here to investigate whether there are any activities endangering national security here." "Report? Threatening national security?" The burly young men exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. They knew about the previous complaint filed against their place. But hadn't their boss already taken care of it? Why was this issue resurfacing now? They felt something was off, but the official document bearing the red seal couldn't be fake. After a moment's hesitation, another burly young man retreated inside the gate. The last 2 guards remained blocking the entrance. One of them said, "We need to report this to our supervisor first. Please wait here." "Wait? Are you kidding me? Do you think we came here to play house? Get this straight. We're conducting an inspection on behalf of the state and the government. If you dare obstruct us, that's resisting law enforcement. I can arrest you right now." Chapter 72, Not Playing by the Rules? Then turn the tables. Security inspection? Threatening national security? Receiving Fong Li's call, Jiang Hai felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. He had merely established a security company and built a training base for it. How could that possibly threaten national security? Fong Li called to inform him of the situation and to assure him she was actively seeking someone to handle it, so he could rest easy. After hanging up, Jiang Hai sat on his living room sofa, his brow furrowed. Although Fong Li had assured him there was no need to worry, Jiang Hai couldn't shake the feeling that this was something she simply couldn't handle. When they built the training base earlier, Fong Li had already taken care of all the necessary arrangements. Given her usual caution, she would never have made such a huge blunder. They sure moved fast. Lao Jiao, sitting on the other sofa, suddenly spoke up. Jiang Hai didn't register it at first, but his brow quickly furrowed as he turned to look at Lao Jiao beside him. Lao Jiao merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Jiang Hai stared at Lao Jiao for a long moment. His expression shifted from pure confusion to sudden realization, his eyes flashing brightly. He recalled Zhang Qinghua, who had come begging for favors earlier, or more accurately, the powerful figure who had sent Zhang Qinghua to beg. Back then, Old Nine had warned that the other party would definitely seek revenge against Jiang Hai. So this incident was that person's method of retaliation? If that was the case, Jiang Hai's expression darkened. If it were merely an issue with the training base, someone catching him off guard, Jiang Hai wouldn't have thought much of it. If they'd made a mistake, they'd accept the punishment, worst case, shut it down and start a new one. But if certain people were deliberately stirring up trouble, that was something Jiang Hai absolutely couldn't tolerate. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai dialed Fong Li's number to inquire about the situation. Mr. Jiang, I'm already at the training base. Those people have left, but they left behind a disciplinary notice. Penalty notice? What kind of punishment are they imposing? Well. Fong Li seemed hesitant to answer Jiang Hai's question, not responding immediately. Jiang Hai sensed her hesitation. After a brief silence, he said, "Take a photo of the penalty notice and send it to me." "Okay, sure." Fong Li quickly agreed. After hanging up, she promptly sent a photo. Jiang Hai opened the photo and gave the contents a quick glance. He couldn't help but laugh. But this wasn't laughter born of joy, it was laughter born of sheer exasperation. According to the notice, the training base he had invested over 100 million yuan in must be completely demolished. Furthermore, due to obstructing government inspections, both company heads Jiang Hai and Fong Li were required to undergo questioning by law enforcement. Jiang Hai and Fong Li were ordered to report to the local police station within 3 days for investigation. Finally, the government demanded that Jiang Hai and Fong Li pay a staggering fine of 200 million yuan. Seeing these penalties, Jiang Hai found it utterly absurd. The big shot behind Zhang Qinghua had completely lost his mind. Jiang Hai lifted his gaze toward Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao met his gaze calmly, then smiled after a moment and said, "Mr. Jiang, don't look at me. We're just people of the underworld, we can't meddle in government affairs. I can only say I know a bit about the inside story. But I can tell you this, Mr. Jiang, the ones causing you trouble this time are from the Ministry of Commerce, not a decision made at the national level." The Ministry of Commerce? A department responsible for investment promotion? Do they wield that much influence? Jiang Hai paused briefly before pulling out his phone again. Right in front of Alang and the others, he dialed a number. "Hello? It's me. It seems the Huaxia authorities have serious issues with us." I agree. Well then, let's just call it quits. It's pointless. Fine. Let's do it your way. I don't care. After a brief exchange, Jiang Hai hung up the phone and glanced up at Alang and the other two. He noticed that, at some point, all 3 pairs of eyes had fixed on him. Even Alang, usually aloof, now wore a solemn expression. "Ahem. Mr. Jiang, what's this about?" "Ha? Oh. You mean that call just now?" Jiang Hai chuckled, waving his phone. "I've always been a rule-abiding person. As long as everyone plays by the rules, I'll be happy to play by them too. But if anyone breaks the rules, I won't hesitate to flip the table." Jiang Hai's words were a bit roundabout, but the other 3 in the room were clearly sharp individuals. They immediately understood his meaning. All 3 of them fell silent, not uttering a word. Jiang Hai gave a faint smile, stood up, and headed straight to the bathroom and the bedroom to wash up. Seeing Jiang Hai leave, the 3 in the living room exchanged glances. Finally, Alung took a deep breath, looked at Lao Jiao, and said, "Call Uncle One. This is getting serious." Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the room. In an antique yet opulent villa, a young man stood in the center of the living room, clutching his rapidly swelling cheek, yet uttered not a sound. "Idiot!" The young man's silence was met only with a furious rebuke. Standing before him was an elderly man with graying hair. His expression was stern, a faint flush still lingering on his cheeks, his eyes blazing with fury. "How did I teach you before? How could you do something so reckless? Do you intend to bring ruin upon our entire Jia family?" Pointing a finger at the young man's forehead, the elder unleashed a torrent of scolding, while the young man kept his head bowed the entire time. They weren't alone in the living room. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man, standing respectfully with his body slightly bowed forward, showing deference to the other 2. Old Jia. News from the Banking Regulatory Commission: 460 billion yuan has been transferred out of Jiang Hai Bank's account. Though the account wasn't completely emptied, only a few tens of thousands of yuan remain. The massive transfer has thrown the CBRC into complete chaos. Slap. Look at the mess you've made. The elderly man, known as Old Jia, flushed even redder upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and couldn't resist slapping the young man across the face. The blow sent the young man crashing to the floor. His other cheek quickly swelled and turned crimson, a streak of bright red blood even trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet even so, the young man dared not utter a sound, not even wiping the blood from his lips. He merely shifted his body and knelt directly before the elder. Ding ding! Just as old Jia was about to strike again, the telephone in the living room rang. Without needing old Master Jia's instruction, the middle-aged man immediately stepped forward and picked up the phone. After a few exchanges, the middle-aged man looked up and said to old Master Jia with a peculiar expression, "Old Master Jia. It's Mr. Zhao, the CEO of Zhongbao Group." Chapter 73, Reconciliation. Zhao Laosi? Old Jia's brow furrowed, his face still flushed with anger. He shot the young man a fierce glare before striding purposefully to the phone. "Hello? This is Jia Guorong." "Ha! Old Jia, scolding your grandson? Zhao Laosi, you're meddling in my Jia family's affairs?" "Not at all. Not at all." The voice on the other end repeatedly protested, but the tone betrayed no hint of genuine fear. Old Jia didn't seem genuinely angry either. He took a deep breath, gradually calming down, and coldly snorted, "So that kid named Jiang Hai is connected to your Zhongbao Group?" "Not exactly connected, but certain matters seem linked to him. We're still investigating." Old Master Jia's brow furrowed deeply. He'd only meant to make a sarcastic remark, but he hadn't expected Jiang Hai to actually have a connection to the other party. Recalling the other party's identity, old Jia instantly lost his composure. Turning to his eldest grandson still kneeling before him, old Jia's face twisted with disappointment. He knew full well that if this matter truly implicated the Zhongbao Group, the entire Jia family wouldn't be enough to cover the damages. Therefore, old Jia, regarding this matter. "I understand. Fourth brother, rest assured the Jia family will settle this matter." "Ha! Thank you for your understanding, old Jia." "No, I should be the one thanking you." After hanging up, old Jia turned back to his eldest grandson, looking down at him. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a measured tone. "I'll call your department later. The formalities will be processed tomorrow, so you don't need to come to work." The young man's face drained of color at Mr. Jia's words, his eyes reflecting utter despair. He never imagined that by cracking down on a businessman, he was merely trying to make a quick buck. And the money wasn't even going into his own pocket, it was purely to pad his performance metrics. Yet the outcome had directly destroyed his once promising future. Resentment burned within him, yet he was powerless to resist. He knew his grandfather's unyielding nature and ruthless methods all too well. The young man could only let his head fall heavily to his chest. "Mr. Jiang, it was all just a misunderstanding." Zhang Qingwei returned to Jiang Hai's home once more, even sitting in the exact same spot on the sofa as last time. Only his tone had grown increasingly humble. Who would have thought that Zhang Qingwei, renowned among Blue Star's elite intelligence operatives, would be groveling before a young upstart? In truth, Zhang Qingwei was cursing under his breath at that very moment. But his curses weren't directed at the man sitting before him, Jiang Hai, but rather at those troublesome figures above him. They were the ones who sent him to beg for favors. And now that they'd pissed off the other party, those same people were sending him to apologize. "Damn it, you bastards started this mess, why the hell should I be the one cleaning up your?" At the same time, Zhang Qingwei felt utterly helpless toward the young man before him. What kind of person would needlessly transfer hundreds of billions in funds back and forth? The point is, it's their money. They can move it in and out as they please, no one can fault them for it. The only issue was that these transfers skipped the proper procedures, they were merely irregular, nothing more. "Director Zhang. This is the second time. Let's be clear about this. Frankly, I'm a bit disappointed." Facing Zhang Qingwei, this time Jiang Hai didn't greet him with a smile like last time. After uttering these words, Jiang Hai sighed deeply and shook his head. Perhaps, he mused, obtaining a visa and leaving China might not be such a bad option after all. Zhang Qingwei's temples twitched. He knew Jiang Hai wasn't truly planning to leave, this was merely a threat. But Zhang Qingwei had no choice but to play along because neither he nor the people behind him could afford to lose this bet. A tycoon like Jiang Hai, controlling hundreds of billions of yuan, would be welcomed with open arms in any country. Forcing Jiang Hai to leave would undoubtedly be a colossal loss for China. And that was just from a financial perspective. As a veteran operative, Zhang Qingwei considered far more. Jiang Hai wasn't just wealthy, he was backed by a mysterious, powerful organization. The true nature and allegiances of this organization remain unknown. At least thus far, due to Jiang Hai's influence, it has shown no hostility toward China. But if Jiang Hai were driven away, there was no guarantee that this mysterious organization wouldn't turn hostile toward China. If they truly turned against China, the nation would suffer immense losses. "Mr. Jiang. Truly, it was nothing but a misunderstanding." Even facing enemy gunfire, Zhang Qingwei had never flinched or retreated. But now, Zhang Qingwei was sweating profusely, forcing a dry smile as he said, "Earlier, it was just that some people didn't understand the situation, which led to this misunderstanding." "Some people? I wonder who Director Zhang is referring to." "Ahem. General Manager Jiang, with a nation as vast as ours, there will inevitably be a few bad apples. But rest assured, Director Jiang, these parasites hiding among the people will be rooted out and crushed underfoot." Zhang Qinghua declared with unwavering conviction, his words almost like a solemn pledge to Jiang Hai. As he spoke, he pounded his chest emphatically. That's good. That's good. Jiang Hai seemed thoroughly satisfied, nodding repeatedly. Then, fixing Zhang Qinghua with a meaningful gaze, he added, Director Zhang, I don't want a third time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jiang Hai's words immediately clicked with Zhang Qinghua. A smile spread across his face as he nodded repeatedly in agreement. By the way, last time I donated 2 billion yuan without compensation. To the nation, that might be just a drop in the bucket. To demonstrate my support for the nation, I will donate another 5 billion yuan in the company's name. Jiang Hai suddenly broke into a bright smile, his tone becoming considerably more courteous. Jiang Hai's words also caught Zhang Qinghua off guard for a moment. Soon, he grasped Jiang Hai's meaning once more. Jiang Hai could provide the money, but not if someone else came to take it. Zhang Qinghua's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Hai's temperament was even tougher than he had imagined. This young man must not be underestimated simply because of his age. If he truly pushed the other side too far, it would be a case of losing both the chicken and the eggs. On behalf of the nation, I thank Chairman Jiang for his generous contribution. Zhang Qinghua suddenly stiffened his expression, stood up, and rendered a standard military salute to Jiang Hai. This salute also served as a clear declaration of Zhang Qinghua's military background. Regardless of any previous misunderstandings, Jiang Hai had just made a solid donation of 7 billion to the nation. For someone like this, Zhang Qinghua felt he should no longer hold anything back. Jiang Hai smiled and extended his hand toward Zhang Qinghua. Though he had nearly overturned the table earlier, he harbored no ill will toward Zhang Qinghua. Having learned Zhang Qinghua's true identity from Lao Jiao, he was also aware of the remarkable military achievements Zhang had made for the nation in the past. Jiang Hai, too, held deep admiration for such a hero who had operated in the shadows. At least in Jiang Hai's eyes, the modest sum he had donated paled in comparison to the other's monumental achievements. Chapter 74, The Sudden Naval Battle. The Ispani Sea. The boundless ocean shimmered with fragmented golden light under the clear, scorching sun, its brilliance almost blinding. This stretch of water bordered the Atlantic Ocean, a mere 50 nautical miles from Ispani. Though not within Ispani's territorial waters, it was already quite close to Ispani's port. A massive cruise ship plowed through the waves, heading toward Ispani. Surrounding the liner were several warship-class vessels providing escort. Both the cruise ship and the warships flew the flag of the United States. Of course, this doesn't mean all these vessels belong to the United States, but the flags signify that they are under American protection. The cruise ship's bridge. Captain Peter Whiteboard gazed intently ahead. He had held the captain's position for nearly 30 years. Within the company, he was among the most senior members. After completing this voyage, he planned to retire and enjoy his well-deserved golden years. Captain, we're almost at Prince's Port. Why don't you go rest? The first mate standing behind Peter offered the suggestion with a smile. His boss was great in every way, but he took his work a little too seriously. Of course, at sea, that was certainly a virtue. But as the man poised to inherit Peter's position, Peter's current behavior set an uncomfortably high standard, placing immense pressure on his future career. I feel perfectly fine. No need for rest, Mike. Captain Peter lowered his binoculars and turned to the first mate with a stern expression. We're not transporting ordinary cargo here. It's a massive shipment of firearms and ammunition. This cargo is far too tempting for those damned pirates. Until we reach port, we must never let our guard down. Captain Peter's stern lecture left first mate Mike looking utterly helpless. Though he thought the captain was being overly cautious, Mike dared not disobey and could only nod in agreement repeatedly. Captain Peter, unconcerned whether his words had sunk in, raised his spyglass once more and scanned the sea ahead. What's that? Captain Peter muttered suddenly, his expression growing even more grave. This startled first mate Mike beside him, who quickly raised his own binoculars and scanned the same direction. Through the professional lenses, Mike saw dark specks appearing on the distant sea surface. They bobbed up and down on the water's surface. Using the range indicator on the binoculars, he determined the small black dots were about 10 nautical miles from the cruise ship. He could barely make out their movements, but couldn't discern what they were. Though not as seasoned as Captain Peter, Mike was a competent first mate. He quickly assessed that whatever it was not small. At the very least, they were considerably larger than the escort vessels on their own side. Could it be a relief force sent by Ispani to pick us up? Mike frowned deeply, voicing his conjecture. But after a moment's thought, Captain Peter dismissed the idea outright. Impossible. In past transactions, the Hispanians had never proactively dispatched ships to meet us. Something's off. Have the frigates stand by. Simultaneously, establish contact with the Hispani side and confirm whether they sent this escort. Captain Peter had held his position for over 30 years precisely because of this cautious nature. Until he understood the true nature of the other party, Captain Peter would prepare for the worst-case scenario and devise corresponding countermeasures. After Captain Peter issued his orders, the crew in the wheelhouse sprang into action. Captain Peter. Hispani reports they never dispatched any vessel for rendezvous. They are not from Hispani. Soon, a crew member delivered the results. But this finding instantly tensed the atmosphere in the wheelhouse. Captain Peter raised his binoculars once more. The approaching vessel grew clearer with each passing moment. It was a fleet of over 10 military destroyers. Now, every face in the wheelhouse grew grave, and a hint of panic flickered across some sailors' eyes. Encountering a fleet of unidentified warships out here on the open sea. This couldn't possibly be good news. Attempt to send a communication signal to them. Identify ourselves to them. Captain Peter paused briefly before making his decision. They were transporting cargo for Lordsick Corporation. Lordsick Corporation, one of the top 10 arms manufacturers on Blue Star. That name alone would make even the most lawless pirates think twice before acting. Captain, the call is connected, but there's no response. Soon, a crew member reported back to Captain Peter, and the news only darkened his expression further. No response? What does this mean? Are they completely unafraid of Lordsick Corporation's retaliation and determined to act? Captain Peter fell silent once more. Meanwhile, the opposing destroyer was closing in rapidly, showing no signs of halting as it charged straight toward the cruise ship. It was now clear there were a full 15 destroyers on the enemy side, far superior to their handful of frigates. Have the frigates engage them. At any cost, block their advance. Increase the cruise ship's speed. Head for Prince Port waters immediately. Notify Prince Port to dispatch warships for support. Captain Peter barked orders relentlessly. The more critical the situation, the more he needed to remain calm and composed. Boom! 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 Less than a minute after Captain Peter's orders were given, several thunderous booms echoed as the opposing destroyer suddenly opened fire. Shells arced through the air, splashing into the sea beside the cruise ship. In the next instant, 3 thunderous explosions erupted beside the cruise ship, accompanied by towering waves of water. Though none of the 3 shells struck the ship directly, the immense shockwaves sent the vessel reeling violently. Inside the wheelhouse, Captain Peter, First Mate Mike, and the crew swayed violently, nearly tumbling to the floor. Damn it! They actually dared to fire? We'll fight them to the end. They're not the only ones with guns. No! There are too many enemy destroyers. We only have a few frigates, we can't possibly win. Seeing the enemy actually open fire, chaos erupted in the wheelhouse. In truth, it wasn't just the bridge, the decks and cabins of the cruise ship were also in disarray. Only a few remained calm, actively protecting the ship's cargo. This can't go on. Fire back. Order the frigates to fire back. Captain Peter bellowed at the top of his lungs, waving his arms wildly as he shouted, full speed ahead. Head straight for Princeport. We must reach Princeport before they do. Chapter 75, collect some interest first. Peter's tactic was essentially using the frigate as a shield to buy the cruise ship time to escape. It sounded brutal, like abandoning the frigate's crew. Yet not a single sailor in the wheelhouse raised an objection, tacitly accepting Peter's command. Of course, the frigate's crew remained completely unaware. They were preparing to fulfill their duty, fighting desperately against an enemy force many times their own size. Cannon fire erupted across the sea in an instant. The once calm sea became chaotic and turbulent. The frigates, though fiercely determined, could not overcome their numerical disadvantage. After several rounds of bombardment, the frigates sank into the sea. Having defeated the frigates, the cruise ship had advanced less than 3 nautical miles. There was little to be done. The cruise ship itself was not slow. However, due to its massive size, the cruise ship's acceleration was significantly inferior. In contrast, the destroyers were exceptionally swift. After sinking the frigates, the dozen or so destroyers immediately launched their assault on the cruise ship. Before even closing in, the destroyers unleashed another volley of fire from their guns as they closed the distance. Unlike the frigate, the cruise ship carried no armaments whatsoever. Facing the destroyer's assault, the cruise ship was utterly defenseless. Why hadn't Prince Port sent reinforcements yet? Quick! Quick! Get the Spanish government forces out here. Full speed ahead. Run for your lives. Inside the bridge, Peter, Mike, and the entire crew were screaming at the top of their lungs. But their shouts were utterly futile. Shells exploded along the cruise ship's hull, sending it reeling violently. In terms of size, even a dozen destroyers combined wouldn't match this cruise ship. Yet now, it was precisely these 10 or so destroyers pursuing and attacking the cruise ship. Captain! We've established contact with the Naval Command Center in Port Prince. A crew member shouted, and Peter immediately grabbed the intercom, bellowing, send reinforcements. Quickly! Yo! Man! Who the hell are you? A rhythmic rap suddenly blasted from the intercom. Peter's scalp prickled with dread. Those damn Mud Brothers. We're getting our asses kicked here. Hasn't Port Prince gotten any word at all? Damn it! We're from Lordsick Corporation. We're under pirate attack. We're under pirate attack. Hurry up, and send reinforcements to rescue us. Boom! A deafening explosion cut off Peter's call. At that moment, in the Naval Command Center at Princeport, a black petty officer wore his headset askew, listening to rap music. One ear was tuned to the walkie-talkie. The sudden boom startled him. He called out several times into the radio, but only static came back. "Ha? Who was that?" The black officer looked puzzled, called out a few more times, then finally scratched the back of his head and hung up the radio. Out on the sea, watching the cruise ship slowly sink, Ashue's face was filled with excitement and thrill. "We did it! We actually pulled it off! Mr. Boundless Ocean! We've actually intercepted Lordsake Corporation's shipment! This is incredible!" Behind Ashue, Jiang Hai watched the scene with an expression of calm detachment, as if this outcome had been entirely expected. After all, only the escort vessels in Lordsake's transport fleet possessed combat capability. The massive cruise ship was essentially just window dressing. Of course, if Ashue and his crew intended to plunder the cruise ship, it wouldn't be that simple. Just boarding the ship would take a considerable amount of time. By the time they'd moved the cargo off the ship, reinforcements from Princeport would likely have arrived. But Ashue's objective had never been plunder, it was to sink the ship outright. Therefore, swiftly eliminating the enemy posed no difficulty whatsoever. After all, dealing a blow to a behemoth like Lordsake Corporation was reason enough for Ashue's excitement. Jiang Hai, using the Sanchu gang's assistance to exact a small measure of retribution from Lordsake Corporation, naturally felt quite pleased. These dozen-plus destroyers were purchased by Jiang Hai at an internal price, costing less than 50 billion Huaxia yuan in total. For Jiang Hai's current resources, this was certainly manageable. The reason for spending so much in orchestrating this surprise raid in Hispania was clear. It all stemmed from a message the Sunja gang sent Jiang Hai 2 months prior. Thanks to Jiang Hai's assistance, the Sanchu gang had been rampaging through Benito, forcing the local government forces into continuous retreat. Seeing that the government forces were unable to suppress the Three Branches gang due to a lack of weapons and ammunition, Preval specifically sought help from Lordsake Corporation. Lordsake Corporation, unwilling to see Hispania descend into chaos again, sold Hispania a shipload of arms. This intelligence was also discovered by the Three Branches gang. They knew that if the government forces obtained these weapons, they would immediately launch a brutal crackdown against the Sanju gang. Thus, the Sunja gang sent a distress call to Jiang Hai. Having learned that the Sanju gang had thoroughly mapped out the route and schedule of Lordsake's transport fleet, Jiang Hai conceived a bold plan. They purchased over a dozen destroyers and temporarily loaned them to the Sunju gang. The Sunju gang provided the manpower, Jiang Hai supplied the ships, and together, they executed the ambush flawlessly. Once certain that the cruise ship's billions worth of pretty coins and arms had sunk to the ocean floor, Ashue promptly ordered the destroyers to depart the area immediately. Despite their overwhelming victory in the battle, Ashue understood clearly. Their victory stemmed entirely from Lordsake Corporation's arrogance and complacency. They believed no one would dare challenge them in these waters, so they brought insufficient escort vessels and failed to arrange for the Hispanic Navy to provide timely support. But once the Spanish Navy mobilized, their dozen or so destroyers would be utterly outmatched. The destroyers moved swiftly, leaving the waters within an hour and docking at a pre-selected isolated island. Mr. Boundless Sea. The ambush succeeded. Now, the Sanju gang certainly wouldn't assist Jiang Hai in executing this ambush without demanding a price. Jiang Hai's payment would be a transaction with the Three Branches gang for a batch of superior, more powerful military hardware at cost price. Jiang Hai naturally wouldn't renege. This deal would include the grenades and explosives he had refused to sell last time. Jiang Hai hadn't sold these to the Three Branches gang last time because he judged their strength insufficient. Possessing grenades and explosives would only invite trouble. But the Three Branches gang was a different story now. Over the past period, the Sanju gang had practically turned Bonite's world upside down. The current Sanju gang possessed the capability to handle high-powered military equipment like grenades and explosives. Selling these weapons to the Sanju gang would bring Jiang Hai considerable benefits. At the very least, the Sanju gang could more effectively pressure the Hispanic government. And someday in the future, Jiang Hai could finally get revenge on that big Preval. Chapter 76, Colonel Kata and Judas. At 11:13 a.m. local time on May 21, the UN General Assembly passed the latest draft resolution, approving Palestine's admission as an observer state. First submitted for discussion on May 2, the draft resolution garnered support from nearly 90% of UN member states but was vetoed by the United States. The United States' actions sparked significant discontent among other UN General Assembly member states. Following the meeting, Palestine resubmitted its application to the UNGA, which was subsequently approved by a vote. This time, the General Assembly overrode the U.S. veto and formally admitted Palestine as an observer state. Watching the news broadcast on television, Jiang Hai shook his head and smiled. Behind Palestine stood the jihadist organization, an old acquaintance of Jiang Hai's. When friends received good news, Jiang Hai naturally rejoiced for them. Yet there remained a sour note. That veto by the United States was utterly disgusting. What could you do? They were one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Old 9, sitting beside him, spread his hands helplessly. After all, the US isn't the only one among the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. At that moment, the cripple on the other side muttered under his breath, his face clearly showing displeasure. Why didn't any of the other 5 founding members use their veto power to block the United States back then? Old 9 chuckled, shrugging his shoulders in resignation, though with his massive frame, the gesture was barely perceptible. Why not? It's happened several times before. The United States proposals were outright rejected by the UN General Assembly. But the United States never listened to the UN General Assembly, it just did whatever it wanted. Ultimately, it's because the United States possesses that kind of power the General Assembly simply can't do anything about it. Humph. Lao Jiao's words left the cripple speechless, and he could only grunt in response. Jiang Hai just smiled silently. Compared to Lang, Old 9 was clearly more talkative. With him and the cripple staying behind, Jiang Hai's home became much livelier. Especially Lao Jiao. After several casual chats, Jiang Hai found many of his perspectives genuinely intriguing. Gradually, Jiang Hai grew accustomed to watching the news with Lao Jiao and discussing current affairs. Ah! Something's happened. Something big. A sudden chorus of gasps erupted from the television, and the anchoring reporter, visibly shaken, began shouting frantically. This immediately caught the attention of Jiang Hai, Lao Jiao, and the others, who quickly turned their gaze toward the television. The TV feed showed the exterior of the UN General Assembly Center. A female reporter, her face etched with panic, scanned the area toward the building. Beside her, a crowd surged, journalists from various countries and UN staff alike, all panicked and disoriented. Jiang Hai's expression turned grave. This was the UN General Assembly. Chaos like this could only mean something major had happened. Could it be that the representatives inside had started fighting? Surely it couldn't be that bad? Jiang Hai's mind raced with possibilities. Minutes later, the female reporter on screen seemed to receive some news. Her expression remained grave as she raised her microphone toward the camera. Breaking news! A representative from Judea has used a shredder to cut up the UN General Assembly Charter. The reporter's voice rang out from the television. In the next instant, Jiang Hai, Lao Jiao, and the others all instinctively leaped to their feet from the sofa. Their expressions turned utterly shocked and bewildered. Shredding the UN Charter in public at the General Assembly? Is this Judas representative that bold? This is blatantly slapping the UN in the face. Does Judas even want to stay at the UN anymore? No wonder the UN General Assembly is in such chaos. Given what happened, it's a miracle the UN General Assembly Center didn't blow up on the spot. If I recall correctly, this is the second time something like this has happened at the UN, right? Jiang Hai frowned as he spoke. Lao Jiao snapped back to reality, gave a wry smile, and nodded. 15 years ago, Katazu did the same thing. Kata Joe? That madman of the century, the grass on his grave must be a foot tall by now. With such a precedent, how dare Judas attempt this? Judas is dissatisfied with Palestine joining the UNGA. This is a public declaration of opposition to the UN General Assembly's decision. But now, even the United States can't protect him. Hard to say. Jiang Hai shook his head, disagreeing with Lao Jiao's assessment. Back then, Gaddafi stood alone against the 5 great elder states. But Judas's situation now is entirely different. Jiang Hai's eyes suddenly narrowed. If Judah truly intended to confront the United Nations head-on, it meant the conflict in the Jaffa zone would intensify. As an arms dealer, this presented a golden opportunity to make a fortune. Was Judas planning to strike while Palestine was still weak, aiming to wipe them out in one fell swoop? But if it truly came down to a matter of life and death, wouldn't that big Ivan missile he just sold to the Holy War Organization finally come into play? Click. The news ended. Jiang Hai stood up and addressed Lao Jiao and the others. It's getting late. I'm going to rest first. You guys do as you please. With that, he headed straight for his room. But Jiang Hai wasn't actually going to sleep. He had already made preparations for his second interstellar trade. The previous interstellar trade hadn't gone entirely smoothly, but the rewards had been substantial. So, several months later, he decided to revisit that planet to see if another deal was possible. After a quick wash, he flopped onto his bed and closed his eyes. The next moment, he opened his eyes once more, and the dazzlingly colorful night sky met his gaze. He instinctively marveled at the beauty of the night view. But the next moment, he furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. After pondering for a while without finding an answer, he simply shook his head and pulled his thoughts back. He scanned his surroundings. Unlike the last place he'd been, this was a vast expanse of desert landscape. As far as the eye could see, it was flat as a pancake. It seemed that the interstellar trade portal didn't always transport people to the same location. If that was the case, finding those 5 clawed monsters would take more than a moment. He wondered if this planet harbored any other intelligent species besides the 5 clawed beasts. If he had a choice, he'd rather not deal with those 5 clawed monsters. No particular reason, he just couldn't stand the sight of them. Since this was a completely unfamiliar place, Jiang Hai didn't bother choosing a direction, he simply started walking forward. He had to admit, with such a beautiful night sky overhead and the vast, boundless Gobi Desert stretching around him, the scenery was truly magnificent. After walking for about 10 minutes, Jiang Hai suddenly froze instinctively. He felt as though his foot had just stepped on something. But before he could react, the ground gave way beneath him. The world spun violently, and Jiang Hai plunged headfirst downward. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath him split open, revealing a gaping hole like the maw of a monster, swallowing him whole. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Cavern. Holy! The world spun violently, and he had no idea how many times his body had been slammed against something. Finally, he slammed hard against something solid, the pain nearly knocking him unconscious. Of course, this was also because this body was merely a puppet. When crafting it, Jiang Hai had specifically instructed the system to enhance the puppet's physical resilience. It took him a long while to catch his breath. Wincing, he rubbed the bruised spots and began scanning his surroundings. But the surroundings were pitch black, revealing absolutely nothing. But that posed no challenge to Jiang Hai. System. Activate night vision. With that silent command, his vision transformed instantly. Though it wasn't as bright as daylight, he could clearly make out his surroundings. He found himself in a narrow cave, surrounded by typical lava formations. Several openings were visible, though what lay beyond them remained unclear. Jiang Hai glanced upward to find another opening, the very one he had fallen through moments ago. Its end remained invisible, but judging by his fall, it was at least 100 meters deep. There was no way he could climb out anytime soon. Jiang Hai took a deep breath, abandoning the idea of climbing up. He then scanned his surroundings. System, can you scan for an escape route? Scanning host's location. Please wait. Ding. Scanning complete. Host, please review. Soon, a translucent map appeared before Jiang Hai's eyes. A small blue dot marked Jiang Hai's location, right at the center of the map. The labyrinthine network of passages spreading across the map like a spider's web made Jiang Hai's head spin. This is way too complicated. Jiang Hai felt a headache coming on just looking at the map, but no matter how much it hurt, he couldn't just stay here forever. Of course, he could choose to return to Blue Star via the trade passage, but then this whole trip would have been for nothing. Since there was no real danger to his life, he figured he might as well explore the surroundings now that he was here. Jiang Hai had a strange premonition: as long as he didn't go back, he would gain something unexpected. According to the map's markings, Jiang Hai still had a long way to go. He had to navigate the winding, twisting passageway before reaching an exit. It was roughly a 3-kilometer journey. Following the map, he traversed a long corridor only to find the path ahead growing increasingly treacherous. Jiang Hai had to crawl forward on all fours for a stretch. But shortly after starting, he made a new discovery. These passages bore clear signs of artificial excavation. Jiang Hai ran his fingers along the cavern walls. The chisel marks were unmistakable. Could it be this underground passage was carved out by something? The thought flashed through his mind, and in the next instant, a chill ran down his spine. It felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. Jiang Hai spun around in panic, only to find the tunnel empty and devoid of anything. Was it just a figment of his imagination? System, is there anything around me? No hostile entities detected in the host's vicinity. The system instantly answered Jiang Hai's question, leaving him utterly speechless. This damn system utterly unreliable when it matters most. The host referred to by the system was any presence posing a threat to Jiang Hai's life. So this detection standard was unreliable. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth and decided to keep scrambling forward using both hands and feet. After all, even if something lurked in the shadows, it showed no intent to kill him. Jiang Hai's best course of action was to seize the moment and escape this damn hole. Creak! But just as he took a few steps, a sound suddenly echoed. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet depths of the cave, it was distinctly noticeable. It felt as though something was slowly approaching him. Jiang Hai instinctively held his breath, his gaze sweeping the surroundings once more. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and lunged forward, grabbing at the air. The next moment, an AK-47 materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he raised the AK to his chest, aimed in one direction, and pulled the trigger. Tap! A burst of bullets erupted, all striking a rock formation directly in front of him. The bullets struck the hard rock, sending sparks flying. And by the light of those sparks, Jiang Hai clearly saw a dark figure lurking behind the rock. The shadow quickly retreated back behind the rock as soon as Jiang Hai fired. Instead of pursuing, Jiang Hai turned around and fired another volley toward the rear. This time, he emptied the entire remaining magazine. The bullets slammed into the cave walls amid the gunfire, sending sparks flying once more. This time, Jiang Hai observed more closely. Several dark shapes lurked in the darkness, their silhouettes oddly distorted. Was he surrounded? Jiang Hai's heart tightened as his hands swiftly changed magazines. But this time, he didn't fire. Instead, he kept the muzzle pointed warily ahead, scanning the surroundings with his peripheral vision. System. Still no hostility detected? He was already surrounded, yet no hostility was detected? What exactly do they want? System has not detected hostile intent. The system's alert sounded in his mind, yet Jiang Hai's tension didn't ease one bit. He grew increasingly hesitant to make any rash moves, instead pressing his back firmly against the rock wall. His AK-47 kept pointing nervously toward the caves on either side. The other party seemed to realize the AK in Jiang Hai's hands was no joke, so they didn't dare to show themselves. After about a minute of this standoff, just as Jiang Hai began to feel slightly more at ease, suddenly, a chill gripped Jiang Hai's heart. An inexplicable sense of dread shot straight up from his heels to the top of his head. A cold, slimy thing emerged from behind his ear and swiftly wrapped itself around his head. Just as he tried to struggle, he found his limbs completely immobilized. What was happening? System! 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 Save me! Quick! Jiang Hai felt as though his entire body was bound by something, completely immobilized. His only hope now lay with the system. But the next moment, the system's alert sounded in his mind. The system has detected no hostile intent. The host's life is not in danger. The system does not need to intervene. Holy! You piece of junk, system! Hearing the system's response, Jiang Hai's mind was already erupting with mental curses. In a situation like this, who cares about hostility? Why not just step in already? If the system didn't act now, even if Jiang Hai could buy weapons from it, he couldn't move a muscle. How could he possibly use any weapon? Jiang Hai was tightly bound to the rock wall by some mysterious force, his palms spread wide, unable to even twitch a finger. He was even considering detaching his consciousness from the puppet and returning directly to Blue Star. Just then, a dark shadow materialized before him. A gleaming crystal stared intently at him. Chapter 78, The History of Binu Star. Analyzing the language system. Please wait. Language decryption complete, converting to translation. The system issued an alert. Soon, the strange-sounding language reached Jiang Hai's ears, transformed into pure Mandarin. Please do not struggle. We mean you no harm. Don't be afraid. We won't harm you. Jiang Hai certainly wouldn't believe their words of goodwill based on just a few sentences. First, the system had confirmed the enemy harbored no hostile intent toward him, meaning they wouldn't kill him immediately. Second, he was merely controlling a puppet body. Jiang Hai had already prepared to abandon this puppet body. Even if the other party harbored ill will now, he could simply sacrifice this 20 million yuan puppet body. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Jiang Hai fixed his gaze on the shadows gathering before him. What do you want? Or perhaps you could try releasing me first. We can talk this out calmly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the shadows whispered among themselves once more. Moments later, he felt the restraints binding him genuinely loosen. His body freed, Jiang Hai instinctively whipped his head around. Against the rough rock face, several vine-like tendrils were slowly retracting into the wall. Despite the rock wall's apparent solidity, the vines retracted with surprising smoothness, showing no resistance whatsoever. Suppressing his astonishment, Jiang Hai turned his gaze back to the shadowy figures before him, particularly the one bearing the luminous crystal. The tunnel was pitch black. Even with night vision, Jiang Hai couldn't make out the figure's features. But one thing was certain, judging by its size, it definitely wasn't one of those five-clawed monsters. What are you? Resistance. Without any pretense, the figure immediately revealed their identity. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this answer at all. Rebels? Rebelling against what? Those five-clawed monsters? The answer was so concise that Jiang Hai quickly grasped its essence. If you don't mind, I'd like to brighten up the environment here a bit. Jiang Hai had his suspicions. After asking the question and seeing no objection, he flicked his wrist, and a flashlight appeared in his hand. This is a product of some alien technology, and it can be considered a type of military equipment. It harnesses the inherent light energy of a certain mineral, and it's not cheap even at the internal price. It cost Jiang Hai a whopping 200,000 huaxia currency. The illumination lamp ignited, and in the next instant, the entire tunnel was instantly bathed in light. Its brightness illuminated over 100 meters of the tunnel ahead and behind. The shadows before Jiang Hai were also illuminated by the light. Upon seeing the true forms of these shadows, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up instantly. It was you after all. The creatures standing before him were bizarre and grotesque, each with its own peculiar form. Among them were several humanoid shapes. These were the very creatures that had hauled the obsidian when Jiang Hai had traded with the five-clawed monster that day. Jiang Hai had sensed back then that these creatures weren't like domesticated livestock. Now it seemed his intuition was correct. These beings were an intelligent species. Hello? The one communicating with Jiang Hai was a humanoid creature. Its physique closely resembled that of a human, except its arms were significantly longer, extending well below the knees. Its head was completely bald, featuring a single eye position slightly above the bridge of its nose. The luminous crystal Jiang Hai had glimpsed in the darkness was its eye. I am Babu Bano of the Wood Clan. Babu Bano? Hearing this tongue-twisting name, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow slightly but didn't dwell on it. His gaze swept across the others before settling on Babubano. You claim to be rebels, he asked. So who are you rebelling against? Those 5-clawed monsters? 5-clawed monsters? You mean the Sun People? Babubano froze for a moment before quickly grasping Jiang Hai's meaning. He nodded urgently. Exactly. They're the ones we're fighting. The cancer of our planet. Parasites. At the mention of those 5-clawed monsters, Babu Banu immediately displayed extreme disgust. Not just him, but every creature behind him reacted the same way. Jiang Hai had expected their loathing for the 5-clawed monsters, or rather, the great Sun People. After all, the Sun People had once enslaved them like livestock. Their hatred was only natural. Though I don't know your species, any creature native to this planet should consider the Sun People our common enemy. Come to think of it, I'm actually not a native of this planet. Hearing Babano's words, Jiang Hai wore an expression of utter indifference. He didn't voice his thoughts, however, instead tilting his head as he looked at the other and said, Sorry, I come from a remote place. I really don't know what kind of heinous crimes the 5-clawed monsters or the Sun People committed? You don't know? Jiang Hai's response surprised Babubano, but he quickly relaxed. No wonder. I knew it. How could you possibly do business with the great Sun People? Turns out you had no idea. The Sun People are entirely responsible for turning our planet into this hellish mess. Seems there's a story behind this? Jiang Hai no longer felt the earlier tension or fear. Instead, Babubano's words piqued his interest. If the occasion had permitted, Jiang Hai would have gladly fetched a stool and some melon seeds to sit down and listen to the tale. Babubano and the many creatures behind him now wore expressions of palpable sorrow. 200 years ago, our planet wasn't like this at all. Our planet was teeming with life, lush green plants everywhere. The sky wasn't like it is now. It was bright and dazzling. Everything was truly beautiful. But all that beauty was utterly destroyed 200 years ago by those damn Sun People. Babubano took a deep breath and began recounting the planet's past history. It must be said, Babubano possessed remarkable eloquence. Through his narration, even the driest historical accounts became utterly captivating and fascinating, drawing Jiang Hai into the very heart of the story. By the time Babubano finished his tale, Jiang Hai finally understood what had happened on this planet called Binaxing 200 years ago. Binaxing had once been a planet teeming with life and wonder. It was home to over 100 different intelligent species. Thanks to Bennu's star's abundant resources, even with so many intelligent species, they coexisted peacefully without conflict. This way of life persisted for tens of thousands of years. Then, 500 years ago, a new technology was invented by the intelligent race known as the Sansa. From that moment onward, the planet's destiny was forever altered. Chapter 79, Could this be Blue Star's future? At the time, it was an entirely unprecedented new technology. Its invention astonished and delighted all intelligent species on Binaxing. For it signified a revolutionary new approach to energy development. Though Bennu's star possessed abundant resources, having a new energy source available was undoubtedly a blessing. Thus, after its invention, all intelligent species actively pursued its development. Everyone hoped to unlock its full potential. Hearing Babubano's words, Jiang Hai nodded lightly. This was only natural. Any civilization would make the same choice in such circumstances. Yet Babano's single eye reflected regret and sorrow. But we overlooked the fact that the development of any technology comes with risks. The greater the benefits it brings, the greater the dangers it carries. Finally, 200 years ago, the danger manifested. The energy station developed by the Sun People using this technology suffered a catastrophic explosion. Although the explosion itself caused minimal damage at the time, the decommissioning of the power station resulted in a massive amount of waste. This waste material is highly corrosive and polluting. It must be strictly secured. As Babubano spoke, his abnormally long arms flailed excitedly through the air. Yet those filthy, damned Sun People have secretly dumped all this waste into the ocean. On Binax, the oceans connect the habitats where all our species live. Dumping this waste directly pollutes the ocean and causes immense damage to our habitats. Nearly every species on Binaxi has suffered from this waste. As Babubano recounted this history, the surrounding members of other species grew agitated as well, several of them unable to contain their rage and roaring angrily. Babubano quickly calmed them with a few soothing words before turning to Jiang Hai. This is not how we were meant to be. That waste inflicted immense damage on our bodies, affecting not only our ancestors but the very continuity of our entire race. It took us over a century to finally reverse the effects of that waste. But those 100+ years also transformed the once fertile Binaxing into the barren, dark planet it is today. By the time we recovered, we discovered the Sun People had remained completely unaffected by the waste. They actively advanced their technology. By that time, the Sun People had become the sole dominant force across the entire Binaxing. The once thriving intelligent species suffered a devastating blow. Today, apart from the Sun People, fewer than 15 other intelligent species remain on Binaxing. Babubano recounted Binu's history in detail, and by the end, even Jiang Hai felt deeply moved. Over 100 intelligent species reduced to fewer than 15 in just 200 years? This destruction was truly genocidal. Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask curiously, could the waste produced by this technology be that powerful? What kind of technology is this? Upon hearing Jiang Hai's question, Babubano shot him a slightly puzzled look. He seemed puzzled that Jiang Hai was unaware of this technology. But he ultimately answered. It breaks down objects into their smallest components, then causes them to collide, generating immense energy. Of course, we don't know much about the specifics either. After all, this technology has been banned for nearly 200 years. Nuclear energy. Though Babubano only offered a brief explanation, Jiang Hai instantly grasped the essence of this technology. Wasn't this precisely the nuclear energy that nations across Blue Star were now racing to develop? The Big Ivan that Bosch and the Holy War Organization had previously purchased from Jiang Hai was developed based on this very technology. At that moment, Jiang Hai suddenly recalled the recent incident on Blue Star where Japan dumped nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Combining this with the history of binaxing, a sudden chill ran down Jiang Hai's spine. Could it be that Binu Star's present is Blue Star's future? Will Blue Star eventually become like Binu Star? You mentioned earlier that it took you over a century to finally mitigate the effects of that waste. What method did you use? Babubano froze again, tilting its head in puzzlement as it stared at Jiang Hai. When we were cleaning up that waste, the entire planet of binaxing was involved. Where exactly was your species hiding? You don't even know this? Jiang Hai truly didn't know how to respond. He could only offer an awkward smile and remain silent. Babubano didn't press further. After all, a century or two had passed, and his knowledge of those events came only from scattered historical records. To tackle the waste pollution, all the intelligent races back then pooled their entire technological resources to build a device. However, no records of its operational principles could be found now. All we know is that the last remaining device is now in the hands of the Sun People. At the mention of the Sun People, Babubano clenched his teeth in frustration, his face twisted with hatred. Jiang Hai frowned, lowering his head in deep thought. That device capable of treating nuclear contamination is in the hands of the great Sun People. If we could obtain that device, might we prevent Blue Star from becoming like binaxing in the future? The dumping of nuclear wastewater into the ocean is now an irreversible fact. All that remained was to remediate the already polluted oceans. Jiang Hai had already made up his mind, he would find a way to get that device. Lifting his head, Jiang Hai once again fixed his gaze on Babubano and the others. They had recounted the history of binaxing, but Jiang Hai didn't believe they were blocking his path here merely to educate him about their planet's past. Therefore, they must have some ulterior motive. Jiang Hai didn't initiate the conversation. Instead, he watched them quietly, waiting for them to reveal their intentions. Jiang Hai's stance was clear, so Babubano didn't hesitate. He stated directly, last time I saw you trading with the Sun People, are you a weapons dealer? Not just weapons, but combat gear too. I sell all that sort of thing. Jiang Hai corrected the man's statement briefly, his own curiosity now piqued as he studied the other. Did they actually want to trade with him? But with their pitiful, wretched appearance barely clinging to life hidden away in tunnels, what could they possibly offer in exchange? While he felt sympathy for these intelligent species, that didn't mean he'd hand over military supplies for free. A deal was a deal. Even if he was willing to give them away, the system wouldn't approve it. Chapter 80, Obsidian enables trade. We wish to purchase weapons from you. The more powerful, the better. As direct as ever, Babubano stated their purpose with unwavering certainty. Jiang Hai didn't immediately question their ability to trade with him. Instead, he asked with a puzzled look, trade with me? Did you see me trading with the Sun People last time? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the Sun People? Aren't you still under the Sun People's control? Jiang Hai had witnessed Babubano and the others being enslaved by the Sun People firsthand. Though they now stood before him, Jiang Hai clearly saw the peculiar devices on their feet, something akin to shackles. Therefore, Jiang Hai concluded they hadn't truly gained their freedom. They'd merely used some method to temporarily escape the Sun People's grasp. Before long, the Sun People might storm in and seize them all. And they might even use the transmitter Jiang Hai had sold to the Sun People earlier. Babubano instinctively glanced at the device on his own feet and hurriedly explained, these are indeed the tracking devices the Sun People installed on us. However, the signal from these trackers cannot penetrate the thick Earth's surface. At this depth, the Sun People have no way of detecting our presence. Jiang Hai immediately understood Babubano's explanation. No wonder he'd realized this tunnel was man-made. It must have been built by these rebels as a hideout to evade the Sun People's tracking. Why did you come to me to buy weapons? I mean, you saw it last time. I've done business with the Sun People. Aren't you afraid I might betray your whereabouts to the Sun People? Jiang Hai voiced his concern again, but Babubano merely laughed. We all saw clearly what happened back then. You may have made a deal with the Sun People, but your relationship with them isn't good. Moreover, after you left, that Bajelula flew into a rage and ordered everyone to search for you. If not for that, we wouldn't have found our chance to escape. Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise one eyebrow. He knew exactly what kind of person that Bajelula was. His loathing for the Sun People stemmed largely from that very creature. Of course, now that he knew the Sun People's past deeds, Jiang Hai's loathing for the entire race had reached its peak. One last question, what do you intend to trade with me? Don't expect me to make a loss just because I feel sorry for you. Jiang Hai held up a single finger, smiling at Babu Bano and the others. Besides, you should know my weapons come at a price. Obsidian, right? To Jiang Hai's slight surprise, Babu Bano and the others didn't seem overly shocked. Babu Bano nodded repeatedly and said, I know you need obsidian. We have obsidian lots and lots of it. If you're willing to sell us weapons, we can give you obsidian in return. Obsidian. Jiang Hai's eyes lit up instantly. This stuff is great. Though he still didn't know what exactly this stone was used for, Jiang Hai knew it was incredibly valuable. Based on the exchange rate the system gave him last time, a single piece of obsidian was worth 300 million huaxia currency. Since the other party was willing to offer obsidian for trade, this deal was undoubtedly solid. Besides, compared to those 5 clawed monsters, at least these trading partners were somewhat more tolerable to look at. Excellent. So, what kind of weapons are you interested in purchasing? Seeing Jiang Hai agree to the deal, Babu Bano and his companions all lit up with delight. They quickly conferred among themselves, then Babu Bano hurriedly addressed Jiang Hai, we need weapons that are powerful and easy to operate. Of course, the price shouldn't be too steep. Recalling Jiang Hai's deal with the Sun People, Babu Bano hastily added one more request. The current emitters Jiang Hai sold to the Sun People cost a whopping 500 pieces of obsidian each, way too expensive. No problem. I'll definitely do my best to meet the customer's needs. Jiang Hai beamed with a radiant smile, though his mind was already communicating with the system. Soon, he selected an item. The next moment, he waved his hand, and a large metal box materialized at his feet. This trick startled Babu Bano and the others. After all, they were in a tunnel 100 meters underground. For something to suddenly drop from above was utterly unbelievable. Jiang Hai merely smirked smugly at Babu Bano and the others' astonishment. This had been his deliberate plan all along to intimidate them. He then opened the box and pulled out a metal rod roughly half a meter long. The Saber Rod. An energy-type pulse emitter. Theoretically possesses infinite energy, capable of perpetual use. Price, 2 obsidian. Describing the item in his hands, Jiang Hai held the weapon with both hands, one gripping the front end, the other grasping the middle. His finger tapped a groove at the middle section. Instantly, a faint yellow current began to flow along the weapon's tip. Though not yet fired, the energy it contained was palpable. This weapon possessed decent offensive capabilities, though it certainly couldn't compare to those large-scale energy attack weapons. However, its strengths lie in its relatively affordable price, ease of concealment, and maneuverability. It perfectly meets your requirements. Having said that, Jiang Hai handed the weapon directly to Babu Bano, who was staring at him in utter bewilderment. Babu Banu instinctively reached out to take it, glancing from Jiang Hai to the weapon in his hand. After a long moment, it finally registered, and its eyes lit up. Jiang Hai was right, every aspect of this weapon's performance was perfectly suited to their needs. Without hesitation, Babu Bano mimicked Jiang Hai's actions, running his fingers along the weapon's midsection. Finding the groove, he pressed his finger into it. A crackling sound followed, and sure enough, electricity surged from the weapon's tip. Babu Bano hesitated, then lifted his head to glance at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai immediately nodded with a smile, stepping aside and gesturing casually. With a determined clench of his teeth, Babu Bano pointed the weapon's tip directly at the tunnel wall nearby. Whoosh! Boom! A faint yellow light flashed, and the rock wall instantly exploded. The entire tunnel shook violently. Startled, everyone scrambled to crouch down, nervously scanning their surroundings. Only after confirming the tunnel wouldn't collapse did they slowly straighten up, still trembling with fear. Looking back at the exploded rock wall ahead, a gaping hole, half a person's height, now gaped in the once solid rock. Babu Bano hurried forward to inspect it. The edges of the hole showed signs of melting, and the cavity was about 1 meter deep. The sheer force of that strike was truly formidable. If it hit someone directly, who could possibly withstand it? Chapter 81, The Richest of All Crooks. This weapon, it's incredible. Babano's single eye gleamed with excitement. While its power pales in comparison to the launcher, it's still no slouch. Plus, it's compact and easy to conceal. The key point? It's cheap. The launcher costs 500 obsidian, while this weapon can be bought for just 2 obsidian. Babu Bano exchanged a glance with his companion behind him. After a brief moment of eye contact, Babu Bano immediately turned to Jiang Hai and declared, "We'll take this weapon. Prepare 10,000 units for us." Ha! Jiang Hai froze, momentarily taken aback, before quickly pressing for clarification. "How many did you just say you wanted?" 10,000. Babu Bano declared with unwavering certainty, "Truthfully, the more the better." But our resistance forces are too scattered, we can't gather everyone together quickly enough to equip these weapons. If things go smoothly, we'll need to order more weapons from you later. 10,000 pieces. Jiang Hai suddenly felt a bit dizzy. This was a massive order. Originally, his dealings with these rebels were purely to spite those big sun people. But he never imagined these beggars these rebels were this well funded. Compared to them, what about Salam? What about Bosch? They're just weaklings, right? Seeing Jiang Hai's stunned expression, Babano hesitated for a moment before blurting out, Isn't this a bit too much? Actually, a little less. Not too much. Not too much. Not a bit too much. Hearing the big client wanted to reduce the order, Jiang Hai jolted awake, shaking his head frantically. 10,000 shop-hole staffs, right? No problem. As long as the payment arrives, the weapons will be delivered immediately. Seeing Jiang Hai nod in agreement, Babubano and the others immediately lit up with delight. Babubano quickly added, We've got you covered too. We've got all the obsidian you need. Please follow me. Babubano led Jiang Hai toward the other end of the tunnel, explaining as they walked. Only then did Jiang Hai understand, to evade the Sun People's pursuit, they had mastered a technology for rapid underground excavation. During their excavations, they had discovered numerous deposits of obsidian. Obsidian, a mineral buried deep underground, contained immense energy reserves. However, harnessing the energy within obsidian proved an extremely difficult task. Often, the resources required to extract its energy far exceeded the energy the obsidian itself contained. This made it a losing proposition, so the intelligent species of Binal Star had previously paid little attention to obsidian mining. In recent years, however, the Sun People appear to have developed a technology for rapidly extracting obsidian's energy, causing demand for it to surge dramatically. Simultaneously, the Sun People are well aware of the Resistance's mining capabilities, which is why they have intensified their crackdown on Resistance members. This explains the recent transaction between the Sun People and Jiang Hai involving the current emitters. After Babano's explanation, Jiang Hai finally grasped the full context and found himself deeply intrigued. If the Sun People possess this technology to harness obsidian's power, why are you so generous in trading it to me? Keeping it could be a weapon against the Sun People. Babubano dismissed Jiang Hai's question with a shrug. The Sun People would never reveal that technology. Without that technology, obsidian is nothing but worthless junk to the Resistance. Rather than hoarding these worthless stones, we'd be better off trading obsidian for weapons to use against the Sun People. Babubano's stance was clear: eliminate the Great Sun People at any cost. Clear objective. Jiang Hai grew increasingly convinced that these rebels would surely succeed in the future. As an arms dealer, backing the winning side is just basic business sense. They traversed the tunnel for roughly an hour. Soon, the clinking and clanking sounds grew louder ahead. Turning a corner, Jiang Hai found himself suddenly in a vast space hundreds of square meters wide. It was filled to the brim with neatly stacked obsidian. Clearly, this was a warehouse for storing obsidian. Babubano first exchanged a few words with his companions inside the warehouse before addressing Jiang Hai. There are 5,000 pieces here in total. There are several other warehouses of the same capacity nearby. You can use your magical methods to take them all. Babubano had witnessed firsthand how Jiang Hai had taken the obsidian from the Sun People that day. Though he couldn't comprehend it, Babubano knew the man possessed too many extraordinary abilities to question further. A smart one. That was Jiang Hai's assessment of Babubano. Jiang Hai stepped forward and touched the obsidian before him with one hand. In the next instant, the once packed warehouse emptied completely. All 5,000 pieces of obsidian vanished. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Hai smiled and turned to Babubano, nodding repeatedly. Simultaneously, he waved his hand, and large metal boxes descended from the sky, filling the newly emptied warehouse once more. Seeing these large metal boxes materialize out of thin air, Babubano's face lit up with surprise. He hurried forward, opened one of the boxes, and pulled out a Shaboro staff. This one can only hold 4,000 sapphire staves. Let's move to the next warehouse. Jiang Hai wore an air of nonchalance, his cool demeanor radiating confidence. Seeing Jiang Hai deliver the goods directly, Babubano had nothing more to say. He nodded repeatedly and led Jiang Hai to the next warehouse. Soon, the handover of 10,000 shop-hole staves was complete, and Jiang Hai collected 20,000 pieces of obsidian from the other party. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales transaction. Settlement now commencing. Host has achieved a transaction value of 20,000 obsidian. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as the host's bonus. Combined with the host's 10% commission, this transaction yields a total wage of 11,000 obsidian. Ding! Host's earnings are now available for exchange. Conversion based on the purchasing power of both circulating currencies. Host receives 330 billion Huaxia currency. Jiang Hai could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. That's right. Jiang Hai still overpaid for this deal, and it was double the premium. The rebels were truly pitiful, but Jiang Hai wasn't about to shortchange himself on profits. Seeing that dazzling figure of 33,000, Jiang Hai nearly broke into a dance. As expected, no amount of hard work can match the wealth of a shrewd merchant. Forcing himself to control his excitement, Jiang Hai turned to Babano and said, "This deal went smoothly. I hope we can do business again in the future." Babano, completely unaware of the immense wealth he brought Jiang Hai, responded with sincere gratitude, "The resistance will forever remember your kindness. Once we overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Great Sun, we will repay you handsomely." "Ha! No need to thank me. Ah, right, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, I do have one favor to ask." Chapter 82, An Invitation from a Distinguished Guest. 300 billion. Ha! Back in his room, Jiang Hai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Had he not been mindful of Alang and the other two waiting outside, he might have danced with pure joy. It had only been a few months since he last earned 450 billion, and now his bank account had skyrocketed to a staggering 300 billion. Jiang Hai was certain his current wealth truly rivaled that of a nation. Most small nations' treasuries couldn't hold a candle to his fortune. Thud. "Mr. Jiang?" Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Lao Zhou's voice from outside. Jiang Hai glanced toward the door before replying, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing. I just heard some noise inside and was worried something might be wrong." "Oh, it's nothing. I was just having a dream." "A dream?" Jiang Hai gave a dismissive reply. Outside, Lao Zhou, unsure whether to believe him, paused for a long moment before saying, "Well, I'll leave you to it." With that, the sound of footsteps faded away. Jiang Hai shook his head slightly. Having outsiders in the house was still somewhat inconvenient. It was a pity the company's security hadn't been properly trained yet. Though Uncle Wen's crew was highly capable. A peculiar expression flickered in Jiang Hai's eyes before he gave a faint smile and pushed the thought aside. Just then, Jiang Hai's phone rang. Jiang Hai glanced down and his face immediately twisted into a peculiar expression. This call wasn't from a client, but from Director Zhang, the same man who had come begging for favors last time. Of course, Jiang Hai knew Director Zhang was actually a top-tier agent from the State Security Bureau, so he certainly didn't treat him like an ordinary government official. But he had just earned 3 trillion huaxia currency here. Could Director Zhang possibly be back for another handout? "Hello, Director Zhang. How can I assist you?" "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Long time no see." "Long time no see? It's only been a few months." Faced with such politeness, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud, though he remained silent. But that single laugh of his made Zhang Qinghua feel terribly awkward, prompting him to clear his throat a few times. "I wonder if Mr. Jiang has time. Would you mind joining me for a cup of tea?" Tea? What had he ever done to deserve an invitation to tea from a top agent of the State Security Bureau? He silently rolled his eyes inwardly, then casually replied, "Director Zhang, you know me, I'm a free spirit with time to spare. Of course I'm available." "That's wonderful. Then, shall we set it for 2 p.m. today?" He glanced up at the wall clock. It was just past 6 a.m. "No problem. See you this afternoon." After hanging up, Jiang Hai didn't rush to wash up. Instead, he held his phone in his hand, weighing it. His bank account had just received a deposit of 3 trillion huaxia currency, and now Zhang Qinghua was inviting him for tea. Could this be a trap? But it didn't matter. If it's a trap, so be it. Jiang Hai wasn't about to fall for it. With several previous warnings, he doubted they'd dare do anything to him. 1:50 p.m. Jiang Hai arrived at the designated location. It was an upscale club. Its decor alone screamed exclusivity. It was definitely a place the old Jiang Hai couldn't afford to frequent. Of course, things were different now. Needless to say, just the sight of Jiang Hai's newly acquired Lamborghini parked at the club's entrance. The doorman on duty immediately reported to the manager inside and proactively stepped forward to open the car door for Jiang Hai. After stepping out, Jiang Hai glanced at the limping driver, motioning for him to hand the keys to the doorman. He then led all 3 men toward the club's main entrance. The club manager, who had been alerted, hurried over with a welcoming smile. "Good day. May I ask?" "Mr. Zhang Qinghua invited me." "Ah. Mr. Zhang's guests." Understood. "This way, please." Since he was invited by Zhang Qinghua, he naturally mentioned Zhang Qinghua's name, and sure enough, it worked like a charm. The manager personally escorted Jiang Hai to a private room on the 2nd floor. Before entering, Jiang Hai glanced back at Alang and the others. The 3 were quite considerate, staying by the door of their own accord to watch Jiang Hai push open the door and enter. "Oh my! Mr. Jiang. Welcome. The private room's decor was simple yet elegant, exuding an air of sophistication and luxury. In the room, less than 50 square meters, a tea table over a meter wide stood by the window. Scattered across it were more than 10 pieces of antique-style teaware, each clearly valuable at a glance. 4 people sat around the table. Among them, a classical beauty in a qipao sat directly opposite the tea table, intently preparing tea for everyone. She was likely a professionally trained tea master from the club. Jiang Qinghua, who had been seated to the left of the table, now stood to greet Jiang Hai. To the right of the table sat two middle-aged men, roughly the same height as Jiang Qinghua. Dressed in suits and leather shoes, they also appeared to be successful individuals. Upon seeing Jiang Hai enter, they too stood up, smiling and nodding in greeting. "My apologies for keeping you waiting." Jiang Hai smiled as he walked in, exchanging polite greetings with everyone. "Not at all. It's only just past 2 o'clock. We arrived early." Jiang Qinghua smiled and gestured for Jiang Hai to take a seat. They all sat down around the tea table, with Jiang Hai positioned directly across from the tea master. As soon as Jiang Hai sat down, the tea master's delicate fingers deftly brewed a cup of tea for him. However, Jiang Hai couldn't discern the artistry of this gongfu tea ceremony, nor did he feel that the tea had become any more fragrant after all her elaborate movements. He lifted the cup, took a sip, and considered it his tea tasting. "Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is Mr. Wang, chairman of Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Wang Chuanfa." The slightly plump man smiled and extended his hand toward Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai promptly shook his hand, his heart skipping a beat. He certainly didn't recognize this Wang Chuanfa, but the name Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group was as thunderous as a clap of thunder. This state-owned enterprise oversees all nuclear-related matters in Huaxia nuclear technology, nuclear military industry, nuclear fuel, nuclear power, and more. Moreover, given China's unique institutional framework, this nuclear industry group effectively controlled the entire nation's nuclear energy sector. The group oversees all aspects of the nuclear field from technological development and application to construction, production, and operations, as well as international cooperation and import-export projects. Therefore, this Mr. Wang before them was undoubtedly a heavyweight figure. Would such a heavyweight really stoop to begging Jiang Hai for favors? Jiang Hai glanced at Wang Chuanfa, then turned his gaze to Jiang Qinghua. Something's off. Jiang Hai's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed the other party's intentions. "Ha! Mr. Jiang, you're so accomplished at such a young age. Truly admirable." Wang Chuanfa chuckled as he exchanged pleasantries, simultaneously glancing at his companion beside him and giving him a knowing look. The other middle-aged man, likely Wang Chuanfa's subordinate, promptly retrieved an exquisitely crafted gift box from nearby upon catching the signal. He placed it directly on the tea table and pushed it toward Jiang Hai. "A small token of my appreciation, consider it a welcome gift for our first meeting." Chapter 83, The Nuclear Industry Group's Request. Jiang Hai glanced at the gift box. It appeared to be a case of premium cigars. Jiang Hai didn't smoke, but he knew wealthy people liked to show off with such things. So he didn't refuse the gift either, smiling as he moved the box to the side, accepting it. Seeing Jiang Hai's gesture, Wang Chuanfa's eyes narrowed into slits, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. At least this meeting had gotten off to a good start. Over the next few moments, the group sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation about all manner of topics. Both Wang Chuanfa and Jiang Qinghua were seasoned travelers with broad horizons. Though Jiang Hai had previously been just a lowly programmer, his experiences over the past half-year had broadened his horizons considerably. Thus, their casual conversation flowed smoothly, never once falling into awkward silence. Before they knew it, over half an hour had passed, and the tea master had already brewed 3 pots of tea. Seeing the mood was just right, Wang Chuanfa and Jiang Qinghua exchanged a glance. The next moment, with some unseen gesture from Wang Chuanfa, the man beside him immediately stood up and nodded to the tea master. The two men promptly exited the room, leaving only Jiang Hai, Jiang Qinghua, and Wang Chuanfa behind. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sure you've guessed by now. We didn't invite you here for tea without a reason." Wang Chuanfa spoke first. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Qinghua was merely the introducer, while Wang Chuanfa was the one with the real business. Jiang Hai didn't respond immediately, instead slowly turning the teacup in his hand. Truthfully, upon learning the man's identity, Jiang Hai had already vaguely guessed his intentions. Seeing Jiang Hai's silence, Wang Chuanfa's brow furrowed slightly before he glanced at Jiang Qinghua. Jiang Qinghua spread his hands helplessly, his expression one of utter resignation. Having dealt with Jiang Hai several times before, he knew that despite his youthful appearance, Jiang Hai was more difficult to handle than most seasoned veterans. His role was to facilitate connections. Beyond that, he could do little to help. Understanding Jiang Qinghua's meaning, Wang Chuanfa's face also revealed the same helplessness. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up. "Mr. Jiang, we understand you hold the mining rights to a uranium deposit." Wang Chuanfa laid his cards on the table. This development hadn't surprised Jiang Hai at all. What the other party coveted was precisely the uranium mining rights in Jiang Hai's possession. It was the gift Salam had given Jiang Hai to repay his life-saving favor. Yet it was precisely this gift that nearly exposed Jiang Hai's entire identity to the Chinese authorities. Regardless, this gift was undeniably priceless. The uranium mining rights held value not just in the ore itself, but more importantly, in the rights to mine it. The raw ore itself isn't particularly expensive. The problem was that even with money, one couldn't necessarily buy them. Uranium, as a nuclear fuel, has already been elevated to the level of strategic material. The demand for uranium from Wang Chuanfa's China Nuclear Industry Group is, of course, unimaginable. Of course, for commercial conglomerates like Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group, backed by the Huaxia state, their routine uranium needs are naturally addressed by Huaxia itself. But how could one ever have too much of a strategic resource? Previously, the entire Blue Star's uranium supply chain was balanced. But now, news suddenly surfaced that a Huaxia national held mining rights to an uranium deposit. How could Wang Chuanfa possibly sit idly by upon hearing this? Frankly, if not for the cautionary tale of that young master from the Jia family in the capital, Wang Chuanfa might have already schemed to leverage state power and forcibly seize those mining rights. But after the Jia family scions incident, the government had already issued warnings to all relevant departments. After all, no one wanted to unnecessarily antagonize a cash-rich tycoon with 450 billion yuan in cash flow. Especially this morning, Wang Chuanfa received another piece of news: a sum of 330 billion yuan had been directly deposited into Jiang Hai's bank account. 330 billion. If the nuclear industry group were for sale, Jiang Hai could probably buy the entire company outright. Wang Chuanfa dared not underestimate this young man standing before him, who was younger than his own son. So now, in Jiang Hai's presence, Wang Chuanfa could only negotiate politely. Seeing Wang Chuanfa lay his cards on the table, Jiang Hai finally stopped playing dumb. "Mr. Wang, you want the mining rights to this uranium deposit?" Jiang Hai's words landed in Wang Chuanfa's ears like someone had tossed a piece of chocolate right in front of him. Wang Chuanfa nearly nodded in agreement on the spot. But he reacted quickly enough to realize the other party would never actually hand over the mining rights so easily. Swallowing hard, Wang Chuanfa gave Jiang Hai a wry smile and said, "Mr. Jiang, don't joke with me. I hope the nuclear industry group can collaborate with you to import the mined uranium ore. Rest assured, we'll purchase it at international market rates, not a penny less." This was the conclusion Wang Chuanfa had reached after careful consideration to purchase the uranium ore directly from Jiang Hai. And it was also the outcome Wang Chuanfa could accept. After all, anything money can buy isn't really expensive. The real challenge with uranium, a strategic material, lies in its scarcity despite having a market price. Upon hearing Wang Chuanfa's words, Jiang Hai fell silent once more. His fingers rubbed back and forth along the rim of his teacup as he weighed the pros and cons of collaborating with Wang Chuanfa. Given the current circumstances, collaborating with him would undoubtedly bring benefits. The uranium mining rights were a hot potato. The reason only the Chinese government was approaching him for cooperation was because, for now, they were the only ones aware of this information. Once word spread, it would spell endless trouble for Jiang Hai. Not every faction would treat Jiang Hai with such courtesy. "Mr. Wang, partnering with you isn't the real issue. But you must understand uranium isn't just any ordinary mineral. If I sell it to you, I'll inevitably offend certain factions. That wouldn't be good for me at all." Jiang Hai wasn't deliberately playing hardball, he was stating the plain truth. After learning that Salam had transferred the uranium mining rights to him, Jiang Hai specifically looked into it. That uranium mine had previously operated exclusively with the United States. All ore products extracted from that mine were shipped directly to the United States. Even now, since Jiang Hai hadn't intervened, the mine continued its routine practice of loading mined uranium onto American cargo ships. Needless to say, if Jiang Hai were to now partner with China and redirect uranium sales to them, the United States would absolutely not let it slide. When Jiang Hai voiced these concerns, Wang Chuanfa showed no disappointment. Instead, his eyes flashed with sharp intelligence. Because Jiang Hai hadn't outright refused. No outright refusal meant everything was open for negotiation. Wang Chuanfa immediately interjected, "Rest assured, General Manager Jiang. Should you partner with our group, we will personally guarantee your safety. Not a single person will lay a finger on you, Mr. Jiang." Chapter 84, Selling to Whomever Matters Little. "I'm not worried about that after all, I usually stay within the country. I have full confidence in the protection my country provides me," Jiang Hai replied with a smile. Jiang Hai truly had no fear for his own safety. He usually stays put in the country. If he has to go out for business deals, he uses a front man. His personal safety was assured regardless. Jiang Hai's real concern lay in establishing branch offices across various countries in the future. After all, at this stage, the United States was undoubtedly the unchallenged dominant power on Blue Star. Domestically, he might not need to worry about the United States' influence, but once he went abroad, he would have to take the United States into account. Though Jiang Hai didn't spell it out, Wang Chuanfa quickly grasped his meaning. This matter presented its own difficulties for him. As the chairman of the nuclear industry group, his influence simply didn't extend to the decisions made by the United States. If it were someone else, he might consider offering some compensation. But considering the staggering sum in Jiang Hai's bank account, such compensation became utterly unthinkable. Of course, Wang Chuanfa hadn't come to see Jiang Hai completely unprepared. He quickly pulled out Plan B. "I hear that Mr. Zhang's company is setting up a security firm?" Jiang Hai lifted his eyelids to look at Wang Chuanfa. It wasn't a secret that he was setting up a security firm. After all, that last time when someone from the Ministry of Commerce came looking for trouble, they used the security company as leverage. So what was Wang Chuanfa implying by bringing this up now? Was he using this as an excuse to pressure him? Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, already harboring some unfavorable thoughts. Mr. Jiang, please don't misunderstand. Wang Chuanfa hastily waved his hands in explanation. If we're establishing a security company, we'll need some weapons and equipment, right? Our group has a subsidiary that specializes in manufacturing security equipment. If needed, we can equip your security firm with the finest security gear available in the country. This security gear isn't something you can just buy with money, you know. Jiang Hai blinked, looking at Wang Chuanfa with a puzzled expression. What did he just say? Was he saying he wanted to sell weapons and equipment to me? Though he knew the other party was simply unaware, Jiang Hai still felt inexplicably absurd. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain it to Wang Chuanfa. He could only maintain his expression and smile as he replied, "Well, thank you, Mr. Wang. If I ever need anything, I'll definitely ask for your help." Jiang Hai's response left Wang Chuanfa momentarily stunned. Given the recent conflict between Jiang Hai and the Jia family, it was clear Jiang Hai placed great importance on this newly established security company. He had expected Jiang Hai to be delighted by his offer of weapons and equipment. Why this reaction? But Jiang Hai had latched onto a specific element in Wang Chuanfa's earlier words. Mr. Wang, your nuclear industry group's subsidiary can produce weapons and equipment? I mean, not just ordinary security gear, but those. As he spoke, Jiang Hai made a gun gesture with his hand. Wang Quan paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Zhang Qinghua beside him chuckled as well. Mr. Jiang, didn't you know that Mr. Wang's nuclear industry group ranks among China's top 3 defense contractors? Nearly 30% of the Chinese military's weapons and equipment come from the nuclear industry group. Well now. Looks like we've run into an industry insider. Hearing Zhang Qinghua's words, Jiang Hai immediately turned his head to look at Wang Chuanfa, his face brimming with curiosity. This was his first real encounter with an arms dealer. Mr. Wang, what kind of facilities does your group need to produce these weapons and equipment? Do you need a huge military factory? If you're developing new weapons, does that require massive investment? Jiang Hai's curiosity was piqued, and the questions kept coming. Wang Chuanfa noticed and wore an expression that was both amused and exasperated. He understood perfectly people always had all sorts of curious questions when they first learned he was an arms dealer. However, Wang Chuanfa didn't answer Jiang Hai's questions. Instead, he quickly composed his face and said solemnly, "Mr. Jiang Hai, I'm sorry, but these questions involve state secrets. I cannot answer them." The moment before, Wang Chuanfa had been smiling warmly, but now he suddenly turned completely serious, leaving Jiang Hai momentarily stunned. At that moment, Zhang Qinghua, standing nearby, hurriedly explained, "Mr. Jiang, these matters fall under Mr. Wang's responsibilities. He is not permitted to disclose them to outsiders. Even his own spouse is not allowed to pry. It's policy." "Ah. Oh. My apologies. Sorry. Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure, understanding Wang Chuanfa and Zhang Qinghua's meaning. The nature of Huaxia's system dictated that such military-industrial enterprises must adhere to strict confidentiality protocols. Wang Chuanfa needed something from Jiang Hai. Otherwise, just those few questions Jiang Hai had asked would have been enough for Wang Chuanfa to report up the chain, and an investigation team would have been dispatched immediately. Regardless of whether there was cause or not, Jiang Hai would inevitably face a thorough investigation. But such matters could be blown out of proportion or brushed aside. Having apologized, Wang Chuanfa naturally wouldn't dwell on it. But as Jiang Hai's eyes darted around, another thought struck him. "Mr. Wang, I'd actually like to inquire about Lockheed Corporation." Lockheed Corporation? Wang Chuanfa jumped at first, fearing the young man might be prying into sensitive matters. But upon hearing Jiang Hai's question, Wang Chuanfa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was a U.S. defense contractor. Discussing this with Jiang Hai would certainly pose no issues. With a smile, Wang Chuanfa proceeded to share some details about Lockheed Corporation with Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, committing Wang Chuanfa's words to memory. He knew he wouldn't be done with Lockheed Martin anytime soon. Gaining more intelligence on his adversary could only be advantageous. The conversation stretched on for nearly another hour. Wang Chuanfa licked his dry lips, looking helplessly at the thirsty for knowledge Jiang Hai before him, at a loss for what to say next. He couldn't fathom why Jiang Hai was so fascinated with Lockheed, a company across the ocean. The problem was, he hadn't even achieved the purpose of his visit to Jiang Hai yet. Could this meeting really end in failure? Ahem. Mr. Jiang, this Lockheed. Zhang Qinghua, sitting beside them, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Clearing his throat a few times, he tried to smooth things over. He meant for Jiang Hai to hold off on asking about Lockheed for now. But Zhang Qinghua hadn't anticipated that before he could finish speaking, Jiang Hai turned to glance at him and suddenly broke into a grin. I've agreed to the uranium mine deal. Ha! Ha! Jiang Hai's single sentence left both Zhang Qinghua and Wang Chuanfa completely dumbfounded. Jiang Hai, meanwhile, smiled as he poured himself another cup of tea. He downed the slightly cool liquid in one gulp. I said it before, as a Chinese citizen, the prosperity of China is everyone's responsibility. The nuclear industry group is a military enterprise of China. Since they require uranium ore, selling mines to Mr. Wang is certainly no problem. Selling it to anyone is selling it anyway. Chapter 85, Opening a Branch Office in Apple City. The next steps were straightforward. Of course, this simplicity applies solely to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai gave Fong Li a call, and the rest was naturally handled by Fong Li in coordinating with the uranium mine and the nuclear industry group. Once the partnership was finalized, Wang Chuanfa was overjoyed. At the club entrance, he shook hands and embraced Jiang Hai repeatedly. The once formidable general manager Jiang had transformed into the warmly familiar brother Jiang. Mr. Jiang, that must be Mr. Wang from Huashan Nuclear Industry Group, right? In the car, Lao Jiu suddenly asked Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai glanced at Lao Jiu and smiled. Not bad. You know quite a few people. He. I've seen him on TV before. Old Nine chuckled. Judging by his attitude, Mr. Jiang has definitely made a valuable connection. Oh? What do you mean? Mr. Wang's status is far more than just being the chairman of the nuclear industry group. In fact, the very fact he became chairman of the nuclear industry group speaks to his extraordinary background. Gaining his friendship will bring Mr. Jiang many benefits in the future. Lao Jiu spoke with a hint of implication, ending with a meaningful chuckle. At the very least, incidents like the last one shouldn't happen again. Jiang Hai immediately understood that Lao Jiu was referring to the incident with the Jia family last time. Well then, I've hit the jackpot. Jiang Hai chuckled, but Lao Jiu remained silent, and the car fell quiet once more. Jiang Hai didn't head straight home. Instead, he had crippled drive to Changhua Tower. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Fong Li, who was discussing matters with her subordinates in her office, was startled to see Jiang Hai arrive. She promptly dismissed her staff and personally greeted him. Didn't I just tell you about the uranium mine over the phone? There are some matters that aren't convenient to discuss on the phone, so I decided to come over in person. Yes, Mr. Jiang. I've already given instructions regarding the uranium mine. The handover with Afrika went smoothly too. Starting next month, ore extracted from the mine will be shipped directly to Huaxia's warehouse there. As for the logistics of transportation, we won't need to get involved. When it came to business, Fong Li launched into a detailed report, leaving no stone unturned as she briefed Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai remained silent, waiting patiently until Fong Li finished her entire report before smiling and giving her a thumbs up. Great job, Sister Fong. I knew leaving the company in your hands would be no problem. Hearing Jiang Hai's playful remark, Fong Li first let out a long sigh of relief, then rolled her eyes helplessly and said, but you can't just keep being a hands-off owner forever. You know what? The new hires don't even recognize you as the big boss. So what if they don't? Jiang Hai shrugged indifferently, then his expression turned slightly serious as he said, Sis Fong, I'm here to ask about something else. How's that branch office thing we discussed last time coming along? During his previous visit, Jiang Hai had assigned Fong Li 2 tasks. One was to establish a security company, and the other was to set up overseas branches. Hearing Jiang Hai bring this up, Fong Li paused briefly before replying, We've already set up offices in several major cities domestically. The branch company paperwork is all in process, it's going smoothly. Overseas, it's a bit more complicated. When foreign capital like ours enters overseas markets, foreign countries generally welcome investment rather than directly allowing wholly foreign-owned enterprises. So we're currently stalled at the licensing application stage. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will actively oversee the progress of this matter. If necessary, I'll personally travel abroad to handle it. After hearing Fong Li's words, Jiang Hai nodded once more and said, I understand establishing overseas branches can be challenging. For now, let's avoid overextending ourselves. All right. For now, focus your efforts on the United States. Ideally, establish a branch office in Apple City as soon as possible. Apple City? The financial district? Jiang Hai's choice of Apple City as the target surprised Fong Li, but she quickly caught on. Apple City wasn't just one of the United States super cities, it was also home to the premier financial hub on the entire Blue Star, Wall Street. Jiang Hai wants to establish a branch in Apple City first. Could his target be Financial Street? Truthfully, Fong Li had always believed that for someone like Jiang Hai, who controlled massive capital flows, the most suitable direction was precisely this realm of finance and securities. So if Jiang Hai truly intended to storm into Wall Street and make waves, Fong Li wouldn't find it strange at all. Jiang Hai offered no further explanation, merely instructing Fong Li to proceed promptly. Should any funding issues arise, she was to speak up immediately. Having grown accustomed to her new boss's habit of throwing money around, Fong Li didn't hesitate. Leaving the company and sitting in the car, Jiang Hai's lips curved into a faint smile. His directive for Fong to prioritize establishing the Apple City branch wasn't driven by any interest in Financial Street. It was because of the intelligence he just received from Wang Chuanfa. While Lord Sick Corporation's ostensible headquarters were in DC, its true nerve center was in Apple City. Though Jiang Hai hadn't yet devised a plan to deal with Lord Sick Corporation, establishing a branch in Apple City was like planting a stake deep within enemy territory. It would surely prove useful in the future. While Jiang Hai was plotting against Lord Sick Corporation in the Magic City, across the vast ocean in Apple City, United States, several core members of Lord Sick Corporation were engaged in a heated discussion. This is a declaration of war. An absolute declaration of war. No matter who the opponent is, we absolutely cannot let this slide. We must respond. Otherwise, Lord Sick will become the biggest laughingstock on Blue Star. Several elderly white men sat around a large conference table, pounding the surface and roaring at each other. These men were the core members of Lord Sick Corporation, holding absolute control over the company. And these men happened to be full brothers, born of the same mother. In truth, Lord Sick Corporation was indeed a family business, and Lord Sick was the family name. Crucially, the Lord Sick family ranks among the wealthiest Jewish families on Blue Star. However, despite their Jewish heritage, the entire family held American citizenship and had not taken Israeli nationality. Even so, the Lord Sick family's overt and covert contributions to Judah are undeniably immense. It can be said that Judah's current formidable national strength is absolutely inseparable from the Lord Hick family's support. As one of Blue Star's titans, the Lord Sick family has always occupied the highest echelons of human society. Yet recently, the Lord Sick family faced a provocation. A shipment of military supplies they sent to Hispani was destroyed by local pirates. They were the ones who bullied others. When did anyone dare to bully the Lord Sick family itself? Chapter 86. The Lord Hick family has no shortage of enemies. Pirates? When did pirates become bold enough to attack Lord Sick Company's ships? When the news first reached them, the elders could scarcely believe their ears. Even pirates from the Hispani region had to purchase arms from their company. How dare they attack the company's ships? This was an absolute joke. No wonder the elders were furious. Infringing on the company's interests was one thing, but treating them like fools? How could they tolerate that? Enough! The voice wasn't loud, but it was effective, instantly silencing all the arguing. The elders turned their heads to look toward the head of the conference table, the oldest man in the entire room. Several age spots stood out starkly against his pallid skin, while his sparse white hair was neatly combed back. His eyes were nearly hidden beneath drooping eyelids, yet the occasional flash of icy glare sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Reuben Lord Sick, the current head of the Lord Sick family. Reuben's cloudy pupils swept across the room as he spoke slowly and deliberately. The Lord Sick family has never lacked enemies. Knowing who your enemies are is what truly matters. You all cry out for vengeance, but do you even know whom to seek vengeance from? As soon as Reuben finished speaking, the elders all froze. After a long pause, someone stammered, "It happened in the Hispani Sea. We should seek out the Hispani government forces." "I think it's DuPont. They're trying to steal our business in Latin America." "Could it be HK? Those Hans aren't good people." Several elders voiced their theories, but quickly fell silent again when they caught Reuben's cold, mocking gaze fixed on them. That look, as if he were staring at a bunch of idiots. "Humph. Fools." Reuben made no effort to hide his contempt, snorting coldly before turning to nod at the young, beautiful blonde beside him. The beauty, seemingly already briefed by Reuben, immediately understood and picked up a remote control, pressing a button. The next moment, the large screen in the conference room came to life. After a brief startup sequence, a bird's-eye view photograph appeared before everyone. This was satellite imagery captured on the day of the incident. The attackers of the company cruise ship were these 14 destroyers. Their positions were outlined in red on the image. Listening to the young woman's explanation, the elders showed no surprise whatsoever. They had already seen this photograph long ago. The 14 destroyers bore no identifying markings whatsoever, making it impossible to discern which side's fleet they belonged to. They didn't know why Reuben had them look at this photo, but they dared not speak up, only staring obediently at Reuben. The blonde beauty smiled and nodded to Reuben before manipulating the remote control. The next moment, the photo suddenly enlarged. What had been a tiny black dot of a destroyer now filled the entire screen. However, this magnification caused the photo's pixels to become blurred and distorted, turning the entire image into a mass of mosaic patterns. The original photo's resolution simply couldn't withstand such extreme magnification. But luckily, we have our newly developed restoration feature. The blonde woman pressed the remote control with a smile, and immediately the mosaic on the photo began to dissolve bit by bit. Before long, the image regained its clarity, revealing every detail with sharp definition. Although the faces of the people on the deck remained indistinct, their basic features were clearly visible. This time, without needing Reuben's prompting, the elders quickly spotted the issue and gasped in unison. These people were Asian? Chinese? Or Koreans? It could also be South Korean and North Korean. If there were only 1 or 2 Asians on deck, they wouldn't bat an eye, but when the entire deck is filled with Asians, that speaks volumes. Especially in a predominantly black country like Hispania. This many Asians appearing here is absolutely not a normal occurrence. Ruben slowly placed his hand on the table and tapped the surface lightly with his fingers. That faint sound instantly silenced everyone once more. I've already sent people to investigate. Within the entire territory of Hispania, there's only one group with this many Asians, the Sunju gang in Benito. Moreover, on the day of the incident, a large number of Sanju gang members went missing. They didn't return until the next day. Ruben's words left no room for doubt. The gang responsible for attacking Lord Shik's cruise ship was none other than the Three Stem gang. Yet even this conclusion left the elders in disbelief. A gang? Local gangsters? This is simply too unbelievable. Exactly. How could gangsters dare attack a Lord Shik Corporation ship? Besides, where did they even get a destroyer? Snap. The sound of fingers tapping the table once again silenced all the murmurs of doubt. Ruben continued in his slow, deliberate tone. Over the past 6 months, the Sunju gang suddenly received massive arms shipments, propelling them to become Bonnet's top gang. In fact, their weaponry is even more formidable than the local government forces. This indicates that behind the Three Branches gang, there must be a formidable arms dealer pulling the strings. Though their origins remain unknown, the Three Roots gang presents an excellent breakthrough point. As Ruben finished speaking, the elders nodded in unison. Given Ruben's standing, even if he claimed his farts smelled sweet, no one would dare disagree. And his analysis now made perfect sense. Let Felix handle it. He's been in charge of the Hispania side all along. Yes. With Ruben's decision made, the others naturally had no objections, nodding in agreement. After making the decision, Ruben's eyelids lifted slightly, his gaze turning cold as he stared ahead. Lodhik never lacks enemies. Because Lodhik always manages to eliminate them. No matter who they are. Brother Jiang Hai. I need your help. Salam's distinctive voice boomed from the phone, nearly deafening Jiang Hai. But Jiang Hai didn't respond immediately. He merely acknowledged the call before lifting his head to glance at Ulung and Lao Jiu beside him. This was the VIP reception room of the sales office. Jiang Hai had set his sights on a property here and intended to buy a new home. With Jiang Hai's financial standing, gaining VIP access was no problem. Catching Jiang Hai's glance, Ulung and Lao Jiu, though saying nothing, were sharp enough to immediately stand and leave the room. With the entire lounge now empty except for Jiang Hai, he finally picked up his phone and said, "Your Majesty, your friend stands ready to serve you at any time." He knew Salam loved this kind of playful banter. But today, Salam clearly had no interest in bantering. He bellowed, "Brother Jiang Hai. I need Big Ivan. Get me Big Ivan. Money is no object. Immediately. I need him now." Chapter 87, Salam goes all out. Big Ivan? Has His Majesty the Great King lost his mind? Jiang Hai felt utterly baffled, yet he patiently listened as Salam explained. Only after Salam explained the entire situation did Jiang Hai finally grasp what was happening. Salam wanted to establish a nation. Jiang Hai had known this ambition since their first meeting. But founding a nation was no small matter. Especially in a place like Africa, where chiefs like Salam were countless. If every chieftain sought to establish their own nation, Africa would have descended into chaos long ago. Of course, things weren't exactly peaceful now, but at least some essential order remained. Salam was no ordinary chieftain. Even among the dozens of surrounding tribes, he was considered wealthy. With wealth comes the ability to recruit soldiers and horses, to expand his influence. He could even swallow up the smaller tribes around him. It was precisely this capability that fueled Salam's ambition to establish his own kingdom. Jiang Hai didn't pry into these matters. Salam revealed them all during their casual chats. Originally, though Salam possessed wealth and manpower, he lacked sufficient weaponry and equipment. But after meeting Jiang Hai and conducting several transactions, Salam had become well-armed and well-mounted. By last week's phone call, Salam had already annexed 7 surrounding tribes, becoming a significant local power. From this perspective, Salam's nation-building venture seemed to be thriving, with little cause for concern. But the trouble struck this week. To be precise, it happened 3 days ago. Adjacent to Salam's sphere of influence lay Ivory. Although Salam had expanded rapidly, it hadn't done so recklessly, at least not to the point of infringing on Ivory's interests. Logically, Salam's statehood should pose no conflict of interest with Ivory. Yet just 3 days ago, Ivory suddenly issued a diplomatic statement demanding that Salam return the territories of several tribes it had previously annexed and prohibiting Salam from submitting its application for statehood. Salam, which had already prepared for statehood, was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Over the past 3 days, Salam has exhausted every possible channel to communicate with Ivory. They exhausted every possible avenue, but Ivory remained unyielding, adamantly refusing to allow Salam's statehood. This time, Salam was furious, which explained his frenzied reaction the moment the phone call connected. After learning the details, Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, forming some suspicions. Though Salam was usually loud and boisterous, he wasn't careless. After all, he had become the chieftain and had advanced the nation-building process to this stage. He claimed all the necessary connections had been secured beforehand, so there shouldn't have been any issues. But just as the Declaration of Independence was about to be announced, this sudden upheaval occurred. There was definitely something unusual going on. Ivory Nation? Jiang Hai hadn't researched this nation extensively, so he couldn't make a quick judgment. Big Ivan absolutely couldn't be sold to Salam. Given Salam's current temper, if Big Ivan were sold to him, he'd likely toss it aside the very next day. Salam. Hold your horses. I don't think this is as straightforward as it seems. Jiang Hai first calmed Salam's emotions before continuing. If you truly need Ivan the Great, I can certainly sell him to you. But you need to think it through. Does your current situation genuinely require Ivan the Great to resolve it? Or rather, if you do use Big Ivan, will it truly resolve the problem? Are you certain things won't just get worse? Under Jiang Hai's persuasion, Salam's emotions gradually calmed down. Salam hadn't genuinely intended to use Big Ivan to bomb Ivory. His earlier outburst had merely been a momentary venting of rage. As he regained his composure, Salam spoke in a subdued tone. All right, brother, tell me, what should we do? First, I think we need to figure out why Ivory is making things difficult for you at this critical juncture. Salam actually asking him for advice left Jiang Hai feeling both amused and exasperated. He was just an arms dealer, not Salam's strategic advisor. But considering their friendship, Jiang Hai offered his advice. If Ivory is dead set on blocking your nation building, forcing it through will only invite endless trouble down the road. Better to resolve this matter before establishing the nation. Eliminate the looming threat. Jiang Hai's counsel was indeed that of a seasoned strategist. Salam fell silent for a moment, then asked, seemingly reluctant, are you suggesting we just let this matter drop? Jiang Hai pondered for a moment, realizing that Salam certainly couldn't just swallow this humiliation without a fight. That would only make the other side think Salam was easy to bully. Even if peace talks were held in the future, it would only embolden the other side to push their advantage further. Therefore, a firm stance was absolutely necessary. Salam, I've got some excellent new merchandise here. Care to take a look? If you like them, I can rent you some to make a grand entrance. Rent? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Salam froze for a moment before shouting loudly, rent? What does that mean? When did His Majesty the Great King Salam ever rent anything? If there's good new stock, I'll just buy it outright. I've got the means to do it. Salam's boastful tone instantly silenced Jiang Hai. After a long pause, Jiang Hai finally spoke slowly, a barricade-type electromagnetic cannon. Range, 2,000 kilometers. Single-shot yield, 8,000 tons of TNT equivalent. Price, 430 billion Huaxia currency. Your Majesty, the Great King Salam, are you certain you wish to purchase this? Whoa! Salam on the other end of the line couldn't help but gasp. It was unclear whether his astonishment stemmed from the weapon's destructive power or its staggering price tag. Or perhaps both. Ahem. So, how much would it cost to rent? Rental is 10 million a day. If you rent it for a full month, we'll throw in 3 rounds of ammunition. After Jiang Hai quoted the price, Salam gasped again. What? Custom-made shells included? What happens when those 3 shells are gone? Jiang Hai chuckled, shrugged his shoulders, and said matter-of-factly, then it's just a decorative piece. 10 million a day, rented for a month, that's 300 million. 300 million for just 3 shells? That really is extravagant. Even a big spender like Salam was startled, hesitating to place the order. Oh, forgot to mention. Back when the US dropped Big Ivan on the Footbasin, its explosive power was equivalent to 150,000 tons of TNT. Meaning a single electromagnetic cannon blast packs half the punch of Big Ivan. Holy! I'm renting it. I'll take 10 of these things. Jiang Hai was startled too. Salam had just shouted those 2 words in the national treasure, the Chinese language. And it sounded dead authentic. Chapter 88. Backed into a corner, one finds a way out. A deafening roar echoed across the African savanna. The very earth of Africa trembled. Countless wild animals fled in panic, as if facing the apocalypse. And this explosion caused the entire Blue Star to take notice. In an instant, every nation, organization, and power shifted their focus to the African savanna. Just as everyone assumed another madman like Kadazo had emerged. A small chieftain issued a statement to the international community. It was merely a new type of weapon recently developed by their tribe. And since this new weapon was not a Big Ivan, it did not violate the UN General Assembly or any international anti-Big Ivan treaties. A new weapon? Not Big Ivan? Upon hearing the chieftain's declaration, the entire Blue Star went wild. The first reaction from every nation was disbelief. You're telling me that explosion of such immense power wasn't caused by Big Ivan? Do you really think we're fools? Led by the United States, numerous nations immediately stormed the UN General Assembly, demanding a nuclear threat investigation into the tribe. But the tribe's chief outright refused and deployed troops around their territory. According to the chief, his tribe was not a member state of the UN General Assembly, and the assembly had no authority to conduct any investigation into their affairs. Naturally, this excuse was not accepted by the United States and its allies. Moreover, the more the chief refused, the more the United States became convinced that the tribe was indeed using the Big Ivan. So the United States rallied other African nations, directly encircling the tribe's territory with an airlock, clearly intending to force an investigation. But they hesitated, mindful that the tribe might genuinely possess the Big Ivan. If they pushed too hard and the tribe lost control of it, the consequences would be catastrophic. In an instant, this stretch of African savanna became the focal point of the entire Blue Star. Even the previously war-torn regions of the Caucasus grew quieter, wary of the nuclear conflict that could erupt at any moment. So, wasn't I right when I advised you earlier? If we'd actually sold Big Ivan to you, there'd be no way to clean up that mess. Jiang Hai leaned back in his hammock chair, basking in the gentle breeze on the balcony. Phone in hand, he delivered his sarcastic remarks with an air of pure contentment. On the other end of the line, Salam was far from sharing Jiang Hai's good mood. What do we do now? Brother Jiang Hai. The entire African continent is watching me. If this keeps up, even the United States will come knocking. My forces can't hold them back. Salam's once arrogant demeanor from the TV news was nowhere to be seen. His voice even trembled with the edge of tears. There was no other way. He was genuinely terrified. He wasn't the fearless Colonel Ka from back in the day, daring to take on the 5 elders single-handedly. Forget founding a nation, one misstep now, and the entire tribe would be finished. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. You don't have Big Ivan to protect you. Why fear their investigation? Now we can proceed with phase 2. Jiang Hai took a gulp of his drink, while Salam asked in confusion, the second phase? What plan? You still have 2 shells left, right? Fire both of them. Ah. Jiang Hai's suggestion startled Salam so much he nearly dropped his phone. Fire them? Could it be, we're really going to war? No, that's impossible. With my limited forces, I can't possibly defeat the United States. Salam was so terrified he could barely speak, stammering like he was about to kneel before Jiang Hai. Seeing Salam's pathetic state, Jiang Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who was it back then, constantly shouting about abandoning the great Ivan? And now this is the courage he shows? Relax. Just like last time, find a deserted spot and fire away. After firing these 2 shells, I'll help you retrieve the railgun. Then you can hand it over for inspection. As we Chinese say, this is called putting yourself in a desperate situation to find a way out. But there's one crucial thing you must remember: under no circumstances should you let the United States inspect it alone. Otherwise, even if it's fake, they'll make it look real. This kind of twisting black into white, calling a deer a horse, it's not the first time that certain country has pulled such stunts. Then, what should we do? The one making the most noise right now is the United States, isn't it? Even if I refuse, the United States will force their way in. Salam was now completely panicked, utterly at a loss. No wonder besides that old General Kata, anyone targeted by the entire Blue Star would panic. Jiang Hai's eyes darted around as an idea formed. Do as I say first. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Hai patted Salam reassuringly on the chest. Salam had no other choice at this moment. All his hopes now rested on Jiang Hai. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai didn't immediately do anything else. Instead, he remained seated in the hammock, his phone tapping intermittently against his thigh. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Hai finally narrowed his eyes and dialed a number on his phone. Hello? Is this Brother Wang? Ha. The situation in Africa was escalating rapidly. No one could have imagined that in such dire straits, the chief would be so audacious as to trigger 2 more explosions. The massive explosions sent shockwaves across the entire Blue Star. Although both explosions were triggered in uninhabited areas, the sheer magnitude and intense shockwaves made it impossible to believe they weren't the work of Big Ivan. Soon enough, the United States flew into a rage. They directly submitted a resolution to the UN General Assembly, demanding the chieftain's immediate arrest on charges of crimes against humanity and war crimes. The United States began mobilizing troops, with all military bases near Africa springing into action. This was a forced occupation. The US spokesperson even declared, if the tribe continued to resist, the United States would not hesitate to unleash the might of Big Ivan to impose sanctions. No one doubted the United States was joking. For in the annals of human warfare, the only time Big Ivan was ever truly deployed as a weapon of war was when the United States unleashed it. And just when everyone thought war was imminent, the situation took a complete 180-degree turn. To prove the innocence of our tribe, I, Salamsia Acti Ialam, as the sole chieftain monarch of the Kingdom of Niamia, I willingly submit to inspection by the United Nations and all nations of Blue Star. I hereby invite the 5 great elder nations to dispatch investigative teams to conduct inspections within my territories. Within the territory of the Kingdom of Niamia, there has absolutely never been any use of the great Ivan. Watching Salam's impassioned speech at the press conference, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he held his phone and said to Wang Chuanfa on the other end, "Brother Wang, rest assured. As long as the inspection is fair and impartial, there will absolutely be no issues." No issues is good. Rest assured, the lead investigator from China on this mission is our group's chief technical director. With him present, there won't be a chance for anyone to frame someone else. Chapter 89, Showdown. The affair unfolded with great fanfare, yet concluded with surprising simplicity. Whether the Nyamia tribe possessed the Big Ivan was actually quite easy to verify. To put it simply, the 3 explosion sites alone would reveal the truth. If Big Ivan had detonated them, they would undoubtedly leave traces of extremely high nuclear radiation. Such traces were impossible to conceal. Yet the investigation team from the UN's Five Elders organization spent 3 months combing the grasslands and found not a single trace of nuclear radiation. This proves beyond doubt that the 3 massive explosions in Nyamia were not caused by the Big Ivan. As for the cause of these 3 explosions, Salam had his own explanation. The new weapon independently developed by the highly paid weapons expert he hired suffered an accident during the 3rd test, obliterating himself, the new weapon, and all the development data. Well, that was that no witnesses left to tell the tale. Even if the United States wanted to fabricate evidence out of thin air, with experts from China and Russia watching closely, they couldn't pull off any tricks and had to abandon the idea. Ultimately, the entire affair was framed as a group of mad scientists deceiving the trusting, honest chieftain into conducting reckless weapons experiments on the African savannah, experiments that ended in failure, bringing upon themselves the consequences of their folly. As for Salam, he was just an honest man who got deceived. Who could possibly fault an honest man? Subsequently, Salam formally submitted an application to the United Nations General Assembly, expressing his desire to establish the Kingdom of Nyamia and seeking admission to the UN. China, meanwhile, directly offered to serve as the Kingdom of Nyamia's sponsor. Thus, the establishment of the Kingdom of Nyamia seemed an absolute certainty. So, big thanks to Brother Wang for his help this time. Jiang Hai sat in the hammock, swaying gently, utterly at ease. He had grown increasingly fond of this hammock lately. To be precise, it was the hammock on the balcony of his new home. This was the standalone villa Jiang Hai had recently purchased. 3 stories above ground, plus 2 basement levels, the property alone covered 200 square meters. Even with the current downturn in the real estate market, this villa had cost Jiang Hai nearly 60 million yuan. It must be said, such a large sum of money was well spent. The sunlight and view from the balcony alone were enough to lift Jiang Hai's spirits. So when Jiang Hai called Wang Chuanfa just now, a contented smile never left his face. Ha ha. No problem at all. This time, we've truly benefited each other. Brother Jiang, this weapon we acquired from Nyamia is nothing short of extraordinary. I've halted all R&D projects across the group and reassigned every top researcher to focus solely on studying this weapon. I have a feeling that if we succeed in this research, China's weapons manufacturing capabilities will advance by at least 20 years. Wang Chuanfa's voice brimmed with excitement and enthusiasm. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Jiang Hai hung up the phone. He looked up at the greenery outside the balcony, his face beaming with a smile. This time, China stepped in to assist Salam, even providing significant support for Salam's nation-building efforts. Of course, it wasn't solely due to Jiang Hai's influence. Jiang Hai's influence wasn't that extensive. The real reason China agreed to intervene was because Jiang Hai had gifted them that Abaraga-type electromagnetic cannon. That's right. Jiang Hai had purchased the railgun at the internal price. Even at an internal price, it wasn't cheap. It cost Jiang Hai a whopping 80 billion huaxia currency. But such an investment was well worth it. China's intervention perfectly resolved Salam's crisis. Not only did it help Salam overcome Ivory's obstruction, but it also successfully secured approval for nationhood. Given the close relationship Salam and China now share, it's easy to imagine the nation-building process will proceed smoothly from here on out. Moreover, through Wang Chuanfa, Jiang Hai learned the true reason behind Ivory's sudden obstruction of Salam. The truth was quite simple. Ivory's sudden change of heart and harassment of Salam stemmed from Jiang Hai's earlier sale of uranium mines to China. Though Ivory hailed from Africa, it was a nation closely aligned with the United States. Both domestically and internationally, Ivory Coast looked to the United States for guidance. Earlier, Jiang Hai had decided to sell all the mined uranium to China. This move had thoroughly angered the United States. The United States didn't care that the mining rights for the uranium deposits already belonged to Jiang Hai. They solely blamed Salam for refusing to sell the uranium to them, thus harboring resentment toward him. Under the United States' direction, this is precisely why Ivory Coast was able to create difficulties for Salam earlier. It must be said, the United States really is a bit petty. Regardless, this matter has been temporarily resolved. The United States will undoubtedly seek trouble with Salam and Nyamia in the future. When that time comes, we'll just have to play it by ear. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai slowly rose from the hammock chair, turned around, and looked toward the living room area inside the house. Several people were waiting there, led by none other than Uncle One, whom he hadn't seen in days. My apologies, Uncle One. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Jiang Hai's first move upon entering was to apologize to Uncle One. They had been discussing matters when Wang Chuanhua called, so Jiang Hai had stepped away to take the call. Now that the call was over, it was time to resume their earlier discussion. So, Mr. Jiang, you no longer wish to hire us? Uncle Wen's expression remained calm, even carrying a faint smile. His eyes fixed on Jiang Hai as he asked slowly, could it be we've done something wrong? No. Jiang Hai hastily waved his hands, smiling as he said, in terms of professional bodyguard skills, Uncle Wen, your team is absolutely beyond reproach. But it's precisely because of that professionalism that I've made this decision. Oh? Jiang Hai's response piqued Uncle Wen's curiosity and confusion. A Lang beside him remained impassive, while Lao Jiu wore an equally puzzled expression. As for the lame one, he wore a distinctly unhappy expression, muttering to himself under his breath. Beyond these three, several others stood behind Uncle Wen, their faces equally puzzled as they watched Jiang Hai. Uncle Wen tilted his head slightly, then finally asked, Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid I don't quite understand your explanation. Oh, it's actually quite simple. Jiang Hai's smile grew even brighter as he squinted his eyes and chuckled. First, the security company I founded has trained a qualified team of security personnel. They will take over responsibility for my safety from you. Though they might not match your expertise in the short term, they need plenty of practice to grow, right? As he spoke, Jiang Hai glanced at the burly men standing in the corners of the living room, dining room, and entryway, all wearing sunglasses and black suits. These were all employees trained by the security company he had established. Jiang Hai had originally established this security firm to protect himself and his family. Therefore, passing the rigorous training of this security firm meant they were far from ordinary guards. After just a few days of interaction, Jiang Hai was thoroughly impressed with these security personnel. Uncle Wen and the others also glanced at the security personnel. They knew about Jiang Hai's security company and were aware that these guards had been assigned to him. But they never imagined that one day, they would be replaced by these novices. Chapter 90, The Distress Call. Mr. Jiang, I believe that given time, they will perform exceptionally well. Uncle Wen didn't take offense at Jiang Hai's words. Instead, he maintained his smile and replied, but at least in the short term, they can't fully guarantee your safety. No. Jiang Hai raised his index finger and waved it back and forth at Uncle Wen. The proof is right here, even you guys can't fully guarantee my safety, right? Jiang Hai was referring to the previous attack he had suffered. This incident occurred after Uncle Wen and his team had already taken over Jiang Hai's security duties. Though ultimately, it was thanks to a Lang's protection that Jiang Hai narrowly escaped. But both Jiang Hai and Old Li had been in a car accident. To say Uncle Wen and his team hadn't done their job properly would be accurate. Jiang Hai hadn't pursued the matter at the time, and Uncle Wen and his team clearly hadn't anticipated him suddenly bringing it up now. This left them all silent. After a long pause, Uncle Wen slowly nodded and said, I admit, that was indeed our mistake. Wait. No. Jiang Hai raised his index finger again, wiggling it back and forth as he smiled. Let me be perfectly clear, that wasn't a mistake. Sure, Haiyu, right? Jiang Hai's sudden mention of that name made Uncle Wen and the others' eyes flash with a sharp gleam. Sure, Haiyu was a notorious gangster in the Northwest region and the mastermind behind the attack on Jiang Hai. But after Jiang Hai was attacked, Uncle Wen immediately took care of the matter. That thug Sure Haiyu had already been executed by firing squad. Jiang Hai's sudden mention of this name made Uncle Wen and the others sense something was off. Nevertheless, they all tacitly kept their mouths shut, even the usually grumbling cripple was no exception. Jiang Hai was entirely unsurprised by Uncle Wen and the others' reaction. Smiling, he continued, according to your earlier investigation findings, this Sure Haiyu was the mastermind behind the last attack on me, right? TSK. While it's true the bastard was thoroughly depraved and deserved his fate, but to be saddled with such a heavy charge right before his death, it really is a bit unfair. As soon as Jiang Hai finished his last sentence, Uncle Wen and the others' expressions changed instantly. The next moment, the lame one was already itching to act, and Old Nine had even reached for his waist. At that very moment, the other security personnel in the room sprang into action. With a clatter, all the guards drew their pistols, barrels trained on Uncle Wen and his group. Not only the guards originally stationed in the living room and entranceway, but also 2 or 3 dozen others burst out from inner rooms and upstairs downstairs, simultaneously brandishing submachine guns. The infrared sights on their weapons were locked onto vital points on Uncle Wen and his companions. Uncle Wen and his companions turned to glance at the security personnel. Their eyes fell upon the firearms in their hands, and expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. This was China. How could these security personnel possess such firearms? Mr. Jiang, what's the meaning of this? Uncle Wen remained silent, while Old Nine grabbed the cripple, who was about to retaliate, and stared at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai smiled and replied, nothing much. I just don't want my every move to end up as someone's report on their desk. Lao Jiu was speechless. After about half a minute, Uncle Wen suddenly sighed deeply and said, "Mr. Jiang, you really are formidable. You figured it out after all. Truthfully, I should have known sooner. After all, your timing was far too coincidental." Jiang Hai shook his head and waved his hand at the security personnel standing at the ready. In the next instant, the guards swiftly holstered their weapons and vanished without a trace in under 30 seconds. The moment I noticed someone tailing me, Oldly helped me find your exceptional security team. Of course, I know Oldly couldn't possibly have known. When I hired him, I had already thoroughly investigated his background. This only underscores how capable your team is. To gain Oldly's trust so effortlessly and successfully have him introduce you to me. That's not something just any security team could pull off. As for this so-called martial arts sect you mentioned, utterly ridiculous. Your true origins must be. But before he could finish, Jiang Hai raised his index finger and pointed straight upward. Uncle Wen and the others fell silent once more at Jiang Hai's analysis. After a long pause, Uncle Wen spoke again, but the rough and tumble aura of the martial world had vanished from him. Instead, he stood ramrod straight with a stern expression, resembling a veteran soldier trained for years in the military. Since General Jiang already knows, hiding it any longer is futile. With Mr. Jiang having uncovered our operation, our mission is utterly compromised. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we will depart immediately and will not trouble you further. With that, Uncle Wen sprang to his feet and turned to head out the door. With Uncle Wen leading the way, the others followed closely behind. Only Lao Jiao lingered behind, giving Jiang Hai a final nod and a smile. Watching Uncle Wen and his group depart, Jiang Hai exhaled a long breath of relief. One matter was finally off his mind. Uncle Wen and his group were clearly no ordinary visitors. Jiang Hai could only vaguely guess they were connected to the authorities. But exactly which department? That, Jiang Hai didn't know. As for why they had appeared in his life, Jiang Hai suspected it began when a large sum of money suddenly appeared in his account, drawing the attention of the authorities. Looking back now, he realized how naive he had been before. He had truly believed that the system handling the cleanup would grant him peace of mind. The system could indeed conceal the source of funds in his account. But that didn't mean everyone was blind. Such a massive sum deposited into an ordinary office worker's account without any explanation? Frankly, Jiang Hai was lucky he wasn't immediately arrested by the authorities back then. Now, as Jiang Hai's relationship with Wang Chuanfa deepens, especially after donating that electromagnetic cannon to the state, he's essentially donned a yellow vest himself. As long as he stops pulling any shady stunts, the authorities probably won't target him too aggressively anymore. Of course, the investigations that need to happen will still proceed. After all, he harbors too many secrets for them to pretend they're blind to it all. It's just that future investigative methods won't be as aggressive as before. Just as Jiang Hai exhaled a long sigh of relief at having resolved one matter, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced down to see it was Shui from the Sanju gang. They hadn't been in contact since they sank Lordshick Corporation's cruise ship together last time. This call today, was he short on ammunition again? With that thought, he answered the call. Before he could speak, a panicked voice burst through the line. Sir! Sir! Save us! Save us! Chapter 91, Turning Defeat into Victory, Go! Grandpa! How are you? In the pitch-black warehouse, Shui helped Old Wu sit back against the wall. The old man now bore none of the imposing authority and domineering presence he'd commanded as head of the Sanju gang. His disheveled white hair, pallid complexion, and splotches of blood staining his face spoke volumes. After leaning back against the ground, Old Wu's face softened slightly, though his brow remained furrowed. One hand was supported by Shui, while the other clutched his abdomen. Blood flowed steadily through his fingers, staining his entire hand crimson. Even so, Old Wu shook his head gently and said to Shui, I'm fine. Don't worry. Shui wasn't so easily fooled. From the old man's complexion, he could tell his grandfather was in bad shape. Grandpa! Don't worry, I've already given the phone to Fu. He'll call that gentleman. As long as we can reach that gentleman, we'll be saved. As Shui spoke, his voice grew unconsciously heavier, as if these words were meant not only for Old Wu but also for himself. Old Wu understood his grandson well. He forced a faint smile and replied, Machem, I know. Shui. Shui. Several Sanju gang members burst in, assault rifles raised, their clothes splattered with blood. They rushed to Shui's side, gasping for breath as they shouted, Brother Shui. Those damn S are about to break through. Hold the line. This is our last defense. Tell the brothers to hold them off at all costs. Yes. Though Shui offered no specific instructions, the members immediately shouted in unison and hurried out of the warehouse. Watching his men depart, Shui's expression darkened like storm clouds. This had all happened too suddenly, catching them completely off guard. The Sanju gang, which had been in such a favorable position, had now been driven to the brink of ruin in just half a day. Was this the gap between a gang and a national government? Shui clenched his jaw in frustration. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Shui. Old Wu called out beside him. Shui immediately turned around and crouched before the old man. Old Wu's face had grown even paler, and his breathing had grown faint. Seeing Old Wu like this, Shui was speechless, for he knew his grandfather wouldn't last much longer. Seems I arrived just in time. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Shui. He reacted instantly. He spun around swiftly, drew the pistol from his waist, and aimed it toward the source of the voice, his finger poised on the trigger. But the next moment, recognizing the figure, Shui's face lit up with both shock and joy. He immediately lowered his gun and exclaimed, "Sir! You came?" Jiang Hai glanced at the injured Old Wu, then at Shui, and smiled faintly. "You've made quite a mess of things. Is it really that serious?" The Three Roots Gang was already the largest syndicate in Bonnet, with influence that could even be said to control the entire city. For Old Wu and Shui grandfather and grandson to end up like this, something truly major must have happened. Earlier, Jiang Hai had only received a call from Shui's phone, learning that the Three Roots Gang had been attacked. But the specifics remained unclear, so he'd rushed over immediately. To save Shui, Jiang Hai didn't even bother concealing the system's capabilities, teleporting here directly through it. Of course, he exploited a system glitch, using the pretext of conducting a transaction to access its functions. Otherwise, no matter how urgent his situation, the system wouldn't have assisted him. Shui didn't question how Jiang Hai had suddenly appeared in the warehouse. His arrival finally reignited hope in their despairing hearts. "Sir! It's so good you're here. Please save us. I beg you." "No problem. But at least let me know what's going on?" Jiang Hai had come here specifically to rescue people, so he didn't refuse Shui's plea. But he needed to know exactly what had happened. "It's the government forces." Shui knew the urgency and skipped the details, getting straight to the point. Even as he spoke, his clenched jaw betrayed a deep, seething hatred. "The government forces launched a surprise attack on us. Old Song and Old Yuan were both killed by them. Most of our brothers have been captured by the government forces. Only a small group managed to break through the encirclement with me." Jiang Hai nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, the Spanish government must be involved in leaving the Three Roots Gang in such disarray. More specific details would have to wait until they got through this immediate crisis. Jiang Hai turned his head toward the warehouse entrance. Outside, the sound of intense gunfire erupted, likely the Sanju gang members clashing with their enemies. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai asked again, "How many men do you still have available?" Shui answered without hesitation, "Over 40 men broke through with me originally. After breaking through all the way here, fewer than 20 remain. The battle's still raging outside, no telling how many brothers we've lost." Fine. That's enough. Bring 10 men inside." Upon hearing Shui's answer, Jiang Hai immediately gave his order. Without a moment's hesitation, Shui bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Lu Ping! Lu Ping! Bring 10 men inside. Quick!" With fewer than 20 men total, they still had to face the relentless attacks of countless enemies outside. Dispatching 10 men to the warehouse now was an extremely dangerous decision. Yet neither Shui nor the Sanju gang members outside showed any hesitation. Moments later, 10 Sanju gang members strode swiftly inside. The sudden appearance of an extra person in the warehouse startled the 10 members. Had Shui and Old Wu not appeared perfectly normal, they would likely have opened fire immediately. Jiang Hai wasted no time either. Without even bothering to look around, he simply waved his hand, and a large metal box dropped from the air. This seemingly magical maneuver left everyone utterly stunned. Unconsciously, they all looked up at the ceiling, trying to figure out how that trick had been performed. Jiang Hai offered no explanation. He kicked open the metal box and pulled out a half-meter-long short staff. It was none other than the shop-hole staff he had previously sold to the resistance fighters on Binaxing. Jiang Hai tossed one to each member in turn, then took the last one and demonstrated its operation before them. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the warehouse, obliterating a shipping container in the corner. Glancing at the stunned expressions of Shui, Old Wu, and the others, Jiang Hai tossed the last Shabala staff to Shui. "These 11 shop-hole staffs, consider them my gift to you. With these, turning defeat into victory shouldn't be too hard, right?" Chapter 92, A Fatal Mistake. Shaba staves. For present-day Blue Star, they were absolutely weapons beyond their time. The system's selling price is one piece of obsidian, equivalent to 300 million Huaxia currency. Jiang Hai's internal price was 30 million yuan. Purchasing 11 of them at once was a price Jiang Hai could still afford. Shui immediately led his 10 men out of the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, the fierce battle raged on. With most of their forces diverted, the remaining Triad members were struggling to hold their ground. Outside the warehouse, the area was densely packed with heavily armed black soldiers. As the defensive line at the warehouse entrance began to crumble, the black soldiers started charging out from behind their cover, aiming to break through the defenses in one decisive push. Boom! A sudden deafening explosion erupted, a flash of fire erupting among several black soldiers. The soldiers screamed as they were sent flying into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. This sudden explosion stunned everyone on both sides. The black soldiers who had just charged out of cover were startled and scrambled back behind their cover. At the same time, a Shui emerged from the warehouse with 10 men, each wielding a sapphire staff that resembled a fire poker. That very blast had been fired by Shui. With Shui leading the charge, his 10 men raised their sapphire rods and launched an attack on the enemy ahead. Instantly, the front erupted in flames, with explosions and screams echoing in rapid succession. Though the black soldiers took cover behind barriers, the Shaba staff's destructive force proved overwhelming. Ordinary shelters couldn't withstand the attacks of the Shapol staff. Despite being only 11 sandwave staffs, they sent the opposing army of hundreds reeling in disarray, utterly routed. Those black soldiers had never witnessed such terrifying firepower. Instantly, they scattered in panic, cowering in fear. They didn't even have the courage to stand and flee, let alone mount a counterattack. Just 11 men had managed to suppress hundreds of the enemy? The few Sunju gang members who had been desperately holding the defensive line were utterly dumbfounded. To their eyes, Shui and his comrades wielded their Shabala staffs with the power of a wizard's wand. This was utterly unstoppable. Brother Shui. Helicopters. A nearby Sanju gang member suddenly spotted several armed helicopters approaching at low altitude and urgently shouted the warning. Shui swiftly raised his Shabalo staff, aiming it at one of the helicopters. Whoosh! A pale yellow beam shot forth. The next moment, it struck the helicopter with pinpoint accuracy. With a deafening roar, the helicopter instantly erupted into a massive ball of fire. The remaining helicopters were clearly terrified, frantically turning around to flee. But how could Shui and his crew let these helicopters get away? Earlier, during their desperate breakout, these helicopters had chased them relentlessly, like herding ducks. So many brothers had fallen under the machine gun fire from those helicopters. Shui took aim himself and fired several shots at the helicopters, turning every single one of them into balls of fire mid-air. This sight sent the other Sanju gang members into cheers, their fighting spirit soaring even higher. In stark contrast, the black soldiers across the way were utterly terrified. Seizing the moment while the enemy cheered, they scrambled to their feet and bolted for their lives. Trying to run? You bastards! Take this blast from me. Don't even think about it. I'll blow you all to hell. The humiliation they'd endured earlier was now replaced by pure satisfaction in the hearts of those Sunju gang members. Whether they had Shapolis in hand or not, they all rose and fired wildly at the fleeing black soldiers. After mowing down dozens more, they finally stopped only when Shui shouted to halt. Shui exhaled a long breath, his face finally relaxing. This had all happened in less than 30 minutes. The battle was over. Inside the warehouse. Hearing the cheers in Mandarin outside, Jiang Hai knew who had won the battle. Soon, Shui burst into the warehouse, his face aglow with excitement, leading his men in his wake. Sir! Sir! We won! We won! Not just Shui, the dozen or so men behind him were also ecstatic. They had thought all hope was lost, yet the reversal came so suddenly. Jiang Hai, however, remained calm. A weapon like the Shabul staff might not have been enough to turn the tide if there had been only one or two. But 11 Shabalo staffs appearing out of nowhere delivered a devastating surprise attack. Victory was only natural. Old Wu's condition isn't looking good. You'd better get him to the hospital first. As for the rest, handle it properly and call me afterward. Once this matter is resolved, I think we should sit down and have a proper talk. Though the situation was urgent, they had seen things they shouldn't have. Moving forward, Jiang Hai would likely need to re-evaluate his relationship with the three stem gang. Only then did Shui recall that old Wu was injured. His expression immediately darkened as he crouched beside him. Seeing that old Wu was indeed in bad shape, Shui quickly directed several subordinates to take him to the hospital. As for Jiang Hai's request, Shui nodded repeatedly in agreement. Their earlier defeat had been entirely due to being caught off guard by the enemy. How could the Sanju gang, built over 70 years, crumble so easily? Now that they'd caught their breath, it was time for the Sanju gang to strike back. Jiang Hai didn't linger. After watching Shui and the others depart, he teleported straight back home. Ding dong! System warning! System warning! Host has improperly utilized system auxiliary functions. Should the host again utilize the system improperly, appropriate punishment will be administered. The moment he stepped back into his home, the system's alert sounded in his mind. Jiang Hai instinctively rubbed his head. He'd genuinely forgotten about this matter just now. Originally, as long as he completed a transaction every so often, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the system's rules. Now that the system had issued a warning, Jiang Hai silently reminded himself not to make the same mistake again. He just didn't know what kind of punishment the system was referring to. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an urge to test it out. Ahem! He quickly banished that reckless thought from his mind. Mr. Jiang. At that moment, a voice sounded beside Jiang Hai. It was a security guard. Earlier, to handle the Sanju gang incident, Jiang Hai had temporarily sat on the sofa pretending to rest, instructing the security guards to keep watch. Now that they saw Jiang Hai had woken up, the nearby security guard hurried over to ask a question. These security personnel were all trained by the security company Jiang Hai had established, so their loyalty was beyond question. Jiang Hai first instructed them to maintain vigilance on their own while he sat on the sofa deep in thought. The sudden incident involving the Sanju gang was definitely not a coincidence. Why would the Hispanic government forces suddenly attack the Sanju gang at this moment? Was it simply because the Sanju gang's influence had grown too large? Chapter 93, The Man Behind Uncle One. With his assistance, the Sanju gang had grown so powerful that Benito's government forces could no longer contain them. Therefore, to ensure the government's control over all of Hispania, taking action against the Sanju gang seemed somewhat understandable. But the moment this thought surfaced, Jiang Hai immediately shook his head in denial. He had dealt with Hispania's President Preval before. Given his cowardly nature, if he truly possessed such resolve, he wouldn't have been forced into hiding overseas, too afraid to even return to his own country. But at that warehouse in Benito, Jiang Hai had seen it all with his own eyes. The forces hunting down the Three-Stem gang were indeed Hispania's government troops. No matter how he thought about it, something was seriously off about this situation. Jiang Hai tilted his head, pondering the matter over and over, yet he couldn't make sense of the connections. Just then, the ringtone of the phone resting nearby interrupted his train of thought. Glancing down at the caller ID, Jiang Hai froze for a moment before a smile curved his lips. He answered the call and greeted the voice on the other end with a cheerful shout, "Brother Wang! Brother Jiang, allow me to introduce you to Comrade Zhao Hua, Chief of Staff of the Northwest Military Region of Huaxia. This gentleman is Comrade He Guangyan, Director of the Information Department of the Huaxia Military Headquarters. Gentlemen, I trust one needn't introduce General Jiang Hai to you?" In a private room of a modestly decorated private dining restaurant, Wang Chuanfa enthusiastically introduced everyone to both sides. Jiang Hai smiled and nodded, squinting as he studied the two men before him. Though both held military positions, they were dressed in civilian attire. While not wearing uniforms likely violated military discipline and regulations, special individuals sometimes received special treatment, a circumstance that could be understood. Jiang Hai naturally didn't delve into such matters. After briefly introducing each other's identities, everyone took their seats around the round table. As expected of a group chairman, Wang Chuanfa kept the conversation lively and humorous. With him present, there was little worry that the atmosphere in the private room would become awkward. Jiang Hai knew the purpose of their visit, but he didn't intend to expose them either. He simply played along with Wang Chuanfa, eating, drinking, and chatting cheerfully. Among the two men across from them, Director He Guangyan could also engage in conversation with Jiang Hai and Wang Chuanfa. But the chief of staff named Zhao Hua was different. Sporting the military's signature crew cut, his square face radiated a particularly stern resolve. His eyes, sharp and piercing, never left Jiang Hai, yet his tightly pressed lips remained silent. His silent demeanor clashed sharply with the cheerful atmosphere in the private room. "Chief Staff Officer Zhao, care to offer General Manager Jiang a toast?" Zhao Hua continued to stare at Jiang Hai, seemingly oblivious to how impolite his behavior was. Jiang Hai didn't seem to mind, but Wang Chuanfa felt awkward and blurted out a suggestion to lighten the mood. The moment Wang Chuanfa uttered the words, however, he immediately regretted it. Just by looking at Zhao Hua, one could guess his temperament. He'd had a few too many drinks. Why had he thought to provoke him? Regret was useless now. Wang Chuanfa could only hope Zhao Hua would maintain his aloofness and ignore him completely. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Zhao Hua first glanced at Jiang Hai, then picked up the wineglass before him. He filled it to the brim, stood up straight, and raised it toward Jiang Hai. "Mr. Jiang, for any past offenses, I offer this drink as my apology." Without waiting for Jiang Hai's response, he downed the entire contents of the glass in one gulp. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve before sitting back down stiffly, resuming his previous posture. As if nothing had just happened. But now, the private room fell instantly silent, the atmosphere turning indescribably awkward. Wang Chuanfa stared wide-eyed at Zhao Hua, his face frozen in shock. He Guangyan, however, acted as if he hadn't witnessed anything. He smiled, poured himself another drink, and remained silent. Jiang Hai paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, tilting his head and glancing sideways at Zhao Hua. "I'm afraid I don't quite follow what you're saying, Chief of Staff Zhao. When exactly did Staff Officer Zhao offend me? How come I'm the only one unaware of it?" Zhao Hua's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Hai. After a moment of silence, he said, "Jiang Wan and the others all belong to the Northwest Military District. They infiltrated your inner circle under my orders. The person who orchestrated that attack 6 months ago was also me. I orchestrated that attack precisely to deepen your trust in Jiang Wan and his men. Afterwards, I personally orchestrated the entire affair to pin the blame squarely on Shi Haiyu. In truth, Shi Haiyu had long been under surveillance by local police for his criminal activities. His arrest was merely capitalizing on existing circumstances. Every single detail, all of it was orchestrated by me. If General Manager Jiang wishes to hold someone accountable, he may file a complaint directly with my superiors. I'm prepared to accept any punishment. Jiang Hai delivered these words with righteous indignation. Listening to him, Jiang Hai felt as though he himself had done something wrong, inexplicably moved to admit his own fault. As for what Jiang Hai had just said, Jiang Hai had already guessed most of it beforehand. Earlier that day, Jiang Hai had confronted Uncle Wen and the others. Immediately afterward, Wang Chuanfa had called, saying someone wanted to meet Jiang Hai and had asked him to arrange it. Jiang Hai had immediately guessed it must be someone from Uncle Wen's backers reaching out. Jiang Hai had previously known Uncle Wen was backed by the Chinese government, but with so many departments under the state apparatus, he hadn't known which specific agency had approached him. Now, however, he knew for certain, the man behind Uncle Wen was none other than the Chief of Staff of the Northwest Military District standing before him, Jiang Hai. Of course, this didn't mean the Northwest Military Region was the only one investigating him. After all, besides Jiang Hai, there was also the director of the Information Department present tonight. With that thought, Jiang Hai's gaze shifted away from Jiang Hai and landed on He Guangnian beside him. Ha! Old Zhao, you're making this sound far too serious. Seemingly sensing Jiang Hai's gaze, He Guangnian chuckled softly, no longer feigning ignorance. He first gave Jiang Hai a brief nod with his chin, then met Jiang Hai's gaze directly. General Jiang is a patriot with deep affection for China. So he wouldn't nitpick over such a trivial matter. And complain about you? That's impossible. Oh? Are you starting to morally blackmail me now? Sorry. I'm not a moral person. So don't even try to morally blackmail me. Jiang Hai chuckled, tilting his head and spreading his hands. Director He, you might have misunderstood me. Truth is, I'm not very forgiving and I hold grudges like crazy. To put it bluntly, I'm the kind of person who holds a grudge over the slightest provocation. If someone tries to use their official position to disrupt my normal life, this won't just blow over. Complaints? That's pointless. I'd rather head to the capital, find the relevant authorities, and demand an explanation. Chapter 94, Jiang Hai's acting skills are off the charts. Jiang Hai's determination to escalate the matter significantly dimmed the smile on He Guangnian's face. Jiang Hai's brow furrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Hai, seemingly deep in thought. As for Wang Chuanfa, seeing the tension in the private room escalate, he quickly stood up to play peacemaker. Ha! It's not that serious. Not that serious. No need to take it that far. We've met today, and from now on, we're friends. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. We've become friends today, so we can help each other out in the future. Trying to smooth things over in this tense atmosphere was quite a task for Wang Chuanfa. But Jiang Hai merely glanced at Wang Chuanfa before leaning back, propping his legs up, and watching Jiang Hai and He Guangnian with a look of utter indifference. Jiang Hai and He Guangnian remained equally silent. With both sides locked in this standoff, only Wang Chuanfa grew increasingly awkward. Wang Chuanfa glanced at Jiang Hai's side, then at Jiang Hai and He Guangnian, unsure what to say. After nearly 10 minutes, Wang Chuanfa finally couldn't hold back. He snorted, slammed his wine glass down on the table, and declared, "Look, you two, cut it out. Brother Jiang only came here because of my face. What's the deal? You guys want to throw my reputation under the bus too?" Wang Chuanfa had clearly sided with Jiang Hai. The reason? Naturally, it was the electromagnetic cannon Jiang Hai had gifted Wang Chuanfa earlier. That thing was still being researched in the nuclear industry group's top-tier laboratory. According to the researchers, mastering the technology within that electromagnetic cannon alone could propel China's technological advancement forward by 50 years. So regardless of anything else, Wang Chuanfa would side with Jiang Hai just for the sake of that electromagnetic cannon. Of course, this decision also hinged on the fact that Jiang Hai's side genuinely held the moral high ground. Wang Chuanfa's temper began to flare. He Guangnian and Jiang Hai exchanged a glance. Jiang Hai remained stern-faced, sitting upright and silent, while He Guangnian could only offer a bitter smile. Director Jiang, regarding the previous incident, we were indeed in the wrong. On behalf of our department, I offer our sincere apologies. But please understand the critical importance of our work. He Guangnian also apologized to Jiang Hai, his attitude far more sincere than Jiang Hai's. Seeing He Guangnian soften his stance, Wang Chuanfa quickly turned his head and said to Jiang Hai, "Brother Jiang, please understand. I assure you they harbored no ill will toward you whatsoever. They acted solely out of duty." Since Wang Chuanfa had spoken up, Jiang Hai felt he should at least give Wang Chuanfa some face. He glanced back and forth between Jiang Hai and He Guangnian, then suddenly grinned and said, "We're all just doing our jobs for the country." With those words, Jiang Hai signaled the matter was completely closed. He Guangnian exhaled a long breath, then smiled and raised his glass to toast Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai, however, remained stony-faced, staring impassively at Jiang Hai. After a moment, he abruptly asked, "Mr. Jiang Hai, what exactly is your relationship with the king of the kingdom of Niamia?" The atmosphere, which had just begun to thaw, instantly froze solid again with Jiang Hai's question. Wang Chuanfa and He Guangnian both stared wide-eyed at Zhao Hua, especially Wang Chuanfa. He was practically itching to strangle the guy. He had barely managed to placate Jiang Hai, and now Zhao Hua dared to provoke him? If Jiang Hai blew up later, how on earth would he calm him down? Why were these military men so inconsiderate? Wang Chuanfa immediately turned his head cautiously, glancing toward Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai, however, maintained his smile. He slowly picked up his wineglass, took a sip, then lifted his head to look at Zhao Hua. Why would Chief of Staff Zhao ask that? The king of Niamia has transferred the uranium mining rights to you. There must be a reason behind it, right? Zhao Hua didn't feel he'd caused any major trouble, instead stating his doubts in a matter-of-fact tone. Jiang Hai's smile grew even brighter. It was hardly surprising that someone would target him for this reason. Back then, Salam had transferred the mining rights to his name without prior notice, even going so far as to register them in China. Jiang Hai knew then it would become a major headache. Sure enough, the uranium mine issue later brought a host of troubles. That's why officials like Zhao Hua and He Guangnian had come after him, even deploying Uncle Wen and others to infiltrate his inner circle. Now Zhao Hua wasn't playing coy anymore, confronting Jiang Hai directly. Jiang Hai really needed to think carefully about how to respond. Chief of Staff Zhao, after investigating me for so long, surely you've uncovered something? Why don't you tell me what exactly is my connection to the kingdom of Niamia? Jiang Hai didn't answer directly, instead throwing the question back at Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua frowned, exchanging a glance with He Guangnian. After a moment's thought, Zhao Hua said in a low voice, for nearly a year, you've been in the Magic City. It's impossible for you to have had any contact with the king of Niamia, who is far away in Africa. But as far as I know, you're merely the representative of a mysterious power operating within China. Therefore, the true connection to the king of Niamia must lie with that mysterious force behind you. Zhao Hua's final conclusion was delivered in a tone that lacked certainty, clearly indicating he wasn't entirely confident in his own assessment. Jiang Hai, however, laughed again. This was precisely the reaction he wanted. Well now, I never said anything. Jiang Hai spread his hands, wearing a helpless smile. This only served to solidify Zhao Hua and He Guangnian's suspicions. The two exchanged another glance, silently communicating their thoughts. He Guangnian promptly inquired, Mr. Jiang, what exactly does that mysterious force behind you do? What's their purpose in having you serve as their spokesperson? Besides you, how many other spokespeople like you do they have? How powerful is their organization? Clearly sensing Jiang Hai had softened his stance, He Guangnian was now desperate to extract every scrap of information from him. He fired off a barrage of questions in one breath, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hai, awaiting his answers. Jiang Hai shrugged his shoulders, placed his hands on the dining table, and looked down at his own hands. I know nothing. At first glance, Jiang Hai's response seemed like a flat refusal to He Guangnian's questions. But to Zhao Hua and He Guangnian, it appeared as though Jiang Hai was hiding something, as if he were powerless to act. Zhao Hua's brow furrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. Could it be, this mysterious force intends to harm our nation? No. Jiang Hai lifted his head, waving his index finger back and forth. Chief of Staff Zhao, you've misunderstood. At the very least, my presence here certainly poses no threat to China. Besides, you've witnessed everything I've done. Have you ever seen me act against the nation or against China? Chapter 95, Wang Chuanfa loses his temper. Jiang Hai's barrage of counter-questions left Zhao Hua and He Guangnian momentarily speechless. At that moment, Wang Chuanfa, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. I can vouch for Brother Jiang. Everything Brother Jiang has done has been for the nation and its people. Whether it's selling mined uranium or to China, or donating cutting-edge high-tech weapons to the nation, he has rendered immense service to our nation. If anyone says Brother Jiang harms China, I'm the first to refuse to believe it. Wang Chuanfa pounded his chest in guarantee for Jiang Hai, and Zhao Hua and He Guangnian immediately shut their mouths. Even Zhao Hua knew better than to contradict Wang Chuanfa at this moment. Besides, what Wang Chuanfa said was undeniably true. To say nothing else, they were well aware of the new weapon Jiang Hai had gifted to China. Such a weapon was simply too crucial for Huaxia. Therefore, the mere fact that Jiang Hai had done this was like securing himself a get-out-of-jail-free card. Unless Jiang Hai committed treason or crimes against humanity in the future, no one in Huaxia could touch him. Realizing this truth, Zhao Hua and He Guangnian's gazes toward Jiang Hai now held a hint of apprehension. Jiang Hai smiled, then downed the rest of his wine in one gulp before setting the empty cup on the table. I understand your responsibilities, so indeed, there are many matters I could choose not to pursue. Please convey to your superiors that as a Chinese citizen, I would never do anything to harm China. As for other matters, I cannot disclose the reasons behind them at this time. Therefore, I can only offer my apologies. Jiang Hai's words clearly stated his position while also serving as a declaration to the authorities. I trust Zhao Hua and He Guangnian will convey my meaning to the authorities, who should understand. Going forward, unless something extraordinary happens, they probably won't interfere too much in my life, right? He would still need to travel extensively for business deals. So at least in China, Jiang Hai hoped to live a quieter life. After making his stance clear to the two men, Jiang Hai stood up and turned to Wang Chuanfa. "Brother Wang, I'm afraid I can't hold my liquor well. I'll have to take my leave early." "Ha? Oh, okay. Alright. Brother Jiang, get some good rest when you get back. Get plenty of rest." Wang Chuanfa froze for a moment before quickly catching on, promptly rising to escort Jiang Hai out of the private room. Only Zhao Hua and He Guangnian remained in the private room. After a moment of silence, Zhao Hua looked up at He Guangnian and asked, "Do you believe what he just said? What did he just say? Did he say anything?" He Guangnian shook his head with a wry smile. Zhao Hua froze for a moment too. Recalling Jiang Hai's words, he realized the man hadn't actually revealed any crucial information. At most, he'd made a statement of intent afterward. This caused Zhao Hua's brow to furrow once more as he said in a low voice, "This won't do. If all else fails, I'll arrange for someone to infiltrate his inner circle. This time, if we're extra careful, we'll definitely uncover useful intelligence." "No." No sooner had Zhao Hua voiced his suggestion than He Guangnian shot it down. He Guangnian shook his head. Jiang Hai's earlier stance was crystal clear. He doesn't want us interfering with him. Sending Jiang Wen and the others to infiltrate him earlier already made him very unhappy. If we send more people and he discovers them, the situation could spiral out of control. Don't forget, his current status is no ordinary matter. He Guangnian's reminder only deepened the frown on Zhao Hua's brow. Niamia wouldn't have granted Jiang Hai uranium mining rights for no reason. Combined with the intelligence we've gathered from that side, Niamia has acquired so many additional helicopters and tanks. The higher-ups have already speculated, could the power behind Jiang Hai be a well-funded arms company? It was precisely this group supplying Niamia with arms that prompted Niamia to offer uranium mining rights as compensation. Zhao Hua pieced together his analysis step by step, but He Guangnian dismissed it once more. "I don't think it's that simple. If that mysterious force were arms dealers, why would the payment land in the account of Jiang Hai, their representative? Besides, look at the staggering amount in Jiang Hai's account. Is that something an ordinary arms dealer could possibly possess?" He Guangnian's counter-arguments silenced Zhao Hua. In fact, the doubts raised by He Guangnian were also among several points of concern previously considered by the authorities. This undoubtedly added an aura of mystery to Jiang Hai. It was also the reason Zhao Hua had previously dispatched personnel to investigate Jiang Hai. Unfortunately, to this day, the clues they've uncovered remain pitifully scarce. Even now, they've practically pierced through the paper-thin veil of secrecy, yet still haven't uncovered any meaningful leads. "I have a suggestion for you." Just then, a voice sounded from outside the private room, followed by Wang Chuanfa striding in. He had just returned after seeing Jiang Hai off. Overhearing their discussion at the door, he made no attempt to avoid them, striding straight into the private room and plopping down across from them. "Suspend the investigation into Jiang Hai for now, including surveillance of his movements." "That's impossible." As soon as Wang Chuanfa voiced his suggestion, Zhao Hua flatly rejected it. Knowing full well that Jiang Hai was riddled with suspicions and might even be connected to mysterious overseas forces, how could he abandon the investigation? Wang Chuanfa pursed his lips, then shook his head. "You must do this. Do you realize how crucial that new weapon Jiang Hai presented is? With such a weapon in his hands, if Jiang Hai handed it over to another country, he would undoubtedly receive their strict protection. Yet he gave it to the nation. And have you considered this, if Jiang Hai could produce such a new weapon and freely give it to the nation? Doesn't that imply he or the mysterious force behind him possesses even more advanced, powerful new weapons? Right now, Jiang Hai still holds goodwill toward the nation and is willing to share this new weapon with it. But if your investigation provokes his wrath, what immense repercussions could that unleash upon the nation? Can you shoulder that responsibility?" Wang Chuanfa grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, culminating in a tirade that nearly had him pointing his finger right at their faces. Yet the two men remained utterly speechless under his tirade. Wang Chuanfa was genuinely furious. This was because of Zhao Hua's earlier act of showing him no respect whatsoever. The more Wang Chuanfa thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "I won't let this matter rest. Tomorrow? No. I'll call Commander Chen right this instant. I'll ask him how he's leading his troops." Chapter 96, Apple City's Most Chaotic District. Don't underestimate Wang Chuanfa just because he's an entrepreneur. Chairman of the Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group, that's not a position just anyone can hold. The Commander Chen he mentioned was the top brass of the Northwest Military District of Huaxia and Zhao Hua's direct superior. Clearly, even Commander Chen would give Wang Chuanfa face. This finally broke through Zhao Hua's defenses, for he knew Wang Chuanfa was a man who could deliver on his promises. His face flushed crimson as Zhao Hua muttered under his breath, head bowed low, a far cry from his earlier stiff demeanor. Jiang Hai remained unaware that Wang Chuanfa had intervened to restore his dignity after he'd left. Truthfully, Zhao Hua and He Guangnian's attitudes didn't anger Jiang Hai. On the contrary, clearing up the misunderstanding with the Huaxia authorities had left him feeling lighthearted. Upon returning home, Fong Li delivered another piece of news that lifted Jiang Hai's spirits even further. The company had officially established a branch office in Apple City, the United States. This was Brownsville, the most notorious district in Apple City, as rumored. Jiang Hai lifted his head, surveying the street before him. On both sides stood somewhat dilapidated buildings, visibly at least 50 years old. Most Chinese people might never have heard of this area. But just south of this area lies the famed Brooklyn. Compared to Brooklyn, Brownsville was a veritable slum, the most chaotic and lawless part of Apple City. Gang activity was rampant here, and criminal acts were constantly on the rise. Even among Apple City's residents, no sane person would venture near here lightly. Those who survive in Brownsville, if not criminals themselves, are certainly teetering on the edge of criminality. Gunfire is arguably the most common melody heard in these parts. Of course, for Jiang Hai, who had been in and out of battlefields countless times, this level of commotion wouldn't faze him. Let me see where those wild cats are lurking. Standing in the alley, Jiang Hai stretched lazily, ready to open the system map. Hey! Shink! What are you doing here? Yellow! A few shrill, off-key shouts rang out, interrupting what Jiang Hai was about to do. Jiang Hai's brow furrowed slightly as he turned his head, looking in the direction the voices came from. At the alley entrance, which had been empty moments before, 6 figures suddenly appeared, all of them black guys. Judging by their garish, scruffy outfits, neither trendy nor down to earth, it was clear these guys weren't exactly saints. They staggered toward Jiang Hai, muttering slang and gesticulating wildly as they approached. Jiang Hai's expression darkened, not because of their hostile intent, but because of how they just addressed him. To Chinese people, that was no compliment. Yo! Shink! You know where you are? This is our Skull Gang's turf. You yellow bastard, you dare show up here? Looking to die? Several thugs immediately surrounded Jiang Hai, their eyes narrowed and brows furrowed. They pressed their faces close to his, forcing him to inhale their distinctive, foul stench. Jiang Hai frowned deeply but forced himself to endure the discomfort. He asked coldly, "This is Skull Gang territory? Then where's the Wildcat Gang?" Jiang Hai used the system's translation function. While his pretty language skills weren't bad, they weren't good enough for fluent conversation. With the system handling it, he didn't need to worry. The S froze upon hearing Jiang Hai's question, exchanging glances before their expressions hardened into vicious grimaces. The Wildcat Gang? You're looking for the Wildcat Gang? Are you part of the Wildcat Gang? Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, silently asking himself. System. Check the Skull Gang's status. Ding. Searching. Skeleton Gang. Skull Gang. Brownsville District Gang in Apple City. 21 official members. Primary business, dealing DU. Additional criminal activities include but are not limited to robbery, theft, kidnapping. The system listed a long string of crimes committed by this Skull Gang. After hearing the system's response, Jiang Hai's gaze toward the few niggas before him gradually turned cold. Though such gang members were commonplace in Brownsville, Jiang Hai still couldn't stomach seeing such depravity right before his eyes. Seeing Jiang Hai not only show no fear but instead regard them with the contempt one might reserve for beasts, the gangsters grew enraged. One of them yanked a gleaming gold pistol from his waist, cocked the hammer, and pressed the muzzle against Jiang Hai's forehead while cursing. Fuck! You chink! I'll! Before the words could leave his mouth, a cold gleam flashed in Jiang Hai's eyes. The next instant, the gleaming pistol was already in Jiang Hai's hand. The thug hadn't even processed what had happened. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai raised the pistol and fired a shot straight into the man's forehead. This gun's caliber was definitely modified, packing immense power. The shot blew away half his skull. Coldly watching the man collapse stiffly to the ground, Jiang Hai turned his gaze toward the remaining few. No nonsense either, just raised his hand and fired a few shots. Only one nigga remained standing, the rest met the same fate. Jiang Hai didn't kill him, simply because while the others were spewing profanities, he alone remained silent. Of course, that didn't mean this guy was any better, maybe he was just too lazy to speak up. But Jiang Hai didn't dwell on it. He simply found the guy tolerable, which was why he hadn't killed him outright. In the blink of an eye, his entire crew had been blown to bits. When the last guy finally snapped out of it, his dark face drained of color. His entire body was shaking uncontrollably, not just from sweat, his pants were soaked through in a large patch. Jiang Hai stared at him coldly. I'm looking for the Wildcat Gang. Can you tell me which direction to go? The Wildcat Gang. No. The guy's lips turned white with fear, his mouth trembling so badly he could barely form coherent words. Seeing this, Jiang Hai grew impatient. His brow furrowed slightly as his hand, which had just lowered, shot back up. The muzzle pressed directly against the man's forehead. Ah! The lingering warmth of the barrel sent Nige into a fit of shrieks, tears, snot, and drool streaming uncontrollably. You want to die? Not answering my questions? Jiang Hai snorted coldly, leaning his face close. His eyes glared fiercely at Nige as he spat out the words through gritted teeth. Nige shuddered again, seemingly coming to his senses. He immediately cried out, "No, no, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Wildcat. Wildcat gang. They're in the east. The very eastern end of the district. Go east from here, past 5 more intersections, and you'll find it. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Everything I'm saying is the truth. Please, don't kill me." Chapter 97, The Wildcat Gang. Bang! Jiang Hai finally took care of that guy. It was purely because the guy reeked of and piss, which truly disgusted Jiang Hai. Besides, every single member of the Skull Gang was thoroughly depraved. Killing any one of them was absolutely justified. After taking care of these guys, Jiang Hai casually tossed the gleaming gold pistol onto the ground. The gun looked flashy, but it was a mess inside from all the botched modifications. Beyond its slightly higher power, it was utterly useless. Jiang Hai, accustomed to quality firearms, naturally looked down on such junk. Following the direction indicated by the guy's words, Jiang Hai quickly assessed the orientation and headed east. Though he just killed several it hadn't caused much commotion. Gunfire was a common occurrence around here. Jiang Hai crossed several intersections without even hearing the sound of police cars passing by. This must be Wildcat Gang territory, right? After crossing another intersection, he glanced around and checked the system map again. Jiang Hai's gaze finally settled on a group of young people huddled around an abandoned oil drum ahead. Unlike most of the African Americans in this neighborhood, these youths were clearly Hispanic. Their skin wasn't as dark, and their facial expressions weren't as animated. Seeming to notice his gaze, they all frowned and exchanged a brief, hostile look with him. They didn't get angry over his stare, though. After glaring at him, they simply turned away and resumed their idle chatter. Jiang Hai, however, wasn't about to let it go. He walked straight up to them and greeted them. "Hey, guys. You're with the Wildcat Gang, right?" Swish. The moment Jiang Hai finished his greeting, the young men spun around simultaneously, each now clutching a pistol. The black muzzles were pointed squarely at him, and he had no doubt they'd pull the triggers. But Jiang Hai remained unfazed. He tilted his head slightly, even managing a faint smile. "No need to panic. I mean you no harm. I just want to do business with your Wildcat Gang." "Business? Do you even know what kind of business the Wildcat Gang is in?" Jiang Hai's words drew a chorus of cold laughter from the group. As if the very notion of him wanting to do business with them was the biggest joke in the world. "Isn't this exactly the kind of business your Wildcat Gang is in?" Jiang Hai paid no heed to their mockery, merely forming a gun gesture with his hand. Jiang Hai's response caused the young men's expressions to shift. The mockery vanished from their faces, replaced by solemnity. The Wildcat Gang, one of Brownsville's top-ranked gangs, primarily dealt in the sale of various military-grade weapons throughout Brownsville. That was precisely why Jiang Hai had chosen the Wildcat Gang. Unlike other gangs, the Wildcats strictly avoided other ventures like DU or women. They dealt solely in arms. That's precisely why Jiang Hai selected the Wildcats as his partners for this operation. That's right. Jiang Hai came to Apple City specifically to find a partner. Earlier, Fong Li had informed Jiang Hai that the branch office in Apple City had been successfully established. Jiang Hai couldn't wait to get here. To utilize the system's teleportation feature, a transaction was required. Moreover, Jiang Hai had considered that he genuinely needed local help to handle matters, so he decided to select a partner from among Apple City's local gangs. Combined with the reasons mentioned earlier, Jiang Hai had settled on the Wildcat Gang. "What do you mean?" Several young men realized Jiang Hai wasn't messing with them and grew serious. 2 of them had already circled around behind him, surrounding him. "My meaning is simple." Jiang Hai paid them no mind, speaking casually. "I've got a huge shipment that needs to be distributed in Apple City. But I'm not from around here. This deal requires teaming up with a local gang. I figure the Wildcat Gang should be my best bet, right?" At the end, Jiang Hai even winked playfully. "Are you serious?" The young man facing Jiang Hai suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. They'd handled plenty of arms deals before, but this guy felt less like a weapons merchant and more like he was playing house. Who in their right mind would approach someone on the street like this to strike an arms deal? But when it came to arms deals, members of the Wildcat Gang dared not take things lightly. After exchanging glances, one of the young men nodded toward Jiang Hai. "Follow me." He strode straight ahead, and Jiang Hai, with a slight smile, followed closely behind. The two walked one in front, one behind, crossing several intersections before finally arriving at a pizza shop. From the outside, the pizza shop looked unremarkable. The only thing that stood out was that all the staff inside were young Latino men. The man who had led Jiang Hai inside entered without a word, merely exchanging a glance with the staff inside. The next moment, the staff member nodded, set down the tray he was holding, and walked straight through the inner door of the shop. Jiang Hai, following the gesture of the man who had led him there, quickly followed suit. The pizza shop's front space wasn't large, but what lay behind was a whole different world. After passing through several corridors and metal doors, Jiang Hai finally arrived at a room. This room, roughly 20 square meters in size, was packed with over a dozen burly men. They were either seated or standing, but the moment Jiang Hai entered, all eyes turned to him. Asian? I've never heard of an Asian running a shop in Brownsville. No sooner had Jiang Hai entered than a cold voice cut through the air. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a man in his 30s sitting behind a dining table. Unlike the others, this man wasn't particularly burly. He wore a plaid suit, and round-rimmed glasses sat on his dark face, giving him a more refined appearance than the rest. Jiang Hai immediately recognized him as the boss. Smiling, he walked over and sat directly across from him. His hand darted into his coat pocket. With a click, he placed a black pistol on the table. Jiang Hai's direct action of drawing the gun elicited no reaction from those around him. Everyone watched him calmly. The Wildcat gang deals in arms, and Jiang Hai had made it clear from the start he was here to sell goods, so pulling out a gun wasn't exactly surprising. Jiang Hai placed the pistol on the dining table and gave it a slight push forward. The bespectacled man glanced down at the pistol, then looked up at Jiang Hai. Is this the merchandise you want to distribute? Of course not. But since this is our first deal, there's no need to lay all our cards on the table, right? Jiang Hai chuckled, then tapped his fingers on the table. We've got plenty more where that came from. As long as this first deal goes smoothly, future transactions will satisfy you. Chapter 98, Stealing Customers. Satisfy us? Jiang Hai's words made the man with the piercing eyes chuckle, as if he'd heard some hilarious joke. We're not some small-time gang like those other punks. Every gang in Apple City comes to us for their supplies. Though we don't know your true background, satisfying us won't be easy. The bespectacled man's implication was clear. He doubted the volume of goods Jiang Hai could supply. Unfazed by the challenge, Jiang Hai merely smiled and replied, our capabilities aren't something we boast about. Here's the deal, inspect the goods first. If they're acceptable, then we'll discuss quantity. As he spoke, Jiang Hai gestured toward the pistol in the man's hand. The bespectacled man immediately lowered his gaze to the pistol and began inspecting it meticulously. Moments later, he pulled the trigger mechanism back, then nodded. Not bad. The quality is still excellent. If you can guarantee all the goods are this quality, I'll take your entire shipment. With the bespectacled man's approval secured, Jiang Hai smiled and nodded. All right then. For our first transaction, we won't need too much quantity, 10,000 units. Each unit will be priced at 130 pretty coins. Jiang Hai quoted in pretty coins this time. Previously, the system had prompted him to quote in Huaxia currency simply because he was Chinese, defaulting to Huaxia currency for settlement. It wasn't until the Binu Star transaction that he realized the currency used for trades could actually be changed. However, he later found using Huaxia currency more convenient and never changed it. This time, though, for the Wildcat gang deal, Jiang Hai decided to use the local pretty coins instead. 130 pretty coins. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's quote, the bespectacled man immediately furrowed his brow and began deep in thought. It wasn't that Jiang Hai's price was too high. On the contrary, his offer was significantly lower than the going market rate. At normal market rates, the Luger pistol Jiang Hai was offering would typically go for around 180 pretty coins. That was the retail price. Even the wholesale cost would be 150 pretty coins. Jiang Hai's offer of 130 pretty coins was downright cheap. The bespectacled man even wondered if the other party was making fun of him. Who would ever sell at such a low price? No need to doubt it, our company's goods have always been high quality at low prices. If you're concerned, you can inspect the goods first and pay afterward. Jiang Hai seemed to sense the man's skepticism and immediately offered a solution that would dispel his doubts. As Jiang Hai explained this transaction method, the bespectacled man's face betrayed a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Jiang Hai's approach genuinely eliminated any possibility of deception. Yet it only deepened his confusion. He had no clue what Jiang Hai was really up to. What? Even with these arrangements, you still don't trust us? This Wildcat gang really lacks guts. Jiang Hai leaned back with a smile, uttering that final line as if talking to himself. Hearing those final words, the bespectacled man and the burly men beside him instantly flushed crimson. In Brownsville, running a gang meant two things above all else: money first, face second. To have their integrity questioned like this, if word got out, the Wildcats gang wouldn't be able to operate in Brownsville anymore. Fine. Deal. This transaction our Wildcat gang is on. The bespectacled man took a deep breath and sealed the deal on the spot. Jiang Hai wasn't surprised. Everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. Jiang Hai then typed an address into his phone and handed it to the bespectacled man. The goods are stored in this warehouse. Go there to pick them up. I'll notify the people there to open the door for you. The bespectacled man hastily copied down the address. He also noticed the address wasn't in Brownsville, it was in Manhattan's East Village. That wasn't some slum like Brownsville. It was one of the finest neighborhoods in all of Apple City. After clearly reading the address, the bespectacled man looked up at Jiang Hai in disbelief, his face screaming, "You've got to be kidding me. Storing the arms deal in Manhattan? Was the person who thought of that a lunatic or a genius?" Jiang Hai offered no further explanation, merely nodding with a smile. Seeing Jiang Hai's attitude, the bespectacled man didn't waste words. He simply gave a nod to the burly men beside him, signaling them to get to work. After all, it was just a trip, no upfront payment required. What was there to worry about? If the Wildcat gang didn't even have the guts for this, what kind of arms business were they running? After the burly men departed, Jiang Hai promptly made a phone call. Following a few brief instructions, he sank back into a sofa as if all his business was done, his entire body relaxing. He leaned back, practically ready to lie down. The Wildcat gang worked fast. About half an hour later, the bespectacled man's phone rang. After a few words with the other party, the expression on the bespectacled man's face changed completely. Hanging up, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Hai once more, a stare as sharp as a knife, as if it could slice through the man's skull. After about 3 minutes of silence, the bespectacled man abruptly stood up and strode directly toward Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai showed no fear, tilting his head up with a smile and meeting the man's gaze for a moment. "My name is Kevin. Kevin Luo Fei. This transaction went smoothly. We're very satisfied. Ha! You may call me Boundless Ocean. A smooth transaction is what matters. We look forward to our next deal." Jiang Hai stood up with a cheerful smile and shook hands with him in return. Opening his eyes once more, Jiang Hai gazed at the familiar ceiling above him and smiled. It was now certain a new client had been secured. And this was a client he could maintain long-term. Admittedly, given the Wildcat gang's scale, the transaction volume generated through their dealings wouldn't be particularly high. But with Jiang Hai's current capabilities, such a small transaction volume was no longer something he paid much attention to. But Jiang Hai chose to deal with the Wildcat gang for more than just the paycheck. The decision to strike a deal with the Wildcat gang stems from their location in Apple City. The Wildcat gang's business sphere extends across Apple City and several surrounding cities. Jiang Hai had specifically instructed Fong Li to choose Apple City as the location for their first overseas branch for a reason. Lordsick Corporation's headquarters was in Apple City. Jiang Hai would inevitably cross paths with Lordsick Corporation sooner or later, planting his stake in their headquarters early on. This would undoubtedly benefit Jiang Hai. The current approach to the Wildcat gang was also strategic, as they had previously been Lord Hick's clients within Apple City. Gradually siphoning business away from Lord Hick was naturally part of the plan. Lord Hick Corporation is a colossus. Such a colossus cannot be toppled in one fell swoop. But gradually undermining its foundations is undoubtedly the only way to deal with such a colossus. Chapter 99, Sudden Situation. Breaking news. At 2:23 p.m. local time, a helicopter crash occurred in the southern mountainous region of Bosch. All 13 individuals aboard, including the pilot, perished. Investigations reveal that among the 13 victims were Bosch's current President Becker and Foreign Minister Barzani. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. Holy! Jiang Hai sprang up from the sofa, eyes wide as he stared at the images unfolding on the television. For a moment, Jiang Hai's head buzzed with disbelief. The President and Foreign Minister of Bosnia are dead? And in such an unnatural manner? Especially during such a tense period? Though the news repeatedly stated it was likely just an accident. But the suddenness of it all made it hard to believe it was just an accident. Especially considering Judas's prior record. Most crucially, regardless of whether Judas was actually behind this, the Bosch faction will absolutely pin the blame on him. This is going to be a huge mess. Jiang Hai suddenly recalled the Big Ivans he had previously sold to Bosch. Could it be? Bosch actually plans to airdrop those Big Ivans using fighter jets? Last time, Jiang Hai managed to sell Bosch 100 Big Ivan warheads. Even if 3 were later used as deterrents, that still leaves 97, enough to plow through Judea's entire territory, right? But seriously, is Judah really that formidable? They weren't afraid of Bosch's Big Ivans at all. Jiang Hai frowned deeply, sinking back into the sofa. Resting his chin on his hand, he began to ponder. Given the current situation, the likelihood of Bosch deploying the Big Ivan was already quite high. And once Bosch loses Ivan the Great, Judas's side certainly won't let it go. Previously, Bosch had only pretended to possess Ivan the Great, while Judas genuinely held it. Moreover, the UN had estimated several years ago that Judas possessed over 500 Big Ivans. But this was no longer a matter of quantity. If the war escalates to the point where Big Ivan is deployed, both sides unleashing their Big Ivans could spell the destruction of the entire Blue Star. This was not what Jiang Hai wished to see. Therefore, the absolute priority for Jiang Hai is to ensure neither side would dare deploy the Big Ivan even if they were fighting like mad dogs. His phone suddenly rang. Jiang Hai froze for a moment before instinctively answering the call. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Boundless Ocean. Sure enough, as Jiang Hai had suspected, the caller was Hussein, Bosch's military advisor. Hussein's voice was hoarse and laced with exhaustion. Evidently, this unexpected situation had thrown Bosch's upper echelons into complete chaos. Mr. Hussein, I offer my deepest condolences regarding this matter. Thank you, sir. May the Lord bless the President and the Foreign Minister into his embrace. Hussein murmured a brief prayer before turning back to Jiang Hai. Sir, we require a shipment of arms from your company. Oh? Jiang Hai was initially taken aback by Hussein's request, but soon felt considerably relieved. Since they were requesting arms, it meant they had no immediate plans to deploy the Big Ivan. This was the best possible outcome. If Big Ivan were lost, who knows what chain reaction it might trigger. That said, it wasn't entirely fair to Bosch. But Jiang Hai hoped both sides could exercise restraint. If we can avoid using Big Ivan, let's just avoid it. Mr. Hussein, our previous transactions have been smooth, so this deal should be no problem. But I wonder what we can do to assist your country. We need a large quantity of missiles. After Jiang Hai made his position clear, a palpable sigh of relief came from the other end, followed swiftly by their own demands. Missiles? And the demand is substantial? Jiang Hai's brow furrowed slightly. Though not the Big Ivan, these missiles were no ordinary weapons. With Bosch and Judah adjacent, launching missiles to directly strike Judah's cities would pose no problem whatsoever. So, alright. I've got all kinds of missiles here. Mr. Hussein, just give me a list of what you need. I'll get it to you immediately. Jiang Hai ultimately agreed to Hussein's request. They'd done business countless times before. There was no reason for Jiang Hai to refuse him now. Seeing Jiang Hai agree so readily, Hussein's mood visibly lifted. After a few brief pleasantries, Hussein hung up. Moments later, a lengthy list arrived on Jiang Hai's end. Beyond the various missiles he needed, it included other weapons and equipment, and the quantities were enormous. The total value of this deal soared to a staggering 10 billion yuan. Faced with such a substantial request, Jiang Hai naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately made the trip himself. 2 hours later, Jiang Hai completed the transaction and returned to his room. Of course, to outsiders, it appeared as though Jiang Hai had merely napped on the sofa for a little over 2 hours. I wonder how the battle situation over there will unfold after I sell this batch of goods to Bosch? Could it be that all sides would be fighting until their brains splattered out? Jiang Hai almost blurted out the thought aloud, but instead muttered it silently to himself. Just then, his phone rang again, startling him. Could it be something went wrong with that shipment? Was Hussein calling again? Mr. Jiang. Without checking the caller ID, Jiang Hai answered the call. The moment he did, a familiar voice came through. Was that Zhang Qinggua's voice? But unlike the usual Zhang Qinghua, this time his tone was unusually serious. Director Zhang? What's the matter? Mr. Jiang, were you just in contact with the Bosch side? Jiang Hai had just asked a question, but Zhang Qinghua didn't respond. Instead, he asked another question. Jiang Hai frowned deeply. He had only just hung up the phone when Zhang Qinghai showed up? This meant the other side had been secretly monitoring him all along. Hadn't he already settled things with Zhao Hua and He Guangnian last time? How dare they still come to monitor him now? Jiang Hai's expression darkened considerably. What was this supposed to mean? Breaking their word? Changing their tune? Jiang Hai remained silent. Zhang Qinghua also fell quiet for a moment before continuing. Mr. Jiang. Regarding the dispute between Bosch and Judas, I hope you won't get involved. Stay out of it? Jiang Hai was practically standing behind the Bosch people, waving flags and cheering them on. Director Zhang, what qualifications do I possess? What business is the dispute between Bosch and Judah to me? What gives me the right to get involved? Jiang Hai spread his hands, clearly unwilling to concede. Jiang Hai's stance left Zhang Qinghua momentarily speechless. With Jiang Hai refusing to acknowledge it now, Zhang Qinghua didn't know how to proceed. Yet the intelligence Zhang Qinghua currently possessed clearly showed that Jiang Hai had indeed just made contact with Bosch. Most crucially, immediately after that contact, over 10 billion yuan had appeared in Jiang Hai's account. Chapter 100, DuPont's New Achievements. Zhang Qinghua had now pieced together what the mysterious force backing Jiang Hai was all about. 9 times out of 10, it's arms dealing. So when over 1 billion yuan suddenly appeared in Jiang Hai's account, Zhang Qinghua surmised that the mysterious force behind him must have just completed a major transaction. Combining this with Jiang Hai's recent phone call and the intelligence Bosch had obtained that Bosch had acquired a large shipment of arms, Zhang Qinghua immediately concluded that these weapons must have been sold to Bosch. Though he didn't know what role Jiang Hai played in this deal, selling such a massive quantity of arms to Bosch at this moment was undoubtedly throwing fuel on the fire of a war that could erupt at any moment. China not only does not want a battle featuring Big Ivan to erupt, but even more so does not want Chinese people to be drawn into this war. That's precisely why Zhang Qinghua made that call to Jiang Hai. But with Jiang Hai playing dumb and refusing to acknowledge the matter, Zhang Qinghua was left with no choice. Jiang Hai was no ordinary businessman now. Without concrete evidence proving his betrayal of China, Zhang Qinghua couldn't touch him. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Qinghua knew this call had been in vain. In the end, Zhang Qinghua could only exchange a few polite pleasantries before hanging up. Jiang Hai slowly lowered his phone, his expression neither sad nor happy. The fact that he remained under surveillance came as no surprise to Jiang Hai. Expecting a single meal to dispel the authorities' suspicions about him was the stuff of fairy tales. But it didn't matter. As long as it didn't interfere with his normal life, surveillance was surveillance. With the system in place, surveillance of this level made no difference whatsoever. Jiang Hai's immediate concern remained the impending war between Bosch and Judas. He had just sold Bosch enough missiles and weapons to launch a full-scale war against Judas. The question was whether Bosch would actually pull the trigger. DuPont Corporation, America's largest arms manufacturer. In terms of heritage alone, DuPont is a thoroughly modern corporation and certainly cannot match the family-run Lord Sikorsky Company. But DuPont has absorbed financing from several American financial groups, giving it far greater financial resources, production capacity, research capabilities, and sales channels than Lord Sic. Not just in the United States, but across the entire Blue Star, DuPont's influence vastly exceeds that of Lord Sic. Even Judah, which shares the same roots as Lord Sic, has consistently chosen DuPont for its arms imports. Of course, the wealthy and powerful Judah, possessing its own advanced domestic arms manufacturing industry, had relatively modest demands for imported military hardware. As DuPont's vice president, Smith oversees the company's sales operations. The escalating conflict in the Gafati region naturally weighed heavily on his mind. After reading the news about the plane crash involving President Bosch and the foreign minister, Smith frowned deeply, ran his hand over his partially balding head, and couldn't help but sigh. These Jews are truly mad. Most people might not know, but Smith happened to belong to the group that wasn't ordinary. Assassination. That was the Jews' signature move. Back when the Blue Star War S2 season ended, members of the Han Swastika party who had persecuted the Jews escaped the war's reckoning, yet they couldn't evade the Jews' relentless pursuit. The manhunt persisted even into the new millennium. It's said the Judas people have always maintained a specialized assassination unit, tasked with handling matters too sensitive to be conducted openly. Over the decades, reports of Palestinian leaders being assassinated have surfaced repeatedly, most perpetrated by the Jews. The deaths of President Bosch and the foreign minister might seem like accidents at first glance, but Smith was certain they were the work of the Jews. Therefore, these Judaites are unquestionably the true madmen. Smith merely sighed in disbelief, though he didn't truly care about the Jews' actions. He was a businessman, and businessmen only discussed trade. No matter how mad the Jews became, that assassination organization would never come after him. Right now, he had only two things on his mind. First, how to increase his trade volume with the Judas people and squeeze more money out of these wealthy Scrooge McDucks. Second, how to acquire that high-tech fighter jet from the Boshi. Ever since learning the Boshi possessed such an advanced fighter jet, Smith had been obsessed day and night with acquiring it. He hadn't been idle either. Earlier, he leveraged his company's influence to incite the United States, John, Gaul, and even the United Nations General Assembly to collectively pressure Bosch. He had expected Bosch to crumble under the pressure and hand over the fighter jet. But no one could have predicted that Bosch would directly detonate three big Ivans, completely scaring off the United States and other nations. Smith had no choice but to back down, though he was utterly astonished. According to his intelligence, while Bosch had long claimed to possess the Big Ivan, it was actually nothing but a fabrication. Yet now, Bosch had actually produced the Big Ivans and detonated three of them outright. This forced Smith, who had been considering more aggressive measures, to think twice. To get that fighter jet from Bosch, he'd have to rely on Judas. For now, the only option was to pressure Bosch through Judas. Smith couldn't help but mutter to himself. At that moment, his attractive blonde secretary knocked on the office door, swaying her hips as she strode quickly to Smith's side. "Mr. Smith, a call from Minister Judas of Defense." She murmured softly, then handed the phone to Smith. "Minister of Defense Judas?" Smith was somewhat surprised, but he still took the phone and held it to his ear. "Mr. Joseph, hello. Mr. Smith, I hope this call doesn't come as too much of a surprise." The voice on the line was firm and authoritative, instantly revealing the caller's old-school military background. It should have been a joke, but delivered in that tone and voice, Smith felt no urge to laugh. Still, Smith obliged with a few polite chuckles. "Mr. Joseph, you certainly have a sense of humor. But when it comes to our clients, we're always ready to serve." "Is that so? Good. Because Judah will be needing your services next." Smith's eyes lit up instantly, excitement dancing in their depths. Yet his voice remained measured as he smiled and replied, "Oh? If I recall correctly, the goods we supplied to your country this year were delivered 3 months ago." The defense minister paused briefly on the other end before continuing in a matter-of-fact tone. "This year, due to certain special circumstances, we require additional orders." "Increase orders?" Smith instantly covered the phone's receiver with his hand, his breathing becoming heavy as he gasped for air. He looked up at his female secretary beside him and chuckled softly. "Dear Luna, I think we'll need to redo this year's financial statements." Chapter 101, Rebel Warfare rages on. The night sky of Binaxing was still breathtakingly beautiful. No matter how many times one gazed upon it, it never grew tiresome. Jiang Hai stood beneath this dazzling, colorful night sky and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Then, he shook his head repeatedly. Who could have imagined that this dazzling, colorful night sky was actually the result of that cataclysmic explosion back then? From his previous conversation with Babu Bano, Jiang Hai learned that the massive explosion at the Sun People's energy station not only produced vast amounts of waste material. Radiation had also spread into the atmosphere, contaminating the entire stratosphere. Jiang Hai had found it odd before on his 2 previous visits to Binaxing. He had always seen this dazzlingly colorful night sky. Could it really be such a coincidence? It turned out that on Binaxing, there hadn't been daylight for over 100 years. The energy station explosion occurred 2 centuries ago, but the atmospheric contamination unfolded gradually. It wasn't until decades later that the species inhabiting Bennu star noticed something was amiss, but by then it was already too late. By over a century ago, Binaxing's atmosphere had become completely saturated with radiation, blocking sunlight from reaching the surface. This was the fundamental reason Binaxiang had become so barren. According to Babu Bano, Binaxing's only hope for salvation lies in the hands of the Great Sun People. Specifically, the device developed by pooling the technological wisdom of all intelligent species on Binan, a device capable of purifying the pollution. This is precisely why Babu Bano and the other rebels are so desperate to resist the Sun People's rule. Reclaiming that device from the Sun People might just restore Binaxing's atmosphere. Recalling his previous visit to Binaxing and his conversations with the resistance fighters, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shake his head once more. Bennu star's plight made him deeply concerned about Blue Star's future. Therefore, despite possessing 4 interstellar trade routes, he chose to visit Binaxing for the 3rd time. This should be how it's operated, right? Jiang Hai pulled out a palm-sized device, activated it according to the method Babu Bano had taught him last time, and placed it on the ground. He glanced around, then plopped down onto the ground. Just like last time, Jiang Hai arrived at Binaxing and found himself in an unfamiliar place. This place resembles a desert, except the sand beneath your feet is black and its grains are relatively coarse. It's more like small stones than sand. Sitting on them makes your butt feel a bit sore. System, show me the surrounding map? How far is it from where I was last on Binaxing? After waiting nearly half an hour, Jiang Hai was getting bored. With no internet here, he couldn't even scroll through short videos. He picked up the small device lying on the ground and examined it carefully. He even wondered if the thing might be broken. Ha! What was that? Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed something in the distant sky, seemingly flying toward him. From a distance, it looked like a cluster of tiny lights. It must have been quite far away, making it impossible to gauge its size. But one could tell they were moving fast. Could it be the resistance fighters? Jiang Hai instinctively glanced at the device in his hand, silently speculating. Another minute or so passed, and those tiny points of light had transformed into several palm-sized discs, still rapidly approaching. They appeared to be some kind of aircraft, similar to helicopters on Blue Star. Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand to signal a greeting. Ha! The moment his hand lifted, something felt off. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, before Jiang Hai could react, the black gravel beneath his feet erupted upward, engulfing him completely. The next instant, as the black gravel settled, Jiang Hai had vanished from his original spot. The patch of black gravel returned to stillness, as if Jiang Hai had never been there at all. Moments later, the flying discs arrived above the spot where Jiang Hai had stood. Originally palm-sized, they had now transformed into colossal objects, each at least 100 meters in diameter. After hovering briefly in the air, they swiftly departed. Holy! Damn! 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 Several tens of minutes later, Jiang Hai finally felt his body land somewhere, surrounded no longer by the countless grains of sand and gravel. But as the sand and gravel had swept past his face, plenty had found its way into his mouth and nose. So the moment he steadied himself, his first instinct was to violently cough up the sand and gravel. Mr. Jiang Hai, are you all right? A familiar voice rang out. Jiang Hai lifted his head to find a figure standing before him, none other than his old acquaintance, Babu Banu of the Resistance Army. Jiang Hai immediately scanned his surroundings. He found himself in a dimly lit stone chamber, not particularly large, roughly 10 square meters. Numerous openings lined the walls, through which faint moving shadows could be glimpsed. This must be one of the Resistance's secret bases, right? Jiang Hai silently speculated, then looked back at Babu Banu with a faint, mocking smile. This place of yours is really hard to find. Babu Bano pointed at the device in Jiang Hai's hand and said, "We received the signal and rushed over as quickly as possible. However, this device's signal might need some adjustments. The Sun People have already intercepted this signal channel. Just now, they nearly discovered the Master's whereabouts." Jiang Hai froze for a moment, glancing down at the device in his hand before recalling the flying discs he'd seen earlier. Those flying objects were. Those are the Great Sun People's aircraft. They tracked us here using the signal. But don't worry. We'll adjust the signal frequency for you, and the Sun People won't be able to pick it up. No sooner had Babu Bano finished speaking than a mud-like mass rolled over from the side. It extended a tentacle and snatched the device right out of Jiang Hai's hand. Having experienced this before, Jiang Hai was accustomed to it. He guessed this must be another intelligent species from Binaxing. How are things with your resistance now? It's going exceptionally well. Jiang Hai brought up the topic, and Babubano responded with palpable excitement. With the weapons provided by you, sir, our resistance fighters are no longer just taking blows from the Great Sun people. Thanks to the stealth capabilities of the Shapol staff, we've been able to engage the Great Sun forces and secure several crucial victories. Before this, we were constantly at a disadvantage in our battles against the Great Sun. Such victories have restored the confidence of many in our war against the Great Sun. Babubano gestured animatedly as he spoke. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile. It was naturally gratifying to see his assistance making a difference. Being able to help was undoubtedly the best outcome. Yeah. I actually came looking for you guys to see if you still want to keep doing business? Huh? Ah. Yes. Yes. Of course we do. Chapter 102, now that's what you call splurging. At the sound of Jiang Hai's words, Babano's lone eye immediately lit up. The last deal had given the resistance the means to fight the Sun Empire. Now that Jiang Hai was proposing another deal, how could Babano refuse? So, what kind of weapons do you want this time? The Shapol staffs we sold you last time should still be sufficient, right? Enough. Absolutely enough. Babubano nodded vigorously. Last time he'd bought a whopping 10,000 units in one go. That had even startled Jiang Hai. But since the resistance could provide enough obsidian, let alone 10,000 units, even 100,000 units, Jiang Hai would naturally be willing to sell. Babubano pondered for a moment before asking Jiang Hai, "Sir, do you happen to have any aircraft? A flying machine?" Jiang Hai was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed Babano would seek more powerful weapons. He hadn't anticipated the other party setting their sights on a flying machine. Suddenly, Jiang Hai recalled the flying discs he had seen earlier in the desert. According to Babubano, those were the Sun People's flying machines. Jiang Hai seemed to grasp something, nodding slightly as he said, "As for flying machines, I certainly have some here. It all depends on what your requirements are." Requirements? Babubano lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he replied, "Honestly, I'm not quite sure where to start." Though the resistance now possessed the capability to fight the Sun People, overall, the Sun People still held a technological advantage over the resistance. The most glaring example of this is air superiority. We rebels possess no aerial equipment whatsoever, so we have virtually no means to counter the Great Sun's flying machines. Often, when we've gained the upper hand in battle, the appearance of the Great Sun's aircraft forces us to retreat in disarray, losing even victories already within our grasp. As he uttered those final words, Babano even clenched his fist in frustration. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd faced such a situation. Hearing Babano's words, Jiang Hai also fell deep in thought. If the client couldn't make a choice, it was up to Jiang Hai to make the recommendation. But this recommendation wasn't something to be made lightly. A competent arms dealer must introduce products that suit their client's needs. Jiang Hai silently summoned the system in his mind, instructing it to generate a list, which he then mentally scanned. Seeing Jiang Hai standing motionless, seemingly deep in thought, Babano couldn't help but grow tense, hesitating to interrupt his deliberations. This contemplation took nearly an hour. Finally, Jiang Hai exhaled a long breath and lifted his head to look at Babano. Seeing this, Babubano immediately grew excited. He knew Jiang Hai was about to give him a satisfying answer. "I have a small combat aircraft here. The Grintai fighter. This fighter isn't large in size but boasts incredible speed. It's equipped with 2 energy blasters, each packing a punch comparable to a Shapol staff. The energy blasters can theoretically fire indefinitely. This grants it formidable offensive and surprise attack capabilities. However, its defensive capabilities are correspondingly weak. While its extreme speed allows it to evade attacks, it is certainly not suited for direct confrontation. The price tag for this fighter jet? 20,000 pieces of obsidian. 20,000 pieces of obsidian equates to 6 trillion Huaxia currency. On Blue Star, that's an absolutely exorbitant price. However, after hearing Jiang Hai's description, Babubano's eyes lit up. He seemed thoroughly satisfied with the fighter jet's performance. As for the price, he didn't seem to think it was expensive at all. Excellent. This fighter jet is indeed highly effective. But learning to operate this fighter, is it complicated? Heh, you can rest assured about that. This fighter's handling is remarkably simple. Its operating system features basic intelligence, so with just a little training, you'll be able to master it. Jiang Hai promptly addressed Babubano's concerns. His recommendation of this fighter naturally stemmed from selecting one suited to the resistance's capabilities. As Babubano had mentioned before, the Great Explosion 2 centuries ago had caused Binaxing's technological advancement to regress. Compounded by nearly a century of enslavement by the Sun People, the rebels' technological capabilities were inevitably limited. Therefore, employing overly advanced technology would be counterproductive for the rebels. The Grintai fighter jet is indeed a perfect fit for the resistance. Of course, the fighter Jiang Hai sold to Bosch on Blue Star wasn't bad either. However, that model was prohibitively expensive and overly focused on speed. Many of its features were impractical for the rebels, which is why Jiang Hai didn't recommend it. Sure enough, Babano showed great interest in the fighter Jiang Hai presented. After a moment's consideration, he immediately pounded his chest and placed an order. Sir, we'll take this fighter jet. We're placing an order for 100 fighters. Whoa! Ahem! Babano waved his hand grandly, placing the order with Jiang Hai. Hearing Babano's order, Jiang Hai instinctively sucked in a sharp breath so forcefully that he choked on it. After coughing several times, Jiang Hai finally recovered, staring at Babano with a puzzled look. Rich guy? What does rich guy even mean? This is what a ING tycoon looks like. Compared to Babano, both Salam and Hussein on Blue Star were practically weaklings. A fighter jet costing 6 trillion Huaxia currency? He didn't even hesitate to order 100 of them. That's 600 trillion yuan. Though Babano mentioned before that obsidian holds no value to the resistance. It was merely a byproduct they dug up while tunneling to evade the Sun People. But witnessing such truly extravagant spending still made Jiang Hai inwardly gasp in astonishment. Ahem! Babano, I'm truly honored by your trust in me. But I hope you won't be so hasty for now. Because besides these Grintai fighters, I'd like to recommend another type of aircraft to you. You might find this one even more intriguing. Though eager to seal the deal immediately, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before urging the other party to calm down. Babano froze, looking at Jiang Hai with puzzlement. Jiang Hai had recommended this fighter to him, yet now he was telling him not to rush into buying it? Though puzzled, Babano trusted Jiang Hai implicitly. He nodded, setting aside his urgency to close the deal, and listened as Jiang Hai continued. Jiang Hai took a deep breath, then slowly turned his gaze toward Babano and spoke deliberately. The second aircraft I recommend to you. The Sky City. An intelligent aerial mobile castle. Chapter 103, Who's Richer Than Me? Sky City. An intelligent aerial mobile castle. A massive aircraft capable of high-speed flight through the skies. Equipped with a massive electronic energy shield protecting the entire castle. Armed with 117 large energy emitters. 8,412 medium missile launchers. Features an intelligent control system enabling autonomous operation of most systems. Features vast living quarters capable of supporting a large population. Features life support systems to maintain specific environmental conditions for all living beings within the castle. Built-in perpetual cold fusion nuclear energy provides indefinite power supply. Jiang Hai rattled off the lengthy list, then fixed his gaze on Babano, whose expression had gone blank. Jiang Hai wasn't surprised. He merely smiled faintly, found a spot nearby to sit down, and waited patiently for Babano to recover. Nearly half an hour passed before Babano finally exhaled a long breath. Looks like he's recovered. Sir, what you just said, is it real? Is there really such a flying machine? Ah, no, it should be called an air castle. You can really sell me such a powerful air castle? It was only natural for Babano to be skeptical. Even at the height of Binaxing's technological advancement, they couldn't have built such an aerial castle. Moreover, Babano currently only knows about this airborne castle through Jiang Hai's verbal descriptions. He hasn't seen the real thing. Once he witnessed its true scale, he would finally understand what a miracle truly meant. Babano took a deep breath, finally calming his emotions, and looked at Jiang Hai once more. Sir, then, what is the price of this aerial castle? The price of this aerial castle is certainly not cheap. Jiang Hai paused mid-sentence, then spoke with profound meaning. The asking price is 88 billion pieces of obsidian. After Jiang Hai finished speaking, there was no response for a long while. Looking back at Babano, he stood completely frozen in place, his large eyes wide and round, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Sir, you're not joking, are you? After a long pause, Babano finally swallowed hard and managed to stammer out, 88 quadrillion? Even if we stripped Binu Starbear, we couldn't scrape together that much obsidian. System, this is truly impossible. Jiang Hai knew Babano's words were true. After all, obsidian wasn't real currency. On Blue Star, various currencies had become mere symbols having more or less made no difference. But on Binaxing, obsidian is tangible currency. How could anyone possibly trade with such exorbitant demands? Ding! System has detected substitute items on this planet. Conversion in progress. Ding! Item prices have been adjusted. Host, please proceed with the transaction. A series of system alerts sounded. The next moment, Jiang Hai hurriedly said to Babano, how about this? We won't use obsidian for settlement. Do you have any secret gold stones on hand? Secret gold stone? Hearing the name from Jiang Hai, Babano paused in surprise before frowning and replying, we do have that but not much. Not too much is needed. If we trade with secret gold stone, we only need 8.8 million pieces. Following the system's conversion rate, Jiang Hai recited the result verbatim, pausing in surprise himself. Trading with obsidian would be 88 billion coins, yet converting to the secret gold stone yields only 8.8 million? So the exchange rate between secret gold stone and obsidian was actually 1 to 100 billion? What exactly is this secret gold stone? How could it be so much more valuable than obsidian? 8.8 million coins? Babano took another deep breath, though his expression wasn't as exaggerated as before. He lowered his head as if calculating something. After a moment, Babubano gritted his teeth and said to Jiang Hai, "No problem. As for the secret gold stones, we have some stored up from before. If we pool them together, we should be able to reach that number. But I want to see what this sky castle actually looks like first. Only then can I decide whether to purchase it." Babano gritted his teeth as he made his decision. Clearly, this sum was no small matter for the resistance forces. They couldn't simply approve it outright like before. Upon hearing Babubano's words, Jiang Hai's heart began racing uncontrollably. He wasn't the least bit worried about Babubano wanting to inspect the goods beforehand. He knew that if Babubano hadn't seen the Real Sky Castle, he might even refuse the deal. But once Babubanu saw the Sky Castle with his own eyes, he would absolutely not refuse this deal. In other words, the moment Babubanu decided to see the Sky Castle, the deal was as good as done. And if converted into Huaxia currency, the transaction amount would be 26.4 billion Huaxia currency? And with the transaction commission, Jiang Hai's salary after closing this deal would be 26.4 billion Huaxia currency? Holy! Holy! Jiang Hai was losing control, cursing like mad in his mind. With this fortune in hand, Jiang Hai wasn't just rich enough to rival a nation. Could the combined wealth of every nation on Blue Star even match up to him? Jiang Hai felt an urge to plant his hands on his hips and challenge the world. Who the hell is richer than me? No problem. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Hai smiled at Babano and said, "Then find us an open space. I'll show you what this sky castle looks like." Babano was equally eager. Though the price was steep, Babubanu couldn't fathom what kind of sky castle could possibly justify such an exorbitant cost. Had Jiang Hai not demanded secret gold stone, a material as worthless to the resistance as obsidian, Babubanu would have refused outright without a second thought. Babubano immediately made arrangements. Before long, a vine suddenly appeared on Jiang Hai's body. Before he could react, it bound him tightly and yanked him upward with a sudden jerk. Damn it! Only then did Jiang Hai recall his previous ordeal. He tried to protest, but it was already too late. Another half-hour of torment followed. When he finally came to his senses, Jiang Hai found himself back on the surface. The surroundings resembled his previous location, still a vast black desert, yet it was clearly not the same place. Glancing around, he saw endless desert stretching in every direction, quite suitable for his earlier request, indeed spacious. "Sir, are we to wait here now?" Babubano's voice came from behind him. Turning, Jiang Hai saw not only Babubano but also several other figures from the intelligent species. He recognized a few of them from their encounter in the underground tunnels. Chapter 104, I became Blue Star's richest man. It seemed these individuals were the high-ranking members of the resistance. Jiang Hai silently calculated in his mind, then smiled at Babubano and said, "We won't have to wait long. They'll be here soon." With that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Babano recognized this gesture immediately. Last time, Jiang Hai had conjured various weapons in exactly the same way. He recalled how, with just a snap of his fingers, massive metal crates had plummeted from the sky. Recalling this, Babubanu instinctively looked up, hoping to see large metal boxes falling from the sky. Just as Babubano lowered his head in disappointment, he suddenly froze. He lifted his head again and gazed into the night sky. Far off, a tiny black speck appeared out of nowhere in the night sky. That was... As Babubano spoke, the other resistance leaders all looked up as well. Naturally, they had noticed the tiny black dot the moment it appeared. To be precise, by the time they looked up, it was no longer a small black dot. Now it had grown to the size of a palm, and it was still rapidly expanding. No! That's not right. It wasn't growing larger. That thing was descending. Finally, a voice shouted out loud, and all the rebel leaders snapped into realization. Amidst their stunned gazes, the tiny black dot grew larger and larger, instantly giving off the feeling of a colossal entity. In less than half a minute, a powerful shockwave descended. Everyone, including Jiang Hai, instinctively crouched down, yet the force still knocked them off their feet. Now, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, giving everyone the sensation that the sky itself was collapsing. This big? Babubano now understood this must be the aerial castle Jiang Hai had spoken of. But he never imagined that the enormous Jiang Hai described would be this immense. Jiang Hai, too, was rendered speechless. Though he had seen its immense scale in the system's images before. But the sensation conveyed by the images was entirely different from the overwhelming reality before his eyes. Judging by its size, this floating castle was no smaller than a modern city. And it was clear the castle hadn't fully descended, yet its size was still expanding exponentially. According to the system's data, the castle's surface area was 107.47 million square kilometers. This was equivalent to 1/10 of the territory of China. So immense it could scarcely be called a castle. Calling it a nation would be entirely fitting. Even now, the sheer pressure of its descent was suffocating Jiang Hai, making it hard to breathe. Another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The aerial castle finally descended slowly, hovering directly above everyone's heads. Jiang Hai steadied his emotions, turned with a smile, and asked Babubano, "Well, how about it? Are you satisfied with this floating castle?" Babubano had been utterly dumbfounded, taking a long moment to recover. His gaze toward Jiang Hai shifted from initial terror and astonishment to rapidly transforming into delight. Satisfied. Satisfied. Absolutely thrilled. With an airborne castle like this, we'll never have to fear the Sun People again. An airship this vast can easily accommodate all the oppressed intelligent races. We won't have to worry about the Sun People hunting us down anymore. After regaining their composure, all the resistance leaders cheered and rejoiced just like Babubano. The main reason they couldn't effectively resist the Sun People's tyranny was their lack of a stable base. Other intelligent species on Binaxing were hunted daily by the Sun People. They couldn't truly unite to fight back. But now, things are different. With this aerial kingdom, all intelligent species would finally have a place to call home. They can also join forces to fight back against the Sun Empire. So, this floating city, do you want it? Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes and smiled. Though he already knew the answer, he still asked the question as protocol demanded. Buy. Buy. We absolutely must buy it. Even if it means giving you all our obsidian and secret gold, we must have this floating castle. Babubano eagerly nodded repeatedly, and the other rebel leaders followed suit, bobbing their heads frantically. Among them was a three-headed member of the intelligent species. In his haste to nod, the three heads collided, causing him to yelp in pain. All right. Deal done. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll take the 8.8 million secret gold stones. Recalling how he'd followed Babubano from warehouse to warehouse collecting obsidian last time, Jiang Hai saw no point in complicating things further. Having already demonstrated all sorts of magical methods, he wasn't afraid to show off one more. With another snap of his fingers, he commanded the system to directly withdraw the secret gold stones from the other party's warehouse. Babano still didn't grasp the meaning behind Jiang Hai's words. Of course, even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this moment, Babubanu and the others were already immersed in the exhilaration of possessing such a formidable weapon. Similarly, Jiang Hai's heart was racing with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales target. Settlement is now underway. Host has achieved a transaction value of 26.4 billion Huaxia currency. Host's 10% commission on this transaction amounts to a salary of 26.4 billion Huaxia currency. Whoa! Though mentally prepared, Jiang Hai still couldn't help but gasp when the system announced the figure. All this money, is it really mine now? Does this make me the richest person on the entire Blue Star now? I'll see who dares to show off in front of me now. Ah! System! Help me out! After the initial surge of excitement, Jiang Hai managed to keep his wits about him and immediately shouted in his mind to the system. Don't deposit this salary into my account. Ideally, keep it stored in the system. I'll request it when I need it. Is that possible? Such a huge sum deposited into my personal bank account? The entire nation would go mad. All that money before already had the Chinese authorities keeping a close eye on me. If this much money were injected now, the authorities might send people to arrest him immediately. Of course, with the system's protection, Jiang Hai's personal safety would be guaranteed. But his leisurely life would be over. Worse still, he might find no place to stand on the entire Blue Star. Ding! Per the host's request, this period's salary has been transferred into the system's vault. Receiving the system's response, Jiang Hai finally smiled with genuine satisfaction. Turning back to Babano, he declared, this transaction was a success. Congratulations, this floating city is now yours. Chapter 105, Detonating Big Ivan. As his consciousness returned to his body, Jiang Hai felt a momentary daze before a smile spread across his face. The gains from this trip were substantial. Without even trying, he had become the wealthiest man on Blue Star. The more Jiang Hai thought about it, the more excited he became. He had thought that once his assets surpassed 10 billion, he would lose all sense of money. But it turned out he'd been wrong. No matter how much they have, capitalists' pursuit of wealth is truly endless. No way. When you make money, you have to spend it well. Why not throw a party tonight? One where everyone except me is a beauty. As he thought about it, Jiang Hai's mind filled with lewd images, and even his smile turned sleazy. Just then, his phone's ringtone shattered his daydream. Ha! Jiang Hai picked up his phone and frowned. The caller was none other than Salam. Why would this guy be calling him at a time like this? Though puzzled, he answered the call promptly. Hello? What's up? Jiang Hai. Something's happened. Something big. Before Jiang Hai could even greet him, Salam's booming voice nearly deafened him. Jiang Hai hurriedly moved the phone away from his ear, frowning as he said, "Hold on, hold on. Keep it down first. What's there to wait for? Jiang Hai, it's a real disaster. Those Bailers have gone mad. Palestinians?" Jiang Hai froze, his brow furrowing as he demanded, "The jihadists? What did they do? Those lunatics, they launched a big Ivan at Tel Aviv." "What?" Jiang Hai, who had been leaning against the bed, leapt to his feet upon hearing the news. His expression shifted from initial shock to a grim, unsettling frown. Jerusalem, the capital of Judea. The Holy War Organization actually launched a big Ivan at Tel Aviv? This wasn't merely about triggering a nuclear war. The most critical issue was that the Holy War Organization's Big Ivan had been sold to them by Jiang Hai himself. When Jiang Hai sold them the Big Ivan, he was certain they wouldn't misuse it. He only wanted to give the Holy War Organization the means to defend themselves. Who could have foreseen that neither Judah nor Bosch would deploy theirs, yet the Holy War Organization would unleash their sole Big Ivan? "How did you find out about this?" "How could I not know?" Jiang Hai hurriedly threw on his clothes and dashed to the living room, flipping on the TV to see what the news was reporting. "I just found out too. The Big Ivan was just detonated in Tel Aviv." Outside of Judea itself, only a few high-level officials in various countries know about it now. The news probably won't hit the airwaves for a while yet. "I called you as soon as I got the news." Salam understood Jiang Hai's meaning and quickly explained the situation. Jiang Hai flipped through several news channels in succession. Indeed, no such reports had surfaced yet. But Salam had explained the reason clearly, and Jiang Hai knew Salam would never be wrong. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai plopped down onto the sofa, his mind buzzing. Why? Why would they broadcast Ivan? Didn't they realize the consequences of such an act? Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask Salam. He simply couldn't fathom the Holy War Organization's motives. Using Big Ivan proactively at this moment versus deploying it in retaliation were two entirely different matters. The UN General Assembly had already approved Palestine's admission. For Palestine, everything was moving toward a favorable outcome. Deploying the Big Ivan now, wouldn't that render all their previous efforts futile? Frankly, I don't know much about the specifics either. It seems there was a split within their organization. After failing to resolve the dispute through debate, one faction forcibly deployed Big Ivan. Though the radical faction was subdued afterward, it was already too late. Salam could only relay what he knew, while Jiang Hai fell into silence. Snap! Breaking news alert! 20 minutes ago, a Big Ivan detonated southeast of Tel Aviv, the capital of Judea. At present, no nation or faction has claimed responsibility for the incident. Jerusalem is Judea's second largest city with a population of 410,000, serving as its political, cultural, and economic hub. Although the Big Ivan did not detonate in the city center, the resulting destruction has leveled nearly half of Tel Aviv's structures. Furthermore, the radiation impact from the Big Ivan is spreading. The entire city of Tel Aviv is expected to be affected. Our station will continue to monitor related developments. At this moment, China's official television station finally reacted. The anchor delivering the news still wore a look of astonishment. Evidently, this Big Ivan detonation had caught everyone completely off guard. As if on cue, all channels immediately began broadcasting the news. Soon, the internet was flooded with news reports. And the impact of this Big Ivan had only just begun. Boom! Madmen! This bunch of madmen! They're nothing but a bunch of terrorists. In the imperial capital of Huaxia, within the Sea Palace, the symbol of the nation's highest authority, the heads of all major departments in China gathered in the conference room. Important meetings were always held here for deliberation. But unlike the usual quiet anticipation before a meeting, this time the conference room was in an uproar. The officials were visibly agitated, pounding the table and shouting, "Everyone! Calm yourselves!" A voice tinged with weariness cut through the air, instantly silencing the room. The leaders all turned their heads to look at the elderly man seated at the head of the table. The supreme leader of China, the first leader, old Yu. Big Ivan has already detonated. Debating whether we should or shouldn't is irrelevant now. What we must discuss now is what will happen next and how we will respond. After Chairman Yu spoke, an elderly man in military uniform, his chest laden with medals, nodded solemnly. The chairman is absolutely right. Big Ivan detonated in Judah and right in its capital city. Judah will certainly not let this rest. Judah possesses even more Big Ivans than we do in China. I'm deeply concerned that Judah will retaliate directly with their Big Ivans. This will trigger a chain reaction. It could even trigger the outbreak of a Great Ivan War. If it comes to that, it will be the end of Blue Star. None of us will escape. The speaker was General He, vice chairman of the Huaxia Military Council, a figure of immense prestige within the military, rivaling even the esteemed Yu Lao, who concurrently held the position of military chairman. General He's words caused everyone's expressions to darken, and they couldn't help but start whispering among themselves again. Chapter 106, Judas's Revenge. The situation was crystal clear. This was no longer a matter of weighing the gains and losses of a single nation or race. If the Great Ivan War truly erupted, it would spell the end of all humanity. Therefore, China must prevent this catastrophe from unfolding. We must closely monitor developments in the Gaffa zone and monitor the entire territory of Yuda. Old Yu immediately issued clear instructions, then turned his gaze toward General He. Old He, regarding the Great Ivan launch sites in Judea, our intelligence agencies should have investigated them, correct? General He did not respond immediately to Old Yu's question. Instead, he turned his gaze toward a middle-aged man seated nearby. The man was also dressed in military uniform, his chest adorned with numerous medals. Xiao Zhou. This question should be answered by you. Yes. General He called his name. As director of the Huaxia State Security Bureau, Zhou Lei stood at attention and saluted both Old Yu and General He with a military salute. Judas had not publicly acknowledged possessing the Big Ivan, but secretly developed various variants of the missile. According to the National Security Bureau's investigation, Judah possesses 673 Big Ivans. The storage locations for 597 of these Ivan missiles have already been identified. The remaining storage sites were still under investigation. Evidently, Zhou Lei had anticipated the leader's inquiry on this matter. Both the response and the relevant investigative documents had been prepared in advance. After a brief response, Zhou Lei distributed 2 copies of the written documents to Old Yu and General He. Old Yu frowned deeply. After flipping through several pages, he looked up and said, "So, 76 Ivan missiles are still unaccounted for?" A heavy atmosphere spread throughout the conference room. Compared to Judas's possession of 673 Big Ivans, only 76 remained unaccounted for, a surprisingly favorable outcome. But these weren't ordinary missile warheads, these were Big Ivans. Even a single one could cause incalculable consequences. Zhou Lei gave a wry smile and said, "The State Security Bureau has been working tirelessly on this investigation. These 76 Big Ivans were all covertly manufactured by Judas within the past year. We even suspect some were purchased from other nations." According to investigators' findings, over the past year, Judas diverted nearly 60% of the National Treasury's profits into arms manufacturing. The production of the Big Ivan alone cost hundreds of billions. The National Security Bureau's findings are undoubtedly accurate. Upon hearing that Judas had diverted 60% of the Treasury's profits to military buildup, the expressions of all the major figures present turned grim. This clearly indicates preparations for war had long been underway. Even without the Holy War Organization's attack, it's doubtful Judas would have held back much longer. Old Yu couldn't help but raise his hand, vigorously massaging his temples. His scalp felt like it was tightening in waves. Whether Judeans or Palestinians, not a single one was easy to deal with, none of them were pushovers. Couldn't they just live peacefully on Blue Star? Taking a deep breath, Old Yu lifted his head again and declared, "Continue the investigation. We must pinpoint the location of every Big Ivan within Judean territory. For those Big Ivans already identified, implement strict surveillance. Report any and all movements from Judah immediately." "Yes, sir." Zhou Lei understood the situation was critical, so without question, he saluted Old Yu. Thud. At that moment, a middle-aged man burst into the conference room, his expression tense. The expressions of all the bigwigs present changed, but none blamed the middle-aged man. He was Old Master Yu's secretary, and had always been well versed in protocol and boundaries. Therefore, his abrupt and disorderly entrance could only mean one thing. Something extremely urgent had occurred. The man strode directly to Old Yu's side, making no attempt to conceal his urgency. He bowed slightly and declared, "Commander, Judas has issued a statement. Yuda has declared a nationwide state of war. 3 armored divisions have been deployed to Jaffa. And he has declared the Holy War Organization a terrorist group to the international community. All nations and organizations supporting the Holy War Organization will become Judas's enemies." The middle-aged man's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring every person in the conference room heard him clearly. Every expression in the room shifted instantly. Though they had long anticipated Judah's firm response, none had imagined it would be this resolute. 3 armored divisions directly deployed to Jaffa? This wasn't merely declaring a state of war, it was outright declaring war. The problem was that the Jaffa zone wasn't just home to the Holy War Organization, it was also filled with countless Palestinian civilians. Once hostilities commenced, it would mean the Jaffa zone would be littered with corpses. Old Yu and General He immediately turned their heads, their gazes landing on Zhou Lei. Feeling their weighty gazes, Zhou Lei instantly understood. He swiftly pulled out his phone and made a call in front of everyone. Hanging up shortly after, he nodded to the 2 leaders. "I've made contact with them. The information will be transmitted within 1 minute. It will be sent directly to the conference room in real time." "General," he barked coldly. Without hesitation, Zhou Lei rose and exchanged a few words with Old Yu's secretary. The 2 men then began bustling about in a corner of the conference room. Moments later, a massive LCD screen materialized on the conference room wall. Multiple windows and a map instantly appeared on the display. Zhou Lei had directly linked the National Security Bureau's intelligence network to the conference room system. This ensured that intelligence from the National Security Bureau would be transmitted to the conference room in real time. General He nodded in satisfaction, then casually lit a cigarette. He was prepared to conduct extended operations from this location. Reporting, Commander. A large Ivan silo has been detected at Netanyahu Zion's secret base. 3 missiles have already been launched. Missile type unknown. Missile targets unknown. In less than an hour, the conference room speakers suddenly blared, a hoarse voice bellowing. The previously quiet conference room erupted in gasps at the sound. Old Yu and General He simultaneously turned their gaze toward Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei, the big shot from the National Security Bureau, had now transformed into a commentator. Netanyahu Zion is in the mountainous region of northern Judah. We previously discovered a secret military base belonging to Judah there. And we have evidence proving that base hides 10 Big Ivan missiles. Smack! General He slammed his fist on the conference table, his face turning ashen. The missile just launched must be a Big Ivan. No one expected Judah's retaliation to come so swiftly. So direct. We thought Judas would issue international condemnations to rally global support. But instead, Judas retaliated directly with the Big Ivan. They launched 1 Big Ivan, and Judas immediately retaliated with 3. Chapter 107, The Great Ivan War begins. No! General He suddenly widened his eyes and shouted. Old Yu and the others were startled by General He's reaction, all turning their gaze toward him. General He immediately stood up and strode to the LCD screen, scrutinizing the map displayed there. Moments later, General He turned back, his face ashen. No! Those 3 Big Ivans aren't targeting the Jaffa zone. How big is the Jaffa region anyway? Do we really need 3 Big Ivans? 3 Big Ivans could blow right through the entire Jaffa zone. No! No! These 3 Big Ivans definitely weren't meant for the Jaffa zone. Hearing General He's analysis, Old Yu and the others were equally stunned. 3 Big Ivans. And we have no idea where they'll land? Given the Judas people's madness, anything could happen. Xiao Zhang. Contact the Defense Satellite Center immediately. The man addressed as Xiao Zhang by Old Yu was none other than Zhang Wanjian, Minister of National Defense of China. Upon hearing Old Yu's order, Zhang Wanjian immediately pulled out his phone to make contact. The atmosphere in the conference room grew intensely tense. A few minutes later, Zhang Wanjian approached Old Yu with a grim expression. Old Yu. It's Bosch. Bosch? Zhang Wanjian's words startled many, causing them to rise to their feet. Isn't this a conflict between the Judas and Bar Jonah factions? How did Bosch get involved now? 3 Big Ivans have all landed within Bosch territory. 1 in the mountainous region of eastern Bosch. 1 in the desert of central Bosch. And another one landed in Adan. Old Yu and General He's faces instantly turned ashen. The first 2 landing in sparsely populated areas could be overlooked, but this last one actually hit a city? And it was the 3rd largest city in Bosch territory? Madness. Utter madness. They've all gone mad. The Bailers have lost their minds. The Jews have lost their minds. The Boshi people would surely go mad too. Are we really going to start the Great Ivan War? The bigwigs in the conference room finally couldn't hold back, erupting in shocked exclamations. Only Old Yu and General He remained silent, though their expressions were grim. Xiao Zhou. Contact our intelligence operatives in Bosch immediately. Old Yen. Contact the embassies of both Bosch and Judah. Have them rush to calm their respective governments. Do whatever it takes to prevent this from escalating into full-scale war. The Foreign Ministry and Ministry of Information must issue statements immediately and prepare. Commander. Commander. There's movement from Delan's side. After a moment's deliberation, Old Yu and General He swiftly implemented countermeasures. But before they could finish their instructions, another urgent voice cut through the conference room speakers. Earlier, Zhou Lei had linked the National Security Bureau's intelligence feed to the conference room, ensuring any updates from the Bureau would be relayed instantly. All eyes turned once more to the LCD screen. An audio window popped up on the screen. Zhou Lei glanced at it and quickly explained, It's our intelligence personnel in Delan, the capital of Bosch. Commander. The Bosch Congress has passed the wartime resolution. New fighter jets carrying 10 Big Ivan warheads have taken off. Target currently unknown. Whoa! The intelligence caused a collective gasp to echo through the conference room. We're done for. The Big Ivan War is truly about to begin. Bosch had just been hit with 3 Big Ivans from Judas. Where those 10 Big Ivans from Bosch would land was already obvious. Bosch really is stubborn. He just goes for it. Before Old Yu or General He could react, multiple audio windows suddenly popped up on the LCD screen. Reporting, Commander. The U.S. Congress has passed the emergency resolution. The U.S. is now prepared to launch the Big Ivan. Commander. The Big Ivan silos at 5 military bases in Gaul have been officially activated. Commander. Russia's Big Ivan. Reporting, Commander. India. Over a dozen audio windows popped up, and cries erupted almost simultaneously throughout the conference room. The faces of all the bigwigs in the conference room turned ashen in an instant. This was no longer just a matter for Judas, Bosch, and the Palestinians. Every nation on Blue Star possessing Big Ivan must activate it. The Great Ivan War erupted in full force. Humanity's doom was now upon them. Truthfully, when Judah launched those 3 Big Ivans, everyone had already anticipated this outcome. Once it was confirmed that Judah had deployed the Big Ivan, nations could never sit idly by and wait for destruction. This was like opening Pandora's box. Judah and Bosch were merely the beginning. Soon, all eyes were fixed on Old Master Yu. Their gazes held questions as they waited for his final decision. After over 10 seconds of silence, Old Master Yu sighed deeply, slowly closed his eyes, and declared, "Issue the order. Activate all Big Ivan silos across Huaxia. The moment any suspicious flying object is detected, launch immediately." China did not wish to participate in this Great Ivan conflict, but China had no choice. The entire Blue Star is entering an era of Great Ivan chaos, and Huaxia cannot remain untouched. The assembled leaders present understood this all too well. China's action signifies that the Great Ivan War is now irreversible. Humanity's doomsday countdown has officially begun. Ding dong. Warning. Warning. The host's planet is now in extreme danger. Host is advised to evacuate immediately. Interstellar trade channels are available for departure. The system alert sounded urgently in Jiang Hai's mind, his face already darkening. He had just seen the news of Bosch being struck by the Big Ivan. It was predictable that Bosch would retaliate using the Big Ivan warheads and fighter jets he had sold to Bosch. Jiang Hai could already foresee the unfolding events. No nation possessing the Big Ivan could possibly sit idly by. The use of an ultimate weapon like Ivan the Great would inevitably be a race to strike first. Once every nation unleashed their own Big Ivan, humanity would be doomed. Jiang Hai couldn't help but picture the fate of Bennu Star. That was merely a single nuclear power station explosion, yet it devastated Binaxing to that extent. If thousands of such Ivan explosions were to occur on Blue Star, the planet itself might survive, but its environment would be utterly devastated. At that point, no human would stand a chance of survival on Blue Star. Escape seemed to be Jiang Hai's only option now. But Jiang Hai refused to abandon all of humanity and flee alone. It wasn't that he was some saint. Jiang Hai was human too, having lived his entire life within human society. Human society held far too many bonds he couldn't sever. Moreover, he himself bore significant responsibility for the emergence of this crisis. He couldn't run away. At the very least, he must strive to resolve this crisis. Jiang Hai clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth as he shouted at the system, "System! If I want to resolve this crisis, is there any way?" Chapter 108, the system finally steps in. This time, Jiang Hai didn't silently repeat the words in his mind, he shouted them aloud. Thankfully, Uncle Wen and the others were no longer around, otherwise, who knows what wild scenarios they might have imagined. After shouting that, Jiang Hai felt utterly uncertain inside. The system possessed many miraculous functions, but they all required completing a transaction. Without a transaction, it would only offer assistance when Jiang Hai faced life-threatening danger. Take the current situation, for instance. While Jiang Hai was indeed facing danger, the system's solution was to help him escape Blue Star. But expecting the system to resolve this crisis? That was unlikely. Ding! In response to the host's request, the system recommends purchasing a nuclear EMP emitter. Ha! Is the system agreeing? Hearing the system's alert tone, Jiang Hai, who had already braced himself, mentally froze in surprise. The next moment, he realized the system had provided a solution to the crisis. System! Show me the nuclear EMP emitter. Searching. Search complete. Nuclear EMP emitter. By detonating nuclear energy to emit an electromagnetic pulse at a specific frequency, it neutralizes all nuclear reactions within a designated range. The system description was simple and clear. Jiang Hai was familiar with the concept of EMPs. At the very least, he could confirm that the EMPs he had previously encountered certainly lacked the capability to neutralize nuclear reactions. In other words, this was undoubtedly a weapon surpassing Blue Star's technological capabilities. A gleam flashed in Jiang Hai's eyes. Meaning this weapon could directly destroy the Big Ivan. As long as Big Ivan wasn't deployed, it wouldn't matter if Judas and Bosch had their brains blown out. System, what's the operational range of this launcher? A single launcher has a range of 1 square kilometer. 1 square kilometer? The system's response made Jiang Hai frown again. That range is a bit small. How large is the area of the addition zone again? No way. The addition zone alone won't suffice, we must include the entire territories of Judah and Bosch. And it must include the entire territories of both nations. Earlier, when discussing with Wang Chuanfa, it was clear that the Big Ivans from each country couldn't be stored in a single location. No one knows where each country might secretly stash another one. But would simply disabling the Big Ivans in Judah and Bosch be enough? This thought flashed through Jiang Hai's mind. Meanwhile, the television before him continued broadcasting the news. The repercussions of the Big Ivan detonations in Judea and Bosch were escalating. Nations had plunged into unprecedented military readiness. According to reliable sources, nations possessing Big Ivan missiles had already activated their launch silos. An unprecedented Big Ivan war could erupt at any moment. Accompanied by the female anchor's voice filled with terror and sorrow, the screen showed images of Big Ivan launch silos being activated and explosions of Big Ivan missiles. Jiang Hai's pupils contracted slightly as he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Immediately, a resolute expression appeared on his face, as if he had just made a decisive choice. A picturesque beach along the western coast of the United States. This was a famous tourist attraction in the United States. Although the entire Blue Star was now engulfed in the crisis of the Big Ivan War, the events had unfolded so suddenly that most tourists on the beach remained unaware of the situation. People reveled in the sunshine and the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Little did these tourists know that approximately 700 meters beneath their feet lay a specially constructed secret base. This is a military base constructed by the United States, unregistered in any official U.S. records. Only a select few high-ranking officials within the United States were aware of its existence. For here lay the storage of 41 Big Ivans. These 41 Big Ivans were all secretly manufactured by the United States, similarly unregistered in official records. As for why the United States did this, those in the know understand perfectly well. If those tourists on the beach knew they were standing atop 41 Big Ivans, I doubt they'd still be in the mood to enjoy the sun and sea breeze. BIU. A figure suddenly materialized out of thin air amidst the crowd. Unlike the surrounding tourists clad in bikinis, board shorts, and other light summer attire, this figure wore a black cloak, its head completely concealed by a hood. Not only that, but both hands cradled a metallic box. The box was palm-sized, completely sealed, its surface gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen. Most tourists were engrossed in their own activities, scarcely noticing the sudden apparition. Or rather, even if they did, no one bothered to pry. The figure held the metal box in their hands, then lifted their head slightly and glanced ahead. Beneath the hood, the corners of his mouth curved upward, revealing a mysterious smile. In the next instant, the metal box suddenly burst into a flash of light. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from the box, rapidly spreading through the surrounding area. Neither the blinding light nor the shockwave seemed to cause any harm to the surrounding tourists. At most, it startled them. The light and shockwave quickly dissipated. The peculiar figure offered only a faint smile before vanishing in an instant. This time, the surrounding tourists were left utterly dumbfounded, taking a long while to recover. Some visitors, mistaking it for a staged magic show, applauded enthusiastically. Little did they know that beneath their feet, the secret military base had already descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Washington, D.C., Apple City, China's imperial capital and magic city, Gaul, Hans. Countless locations across the blue planet witnessed the same phenomenon. Even in places like the White House in the United States and the Forbidden City in China, that peculiar figure has appeared. No nation was spared. For a time, nations were thrown into a state of panic by this sudden apparition. Even the tense standoffs involving Judas and Bosch temporarily eased. Imperial capital of China, Hai Z. How is it? Have you determined what's going on? Old Yu frowned deeply, his voice grave as he questioned Zhou Lei. The other leaders shared the same grave expressions. The crisis with Ivan from Judas and Bosch hadn't been resolved yet, and now this mess had erupted here. How could someone just pop up in Hai Z, a place with such tight security? This is utterly unbelievable. Zhou Lei, director of the National Security Bureau, was sweating buckets with anxiety, yet he couldn't uncover a single clue. That mysterious figure appeared suddenly and vanished even more abruptly. As for that strange light and shockwave, their true nature remained elusive for the time being. They could only pray that these phenomena posed no threat to human life, otherwise, every single high-ranking official in the nation would be in grave danger. Old Yu. The same figure appeared in various locations around the globe. Satellite imagery even showed them appearing on the farthest northern and southern continents. Zhou Lei wiped the sweat from his face and relayed the latest intelligence. Chapter 109, is the system deliberately doing this? What exactly is the origin of these people? What are they after? Could they be aliens? Bull. I think there's something developed by the states. What's it called? Right. Mutants. This is getting more and more absurd. Inside the conference room, the bigwigs couldn't help but start gossiping. Once the gossip fire ignited, even the earlier sense of impending crisis from the Great Ivan War faded considerably. Just then, the phone of one middle-aged man in military uniform rang. The man froze for a moment before quickly pulling out his phone to answer the call. After all, the bigwigs attending this meeting were all high-ranking officials from various departments of China. A call at this hour must be urgent business from a key department. It couldn't be ignored. The other dignitaries paid little attention, continuing their discussion about the mysterious figure. What? This can't be possible. A sudden exclamation erupted from the corner of the conference room. It was the middle-aged military officer who had stepped out to take the call. The others instinctively turned their heads. General He frowned deeply and demanded in a stern voice, Liao Yangyan. What's going on? This middle-aged military officer was Liao Yangyan, chief of the general staff of the Huaxia military headquarters, and a longtime subordinate of General He. At the general's command, Liao Yangyan flinched involuntarily. Turning around, he stared at the general with a deathly pale face. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Seeing Liao Yangyan's state, a sense of foreboding began to stir in everyone's hearts. General He immediately slammed his hand on the table and barked, I'm asking you a question. Speak. What happened? Liao Yangyan shuddered again, his voice trembling so badly he was nearly in tears. Just now, the military headquarters received intelligence that all the big Ivans stored in the major military districts and bases had been destroyed and rendered completely inoperable. The conference room fell into an instant, deathly silence. Everyone, including Olju and General He, stared wide-eyed at Liao Yangyan, their faces frozen in disbelief. Today had already seen many major events unfold. Yet none of them combined could match the shock delivered by Liao Yangyan's latest revelation. The entire Ivan system rendered useless? And at this critical juncture? Crack! A sharp crack. General He slammed his fist on the table, leapt to his feet, and pointed his finger right at Liao Yangyan's nose as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Liao Yangyan! What the hell are you doing? How could the perfectly good big Ivan just stop working? Are you eating as chief of staff? If you couldn't handle it, speak up sooner. Now you've caused a major disaster. You better believe I'll have you shot. General He, after all, came from a military background and was used to being rough in his youth. Now that he's grown older, he's become slightly more refined. But in this moment of panic, his old temper flared up, and he cursed like a sailor. Liao Yangyan hung his head in shame, unable to utter a single word. He knew he was truly finished. And to make matters worse, at a time when the Great Ivan War could erupt across the entire Blue Star at any moment, China's Great Ivan had been sabotaged. Without this vital national asset, it was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster for China. Such a mistake deserved 100 executions and still wouldn't be enough. Liao Yangyan even considered ending his life right there. Reporting, Commander. Urgent dispatch from the China Nuclear Industry Group. All domestic nuclear power plant reactors have suddenly ceased operation. Yu Lao's secretary burst into the conference room once more, urgently reporting to Yu Lao. The news sent shockwaves through the meeting room once more. First, the entire Great Ivan system failed. Now even the nuclear power plants have shut down. China is headed for disaster. Damn it! All of you are good for nothing bastards. Every last one of you should be dragged out and shot. General He's face was flushed crimson with rage. He bellowed a few curses before his body swayed dangerously, nearly toppling over. Those nearby rushed to support him, while Old Yu's secretary even began summoning a doctor. Though General He still appeared robust, he was nearly 80 years old. His health could not be taken lightly. Old He! Don't act rashly. Old Yu's expression grew grave as he tried to calm General He. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation and the immense danger it posed to China. But he also understood a fundamental truth: the more critical the moment, the more crucial it was to remain calm. After a moment's thought, Old Yu turned to Zhou Lei and said, Zhou, have our overseas intelligence operatives investigate the situation in various countries. Confirm the status of their nuclear power plants? Old Yu's order initially caught everyone off guard, but they quickly snapped into action. Right. First, we must ascertain whether only China's Big Ivan and its nuclear power plants are affected, or if all nations face the same crisis. Old Yu's secretary helped General He take a heart-protecting pill, which eased his discomfort slightly. Listening to Old Yu's analysis, General He furrowed his brow slightly and said, Old Yu, are you suggesting those mysterious figures we saw earlier? Yes. Old Yu nodded directly and said, these mysterious figures appeared just as such a major problem occurred. There must be a connection between the two. Yu Lao's analysis brought sudden clarity to everyone present. Zhou Lei saluted Yu Lao respectfully before swiftly dialing his subordinates to assign tasks. If only China's Great Ivan systems failed, it would be an absolute catastrophe. But what if all the big Ivans across the entire Blue Star failed? Then China would actually be safe. Phew! That was exhausting. Jiang Hai lay on the sofa, stars dancing before his eyes, gasping for breath. Though he hadn't done any physical labor, controlling so many puppets at once had taken a serious toll on his energy. System, did I miss anything just now? Rest assured, host. Every puppet was deployed according to precise calculations. The EMP has now engulfed the entire Blue Star. Every nuclear reactor on Blue Star has been destroyed. All Big Ivan units and related weaponry are now rendered useless. The system's mechanical response resonated beautifully within Jiang Hai's mind. Awesome! Finally, this matter is resolved. A crisis that could have led to the annihilation of all human civilization, and he had actually resolved it himself. How could Jiang Hai not be thrilled? But after a brief surge of excitement, something occurred to him, and the smile instantly vanished from his face. Ahem. System, how much did I spend this time? Ding. Calculating. Please wait. Host has purchased a total of 600 million nuclear EMP launchers. The internal price of the nuclear EMP emitter is 44 trillion huaxia coins. Host's total purchase price for the nuclear EMP launcher, 26.4 billion huaxia coins. 264 billion? That number sounds strangely familiar. Jiang Hai froze for a moment before quickly realizing. Damn it, wasn't that the exact amount of commission he earned from trading the Sky Castle? How could this be such a coincidence? The total price for his EMP launcher purchase just happened to be exactly that number? Jiang Hai couldn't help but frown as he asked, System, are you doing this on purpose? Chapter 110, The Mysterious Boss. All that hard-earned money, barely warm in his hands, gone just like that? No matter how he thought about it, something fishy was definitely going on. But after Jiang Hai posed the question, the system paused briefly before continuing. Host purchased 600 million puppets, spending 1.2 trillion huaxia currency. Another 1.2 trillion gone. Jiang Hai felt a sharp pain in his teeth. Fortunately, he'd made a hefty profit from his first deal with the resistance on Binaxing. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough to pay for the puppets this time. 600 million puppets. How long would it take to use them all? Jiang Hai still didn't know where these puppets were stored when not in use. Just imagining those 600 million identical puppets lined up side by side in a warehouse. The sheer scale of it made Jiang Hai feel uneasy just imagining it. No! He almost let the system distract him. The system hadn't even answered the question he'd just asked. System, are those 26.4 billion? Ding! Detected host's unauthorized use of system teleportation function. Imposing penalty on host. Deducting 200 billion huaxia coins. Damn it! Great! You're awesome! You're something else. System, I know you're not human, but I advise you not to be such a jerk. Jiang Hai immediately shut his mouth, not daring to mention the 26.4 billion again. He picked up his phone and checked his bank account. Seeing the balance had dwindled to just over 500 billion huaxia currency, Jiang Hai felt like crying but couldn't. It seemed like just this morning, upon returning from Binaxing, Jiang Hai had been brimming with ambition, determined to become Blue Star's wealthiest individual. Little did he expect that by evening, his fortune would shrink to such a pitiful state. Regardless, this crisis was finally resolved. Suppressing his heartache, Jiang Hai exhaled another long breath. Leaning back on the sofa, he gazed up at the ceiling. Being an unsung hero who saves the world, this actually felt pretty good. Though the conflicts involving Judas, Bosch, and the Palestinians remained unresolved, at least there was no longer the threat of Big Ivan flying around unchecked. As he always said, without Big Ivan around, they could fight until their brains splattered out, it wouldn't matter. Alright. The matter was settled, and it was time for him to relax. After lounging on the couch for a while, Jiang Hai slapped his forehead and immediately grabbed his phone to call his driver, Old Lee. It had been nearly a year since the last car accident. Old Lee had long since recovered from his injuries, and Jiang Hai had even granted him an extended paid leave. But Old Lee was a straightforward man. A month ago, he'd asked to return to work, and Jiang Hai naturally had no reason to refuse. As for Uncle Wen's situation, Jiang Hai hadn't shared the truth with Old Lee, wanting to spare him any guilt. After all, on the surface, Uncle Wen and his crew were still people Old Lee had introduced. But Jiang Hai knew that even without Old Lee's introduction, the Huaxia authorities would have found another way to place Uncle Wen's group under his watch. After a quick tidy-up, Jiang Hai got into his car and headed for the club on the outskirts of the metropolis. That's right. Jiang Hai felt mentally exhausted, yet his physical stamina remained robust. This contrast was precisely what made him feel so drained right now. So heading to the club to work out, burn off some energy, and clear his mind was just what he needed. Mr. Jiang. Good evening. Stepping into the club, the receptionist immediately greeted him with eyes practically sparkling with excitement. Jiang Hai, however, ignored her big, watery eyes and asked with the bluntness of a straight man, "Where's Coach Yi?" Ignoring the stunningly beautiful woman right in front of him, he had to ask about the muscular, burly guy. This isn't straight, he must be, right? The receptionist felt deeply dissatisfied inside, but dared not show it on her face. She continued to smile sweetly as she replied, "Coach Yi is in the boss's office. The boss has something to discuss with him." The boss? Jiang Hai froze, his face brimming with surprise. He'd been a premium member of this club for a year now, yet this was the first time he'd heard anything about the owner. To establish such a club in the Magic City, the owner must be no ordinary person. Jiang Hai had once tried to dig up information about this mysterious owner, but found nothing. Of course, that was also because he hadn't pursued it further. Otherwise, with his current connections, it shouldn't have been too difficult. He had long since abandoned the idea of tracking down this enigmatic figure, but now that word had surfaced about the owner's appearance, Jiang Hai's curiosity was piqued once more.
Could I meet your owner? I mean, I've never actually seen what your owner looks like. Well, I'm afraid I can't make that call.
The young woman's face immediately clouded with distress. She was just a lowly receptionist, how could she decide matters concerning the boss? Seeing the receptionist's awkward expression, Jiang Hai's lips curved slightly as he reached into his jacket pocket. He soon pulled out an exquisitely designed card, placed it on the front desk, and slid it toward the young woman. This discount card grants a 70% discount at all JR stores. JR was a top-tier women's fashion brand. Though domestically produced, it enjoyed considerable international renown. The key point was that the items in this store were exceptionally expensive. Coincidentally, JR's Shanghai office was located in Changhua Tower. This 70% off card was actually a welcome gift from the manager of JR's Shanghai branch to Jiang Hai. But as a bachelor, this women's clothing discount card was utterly useless to Jiang Hai. Today, passing it on to someone else seemed like a perfect solution. Sure enough, the moment the receptionist saw Jiang Hai pull out the card, her eyes lit up. Almost instinctively, she reached out and pressed her fingers against the card. But instead of immediately releasing his grip, Jiang Hai leaned closer and said with a smile, "If you take this card, then we're practically family, right?" As he spoke, his fingers slid slowly along the card, inch by inch, until they reached the delicate fingers of the beautiful woman. Her face flushed instantly. She lowered her head coyly, swiftly taking the card while a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. She was putting on quite the act earlier. But she was conquered by this goddess. Landing such a golden catch, this goddess is finally going to succeed. So, I'd like to see what your boss looks like. Take the elevator over there. It has an electronic lock, but I can help you. The receptionist pointed coyly toward a hidden elevator door tucked in a corner. Her eyes brimmed with resolute devotion, as if she'd already crowned herself Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Hai followed the direction of her finger and spotted the elevator. A knowing smile immediately spread across his face. He gave her an okay gesture before turning and walking toward the elevator. As for the beauty? He didn't even know her name, okay. Flirting with a pretty girl was one thing, but Jiang Hai wasn't desperate enough to casually label her as his girlfriend, let alone a future partner. Besides, he did give the other party something in return. That threefold discount card was worth far more than $1 million. Even if the other party got fired over it, that discount card alone would more than make up for their losses. Chapter 111, Huasha Bully Group. Stepping into the elevator, only 3 floor buttons were illuminated. Basement 1 parking, 1st floor, and the top floor, 6th floor. Jiang Hai pressed the button for the 6th floor without hesitation. Soon, the elevator reached the 6th floor. As the doors slowly opened, Jiang Hai peered out at the deserted hallway before stepping out immediately. This was Jiang Hai's first time on the club's 6th floor. He surveyed the long corridor. One end featured a tightly sealed metal emergency exit door, while the other end held a reddish-brown room door, also closed. Apart from these 2 doors, the corridor featured stark white walls on both sides, illuminated by 2 rows of soft light spotlights overhead. Could it be that there was only one room on this entire floor? Staring at the reddish-brown door, Jiang Hai couldn't help but speculate silently. Click. Just then, the door suddenly swung open, startling Jiang Hai. Before he could hide, Kochi emerged from the doorway. Spotting Jiang Hai, Kochi showed no surprise, merely nodding at him with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, please come in." Kochi gestured for him to enter, leaving Jiang Hai even more baffled. It seemed Kochi wasn't the least bit surprised to see him here. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai immediately plastered on a broad smile, walking toward Kochi while greeting him. "Hey, Kochi! I've never taken this elevator before, so I thought I'd give it a try. Hee. Speaking of which, this is my first time on the 6th floor." Kochi merely smiled without comment at Jiang Hai's somewhat clumsy acting. Only when Jiang Hai reached the door did he step aside, gesturing for him to come right in. Originally, Jiang Hai had just wanted to see what the club's mysterious owner looked like. Now that he could enter, he felt a sudden hesitation. "Mr. Jiang, please come in. Mr. Liu is waiting for you inside." "Mr. Liu?" Jiang Hai froze for a moment before quickly realizing. This Mr. Liu must be the mysterious owner. This time, Jiang Hai steeled himself and walked straight toward the door. The moment he entered, Jiang Hai felt a sudden sense of spaciousness. Beyond the door lay an enormous space. By visual estimation, it was over 300 square meters. Such a vast space, complemented by floor-to-ceiling windows, offered an exceptionally expansive view of the scenery outside. The left side of the room was largely occupied by various fitness equipment. 2 treadmills were positioned directly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. One could easily imagine how pleasant it would be to run on them. The right side, covering about 100 square meters, featured 3 sofas, 1 long and 2 short, a coffee table, and a set of executive desk and chair beside them. Jiang Hai had developed a discerning eye by now and could tell that while the furniture wasn't extravagant, it was undoubtedly high-end.
The kind that would set you back at least 100,000 yuan. Ha! Mr. Jiang. Welcome, welcome.
As Jiang Hai finished surveying the room's decor, a hearty laugh echoed through the space. A middle-aged man in a gray suit and square-rimmed glasses rose from the executive chair. He walked up to Jiang Hai, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "I've long admired your reputation, Mr. Jiang. It's a shame we never had the chance to meet before. Today, my wish has finally come true." Jiang Hai promptly shook his hand, his heart skipping a beat. The man's palm was broad and thick, with several distinct areas bearing deep calluses. Those were the marks left by years of gripping a gun. Coach Yi behind him was the same. Could it be that, like Coach Yi, he too had a military background? But judging by his refined and scholarly appearance, it didn't quite seem like it either. "Hello? You flatter me. You flatter me. Ah. Mr. Liu, right?" Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Hai plastered on a smile and exchanged pleasantries. The other man returned the smile brightly and promptly introduced himself. "My name is Liu. Liu Guoqiang." Liu Guoqiang? Hearing the name, Jiang Hai's heart skipped a beat. He had heard this name before. To be precise, it was a name that had struck like thunder. Liu Guoqiang, chairman of Huaxia Boli Group Company, Limited. And this Boli Group was one of China's top state-owned enterprises. Most importantly, Boli Group ranks among China's top 3 arms manufacturers. Jiang Hai learned all this from Wang Chuanfa during a casual chat earlier. Wang had filled him in on the details.
In terms of importance, Boli Group certainly couldn't compare to the nuclear industry group. But when it comes to profitability, Boli Group blows the nuclear industry group out of the water. Crucially, Boli Group ranks first among China's arms exporters. And it leaves the other companies far behind. Take the Type 99 main battle tanks Jiang Hai sold to Salam earlier. Those were Boli Group's flagship export products. Jiang Hai never imagined that Liu Guoqiang would be the owner of this club. He certainly never imagined he'd meet Liu Guoqiang in this setting. Competitors are enemies. Jiang Hai had already crossed swords with that formidable adversary, Lord Sick Corporation. Could it be that today he was about to clash with Boli Group as well? Ha! Judging by Mr. Zhang's expression, he must have heard my name before? Let me guess, it must have been old Wang who told you, right?
Seeing Jiang Hai freeze in place, Liu Guoqiang laughed unconcernedly, even managing a joke. Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure and returned the smile. "Mr. Liu, I've long admired your reputation. Never imagined I'd meet you here." "Ha! You're too kind." After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down on the sofa. Coach Yi joined them, and the 3 of them each took a seat on the sofa, perfectly fitting. I was just talking with Olji about Mr. Jiang." "Mr. Jiang, you have no idea you're about to strike it rich this time." "Ha!" Liu Guoqiang suddenly leaned in conspiratorially, grinning as he gave a thumbs up. Jiang Hai didn't understand Liu Guoqiang's meaning, narrowing his eyes without responding. Seeing this, Liu Guoqiang sat up straight again, tilted his head, and said, "Mr. Jiang, you haven't heard yet? You heard about what happened today, right?" "Yeah, I heard about it." Jiang Hai knew Liu Guoqiang was referring to the incident where Judas, Bosch, and Bale got into a fierce fight. After all, the incident had become common knowledge worldwide. For Jiang Hai to pretend ignorance would be utterly disingenuous. The global situation had been tense for some time now, and the big shots in every country were ready to act. They could unleash it at any moment. Even our own China was no exception. Liu Guoqiang seemed utterly unconcerned about the implications, discussing such matters right in front of Jiang Hai. This took Jiang Hai completely by surprise. Was this loose-lipped individual truly the CEO of a top-tier state-owned enterprise? But Jiang Hai kept his doubts to himself. He still wanted to learn from the other man just how far the situation had escalated. After all, even though he had already destroyed the global Big Ivan, the ultimate outcome remained unknown. Chapter 112, A Chance to Strike It Rich. Could things really be this serious? Jiang Hai feigned surprise, then asked with a look of tension, "So now, what's happening now? Is war really imminent?" "Ha! Rest assured, General Jiang. The war will definitely happen, only it won't have anything to do with us Chinese anymore." "Ha!" Liu Guoqiang burst into laughter, while Jiang Hai promptly feigned utter bewilderment, as if completely lost at Liu Guoqiang's meaning. Immediately after, Liu Guoqiang recounted the mysterious figure's appearance and the global incidents involving the destruction of the Great Ivan and nuclear reactors. Finally, leaning back into the sofa, Liu Guoqiang chuckled, "Now we're talking. No Big Ivan left on the planet. Even if they get their brains blown out, it's no big deal." Jiang Hai unconsciously scratched his cheek. Liu Guoqiang's thoughts were exactly the same as his, though he hadn't dared voice them. "So, Mr. Jiang, you get it now, right? You're really going to strike it rich this time." After saying all this, Liu Guoqiang started winking and nodding at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai froze for a moment before grasping Liu Guoqiang's meaning. After a brief silence, he asked, "Uranium mine?" "That's right, uranium mines. Now all the nuclear reactors worldwide are being decommissioned. Countries can't just abandon those decommissioned nuclear plants.
They'll definitely restart the reactors. And uranium ore is absolutely essential for restarting nuclear reactors. For the foreseeable future, the uranium mines under Jiang's control will be hot commodities. Jiang Hai blinked, wearing an ambiguous smile while his mind raced. Moments later, he replied with a smile, I only hold the mining rights to one uranium deposit. There are plenty more like it across Africa. Besides, I already agreed with Mr. Wang last time that the uranium ore would be prioritized for supply to China. Oh? Jiang Hai's words made Lu Guoqiang's smile grow even brighter, and he nodded repeatedly. I get it. I get it. Business is business. Integrity is paramount. But when the time comes, the price can be adjusted appropriately. The price will still be based on what we originally agreed upon. Before Lu Guoqiang could finish, Jiang Hai cut him off, his expression unchanged, still that same calm smile, neither deepening nor fading. What's mine to earn, I won't give up a single penny. What's not mine to earn, I won't take a single cent. TSK TSK. Well, that's a shame. Lu Guoqiang clicked his tongue, shaking his head regretfully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The global demand for uranium ore is enormous right now. Even if you jacked up the price several times over, people would still buy it. But if we miss this chance, once all those nuclear reactors start up again, uranium prices will surely return to normal. Mr. Jiang won't get another shot at that windfall profit. Jiang Hai, however, remained completely unmoved. He merely shook his head lightly and smiled, saying, It doesn't matter. Money, whether more or less, makes no difference. Right, Mr. Lu? Ha! Well said. Well said. Lu Guoqiang burst into laughter, giving Jiang Hai a thumbs up. Mr. Jiang's perspective is truly profound. Respect. Respect. Ha! You're exaggerating, Mr. Lu. What level of understanding is mine? Compared to yours, mine is nowhere near. Jiang Hai and Lu Guoqiang suddenly began exchanging mutual business praise. After chatting casually for another 10 minutes, Jiang Hai rose to take his leave. Mr. Lu, I came today hoping to get some practice in. I was wondering if Coach Yi is available? He's free. Definitely free. Before Coach Yi could answer, Lu Guoqiang immediately chimed in, rising to his feet and patting Coach Yi on the shoulder with a smile. Old Yi. Make sure you give Mr. Jiang a good workout later. Sure. Coach Yi smiled and nodded in agreement, then gestured invitingly toward Jiang Hai. After bidding farewell to Lu Guoqiang, Jiang Hai and Coach Yi walked away, chatting and laughing. After Jiang Hai and Coach Yi had left, Lu Guoqiang's smile remained unchanged as he slowly sat back down in his executive chair. He pulled a phone from the drawer and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Hello? It's me. Ha! What a coincidence, I just ran into him. Yeah, I think he's solid. We can move forward with the plan. Hey! Don't you trust my judgment? I'm pretty good at reading people. Ha! Great. Great. I'll be waiting for that drink. So, you guys spotted me the moment I stepped into the elevator? Gasping for breath, Jiang Hai stared wide-eyed at Coach Yi before him. In that split second of distraction, Coach Yi tripped over something. Jiang Hai flew through the air, somersaulting mid-flight before crashing heavily onto the soft mat. Of course, just as he was about to hit the ground, Coach Yi grabbed his belt of fall turned into a catch. In the end, though Jiang Hai appeared to have fallen hard, he actually suffered no serious injury. Rising to his feet, Coach Yi looked down at the panting Jiang Hai lying on the ground and chuckled. Mr. Lu's status is extraordinary. His safety is under state protection. If anyone could casually approach Mr. Lu's office, wouldn't that mean the people the state assigned to protect him were all useless? In fact, if it weren't for Mr. Lu's authorization, even if you managed to board that elevator, it wouldn't have been able to reach the 6th floor. Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He'd thought he was being clever, only to end up looking like a fool in the end. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled to his feet, wiped the sweat from his face, and grabbed Coach Yi by the collar once more. Jiuquan, a highly practical combat technique. It might not look as flashy as this punch or that kick, but when real danger strikes, grappling proves the most effective way to defend yourself. Jiang Hai had learned this lesson the hard way. But his current skills were nowhere near Coach Yi's level, not by a long shot. In less than half a minute, Jiang Hai was thrown to the ground again. This time, Coach Yi had his arm locked tightly behind his back. Had Coach Yi not held back, Jiang Hai would have been screaming in agony. When Coach Yi finally released him, Jiang Hai didn't rush to his feet. Instead, he lay on the ground resting for several minutes. Only after regaining a bit of strength did he grit his teeth and crawl to his feet. So, you're ostensibly the club's coach, but in reality, you're also a security detail sent by the state to protect President Lu? Jiang Hai had always found it odd that someone with Coach Yi's skills would stoop to coaching at a mere club. Now it made sense using his coaching role as cover while actually serving as Lu Guoqiang's bodyguard. But the moment Jiang Hai voiced his conjecture, Coach Yi immediately dismissed it. I have absolutely no connection to the state now. Naturally, I'm not a bodyguard protecting Mr. Lu either. Mr. Lu served in the military years ago. Back then, we were comrades in arms, and I even saved his life on the battlefield. After I left the military, I was looking for work, and he gave me this opportunity. Chapter 113, The Reason for Losing Big Ivan. So that's why you refused my invitations to join before? When I was down and out, it was Mr. Liu who helped me. Coach Ye's expression grew serious as he declared solemnly, therefore, without General Manager Liu's approval, I will not leave this place. Jiang Hai instantly felt a twinge of toothache. If poaching someone requires the wall's consent, how the heck is this pickaxe supposed to dig? No way, no way. I'm too exhausted. Jiang Hai propped himself up on one knee, waving frantically at Coach Ye with the other hand. Today's workout had already far exceeded his limits. Perfect. Not only was he mentally drained, but his body was exhausted too. Finally, he felt at ease. Since Jiang Hai didn't want to train anymore, Coach Ye was naturally happy to ease up. He reached out to help Jiang Hai into the shower room, letting him wash himself. For cases like Jiang Hai's, where he'd overexerted himself, the club would arrange for a professional masseuse to help him relax his muscles. Don't get the wrong idea, it was the proper kind. After the aches and the exhilaration passed, Jiang Hai took another shower, changed his clothes, and left the club. Before getting into the car, Jiang Hai glanced at Coach Ye who had come out to see him off and suddenly smiled. Rolling down the window, he asked Coach Ye with a grin, Coach Ye, if I asked President Liu to transfer you over to help me, do you think he'd agree? Coach Ye hesitated briefly before shaking his head. I don't know. Well then, assuming Mr. Liu agreed, would you be willing to come work for me? Coach Ye didn't answer Jiang Hai's question immediately. Instead, he stared intently at Jiang Hai for a long moment. I don't like answering hypothetical questions. Ha! Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Jiang Hai chuckled, as if his earlier words had truly been nothing but a joke. He waved goodbye to Coach Ye and had oldly drive him away. Jiang Hai's car drove off a good distance, while Coach Ye remained standing in place, watching until it disappeared from sight. Mr. Boundless Ocean. Glancing at the text message on his phone, Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, not replying immediately. Because the sender was none other than Aisha. Jiang Hai had serious issues with Aisha. It was precisely because this group of lunatics had suddenly unleashed Big Ivan on Judas that the near-catastrophic Big Ivan crisis had erupted, nearly wiping out all of humanity. If not for Jiang Hai spending astronomical sums to resolve the crisis, who knows what state Blue Star would be in now. Jiang Hai had originally planned to confront them about it in a few days. Little did he expect Aisha would reach out to him today. While Jiang Hai was still pondering how to respond, Aisha sent another text. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, I know we were in the wrong this time. I'm truly sorry. You should know that I never truly wanted to sell Big Ivan to you. We know. And you should also know that I ultimately sold Big Ivan to you to give you the means to protect yourselves. We're truly sorry for betraying your goodwill. Don't talk about apologies. Do you have any idea what I had to sacrifice to resolve the crisis you created? So this crisis was resolved by your hand after all. Holy! You actually dared to try to get me to spill the beans? Jiang Hai couldn't help but mutter under his breath. In a moment of anger, he'd let it slip. Jiang Hai's expression darkened instantly. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, we are profoundly grateful for your assistance in resolving this crisis. Had you not intervened, we who caused this disaster would have become criminals against humanity. As if anticipating Jiang Hai's fury, Aisha immediately launched into a flurry of flattery, leaving him no room to vent his anger. Tell me, what exactly happened? Knowing you both, you wouldn't act so impulsively. His anger subsided considerably, and Jiang Hai began to probe for answers. Lord Filzert is dead. Aisha answered the moment Jiang Hai's question left his lips, her voice low and sorrowful, yet thick with seething anger. Filzert? Jiang Hai's mind instantly conjured the image of that elderly man. He was a man who appeared exceptionally kind and approachable. Though he knew the man was no ordinary figure, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a certain fondness for him. This old man, dead? Well, given his age, it wasn't entirely unexpected, was it? Why would Aisha specifically? The next moment, Jiang Hai's eyes suddenly widened in shock. How did Lord Filzert die? Someone infiltrated Lord Filzert's residence and slit his throat with a dagger while he slept. It was the work of the Jews. Aisha concisely recounted the circumstances of Filzert's death, concluding with a definitive answer that identified the murderer. Upon hearing Aisha's words, Jiang Hai's eyes immediately narrowed into slits. He finally understood why they had suddenly brought up Ivan the Great. From their last meeting, he had known that Firzhat's prestige and standing were exceptionally high, even rivaling their supreme leader. With Firzhat suddenly assassinated, they would undoubtedly go berserk. Truthfully, most of us remain level-headed. We know deploying Big Ivan won't resolve anything, it'll only escalate the situation. But there were still some who weren't so rational. Moreover, Lord Firzhat's death was so sudden that everyone became utterly disoriented, allowing certain individuals to seize the opportunity. Aisha briefly explained the entire situation, allowing Jiang Hai to understand the underlying reasons. Put that way, Jiang Hai really couldn't entirely blame them for this incident. It just goes to show how utterly arrogant Judas has become. First he assassinated President Bosch and the foreign minister, then he went and assassinated the second in command of the Bailers. Such reckless actions being thrown into the Big Ivan prison was no injustice at all. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai began replying to the other party's text message. So now, what do you plan to do? Regardless of how it started, the result is clear. SZ organization unleashed Ivan the Terrible first, nearly triggering this catastrophe for humanity. Both Judas and Bosch suffered bombings from Big Ivan, resulting in countless casualties. They will undoubtedly bear the responsibility for this aftermath. Originally, Palestine had been recognized by the UN General Assembly and was on the verge of becoming a member state. But after this incident, the UN General Assembly will absolutely refuse to accept Palestine. Without UN membership, Palestine cannot secure military aid from other nations. Facing Judah alone, Palestine stood no chance of victory. Aisha seemed to understand Jiang Hai's meaning, which is why she hadn't responded after seeing his message. After a long pause, Aisha finally said to Jiang Hai, "We hope to evacuate the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip." Just as the Judeans were back then. Chapter 114, Seeking Help from Salam. Send the Bailers away? Just like the Jews back then? When Aisha uttered these words, Jiang Hai could detect the resignation and despair in her tone. Regardless of the current state of the Jews, after their nation fell, they were forced to leave their homeland and endured nearly 2,000 years of exile. For Aisha to now suggest the Palestinians should follow the same path as the ancient Jews, didn't that imply they too would face a long exile? Jiang Hai knew this was no exaggeration. It nearly sparked a global war on Blue Star. This responsibility is something the Palestinians cannot escape. Fortunately, the Great Ivan War never truly erupted. Otherwise, regardless of the final outcome, the entire Blue Star would have become inhospitable to the Palestinians. Aisha could already foresee that it wouldn't be long before the Jews launched retaliation against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. To protect the Palestinians, the only safe option was to get them out of the Gaza Strip, far away from the Jews. Jiang Hai furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but send a message: Judah won't let you leave. Judah had long completed its encirclement of the Gafar zone. Even if the Bailers wanted to leave, the Judahites would never permit it. Moreover, after they dropped that Big Ivan, the two tribes were now locked in a blood feud. It goes without saying that the Judahites won't spare a single Bailer. Our people will all stay behind. Aisha didn't hesitate, replying directly to Jiang Hai's question. We will shoulder all responsibility and fight the Judeans to the bitter end. By continuing our fight against the Jews, Palestinian civilians will also have a chance to leave. Seeing Aisha's message, Jiang Hai couldn't help but flinch. He finally understood they were offering their lives to shield the safety of Palestinian civilians. To the Jews, they were the true enemies. If they stayed, those Palestinian civilians might just be spared by the Judeans. But without the Palestinian civilians as cover, choosing to confront the Judeans head-on would likely mean annihilation for their entire force. It seemed they had already resolved to sacrifice themselves for the Palestinians. At this moment, Jiang Hai no longer harbored any resentment. At the very least, their resolve in this moment commanded his respect. So you're contacting me now, you must have some need, right? After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai posed another question. Even without Aisha answering, Jiang Hai could guess what she intended to do. To hold Judas back in the addition zone would require a massive amount of weapons and equipment. But with their reputation now in tatters, no other arms dealer would supply them. The only one they could turn to was Jiang Hai. Weapons. We need a massive supply of weapons. Aisha cut straight to the chase with their demand. Clearly, though they were willing to bear the consequences of their own mistakes, it didn't mean they had relinquished their hatred for the Judahites. Having resolved this would be their final battle, they were prepared to pay with their lives to make the Judahites pay a bloody price. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai quietly responded to Aisha's request. Just 3 words. No problem. Jiang Hai, this deal is done. How about it? Stay for a drink? Salam slung his arm around Jiang Hai's shoulder, grinning as he made the suggestion. Jiang Hai had just delivered a new shipment of arms to Salam, and this transaction naturally concluded without a hitch. Ever since Salam formally established his kingdom, the demand for arms had been skyrocketing daily. The newly established kingdom of Niamia had much to rebuild, but Salam had deep pockets. Especially in a place like Africa, without sufficient armed forces, even if the Niamia kingdom gained recognition from the United Nations General Assembly, it could easily be swallowed up by powerful enemies surrounding it. Thus, Salam was constantly recruiting troops and expanding its military capabilities. Jiang Hai, naturally, was not stingy in its assistance to Salam. Whenever Salam made a request, Jiang Hai would certainly deliver a batch of arms. Of course, Jiang Hai made sure to profit handsomely from every deal. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Hai agreed to Salam's proposal. The two men slung their arms around each other's shoulders and headed to Salam's hideous palace to drink. After 3 rounds of wine, Salam, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, pointed at Jiang Hai and declared, "Brother, I know it was you who stopped the Great Ivan War last time. Only you could pull off something so incredible. Right? Jiang Hai merely smiled at Salam's inquiry, offering no reply. From Aisha last time to Salam now, anyone who had frequent contact and dealings with Jiang Hai had guessed as much. Jiang Hai didn't want to deceive his friends, but he wouldn't outright admit it either. Though he trusted Salam, it was wiser not to confirm anything just in case. After all, if the superpowers got wind of such extraordinary methods, Jiang Hai's future would become quite difficult. Salam, I recall you had a decent relationship with the Palestinians? Those lunatics. Who in their right mind would have good relations with them? Salam was drunk, but not completely out of it. At the mention of Palestine, he immediately shook his head and waved his hands. Evidently, the Baylor's name was now utterly discredited. No one dared be associated with them. Especially now that the Baylors and Judah were tearing each other apart in the Ghaffar region, literally beating each other's brains out. Jiang Hai furrowed his brow. He had his reasons for staying to drink with Salam. After a moment's hesitation, he set down his cup, narrowed his eyes at Salam, and asked, Your Majesty, I have a matter requiring your assistance? Ha? Asking me for help? Salam shook his head, almost unable to believe his ears. But seeing the earnest look on Jiang Hai's face, Salam belched, then immediately sat up straight. Brother! What kind of relationship do we have? If you need my help with anything, just say the word. Whatever I can do, I'll help. Salam adopted a bold, all-inclusive attitude, but Jiang Hai remained uneasy. After all, the favor he sought from Salam was no ordinary request. After a moment's hesitation, seeing Salam's drunken, unfocused eyes, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth and said, I want the kingdom of Niamia to accept Palestinian refugees. No problem. Just say the word, and I'll. As soon as Jiang Hai's request left his mouth, Salam immediately pounded his chest in agreement. But mid-sentence, Salam seemed to finally register what had been said. Not only did his words falter, but his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Jiang Hai. What? Accept Palestinian refugees? This is impossible. No. Absolutely not. Salam's chubby head shook violently, his jowls jiggling as if they might fall off. Salam couldn't care less how ridiculous he looked. All he knew was that he absolutely could not agree to Jiang Hai's request. Chapter 115, The Battle of Bonnet. Don't rush to say no. Seeing Salam like this, Jiang Hai grew anxious too. The war in the Ghaffati zone had erupted in full force. Dubbed the final battle between the Jews and the Palestinians, it raged with extraordinary ferocity. Although Palestinian civilians had evacuated the combat zone as Aisha's plan had envisioned, the fate of these millions of Palestinian refugees now became a pressing dilemma. Given the historical ties between Palestine and Bosnia, Palestinian refugees heading to Bosnia would normally pose no issue. But it was precisely because of the Big Ivan missile Palestine had launched that Bosnia had been implicated, suffering 3 Big Ivan strikes in return. This had made the relationship between Palestine and Bosnia extremely delicate, leading to Bosnia's decisive refusal to admit Palestinian refugees. The UN General Assembly revoked Palestine's observer state status and even withheld official supply support. Just as Aisha had predicted, that Big Ivan had utterly plunged the Balinese into hell. Though the Palestinian refugees had escaped the war zone, their plight had grown even more desperate and hopeless. Jiang Hai wasn't exactly a saint, but seeing the plight of those Palestinian refugees moved him deeply. That was why he made the request to Salam. Salam shook his head repeatedly, saying, Jiang Hai, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. I truly cannot agree to this. The Palestinians are now notorious. Whoever shelters them will be targeted by the entire Blue Star. Niamia had only just been established. Facing hostility from several neighboring nations was already challenging enough. Bringing in the Baylors would spell the nation's demise within a year. By the end of his plea, Salam was on the verge of tears. He had worked so hard to build this nation he couldn't bear to see it collapse after just 1 year. Jiang Hai, hearing this, wore an expression of utter helplessness and pressed the matter no further. Since he considered Salam a friend, it would be wrong to put his friend in a difficult position. It seemed the Salam route was blocked. Jiang Hai lowered his head in thought, searching for other possibilities. Brother, take my advice, the Baylors are like dirty rice now. Once you get involved, you'll never be clean again. Seeing Jiang Hai no longer trying to persuade him, Salam secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned his attention to trying to persuade Jiang Hai. If you don't believe me, look around. Why hasn't a single country in the world stepped in to aid the Palestinians this time? That Big Ivan has already pushed the Palestinians into opposition against all of humanity. Jiang Hai remained silent. He knew Salam had a point, but that didn't mean he agreed with him. He understood that while the Palestinians were wrong to launch the Big Ivan, they had their reasons. The real culprit was Judas, who assassinated Furzat. Jiang Hai shook his head. This was a feud between Palestine and Judas. He couldn't easily intervene. Resolving the plight of these Baylor refugees was already sufficient repayment for his friendship with the Baylor people. Returning to the root of the matter, the kingdom of Niamia was no longer an option. That left only one place Jiang Hai could turn to for connections. Hispania? Though an island nation, Hispania was vast and sparsely populated.
It could barely manage to resettle these millions of Bala refugees. The problem was, Jiang Hai and the president of Hispania were now at odds. The two sides were hostile. To make matters worse, Jiang Hai had now backed the three-stem gang in Hispania, which was actively fighting against the government forces. Asking the Hispanic government to accept millions of Palestinian refugees at this juncture is utterly impossible. Unless the current government of Hispania could be overthrown in the short term. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold gleam flashing in them. It had been a while since he'd been in touch with the Three Branches gang. Wondered how they were faring now. Hispania, Bonite City. Gunfire echoed throughout Benito's city center. Ordinary citizens huddled fearfully in their homes, too terrified to venture out. The city's streets had completely devolved into battlefields. Shui. We've taken the east side. On the rooftop terrace of the tallest building in the city center, a dusty-faced member of the Three-Stem gang hurried up behind Shui and shouted at him. Shui showed little excitement, slowly lowering the binoculars from his hands. Compared to a few months ago, he now carried himself with greater maturity and composure. Have the brothers hold the territory first. The enemy will definitely counterattack. Don't lose the ground we've already gained. Got it. Hearing Shui's command, the gang member gave a loud shout before immediately turning and leaving. Shui himself turned and walked to the center of the terrace, where a large table stood laden with scattered items, including a map measuring 1 meter in length and width. Shui traced his fingers across the map before addressing his men. For the next few days, we hold our positions. The government forces will definitely try to retake the eastern part of the city. Let them shift their forces to attack the east. When they do, we'll send a squad to seize both the south and north sectors directly. Got it. Brother Shui. Understood. A chorus of affirmations echoed around Shui. Since that battle months ago, Shui had truly taken control of the Three Roots gang, becoming its leader. The three elders who once led the gang, Elder Song and Elder Yuan, had been killed by the enemy. Elder Wu had narrowly escaped that massacre, but subsequently fell gravely ill and never recovered. After taking control, Shui abandoned his previous gentle and yielding approach, choosing instead to directly confront the government forces. Armed with the 11 sapple batons previously gifted by Jiang Hai and their stockpiled weapons, the Sanju gang caught the government forces completely off guard. They seized control of Bonite City Center and engaged in a nearly month-long stalemate with government forces. Today, the Sanju gang finally broke through the government forces' encirclement and successfully captured the eastern part of the city. Shui naturally wouldn't let this hard-won opportunity slip away. Breaking the government forces' encirclement would inevitably disrupt the entire strategic balance of their deployment. This was the opening to defeat the government forces. After making his deployments, Shui exhaled a long breath and pulled out a cigarette, intending to light it. But the wind on the terrace was too strong, and he failed to light it after several attempts. Frowning, he gave a few instructions to his subordinate beside him and headed straight for the stairwell. Once inside the stairwell, Shui finally lit his cigarette and took a deep drag. He felt the scorching smoke travel through his throat and nasal passages before exhaling it all in one breath. In that moment, Shui felt as if all his pressure had been expelled, his entire body relaxing considerably. Looks like you're doing pretty well, huh? A sudden voice snapped him out of his trance. Shui spun around almost instinctively, a pistol already in his hand, barrel pointed straight toward the source of the sound, trigger finger poised. But when he saw the figure standing less than 3 meters away, he froze. Sir? It's you! Shui's surprise quickly gave way to joy. He hastily holstered the gun, strode forward, and bowed deeply. Chapter 116, Overthrowing the Hispanic Government. The visitor was none other than Jiang Hai. Although the entire building had been completely sealed off by the Three-Stem gang, Jiang Hai had still appeared here without anyone noticing. Shui, however, had long grown accustomed to Jiang Hai's uncanny abilities. After his initial surprise, he felt mostly delighted. Judging by your preparations, you intend to overthrow the Hispanic government? Jiang Hai glanced at the terrace outside, where Sanju gang members stood armed to the teeth, ready for battle. In response to Jiang Hai's question, Shui's expression turned grave. The government has always targeted us Chinese. If we don't fight back, they'll wipe us out sooner or later. Rather than sitting idly by waiting for death, we might as well fight to the death. At least we might carve out a path to survival. Well said. Jiang Hai couldn't help but cheer at Shui's words. We Chinese would rather shatter like jade than be crushed like tiles. But dying for these bastards? Not worth it. Jiang Hai stepped before Shui, chuckled, and slapped him on the shoulder. Right now, you guys still have the upper hand, but this advantage won't last long. Right. Shui nodded firmly. The world's attention was completely fixated on Judas and Bala, including Lord Sik Corporation. Without Lord Sik's backing, the government forces were forced into retreat by us. But once Lodexik shifts its focus back to Hispania, with their backing, the government forces' firepower will be reinforced. They'll definitely come to crush us again.
That's why. That's why you need even greater strength. Jiang Hai stepped in to voice Shui's thoughts. Shui paused, his gaze toward Jiang Hai intensifying. But moments later, Shui shook his head and said, "This problem can't be solved by weapons alone. The Sanju gang doesn't have many members. Fighting Bonite's government forces now is already pushing our limits. Once the entire Hispanic government army comes to crush us, our manpower will be stretched thin. So your problem isn't just weapons and equipment, you're short on manpower too." Jiang Hai understood Shui's point. After all, in a country like Hispania dominated by Nigerians, ethnic Chinese remained a tiny minority. As a gang led primarily by ethnic Chinese, manpower would inevitably become a major constraint for the Three Roots gang. Jiang Hai had originally planned to recruit Palestinian refugees directly into the Three Roots gang to help them fight the government forces. This would also resolve the issue of where to place the Baylor refugees, truly killing two birds with one stone. But Jiang Hai quickly dismissed the idea. The reason Palestine is now targeted by the entire world stems from the Big Ivan missile it previously launched at Judah. Bail now carried the stigma of being a war criminal. Sending Palestinian refugees to Hispania as mercenaries would only cement that accusation. The Three Stems gang relied on Palestinian refugees to defeat the government forces. In the future, they would inevitably face the same global condemnation as the Palestinian refugees. Even if the Sanju gang ultimately defeated Hispania, they could never hope to live securely there. Therefore, the Sanju gang's predicament absolutely cannot be resolved by relying on Palestinian refugees. Assisting those Palestinian refugees can only happen after the Sanju gang defeats the Hispanic government and truly seizes control of the nation. Then, under the guise of refugee relief, they can be brought to Hispania. If this path proves impassable, then another must be sought. Jiang Hai slowly approached the stairwell entrance but did not step onto the terrace. The Sanju gang members guarding the entrance startled at Jiang Hai's appearance and prepared to confront him, only to be immediately waved off by Shui. Signaling the Sanju gang members to step aside, Shui stood respectfully behind Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai remained deep in thought, head bowed. To overthrow the current government of Hispania, the Three Stem gang couldn't rely on Nego or the Baylor refugees. The Three Stem gang could only rely on their own people. Jiang Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Who were the Three Stem gang's own people? With this thought forming, Jiang Hai felt his mind suddenly open up. Shui, how much funding does the Three Stem gang have right now? Jiang Hai abruptly turned and asked. Shui was thrown off by the sudden, seemingly random question. Still, he answered promptly. The Three Stem gang had recently raided several national banks in Bonite, so their funds were still ample, roughly 1 billion pretty coins. Converted to Huaxia currency, that should be close to 8 billion. Hispania also had its own national currency. But in Hispania, their own currency circulated even less smoothly than pretty coins. That's why Shui instinctively quoted the amount in pretty coins. He quickly realized that Jiang Hai had always only accepted Chinese yuan in past transactions, so he hastily corrected himself. 80 billion. That should be enough. Jiang Hai nodded and said to Shui, "I'll do one more deal with your Sanju gang." Jiang Hai's sudden proposal to make a deal left Shui stunned once more. Still unsure of Jiang Hai's intentions, he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, if you need funds, I can provide all my capital at any time." Ever since Jiang Hai saved Shui in Old Wu last time, he had become the Sanju gang's greatest benefactor in Shui's eyes. Money was nothing if Jiang Hai ordered them to die. Shui wouldn't hesitate to leap off this building. No! The deal must still be done. Jiang Hai waved his hands repeatedly, remembering the punishment the system had handed him last time. That was a whopping 200 billion Huaxia currency fine. With that lesson learned, Jiang Hai dared not exploit any more system glitches. It's just a transaction. As long as the transaction was completed, Jiang Hai's teleportation this time wouldn't be considered a violation. This time, what I'm trading for you is this. Snap. Jiang Hai snapped his fingers, and in the next instant, a large metal box materialized out of thin air, landing at their feet. Opening the crate, he retrieved a cylindrical metal object roughly 30 centimeters long. The cylinder's exterior was surprisingly smooth, featuring a pistol grip-like attachment at the bottom and even a trigger mechanism. The other end housed a turbine-like mechanism that appeared intricately designed. An electronic pulse hand cannon. 50 billion Huaxia coins each. This is what we're trading for. Jiang Hai weighed the cylinder in his hands quite heavy. Fortunately, Jiang Hai was currently using a puppet, which possessed greater physical strength. Jiang Hai flashed Shui a smile before handing it over. Shui instinctively reached for the cylinder but nearly dropped it. After finally getting a firm grip, his bewildered expression clearly showed he had no idea what this thing was for. After all, no matter how capable Shui was, he remained just a gang leader at heart. This high-tech gadget might as well have been written in Chinese water drops to him. Chapter 117, The Debate Between Two Arms Dealers. This electronic pulse hand cannon can accurately and swiftly destroy enemy electronic equipment without harming human life. It's exceptionally effective for executing certain special missions. Jiang Hai briefly explained the function of this new weapon. Clearly, this weapon originated from an extraterrestrial civilization, boasting technology superior to that of Blue Star, though not by a vast margin. Otherwise, a mere 5 billion huaxia currency wouldn't have secured it. After listening to Jiang Hai's explanation, Shui finally grasped the weapon's purpose. Yet as he processed the information, Shui's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Because this weapon seemed to be of little use to the Sanju gang at present? What the Sanju gang truly lacked were weapons with overwhelming firepower. A weapon that could destroy enemy electronics but couldn't harm the enemy physically. It looked impressive, but the Sanju gang had absolutely no need for it. Seeing Shui's puzzled expression, Jiang Hai chuckled and explained, "This weapon isn't meant for combat. Rest assured. I won't let you spend those 5 billion yuan for nothing." Jiang Hai didn't beat around the bush this time, instructing the system to transfer 5 billion yuan directly from the Sanju gang's account. The transaction was complete. Jiang Hai then made a phone gesture to Shui, winked, and vanished from the spot in an instant. Fortunately, Shui had witnessed Jiang Hai's ability to vanish suddenly during their previous encounter at the warehouse, so he wasn't startled. But clutching the electronic pulse pistol in his hand, he had no idea what Jiang Hai was up to. Back in his room, Jiang Hai opened his eyes, glanced at the ceiling, and exhaled a long breath. The next moment, he immediately grabbed his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Brother Wang?" "Yeah, it's me." "Ha! Brother Wang, I've got something I need your help with." "That's the situation. This gang called the Three Stem Gang is about to take over the city of Benito. But the Spanish government could crack down on them at any moment. To request China's assistance, the Sanju gang is willing to donate this new weapon to China free of charge." In the office, Old Yu and General He gathered once more, both frowning as they listened to Wang Chuanfa's report before them. In this office, besides the three of them, two others sat nearby. One was Old Master Yu's secretary, diligently taking meeting minutes. The other was none other than Lu Guoqiang, chairman of Boli Group. After hearing Wang Chuanfa's report, Old Yu and General He exchanged a glance. Old Yu then spoke in a solemn tone, "Without a legitimate reason, China cannot possibly interfere in the internal affairs of another country. Moreover, what the Sanju gang has done amounts to a coup. For China to meddle in such matters would invite condemnation from the international community." With his opening words, Old Yu had defined the nature of the matter. China absolutely must not get involved in this matter. At least, not openly. With Old Yu's definitive stance, the others in the office nodded in unison. Of course, they all understood the underlying implication in Old Yu's words. The crux of the matter was whether this new weapon was truly worth China's intervention. "Wang, as the expert in this field, could you explain?" General He looked at Wang Chuanfa and made his request. Wang Chuanfa naturally wouldn't refuse the general's request. After a brief pause, he shared his perspective. "Personally, I believe this new weapon holds significant value for China's weapons development. China has invested heavily in researching electronic pulse weapons over the years. But the results have always been less than satisfactory. While some progress has been made, it certainly hasn't reached the level of maturity of this new weapon. Moreover, the technology embodied in this weapon holds potential not only for weapons development but also offers substantial positive impacts across numerous industries." Wang Chuanfa is currently the chairman of the Nuclear Industry Group and a businessman. Before that, however, Wang Chuanfa was a highly specialized weapons expert. When it came to weapon development and research, Wang Chuanfa held considerable authority. After hearing Wang Chuanfa's opinion, Old Yu and General He exchanged another glance, silently communicating their thoughts through their eyes. "Mr. Wang, I hear this new weapon is also connected to that Jiang Hai?" Before Old Yu or General He could respond, Lu Guoqiang, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Wang Chuanfa paused, raised an eyebrow, and remained silent for a long moment before replying, "That's correct. This time, Jiang Hai contacted me first. He acted as the intermediary, and that's how Sanju Group got in touch with me. Just like the electromagnetic cannon we acquired from the king of Niamia last time. That advanced electromagnetic cannon we acquired from King Salam of the Niamia kingdom last time was also secured through Jiang Hai's connections. Humph. This Jiang Hai sure has a lot of connections. The king of Africa. The gang leader of Hispani City. Just a year ago, Jiang Hai was just an ordinary working stiff, right? Where did he get all these connections?" Lu Guoqiang's casual tone betrayed his skepticism toward Jiang Hai. Wang Chuanfa, who had already developed a good rapport with Jiang Hai, frowned slightly, clearly displeased. He suddenly interjected, "Mr. Lu, you've forgotten to mention one thing, that I'm the chairman of the Huaxia Nuclear Industry Group." "One." Old Yu raised his hand to call out, also preventing Wang Chuanfa from saying anything inappropriate to Lu Guoqiang. Both men represented China's military-industrial complex. If a conflict arose between them, China would suffer the greatest loss. Wang Chuanfa wasn't one to ignore the gravity of the situation. He promptly shut his mouth. Lu Guoqiang, however, paid no heed to Wang Chuanfa's earlier rebuttal. Turning to old Yu in general, he stated, I believe Jiang Hai's identity is indeed highly suspicious. Earlier, the funds in Jiang Hai's bank accounts had even reached trillions. Yet just recently, 3 trillion yuan vanished into thin air. The banking regulatory authorities can find no trace of where this money went. And what's most suspicious is that this disappearance coincided precisely with the outbreak of the Great Ivan War. Comrades, could there be a connection between these two events? Didn't the military headquarters already investigate this thoroughly? Behind Jiang Hai is a mysterious arms dealing organization. Massive cash flows in and out, isn't that perfectly normal? Lu Guoqiang raised his doubts, and Wang Chuanfa frowned again as he countered. It wasn't that he unconditionally supported Jiang Hai, but their interactions had brought immense benefits to both him and the nuclear industry group. Wang Chuanfa instinctively sided with Jiang Hai. Lu Guoqiang merely glanced at Wang Chuanfa with a smile, showing no sign of anger. He replied calmly, that's merely a hypothetical inference drawn by the military headquarters based on current intelligence. It doesn't constitute hard evidence. Chapter 118, The Second Deal with the Wildcat Gang. Lu Guoqiang's words made Wang Chuanfa's eyebrows shoot up, and he was about to argue again. At that moment, General, he raised his hand and said, enough. The military headquarters has already submitted the report regarding Jiang Hai's identity. Jiang Hai's matter can be addressed later. There's no need for the two of you to argue here. The immediate priority is resolving the matter with the Three Roots Gang. I believe that although the Three Roots Gang are only ethnic Chinese, they are still Chinese people at heart. We all share the same blood. As long as it doesn't hinder China's normal development, if we can lend a hand, we should do so. General, his proposal differed somewhat from old Yu's stance. General, he clearly advocates supporting the Three Branches faction. Though his views differed from mine, old Yu showed no sign of anger. After pondering for a moment, he stated, even if we provide assistance, it must not be done in the name of China. That goes without saying. General, he agreed with old Yu's stance. China has always maintained a policy of non-interference in other nations' internal affairs. This principle must never be compromised. So, Lu, if I recall correctly, your bully group has a security company, right? Lu Guoqiang, singled out by General He, showed no surprise. He smiled faintly and nodded. I understand. Rest assured, Commander. Leave this matter to Bali Group. The sea is boundless. Kevin. Jiang Hai enthusiastically embraced the man with the piercing eyes before him. The man was none other than Kevin Luo Fei of the Wildcat Gang. Their current location was Manhattan, the heart of Apple City in the United States, the most bustling district in the entire metropolis. The Wildcat Gang was a Brownsville neighborhood gang, yet Kevin owned a luxurious restaurant right here in Manhattan. This wasn't surprising at all. The Wildcat Gang dealt in arms. In the United States, anyone who could build up that kind of business would never have to worry about money. As a high-ranking member of the Wildcats, Kevin certainly had the means to afford it. Today, I'll let you sample a few of our signature dishes. You won't be disappointed. Inviting Jiang Hai to sit at the table, Kevin raised his hand and snapped several times in the direction of the kitchen. To host Jiang Hai, Kevin had cleared the entire restaurant, turning away all other guests. The vast, luxurious dining hall now served only Jiang Hai and Kevin. Soon, several burly men in white aprons emerged from the kitchen, carrying platters of steaming dishes which they placed on the table. Jiang Hai smiled faintly. He was always quite open-minded about food. No matter the flavor, he could handle it. Latin American cuisine was known for its generous portions of meat and bold flavors. But when done well, it could be truly delicious. Kevin wouldn't have opened a restaurant in Manhattan if the flavors weren't up to par. So Jiang Hai didn't hesitate, picking up his knife and fork to savor the dishes before him. Seeing Jiang Hai's actions, Kevin laughed heartily with satisfaction. Westerners don't adhere to the old adage of no talking while eating, so the two chatted casually as they ate. However, they both tacitly avoided discussing business. Once they were full and satisfied, the burly men emerged again, efficiently clearing the table. Absolutely delicious. Jiang Hai wiped his mouth with a napkin and gave Kevin a thumbs up. Hearing praise for his restaurant's food, Kevin burst into laughter once more. With the eating done, it was time to get down to business. Last shipment, many of our clients were very satisfied. Kevin broached the subject first, tapping his fingers on the table as he narrowed his eyes at Jiang Hai. So we hope to do more business with you going forward. We'd be delighted. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes in return, nodding with a smile as he placed the napkin he'd used to wipe his mouth on the table. When it comes to business, our company never turns down opportunities. Just wondering what you need this time? Kevin didn't answer Jiang Hai's question immediately. Instead, he kept staring intently at Jiang Hai, studying his facial expressions. After a moment, Kevin tilted his head slightly and said, assault rifles. The more, the better. Jiang Hai smiled. This second deal, focusing solely on automatic rifles, it seems they still don't fully trust me. Of course, that wasn't surprising. Jiang Hai no longer cared about such deals. The other party brought it up, so he casually nodded in agreement. No problem. How about AKs? Another 10,000 units?
Jiang Hai had done some preliminary research before arriving. Although the AK was considered basic military equipment in the United States, this powerful weapon was highly sought after. Kevin's eyes flashed with a strange light when he heard Jiang Hai casually quote 10,000 units. After a brief pause, he sat up straighter and said, "Increase the quantity. AK sales are still quite strong.
10,000 units isn't enough?"
This time, Jiang Hai was genuinely surprised. He looked up at Kevin, their eyes meeting directly. Jiang Hai smiled again, raised his hand, and made a gesture with his palm, saying, "Then, 50,000 units.
Can you handle that?
Of course we can handle it." Jiang Hai had just quintupled the order, and Kevin immediately burst into laughter.
They didn't even bother discussing the price further.
In the United States, the arms trade had become highly sophisticated.
Pricing followed established standards.
For retail, an AK-47 would sell for $500 to $600.
But the deal between Jiang Hai and the Wildcat gang definitely wouldn't be at retail prices.
Jiang Hai certainly wouldn't be able to command the high premium he'd previously sold to Bala. Therefore, the transaction price should hover around $300, with little room for negotiation. With the deal sealed, Jiang Hai and Kevin exchanged a knowing smile. They simultaneously extended their hands, clasped them briefly, and the transaction was official. Jiang Hai then pretended to make a phone call before telling Kevin, 1 week from now, same warehouse as last time. Jiang Hai could have delivered the goods immediately, but he chose not to.
When dealing with the other party, Jiang Hai didn't want to appear too outrageous.
Of course, the most crucial reason was that he didn't trust the other party.
Okay. Kevin didn't see any issue with this, as it was the most normal course of business. He even thought the 1-week preparation period was a bit quick, though still within acceptable limits. With the deal now smoothly concluded, the atmosphere in the restaurant was harmonious and relaxed. It was at this moment that Jiang Hai suddenly asked with a smile. "As far as I know, Apple City is Lordsake Corporation's territory. With the Wildcat gang taking such a large shipment here, won't Lordsake come looking for trouble?" The moment Jiang Hai uttered the name Lordsake Corporation, it was like flipping a switch. The entire restaurant's atmosphere instantly froze, as if the temperature had plummeted by over 10 degrees. Chapter 119, Beach Under the Night Sky. Though both arms dealers, the Wildcat gang was nothing more than a tiny grasshopper compared to Lordsake Corporation.
And sharing the same turf in Apple City, the Wildcat gang could only pick up the scraps the low-value contracts Lordsake Company deemed beneath them. So when Jiang Hai brought up Lordsake Corporation right in front of them, it felt like a slap in the face. Yet Jiang Hai seemed oblivious to his misstep, lifting the red wine glass on the table, taking a sip, and wearing an animated smile. Kevin watched him, then suddenly smiled again.
"Logic is a giant corporation. Why would they care about us?" Kevin acted nonchalant, as if he couldn't care less that the Wildcat gang was merely a stray cat scavenging scraps on the street corner.
Jiang Hai blinked, slowly setting down the wine glass in his hand.
"Is that so? Lordsake Corporation's operations are indeed extensive. I heard nearly 30% of the U.S. military's procurement last year came from Lordsake? Logic's performance in the United States ranks second only to DuPont."
To put it plainly, the U.S. military's orders alone are enough to make Lordsake Company rake in huge profits. All this is clearly documented in the U.S. government's annual financial reports. It's hardly a secret. Yet upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kevin's hand resting on the table twitched slightly. His gaze locked onto Jiang Hai once more, as if trying to pierce through the calm expression to uncover what lay beneath.
But Jiang Hai's expression betrayed nothing. He even raised his wine glass in a toast to Kevin. After that, Jiang Hai made no further mention of Lordsake Corporation, and Kevin seemed to relax considerably, his smile broadening noticeably. About half an hour later, Jiang Hai left Kevin's restaurant. After turning into an alley, he vanished with a flash, leaving the tailing figure behind empty-handed. As his consciousness returned to his own body, Jiang Hai opened his eyes. After a moment of daze, a faint smile curved his lips. 50,000 AKs. He could secure them all in one fell swoop without hesitation. If the Wildcat gang truly had that kind of scale, they wouldn't just be holed up in Brownsville's chaotic slums. Only the military could swallow such a massive shipment in one go. But the idea of the US military doing business with a small Brownsville gang? That's an absolute joke. So, who exactly is the Wildcat gang doing dirty work for? Are they secretly poaching from Lordsake Corporation? Interesting. Jiang Hai was intrigued too. He had originally approached the Wildcat gang precisely to undermine Lordsake Corporation. Little did he know, the Wildcat gang itself was sent by some faction to undermine Lordsake Corporation. What a coincidence. The question was, who were these fellow competitors with the same goal? Perhaps they could try collaborating to expand and strengthen their joint venture of poaching from Lordsake Corporation. On the beach under the night sky, the only sounds were the howling sea wind and the crashing waves. Bright moonlight spilled across the shore, casting a silvery glow. Several dark figures moved cautiously along the shore under the moonlight, occasionally glancing toward the sea. There! Over there! One of them suddenly raised a hand and pointed toward the sea. The others all looked up, following the direction of his finger. The night sea offered a limited view. Even with keen eyesight, one couldn't make out the entire expanse. They could only vaguely make out some unusual ripples on the water. But moments later, the scene changed. They could now make out numerous shadowy figures swaying and staggering toward the shore. Amidst the pitch-black night, the sudden appearance of so many swaying shadows on the sea was indeed eerie. The sight made those on the shore shiver involuntarily, each swallowing hard. Had they not been acutely aware of their mission here, they would likely have turned tail and fled in terror. Splash! Splash! The sound of waves crashed against the shore, mingled with the churning of churned-up water as the shadows drew nearer. Finally, less than 10 meters from the group, a sliver of moonlight fell upon them, revealing their true forms. They were tall men clad in black diving suits. Recognizing their appearance, the group on shore collectively exhaled in relief. Exchanging glances, the leader strode forward. Returning to the nest? Leaves returning to their roots. The leader of the other group responded with an equally cryptic phrase. Having exchanged the signal, both parties briskly made their way onto the beach. Finding a secluded corner, the men in diving suits began stripping off their gear. Meanwhile, the others produced clean clothes they'd prepared earlier for the men to change into. "Comrades, thank you." Watching them change, the group visibly tensed. One stammered forward to greet them. The leader of the other group looked up, revealing a slightly earnest smile, and said, "Comrade? That's an outdated term. My surname is Yi. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Yi." "Ah. Well, that's fine. That's fine." Seeing how easygoing he was, the tension faded from their faces as they nodded repeatedly in agreement. "As you can see, we've come empty-handed this time, just one person. Everything else is up to you guys to prepare." "No problem. No problem." Brother Yi spoke with a hint of jest, while the other nodded vigorously. One of them even patted his chest emphatically. "We've got plenty of weapons and ammunition on our end." Brother Yi lifted his head slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze swept swiftly over the man. After a moment, he smiled and said, "That works. We're the advance team. Including us, there are 500 people total. The rest will arrive in the coming days. We'll need your help to receive them then." All right. No problem. The more the merrier. Just leave it all to us." Hearing Brother Ye's words, the others grew even more excited, readily agreeing to his instructions. Glancing down at his waterproof watch, Brother Yi looked up at the moon in the night sky and nodded. "It's getting late. We should get moving." Brother Ye's words jolted them back to reality. One of them immediately chimed in, "Right. This area isn't safe yet. Government troops could send patrols at any moment. We should get out of here fast." Brother Yi nodded in agreement before turning to one of his companions behind him and instructing, "Send a signal to the ship. With so many already aboard today, have them return to port first." "Yes, sir." The companion immediately gave a low shout, then drew a signal flare and fired it into the night sky. Seeing the flare trace an arc across the sky, the people on the beach quickly evacuated. Soon, the beach lay deserted, even the scattered footprints smoothed away by the sea's relentless wash. Chapter 120, an experience never to be forgotten. Over the vast expanse of the ocean, the sky was clear and blue. Crimson sunlight poured down from above, illuminating the sea surface as if the entire ocean had burst into flames. With a sharp bayou, a figure materialized above the ocean, then plummeted straight down, accompanied by a series of strange cries. Splash! Jiang Hai plunged headfirst into the sea, sending a spray of water flying. Fortunately, Jiang Hai was a decent swimmer. Though initially panicked and swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater, he quickly regained his composure and paddled back to the surface using both arms and legs. Holy system, where the hell did you drop me? Treading water to stay afloat, Jiang Hai scanned his surroundings, trying to pinpoint his location. The host has been transported via the interstellar trade portal to plane GE 4571. Sector 44. 571 degrees. Planet 21,314. Distance from the host's home planet, 333.4 billion light-years. 333.4 billion light-years? Well, at least it's considerably closer than Bennu's star. Jiang Hai couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath before refocusing on his surroundings. Endless ocean stretched out before him, while the crimson sunlight utterly unlike blue stars blended the sky and sea into one vast expanse, making Jiang Hai feel dizzy. Jiang Hai quickly closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously. System, you could have at least teleported me to land. Who teleports people out into the middle of the ocean? There's not a soul in sight. Who am I supposed to trade with? Woo! Jiang Hai had barely finished questioning the system when a sudden, thunderous roar erupted. The sound came from directly above his head. In the next instant, Jiang Hai felt the light around him grow dim. The blazing red sunlight vanished. Instinctively, Jiang Hai looked up toward the sky. There, in the sky, had appeared a colossal entity no one knew when it had arrived. It blocked out the entire sky, obscuring the sun and stars. Woo! The previous humming sound resounded once more, brighter and deeper than before, causing the sea surface around Jiang Hai to violently tremble. Jiang Hai couldn't help but cover his ears with both hands, then dove straight into the sea. Yet even the water couldn't block the immense sound. Instead, it violently shook him, sending him tumbling wildly through the depths. Jiang Hai was on the verge of abandoning this puppet and returning to Blue Star. Finally, just as Jiang Hai was on the verge of collapse, the humming ceased. Regaining his composure underwater, Jiang Hai cautiously surfaced. Looking up at the colossal structure in the sky, Jiang Hai suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. System, this, isn't that the Sky Castle? Jiang Hai recognized it instantly. This was the very same colossal flying machine he had sold to the resistance forces on Bennu Star. How could he see this thing here again? Could the system have made a mistake? Had he actually returned to Binoxing? The Sky City and intelligent aerial mobile fortress previously sold by the host were indeed products of this planet's civilization. The system's response made Jiang Hai's eyes nearly pop out of his head in shock. That aerial castle was actually manufactured by this planet's civilization? Just how advanced must this civilization's technology be? When he first saw the Sky City's specifications, Jiang Hai had marveled at how formidable a civilization capable of building such a flying structure must be. Little did he expect that, not long after, he would find himself on the very planet where this civilization resided. Jiang Hai felt a surge of awe welling up inside him. But the very next moment, his eyes widened once more, his expression shifting to utter astonishment. In the distant sky, another colossal structure suddenly appeared, yet another Sky City. Before Jiang Hai could react, the newly appeared Sky City suddenly illuminated with countless tiny points of light. Immediately, beams of light shot forth from the second Sky City, striking the first Sky City with blinding speed. Boom! Boom boom! The beams struck the floating city, triggering a series of explosions. Flames erupted in bursts around the first floating city. The first Sky City clearly had no intention of sitting idly by. It too ignited hundreds of beams of light, firing them toward the second Sky City. The two Sky Cities had begun attacking each other. Jiang Hai, floating on the sea surface, stared up in utter shock at the spectacle, his limbs instinctively paddling left and right to keep his body afloat. Various weapons erupted from both floating cities, unleashing attacks upon each other. The entire sky was filled with deafening roars and blinding sparks, dimming even the fiery sunlight. In comparison, Jiang Hai on the sea surface seemed so insignificant. Soon, the protective shields of both Sky Cities shattered almost simultaneously. Beams of light pierced the Sky Cities, inflicting damage on their physical structures. Explosions sent shards raining down onto the sea surface below. To the Sky Cities, these fragments were mere specks, but to Jiang Hai on the sea surface, they were boulders. Each one crashing into the water sent up towering waves, making life unbearable for the drifting Jiang Hai. He could only struggle to stay afloat while dodging the massive objects falling from the sky. Boom! Another deafening roar erupted as the central section of the first Sky City suddenly blew apart. Immediately, a chain reaction of explosions erupted across the Sky City. In just half a minute, the colossal Sky City completely disintegrated in the sky. Giant sparks blazed, even more dazzling than the crimson sun in the sky. One of the shattered fragments hurtled straight toward the sea where Jiang Hai was. Holy! Jiang Hai's face instantly contorted in terror at the sight. Though reluctant, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "System! Send me back!" Boom! The debris slammed into the sea surface. Though it didn't hit Jiang Hai directly, the massive wave it generated instantly engulfed him. The very instant he was sucked into the deep sea by the massive whirlpool it created, poof, Jiang Hai vanished without a trace. Holy crap! With a shriek, Jiang Hai shot upright from his bed. The next moment, he instinctively ran his hands over his body. After checking every inch, confirming no body parts were missing, he finally caught his breath. Lying back on the bed, he gasped for breath, his face still etched with lingering terror. This wasn't the first time Jiang Hai had experienced a brush with death. But this particular kind of brush with death would absolutely be unforgettable for him. Even now that he was back, recalling the final scene before his return, the image etched into his mind was utterly terrifying. Chapter 121, Jiang Hai in a bad mood. System! What was up with that planet just now? Jiang Hai, having regained his composure slightly, immediately questioned the system. The system didn't respond immediately. After several minutes, its voice finally sounded. The planet is currently experiencing catastrophic disasters. To ensure the host's safety, the trade channel has been temporarily sealed. What? The system's terse explanation left Jiang Hai utterly baffled. Wait, is that it? Just brushing me off like that? My once-a-month interstellar trade just vanished like that? I'm broke now. Don't you owe me some compensation for canceling this trade? Jiang Hai felt utterly wronged. After the system had swiped so much money last time, Jiang Hai's account now held a mere few hundred billion. The problem is, so many of his upcoming plans require funding. He'd been counting on this interstellar trade to rake in more, but now it's all over so abruptly? This was an act of force majeure. The system bears no responsibility for this unforeseen incident. Friendly reminder to the host, interstellar transactions carry risks. Holy! Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse under his breath. He knew the system's stubborn nature pushing further would be futile. If only he'd known, he would have traded on Binaxing. Jiang Hai had only opened this new trade route to explore a fresh trading partner. Who could have predicted this outcome? Now, Jiang Hai was quietly fretting. According to the system's previous explanation, once a trade channel was locked, it couldn't be changed. Meaning this second trade route is locked to that very planet. Yet that planet was now experiencing a catastrophic disaster. What if the civilization on that planet is destroyed, or worse, the entire planet is obliterated? Wouldn't that mean losing a trade channel for nothing? That trade route cost $100 billion to establish. Developing a new trade route would cost a staggering $1 quadrillion. The thought of such a vast sum going down the drain made Jiang Hai wince in pain. Lately, it seems like he's been losing money at an alarming rate. Maybe he should pay a visit to the nearby temple to pray? Jiang Hai grew increasingly irritated as he pondered this. Glancing at the digital clock beside him, he saw it was already 10 a.m. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hai decided to head to the club for some activity it might help ease his mood. But when he arrived at the club and asked the new receptionist, he was stunned again. What? Kochi isn't here? Where did he go? I don't know either. The new receptionist replied timidly, lowering her head as if trying to avoid the furious Jiang Hai glaring at her. Rumor had it that her predecessor had been used and discarded by the very same Mr. Jiang standing before her, ultimately losing her job in the process. Even though he was undoubtedly a top-tier bachelor, it was still too risky. Mr. Jiang, will you be working out today? Should I arrange for a trainer to come over? Jiang Hai, already in a foul mood, simply waved his hand dismissively, didn't even bother to respond, and turned to leave. It wasn't that he was set on blaming Kochi, he just felt like everything was going wrong and his mood was sour. Back in the car, Jiang Hai muttered angrily to Old Li. Let's go. To Chanha Tower. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Old Li was adept at reading the room. Seeing Jiang Hai's foul mood, he wisely kept quiet, driving him straight to his destination. Upon arriving at Chanha Tower, Jiang Hai had barely stepped through the company entrance when he bumped into Fong Li, who was just leaving. Mr. Jiang? What brings you here today? Just killing time. Thought I'd stop by. Though in a foul mood, Jiang Hai treated Fong Li with respect, not taking his irritation out on her. He replied curtly, then looked up at Fong Li and asked, Sister Fong, heading out? Yes. I have a meeting with a partner. Oh. Well, take care then. Jiang Hai nodded and continued walking gloomily toward the company. Seeing Jiang Hai's demeanor, Fong Li, who had been in a hurry to leave, felt a strange look cross her face. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but call out. Mr. Jiang, would you like to meet this partner together? Ha? Is that appropriate? Jiang Hai turned back, looking at Fong Li with some surprise. Fong Li immediately broke into a smile and said, You're the company's boss, the entire company is yours. What's inappropriate about you participating in a partnership discussion? Ha? You've got a point. Come to think of it, I haven't been involved in company affairs for ages. You actually have the nerve to say that. Seeing Jiang Hai scratch the back of his head, Fong Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. She'd never seen a boss who was so completely hands-off. Besides assigning 2 tasks last time and then just funneling money into the company, he never lifted a finger for anything else. Ironically, this made Fong Li even more cautious, terrified she might accidentally run the company into the ground. By bringing Jiang Hai to today's negotiations with the partner, Fong Li hoped to gradually involve him in company affairs. After all, managing such a large sum of money alone was starting to feel downright unsettling. Since it was company business, they naturally used the company car, and the company had even assigned Fong Li a driver. As for Old Li, Jiang Hai told him to rest at the office, he could just hitch a ride back with Fong Li later if needed. As the car pulled out of Chanha Tower, Fong Li began briefing Jiang Hai on the negotiation details during the ride. The partner company was an internet information firm, to put it bluntly. They specialized in launching internet celebrities into the entertainment industry. Such companies were plentiful in the metropolis, but this particular firm had signed 3 influencers with significant potential. I believe investing in this company will yield solid returns. After hearing Fong Li's explanation, Jiang Hai immediately lost interest. As Fong Li mentioned, with the rise of short videos, these influencer agencies have become as common as weeds. The influencer industry thrives on speed and immediacy. They rise to fame quickly and fade just as fast. The real moneymakers are the big capitalists behind the influencers. Ha? Wait a minute. I am the big capital now. Well, then no problem. The money that needs to be made still has to be made. Jiang Hai's mind raced with all sorts of thoughts, even drifting to those online gossip scandals. Stories about some female influencer getting screwed over by the industry's unwritten rules. Now that he was a big shot, could he play the same game? Of course, he dared not voice these wild fantasies aloud. Otherwise, who knows if Fong Li beside him would flip out and slap him across the face. Soon, Jiang Hai and his group arrived at a CBD center in the heart of Magic City. After parking in the underground garage, Fong Li received a call from the other party. Moments later, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses hurried over to their car, accompanied by 4 or 5 young women. Mr. Fong. Welcome, welcome. The young man was reasonably handsome, his hair slicked back with a glossy sheen. Dressed in a sharp suit, he exuded the polished appearance of a corporate elite. He approached with a broad smile, extending his hand to shake Fong Li's. Chapter 122, No Deal. Mr. Qian, thank you for coming down personally. It's only right. Only right. Fong Li exchanged a few polite words with him, while Jiang Hai stood silently by. To an outsider, he might have been mistaken for Fong Li's secretary. Watching this scene, Jiang Hai couldn't help but entertain a mischievous thought. Could he be about to stumble into one of those legendary playing dumb to catch the tiger scenarios? Mr. Jiang. We've long admired your reputation. To encounter you in person today is truly an honor for our company. The man turned around and extended his hand to Jiang Hai with even greater enthusiasm. Seeing Jiang Hai freeze, he even took the initiative to grasp Jiang Hai's hand and gave it a firm shake. You know me? Ha ha. How could I not know the great Mr. Jiang? The man laughed heartily, his tone very polite. Now Jiang Hai felt a bit awkward. Here was someone who recognized him, yet he didn't even know the other's name. How could this conversation possibly continue? As if sensing his discomfort, Fong Li beside him quickly interjected with a smile. Mr. Jiang, this is Mr. Qian, chairman of Wankai Internet Information Company. Oh. Mr. Qian. Long admired your reputation. Long admired your reputation. Sending Fong Li a grateful glance, Jiang Hai promptly exchanged pleasantries with the man. Long admired your reputation was definitely a lie after all. He'd never even heard the man's name before today. But Qianwu showed no intention of exposing Jiang Hai's insincerity, instead chatting amiably with him for a while. After a few polite exchanges, Qianwu acted as if he and Jiang Hai were old acquaintances, turning to give a subtle nod to the group of young beauties trailing behind him. In the next moment, several beauties, each about Jiang Hai's height, gathered around him, cooing sweet nothings in soft, seductive voices. And honestly, their scent was quite pleasant. Feeling the silky smoothness of their skin against his, Jiang Hai immediately narrowed his eyes, his face breaking into a broad smile. Not a trace of his earlier anger remained. You must take good care of Mr. Jiang. Seeing Jiang Hai seemingly reveling in this sea of tenderness, Qianwu hurriedly instructed the beauties. The next moment, the beauties surrounded Jiang Hai and led him straight toward the elevator lobby. Watching them depart, Qianwu turned with a smile, gesturing invitingly to Fong Li. Ms. Fong, please. Fong Li tilted her head, smiling warmly at Qianwu before glancing at Jiang Hai's retreating figure. Her smile broadened as she nodded. Certainly. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Mr. Qian. Wankai Company had leased an entire floor of this building as their office space. The group entered Wankai Company's conference room. The beauties immediately sat right next to Jiang Hai, practically perched on his lap. Jiang Hai didn't object, clearly relishing the soft warmth in his embrace. As for the negotiations, he simply handed them over to Fong Li beside him. Fong Li had no objections, as the original plan had always been for her to handle the negotiations herself. Whether Jiang Hai was present or not made little difference. The partnership with Wankai Company had already been largely finalized in the early stages. After all, Wankai Company's long-term contracts with those 3 influencers alone made it a worthwhile investment. The remaining discussions centered solely on investment amounts and equity stakes. After over 2 hours of negotiations, both parties finally reached an agreement. Qianwu even had the lawyer, who had been prepared all along, draft the contract. As the partnership was finalized, Qianwu exhaled a long breath of relief, his gaze suddenly shifting to Jiang Hai beside him. Throughout those 2 hours, Jiang Hai hadn't interjected once, seemingly engrossed in playing with the young ladies beside him. Mr. Qian. The contract is printed. An administrative assistant brought a thick stack of contracts to the conference table. Qian immediately pushed the contracts toward Fong Li, smiling as he said, Ms. Fong, please review them. Thank you. Fong Li took the contract and began to carefully review it. After confirming everything was in order, Fong Li nodded and was about to sign. But just as the pen tip was about to touch the contract, Fong Li paused. She lifted her head to look at Jiang Hai beside her. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the contract and handed it to Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang, would you like to review it? Fong Li actually handing the contract to Jiang Hai surprised Qianwu. But he didn't panic. Seeing how blinded by lust Jiang Hai seemed, this deal was unlikely to hit any snags. Sure enough, Jiang Hai showed no intention of taking the contract. He grinned and said, I won't be looking at the contract. Hearing this, Qianwu felt his heart settle back into place. He then turned to Fong Li and said, Mr. Jiang shows great trust in Ms. Fong. He. Well then, shall we proceed directly to signing? This contract? We won't sign it. Before Qianwu could finish, Jiang Hai cut in again. Instantly, the entire conference room fell silent.
Not only Fong Li and Qian Wu stared at him in disbelief, but the young women surrounding him were equally stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, holding their breath in shock. Ironically, it was Jiang Hai the one who uttered that remark, who nonchalantly picked up a grape from the table, popped it into his mouth, and nodded thoughtfully while chewing.
Ah, ha, ha.
General Manager Jiang sure has a great sense of humor.
Ha.
Qian Wu was the first to recover, forcing a smile onto his face as he awkwardly tried to smooth things over.
Unfortunately, Jiang Hai showed no intention of playing along.
He curled his lip, shook his head, and declared, "I wasn't joking.
Our company won't sign this contract."
As soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, Fong Li beside him immediately put down the pen in her hand without a moment's hesitation.
The entire company belonged to Jiang Hai, not to mention he was her benefactor.
Therefore, no matter how unreasonable Jiang Hai's decision seemed, she would execute it without hesitation. If Jiang Hai said the contract wouldn't be signed, then it wouldn't be signed. As for the reasoning, she could ask him later. But in front of outsiders, she had to uphold his authority as the boss.
This left Qian Wu feeling rather flustered. He glanced at Jiang Hai, then at Fong Li, and finally back at Jiang Hai. "Mr. Jiang, what does this mean?" "It means nothing. I just don't want to sign it." "Is that not allowed?" "Absolutely not. We've spent so much time negotiating, and now that we're finally at the signing stage, you just refuse without any reason? What kind of nonsense is this?"
Qian Wu had regained his composure, his expression darkening as he coldly demanded an explanation, clearly signaling this matter wouldn't be dropped until it was resolved. Jiang Hai lifted his head, gave a slight smile, and shook his head. "As long as the contract isn't signed, even if Ms. Fong just scribbled her signature, we still won't sign it if we don't want to."
"Sister Fong, don't you think I'm right?"
Jiang Hai's final remark was directed at Fong Li, who had walked up beside him.
Fong Li didn't hesitate for a second. She nodded immediately and said, "Mr. Jiang is absolutely right.
As long as this contract remains unsigned, this collaboration can be cancelled at any time.
Mr. Jiang is the chairman of Ocean Shipping Company. All company decisions rest with Mr. Jiang." Chapter 123, Hostility of Unknown Origin. Fong Li's words made her position crystal clear.
If Jiang Hai said no to signing this cooperation, then it wouldn't be signed. Qian Wu's expression darkened by the second, his jaw clenched so tightly the veins in his cheeks bulged. Yet neither Jiang Hai nor Fong Li showed the slightest reaction to Qian Wu's expression. Jiang Hai, too, ceased his banter with the young lady beside him. Rising from his seat without a second glance at Qian Wu, he addressed Fong Li, "Sis Fong, let's go."
"All right."
Fong Li, who had remained expressionless before Qian Wu, immediately narrowed her eyes into a smile at Jiang Hai's words.
The two walked out of the conference room, one in front and one behind.
Qian Wu and the others in the room simply watched them leave, none making any move to stop them. Once they reached the underground parking garage and got into the car, Jiang Hai suddenly smiled and asked Fong Li, "Sis Fong, aren't you going to ask me why I sabotaged this collaboration?"
Fong Li shook her head, responding without hesitation, "There's no need.
I made it perfectly clear upstairs you're the company's chairman.
You hold the ultimate decision-making authority. Whatever you decide, I'll execute it immediately." Jiang Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured. That was a special circumstance. If it were a normal business partnership, I wouldn't interfere at all." Normal business cooperation? Fong Li's ears perked up at the phrasing of Jiang Hai's last remark. Was the collaboration with Wan Kai Company considered abnormal?
Fong Li shot Jiang Hai a questioning glance, but after a moment's hesitation, she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue.
Jiang Hai offered no further explanation. Because he couldn't explain it.
He certainly couldn't tell Fong Li that when Qian Wu appeared earlier, the system had issued a warning, detecting hostility. Hostility recognized by the system wasn't ordinary hostility, it meant someone wanted to kill Jiang Hai. Soon, Jiang Hai realized the source of this hostility was none other than Qian Wu, who was smiling all the while. He nearly punched Qian Wu on the spot. Could you imagine someone flashing you a dazzling smile while plotting your murder? How terrifying that person must be. Since he still didn't know the man's background, Jiang Hai didn't make a scene. Instead, he played along with the others' intentions, pretending not to notice anything. But he had to admit, those ladies were truly irresistible. Ahem. The topic's getting a bit off track. Anyway, during those past few hours, while Jiang Hai appeared to be indulging in pleasure, he was actually having the system scan the entire building. Ultimately, he discovered that the only person harboring hostility toward him in the entire building was Qian Wu. So Jiang Hai decided to cut ties with him outright and flatly refused to sign the contract. Though he had no clue about the man's background or true motives. But someone who wanted to kill him? The farther away, the better. Jiang Hai immediately suppressed his thoughts, turned to Fong Li, and offered a faint smile without further explanation. Drive. Back to the company. Just as Jiang Hai and Fong Li departed, upstairs in the chairman's office of Wan Kai Company, Qian Wu sat slumped in his executive chair, his face ashen. In his hand was a phone, a satellite phone, no less, the kind only military personnel were authorized to carry.
Xianwu spoke in fluent, polished Mandarin to the person on the other end of the line. It failed. I don't know why, but Ocean Shipping Company refused to sign the contract with us. I know. I'll find another opportunity to contact them. But I sense the chairman of Oceanic Shipping isn't someone to be underestimated. I thought he was just a lecher, but this operation ultimately failed because of him. Right. My suggestion is to put this man under surveillance. If necessary, take him out directly. As he uttered his final words, Xianwu slowly raised his head, his face contorted with savage fury, his eyes blazing with an intense, icy glare. Mr. Hai. You're here. Inside the Bonnet City government building, Shui's face lit up with delight upon seeing Jiang Hai suddenly appear in the office. He immediately stood up, stepped around the desk, and bowed respectfully to Jiang Hai. No need for formalities. We're all old friends now. Jiang Hai smiled and patted Shui on the shoulder before walking over to the desk and examining the various documents spread across it. Among them lay a map, the floor plan of Bonnet City itself. Red and blue ink marks dotted the map, circling areas here and there. Looks like you've already taken Bonnet? Thanks to the man you helped us connect with. Those guys are all top-notch. Shui showed no trace of arrogance, instead responding with remarkable humility. I thought my guys were pretty good already. But compared to those masters, it's like night and day. And there were hundreds of such masters. Combined with the weapons you supplied us, the government forces stand no chance against them. After listening to Shui's brief account, Jiang Hai nodded with satisfaction. He knew exactly where these reinforcements had come from. The aid obtained from China in exchange for modern weaponry could not have been more fitting. Since all members of the Sanju gang were ethnic Chinese, the helpers sent by China wouldn't arouse suspicion. After all, they were all Chinese. As long as China didn't proactively reveal their identities, the scheme wouldn't be exposed, and China wouldn't be implicated. Once the three branches gang overthrew the Hispanic government, these helpers could step back after achieving their goal. Everything would be perfect. The Sanju gang had pulled off a stunning comeback. China would gain the new weapons and the opportunity to study them. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai could leverage the situation to allow Palestinian refugees to seek asylum in Hispania. Thus, a world where only the yes suffer is realized. I imagine your ammunition consumption must be substantial? I've come specifically to resupply your arsenal. Jiang Hai's words made Shui's eyes light up instantly. He nodded repeatedly, saying, Sir, your arrival couldn't be more timely. Though we successfully repelled the government forces recently, our ammunition expenditure has indeed been substantial. I was just about to reach out to you. Ha! What a coincidence! Jiang Hai burst into laughter upon hearing this. Immediately, the two began discussing the details of this transaction. Friendship is one thing, but the rules of business must remain unchanged. Although Jiang Hai could have supplied the Sanju gang with large quantities of military hardware for free, he chose not to. At most, he would refrain from overcharging them. Moreover, having seized Bonnet and secured substantial funds from the city government's accounts, the Sanju gang had ample resources to purchase the arms. They promptly finalized the terms of the 1 billion yuan deal and agreed to deliver the goods that very night. Even though we're dealing this much arms this time, you still need to be careful. I suspect Lord Sick Corporation will soon free up resources to target you. Chapter 124, Investigation Findings. Jiang Hai cautioned Shui earnestly. Lordship Corporation won't stand idly by while the three-stem gang overthrows the Hispanic government. With Lordship's capabilities, they have numerous ways to aid the Hispanic government. For instance, supplying the Hispanian government forces with ample military hardware. But if that were all, Jiang Hai wouldn't be concerned. They were all arms dealers. When it came to delivery capacity, Jiang Hai truly had nothing to fear. The only concern was the possibility of underhanded tactics. After all, Lord Sick Corporation wasn't exactly a legitimate arms dealer. They had plenty of dirty tricks up their sleeves. Shui nodded continuously, appearing before Jiang Hai like an obedient student. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a voice from outside. Brother Shui. Upon hearing this, Shui hurriedly addressed Jiang Hai. Sir, it's my men. Go ahead. I was about to leave anyway. Sir, you're leaving? Why not stay a little longer? I haven't had a chance to properly host you yet. Ha! Go on. There's plenty of time in the future. Jiang Hai waved with a smile, then turned on his heel and vanished with a puff. Shui had long grown accustomed to Jiang Hai's uncanny abilities. He bowed in the direction Jiang Hai had vanished, then turned to open the door. Outside the door stood not only Shui's men, but also a burly man. Oh, Brother Yi. Seeing him, Shui's eyes lit up as well. He greeted him with a cheerful smile. Brother Shui. Brother Yi says he needs to see you. Shui's subordinate quickly explained before stepping back discreetly. Shui welcomed Brother Yi into the office, smiling as he asked, What brings you here, Brother Yi? Brother Shui. It's mainly that during the last few battles, the brothers' weapons and ammunition were depleted quite heavily, so we need to restock promptly. If possible, I can arrange for a supplier to handle it. Oh, that matter. I've already taken care of it. Brother Yi was about to continue, but Shui cut him off. I just notified the arms supplier. New weapons and ammunition will be delivered immediately. Brother Ye's eyes instantly narrowed into slits. You've already purchased new weapons and ammunition? Well, it seems your arms supplier is quite capable. Brother Ye's words carried hidden meaning, but Shui had previously been instructed by Jiang Hai not to disclose his identity publicly. Thus, he merely chuckled and steered the conversation toward other matters. As for Brother Yi, he appeared to drop the matter, but the moment he stepped out of Shui's office after the meeting concluded, the smile vanished from his face. Arms supplier? When did you make contact? Just as the domestic speculation suggested, this arms supplier is no ordinary figure. Brother Yi murmured to himself before glancing up at the surveillance camera in the ceiling corner and striding out. In the summer heat of the Magic City, passion burned fiercely. Just like the beauties on the city streets, each dressed lightly, showcasing their unique style and youthful vibrancy. Jiang Hai sat with one leg crossed over the other at a window seat in the third-floor cafe. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he watched the beauties on the street below, a truly delightful sight. Mr. Jiang. A figure appeared before him. Jiang turned his head, slid his sunglasses down his nose, glanced at the person, and smiled. Director He. Thank you for making the trip yourself. He Guangyan, director of the information department of the Huaxia military headquarters, dressed in full military uniform, sat down across from Jiang Hai with a cheerful smile. He placed the document folder on the coffee table and said cheerfully, Mr. Jiang, you're in such high spirits. Ha! Everyone knows I'm a big slacker. Jiang Hai shrugged indifferently, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. His gaze, however, had already settled on the document folder in front of He Guangyan. He quickly averted his gaze, returning his attention to the beautiful women passing by outside the window. I still prefer this city, Magic City. The capital isn't bad either, but it's too heavy. That's ancient history. The capital is just as youthful and trendy now. When you have time, Mr. Jiang, you should come visit. I'll personally host you then. Ha ha. How could I possibly accept such an honor? Jiang Hai chuckled a few times, slowly setting down his coffee cup and sitting up straight. After all, the capital is the heart of China. If I have the chance, I'll definitely visit the capital. After a few more casual remarks, He Guangyan slid the document folder closer to Jiang Hai and said, Here's the intelligence you requested, Mr. Jiang Hai. It's all organized and ready for your review. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Hai responded with a polite smile, then picked up the folder. He pulled out a stack of documents and began flipping through them in front of He Guangyan. After reading a few pages, Jiang Hai's eyebrows shot up and his eyes narrowed into slits. This Qianwu, was he from DuPont? Jiang Hai couldn't help but utter a surprised exclamation, while He Guangyan's expression gradually turned serious. To be precise, Qianwu wasn't his real name. All the identity information he used in China was forged. His real name was Qianrong, an ethnic Chinese. His family had emigrated to the United States as far back as his great-grandfather's generation. His father was an executive at DuPont, while his mother was French. Qianrong was born and raised in the United States, joining DuPont immediately after graduation. This trip back to China was also facilitated by DuPont, who forged his identity and utilized numerous channels to establish a company in Shanghai under the name Qianwu. He Guangyan explained the situation to Jiang Hai, who swiftly scanned through all the intelligence reports. Closing the file, he narrowed his eyes and began to ponder. Ever since discovering Qianwu had harbored murderous intent toward him last time, Jiang Hai naturally couldn't just let him go. However, he still lacked the channels to trace Qianwu's background. But Jiang Hai was no longer the greenhorn office worker he had been a year ago. He now had connections. He Guangyan, who owed him a favor from the incident with Uncle One, happened to be from the intelligence division of the Huaxia military department, a unit specializing in intelligence gathering. Entrusting this matter to them was the perfect solution. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Jiang Hai called He Guangyan for help, and within 3 days, all the information about Qianwu no Qianrong was uncovered. But now, Jiang Hai was even more puzzled. DuPont? Jiang Hai was certainly familiar with DuPont, the top-ranked arms manufacturer in the United States, indeed across the entire Blue Star. A colossus far more powerful than even Lordsake Corporation. But he couldn't recall any personal grudge between himself and DuPont. Why would DuPont go to such lengths to send someone to infiltrate the Magic City, and even attempt to kill him? If the perpetrators were from Lordsake Corporation, it would make sense perhaps something went wrong with the Sunju gang, exposing his identity. But DuPont? Why? Ha! A moment later, Jiang Hai suddenly seemed to grasp something, his eyes lighting up. Could it be the Wildcat Gang? Chapter 125, Open and Honest. 2 months prior, he had completed his second deal with the Wildcat Gang, selling 50,000 AK-47s. Back then, Jiang Hai had already sensed that the Wildcat Gang was no small-time operation, but rather a henchman doing dirty work for some larger power. He had even surmised that the Wildcat gang was a tool used by some power to undermine Lordsake Corporation. And now it seemed this mysterious force was none other than DuPont? At this thought, Jiang Hai's expression grew even more peculiar. He finally understood why DuPont had sought him out. It was simply because the warehouse he used for transactions with the Wildcat gang was registered under the Apple City branch of Ocean Shipping Company. If they traced Jiang Hai's background, they'd naturally end up investigating oceanic shipping. However, the reason Jiang Hai had deliberately left such an obvious loophole back then was to lure Lordsake Corporation into action. Little did he expect it would draw DuPont into the fray. Truly, the world is full of surprises. So now, while Lordsake Corporation remains unaware of his existence, DuPont has already tracked him down first? Interesting. Despite being targeted by a behemoth like DuPont, Jiang Hai felt not the slightest concern. He was in China, the safest country on the entire Blue Star. No matter how powerful DuPont was, it couldn't reach him here in China. Take the last cooperation meeting as an example. Even if Qian Rong harbored murderous intent toward Jiang Hai, he still wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. And even if Qian Rong had tried, he wouldn't have been able to harm a single hair on Jiang Hai's head. This was precisely why Jiang Hai had previously dared to deliberately expose weaknesses to lure Lordsake Corporation. Jiang Hai's only frustration now is that while he failed to lure Lordsake Corporation, he's managed to attract DuPont instead. This situation doesn't help matters with Espani at all. He still needed to find a way to draw Lordsake Corporation's attention back to himself. Jiang Hai made up his mind silently, then looked up just as He Guangnian's gaze fell upon him. Jiang Hai immediately broke into a grin. Director He, DuPont has actually extended its reach into China. Isn't the Chinese military planning to do something about this? Rest assured, General Jiang. China will always be the shield protecting its people. No one will ever be allowed to act with impunity on Chinese soil. As He Guangnian spoke these words, a seriousness deepened in his expression. Jiang Hai smiled in return and nodded. I have complete faith in my country. So should we leave this Qian Rong matter to the state to handle? No problem. That is indeed the nation's responsibility. He Guangnian accepted the matter without hesitation. Though He Guangnian didn't specify how the state would deal with Qian Rong, Jiang Hai knew this man would meet no good end. Mr. Jiang, there's one thing I hope you'll tell me honestly. After a brief pause, Jiang Hai thought He Guangnian was about to leave, but unexpectedly, He Guangnian suddenly looked at him with complete seriousness and uttered those words. Jiang Hai looked at He Guangnian with some surprise, but quickly nodded with a smile. Of course. I've never had anything to hide from the state. He Guangnian clearly didn't believe Jiang Hai's words. Maintaining his stern expression, he pressed on, is the origin of that electromagnetic cannon connected to you, Mr. Jiang? Electromagnetic cannon? Jiang Hai knew exactly what He Guangnian was referring to, the Abalyogat-type electromagnetic cannon that Salam had gifted to China earlier to secure its support. Thanks to this ultra-modern weapon, Salam's nation-building efforts received China's full backing and ultimately succeeded. It had fulfilled his lifelong ambition. Upon receiving the electromagnetic cannon, China immediately handed it over to the core research team of the China National Nuclear Corporation for study. Of course, as for what results the research yielded, that was beyond Jiang Hai's knowledge. Even with his close friendship with Wang Chuanfa, such state secrets were beyond what Jiang Hai could inquire about. Friendship was one thing, but principles were another, and those were not to be compromised. Now, He Guangnian's sudden inquiry about the railgun caught Jiang Hai off guard. His deliberate silence seemed to confirm He Guangnian's suspicions. He Guangnian pressed on, do you know the Sanju gang, Mr. Jiang? No. Never heard of them. This time, Jiang Hai reacted swiftly, shaking his head in denial. Jiang Hai could acknowledge the matter with Salam. After all, Salam had previously granted him the uranium mining rights. That connection was difficult for Jiang Hai to shake off, even if he wanted to. But the Sanju gang situation was far more complicated. Jiang Hai would never admit to that, not even if his life depended on it. Despite Jiang Hai's swift denial, He Guangnian remained somewhat skeptical. Seeing Jiang Hai's resolute expression, He Guangnian chose not to press further. Instead, he nodded and said, I see. It seems Mr. Wang understands Mr. Jiang better than anyone else. Mr. Wang? Old Wang? He Guangnian's sudden mention of Wang Chuanfa left Jiang Hai somewhat perplexed. He Guangnian immediately laughed and said, Mr. Wang said that sometimes, asking Mr. Jiang directly is actually more effective. Using underhanded tactics like before would only backfire. So that's why you're getting straight to the point with this question today? Jiang Hai was a bit speechless. It seemed he hadn't known Wang Chuanfa for very long. How could Wang Chuanfa understand him so well? Regarding Jiang Hai's personality, it was just as Wang Chuanfa said, sometimes when someone got straight to the point, Jiang Hai actually felt more at ease. Previously, when the other party tried to pull that Uncle Wen routine, it only made Jiang Hai feel deeply uncomfortable, like he was being manipulated. So, you know what those people behind me are up to, right? With the conversation having reached this point, Jiang Hai decided to drop the pretense. He had long braced himself for today's confrontation. Keeping arms deals hidden from the authorities indefinitely was simply impossible. Seizing this chance to disclose what could be shared with the authorities might even yield unexpected benefits. Of course, what shouldn't be said absolutely must remain unsaid. At the very least, the existence of the arms dealer system would remain buried within Jiang Hai's heart for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, He Guangnian exhaled a long breath, his face relaxing into a look of relief. Jiang Hai's open and honest approach clearly eased his own tension considerably. Though everyone had long suspected the truth, the constant guessing game had been exhausting. Soon, He Guangnian's expression turned serious again as he pressed on, "Mr. Jiang, regarding new weapons like the electromagnetic cannon. You don't need to ask me about that. I'm just a spokesperson." Jiang Hai couldn't tell the truth, of course, but he'd prepared his response long ago. Spreading his hands helplessly, he said with a resigned expression, "Where did they get these new weapons? How many more of them are there? I have no idea. All I do is connect them with buyers and arrange shipments, that's it." Chapter 126, Cooperating with the State? As always, what should be said can be said, but what shouldn't be said absolutely must not be uttered. When Jiang Hai was under surveillance by Zhang Qinghua, he used the system's capabilities to fabricate a spokesperson role for himself. Now, with He Guangnian being open and honest, it was the perfect opportunity to put this identity to use. He Guangnian didn't doubt Jiang Hai's words. After all, the reality of his life over the past 2 decades was undeniable. Who could have imagined that an ordinary Chinese youth, living an unremarkable life for over 2 decades, would suddenly transform into a mysterious arms magnate within just over a year? Even if he had inexplicably become entangled with arms organizations, it still made more sense than reality. He Guangnian fell silent for a moment before lifting his head to look at Jiang Hai. "Mr. Jiang," he said, "you should be aware of China's policies. Arms dealing is illegal." "I haven't done any arms dealing." Jiang Hai shrugged indifferently. "To them, I'm just a dispensable spokesperson. If the country truly can't tolerate a Chinese person as their spokesperson, I can quit this job anytime. This was all agreed upon when I took the role as spokesperson. I can walk away anytime. They won't force me to stay. Complete freedom to come and go." He Guangnian fell silent once more. This point had been thoroughly discussed with his colleagues. Precisely for this reason, the Huaxia authorities hadn't taken direct action against Jiang Hai. Capturing Jiang Hai would only cause that mysterious arms organization to sever all ties with China. And reality proved it. The funds deposited into Jiang Hai's accounts were completely beyond China's control, ready to be withdrawn at any moment. In other words, taking action against Jiang Hai would yield China no benefits whatsoever. It might even create a new, mysterious arms organization armed with advanced weaponry. Seeing He Guangnian fall silent, Jiang Hai suddenly broke into a smile. He clasped his wrists together and extended them toward He Guangnian, saying, "Well, how about it, Director He? Why don't you have me handcuffed and taken away right now? General Manager Jiang, you're joking. A businessman like Mr. Jiang, who understands the nation and is willing to contribute to it, how could the state possibly treat him unfairly?" He Guangnian stared at Jiang Hai for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile, the stern expression he'd maintained for so long instantly melting away. "I'll be damned if I believe you." Jiang Hai maintained his smile, but inwardly he was cursing under his breath. The voice in his Bluetooth earpiece informed him that things were far from as simple as He Guangnian had made them sound. Jiang Hai had already stationed numerous security personnel around the mall. From the moment He Guangnian appeared, those security personnel had been sending updates to Jiang Hai. A large number of mysterious figures had appeared, completely surrounding the area. Jiang Hai was certain that the moment He Guangnian gave the order, these shadowy figures would immediately apprehend him. Not even his own security team could stop it. Clearly, He Guangnian had come this time to confront Jiang Hai head-on. Had Jiang Hai's response been even slightly off, an indefinite prison sentence would have awaited him. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's response had been correct. At least for now, he needn't worry about the Chinese authorities turning against him. "Mr. Jiang, the nation still hopes to establish cooperative arrangements with you in the future." "Naturally. I also hope to conduct more business, especially with China." He Guangnian rose first, and Jiang Hai followed suit. Both men extended their hands simultaneously, clasping them firmly in a handshake. He Guangnian then cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Hai, pursed his lips, and chose to take his leave. Watching He Guangnian depart, Jiang Hai's lips curved upward as a security report came through his Bluetooth earpiece. The mysterious figures who had surrounded them earlier had all departed. Of course, a few remained, keeping watch from a distance. At least they weren't as tense as before, ready to pounce at any moment. Jiang Hai paid it little mind. After all, this situation wasn't going to change anytime soon. The state had assigned him bodyguards. This sense of security was still fully intact. Jiang Hai's gaze then fell upon the document folder on the table. DuPont? They actually intended to kill him outright? Was it Qianrong acting on his own initiative, or is this how DuPont operates so high-handed? It seems the time has come to formally establish ties with the authorities. With the protection of the Chinese government, he'd be much safer. Jiang Hai immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Sister Fong? Yeah. I need to ask you something. How's that branch office project we discussed last time coming along? Yeah. Have all the domestic branches been set up? Great. So the one in the capital city is set up too? Jiang Hai's eyes lit up instantly, and his smile grew even brighter. Perhaps it's time to pay a visit to the capital. Huaxia Bully Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Got it. You'll stay put and proceed according to the original plan. Lu Guoqiang gave his final instructions before hanging up. He tossed his phone onto the desk, propped his head up with one hand, and squinted thoughtfully. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The female secretary hurried in and addressed Lu Guoqiang. Mr. Lu. Here's the summary report you requested. As she spoke, she placed a folder before Lu Guoqiang and thoughtfully opened it for him. Lu Guoqiang studied the contents, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. After a long moment, he remarked, the arms imports from Bosnia, Palestine, and Najamia over the past year are this substantial? Are these figures absolutely correct? Lu Guoqiang seemed unable to believe the statistics. The secretary quickly reassured him, absolutely correct. This data has been verified 5 times by the accounting department below. It is confirmed to be accurate and error-free. Thud. Lu Guoqiang frowned deeply, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. According to these records, the arms imports of Bosnia, Palestine, and the newly encountered Niamia over the past year had even surpassed China's total exports. As chairman of China's foremost military-industrial conglomerate, Lu Guoqiang knew precisely how vast China's annual arms exports were. China was, after all, a superpower on Blue Star. The export volume of Baoli Group alone was equivalent to the combined imports of over a dozen ordinary nations. Yet now, the combined arms imports of Bosnia, Palestine, and Najamia had surpassed China's total exports, utterly unreasonable. Most crucially, the arms imported by these 3 nations within a single year did not originate from any known arms manufacturer on Blue Star. Such a massive volume of arms couldn't possibly have materialized out of thin air, could it? So what exactly is the nature of that mysterious arms organization behind Jiang Hai? Chapter 127, For Bala. Mr. Lu, this data. The female secretary was about to say something else to Lu Guoqiang when the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Lu Guoqiang glanced up, frowned, and immediately picked up the phone. Commander! It's me! Aha! What? Halt all investigations into Jiang Hai? But Right. Understood. Rest assured, Commander, I will carry out your orders. After hanging up, Lu Guoqiang's expression darkened instantly. The female secretary beside him kept her lips tightly sealed, not daring to breathe a word. After a long while, Lu Guoqiang finally exhaled a deep breath, his face regaining its smile. He snapped the folder shut and tossed it to the secretary beside him. Seal all these data. Ha? Oh. Though taken aback, the secretary knew better than to upset Lu Guoliang at this moment. She obediently acknowledged the order and scurried out of his office. Lu Guoqiang leaned back in his chair, sighed deeply once more, closed his eyes with a faint smile, and murmured as if to himself, not bad. Gunfire. Cannon fire. And the ever-present screams of agony. In this city reduced to near ruins, decades of war had long since scarred the entire metropolis beyond recognition. This city, situated on the edge of the Ghaffar zone, had become the final battleground between the Bailers and the Judnites in recent months. To draw out the Judean forces and ensure the safe evacuation of millions of Balri refugees from the Ghaffar zone, the Balayar forces abandoned their previous tactics and chose to confront the Juda army head-on. Juda seemed to tacitly accept this, abandoning their blockade of the Balar refugees and launching a relentless pursuit of the Balar forces. Ultimately, both armies converged upon this abandoned city, unleashing brutal combat through its streets and alleys. Inside a building half collapsed, a dozen Balearic soldiers huddled together. Fresh from a battle where they had barely managed to eliminate the enemy, their own numbers had dwindled from over 100 to just a dozen. They had no time to mourn or pray for their fallen comrades, for they knew that even after eliminating the previous enemy force, more would soon arrive. They had to seize this brief respite to replenish their strength. Chewing bite by bite on hardtack and jerky, they licked their parched lips, a meager attempt at hydration. Not a single Baylor soldier spoke, all sitting in silent vigil. Whoosh! Without warning, the piercing sound of air tearing through the void erupted. The next moment, a Bala soldier still chewing jerky leapt to his feet. A spray of blood splattered from his head, followed by half his skull vanishing into thin air. His body twitched mid-air before crashing straight to the ground. His comrades showed no hesitation, not even pausing to check on the fallen soldier. In the blink of an eye, they grabbed their weapons, took cover behind nearby structures, and launched into another round of combat. Gunfire grew denser, punctuated by occasional grenades hurled toward them, shattering the already dilapidated houses into splinters. Damn Judas! Die! Almighty Lord! Long live Lord Filzert! Palestinian soldiers roared in unison, pulling triggers and unleashing a furious torrent of bullets. Curses and screams echoed incessantly from the front lines, while incoming bullets grew ever more numerous and relentless. After over 10 minutes of firefight, both sides suffered heavy casualties, yet neither showed any sign of ceasing the battle. A brief lull allowed both sides to simultaneously reload magazines and replenish ammunition. The Bala forces suffered another 6 casualties, leaving only a handful of soldiers remaining. The enemy's numbers remained unknown, but the Palestinian soldiers knew full well they were vastly outnumbered. It seemed clear now this stronghold could not be held today. Blood-stained Palestinian soldiers gritted their teeth, their faces etched with expressions of both despair and unyielding resolve. They exchanged glances and nodded firmly in unison. For the Almighty Lord. For Lord Felzert. They murmured in unison, then raised their rifles once more, charging headlong into the enemy. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of gunfire erupted, and 2 more Baylor soldiers collapsed in pools of blood. This time, the bullets came from the ruined building on the right. Damn it! That treacherous Judas. They've flanked us. The remaining Palestinian soldiers, battle-hardened veterans, quickly adjusted their cover positions. But with their numbers further depleted, they were now completely overwhelmed by the enemy's assault, utterly outmatched. As more and more Judah soldiers closed in on them, they soon couldn't even stick their heads out. All that remained was to sit and await their doom. Boom! 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 Just as the Judean soldiers had completely surrounded the building, a series of explosions erupted around them. The Judean soldiers were blown apart and scattered, leaving over a dozen corpses behind as they retreated immediately back to their previous cover. Simultaneously, another squad of 20 Palestinian soldiers charged forward at breakneck speed. Shouting the names of the Lord and Ferzit, they fired wildly at the Judean soldiers. Reinforcements? Having already braced themselves for death, the sudden arrival of reinforcements brought unmistakable relief to the faces of those Baylor soldiers. After a moment's hesitation, they snapped back into action, rising to their feet and launching a counterattack against the enemy. Fighting alongside the reinforcements and bolstered by the relentless artillery barrage, they finally repelled this wave of Judean attackers. Lady Aisha? The surviving Baylor soldiers, upon reuniting with the reinforcements and seeing their leader, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Aisha was a high-ranking officer in the Balearic army and a woman. They had assumed she had long since slipped away among the Palestinian refugees, yet here she was still on the battlefield, personally leading soldiers to reinforce their position. She still wore those oversized goggles, her delicate cheeks beneath them smeared with blood. Noticing the soldiers recognized her, Aisha gave a neutral nod, swept her gaze around, and ordered in a deep voice, "Rearrange the defenses. This stronghold must not fall today. Remember this, every day we hold out gives the Palestinian refugees one more day of hope. They are our kin. Our family. Our brothers and sisters. Our parents and children. For them, we must hold our ground." Aisha's voice lacked the crisp, melodious quality typical of women, instead being hoarse and rough. Yet precisely because of this, her words carried an inexplicable power to inspire. Every Palestinian soldier felt their blood boil, and they all shouted in unison. For the Almighty. For Lord Ferzit. For Baylor. Chapter 128, A New Deal. Aisha and the others didn't get much time to rest. Soon, more Judah soldiers closed in from all sides. This position was a crucial stronghold. Controlling this position would be crucial for dominating the entire city. Clearly, both the Baylors and the Judah forces had recognized this, each desperate to seize it first. The fighting grew increasingly fierce. The fighting raged from daylight into darkness, and then from dusk until dawn. Both sides continuously dispatched reinforcements. This small street corner had already claimed hundreds of lives. Lady Aisha. We're out of bullets. I'm out of magazines too. What should we do? I only have one last magazine left. Voices of despair echoed through the ruined building. Palestinian soldiers gripped their rifles tightly, their faces etched with bitter resignation. Aisha, standing among them, felt the same bitter resentment. Before the war began, she had purchased ample ammunition from Jiang Hai. But even the most ample supply would eventually run dry. Baal had been fighting the Jews here for over 2 months straight. The vast stockpiles of weapons and ammunition they had purchased by depleting their funds were now nearly depleted. Now the Baylor forces were truly cornered. Taking a deep breath, Aisha's face hardened as she scanned the Palestinian soldiers around her. She raised her hand and removed the goggles she had been wearing over her face. Beneath them were a pair of light brown eyes not large, yet intensely expressive and deep. A single glance felt like being drawn into their depths. Even with the goggles on, it was clear she was beautiful. Now, without them, her beauty was utterly irresistible. Even with grime smudged across her face, it did nothing to diminish her beauty. Alas, such a beauty now stood amidst the chaos of the battlefield, an AK-47 clutched in her hand. My brothers. Warriors of Bala. Soldiers of the Lord. Today, let us offer our lives for Bala. Let our souls return to the Lord's embrace. Almighty Lord. Aisha's voice was not loud, yet it caused all the Palestinian soldiers around her to grow solemn. Outside the ruined building, the gunfire from the Judas forces grew ever closer. Yet everyone, including Aisha, remained utterly fearless. Those with remaining ammunition raised their rifles. Those without bullets drew their daggers and battle swords. Even if it meant using their bodies to block enemy bullets, they would fight to the end. It seemed I had arrived just in time. Just as Aisha prepared to lead the Palestinian soldiers in a final stand, a light, airy voice suddenly sounded behind her. This unexpected voice startled everyone, and several soldiers even raised their rifles, ready to pull the trigger. Mr. Hai Wuliang? Aisha recognized the voice immediately. She whirled around to see Jiang Hai standing there with a smile on his face. Aisha was both shocked and overjoyed, nearly bouncing up like a little girl. Heaven knew what Jiang Hai's appearance meant to them at this critical moment. They were already in a desperate situation. No matter what Jiang Hai could do, how much worse could things possibly get? Oh, Aisha, I never imagined you'd be so beautiful. TSK. This was the first time Jiang Hai had seen Aisha's true appearance, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Aisha's beauty was absolutely the most stunning he had ever seen in any woman. Especially those deep-set features, radiating an exotic allure that drew Jiang Hai in like a magnet. Wow! Aisha, a beauty like you dying here would be such a waste. Jiang Hai couldn't resist teasing her, but Aisha, long accustomed to men commenting on her looks, didn't seem to mind. Her primary concern now was what assistance Jiang Hai could offer her and the Bailers. Mr. Hai Wuliang, you've come to help us? No. Though stunned by Aisha's beauty, Jiang Hai clearly hadn't let it cloud his judgment. The moment Aisha's question left her lips, Jiang Hai shook his head firmly. I cannot get involved in your war. Don't forget, I'm just a merchant. Jiang Hai's decisive reply instantly froze the fleeting joy that had just appeared on Aisha's face. Though she had anticipated his refusal, hearing the definitive rejection filled Aisha with profound disappointment. Precisely because I am a merchant, I have come here to conduct business. A deal? Aisha paused, then quickly wore a bitter smile. We no longer have the funds to trade with you. Bale had already prepared for the final battle earlier. So we spent every last coin on weapons and supplies. Now Aisha wanted to continue trading with Jiang Hai to buy more ammunition, but there was simply no money to spare. No funds? That's no problem. As long as you're willing, we can still make a deal. Jiang Hai smiled faintly. He was well aware of Bala's current predicament. The other party's inability to pay was entirely within his expectations. But since he'd come here, he naturally had other means. System, that method I asked about earlier, will it work? You won't accuse me of violating the rules afterward and find excuses to withhold my funds, right? Just to be safe, Jiang Hai silently asked the system one more time. Rest assured, host. The system always provides the optimal solution for the host. That makes things much easier. Jiang Hai felt considerably more at ease, narrowing his eyes to glance at the surrounding Baylor soldiers. Then, he suddenly broke into a smile. But conducting business right now doesn't seem very safe. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Hai abruptly raised his hand, a pistol now in his grasp. Without even aiming, he fired a backhand shot. A scream echoed from nearby in that direction. Only then did Aisha and the others snap back to reality. They were still in the middle of a battlefield, and enemies could be upon them at any moment. Don't panic. Jiang Hai fired over a dozen more shots in rapid succession, emptying the pistol's magazine completely. The Judas soldiers outside the ruined building, who had already closed in, were startled. They instinctively halted their advance, scrambling for cover behind nearby structures. After swiftly reloading his magazine, Jiang Hai didn't continue firing. Instead, he turned to Aisha and said, I know you currently lack the funds to purchase weapons. So, I've prepared an option for you to consider. I can provide you with a substantial supply of weapons, no payment required. In return, your future lives will no longer belong to yourselves. To put it plainly, you're trading your lives for this deal with me. Once this deal is done, your lives will be under my control. You must obey my arrangements from now on. Even if I order you all to die, you must obey without question. Chapter 129, Jiang Hai begins his manipulation. Jiang Hai delivered this speech in Baylor, so not only Aisha but also the Baylor soldiers nearby understood every word. What future lives? What does it mean to obey Jiang Hai's arrangements? Put bluntly, it meant they were all signing a contract selling themselves to Jiang Hai. To put it bluntly, they would all become Jiang Hai's lackeys, mere dogs. For the Baylor soldiers who cherished their freedom, this was an unbearable insult. Yet none of the Baylor soldiers present uttered a word. Instead, they stared intently at Jiang Hai. They understood all too well that their very lives now rested in the hands of the man before them. If he didn't supply them with weapons and ammunition, they would soon perish under the bullets of those damned Judeans. Mr. Hai Wuliang, are you serious? Aisha was the first to react. Her expression was stern as she stared at Jiang Hai, showing no sign of backing down despite their desperate situation. Jiang Hai smiled and said, Of course I'm serious. Since this is a transaction, I provide the goods, and you pay the price. Isn't that only fair? Or do you think I should just hand over the weapons and ammunition for free?
Faced with Jiang Hai's challenge, Aisha shook her head immediately, yet her expression remained resolute.
No. We certainly wouldn't dream of taking advantage like that. But that doesn't mean we'll trade our freedom and dignity for it. The Bailers would rather die than become slaves.
Aisha's resolute words ignited the passion of the surrounding Palestinian soldiers, who began shouting in unison.
Yet their cries seemed to draw the attack of the Judah soldiers outside.
Gunfire erupted, bullets whizzing through the air, forcing the Palestinian soldiers to scramble for cover behind barriers, looking utterly disheveled.
Jiang Hai smiled, waving one hand in the air.
Suddenly, over a dozen grenades appeared in midair.
With lightning speed, he pulled the pins and hurled them outward. A series of explosions forced the Judean soldiers who had just emerged back into cover.
With the system's assistance, Jiang Hai could pinpoint enemy locations with precision. These weren't thrown haphazardly.
Once the scene was quiet again, Jiang Hai turned back to Aisha and said, "You might have misunderstood something? I never said I'd treat you like slaves. If the deal goes through, you'll become employees of our company, lifetime employment, no less. The company will pay you regular wages, including 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, plus 3 annual holiday benefits. Paid annual leave, marriage, bereavement, and maternity leave all included. With such great benefits, aren't you tempted?"
Jiang Hai rattled off a long speech, leaving Aisha and the Balhar soldiers completely dumbfounded. Though they didn't quite grasp the meaning of his last remark, Aisha and the others realized this seemed different from the slavery they'd feared.
"You mean, we won't become your slaves?" "Of course not." Aisha hesitated before asking, but Jiang Hai immediately waved his hand and laughed. "What era are we in now? Where would you find slaves? The company only requires your labor to offset the compensation for this transaction, that's all. Even if you really want to leave the company in the future, it's not impossible, but you'll have to pay a hefty penalty fee."
Jiang Hai held up his hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger together to form a tiny gesture.
"Once you pay that penalty," he continued with a smile, "you'll be free again." After hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, Aisha and the group of Baylor soldiers exchanged glances. On the surface, it didn't seem entirely unacceptable. Yet the thought of staying here, fighting the Jews to the death they had even prepared themselves mentally to die here, left them unsure how to proceed. "Sir, we have no intention of leaving. We must fight the Jews to the death here. You should understand why we're doing this." "I know. It's to buy time for your comrades, right?" Jiang Hai nodded.
"In fact, that is precisely why I came. Earlier, by engaging the Judah forces head-on, you drew their entire army here, which indeed created an opportunity for your comrades to escape the Gaza zone.
Millions of Palestinian refugees successfully escaped the Gaza Strip.
From this perspective, your objective has been achieved."
Jiang Hai's words brought expressions of joy to Aisha and the Palestinian soldiers' faces.
However, Jiang Hai's next words caused their expressions to turn grim once more. Yet for various reasons, none of the surrounding nations have accepted these millions of Palestinian refugees.
These Palestinian refugees now linger at the Gaza border, homeless. And that wasn't the worst of it. As the standoff between Judah and your forces here intensified, Judah has dispatched another army to pursue those millions of Baylor refugees. It seems they intend to drive the Palestinian refugees back into the Gaza Strip.
As Jiang Hai uttered his final words, Aisha and the others instantly paled, their faces contorted with fury.
"No! How could they do such a thing? Those refugees are civilians. Those damned Judas bastards. Devils. Beasts. Shameless scum."
Not only Aisha, but the Palestinian soldiers around her were cursing furiously too. Unfortunately, their vocabulary of vicious insults was too limited. They kept repeating the same few words over and over. Jiang Hai curled his lip, simultaneously pulling out over a dozen grenades and tossing them like they were nothing. A warning shot across the bows for those restless Judah soldiers.
These grenades were dirt cheap for Jiang Hai now.
Seeing the Palestinian soldiers seething with righteous indignation, he even handed some grenades to them, letting them mimic his actions and hurl them as well away for them to vent their pent-up fury.
"Mr. Boundless Ocean, is what you're saying all true?"
Aisha managed to keep her composure, her face ashen as she sought confirmation from Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai merely smiled without speaking, but his meaning was crystal clear.
"Then, what should we do now?"
"Our forces have suffered heavy losses, and we're too far from the Jaffa border to reach those refugees in time."
Could it be that all these sacrifices were for nothing? Is our Baylor truly doomed to extinction?
Though there are still many Balerians scattered across Blue Star, numbering at least 1 million or so.
But those Baylors are all overseas expatriates. Their nationality is essentially no longer Baylor.
Those millions of Baylor refugees represent not just millions of lives, but the very existence of the Baylor nation and state. If we truly allow these millions of Baylor refugees to be expelled back to Jaffa by the Judah forces, only to perish here in the end, that would truly signify the demise of Palestine.
Chapter 130, Unworthy of Palestine.
Aisha certainly did not want Palestine to perish.
Therefore, even though she knew that all the talk about penalty fees and lifetime employment contracts were merely Jiang Hai's tactics to deceive them, yet Aisha had no choice but to deliberate carefully, for she needed Jiang Hai's assistance. Not just for the battle at hand, but to save those millions of Baylor refugees. So what are you planning to do now? We're trapped here, there's nothing we can do. Even with you resupplying us with weapons and ammunition, I know Judas has deployed an entire division in this city. Even with an endless supply of weapons and ammunition, we couldn't drive back Judah in the short term, much less reach the Ghaffar border to provide relief. Aisha has now completely abandoned the idea of a decisive battle against Judas's forces here. It's no wonder her earlier resolve to fight to the death here was meant to buy time for the Palestinian refugees. But now that Judas's forces are about to massacre the Palestinian refugees, Aisha's primary objective has naturally shifted to rescuing them. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, glanced around, and said with a chuckle, "This issue isn't particularly difficult for the company. The real question is whether you're willing to accept the deal?" Jiang Hai left Aisha hanging, merely smiling as he casually tossed out several more grenades. Instantly, explosions and screams erupted outside, accompanied by curses in Judean roughly translating to "Why so many grenades?" Aisha stared intently at Jiang Hai's face, seemingly trying to extract an answer from his expression, but unfortunately, she found nothing. After a moment, Aisha finally spoke, "I must report this to my superiors. This decision concerns the fate of the entire Palestinian army." "No. You've misunderstood." Jiang Hai quickly interrupted Aisha with a smile, holding up a finger. "This deal only involves those of us present. Our company isn't big enough to support your entire Balearic army." Jiang Hai gestured with his finger, encompassing all the Baylor soldiers present, including Aisha. During the previous battle, hundreds of Baylor soldiers had arrived in waves to reinforce this position. Yet now, including Aisha, only 14 remained. Surprisingly, 2 of them were soldiers who had held this outpost from the very beginning. Aisha stared at Jiang Hai in disbelief and asked, "So you mean to trade the freedom of just us few for weapons and ammunition supplies? Not only that, I can also lead you to rescue millions of your fellow countrymen." Jiang Hai extended one finger, winked at Aisha, and smiled. "Don't underestimate yourselves, you're worth a fortune." "I agree." When Jiang Hai presented the second condition, Aisha made her decision almost without hesitation. This time, it was Jiang Hai who was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected Aisha, who had seemed so hesitant moments ago, to agree so readily now. Noticing the shift in Jiang Hai's expression, Aisha smiled with relief before declaring solemnly, "I agree for my people. For our nation. For them, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice my freedom, my life, my dignity, even everything I have." As she spoke these words, Jiang Hai could almost perceive an aura of radiance emanating from Aisha. This left Jiang Hai, who had been smiling all along, speechless. Jiang Hai knew what this was. It was faith. During the great calamity that befell China years ago, there was also a group of people who fought and sacrificed with the same noble faith. It was because of them that China stands strong today. "I agree. I agree too. I agree." In mere moments, the Baylor soldiers standing nearby rose one after another, offering their pledges. Jiang Hai surveyed the room, observing the expressions on the Baylor soldiers' faces, and gave a slight nod. "System, you were right. The loyalty of these men is worth its weight in gold. No, it's priceless." Jiang Hai couldn't help but silently say to the system in his mind, but the system remained silent. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai smiled and said, "Excellent. In that case, the deal is done. First, let me help you deal with these enemies outside." With that, he raised both hands. The next moment, countless metal boxes appeared in the sky surrounding the ruined building, then began falling directly from the air. The moment the boxes hit the ground, a deafening roar erupted. Flames instantly spread around the ruined building. The earth trembled. The abandoned building, which had held out for days, finally collapsed under the force. As the explosions and flames ceased, the dust and smoke gradually dispersed. The surrounding area was now completely flattened, with not a trace of the former street remaining. The Judas soldiers who had surrounded the ruins were naturally reduced to dust. Jiang Hai slowly lowered his hands as if he had accomplished something trivial, then turned to address Aisha and the others, who stood frozen in shock. "Next, weapons and ammunition will be distributed to other Palestinian forces within the city. Of course, these weapons and ammunition alone would be insufficient to drive back the Judah forces. But keeping the Palestinian forces going for over a month? That's definitely doable. And now, we can leave this place to rescue your comrades. Any questions?" The Palestinian soldiers' initial shock gradually gave way to calm acceptance. Aisha hesitated for a moment before raising her hand and saying, "Before I go, I'd like to make a phone call. Is that okay?" Jiang Hai smiled and gestured for her to go ahead. Aisha promptly pulled a phone from her bosom and dialed a number swiftly. The call connected quickly. "Hello, Uncle Nasser, it's me." "Yeah, I'm fine. Could I speak to Grandpa?" After a brief pause, Aisha's beautiful eyes suddenly turned red. Seeming to notice Jiang Hai watching her, she quickly turned away and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Hello, Grandpa. I'm fine. I just wanted to tell you. I've done you proud, Bala. I've given everything for Bala. Grandpa. I can be your pride forever." After uttering those final words, Aisha abruptly hung up the phone, flung it to the ground, and ground it underfoot with clenched teeth. The hard sole of her military boot crushed the phone into pieces. Aisha turned around, her expression resolute as she looked at Jiang Hai and declared, "My business is done. Let's go." Tilting his head to look at the beautiful girl in military uniform before him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. But he quickly composed himself, slowly raising his hand and snapping his fingers in the air. The next moment, a massive blast of air descended from the sky. In an instant, a jet-black aircraft with an oddly shaped design hovered above the group. As it descended and came to rest behind Jiang Hai, the tail section slowly opened, revealing the cabin entrance. Jiang Hai smiled and gestured invitingly to the others. "All right, let's go. This will get us there faster." Chapter 131, The Assistant. Is this the fighter jet? The fighter jet Lord Filzert mentioned? Seated inside the cockpit, Aisha gazed at the interior with palpable excitement, her voice trembling slightly. When Filzert had escaped Hispania aboard that fighter jet, he'd later raved about its marvels. Unfortunately, they lacked the funds to purchase it. Later, they heard that Bosch had practically emptied the national treasury to purchase the fighter jet from Jiang Hai. From that day onward, Bosch became the king of the skies. With that fighter jet, he suppressed the Air Force of Judah. This had once filled Aisha and the others with envy. Who would have thought they would now have the honor of boarding this very fighter jet? Jiang Hai smiled, casually settling into one of the seats installed in the cabin. He addressed the still somewhat tense Baylor soldiers. "Sit down, everyone. From now on, you're all part of the company. This kind of benefit is only natural. That's why you're so elusive. Is this fighter jet the reason you can transport military supplies so swiftly?" Aisha looked at Jiang Hai with a complex expression, convinced she had figured out the truth. Jiang Hai merely smiled without comment. Whether to reveal the truth to them was still undecided. He'd wait until the system resolved Aisha and the others' identity issues first. Ding! Hiring function activated. As an arms magnate, the host can't handle everything personally. Cultivating capable subordinates is essential. With the hiring function, the host can now hire assistants. Assistants approved by the host will have contracts established for them by the system. After contract establishment, assistants may utilize partial system functions and receive compensation. Contract-bound assistants will be monitored by the system. Assistants must never reveal the system's existence. Without the host's permission, assistants may not use any system functions. Assistants must not disobey the host's commands, or they will face punishment from both the system and the host. The system rattled off a lengthy list of terms, causing Jiang Hai's lips to twitch involuntarily. He had even assured Aisha earlier that they wouldn't become slaves. But now, reading these terms, they were all restrictions imposed on them. This was nothing short of outright slavery. Host, please confirm the assistant roster. Aisha Safira Buji Abini. Please confirm whether to include them as assistants? Confirm. The system displayed a long list of names. Aisha's full name and Jiang Hai confirmed without hesitation. The instant Jiang Hai confirmed, Aisha, seated across from him, suddenly trembled. Her upper body snapped upright, and her beautiful eyes flashed with confusion, astonishment, and a myriad of other emotions. Jiang Hai knew this was the system's doing. He figured it wouldn't be long before Aisha returned to normal. Abel Zibin Ahida Zakrain. Please confirm whether to add this entity as an assistant? Confirm. Abdul bin Muhammad bin Awad. Please confirm whether to add this entity as an assistant? Confirmed. Berdadin Ahmad Asin Hussein. The system reported each name to Jiang Hai. Including Aisha from earlier, there were 14 in total. Jiang Hai added them all to the system's assistant roster. The Palestinian soldiers, like Aisha, sat up straight one by one, though their expressions remained utterly bewildered. Taking advantage of their absorption of the system's information, Jiang Hai issued another command to the system, directing it to pilot the fighter jet directly away from the ruins. Minutes later, Aisha and the others gradually came to their senses. Their gazes toward Jiang Hai were filled with complexity and astonishment. Jiang Hai smiled and said, "Now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise to you. The bridge below is the only route the Judean army can take to pursue the Palestinian refugees. Calculations show the Judean forces will reach this location in 20 minutes. If we want to stop them from pursuing the Baylor refugees, this would be an ideal spot for an ambush." Jiang Hai's proposal to ambush the Judean army caused Aisha and the others' eyes to light up simultaneously. Becoming Jiang Hai's assistants didn't mean they had forgotten all their past emotions. They hadn't forgotten their original purpose, to help their fellow tribesmen escape this catastrophe. So what should we do next? With just our group, we're supposed to hold off the Judean army? The Palestinian soldier named Abdul couldn't help but voice his doubt. He was one of the two who had initially guarded the stronghold and ultimately survived. Tall and somewhat lean, he sported the distinctive Baylor beard and thick eyebrows, giving him a rather handsome appearance. In response to Abdul's question, Jiang Hai smiled and said, "Don't forget, you're not ordinary Baylor soldiers anymore. You can now purchase some excellent weapons from the system. With the system's help, taking down a Judas army is no big deal." Abdul and the others exchanged glances. Finally, Abdul spread his hands helplessly and said with a wry smile, "But we don't have any money." The moment Abdul spoke, Jiang Hai froze. Glancing at the others, he saw identical expressions of helplessness. One short fellow named Abbas even turned his pockets inside out completely empty to prove he didn't have a single penny. Jiang Hai instinctively slapped his forehead. Now it was his turn to feel awkward. These assistants were all ordinary foot soldiers before. Where would they get the money to buy military weapons? While the system offered internal pricing, the costs running into the millions or tens of millions were simply beyond what these foot soldiers could afford. "My oversight. I'll handle purchasing your weapons and equipment myself." Let me see, what good stuff should I get you?" Jiang Hai scratched his head, then began flipping through the system's weapon catalog. Soon, his eyes lit up as he summoned one large metal box after another. Pointing at the metal boxes, Jiang Hai addressed Aisha and the others, "These are the weapons and equipment I procured for you. The system will guide you on how to use them. Go ahead and try them out." Hearing this, Aisha and the others exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment, they opened the boxes. Staring at the oddly shaped objects inside, they still looked somewhat at a loss. Jiang Hai admitted sheepishly, "Lately, well, I've been a bit strapped for cash. Otherwise, I would have gotten each of you a better set of individual combat gear." Mentioning financial setbacks reminded Jiang Hai of the 2.6 billion huaxia coins he'd lost to the system. It hurt. Who knew when he'd ever earn that much again? But with Aisha and the others helping out now, maybe the money would roll in faster? Chapter 132, Enemy Ambush. General Li Wei. This is news from the homeland. Inside a combat vehicle sat a group of Judean soldiers in uniform. Among them, the commander of this Judean force, Li Wei Sara, wore a chest full of medals. As the youngest general in the Judean military, Li Wei was undoubtedly a rising star within the Judean armed forces. This pursuit of the Palestinian refugees presented a rare opportunity for him to distinguish himself. After all, the enemy was merely a group of ordinary refugees. What could they possibly do against the well-equipped Judean forces? Would they not ultimately have to obediently follow orders and return to the Ghaffar region? Once this mission was completed and he returned home, Li Wei was certain to be promoted. Perhaps within a few years, he might even have the chance to ascend to the upper echelons of the military command. The mere thought of it lifted Li Wei's spirits, a faint smile escaping his lips. Taking the intelligence report handed to him by his adjutant, Li Wei glanced at it casually. Soon, his brow furrowed. The message was brief, yet after reading it, Li Wei felt a slight stir within him. It stated that the Judean forces engaged in direct combat with the Balearic army had encountered fierce resistance, suffering heavy casualties. Though they still held the upper hand, such losses were unacceptable to the homeland. The subtext was clear: Li Wei was being urged to expedite his current mission and rush to reinforce that army. What a bunch of useless fools. Li Wei's face twisted with contempt as he casually tossed the message aside. He had no intention whatsoever of reinforcing that army. It wasn't his responsibility to begin with. Why would he go looking for trouble? He only needed to complete his own mission. As for the commander of that Judas army, their failure and incompetence only served to highlight Li Wei's superior ability. Press forward. Locate those Baylor refugees. Leaving the message behind, Li Wei issued orders to his adjutant. Those millions of Baylor refugees couldn't possibly be gathered in one place. They must be scattered across dozens of smaller groups. Levi must pinpoint their locations to bring them all back to Ghaffar. Fortunately, before the Bala refugees fled Jaffa, Judah had made thorough preparations. Not only had advance teams been dispatched to track them, but satellites were also deployed for continuous surveillance. Most crucially, spies had been embedded among the Bala refugees, providing constant location signals. Yes. The adjutant responded immediately, operating the instruments inside the vehicle. "General, we've identified the nearest." Woo! Moments later, just as the aide was about to report the results to Li Wei, a sudden, piercing sound echoed through the vehicle. Instantly, the entire command vehicle plunged into darkness, accompanied by a sharp, emergency brake that nearly sent Li Wei tumbling. "What's going on?" Li Wei frowned, steadied himself, and snapped at the adjutant beside him. The aide, equally startled and bewildered, cried out, "Gee, General. I don't know. It seems like the instruments malfunctioned." Malfunction? Why would it malfunction out of the blue? Li Wei's frown deepened at the mention of it. He snapped, "And why did the vehicle stop?" With that, Li Wei strode straight to the door, flung it open, and let the outside light flood in. Outside, chaos reigned as soldiers scrambled about, shouting incessantly. Li Wei's expression darkened further. The army he commanded was a fully mechanized force. Besides the soldiers, there were over 30 vehicles. Among them were 17 troop transport armored vehicles, 10 supply trucks, 5 artillery tractor vehicles, and 2 command vehicles. Now all these vehicles were stranded on the road, several of them collided together. Fortunately, the ammunition transport vehicle remained intact. Li Wei jumped down from his vehicle, his face dark with anger. He grabbed a soldier running past him and barked, "What happened? Why did we stop suddenly?" Gripped by Li Wei, the soldier instinctively wanted to snap back. But upon recognizing Li Wei, he startled and immediately saluted. Reporting to the general. We don't know the exact reason either. All the vehicles stalled simultaneously and won't start. All vehicles stalled at once? Hearing this answer, Li Wei almost felt like laughing. What the hell kind of international joke is this? 1 or 2 vehicles breaking down might be plausible, but over 30 vehicles breaking down simultaneously? Wasn't that pure fantasy? This was an outright insult to General Li Wei's intelligence. Without another word, Li Wei slapped the soldier hard across the face and bellowed, "You bastard. Spouting nonsense. I'll have you shot." The slap, combined with Li Wei's final threat, sent shivers down the soldier's spine. He collapsed to his knees. "General. I wasn't talking nonsense. It's true. General." Tears, snot, and saliva flew everywhere as the soldier desperately begged for mercy. Behind him, the adjutant leaped from the vehicle and shouted to Li Wei, "General. He's telling the truth. Every single vehicle has malfunctioned and won't start." The adjutant had served under Li Wei for many years, and Li Wei naturally trusted his word. Yet such an absurd explanation left Li Wei utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the adjutant, his expression screaming, "Are you kidding me?" Yet seeing the adjutant's deadpan expression, Li Wei knew he wasn't joking. After a moment of silence, Li Wei made his decision immediately. Inspect them immediately. Find out what's wrong with the vehicles. Simultaneously, he ordered the soldiers to prepare for combat at any moment. As Judah's youngest general, Li Wei's capabilities were undeniably strong. Faced with this sudden occurrence, Li Wei instantly concluded they were under some form of attack. Therefore, ordering the soldiers to prepare for battle would certainly be the right move. Boom! Just as Li Wei issued the command, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. In the next instant, over a dozen fireballs erupted around them. Several vehicles were blown to pieces, their soldiers screaming in agony as they were hurled into the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Protected by his aide, Li Wei himself escaped unharmed. After a moment of shock, Li Wei immediately bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Take cover immediately! Prepare for combat! Prepare for combat!" Before his words had even faded, another barrage of explosions erupted. Soldiers who hadn't found cover were thrown into the air, their bodies and horses tossed about, plunging the chaos into even greater disarray. Damn it! Damn it! Where did this attack come from? Witnessing the scene, Li Wei's eyes widened in fury, his teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. If it were a direct confrontation with the enemy, Li Wei wouldn't have feared it. But now, with no clue where the enemy even was, fighting this battle felt utterly frustrating. The adjutant guarding Li Wei's side looked around frantically, trying to spot the enemy's location. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he snapped his head up toward the sky above and shouted loudly, "General! General! Up there! In the sky!" Chapter 133, Is Bosch about to join the battle? The sky? Li Wei froze for a moment, then instinctively looked up. His face instantly drained of color. For there, suspended in the sky, was a small black dot. Looking closer, it was actually an aircraft entirely painted black. Its shape was peculiar, unlike any ordinary aircraft. But Li Wei recognized it instantly. To be precise, every high-ranking officer in the Judas army could identify this aircraft instantly. Over the past few months, this aircraft had become a nightmare for Judah. A single aircraft had managed to completely suppress the Judas force's otherwise respectable air fleet. Is this Bosch's fighter jet? Could it be that Bosch is formally declaring war on us? Recalling how Bosch had relentlessly bombed Judean territory with this very fighter months ago, leaving Judea utterly helpless, Li Wei's expression instantly darkened. Wasn't it said that due to the Big Ivan missile Baylor had launched, Bosch had already developed a rift with Baylor and wouldn't come to Baylor's aid? Why is Bosch's fighter here? Could it be that Bosch intends to intervene in the conflict between Judah and Bala? Could it be that Bosch was finally preparing to go to war with Judah? A million questions flooded Li Wei's mind, yet not a single one could be answered. The next moment, Li Wei snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Quick! Quick! Prepare the cannons! Fire at the aerial enemy! Hurry! General! All the cannons have malfunctioned, they won't fire. The adjutant beside him cried out in despair the moment Li Wei issued the order. Li Wei froze, then his face twisted with fury as he grabbed the aide by the collar. What? Why are the cannons malfunctioning too? Why? Boom! Boom! Before Li Wei could finish his question, a burst of flames erupted around them. This time, Li Wei and his men could see clearly. Large iron boxes were being dropped from the fighter planes in the sky. As soon as these boxes hit the ground, they detonated instantly. This wave of explosions not only sent the Judas soldiers flying in all directions but also destroyed several more vehicles, including the command vehicle Li Wei was riding in. Retreat! Retreat immediately! This scene forced Li Wei to regain his composure. Watching their forces suffer such attacks without mounting any resistance. If this continued, the entire army risked being obliterated by such bombardment. Sitting tight waiting for death was not Li Wei's style. Therefore, he opted for a tactical retreat. The Judean army under Li Wei's command had clearly undergone rigorous military training and could undoubtedly be considered an elite force. Though the soldiers had momentarily panicked when the attack first struck, their solid military discipline allowed them to quickly regain composure and order. Now, with Li Wei's timely orders, the soldiers immediately began emergency assembly and an orderly retreat. TSK. The Judean army certainly has some skills. That you fought them for so many years without defeat can only mean you're truly willing to fight to the death. Hovering in the fighter jet above, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sigh as he observed the Judean army's countermeasures below. He turned to Aisha beside him and remarked. Jiang Hai had witnessed the combat prowess of the Balearic forces on several occasions before. While not weak, they were clearly a tier below the Judean forces. And considering their inferior weaponry and equipment, it was remarkable they'd managed to wage war against Judah for so many years. As Jiang Hai had stated, their success hinged entirely on the Palestinian soldiers' fearless, death-defying fighting style achieved by literally sacrificing lives to secure every victory. Aisha offered no rebuttal to Jiang Hai's assessment, for she knew it to be true. Having fought the Judean army multiple times, Aisha was well aware of their combat strength. Therefore, she found their current reaction entirely unsurprising. What now? Let them escape like this? Despite inflicting heavy casualties, Aisha remained unsatisfied with the outcome. Such an outcome failed to strike at the core of their military strength. Once they regrouped, they would undoubtedly resume their attacks on the Palestinian refugees. Don't worry. Haven't Abdul and the others already started moving? Jiang Hai smiled and pointed behind Aisha. Aisha froze, then whirled around to look. She discovered that the 13 Palestinian soldiers who had been guarding her back had vanished without a trace. Aisha glanced left and right, then her expression changed drastically. She hurried to the cabin window and peered outside. She didn't know where Abdul and the others had gone, but she was certain they had gone to deal with the Judas army below. Meanwhile, the Judean army below had already pinpointed the escape route and began sprinting frantically in that direction. All their vehicles had malfunctioned, leaving them no choice but to run on foot. Even on foot, however, their formation remained largely intact, with little disorder. Several Judean officers charged ahead, running swiftly while raising their arms high to direct the soldiers behind them. Ha! Wait a moment! One of the Judean officers was about to raise his arms to shout a command when, after glancing ahead, his expression suddenly changed. He shouted loudly to halt the army behind him. At a small intersection ahead, 3 figures had suddenly appeared. All 3 bore distinct Palestinian features, clad in armor resembling metal plates, each wielding a burning torch. Their posture was peculiar. They simply held the fire rods, pointing them toward the Judean army. The gleaming metal plates on their bodies began moving of their own accord, swiftly shifting to shield their vital areas. Fire! Kill! The Judean officers, upon seeing the trio, hesitated not a moment. As the command was given, they drew their pistols and unleashed a volley of shots toward the figures. At this critical juncture, anyone blocking their path was an enemy. Not to mention, they were all Bailers. A volley of bullets erupted, aimed squarely at the vital points of the 3 Palestinians. Clang! A crisp clanging sound rang out as metal plates shifted precisely over the Palestinians' vital areas, deflecting every bullet. Sparks flew from the chests of the 3 Bailers, yet not a single one was injured. Still, the 3 Palestinians were startled. Immediately, they cursed under their breath, grabbed their fire rods without a second thought, and pointed them directly at the Judean army. Thud! 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 Flash after flash of light streaked through the air. In the next instant, the Judean army was instantly blown apart. Endless screams filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the Judean army had suffered considerable losses, but with only 3 Philistines, the damage they inflicted remained limited. Judah's forces quickly adapted to the enemy's assault, immediately taking cover behind nearby barriers and launching a counterattack against the Bailers. Chapter 134, 13 Men Against Thousands. Initially, over a dozen Judean soldiers opened fire, but the bullets striking the Bailers were all deflected by their metal plates. But as more Judean soldiers joined the firefight, the hail of bullets became too dense for the armor plates to withstand. The 3 Baler soldiers weren't foolish enough to stand still. They quickly dodged behind nearby cover, exchanging fire with the Judean soldiers. Their weapons were clearly superior to the Judean soldiers. Even with only 3 of them, they forced the Judean soldiers to hesitate, unable to advance easily and instead locked in a standoff from a distance. Damn it! Are you useless? Just 3 enemies, and you're too scared to advance? Li Wei, listening to his subordinates report the situation from the rear, was so furious he stomped his feet repeatedly. He raised his hand, pointed forward, and roared, "Charge! Charge now! Their weapons may be superior, but there are only 3 of them. You can't take down 3 men? I'll have every last one of you shot." "Yes, sir." Li Wei's order was given. The soldier dared not utter another word, nearly responding before immediately turning to relay the command. Meanwhile, the 3 Baylor soldiers hiding behind cover exchanged glances. In the next instant, they simultaneously drew a roughly 1 meter long metal object. With a snap, they secured them onto their arms, fitting perfectly. After a moment of tense silence, they exchanged glances and took deep breaths. With a sudden surge, all 3 stood up simultaneously, raising their arms to point directly at the Judean soldiers charging toward them. Whoosh! A series of sharp whistles pierced the air. In the next instant, dozens of points of light shot out from the metal devices on their arms. Boom! The points of light descended in waves upon the Judean soldiers, instantly transforming into a hail of fire. Thousands of Judean soldiers were engulfed in the barrage in an instant. The Judean soldiers in the rear witnessed this scene and were all stunned into silence. Though thousands of Judas soldiers remained untouched by this barrage, they all instinctively took several steps back. Who would dare advance after witnessing such devastating artillery fire? Is this the weapon you sold to Praval last time? Inside the fighter jet, Aisha couldn't help but turn her head to look at Jiang Hai. She had heard about the incident outside the Senate building in Port-au-Prince last time. But witnessing the sheer power of this weapon firsthand left her utterly speechless. The Starlight type repeating RPG launcher. 1 unit alone costs 12 million huaxia currency. Plus another 10 million for firing 20 specialized rounds. Just now, the 3 of them had blown through 30 million in one go. Jiang Hai delivered this information with such casual nonchalance that Aisha couldn't help but twitch her cheek. So in just a few seconds, they'd blown through 30 million huaxia currency? What a waste! These past years, to fight against Judas and restore Palestine, they'd scrimped and saved every penny to buy weapons. They'd grown accustomed to a life of hardship. When had they ever fought such a lavish war? Seeing Aisha's pained expression, Jiang Hai quickly guessed her thoughts and hurriedly offered a reassuring smile. Actually, it didn't cost that much. We get these weapons at internal pricing. Yeah, with the internal pricing, those custom shells cost 100,000 each. So we only spent 6 million in total. Aisha couldn't help but roll her eyes. She couldn't fathom why Jiang Hai thought spending 6 million in one go would make her feel any better. Jiang Hai observed the radar systems installed on the aircraft, watching the battle below. He suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Abdul and his men are going to wipe out every last one of those Judas forces." Jiang Hai's words snapped Aisha back to attention, and she too fixed her gaze on the display screen. Moments later, Aisha's voice grew somber as she spoke. From the moment they came of age, they took up arms against the Judites. Their brothers and friends have all fallen to the guns of the Judas. For them, the chance to kill more Judites is one they absolutely won't pass up. Jiang Hai paused briefly upon hearing this, then shrugged indifferently. Whatever floats your boat. This is your last chance to fight as individuals. After this battle, you'll all be under the system's command. No more acting on your own whims. After Jiang Hai finished speaking, Aisha showed no reaction whatsoever. Her eyes remained fixed on the radar, her expression neither sad nor happy, as if she had already stepped into this role. Seeing Aisha's reaction, Jiang Hai smiled faintly, saying nothing more as he too turned his gaze toward the radar. By now, the Judas soldiers were stunned by the formidable weapons displayed by the enemy and dared not advance recklessly. Li Wei, hiding in the rear, recovered from his momentary shock and glared ahead, teeth clenched. "Give me grenades. Blow them up with grenades. If the army's artillery malfunctioned, then grenades would serve as artillery." Li Wei, the youngest general in the Judas military, proved his quick wit. Hearing his command, the Judean soldiers finally snapped into action, swiftly unfastening grenades from their belts and preparing to hurl them. Boom! At that very moment, a series of deafening explosions erupted once more within the Judean army's formation. Dozens of explosions erupted in an instant. But this time, they didn't originate from the 3 Baylor soldiers up front. Instead, they came from the rear and flanks of the Judean army. Unbeknownst to them, 10 Balearic soldiers had appeared behind and flanking the Judean army, each wielding a flaming torch. Ironically, these mere 10 Philistine soldiers had managed to encircle thousands of Judean troops. With these 10 distracting the enemy, the 3 Pele soldiers who had been hiding behind cover rose to their feet once more. Raising their burning torches, they launched their attack upon the Judean soldiers. Explosions erupted repeatedly among the Judean soldiers. Attacks coming from all directions threw them into complete disarray, leaving them unsure which direction to counterattack. Some quick-thinking Judean soldiers fired at the Baylor troops in one direction. But their attacks were scattered and sporadic. The bullets they fired were easily deflected by the metal plates gliding across the Palestinian soldiers' bodies, ringing out with a sharp clang causing them not a scratch. Don't panic. Don't panic. There are only a dozen or so enemies. Calm down and counter effectively. We won't lose. Li Wei bellowed at the top of his lungs through the chaos, his own frustration mounting. Yet he refused to give up, still striving to rally his men to regain their composure. He believed they held an overwhelming numerical advantage. If they could just regain their composure and counterattack, they could surely turn defeat into victory. Boom! A sudden flash of light erupted, and Li Wei's chest was blown apart. A gaping, bloody hole appeared right where his medals were pinned. With an expression of utter disbelief frozen on his face, Li Wei slowly fell backward. Chapter 135, Revenge. Put. Aisha spat from the fighter jet, gathering her Barrett rifle with disdain before watching the cockpit door slowly seal shut. The icy wind from the high altitude blew in, merely ruffling her beautiful hair, only serving to accentuate her heroic and spirited demeanor. Jiang Hai stared at Aisha and the Barrett rifle in her hands with surprise. You actually have the money to buy weapons? Jiang Hai had seen the Barrett model in the system before. It was the finest and most expensive variant in the Barrett series. If sold to a customer, the base price was 900,000 Huaxia currency. Even with an internal discount, it would still cost around 200,000 yuan. Jiang Hai had just watched in disbelief as Aisha suddenly waved her hand, and a large metal box appeared out of thin air. She then pulled this fully assembled Barrett out of the box, opened the cabin door, and fired a shot at General Judas below while lying prone inside the cabin. Setting aside Aisha's exceptional marksmanship and combat skills, Jiang Hai simply couldn't fathom where Aisha had gotten the money to purchase this Barrett from the system. I have my own money, she declared. A Barrett for 210,000 Huaxia currency? I can't afford that. The hatch closed behind her. Aisha turned, flicked her long hair back with a seductive air, and answered Jiang Hai's question with a smile. Ha? You have the money? 210,000? Jiang Hai froze in surprise. 210,000 Huaxia coins wasn't exactly a huge sum, but seeing those Baylor soldiers whining about being broke had made Jiang Hai subconsciously assume Aisha and her people were destitute. Now that he thought about it, it was only Abdul and the others who had claimed to be penniless. Aisha hadn't uttered a word about it. But soon, Jiang Hai found himself staring at Aisha in utter speechlessness. While Aisha hadn't explicitly claimed poverty, she hadn't mentioned having money either when Abdul and the others were whining about being broke. Especially when Jiang Hai decided to help them buy weapons and equipment, Aisha hadn't uttered a single word. This woman, she's no saint. He couldn't help but mutter this complaint inwardly. Seeing Aisha's faint, ambiguous smile, he couldn't really say anything. Ever since Aisha became his assistant, her mood had been gloomy. Now that she was finally managing a smile, it was a good sign. The battle below was nearing its end. That's enough. That Judas general had been killed by Aisha. Though the remaining Judas soldiers were numerous, they were no match for Abdul and his 13 men. After all, the disparity in weaponry and equipment was too great. This battle had lost any meaning in determining a winner. Seeing that the Judas soldiers had already lost their will to fight, there was no need to slaughter them all. Aisha tilted her head slightly before nodding. You're right. Jiang Hai looked at Aisha and smiled faintly. This woman was quite intelligent. She hadn't made a decision outright, nor had she bypassed Jiang Hai to issue orders to Abdul and the others. Because she was no longer the superior of the other 13. The one who determined their actions could only be Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai didn't hesitate, issuing the order to Abdul and the others directly through the system. Upon receiving the orders, Abdul showed no deliberate resistance or delay, immediately withdrawing his weapons and retreating. Evidently, the massacre had already vented much of the resentment festering within them. After the fighter jets picked them all up, Jiang Hai piloted his own fighter away from the area. This Judas army had been utterly decimated and posed no threat to the Palestinian refugees. There was no need for them to proceed to the Palestinian refugee camp. Inside the fighter jet, Jiang Hai couldn't help but turn his head and ask Aisha, who sat quietly beside him, why did you specifically target and kill that Judas general? After a brief silence, Aisha lifted her head, her captivating eyes fixed on Jiang Hai. Levi Sarah. Member of the Judas extremist revenge group Nacum. He was also the youngest general in the Judean military. He was appointed general by the Judas military last month, and there was no objection from the Judas military at the time. Do you know why? As Aisha spoke, Jiang Hai couldn't help but frown, noticing the other Palestinian soldiers nearby lifting their heads one by one, their faces contorted with hatred. Jiang Hai seemed to have guessed something, but he remained silent, waiting quietly. Though unconfirmed by official channels, our intelligence indicates Levi Sarah was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Lord Filzat. It was precisely through this successful assassination by drinking Lord Firzat's blood that he became the youngest general in the Judean military. Jiang Hai gave a slight nod. He now understood why Aisha had suddenly moved to eliminate Li Wei Sala when she first detected him on radar. The assassination of Filzat was not merely the murder of a revered leader among the Palestinians. It was the beginning of a series of calamities that would befall Palestine. Palestine's situation had been improving, gaining support from the vast majority of Blue Star nations, with the prospect of statehood within reach. It was precisely this assassination that caused Palestine's situation to take a drastic turn for the worse, pushing it to the brink of utter ruin. And the mastermind behind it all was none other than Levi Serra, the architect of this assassination. Jiang Hai understood the full context and said no more. A moment of silence fell in the cabin. Aisha had regained her composure and turned to glance at Jiang Hai. So, what do we do next? Follow you back to China? With her vengeance fulfilled, Aisha's mood lifted considerably, and she began to consider her future. Jiang Hai shook his head with a smile. No. I have other plans for you both. Compared to China with its many rules, that place is actually more suited to you. Abros. The largest port on the east coast of Africa. It was also one of Africa's most bustling ports. The prosperity of this port city even surpasses that of most cities across Africa. It serves as one of Africa's key hubs connecting to the world, with countless goods flowing into Africa daily from this port. Simultaneously, countless goods flow from Africa to countries around the world. Diamonds, crude oil, natural gas, and of course now crucial to the entire world, uranium ore. Captain Fong. From here on, it's all on you. About 10 nautical miles offshore, a massive cruise ship lay anchored. On the deck, two men in Chinese naval uniforms exchanged military salutes. The darker-skinned officer solemnly addressed his counterpart. This cargo is of vital importance to the nation. Captain Fong, please exercise the utmost caution. Rest assured, Colonel Zhou. The man addressed as Captain Fong broke into a broad grin. His complexion was equally dark, his skin weathered and rough from years of exposure to the sea breeze. After the salute, he lowered his hand and said with a smile, even if it costs me my life, I will protect this cargo. I will never let the nation and its people down. Chapter 136, do you still remember Jiang Hai? According to current intelligence, the Spring Thunder lost contact at 10:32 a.m. That was 34 hours after the Spring Thunder departed from the port of Abras. This was also the last time the Spring Thunder made contact with us. Per protocol, the Spring Thunder was scheduled to report to the mainland 3 hours later at 1:30 p.m. But we never received the Spring Thunder's signal. 30 minutes later, we initiated 3 consecutive contact attempts with the Chunlei, all of which went unanswered. At this point, the Spring Thunder was confirmed missing. The intelligence analysis team temporarily expanded the search area to the Inca Sea. Tension hung thick in the main conference room of the Huaxia military headquarters. Senior military officials gathered here, all eyes fixed on the massive 180-inch LCD screen. After the briefing officer finished recounting the entire incident, he immediately saluted the assembled leaders and stepped aside. Tap. The sound of a finger tapping the table. The one responsible for this action was none other than the military's foremost figure, General He. With his finger tapping the table, silencing the room, General He spoke with grave solemnity. The disappearance of the Spring Thunder is no trivial matter. Everyone here should be well aware of what cargo the Spring Thunder was transporting, correct? It was uranium ore for our nation's Great Ivan project. With nuclear reactors worldwide failing, restarting them is now an urgent necessity. Moreover, whoever achieves this first will likely gain a decisive advantage in the future. Uranium ore is the key to restarting these reactors. We cannot afford to lose it. Therefore, we must locate the Spring Thunder as soon as possible. General He's statement had already defined the gravity of the situation. Everyone wore solemn expressions, daring not to take this lightly. Several high-ranking military officials began strategizing. But the incident had unfolded too abruptly, within such a short time frame, leaving absolutely no clues. Even the high-ranking officials were at a loss. The disappearance of the Spring Thunder cruise ship was too bizarre, too unbelievable. Even after reviewing satellite surveillance footage, not a single clue was found. From the satellite footage, the ship simply vanished from the sea surface. It was utterly like something out of a ghost story. I never believed in ghosts. If there's any ghost, it's someone playing tricks. General He's face remained stern as he tapped his fingers on the table again, this time with a particularly loud thud. The group of bigwigs, who had been buzzing with discussion moments ago, instantly fell silent. The supplies being transported by the Spring Thunder are vital national resources. Under no circumstances can they be lost. You have only 1 day. Within 1 day, this matter must be resolved. Yes, sir. The moment General He finished speaking, all the military leaders stood up in unison and saluted. Only after General He exited the conference room did the commanders' tense bodies gradually relax. They exchanged glances, each wearing a bitter smile. 1 day? What could possibly be accomplished in such a short time? But they understood General He wasn't deliberately making things difficult for them. That cruise ship held uranium ore, a resource desperately needed by China right now. With that uranium shipment, all domestic nuclear power plants could resume operations immediately. Simultaneously, the nuclear industry group could immediately commence production of the Big Ivan reactor. If this vital national asset isn't built immediately, who knows what chaos might ensue? Old show. The State Security Bureau must step up for this mission. The gazes of several high-ranking officials converged on one man, Zhou Lei, director of the State Security Bureau. Facing their collective gaze, Zhou Lei instantly felt the weight of immense pressure. But this matter fell squarely on the NSA's shoulders. With no choice, Zhou Lei steeled himself and said, "I've already dispatched Jiang Hai. But we haven't received any updates yet." Jiang Hai, the NSA's top field commander. His involvement in this investigation clearly signaled that the National Security Bureau was taking this seriously. The other leaders naturally had little more to say. They couldn't stand idly by either, and they would do everything possible to cooperate. Satellite surveillance, intelligence sharing with other nations, everything was mobilized. In short, once General He issued his military order, no matter how difficult the task, they would see it through. After deliberating for quite some time, the group finally dispersed from the conference room. Many matters couldn't be resolved by sitting idly in a meeting room. Everyone had their own tasks to attend to. Director Zhou. Just as Zhou Lei stepped out of the military compound and was about to slip into his vehicle, he heard someone calling his name. He instinctively turned his head and saw a black luxury car across the street. The door was already open, and a figure stepped out, waving a greeting from afar. Lu Guoqian? As the head of the State Security Bureau, Zhou Lei naturally recognized the top executive of Boasting Group. His brow furrowed slightly, but he walked straight over and exchanged greetings. "Mr. Lu, it's rare to see you at the military compound. Is there something you need to take care of?" "Director Zhou, I heard something happened to the Spring Thunder." Zhou Lei's eyes immediately narrowed into slits as two flashes of cold light darted across his face, scrutinizing Lu Guoqian. Were it not for Lu Guoqian's established status and undeniable loyalty to the state. But the sheer abruptness of his inquiry about the Spring Thunder alone was enough for Zhou Lei to order his agents to arrest him on the spot. "Mr. Lu, what are you?" "Director Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Shall we discuss this in the car?" Despite Zhou Lei's dangerous glare, Lu Guoqian remained unfazed, smiling as he extended the invitation. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Lei nodded and climbed into the vehicle. Once inside, Lu Guoqian promptly dismissed the driver, leaving only himself and Zhou Lei in the vehicle. "Commissioner Zhou, I know everything about the Chunlei. The key now is to locate it as quickly as possible. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Hai should be nearing Aburusi by now, right?" Inside the car, Lu Guoqian cut straight to the chase, but Zhou Lei remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on him. He showed no reaction whatsoever to anything Lu Guoqian said. No denial, no acknowledgement. In short, he showed absolutely no reaction whatsoever. Zhou Lei's reaction was entirely within Lu Guoqian's expectations. Showing not a hint of surprise, he continued with a smile, "But just investigating like this? Even Jiang Hai won't find any leads anytime soon. I happen to have a method. Perhaps Director Zhou could give it a try." After Lu Guoqian uttered these words, Zhou Lei's expression finally shifted. Yet Zhou Lei remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Guoqian, as if waiting for the latter to continue. Noticing Zhou Lei's reaction, Lu Guoqian smiled faintly. He leaned back slightly in his seat, his head tilted ever so slightly, his expression now radiating an air of profound inscrutability. "I wonder if Director Zhou still remembers Jiang Hai." Chapter 137, The Authorities Want My Help. "Someone stole my goods?" Jiang Hai nearly lost his mind upon hearing the news. "Who the hell is bold enough to steal my weapons on such a massive deal?" Just as he was about to explode, Jiang Hai suddenly paused. Hadn't he been idle lately? If he hadn't made any deals, then what goods were there to be stolen? "Your Majesty, did you get something wrong?" Jiang Hai grumbled at Salam on the other end of the line. "Was that big black guy on the other end just messing with him?" "No. I haven't made a mistake." Salam's booming voice blared through the phone, making Jiang Hai's eardrums ache. "It's the uranium mine. Remember the mining rights I transferred to you last time? You sold the uranium mine to China. That very uranium you sold to China, it got hijacked at sea." "Ha?" After hearing Salam's words, Jiang Hai immediately narrowed his eyes and sat up straight on the sofa. "The uranium mine I sold to Huaxia was hijacked?" This was getting a bit too sci-fi for comfort. Never mind the uranium heist they actually dared to steal from China? Who the hell are these hotheads? Salam continued to share the gossip with Jiang Hai. "This morning's incident, and by afternoon your Huaxia people were already at Aburusi port investigating. But judging by their situation, things don't seem to be going smoothly." Jiang Hai took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. First, anyone daring to seize Chinese property clearly isn't ordinary. Second, they clearly targeted the uranium mine, meaning they likely have a specific need for it. While uranium ore is indeed in high demand now, for most nations and factions, without the capability to develop reactors, it's just a pile of worthless rocks. Of course, it was also possible they intended to steal the uranium or to sell it as a commodity. But considering the first point, would anyone risk antagonizing China just for the profit of trading uranium? That just doesn't make sense.
Jiang Hai immediately cut off Salam's rambling gossip and pressed for details on the entire incident.
After getting a clear picture, he hung up the phone. System, is there any way to track down the stolen uranium ore? Ding.
This cargo is not a commodity traded within the system. The system is unauthorized to provide the host with the whereabouts of this cargo. As expected, Jiang Hai had already guessed the system wouldn't help, but he wanted to try anyway.
The result was exactly what he anticipated.
So stingy. He muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow as he pondered. Strictly speaking, this matter was beyond Jiang Hai's jurisdiction. Although he had sold the uranium ore, the goods had been handed over to the Chinese cargo ship at the port, meaning the transaction was complete. The rest was no longer his concern. Yet perhaps it was a habit ingrained from his days in arms dealing. The fact that the cargo had been snatched by someone other than the client left Jiang Hai feeling deeply unsettled. It felt as if he himself had been robbed. Unless he got the goods back, Jiang Hai wouldn't feel at ease.
Just then, Jiang Hai's phone rang. Glancing down, he saw the caller was none other than Wang Chuanfa. Jiang Hai's eyes lit up instantly.
The uranium mine had been stolen over there, and Wang Chuanfa was calling him here. No need to say it, this was definitely related to the theft.
Hey, brother Wang. Jiang, my brother. Trouble's brewing.
This deal.
Yeah.
I know the uranium ore for this deal got snatched. Before Wang Chuanfa could finish his sentence, Jiang Hai cut him off, leaving Wang momentarily stunned.
But Wang Chuanfa quickly recovered and hurriedly added, well, it's best that you know about it.
The government is actively searching for the missing cruise ship right now, trying to recover the goods as soon as possible.
But Wang Chuanfa's voice trailed off, becoming hesitant again.
Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow at this, then smiled and said, Brother Wang, are you hoping I'll step in to help? Ever since Jiang Hai and He Guangnian made things clear last time, the state should be aware that Jiang Hai is backed by a mysterious and powerful organization. Now that the uranium mine Jiang Hai sold to Huaxia had been stolen by unknown parties, the state sending Wang Chuanfa to find him at this moment clearly signaled their desire to leverage the organization behind Jiang Hai.
Jiang Hai, however, didn't mind.
He had already intended to intervene, and with the state now involved, he had an even better reason to step in. Brother Wang, this act by the other side isn't just slapping Huaxia in the face, it's slapping mine too. I won't let this matter rest.
Rest assured, I'll have my company handle it.
Ah, that's perfect. Wang Chuanfa hadn't been confident he could persuade Jiang Hai to act, but unexpectedly, before he even finished his plea, Jiang Hai had already agreed.
This left Wang Chuanfa overjoyed.
Regardless of whether Jiang Hai could see him, he nodded repeatedly and exclaimed, Brother Jiang Hai, you've done me an enormous favor this time.
I was actually embarrassed to even ask you for this. If they hadn't forced me to come, I absolutely wouldn't have bothered you.
Hey!
Brother Wang, you're talking nonsense.
Jiang Hai raised his eyebrows slightly, quickly catching the crucial information in Wang Chuanfa's words.
Still, he exchanged a few casual pleasantries with Wang Chuanfa without revealing his thoughts.
Finally, he said to Wang Chuanfa, Brother Wang, I'll have the company send someone over to investigate the leads right away.
Oh, and who should our people contact for the handover? The liaison? It should be someone from the State Security Bureau.
Oh, right. You know the person in charge over there too.
Zhang Qinghua. You remember him, right? Zhang Qinghua?
Jiang Hai was a bit surprised, but he quickly figured it out.
Last time, Lao Jiu mentioned that Zhang Qinghua's real identity was the National Security Bureau's top field commander.
Given the magnitude of this incident, it made perfect sense for the NSA to send him.
But seeing Zhang Qinghua like this meant Jiang Hai couldn't appear in his current state. He'd need a new cover.
Jiang Hai would definitely use a puppet to replace himself. But the puppet's appearance would need to be altered. Fortunately, Jiang Hai had plenty of puppets at his disposal now, so he wasn't worried about wasting one or two.
As for getting there, that wasn't too difficult either.
Though he couldn't use the system's teleportation function, he could simply rent a fighter jet from the system.
Afrigia, Port of Abris.
Zhang Qinghua had just met with the commander of the local garrison to gather intelligence. This commander was none other than Colonel Zhou Ruffing, head of the Special Mission of the 8th Division, 21st Army of the Huaxia Navy. According to him, when the Spring Thunder departed Abris port, he personally led the escort forces out of the harbor. In other words, he was the last person to leave the Spring Thunder.
Therefore, Zhou Ruffing's testimony was highly valuable. However, after several rounds of questioning, Zhang Qinghua had not obtained any useful intelligence from Zhou Ruffing.
The investigation here had completely stalled. This left Zhang Qinghua with a furrowed brow and a look of deep frustration.
Chapter 138, Joint Investigation. Captain Zhang, is there anything else you need me to answer? Zhou Ruffing, seated across from Zhang Qinghua, asked the question, snapping Zhang back to reality. He hastily shook his head. No need. Colonel Zhou has already answered in great detail. Thank you, Colonel Zhou. You're welcome. I'm just glad I could be of assistance. Zhou Ruffing offered only a brief smile before his expression turned serious again. I know Captain Fong well.
Though he may seem a bit rough around the edges, he's extremely cautious in his actions and wouldn't make mistakes lightly. The disappearance of the Spring Thunder must involve something suspicious. In short, it's far from straightforward. Hearing Colonel Zhou's words, Zhang Qinggui nodded in agreement and said, I've also investigated Captain Fong's situation. Rest assured, we will find the Spring Thunder and rescue Captain Fong and his crew. The Captain Fong they referred to was none other than Captain Fong Qingshan, commander of the Spring Thunder. Zhang Qinggui had already looked into it. Captain Fong Qingshan was a veteran with years of service. His loyalty to the nation was beyond question. Moreover, Captain Fong had spent years at sea, having sailed the route between China and Africa for a full 11 years. Under normal circumstances, an incident like this simply wouldn't happen. Therefore, it was almost certainly due to external factors. This was the conclusion Zhang Qinggui reached after his analysis. But the incident occurred on the vast open sea, not on land. External factors like that don't just appear out of nowhere. Colonel Zhou, you may go ahead with your duties. Should I need to consult you on anything, I'll seek you out. All right. Just let me know if you need anything, I'll do my best. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Qinggui escorted Zhou Ruffing out of his temporary office. Returning to his desk, he meticulously recorded all the clues he had just gathered. Then, staring at the scattered clues, he sat there lost in thought. Report! A soft call came from outside the door. Zhang Qinggui turned his head to see one of his team members. Reporting, Captain. Someone's here to see you. Me? Zhang Qinggui frowned deeply. His mission in Africa was classified. Aside from a handful of high-ranking officials back home, the only person in Africa who should know was Zhou Ruffing, who had just left. Who could be seeking him out now? Seeing Zhang Qinggui's puzzled expression, the team member quickly added, they say they're a friend of General Manager Wang from the Nuclear Industry Group and have a lead to share with the captain. A friend of Wang Chuanfa? A lead? A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Qinggui's eyes. What caught his attention most were those last three words. He was completely baffled right now, and suddenly a lead appeared out of nowhere. Whether it was real or not, he had to give it a shot. Have him wait in the next room. Zhang Qinggui barked the order, then mentally reviewed every scrap of information he possessed before turning to head for the adjacent room. Pushing open the door, he saw a figure standing with their back to the entrance. The figure was tall and imposing, clad entirely in a black cloak that even covered their head. Even from this silhouette, Zhang Qinggui couldn't recognize the person's identity. Clearing his throat, he walked straight into the room and said, I'm Zhang Qinggui. You wanted to see me? After Zhang Qinggui spoke, the figure neither answered immediately nor turned around. After about 30 seconds of silence, the figure finally spoke in a slow, deliberate tone, this place isn't very safe, you know. The figure spoke pure Chinese, even with a hint of a southern accent, clearly a native Chinese speaker. His words caught Zhang Qinggui off guard. They were currently in a small hotel located in the port of Abu Rusi. To avoid alerting the target prematurely, Zhang Qinggui bypassed Zhou Ruffing's connections and instead used cash to purchase the entire establishment outright. Externally, it continued to accept guests, but internally, all the staff had been replaced. Though they appeared to be locals, they were actually off-the-books personnel cultivated by the State Security Bureau years ago. With such meticulous arrangements, how could it not be secure? Just as Zhang Qinggui was feeling puzzled, the other person turned around at that moment and raised a hand to pull down the hood covering their head. Zhang Qinggui was utterly astonished by the other person's appearance. His complexion was fair, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and his features were sharply defined, clearly the face of a pure-blooded Western man. Earlier, his accent had led Zhang to assume the man was Chinese, but he never imagined he'd be a Westerner. But Zhang Qinggui was no ordinary man. Years of life as a special agent had honed his composure and composure. He drew a slight breath, quickly calming his astonishment, then scrutinized the man's features. He hadn't seen him before, but Zhang Qinggui immediately committed the man's features to memory, ensuring he'd recognize him instantly if they met again. Captain Jiang. Hello. I'm a friend of Jiang Hai's. Jiang Hai? The sudden mention of that name caused Zhang Qinggui to pause again. Jiang Hai's friend? A Westerner? A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Qinggui's eyes. He thought of Jiang Hai's mysterious identity. He thought of the mysterious organization behind Jiang Hai. He even recalled that mysterious phone call he'd received while monitoring Jiang Hai. Without any reason, he linked the other party to that mysterious organization. Noticing Zhang Qinggui's expression shift, the Western man suddenly smiled, raising both hands to the sides of his head. Captain Jiang, please don't misunderstand. My visit holds no ill intent. To be precise, it was at the invitation of high-ranking officials from your government. Your country's cruise ship has gone missing. Your government urgently needs to locate it, which is why they reached out to us through Jiang Hai's connections. Up until now, the Western man had consistently referred to himself as I, but in that final sentence, he used we. Zhang Qinggui immediately narrowed his eyes, his mind racing.
He knew he had just touched upon the mysterious arms organization behind Jiang Hai. Well then, I must thank your company. I was at a complete loss here. Now aware of the other party's identity, Zhang Qinghua spoke with greater caution. While testing the waters with his words, he carefully observed the other man's expressions and movements. The Western man smiled and said, "I'm doing my best, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to help." "Captain Zhang, you arrived first. Did you uncover any useful leads?" "Unfortunately, I'm completely in the dark." Zhang Qinghua pursed his lips, spread his hands helplessly, and made a resigned expression. Although he had some clues, Zhang Qinghua chose not to reveal them. The other party's identity hadn't been confirmed yet. Zhang Qinghua didn't openly question them, but he definitely needed to be on guard. Even if it later turned out the other party had been invited by the state to assist, Zhang Qinghua would still keep his guard up. Facing Zhang Qinghua's guardedness, the other party, whether they had seen through it or not, merely smiled faintly. Then, reaching into their cloak as if performing magic, they pulled out a thick folder. "I happen to have some clues here. Captain Zhang, please take a look." Chapter 139, Above the Sea? Below the Sea. Zhang Qinghua's little schemes, of course, didn't escape Jiang Hai's notice. But Jiang Hai showed no intention of exposing him. He'd brought this Western puppet here with no intention of engaging him further. As long as the missing cruise ship was found, the rest was none of his concern. But, while Zhang Qinghua was reviewing the documents, Jiang Hai's gaze drifted out the window. Zhang Qinghua was a top-tier commander in the country. Surely he wouldn't be so blind as to miss those eyes watching from outside? Or was it intentional? "Excuse me, Zhang Qinghua looked up and spoke, then paused. Jiang Hai immediately understood Zhang Qinghua's meaning and replied with a smile, "Just call me Joey." "Got it. Mr. Joey. How did you obtain this intelligence?" Zhang Qinghua picked up the folder and asked with a serious expression. Jiang Hai knew exactly what Zhang Qinghua was getting at, verifying the intelligence's reliability. The reliability of this intelligence is beyond question. Captain Zhang can trust it completely. The intelligence primarily covers the movement trajectories of all vessels in that sea area before and after the Spring Thunder incident. Since the system refused to help locate the Spring Thunder, Jiang Hai took a roundabout approach, using the system to access satellite surveillance records. These records included not only those from China, but also satellite data from the United States, Newton, Russia, and other nations. Simply citing the reason of seeking reliable trading partners was enough for the system to grant access. Zhang Qinghua could have obtained this data himself, but there was absolutely no way he could have done it in time. After Jiang Hai confirmed the intelligence's reliability, Zhang Qinghua ceased his questioning and began meticulous analysis, carefully cross-referencing the data with China's satellite surveillance records. The result, however, remained fruitless. Whether examining China's satellite records or those from other nations. During the time frame in question, only the Chunlei's navigation records were present in that stretch of sea. Yet despite this, the Chunlei vanished without warning, as if it had vanished into thin air. Zhang Qinghua frowned deeply. This development had driven their investigation into a complete dead end. Lifting his head, Zhang Qinghua noticed the Western man across from him still wore a steady smile. A thought struck Zhang Qinghua, and he quickly asked, "Mr. Joey, do you have any other leads?" "All the clues are right here. I haven't held anything back." Jiang Hai spread his hands with a smile before continuing. According to this intelligence, at the time of the incident, the Spring Thunder was the only vessel present on the surface of that stretch of sea. But that was only on the surface. On the surface? Jiang Hai deliberately emphasized those three words, causing Zhang Qinghua to pause in surprise. But he quickly caught on, his eyes widening instantly. "You mean, beneath the surface? A submarine?" Jiang Hai's words lit up Zhang Qinghua's mind like a beacon. Zhang Qinghua shot to his feet, but quickly frowned again. That doesn't add up. If it were a submarine, the Chunlei is equipped with the most advanced underwater radar system. How could it fail to detect a submarine approaching? If a submarine were truly approaching, the Spring Thunder would have immediately sent an alert and distress signal back to the mainland. Though the Spring Thunder was merely a cruise ship, its crew comprised elite personnel from the Chinese Navy. Captain Fong Qingshan, with his wealth of experience, would have taken immediate countermeasures. It was inconceivable for the ship to vanish without warning like this. "Well, I can't provide an answer right now. Why don't we head to the scene for an investigation?" "Go investigate the scene?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Zhang Qinghua froze in place. "That's the vast open sea. How could we investigate without proper preparation?" Seeing Zhang Qinghua's puzzled expression, Jiang Hai merely smiled faintly before raising his hand and snapping his fingers. "Captain Zhang, just follow me." With that, Jiang Hai strode straight out of the room. Zhang Qinghua had no idea what Jiang Hai was up to, but seeing him walk out, he instinctively followed close behind. Descending the stairs, they reached the hotel entrance just as a black minivan pulled up from a distance and stopped right before them. "Boss!" The driver, also a Westerner, turned his head to shout at Jiang Hai outside the car before immediately looking back. Jiang Hai smiled as he slid open the rear door, gesturing invitingly to Zhang Qinghua. Several State Security Bureau agents stationed at the hotel entrance saw this and hurried forward, their eyes darting warily between Jiang Hai and the driver. Zhang Qinghua raised his hand to halt their approach. He glanced at Jiang Hai, gave a slight nod, and climbed directly into the car. Casually addressing his subordinates, he added, "Stay here. If anything happens, I'll notify you." With Zhang Qinghua's order, the State Security Bureau members naturally dared not disobey. Without hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Jiang Hai smiled, climbed into the car himself, and pulled the door shut behind him. Once inside, Jiang Hai said nothing, simply closing his eyes and falling asleep. The driver in the front seat chuckled and said, "Captain Zhang, get some rest. We'll be there soon." The accent, it sounds exactly the same. Have you been in the same place for a long time? Zhang Qinghua stared at the driver with a puzzled look. If it weren't for the fact that he looked nothing like that Joey guy, just hearing the voice, he would have thought it was the same person. Facing Zhang Qinghua's probing gaze, the driver merely smiled and pressed the accelerator. The van sped away from the hotel, heading straight for the port's outskirts. Moments later, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "Captain Zhang, we've got a tail following us." Zhang Qinghua remained impassive, glancing out the window with the corner of his eye before replying in a low voice, "This shouldn't be too much of a problem for you lot, right?" The driver chuckled and slammed the accelerator to the floor. With a roar, the van surged forward at breakneck speed, even running 2 red lights in succession, triggering a chain reaction of collisions. But that wasn't the end of it. Boom! A series of explosions erupted from behind. Zhang Qinghua whipped his head around to see the street behind them engulfed in flames. Not a single car followed, they were all blocked by the flames. "Captain Zhang, rest assured. The explosions were perfectly controlled. Aside from those damned individuals, there were no additional casualties." Damned people? The driver's remark seemed like an empty phrase, but Zhang Qinghua seemed to grasp its meaning and asked no further questions. He glanced at Mr. Joey beside him. The man remained lying there asleep. The tremendous commotion had not disturbed his sweet dreams at all, as if he had already passed into a death-like slumber. Catching Zhang Qinghua's gaze, the driver narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Ha! Don't worry about him. He's always been a sound sleeper, the kind who wouldn't wake up even if the earth shook." "Is that so?" Zhang Qinghua frowned, glancing from the driver to the man beside him. He decided to follow suit and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 140, A Little Pushy Sales Pitch. "Captain Zhang. HM?" About 30 minutes later, Zhang Qinghua felt the car come to a stop, and at the same time, Joey's voice reached his ears. Opening his eyes, he saw that Joey, who had been sleeping the entire time, was now sitting upright, smiling at him. As for the driver, he sat stiffly in the driver's seat, not turning his head or uttering a word. Seeing the guarded look on Zhang Qinghua's face, Jiang Hai smiled faintly. This feeling of playing 2 roles at once was truly interesting. Both Joey and the driver were puppets controlled by Jiang Hai. However, Jiang Hai couldn't divide his attention, so while controlling the driver, he had to put Joey to sleep. Now that they had arrived, Jiang Hai refocused his attention on Joey. He opened the door and stepped out first, gesturing to Zhang Qinghua to follow. "Captain Zhang, we'd better move quickly. That earlier explosion was only meant to buy us time. It won't be long before those tails catch up again." Jiang Hai's words caused Zhang Qinghua's expression to darken, and he immediately followed suit, stepping out of the car. Once on foot, Zhang Qinghua took in their surroundings, a stretch of beach bordering the sea. In the distance, the faint outline of Abulus Port could be seen. We need to investigate the scene, but the vehicle we're taking isn't exactly suited for city streets." "Transportation?" Zhang Qinghua was confused. He looked around but saw no vehicle in sight. Jiang Hai merely smiled faintly, raised his hand once more, and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a roaring sound erupted. Zhang Qinghua turned his head at the noise, his gaze immediately drawn to the vast expanse of ocean. Waves surged across the surface, crashing upward over 10 meters high. Soon, the seawater began to cascade down, revealing a massive shadow 10 meters tall beneath the surface. A submarine? Zhang Qinghua quickly recognized its shape, though compared to a real submarine, this one appeared more compact. Its height didn't exceed 10 meters, while its length stretched over 20 meters. Its cylindrical form lay horizontally on the sea surface, its entire body a futuristic azure blue with a metallic sheen, almost blending into the sky. The XZP-121 mini submarine. Our company's newly developed submarine. What do you think? Would your country consider acquiring one? The price is quite reasonable, 370 billion Huaxia currency. Jiang Hai inexplicably began pitching the product to Zhang Qinghua. Zhang Qinghua listened with a look of utter bewilderment on his face. The 370 billion price tag sounded like 3,700 yuan coming out of the other guy's mouth. Zhang Qinghua forced a smile and said, "Well, procurement matters aren't under my purview." Jiang Hai shook his head regretfully. He hadn't marked up the price at all. He'd bought this submarine with his own money. Even at the internal price, it cost him 30 billion. Jiang Hai had hoped to recoup some of the costs by selling it to Huaxia. Forget it. Jiang Hai didn't press the issue, snapping his fingers once more. Suddenly, a 3-meter-high hatch opened at the front of the submarine. A long ladder extended from within, reaching directly to Jiang Hai and Zhang Qinghua. Zhang Qinghua hesitated slightly before stepping onto it alongside Jiang Hai. Before he could take a step, the ladder beneath his feet retracted automatically, pulling both men back into the submarine. You've got to be kidding me. A submarine worth hundreds of billions wouldn't even have an automatic elevator? That would be a fake. The moment Jiang Hai and Zhang Qinghua entered the submarine, the van parked on the beach vanished into thin air with a puff. The submarine's interior was surprisingly spacious. Upon entering, Zhang Qinghua estimated it could easily accommodate a small team of over 20 people. They entered a room over 10 square meters in size, filled with electronic equipment and LCD screens. A slight vibration signaled the submarine's activation. No explanation from Jiang Hai was needed for Zhang Qinghua to understand. So, we're heading straight to the scene for the investigation? Zhang Qinghua wasn't stupid, he immediately grasped the implication. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile. Since the incident occurred at sea, naturally the investigation must take place at sea. This submarine was no slouch in speed, it would reach that stretch of water in about 10 minutes. Jiang Hai said it casually, but Zhang Qinghua couldn't help but stare at him wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment. What? 10 minutes? That fast? Zhang Qinghua knew submarines were fast, but this one seemed absurdly swift. The area where the Chunlei incident occurred was hundreds of nautical miles from a Buris port. It had taken the Chunlei over a day to reach that area. Yet this submarine could get there in just 10 minutes? How could that be possible? Zhang Qinghua's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively thinking Jiang Hai must be joking. Jiang Hai smiled and shook his head, saying, the greatest advantage of this submarine is its speed. But beyond speed, it has no other advantages. It can't carry any weapons. Its defenses aren't strong enough. Its cargo capacity is also inadequate. TSK. By the end, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smack his lips, his face brimming with contempt for the submarine. Zhang Qinghua watched Jiang Hai's expression and felt an urge to slap him. A journey of hundreds of nautical miles could be covered in just 10 minutes. Even if that were its only advantage, it would be enough. What more could you possibly want? Zhang Qinghua suddenly felt an urge to place an order for one of these submarines. Perhaps he really could bring this up with his superiors upon returning. Even if the state refused to allocate funds, the National Security Bureau could use its own resources to purchase one. With one of these submarines, future National Security Bureau missions would become far more efficient and convenient. The only problem was the price, it was a bit too steep. 370 billion. Would Director Zhou be shocked if I submitted this request? Zhang Qinghua's mind began to wander, while Jiang Hai casually scanned the instruments in the room. Aha! Captain Zhang, we've approached the incident area. Jiang Hai's remark snapped Zhang Qinghua out of his reverie. He hurried over to Jiang Hai's side and looked at the massive display screen in front of him. The display showed the seabed ahead of the submarine. However, the seabed was pitch black with low visibility, so little could be discerned from the display. Jiang Hai's fingers flew across the keyboard. The display images rapidly shifted in response. Soon, the display transformed into an image resembling radar monitoring. Zhang Qinghua looked puzzled, and Jiang Hai immediately offered an explanation. I've been suspicious all along. No matter how swift the enemy's movements, the Chunlei could never have shown absolutely no reaction. The crew aboard the Spring Thunder are all seasoned military personnel. If anything went wrong, they'd definitely have a chance to send an alert back to China. Chapter 141, We've found a lead. As soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, Zhang Qinghua nodded in agreement. This was precisely what had puzzled him all along. Forget about Fang Qingshan, every crew member aboard the Spring Thunder was a seasoned naval soldier. How could they possibly let the enemy seize the ship without a sound? Unless the enemy had neutralized every single crew member the instant they boarded. But that scenario was virtually impossible. The ship had over 200 crew members spread throughout every section of the Chunlei. To subdue them all instantly? That's simply impossible. So, do you know what happened? Seeing Jiang Hai's confident expression, Zhang Qinghua couldn't help but ask. EMP. An electromagnetic pulse. Jiang Hai delivered the answer directly. Using an EMP to destroy all electronic equipment aboard the Spring Thunder, including all radio communication equipment. This would sever the Spring Thunder's connection to the outside world, leaving it vulnerable to attack. Zhang Qinghua's eyes widened instantly. After a moment, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Is that even possible? Zhang Qinghua was indeed a top commander at the National Security Bureau, but specialization had its limits. His knowledge of weaponry certainly couldn't match that of an arms dealer. His knowledge of electromagnetic pulses was limited. Frowning, he asked, if the enemy really did this, how would we prove it? Under normal circumstances, EMP-damaged equipment would be the most effective evidence. But now that the Spring Thunder is missing, we have no way to find evidence of EMP use. However, that's not entirely true. Jiang Hai's initial words had made Zhang Qinghua's expression grave, but his last sentence made Zhang Qinghua's eyes light up. Jiang Hai pointed at the display screen before him and said, "Our company has developed a new type of radar. This radar can clearly detect residual traces after EMP use. Before arriving, I had this radar installed on the submarine. We can now scan the surrounding waters. This radar isn't without its flaws, though. First, its detection range is limited to an area within 100 meters. The other is that it can only detect traces for a very short time. If more than 5 days have passed, it can no longer detect residual traces. Fortunately, only 2 days have passed since the incident occurred. If all goes well, we should be able to find residual traces to confirm my earlier suspicions." As Jiang Hai spoke these words, Zhang Qinghua stared at him with a look of astonishment and doubt. This arms organization's R&D capabilities are too advanced, aren't they? How could they develop so many bizarre and specialized devices? And yet, despite being so formidable, this arms organization has never been heard of before. Seeming to notice Zhang Qinghua's unusual expression, Jiang Hai turned back, gave him a slight smile, and said, "Captain Zhang, we can now begin systematically surveying this entire sea area. Hopefully we can uncover clues sooner rather than later." Jiang Hai's words snapped Zhang Qinghua back to reality. He recalled the message received from headquarters. General, he had given them only 1 day. And now, a third of that day had already slipped away. It seemed they truly had to make the most of every moment. "Then, I'll leave the rest to you." Zhang Qinghua couldn't assist with this matter himself. He could only await orders to have his men expedite the investigation. Jiang Hai smiled and nodded, then tapped away at the keyboard before turning to Zhang Qinghua. "All set. Just waiting for the reconnaissance results." "Ha? It's done already?" Zhang Qinghua froze, asking in surprise, "Don't we need to inform the submarine's crew?" "The crew?" Jiang Hai tilted his head at Zhang Qinghua's question, then waved his hand dismissively. "This submarine doesn't have a crew. There's only you and me on this submarine. This sub operates on autopilot. Just feed the AI commands, and it handles all navigation tasks automatically." Zhang Qinghua stood there dumbstruck, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit 10 eggs. "Autopilot? Is this submarine that advanced? No way. After this mission wraps up, I'm getting the State Security Bureau one of these, no matter what. No matter the cost, we're buying one." Jiang Hai smiled as he stepped away from the control console, settling into a chair at the far end of the room. He casually flipped on a nearby coffee machine and brewed himself a cup of freshly ground coffee. Zhang Qinghua watched him, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. And so, the two occasionally chatted, sipped coffee, and nibbled on some snacks. Over an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Beep, beep. The somewhat muffled alert sound suddenly rang out, catching both their attention. They both walked over to the massive display screen. A blue background light flickered across it, and a window popped up in the center of the screen. "Mr. Joey. What's this? We've found something." Jiang Hai immediately began operating the system. The radar's operating procedures had already been transmitted to Jiang Hai's brain by the system, making the controls relatively straightforward. A smile quickly spread across Jiang Hai's face as he declared, "Exactly. The area we're in right now shows strong residual traces of an electronic pulse. We can conclude that someone recently used an electronic pulse here. And the energy of this pulse was no small matter. It was powerful enough to completely cripple a cruise ship like the Spring Thunder." Jiang Hai's words caused Zhang Qinghua's face to light up with delight. Finally, a crucial clue had been found. This stretch of ocean was nothing but open sea, with not a single reef in sight. Why deploy an electronic pulse here? The reason was self-evident. Though the Chunlei had yet to be found, at least the reason for its disappearance was clear. Now we can follow this lead and continue the investigation. "Captain Zhang, not planning to keep digging?" Seeing Zhang Qinghua excitedly pump his fist, Jiang Hai asked with a smile. This question caught Zhang Qinghua off guard. He looked at Jiang Hai with surprise and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Joey, can we continue investigating?" "Of course we can." Having come this far, Jiang Hai certainly wouldn't give up halfway. Dare to steal what's his? No matter how deeply hidden, he would be dragged out. Jiang Hai tapped away at the keyboard again while explaining, "Based on the residual traces of the electronic pulse, we can now confirm the pulse was fired from the seabed toward the surface. Which means, just as I predicted earlier, the culprit is a submarine. Even submarines moving underwater leave traces. Coincidentally, we have equipment capable of detecting such traces. Once we track these traces, we can follow the trail and locate that submarine. And perhaps even locate the missing Spring Thunder submarine itself." Chapter 142 Found. Silver Sea Ocean. An unnamed small island. Thanks to ocean currents, the island enjoys spring-like weather year-round, covered in lush, verdant trees. Were it not for its minuscule size, this island would likely have been developed into a human resort paradise long ago. Sheltered by the forest canopy, a military unit clad entirely in camouflage uniforms bustled within a basin at the island's center. Boxes were being unloaded from shipping containers and transferred into specially designed metal crates. The soldiers handled these boxes with extreme caution. Their hands were encased in thick gloves, as if the boxes contained deadly toxins. Not far away, two dark-skinned soldiers stood watching the bustling scene ahead with solemn expressions, showing no intention of assisting. These uranium ores, they won't cause any problems, will they? Rest assured. These containers are hermetically sealed, completely isolating the uranium ore's radiation. As long as the containers remain intact, there's no risk. I certainly hope so. I don't want any of my men getting hurt over this. One soldier, sporting a full beard, wore a stern expression and gave a cold snort. The other soldier, wearing large sunglasses, appeared slightly more relaxed. He patted his colleague on the shoulder and said, "Honestly, I'm more concerned about whether you've finished up your end of things? Don't you trust us to handle things?" The bearded man's face flashed with arrogance as he retorted with a cold snort, "When we handle things, there's never a problem. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that this time, your target is China. Better safe than sorry." "Humph. So what if it's China?" The bearded man lifted his chin, his face brimming with disdain. "Same as always, you pay, we deliver. Lone Eagle never disappoints its clients." "Ha! That's good. That's good." Seeing the bearded man wouldn't listen, the soldier in sunglasses said no more. He just chuckled a few times and flattered him. In the mercenary world, who doesn't know the Lone Eagle has the highest efficiency? Otherwise, we wouldn't keep hiring you guys for the job. Cut the nonsense. The bearded soldier remained unimpressed by the flattery, snorting coldly as he surveyed the bustling scene ahead. "When will your people arrive?" he demanded. "Get these things handed over sooner so we can leave." "Soon. Very soon. Give us 10 more hours at most, and our ship will arrive." The soldier in sunglasses glanced at his watch and replied with a smile. But inwardly, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He makes himself sound so important, but isn't he just afraid China will come knocking? Otherwise, why the rush to flee? Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to voice his true thoughts to his face. He hastily added a few more flattering remarks until the bearded man walked away, only then letting out a long sigh of relief. Watching the other man's retreating figure, the soldier in sunglasses curled his lip, nearly spitting in disgust. "Forget it. I'd better get out of here first. Who knows if this box is even useful? I sure as hell don't want to get radiation poisoning." With that thought, the soldier in sunglasses turned on his heel and headed straight for the edge of the woods. After walking for over 10 minutes, he finally reached the sandy beach along the island's outer edge. A yacht was already moored there. The soldier in sunglasses waved at the yacht and walked straight toward it. As he drew near, a gangway was lowered from the yacht, allowing him to climb aboard. "Sir, are we heading back?" "Aye." Facing his subordinate's question, the soldier in sunglasses simply nodded in response. Turning to glance back at the island, he finally spat out the old phlegm, muttering angrily, "Damn mercenaries. If it weren't for them still being somewhat useful, oomph." As if venting his pent-up rage, the sunglasses-wearing soldier cursed several more times before turning and walking into the cabin. But just as he stepped inside, his subordinate suddenly shouted from behind, "Sir! Something's up?" "What?" Startled, the soldier in sunglasses spun around to see his subordinate staring frantically toward the sea. He rushed over and followed his subordinate's gaze out to sea. At that sight, the sunglasses-wearing soldier was so terrified his sunglasses flew off his face. On the vast expanse of the ocean, tiny black dots suddenly appeared in the air, rapidly closing in on their position. Simultaneously, 5 or 6 dark shapes emerged from the sea, gradually growing larger along the horizon. These were the Chinese military. Though still indistinct, the soldier in sunglasses had already guessed their origin. This island was normally ignored by everyone. The sudden appearance at this moment could only mean one thing: China, whose uranium mines they had plundered. And with this delay, those dark specks grew ever closer. Over a dozen armed helicopters now filled the sky. On the sea, military destroyers were sailing. Such equipment could only belong to a legitimate military force. "No! We can't stay here. Get out of here fast. What are you all standing around for? Start the boat. Quick!" The soldier in sunglasses reacted swiftly, bellowing orders to his men. Whoosh! Whoosh! No sooner had the sunglasses-wearing soldier finished speaking than several piercing whistles cut through the air. The next moment, the subordinate who had been standing right in front of the soldier with sunglasses was flung into the air, crashing heavily against the yacht's hull. By the time the soldier in sunglasses registered what had happened and looked back at his men, a long spear had pierced straight through his neck, pinning him to the hull. Blood gushed forth, soaking his entire body in an instant. His body twitched uncontrollably, as if still trying to struggle, yet utterly helpless. His face was contorted, eyes wide, mouth open as if to speak, but only gushing streams of blood poured forth. This sight sent the sunglasses-wearing soldier into a state of utter terror. His legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed onto the deck. Simultaneously, javelins shot out of the sea, piercing and killing the soldiers on the deck one by one. Moments later, no one remained alive on the deck except the soldier in sunglasses. With a clatter, figures clad in black diving suits and wielding spear guns boarded the yacht. The spears that had pierced the soldiers were actually the spear tips from those spear guns. Some soldiers hiding in the cabin saw the enemy and attempted to fight back. But the moment they emerged, the spear gun needles pierced their bodies. In just over 10 seconds, the entire yacht was overrun. The soldier in sunglasses reacted, still wanting to resist. But before his hand could even reach the pistol at his waist, over a dozen fishing spear tips were already pressed against his forehead. The cold, gleaming tips of the spearheads made the soldier in sunglasses involuntarily swallow hard. Slowly raising his hands, he dropped face first onto the deck. One of the men in diving suits scanned the yacht, then pressed his hand over the earpiece in his ear. They've reached the island. Proceed with the next phase. Chapter 143, National Heroes. Blood Feud. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Understood. Good. Everyone, you've done well. Zhou Lei exhaled deeply and hung up the phone. Turning to face the gazes of the military brass filling the room, especially General He's piercing stare, Zhou Lei gave a nod. All the lost uranium ore has been recovered. The missing Spring Thunder vessel has also been located on the other side of the island. Phew! A collective sigh of relief filled the conference room, followed by shared smiles among everyone present. The disappearance of the Spring Thunder had profound implications for China. Failure to resolve this promptly would mean losing not just the uranium ore, but China's international influence and standing. This was precisely why General He had demanded the matter be resolved within 24 hours after the incident occurred. Now that the Spring Thunder had been recovered and the uranium ore returned, it was indeed good news for China. General He initially wore a relaxed expression, but when he saw Zhou Lei hesitating to speak, his brow immediately furrowed again, as if struck by some ominous premonition. Zhou Lei, crew member of the Spring Thunder. All 247 crew members aboard the Spring Thunder have perished. As Zhou Lei uttered these words, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. All perished? A high-ranking military official couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Zhou Lei's expression darkened further. Gritting his teeth, he nodded and said, "That's correct. The bodies of all 247 crew members, from Captain Fong Qingshan downwards, are all displayed on the Spring Thunder. Autopsies confirmed they were all brutally murdered on the day the Spring Thunder vanished. Captain Fong Qingshan was shot 21 times. Even in his final moments, he clutched the communicator in his hand." Zhou Lei's words plunged everyone into silence once more, though their fists clenched tightly. They were already aware of the earlier investigation findings. Before attacking the Spring Thunder, the enemy had used an electronic pulse to disable all electronic equipment on board. Fong Qingshan must have tried to notify the mainland before dying, but tragically, he couldn't do it. Bang! A sharp crack echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see a floor littered with shattered porcelain shards. General He sat there, his face ashen, his eyes burning with intense murderous intent. General He! The secretary hurried forward to check if General He had cut his hand, only to be shoved away by the general. A blood feud. A blood feud. A national hero, fallen overseas, how could this grievance go unavenged? Though General He's voice was not loud due to his age, it rang out deafeningly in everyone's ears. Everyone rose involuntarily, fists clenched, roaring with fury. Revenge! Revenge! Avenge our nation's heroes! Taking a deep breath, General He finally suppressed the rage in his heart. He raised his hand and pressed it downward, signaling for everyone to quiet down. His gaze then settled on Zhou Lei. Without a word, Zhou Lei understood the general's intent and quickly nodded. Besides the mercenary codenamed Lone Eagle, we captured another person on the island. Interrogation revealed his identity, a logistics director from the White Elephant military. White Elephant? As Zhou Lei uttered the name of that nation, gasps erupted once more from the crowd. The Spring Thunder was found on the island, along with the mercenaries who seized it. And now a military official from White Elephant had appeared on the island as well. The implications were self-evident. The mastermind behind the Spring Thunder hijacking was none other than White Elephant. The fury in General He's eyes had reached its peak. This matter absolutely could not be left unresolved. China demands a proper explanation. Otherwise, they would rather go to war. Therefore, the military stance is to demand that the White Elephant hand over the mastermind behind this incident and pay the price? But Olju disagrees with using force? Jiang Hai listened to Wang Chuanfa's call, curling his lips slightly without offering any judgment. This time, he intervened to help China find the perpetrators who hijacked the Spring Thunder because they had seized the uranium ore aboard the vessel. He had sold that uranium to Huaxia. Helping Huaxia recover it was merely a form of after-sales service. As for such international political disputes, Jiang Hai had no desire to get involved. While he was indeed Chinese, the incident where the Balerians lost the Big Ivan had made him realize something. He truly couldn't casually declare his stance anymore. The uncontrollable consequences of doing so were simply too immense. Of course, if it could be managed within controllable limits, Jiang Hai wouldn't mind lending a hand to his country. Ultimately, it all stemmed from the global reactor failure incident last time. Wang Xuanfa on the other end of the line couldn't help but sigh. White Elephant was also a nation that possessed the Great Ivan reactor. Now that all global reactors had failed, White Elephant also wanted to quickly repair their domestic reactors. However, White Elephant's uranium reserves were limited. When they tried to purchase uranium, they discovered international prices had skyrocketed and supplies were extremely scarce. Unable to buy what they needed, White Elephant resorted to underhanded tactics. Wang Xuanfa's lament, however, only elicited a cold chuckle from Jiang Hai. Plotting something shady? And they're targeting him? Still, this situation wouldn't last long. Reactors around the world were gradually restarting, and demand for uranium ore was slowly diminishing. Next comes manufacturing the Big Ivan warheads, but that won't consume much uranium ore. Brother Jiang, you've missed out on a golden opportunity to strike it rich. Wang Xuanfa delivered his final remark with a playful tone. Yet beneath the jest, one could detect a note of genuine admiration in his voice. After all, while global uranium prices had doubled, Jiang Hai had consistently sold to China at the previously agreed upon rates. Regardless of anything else, this commitment to integrity alone earned Jiang Hai Wang Xuanfa's profound respect. Jiang Hai waved it off casually. What extra profit could rising uranium prices possibly bring? During the Great Ivan War, Jiang Hai had shelled out over 2 billion yuan to quell the chaos. Such petty profits were hardly worth his attention. After exchanging a few more casual words with Wang Xuanfa, Jiang Hai finally hung up the phone. He narrowed his eyes, glancing down at his phone displaying a long string of messages. The sender was none other than Wu Yingshui, known as a Shui, the current leader of the three-stem gang based in distant Hispania. After reading the message, the corners of Jiang Hai's mouth lifted involuntarily. This was good news. With Jiang Hai's weapon support and the covert deployment of numerous operatives from Huaxia, the Sanju gang's offensive against government forces was becoming increasingly unstoppable. Just last night, the three-stem gang had captured the capital of Hispania, Prince Port. The Hispania government had collapsed, and President Preval had once again fled the country in panic. Now, the primary governing authority of Hispania had fallen into the hands of the Sanju gang. This is indeed good news. With the Sanju gang now ruling Hispania, they are effectively our own people. We can now proceed to relocate the Baylor refugees trapped along the Gafagati border to Hispania. Chapter 144 Fired. Mr. Felix, you must help me this time. Losing my country would be the end of me. In a lavish office, a bald African man sat at his desk with a mournful expression, none other than Hispania's president, Preval. Across from him, seated in an office chair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat Felix, the head of Lockheed's Latin American operations. Looking at Preval, who sat before him like a beaten dog, Felix showed not a shred of pity. His eyes were filled with nothing but disgust and contempt. If it weren't for the fact that this man still held some weight as the president of Hispaniola, Felix wouldn't have even let him into his office. Enough! Stop crying. If you keep it up, get the hell out. Seeing him with one hand wiping snot and the other wiping tears, Felix's disgust was nearly beyond containment. His harsh words actually silenced the man's sobbing. Now that the Sanju gang had seized control of Prince Port, the Hispanic government was nothing but a hollow shell. Your presidency has truly run its course. Seeing Preval stop crying, Felix gradually calmed down. He gave a faint smile and said, so what exactly do you have left that's worth me helping you with? I haven't been defeated yet. The three-stem gang has only captured Prince Harbor, they haven't taken all of Hispania. Nearly half of Hispania still remains loyal to my government. Besides, the Sanju gang or all ethnic Chinese manpower is their Achilles heel. They can't possibly govern all of Hispaniola. At the end of the day, Hispania is still our black nation. Felix nodded slightly. Prevo's final remark had hit the nail on the head. Hispania is a predominantly black nation, with 95% of its population being black. The Three Stems gang, however, is a purely ethnic Chinese gang. The entire ethnic Chinese population of Hispania, at most, numbers only tens of thousands. Therefore, even if the Sanju gang succeeded in their rebellion, they could never become the rulers of Hispaniola. Even if the government were overthrown by the Sanju gang now, Hispania would eventually return to government rule. This is precisely why Felix still wishes to meet Preval. For all his incompetence, Preval remains the legitimate symbol of Hispania. Don't rush things. The Three Roots gang is at the height of their power right now. Confronting them head-on at this moment is ill-advised. Stay here in the United States for now. I'll make all the necessary arrangements for you. When the time is right, we'll support your return to reclaim the government. Listening to Felix's pie-in-the-sky promises, Preval had no other choice but to nod in agreement. Soon, the blonde secretary entered and led Preval away. Felix remained seated at his desk, deep in thought, his expression grim. The current situation in Hispaniola was not what he had envisioned. He had assumed the Three Roots gang was merely a minor Chinese-American criminal organization. How could they possibly challenge the might of the government forces? Add to that the near outbreak of the Great Ivan War, which had indeed shaken the entire Blue Star. Felix's attention had been focused entirely on the Gafa region, leaving him with little concern for the situation in Hispania. He never imagined that in the span of just a month or two, Hispania would undergo such a dramatic change of regime. Useless. At this thought, Felix couldn't help but curse again naturally. His target was Proval, who had just departed. Of course, cursing served no purpose. The current situation in Hispania had completely disrupted Felix's plans for Latin America. Felix had to rethink his strategy. Otherwise, Lockheed's entire Latin American operation risked total collapse. If it came to that, Felix, as the head of Latin America operations, would bear extremely serious responsibility. First, he needed to figure out how the Sanju gang had suddenly become so powerful. How did a mere Chinese-American gang manage to overthrow a government? Felix resolved to reassess the situation in Hispaniola, investigating from the most fundamental causes. Alex. Dear. Could you send all Hispania documents from the past 2 years to my email? Thank you. Certainly, Mr. Felix. Felix issued the instruction via the intercom on his desk. Soon, Felix's office computer beeped with a notification. Felix opened the email and began reviewing the densely packed documents. The content was tedious, but Felix didn't mind at all. He had to find clues within these documents. It was his responsibility. Mr. Felix. After Felix had been reviewing the documents for several hours, his secretary's voice came through the intercom. Felix's brow furrowed slightly, but he lifted his head and answered the intercom. What is it? Sir, Mr. Rubin is requesting to speak with you. Mr. Rubin? Felix's expression darkened considerably, but he dared not refuse. Rubin was his direct superior and the head of the entire Lockheed Corporation. Within the company, Felix was merely a supervisor in plain terms, just another employee. Moreover, the consequences of being fired from Lockheed were far more severe than being let go from an ordinary company. The call connected quickly, and a deep, aged voice came through the line. Rubin Lockheed himself. Felix. Mr. Rubin. I'm aware of the situation with Hispania. Yes, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. I'm truly sorry. No. What I need is not your apology, do you understand? Felix was interrupted by Rubin, but he dared not show the slightest displeasure. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, but Felix didn't wipe them away. Instead, he tugged hard at his tie. I understand, Mr. Rubin. I'll handle the Hispania matter as quickly as possible. Rest assured, it will not harm the company's interests. Felix urgently expressed his intentions, terrified that Rubin might fire him on the spot. After a moment of silence, Rubin's deep voice finally came through the phone. This is your last chance. Son, you should know that Lockheed doesn't give second chances. This is an exception for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. I won't. Mr. Rubin, please rest assured. I will definitely. Beep. Felix wanted to say more, but the line had already gone dead. With a flood of words trapped inside him, Felix could only swallow his frustration, his face flushing crimson. Silently hanging up the phone, Felix lifted his head once more to stare at the documents on his computer screen. After a moment of silence, he deleted them outright. He had intended to investigate the matter thoroughly before taking action. But that phone call had just cut off that possibility. All he could do now was resolve the situation with Hispania as quickly as possible. If he failed, what awaited him would be termination from Lockheed Corporation. Chapter 145, Selfishness is the Malignancy of Life. Sir. Thanks to you, we defeated the Sun People. All intelligent species on Binal Star are grateful for your aid. On Binaxing, atop the Sky City, a group of bizarre-looking creatures surrounded Jiang Hai, yet they showed no hostility. Jiang Hai smiled as he looked at Babano and the other rebels, nodding and saying, "Your liberation is truly cause for celebration. I am glad I could be of service." Have the Sun People been completely defeated now? Jiang Hai asked curiously at last. Babano nodded proudly, declaring, "The enemies of all intelligent species on Binaxing the Great Sun People. They are now history. Just days ago, we piloted the aerial fortress sold to us by the Master and launched a direct assault on the Sun People's capital. The Great Sun People couldn't withstand the power of the aerial fortresses. The last Great Sun person fell beneath this saber rod." As he spoke, a member of another species presented a saber staff. Babano took it, raised it high, and once again drew cheers from all the surrounding creatures. "We shall erect a memorial hall upon the ruins of the Great Sun People's capital, and this pearl staff shall be enshrined within it. It shall warn all creatures of Binax to never dare oppose any intelligent race inhabiting this planet." As Babano uttered his final words, he raised his voice, brandishing the sapphire staff high, and bellowed at all the creatures around him. His words ignited a deafening roar from every creature present. From their cries, Jiang Hai sensed their deep-seated hatred for the oppression and exploitation they had endured at the hands of the Great Sun People. However, Jiang Hai remained non-committal regarding Babano's words. No sentient being could escape the vicious cycle of selfishness. Previously, the existence of the Sun People as a common global enemy had united all intelligent races. But now that the Great Sun Race was gone, it was inevitable that disagreements would arise among so many intelligent species living on one planet over time. When that time came, a second sun race would surely emerge. Of course, none of this concerned Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai has his own purpose for coming to Binaxing. Babubano, remember what I told you last time? Once Babubano and the others had calmed down a bit, Jiang Hai pulled Babubano aside to a corner and asked him with a smile. As soon as Jiang Hai spoke, Babubano blinked his single eye rapidly, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Ah! I almost forgot. That thing, right. Babubano's performance was far too superficial, he needs to brush up on his acting. Babu Banu's deliberately exaggerated act earned only a 13 out of 100 in Jiang Hai's estimation. Still, Jiang Hai conscientiously played along with Babubano's act. Right. We agreed earlier if we could defeat the Sun People, that thing would be mine. Yes. We agreed on that earlier. Of course we can't go back on our word. Babubano nodded repeatedly, his large eyes darting back and forth. He then chuckled and said, but you see, that thing now belongs to all the intelligent species of Binaxing collectively. It's not something I can decide on my own. Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous gleam. Babubano, this was agreed upon beforehand. Of course. Babubano nodded vigorously, nearly wiggling his head off. If it were up to me, I'd gladly agree. I'd even hand it over right then and there. But, as you can see. As he spoke, Babubano gestured toward the intelligent species still gathered in the distance. All the intelligent races on Binal Star have united to form an alliance. Therefore, all matters concerning Binu Star must be decided through collective deliberation among the intelligent races. We Wood Clan are just one of the intelligent races on Binaxing. I have no confidence I can persuade the other races. As he spoke, Babubano sighed heavily and shook his head repeatedly. This exaggerated display nearly made Jiang Hai burst out laughing. But he managed to suppress the urge, furrowing his brow as he asked anxiously, then, what should I do? Well, actually, there might be a way after all. Seeing Jiang Hai's cooperative attitude, a flicker of delight crossed Babubano's eyes before he resumed his feigned contemplation. If our Wood Clan could hold a higher status than other intelligent races. Jiang Hai's lips twitched slightly, unable to suppress a smirk. Sure enough, selfishness is the inescapable vice of all intelligent races. Barbano had barely defeated the Sun People before selfish thoughts began to surface. Well, that's not too difficult. Jiang Hai had no desire to waste words with them any longer. My race has a saying, power flows from the barrel of a gun. Meaning that only by wielding formidable power can one command greater authority. If your Wood Clan desires greater authority than other intelligent races, then go seize greater power. Jiang Hai's earnest persuasion caused Babubano's large eyes to grow increasingly bright. Greater power. Greater might. He murmured, his breathing growing heavier. That, sir, how do I master greater power? Oh? Already calling me sir? Looks like it's no longer the Wood Clan seeking greater power, but Babubano himself, huh? Still, Jiang Hai showed no intention of exposing Babubano. With a faint smile, he replied, this couldn't be simpler. Make a deal with me. Purchase more weapons and ammunition. Then, naturally, you will possess even greater power. Jiang Hai's words instantly struck a chord with Babubano. Even that bright, large eye began to slowly turn crimson. Selfish evil. Jiang Hai slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his own room. Staring at the familiar ceiling, he couldn't help but speak to himself. I only intended to retrieve an item, yet inadvertently struck a deal. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales achievement. Settlement now begins. Host has achieved a transaction value of 330 billion Huaxia currency. This price represents a premium, with the excess amount allocated as your bonus. Combined with the host's 10% commission, this transaction yields a total salary of 123 billion Huaxia currency. As the system notification chimed in his ear, Jiang Hai couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. Indeed, creatures driven by self-interest are simply more endearing. The bank account he just managed to keep in check not long ago was suddenly plump again. He had assumed that after defeating the Sun People, Binu Star held no further trading value. But now it seemed Binaxing held immense untapped potential. Chapter 146, National Mission. Jiang Hai sat up and glanced at the sky outside the window. It was already morning. He had deliberately chosen to travel to Binaxing at night so that his return would coincide with the next morning. While Jiang Hai had only sent his consciousness to Binaxing, his physical body remained in hibernation, allowing his physical energy to rest. The only drawback might be feeling a bit mentally drained. It felt like having a particularly vivid dream while asleep. He casually picked up his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and checked his account balance. Finally, the balance had returned to the $1 trillion mark. But when it would return to the 100 million mark? That would require continued effort. But for the next few months, I'd better stay away from Slave Star. They need time to fight it out, to beat each other bloody, before they realize how important I am. Jiang Hai calculated in his mind, a smug smile curling his lips. So they say merchants are black-hearted, but arms dealers' hearts are dripping with ink. An arms dealer who doesn't stir up conflicts, could he even be considered a proper arms dealer? Speaking of war, Jiang Hai suddenly recalled the Sanchu gang in distant Hispania. During his last visit to Prince Port, the Three Stems gang had already overthrown the government of Hispania. Now was the time to send the Palestinian refugees to Hispania. With that thought, Jiang Hai dialed Ashue's number directly on his phone. Upon receiving Jiang Hai's call, Ashue naturally raised no objections and immediately began making arrangements. Of course, transporting millions of Palestinian refugees to Hispania wouldn't be a simple task. Jiang Hai needed to devise a meticulous plan. Recently, China lodged a strong protest with White Elephant over the hijacking of the Spring Thunder. The White Elephant refused to acknowledge any involvement in the Spring Thunder incident and warned China that its international reputation must not be tarnished. The United States proposed at the UN General Assembly that no country could be deemed guilty without concrete evidence. Newton suggested that misunderstandings likely existed between China and the White Elephant, urging both sides to engage in rational dialogue to resolve them. Bashir and the White Elephant have reignited conflict over the Komi region. Over the past week, the two sides have engaged in 13 armed clashes, with the death toll now reaching 217. TSK. Lu Guoqiang turned off the TV and couldn't help but smack his lips. Seated on the nearby sofa was a military officer none other than Liao Yongnian, chief of the General Staff of the Huaxia Military Headquarters. Chief Lu, you've seen the situation. The aftermath of the Spring Thunder incident is still unfolding. Both nations are holding firm to their positions, and China cannot directly engage the White Elephant. We can only have the Baiyang act on our behalf. However, Baiyang's combat capabilities are admittedly somewhat lacking. If we were to engage the White Elephant head-on, they might prove insufficient. Chief of Staff Liao, if you have any thoughts, please speak freely. Lu Guoqiang smiled and raised his hand, cutting off Liao Yongnian's lengthy explanation. Liao Yongnian showed no awkwardness, spreading his hands and stating, the military headquarters position is that we hope to provide some support to the Baiyang. For instance, in terms of weaponry and equipment, we could supply Baiyang with some. Boehly Group is China's premier arms manufacturer. For them, this would be a mere formality. Ha! As soon as Liao Yongnian finished speaking, Lu Guoqiang immediately smiled, narrowing his eyes and saying, Chief of Staff Liao, is this a task the state is assigning to Boehly Group? No. The state doesn't interfere in normal commercial activities. Liao Yongnian shook his head at Lu Guoqiang's inquiry, but his response only made Lu's smile grow broader. The implication couldn't be clearer. China couldn't openly involve itself in the conflict between the Baiyang and the White Elephant. Especially now, with relations between China and White Elephant at a knife edge, if China were to be caught with its hand in the cookie jar, it would inevitably lose ground in international public opinion. Therefore, supporting Baiyang could only be a private commercial endeavor by Boehly Group. And it would be best to ensure this commercial activity remained confidential. I see. Lu Guoqiang tilted his head, pondered for a moment, then let out a wry smile. Chief of Staff, I'm afraid I can't agree to this request. You should know that Boehly Group is a state-owned enterprise. Every move we make is under the scrutiny of countless eyes both domestically and internationally. If the state authorizes Boehly Group to openly support Baiyang, there would be absolutely no issue. But to have Boehly Group conduct private transactions with Baiyang. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I'm concerned this mission might fail, delaying the nation's plans. Liao Yongnian frowned. He had anticipated Lu Guoqiang's refusal. In fact, he knew Lu Guoqiang was speaking the absolute truth. But now the responsibility rested on his shoulders. If he didn't turn to Boehly Group for this task, he had no idea who else to approach. Chief of Staff Liao, this task isn't just beyond Boehly Group. No domestic arms manufacturer could handle it. Taking this task on would only lead to failure. Lu Guoqiang's words left Liao Yongnian's brow deeply furrowed, his expression darkening. So you're saying I can't possibly fulfill the mission general he gave me? Liao Yongnian sat up straighter and muttered under his breath. Seeing Liao Yongnian's anger, Lu Guoqiang remained unhurried. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, actually, it's not entirely hopeless. Ha! The moment Lu Guoqiang finished speaking, Liao Yongnian's eyes lit up. He turned his head and asked, General Lu, what other options do you have? Lu Guoqiang smiled and replied, I wonder if you've ever heard of a man named Jiang Hai. Half an hour later, Liao Yongnian had already left Lu Guoqiang's office. Lu Guoqiang sat behind his desk, his face beaming. One hand rested on his chin, idly rubbing it. Moments later, a figure entered the office, none other than Kochi from the club. Mr. Lu. Staff Officer Liao has already left. MHM. Lu Guoqiang nodded with a smile, then looked up at Kochi and said, Old Ji, you've really gone out of your way for this trip to Espanyol. It was fine. Hardly a hardship. Kochi sat down in the chair opposite Lu Guoqiang, his face expressionless as he stared straight at Lu Guoqiang. Noticing Coach Ye's expression, Lu Guoqiang raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Old Yi, what's up? Seems like you're not too happy? Mr. Lu, why do you keep targeting Jiang Hai?" "Target Jiang Hai? Me? Not at all." Facing Coach Ye's question, Lu Guoqiang spread his hands innocently, shaking his head. "When have I ever targeted Jiang Hai? Old Yi, you must be misunderstanding something." Seeing Lu Guolian flatly deny it, Coach Yi didn't press further. Instead, he silently stared at him. After enduring Coach Ye's gaze for a while, Lu Guoqiang broke into a grin again, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Alright, maybe just a little bit. But don't get the wrong idea, I have absolutely no ill will." Chapter 147, Lu Guoqiang's Ambition. "I have absolutely no ill will toward Jiang Hai. I just want to see how powerful that mysterious arms organization backing Jiang Hai really is." Lu Guoqiang explained his thoughts with a smile. Bali Group has always been China's leading enterprise in arms exports. But that dominance is strictly confined to China. On the international stage, whether it's DuPont, Lockheed, HK, or BA, the export volumes of these arms manufacturers are far beyond our reach. For Bali to venture beyond China and compete with these giants, we're simply too far behind. By the end of his speech, Lu Guoqiang's face even revealed a hint of determination and seriousness. This was a stark contrast to his usual playful and jovial demeanor. Coach Yi remained silent, his eyes still fixed intently on Lu Guoqiang. "Over the past few years, I've been pondering this very question. How could Bali Group break out of China and compete with those behemoth corporations?" Just then, Jiang Hai, or rather, the arms organization behind Jiang Hai, emerged. The mention of Jiang Hai finally sparked a flicker of light in Coach Ye's eyes, while his gaze toward Lu Guoqiang betrayed a hint of curiosity. He couldn't fathom how Lu Guoqiang's earlier remarks connected to Jiang Hai. Lu Guoqiang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the tablet nearby, operated it for a moment, then handed it to Coach Yi. Coach Yi glanced at the tablet and saw a data report displayed on the screen. It detailed the arms import data for Bale, Bosch, and Niamia over the past 2 years, combined with the transaction history of Jiang Hai bank accounts. What do you notice when you compare them? Though Coach Yi wasn't a financial expert, the data was already calculated and laid out in tables clear enough for anyone to grasp at a glance. After reviewing the data, Coach Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. He looked up at Lu Guoqiang, his mouth opening, but no words came out. "Pretty shocking, huh?" In less than 2 short years, the mysterious arms organization backing Jiang Hai had achieved such staggering arms sales. And as far as I know, the arms import-export partner for countries like Judah and Ivory is DuPont. In other words, that shadowy arms group has been going head-to-head with DuPont for the past 2 years. Most crucially, it hasn't shown the slightest sign of being outmatched. An obscure arms organization actually going toe-to-toe with DuPont. Coach Yi silently placed the tablet back on the table and looked at Lu Guoqiang. "This only proves the formidable strength of the arms organization backing Jiang Hai. It doesn't necessarily mean much about Jiang Hai itself, right? As far as I know, that organization only treats Jiang Hai as an ordinary spokesperson. And one that could be replaced at any moment. But he's the only Chinese person who can contact that arms organization." Coach Yi was about to say more when Lu Guoqiang cut him off abruptly. Lu Guoqiang held up one finger, his expression grave. "You know what? After learning about this arms organization and its connection to Jiang Hai, my only thought was to arrest Jiang Hai immediately. Use every means necessary to extract intelligence about Jiang Hai and that organization." But unfortunately, my suggestion was vetoed by higher-ups. They didn't want to rashly push that mysterious organization into opposition against China before fully understanding its intelligence. As Lu Guoqiang spoke these words, a lingering trace of regret remained on his face. Coach Yi, meanwhile, breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had a good relationship with Jiang Hai and didn't want to see him arrested by the state either. In any case, Jiang Hai hasn't broken any national laws, so we have no grounds to arrest him. Humph. Lu Guoqiang merely chuckled at Coach Ye's words, as if mocking the coach's naivety. But he didn't say much more, merely shaking his head and stating, "Regardless, higher-ups won't let me touch Jiang Hai. I can only hold my position. But that doesn't mean I don't have other options." Coach Yi finally grasped Lu Guoqiang's intent and coldly remarked, "So you've been relentlessly creating opportunities for various factions to target Jiang Hai, all to probe him through these proxies and uncover his weaknesses. You even hope his actions will provoke the arms organization backing him, leading them to abandon him. Then you'd have your chance to replace him. Become their new representative." Coach Yi knew Lu Guoqiang well, quickly exposing his true intentions. Lu Guoqiang didn't seem to mind, merely nodding with a smile as he spread his hands. "If I could become the spokesperson for that arms organization, it would be nothing but beneficial for China. Then, linking Bali Group with them would expand Bali's power, which is also expanding China's power. Wouldn't that be a good thing?" Coach Yi fell silent at Lu Guoqiang's words. He desperately wanted to refute them, yet he couldn't deny the logic behind their words. As a former Huaxia military officer, he naturally prioritized Huaxia's interests above all else. Simultaneously, as Lu Guoqiang's subordinate, he must also safeguard Lu Guoqiang's interests. With these dual obligations weighing on him, his minor connection with Jiang Hai seemed insignificant in comparison. You can rest assured. If Jiang Hai were abandoned by the other side, the state wouldn't have any interest in him either. At that point, I will naturally arrange for someone to take good care of his livelihood. At the very least, he won't have to worry about making ends meet. Wouldn't that be perfectly fine? Kochi offered no reply, merely rising silently and turning to leave without a word. I'll head to Espani again tomorrow. The situation there remains unstable. Lu Guoqiang smiled faintly. He understood Kochi. This was already his greatest concession. Therefore, Lu Guoqiang was quite satisfied with this outcome. Sir, as per your instructions, I will dispatch 3 fleets next week to bring 20,000 people to Espani first. This is the absolute limit of what I can accomplish in such a short time. Understood. Inside the presidential palace in Prince Port, a Shui respectfully reported to Jiang Hai, who nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Jiang Hai's purpose in coming to Prince Port this time was to discuss the specific procedures for relocating the Baylor refugees with Shui. Though Shui raised no objections to Jiang Hai's directives, the Three Branches gang had only recently overthrown Espani's government. Many matters were beyond Shui's control. Especially relocating millions of Baylor refugees, that was no small undertaking. Transporting millions of people alone would require dozens of trips. Jiang Hai understood this well, so he didn't force the issue. Instead, he allowed Shui to proceed gradually. At the very least, it offered a glimmer of hope to the Baylor refugees already plunged into despair. Chapter 148, Target for Execution Shui. Still, it would be best to bring them over sooner rather than later. In stark contrast to Jiang Hai's calm composure, Shui was visibly impatient, practically itching to relocate those millions of Baylor refugees the very next day. Noticing Jiang Hai's puzzled gaze, Shui hastily explained, Sir, although we've overthrown the original government of Espani, the Sanju gang's rule here remains unstable. The root cause lies in our Chinese heritage. Over 90% of Espani's population is black. Compared to them, we ethnic Chinese are an absolute minority. For now, we maintain control through military force, but over time. With Shui's explanation, Jiang Hai immediately understood. For the ethnic Chinese, who are an absolute minority, to maintain long-term control over Espani, whose population base is black, and an overwhelmingly large one at that. Over time, these black people would inevitably grow discontented and unwilling to accept their situation. Shui's proposed solution was straightforward. To counter the sheer size of the black population, he proposed using millions of Palestinian refugees to offset it, thereby reducing the proportion of black residents. This approach would also mask the disadvantage of the small ethnic Chinese population base, making it easier for the Sanju gang to maintain control over Espani. Of course, this approach merely treated the symptoms rather than the root cause, but it at least delayed the eruption of this latent threat. It would give the Chinese descendants time to find a permanent solution. Jiang Hai understood Shui's reasoning and couldn't help but stare at him. It must be said that over the past 6 months, Shui had matured considerably. His tactics had become more sophisticated. Relocating millions of Balinese refugees isn't simple, it can't be rushed. Still, I can explore options. Expanding transportation capacity should be feasible. Jiang Hai tilted his head in thought, considering reaching out to Salam and Hussein. Salam might be able to divert some cruise ships from Africa. As for Hussein, though the Bosch faction harbors grievances against the Baylors, they share common roots. Moreover, having so many Palestinian refugees stranded in the Gaza Strip itself creates instability. Jiang Hai believed his request for Bosch assistance wouldn't be refused. The only consideration is Judas. Judas will certainly obstruct the Palestinian refugee relocation. Considering the two-pronged military strategy Judas employed last time, he is determined to annihilate Palestine completely. Jiang Hai silently pondered solutions, while Shui remained silent, standing guard beside him. The two sat in the presidential office, Shui's men having been discreetly dismissed beforehand. Though Jiang Hai hadn't explicitly ordered it, Shui understood his boss didn't want too many people aware of his presence. So whenever Jiang Hai came, he would instinctively dismiss his men. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai looked up at Shui and said, I'll figure this out. You need to prepare your end too. Don't let it come to a point where those Bail refugees arrive and you have nowhere to house them. Rest assured, sir. I'll make all the necessary arrangements. Shui bowed respectfully in agreement to Jiang Hai's instructions. Boom! At that very moment, a deafening roar erupted from outside. Even the office lights flickered several times, and the room began to shake. This sudden disturbance caused both Jiang Hai and Shui's expressions to change. Shui instinctively moved to shield Jiang Hai with his body. Seeing Shui's reaction, Jiang Hai smiled faintly. Shui didn't know that the body he now inhabited was merely a puppet. That he would protect him so earnestly showed Shui's loyalty. Jiang Hai patted Shui's shoulder lightly and said, Don't worry about me. Let's see what's happening first. Yes, sir. Shui nodded eagerly. Immediately after, gunfire erupted again outside. The fire was intense, and he could faintly make out the sound of heavy machine guns. Shui immediately tried to rush to the window to look, but Jiang Hai grabbed him by the arm. What's happening outside is still unknown. Do you want to rush to the window and get yourself killed? Having seen his fair share of battles, Shui instantly understood Jiang Hai's meaning. Without a word, he pulled 2 pistols from a nearby drawer and handed one to Jiang Hai. Though Jiang Hai could conjure weapons at any moment, he didn't refuse Shui's offer. The moment both men chambered around, hurried footsteps echoed outside the office door. Shui! Shui! Are you okay? The voice was in standard Mandarin, and the caller was one of Shui's trusted confidants. After consulting with Jiang Hai, Shui immediately shouted, I'm fine. Come in. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open, and over a dozen Sanju gang members rushed in. Jiang Hai recognized them instantly, all veterans who had followed Shui from the beginning. Their presence made his own appearance unsurprising. What's going on? Brother Shui, enemies suddenly appeared outside, and they're well armed. The brothers outside were caught off guard, the front gate's been breached. Brother Shui, it's not safe for you and the boss to stay here. Hurry up and come with us. Bang! The Sanju gang member who had spoken suddenly staggered. With the crack of the gunshot, half his skull was blown clean off. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere before his body slumped limply to the ground. Heavy sniper rifle. Watch out! After a split-second freeze, everyone immediately hit the ground. Jiang Hai wasn't afraid, but to avoid revealing his puppet's true nature, he lay down like everyone else. Though no further shots rang out after that single blast, the sheer threat of that single bullet weighed heavily on them, paralyzing any attempt to move. Everyone lay flat, tense expressions fixed on one another. Outside, the intense gunfire continued unabated, clearly escalating the battle. Using the explosion to draw attention, then having the gunmen storm the presidential palace, only for snipers to attack here instead. This was a textbook decapitation tactic. Jiang Hai's eyes darted around as he swiftly analyzed the enemy's objective, his gaze finally settling on Shui. Shui! You've been their target all along. As Jiang Hai finished his analysis, Shui and the other Sanju gang members paled. They quickly grasped the meaning behind Jiang Hai's words. With Shui as the sole remaining leader of the Three Stems gang, his death would mean the gang wouldn't immediately disband, but it would certainly lose its cohesion. The gang's current favorable position would vanish in an instant. They still didn't know who the enemy was, but their plan was undeniably ruthless. It was truly striking at the vital point. Precise and ruthless. Just imagining the aftermath of Shui's death filled everyone with horror and rage. Shui, however, quickly regained his composure. Glancing around, he suddenly broke into a smile. I never imagined I'd become so important. The more my enemies hate me, the more I can't afford to die. If I die, wouldn't that just give my enemies exactly what they want? Chapter 149, Sniping the Sniper. Stop talking tough. Let's get through this first. Jiang Hai suppressed a chuckle, snorting with a slight smirk. I just can't stand seeing you show off in front of me. With a snap of his fingers, several metal boxes materialized on the floor before him. Jiang Hai glanced around at the others, opened one of the boxes with one hand, and pulled out a hefty piece of equipment. Simultaneously, he asked, any of you know how to handle this thing? Jiang Hai's trick of conjuring iron boxes out of thin air was nothing new to the others present, so they weren't particularly surprised. Instead, it was the object he pulled from the box that left them staring at each other in stunned silence. It was a Barrett. Shui and the others all wore peculiar expressions, none uttering a word. They were no strangers to handling firearms, but this high-end piece was something they'd never encountered before. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lip, realizing exactly what was going on. Looks like it's up to him after all. He leaned his body against the leg of a nearby desk, half sitting on the floor. He fished several specially made bullets from the metal box and loaded them one by one into the chamber. No sniper fire echoed outside the window now, but Jiang Hai knew full well that the sniper was still watching the office. The moment they dared to show themselves, the deadly shots would surely ring out. Click! Jiang Hai pulled the bolt back and raised the Barrett rifle with both hands. This Barrett was identical to the one Aisha had used to take out Judas's commander, heavy and substantial. Back then, Aisha had braced it against the cabin floor. No ordinary person could possibly hold a Barrett with both hands to fire it. But clearly, the body Jiang Hai now inhabited was no ordinary human. His physical prowess was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of human capability. Gritting his teeth, he managed to hoist the Barrett with sheer force. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai prepared to fire, causing Shui and the others nearby to tense up in anticipation. Sir, should we lure the enemy out of cover? Though Shui couldn't operate a sniper rifle himself, he knew enough sniper tactics. That single shot the enemy fired earlier meant the master couldn't pinpoint their exact location. How can we fight them if we don't even know where they are? As he spoke, Shui signaled to his men beside him. He was preparing to sacrifice them, having them peek out one by one to lure the enemy into firing. Cut it out. I don't need your help. Jiang Hai quickly cut off Shui and the others, then took another deep breath to steady his nerves. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly stiffened his body and sprang to his feet. Simultaneously, he twisted his body, both hands gripping the Barrett rifle as he braced it against the desk. In less than 3 seconds, the muzzle was aimed out the window. Bang! Bang! Inside and outside the window, 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Jiang Hai's body instantly flew backward, not from being hit by the enemy, but from the Barrett's recoil slamming him back. At the same time, a vase on the other side of the office shattered with a crash that was the result of being hit by the opponent. Sir! Sir! Are you alright? Seeing Jiang Hai arc through the air before crashing heavily to the floor, Shui and the others were startled. Ignoring the threat of the sniper outside the window, they rushed to Jiang Hai's side, shielding him with their bodies while carefully checking his condition. Ouch! I'm fine. It just, damn, it hurts like hell. Lying on the ground, Jiang Hai clutched his shoulder, grimacing in agony. He had underestimated the recoil of that Barrett rifle. Even his enhanced body struggled to handle it. But it was worth it. According to the system's hostility detection, the small red dot that had been lurking about 100 meters outside the window had vanished. That single shot must have taken him out. The sniper outside was taken care of. Now, it was just the gunman who had stormed the presidential palace. He rubbed his shoulder hard, easing the pain somewhat. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hai stood up and turned to ask Shui, "Dealing with these gunmen, your men should handle them, right?" Shui was still concerned about Jiang Hai's condition, but upon hearing the question, he quickly nodded. No problem. Leave it to me. You two, gather your men immediately. Don't let a single enemy get away. Yes, brother Shui. At Shui's command, all members of the Three Roots gang shouted in unison before turning and heading out of the office. With the sniper threat neutralized, Jiang Hai and Shui were now safest inside this office. Sir, please lie down on the sofa and rest. Shui helped Jiang Hai to his feet, then guided him carefully to the sofa and helped him lie down. Truthfully, Jiang Hai's condition had already improved significantly. This body wasn't just strong, its recovery abilities were top-notch. Jiang Hai could tell a large bruise covered his shoulder blade, but the pain had subsided considerably. He waved his hand, signaling he was fine. He had intended to withdraw his consciousness back into his own body, but wanting to know the situation here, he decided to endure it instead. Meanwhile, the gunfire outside intensified. It seemed the Sanju gang members stationed around the city had learned of the disturbance at the presidential palace and were converging here. Sir, rest assured. Those sapphire staffs you sold us last time are right here in the presidential palace. They just went over there. They must be retrieving the Shopole cane. With the firepower of the Shopole cane, the enemy is bound to be defeated. Jiang Hai felt neither surprise nor concern. The key to this attack lies with that sniper lying in wait outside the presidential palace. Even if the sniper couldn't take down Shui, he could still provide significant support to the gunmen storming the presidential palace. Never underestimate the deterrent power of a single sniper. Without snipers, those gunmen would never have breached the presidential palace. But with sniper support, the real danger lies with the Sanju gang inside the compound. What concerns me isn't whether you can hold off those gunmen. What concerns me is who sent these gunmen. The moment Jiang Hai spoke, Shui's brow immediately furrowed. The situation had unfolded too suddenly. Shui hadn't considered this angle before. Now that Jiang Hai brought it up, Shui had to seriously consider the question. Could it be remnants of the government? Given the current situation, that seemed the most likely possibility. But Jiang Hai shook his head. I don't believe the government you overthrew still possesses that kind of strength and resolve. Don't forget, that Praval guy was so scared by you lot he fled the country. If he truly had the guts, he wouldn't have done something like this. Jiang Hai's analysis made perfect sense. Shui nodded repeatedly, tilting his head slightly, momentarily unable to come up with another explanation. While Shui remained utterly baffled, Jiang Hai harbored another suspicion. Lockheed Corporation. Chapter 150, Holy. Brother Yi? Jiang Hai knew Lockheed was the mastermind behind Prevo. The reason the Three Stem Gang could so easily overthrow the Hispanic government earlier was because the looming threat of the Great Ivan War had diverted Lockheed Corporation's attention. Now that the situation in the Gafford region had stabilized, Lockheed turning its gaze back to Hispania and aiding Praval against the Three Stem Gang made perfect sense. But whether that was truly the case remained uncertain. There simply wasn't enough evidence. Brother Shui. Sir. A cry rang out from beyond the door. Moments later, a triad member who had previously left rushed in, his face beaming with joy. He addressed Jiang Hai and Shui. Great news. Reinforcements have arrived outside. Reinforcements? Jiang Hai and Shui froze simultaneously. Before they could ask, the man immediately continued, reinforcements. Brother Yi has arrived with his men. Brother Yi? But didn't he go back? When did he return to Prince Harbor? Shui looked surprised, then quickly explained to Jiang Hai, Brother Yi is the one sent over there to help us. Jiang Hai instantly understood. So he's from the mainland. This piqued Jiang Hai's curiosity. He'd heard Shui mention before that the people sent by Huaxia this time were formidable. Without their help, the Three Roots gang couldn't have overthrown the Hispanic government so quickly. Just what kind of superhuman abilities did this brother Yi possess? Jiang Hai was genuinely eager to see for himself. Fortunately, the pain in his shoulder had subsided somewhat. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hai struggled up from the sofa and walked straight to the window, peering out. The street outside the window faced the main gate of the presidential palace. The street was now a scene of utter chaos, bodies strewn haphazardly across the pavement. Dozens of Chinese soldiers in camouflage uniforms advanced forward, guns raised, firing as they closed in. At the presidential palace entrance, over a dozen armed African Americans fought back fiercely. Their resistance proved utterly futile. Within moments, several more black men collapsed in pools of blood. In contrast, not a single camouflage-clad Chinese soldier had been injured. Damn impressive. Jiang Hai was no slouch with a gun himself, and these Chinese soldiers' marksmanship was exceptional. If they were in the Chinese military, they would undoubtedly be elite troops. Calling them elite soldiers would be no exaggeration. Which one is that, brother Yi? Watching the Chinese men rapidly closing in on the presidential palace gates, Jiang Hai hurriedly asked. Shui, standing beside Jiang Hai, quickly raised his hand and pointed at one of the Chinese men, saying, that one is brother Yi. That one? The tall, burly one. Oh, holy crap. Following Shui's pointing finger, Jiang Hai quickly identified one of the Chinese men. But the moment his gaze fell upon that man's face, Jiang Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but let out a curse. At that very moment, as if by some psychic connection, brother Yi seemed to sense something and whipped his head around. Jiang Hai reacted swiftly, crouching down instantly to hide beneath the window. All brother Yi could see was Shui standing by the window. Though puzzled by Jiang Hai's sudden concealment, Shui offered no questions. Instead, he waved cheerfully at brother Yi, effectively covering for his comrade. Hearing Shui's voice from the window, brother Yi finally relaxed. He nodded once and resumed his assault on the black gunman guarding the presidential palace gates. Shui, you're safe here now. I won't be staying. If anything happens, just give me a call. Jiang Hai, still crouched beneath the window, didn't peek out again. After exchanging a few words with Shui, he vanished with a sharp bayou sound, disappearing from Shui's sight. This abrupt departure left Shui momentarily stunned, utterly baffled by Jiang Hai's sudden change. Holy! 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 Back in his own room, Jiang Hai couldn't help but let out 3 expletives in quick succession. After sitting up on the bed, he even jumped up and down several times. Jiang Hai never could have imagined. The Yi brother who helped the 3-stem gang in Hispania was actually Coach Yi, whom Jiang Hai knew. Jiang Hai knew Coach Yi was incredibly skilled, but he never imagined he'd go to Hispania. No wonder he'd been unable to find him at the club earlier. Taking several deep breaths, Jiang Hai finally calmed himself. He sat down on a nearby chair and began piecing together the entire situation. First off, Coach Yi definitely wasn't part of the official military roster. That much was certain. How could a regular military officer spend his days at a club teaching ordinary people how to exercise? Second, China didn't just send anyone to assist in Hispania. They must be individuals trusted by the Chinese government. Or rather, they were recommended by someone the Huaxia government trusted. At this thought, a name immediately came to Jiang Hai's mind. Lu Guoqiang, chairman of Huaxia Bully Group. Indeed, Lu Guoqiang's standing would certainly qualify him to make such a recommendation. Plus, Coach Yi had once mentioned that he owed Lu Guoqiang a favor. It all seemed to make sense now. Jiang Hai exhaled a long breath. As long as everything made sense, then everything would be manageable. Now that he thought about it, his earlier reaction had indeed been a bit over the top. In Hispania, the puppet Jiang Hai used had altered his appearance. His physique and build had also been altered. Even if they had met face to face, Coach Yi would never have recognized him. At this thought, Jiang Hai couldn't help but give a wry, helpless smile. At the end of the day, he'd been scaring himself. Still, this Lu Guoqiang better keep an eye on him from now on. Why does he seem to be everywhere? Jiang Hai tapped his forehead with his finger as a reminder to himself. He had also inquired about the Spring Thunder incident with Zhang Qinghua last time. He was puzzled as to why the authorities had suddenly approached him. From Zhang Qinghua, he learned that it was Lu Guoqiang who had recommended him to Zhou Lei, the director of the State Security Bureau. It was precisely because of Lu Guoqiang's recommendation that Zhou Lei had overruled objections and brought Jiang Hai in to help solve the case. Admittedly, Jiang Hai had wanted to get involved in the case himself at the time. But wanting to join and being dragged onto this ship by someone manipulating things behind the scenes were 2 entirely different matters. What baffled Jiang Hai even more was what Lu Guoqiang stood to gain by secretly scheming against him behind his back. After much pondering, Jiang Hai couldn't make sense of it. He simply snapped his fingers and decided to stop overthinking it. After all, he had plenty of other matters demanding his attention. Jiang Hai immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang briefly before being answered. Listening to the voice coming through the receiver, Jiang Hai's lips curved into a faint smile before he spoke in a low, muffled tone. It's me. I have a job for you to do. Chapter 151, You Still Have Big Ivan? Good evening, Mr. Hussein. My apologies for disturbing you so late. After hanging up the previous call, Jiang Hai paused for a moment before dialing another number. This call was for Hussein, Jiang Hai's old friend and military advisor to Bashir. It wasn't nighttime yet in Jiang Hai's location, but due to the time difference, it was indeed the middle of the night in Bosnia. Hussein answered the phone, his voice thick with weariness. Hello, Mr. Dahai Wuliang. What can I do for you? Though being roused from sleep was infuriating, Hussein knew that facing Jiang Hai meant dealing with a figure who could determine the fate of Bosch. So he swallowed his grogginess. Jiang Hai took a deep breath and laid out his request. He needed Bosch to assist with the relocation of Palestinian refugees. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, are you sure you're not joking? Hussein fell silent for a long moment before finally managing to utter those words. Jiang Hai couldn't help but scratch his cheek, yet he maintained a serious tone. I know this request is asking a lot, but I'm still making this appeal to your country. Moreover, I believe assisting the Palestinian refugees in relocating from the Gaza Strip would also benefit your country. Benefits? Helping those lunatics? Hussein finally lost his temper and roared. Do you have any idea how many Bosnian civilians were brutally killed by the Big Ivan because of those lunatics? Granted, the great Ivan that landed in Bosch was thrown by Judas. But at the root of it all, the source of everything is that bunch of lunatics. Faced with Hussein's roar, Jiang Hai momentarily didn't know how to respond. He understood Hussein. After all, if it weren't for the extremists in Palestine suddenly launching that Big Ivan at Judas wouldn't have gone completely insane and dropped 3 Big Ivans into Bosch territory. Bosnia was completely caught in the crossfire. And when Bosnia later tried to retaliate against Judah, Jiang Hai destroyed the Big Ivan with an EMP. Now, the entire Bosch faction was seething with pent-up fury. Had it not been for the priority of rescuing domestic areas devastated by the Big Ivan, the Bosnian army would have marched on Judah long ago. Mr. Hussein, please calm down and hear me out. I understand your feelings right now. Baylor's actions were undoubtedly wrong. But those were the actions of a small group of Palestinian extremists. The millions of Palestinian refugees trapped in the Gaza Strip, they are innocent. Jiang Hai tried his best to persuade Hussein, but Hussein seemed unmoved. His resolute voice came through the phone. The Palestinian refugees are indeed innocent, which is precisely why the United States has not taken military action against Palestine. But that doesn't mean Bosnia can forget what Palestine did before. Allowing Palestinian refugees to relocate elsewhere without obstruction is already the greatest concession. Bosnia will never provide any further assistance to Palestinian refugees. Hearing Hussein's uncompromising words, Jiang Hai felt nothing but a throbbing headache. Persuading Bosnia to assist was exceedingly difficult. But the problem was, without Bosch's help, they could only rely on the few cruise ships provided by Salam. How long would it take to transport millions of Palestinian refugees? No. We must find a way to get Bosch's cooperation. Mr. Hussein, what I mean is if the Palestinian refugees leave the Gaza Strip, it wouldn't be entirely without benefit for your country. Bosch and Judah are destined for conflict. But with those Palestinian refugees still in the Gaza Strip, wouldn't Bosch hesitate to start a war? After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai analyzed the situation from another angle for Hussein. Perhaps because he had already vented his frustration earlier, Hussein didn't immediately voice opposition this time. Instead, he listened quietly until Jiang Hai finished. Even after Jiang Hai finished, Hussein offered no rebuttal, remaining silent as if genuinely contemplating the argument. Jiang Hai showed no impatience this time, waiting quietly for Hussein's decision. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, I must admit, your eloquence is quite persuasive. After a long pause, Hussein spoke in a calm tone. However, this alone won't convince me, nor will it persuade the Bosnian government to agree to your request. Things were indeed not that simple. Jiang Hai exhaled a long breath, then carefully composed himself. He wasn't about to give up. If this path is blocked, then I'll find another way. Mr. Hussein, what if I were to propose a deal with Bosnia? The terms of the deal would be in exchange for Bosch extending aid to the Palestinian refugees. I wonder if Bosch would be willing to make this deal. A deal? Jiang Hai could distinctly sense Hussein's breathing quicken on the other end of the line. Evidently, it was Jiang Hai's arms deals with Bosch over the past year or two that truly gave him leverage within the Bosch government. You can still bring out Big Ivan? Hussein tentatively inquired. Jiang Hai was instantly rendered speechless. Big Ivan? Didn't the near war over Big Ivan teach you all a bitter enough lesson? But Jiang Hai understood Hussein's reasoning. Back when Bosch inexplicably had 3 Big Ivans dumped on him by Judas, he hadn't even had time to retaliate before all the Big Ivans worldwide were scrapped. It was like walking down the street minding your own business when someone suddenly slaps you out of nowhere. Just as he was about to fight back, someone pulled him aside and said, "The guy who hit you is a lunatic. It's not illegal for a lunatic to hit you, but if you hit a lunatic, you'll end up in jail and pay damages." That stinging sensation on your face, forced to watch the attacker jump around freely just imagining the frustration is unbearable, right? So now Bosch is constantly scheming to send Judas a few more Big Ivan missiles. But Jiang Hai would never agree. Are you kidding me? That near war over the Big Ivan last time nearly bankrupted Jiang Hai. While Jiang Hai can't stop the nations of Blue Star from continuing to develop Big Ivans, but at least he won't actively accelerate the process. Besides, Jiang Hai could figure it out with his little finger. If he actually sold the Big Ivan to Bosch, Bosch would undoubtedly flip-flop and dump the Big Ivan. The consequences that would follow were too terrifying to contemplate. Surely Bosch doesn't believe that possessing the Big Ivan would grant it the right to confront every superpower on Blue Star head-on? The cautionary tale of Commander Kata was still fresh in everyone's minds. After that incident, all the Big Ivans we had on hand became useless. We couldn't produce Ivan the Great again anytime soon. Jiang Hai simply told a small lie to deflect Hussein's question. Clearly, Jiang Hai's response left Hussein deeply disappointed. His tone grew light and insubstantial, as if he no longer cared much about the deal with Jiang Hai. So what do you intend to offer us in exchange? I don't believe there's anything worth Bosch taking the risk to help you out. Chapter 152, Technology can be traded too. If I'm not mistaken, your country has been struggling to develop Big Ivan all these years without success, right? Jiang Hai hadn't initially considered what to offer in exchange for Bosch's assistance. But recalling Hussein's desperate urgency for Big Ivan, Jiang Hai suddenly had a flash of inspiration and immediately came up with a plan. Hussein, who had regained his composure, paused briefly before his breathing grew ragged once more. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, what exactly are you implying? To the outside world, Bosch, who had detonated 3 Big Ivans in one go, was already seen as having mastered the Big Ivan technology. But those in the know understand the situation best. The top brass in the Bosch government were well aware they didn't possess the Big Ivan technology at all. Every single Big Ivan was purchased from Jiang Hai. Now that all the Big Ivans worldwide had been destroyed, including the warheads they'd previously acquired, the Bosch government was actually freaking out. Especially seeing Judah ramping up Ivan production while they couldn't even build a reactor. They bellowed about revenge against Judah, yet lacked any real backbone. That's precisely why, when Jiang Hai called, Hussein considered buying the Big Ivan technology from them. If I could trade you the manufacturing technology for Big Ivan, could that be exchanged for your assistance to the Palestinian refugees? Seeing Hussein's reaction, Jiang Hai knew he hadn't misjudged the situation. He'd finally pinpointed the other side's needs. Jiang Hai laid out the terms of the deal, but Hussein didn't respond immediately. I need to consult with my superiors before I can give you an answer. After a long silence, Hussein slowly gave his answer. Though he didn't give a direct answer, Jiang Hai understood the implication. Though Hussein was ostensibly just a military advisor, after several transactions, Jiang Hai knew his status was far from ordinary. It was clear Hussein wielded significant influence within the Bosnian government. Since Hussein didn't oppose this deal, it was almost certain to succeed. As for the manufacturing technology for the Big Ivan, Jiang Hai himself didn't possess that knowledge, but he could certainly acquire it through the system. That's right. Weapons manufacturing technology is also classified as military hardware. And it's the kind that comes with a hefty price tag. Purchasing the Big Ivan manufacturing technology from the system, even at the internal price, would cost a staggering 5 billion Huaxia currency. However, to secure Bosch's agreement to rescue the Palestinian refugees, Jiang Hai personally covered the cost. Alright, Mr. Hussein, I await your response. Jiang Hai didn't press him this time. With a smile, he hung up the phone. As the call ended, Jiang Hai exhaled a long breath. It worked. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bosch should agree to his deal. With Bosch's assistance, the Baylor refugees could cross Bosch's border and escape Judah's threat. Combined with the cruise ship borrowed from Salam, this two-pronged approach would work. He was confident that within a year, all the Palestinian refugees could be relocated to Espani. This would fulfill one of Jiang Hai's long-held aspirations, while also honoring his promise to Aisha and the others. Apple City, Brownsville District. As the sole arms dealer in this district, the Wildcat gang undoubtedly wields the greatest influence here. However, the Wildcats typically avoid territorial disputes here and rarely intervene in local gang conflicts. In Brownsville, the Wildcat gang operates like a detached observer, coldly watching the gangs fight amongst themselves. Occasionally, they supplied weapons to these factions, maintaining the delicate balance of Brownsville through highly covert means. Spoor is the leader of the Wildcats. A middle-aged Latino man, not particularly tall, with a receding hairline and a scruffy mustache. He wore black-rimmed glasses and carried a bit of a paunch. By outward appearance, it was impossible to associate him with titles like gang leader or arms dealer. But only those within the Wildcats knew how ruthless this seemingly ordinary, harmless-looking man could be when he acted. Boss Spall. Kevin, a high-ranking member of the gang, entered Spoor's office and greeted him. Spoor was on the phone at the moment. He lifted his eyelids slightly, gestured, then swiveled his executive chair around. Got it. I'll handle this. I know. Have I ever let you down when you've put something in my hands?
Got it.
No problem.
Only after hanging up did Spore swivel back around in his chair.
He tossed his phone onto the desk and smiled. The people over there, they failed. The China side? Kevin raised an eyebrow, quickly understanding what Spore was referring to.
That Huaxia company, Oceanic Deepwater, had already infringed upon their interests over there.
That call meant we had to take action, first eliminate their subsidiary here.
Spall's words caught Kevin off guard, and he leaned forward in surprise.
Seriously? Just a few tens of thousands of guns, how could that possibly threaten their interests?
Their appetite is getting too big, they don't even want to leave us a single drop of soup.
Kevin! Watch your mouth. Spall immediately rebuked Kevin, though his expression remained unchanged at most. He merely raised an eyebrow.
But that slight movement from Spore made Kevin flinch. He sat up straight instantly, like a schoolboy in class.
Boss, I know I messed up.
Kevin readily admitted his mistake, and Spool showed no intention of pursuing it further. He casually picked up the cigar box from his desk. He drew out a cigar and the accompanying tools, expertly cutting the end and lighting it. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the cigar to Kevin. Kevin caught it without even touching the lit, and a clear sign their coordination was second nature. The tension vanished from Kevin's face as he took the cigar, clenched it between his teeth, and let out a chuckle. Meanwhile, Spore calmly replaced the cigar box, moving it to the corner of the desk, and spoke slowly. Don't meddle in that matter over there. Just focus on getting the job done. Tomorrow, take your men and raid the Oceanic Shipping Company's branch office and warehouse.
In Manhattan? Kevin's expression turned surprised once more. That was Apple City's most exclusive, bustling, affluent district. Taking action there would definitely cause a huge stir.
But after a moment's surprise, Kevin immediately recalled Spore's earlier warning, and the astonishment vanished from his face.
Got it.
I'll get it done first thing tomorrow morning. I'll make sure it's handled perfectly. This time, Spore didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. His gaze remained lowered, his demeanor as unhurried and leisurely as ever.
No need to go during the day. Go at night. Chapter 153, Taming DuPont's Dog.
Spore's words caught Kevin off guard for a moment, but he quickly understood. After all, Manhattan was the heart of the Big Apple indeed, one of the world's most affluent and bustling districts.
Some caution was still warranted.
Kevin grinned and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it cleanly."
With that, Kevin turned to leave the office.
Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past the window.
Both Spall and Kevin inside the office stiffened. Tap! A burst of gunfire erupted, shattering the adjacent window.
Kevin, who had just stood up, was instantly riddled with dozens of bloody holes across his tall, muscular frame. He flew through the air like a broken sack before crashing heavily to the floor. His body convulsed violently, instantly soaked in blood.
Spall reacted instantly, diving under the desk.
His face twisted with terror as he screamed, "Help!
Help me! Someone, help me!" The next moment, chaos erupted outside.
Screams, roars, and piercing cries filled the air.
But above all, the sound of gunfire was relentless. Bullets continued to rain down on Spore's office, and other rooms were not spared either.
It took a full 5 or 6 minutes before the gunfire finally ceased. Immediately after, the sound of speeding vehicles grew faint and distant.
Spore, still crouched beneath his desk, hesitated to peek out.
Clutching his head, he lay flat on the floor. When he finally looked up, his gaze landed directly on Kevin, lying in a pool of blood not far away.
Kevin's body lay utterly still, his head turned sideways.
His wide, round eyes locked directly with Spore's gaze. Even Spore, who'd killed plenty of people, couldn't help but shudder at the look in Kevin's eyes.
Boss! Boss! Are you okay?
A few minutes later, accompanied by several shouts, a group of burly men burst in.
They were members of the Wildcat gang and Spore's personal bodyguards.
The sight of the office in utter disarray startled them. Just as they were about to shout again, a trembling hand rose from beneath the desk.
I'm here. Pull me out. Spore's voice was hoarse, but the bodyguards recognized him instantly.
They rushed forward and pulled him out in a flurry of activity.
Having narrowly escaped death, Spore gasped for breath, finally catching his breath.
He swallowed hard, his gaze settling on Kevin's lifeless body nearby.
Boss, the attackers got away fast. The guys didn't even have time to react. What should we do? Should we chase them? Chase? Can you even catch them?
Spall withdrew his gaze and swiftly reverted to his usual composed demeanor, as if nothing had happened.
Dispose of the bodies. I'm leaving first.
With that, he strode straight out the door, showing not a trace of having just endured an attack. The guards stood frozen in place, taking a long moment to snap out of their daze before scrambling to follow Spore.
What if the assailant returned? That would be truly dangerous.
Meanwhile, on a nearby street, 2 cars sped along. Inside one of them, several men armed with AK-47s and wearing hoods casually removed their head coverings as if nothing had happened, revealing dark skin and thick beards.
Abdul. Looks like we didn't finish off Spore just now. Why don't we turn back and finish him off? The driver, also dark-skinned and bearded, was none other than former Palestinian soldier Buddadin. Abdul, seated in the back, responded with a calm, matter-of-fact tone, "No worries. The boss said Spore's just a puppet anyway, killing him or not makes no difference. This time, let's just consider it venting our anger. This Wildcat gang is nothing but DuPont's lapdog." Over the years, DuPont hasn't exactly skimped on selling arms to those Jewish bastards. Spit. Hearing Abdul mention the Jews, everyone else in the car couldn't help but spit out the window. Of course, the main thing is the boss's order to teach the Wildcat gang a lesson. At least after this, the Wildcat gang won't dare to get too cocky for a while. The boss sent us here to do business. With one less competitor, things will run much smoother. Among the former Palestinian soldiers, Abdul had always been one of the sharper ones. Now he was practically the right-hand strategist to Jiang Hai and Aisha. His analysis drew nods of agreement from the others. Soon, 2 vehicles arrived in the Brooklyn district. This was another notorious, chaotic neighborhood in Apple City, slightly better than Brownsville, but only marginally so. It had now become Aisha and her crew's temporary base of operations. After parking and tucking his AK into his coat, Abdul and the others got out and entered a nearby apartment building. Entering a spacious apartment of nearly 300 square meters, they found the rest of their companions inside, each occupied with their own tasks. Upon seeing Abdul and the others enter, they merely raised a hand in greeting. "Where's the boss?" "She's inside talking to the boss." Abdul, receiving the answer, walked straight to the bedroom door and knocked. Hearing a response from inside, he pushed the door open. I see. Things are still going smoothly over here. All right. I'll meet with them tomorrow. This is all part of my job." "Got it. Thanks for handling this." Inside the room, Aisha, now changed out of her military uniform and dressed in loungewear, leaned against the window. One hand held her phone while the other fiddled with the screen door. She spoke softly to Jiang Hai on the other end of the line. The Aisha of this moment bore no resemblance to the soldier she once was. Where could one find any trace of the woman who had sniped a high-ranking Judas general from the sky? Especially now, with her face adorned in subtle makeup, her lips slightly curved upward, and her captivating eyes brimming with sweet laughter. She gazed out the window, yet seemed to see nothing of the scenery beyond. Seeing Aisha like this, Abdul froze for a moment before breaking into a silent smile. But Aisha quickly realized something was off about her own expression. Turning to see Abdul's silly grin, she flushed crimson as if caught red-handed. She shot Abdul a fierce glare before hastily turning her back to him. Abdul's back. I'll go deal with him." Okay. We'll talk next time." After hanging up, Aisha turned back, her cheeks still flushed, but now glaring fiercely at Abdul. "What's so funny?" Ha. "Sis, I wasn't laughing." Abdul was more than 10 years older than Aisha, but they'd all grown accustomed to her being the backbone of the group. In Apple City, it wouldn't be appropriate to call Aisha Your Highness or anything like that, so before coming here, they had agreed to simply call her Big Sister. Chapter 154, The Endless Gobi. "I just got off the phone with the boss. He told me some good news." "Want to hear it?" "Good news? What kind of good news?" Aisha's words piqued Abdul's curiosity, prompting him to ask eagerly. Aisha tried to keep a straight face, but the smile spreading across her face betrayed her. "The boss has convinced Bosch to allow refugees stranded at the Gaffa border to pass through Bosch territory, enabling them to gradually relocate to Hispani. Moreover, the boss had made arrangements once the refugees arrived in Hispani, they would be given their own land. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right." As she spoke, Aisha's eyes reddened, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Though they had followed Jiang Hai away from their homeland and their people, the Palestinian blood flowing through their veins remained unchanged. They never ceased to care for their suffering compatriots back home. If they weren't bound by circumstances beyond their control, they would have returned to their homeland long ago to fight for their people. Upon hearing this news, Abdul froze in place. After a long moment, the nearly 40-year-old Palestinian man erupted with emotion. In fact, he bounced up and down 3 times right where he stood. Fortunately, Aisha had purchased the entire apartment building at a premium price, so only the 14 of them lived there. Otherwise, Abdul's 3 jumps would surely have prompted the downstairs neighbors to call the police. Still, his commotion drew the attention of the others. Once Abdul relayed the news, the remaining 12 joined in the dancing frenzy. Aisha smiled at her companions, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye with her finger. She hadn't forgotten the task Jiang Hai had just assigned her, to urgently contact the Palestinian military. Jiang Hai needed their assistance to relocate the Palestinian refugees. The crimson sun hung in the sky, bathing the earth in a blood-red glow. Yet this fiery sunlight offered Jiang Hai not a shred of warmth. Something was wrong with the sun here. Jiang Hai looked up at the crimson sun in the sky. He had noticed this before, but during his last visit, he had been submerged in seawater the entire time. This time, however, solid land lay beneath his feet. That's right. Jiang Hai had once again passed through the second trade portal, arriving on this unfamiliar planet. Last time he'd come here, he'd gained nothing and had been crushed to death in the sea by the falling wreckage of the Sky City. This time, the vast ocean no longer surrounded him. Instead, he stood amidst a sprawling Gobi desert. He stamped his foot firmly on the ground. The solid feel beneath his feet gave him a strong sense of security. He immediately scanned his surroundings once more. With his previous experience, Jiang Hai could now confirm that this planet harbored civilization and not a low-level one at that. After all, the Sky City he had sold to the Binu Star people originated from this very planet. While revered as a divine marvel on Binax, within this planet's civilization, it was merely a tool for warfare. Jiang Hai dared not even imagine the extent to which this planet's civilization had advanced. With the experience gained from Binaxing, Jiang Hai knew that the higher the level of civilization, the greater the value of the trade. This was precisely why Jiang Hai had decided to risk returning to this planet for trade. Now, the next step was to locate the intelligent civilization inhabiting this planet. Jiang Hai took a deep breath, no longer paying attention to the crimson sun in the sky. Having experienced Binu Star before, he wasn't entirely clueless. Just as he had done on his first visit to Binaxing, Jiang Hai chose a direction and simply started walking forward. He walked for over 10 hours straight. Still finding nothing, he looked up at the sky. The crimson sun remained suspended in the same position, utterly unchanged. The day-night cycle on this planet was incredibly long, wasn't it? Jiang Hai frowned. Over 10 hours had passed, yet the sun hadn't shifted its position? How long must a single day last here? Thankfully, the sunlight wasn't scorching, and Jiang Hai's puppet body was sturdy enough. Walking for over 10 hours hadn't exhausted him too much. System. What godforsaken place did you dump me in? Last time you dumped me straight onto a battlefield, and now it's this godforsaken corner. You're being way too unreliable. Jiang Hai wasn't exactly impatient, but he couldn't help but vent a few complaints inwardly. The landing point for the transfer channel is random, the system can't control it. As expected, the system responded to Jiang Hai's complaints with this emotionless reply, leaving his pent-up frustration nowhere to vent. Ha! Just as Jiang Hai was considering whether to call it quits for now and return to Blue Star for rest, his brow suddenly furrowed. A dark silhouette abruptly materialized on the distant horizon. In this vast, empty Gobi desert, this sudden shadow was far too conspicuous to go unnoticed. Yet instead of feeling tense, Jiang Hai was filled with curiosity and a strange sense of excitement. After trekking across this desert for so long, the endless, monotonous landscape had nearly driven him mad. Now, finally seeing movement, Jiang Hai was naturally delighted. He immediately raised both arms and waved them frantically, shouting loudly to catch the other's attention. Whether his actions truly caught the other's attention or not. The next moment, he saw the dark figure actually heading toward him and at a rapid pace. At first, Jiang Hai thought it was racing across the ground, but he soon realized it wasn't on the surface at all, it was gliding low in the air. As it drew nearer, Jiang Hai could vaguely make out its form. It was a triangular-shaped aircraft, with a faint blue glow emanating from its rear, likely some kind of energy booster. Perched atop the craft sat a humanoid creature. Entirely clad in pitch black, it lay prone on the craft. A few tentacle-like appendages swayed in the wind atop its round head. Jiang Hai kept waving to greet it, but the creature showed no sign of responding. This attitude made Jiang Hai realize something was amiss. When the creature was only a few hundred meters away, the black entity finally moved. It raised its torso, somewhat human-like in form, and with a slight tremor, 3 arms extended from each side. At the ends of these 6 arms were slightly curved, sharp claws. Bathed in the crimson sunlight, they glinted with a chilling, heart-stopping coldness. Oh no! Seeing its actions, Jiang Hai knew immediately that this creature meant nothing but trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai spun around and sprinted off in the opposite direction. But the triangular flying craft was incredibly fast. Before Jiang Hai could take more than a few steps, it had already flown behind him. Chapter 155, Hunter? As it drew near, Jiang Hai noticed the craft wasn't small, roughly 3 meters long and wide. The creature seated within stood nearly 2 meters tall when upright. With all 6 arms extended, its wingspan easily exceeded 4 meters. Holy! Without even turning around, Jiang Hai could clearly see the little red dot right behind him through the system's hostility detection. Jiang Hai was startled by the creature's speed, realizing running wouldn't save him. The next instant, just as the black creature prepared to strike with its 6 sharp claws, Jiang Hai suddenly leapt forward, violently twisting his body mid-air. Instantly, a Shabalo staff materialized in his hand. Die! Jiang Hai silently shouted in his mind, clenching his teeth as he fired a blast. A pale yellow beam shot from the tip of the saber rod. Perhaps caught off guard by Jiang Hai's sudden counterattack, the pale yellow beam struck the black creature squarely in the face. With a loud boom, the black creature was sent flying backward, even detaching from the triangular flying craft. The craft, now separated from its pilot, immediately slowed, flying right over Jiang Hai's forehead before crashing to the ground. It skidded another 100 or 2 meters before finally coming to a halt. As for Jiang Hai, he crashed to the ground almost simultaneously with the black creature. Yet the instant he hit the ground, gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain in his back, he rolled over and scrambled to his feet. The shabbily staff in his hand launched another attack. Several pale yellow beams shot forth, striking the black creature repeatedly in quick succession. Struck by the Shaboro staff's barrage, the creature bounced repeatedly before finally crashing back to the ground, motionless, once Jiang Hai ceased his attack. Still, Jiang Hai remained vigilant. Gripping the Shaboro staff with both hands, he aimed it at the creature and cautiously advanced. Slowly approaching the black creature, it still showed no sign of life. Is it dead? No. It was still alive. Only upon drawing near did Jiang Hai realize the black creature wasn't truly motionless. Its body still trembled faintly, and the fleshy tendrils on its head swayed intermittently, though the movements were so subtle they were nearly imperceptible without close observation. Hey! Hey! Jiang Hai didn't continue attacking with the saber staff. He could tell the creature was already severely injured. 4 of its 6 claws were broken, the fractures slowly oozing a deep blue liquid. Perhaps that was this creature's blood? Jiang Hai's repeated calls elicited a faint response from the black creature. Its round head swayed slightly, though Jiang Hai detected no facial features on that skull. Gurgle. Gurgle. A peculiar sound echoed, yet Jiang Hai couldn't locate its mouth anywhere. System, what is it saying? Fortunately, Jiang Hai wasn't fighting alone. He couldn't understand what it was saying, but he had the system, his all-purpose translator. Ding. Analyzing the language system. Please wait. Language decoded. Translating now. After the system's notification chime, a cacophony of sounds soon filled Jiang Hai's ears. Immediately after, the other party's gurgling sounds transformed into pure, authentic Chinese in Jiang Hai's ears. Help, help me, help me. So it was a distress call after all. Understanding the other party's words, Jiang Hai suddenly realized what was happening, but he didn't act rashly. After all, the other party had just tried to kill him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, this puppet body would already be chopped into pieces. Who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Jiang Hai had no intention of saving the other person, but he still stepped forward to demand answers. His words were automatically translated into the other's language by the system. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the black creature's head turned once more. I was merely fulfilling my duties, it stated. Work? Your work is to go around killing people indiscriminately? Jiang Hai was growing irritated. The creature's earlier silent killing had truly displeased him. If he hadn't been trying to get the scoop on this planet from the guy, he would have blasted him to smithereens with a single shot from his saber rod. I'm a hunter. A hunter's job is to kill. Hunter? Does he think I'm his prey? Or does it mean something else? The other's response not only failed to enlighten Jiang Hai, but only left him more bewildered. I am your prey? Then why are you begging your prey for help? Jiang Hai couldn't help but point at his own nose. You're not the hunter? What the hell? This is getting more and more confusing. Are you calling him a hunter too? If we're all hunters, then why are you trying to kill me indiscriminately? Help! Help me! I can't. Before Jiang Hai could respond, the black creature's body convulsed violently. Deep blue fluid began oozing from multiple wounds. Jiang Hai frowned, hesitated briefly, then lowered the shapery staff. Simultaneously, he snapped his fingers. The next moment, a small metal box landed at his feet. Jiang Hai opened the small iron box, took out some medical supplies, and muttered to himself, I wonder if Earth's medical tools will even work on you? It all depends on your own fate. The system only sold weapons medical supplies? The system didn't have any. Therefore, long ago, Jiang Hai had personally prepared a substantial supply of medical supplies and stored them in the system's storage space. But even he didn't know if these supplies would work on the black creature before him. After all, they weren't even the same species. Medicines effective for humans might not work on alien lifeforms. He sprayed the hemostatic spray several times onto the creature's bleeding wounds. Whether it was the chemical irritation or not, the creature's body convulsed violently again, terrifying Jiang Hai into halting his efforts. After closely examining the wounds he'd sprayed, he noticed something astonishing. Moments later, the deep blue fluid had actually stopped flowing. This proved the hemostatic spray was somewhat effective, right? Jiang Hai pondered briefly, then without hesitation sprayed the substance all over the creature's body. Soon, the black creature stopped bleeding entirely, even its severed claws were no longer bleeding. Not only did the bleeding cease, but the creature's violent tremors stopped as well. It even let out a faint sigh. It actually worked. Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He then retrieved bandages from the metal box and quickly wrapped the creature's wounds. After more than half an hour of this, Jiang Hai was drenched in sweat. He plopped down onto the Gobi Desert sand and wiped the perspiration from his forehead. The black creature had ceased trembling, its breathing steadying considerably. So it seemed he had actually saved its life? Chapter 156, The Civilization of Galabuka. Hunter. On Galabuka, it was a profession with a long history. Legend has it that as far back as the distant primitive era of Galabuka's civilization, the profession of hunter already existed. Back then, hunters were tasked with finding places for their respective tribes to survive and thrive, making them the most crucial members of each community. As Galabuka Star's civilization evolved, the hunter's traditions were preserved while gaining deeper significance. It can be said that within Galabuka civilization, the hunter is the most noble profession. And now, on New Galabuka, hunters have become even more vital. New Galabuka? What does that mean? Listening to the hunter named Kalini's explanation, Jiang Hai grasped a crucial point. Kalini had now removed the jet-black, form-fitting coat, revealing the pale skin of his upper body. From the waist up, Kalini's physique resembled that of a human, except he possessed 6 arms, each ending in a curved, sharp claw. Kalini's head was round, its smooth, fair skin devoid of any hair except for a few fleshy tendrils resembling dreadlocks. Jiang Hai hadn't noticed any facial features on Kalini before because its entire body had been concealed by the tight-fitting coat. Once the coat was removed, several slits became visible on Kalini's face. These slits opened and closed rhythmically when Kalini spoke, suggesting they served as its mouth. According to Kalini, Galebka aliens lack the organ commonly known as eyes. They perceive the outside world through the fleshy tendrils on their heads. Kalini's upper body was humanoid, but its lower half was a vast mass of flesh. The Galebka people moved by wriggling, much like worms. Despite this wriggling motion, Galebians move at remarkable speeds. A fully sprinting Galebian far outpaces a human. As for hunters like Kalini, after training, their speed can be more than 3 times faster than that of ordinary Galabuka beings. Of course, as demonstrated by Kalini's sudden appearance before Jiang Hai, most Galebians primarily relied on advanced technological vehicles for transportation. Jiang Hai briefly inquired about the Galabakans before raising his lingering question about the new Galabakan planet. Jiang Hai's question left Kalini equally puzzled. But clearly, it was well aware of its current role. Without waiting for Jiang Hai to repeat the question, it answered honestly. The planet beneath our feet is not the one that once nurtured the Galabuka civilization. The original Galabuka star has been consumed by flames. As it spoke, Kalini raised one of its unbroken curved claws and pointed toward the sky. Jiang Hai instinctively looked up to see the fiery red sun. You mean it was swallowed by the sun? In the Galabuka language, this sun surely has another name, but the system's instant translation proved remarkably intelligent. Kalini nodded in agreement, yes. Over 1,300 years ago, the sun began to expand, engulfing the original Galabuka star. However, Galabuka's scientists had predicted this catastrophe long before it happened. With the full technological support of Galabuka, its inhabitants migrated to this new Galabuka. This finally helped the Galabuka people escape this catastrophic disaster. After Kalini finished speaking, Jiang Hai had a pretty good grasp of what he meant. To draw an analogy with the solar system, if the sun were to suddenly undergo a mutation and expand, Blue Star would be swallowed by the expanding sun. Human scientists predicted this and evacuated all of humanity from Blue Star in advance, relocating to Neptune farther from the sun, thus escaping destruction. Of course, in reality, Neptune is completely inhospitable within the solar system. Relocating there would have been a dead end for humanity. The Galebians, however, were fortunate. Within their own star system, there existed a new Galebian planet suitable for their survival. Thus, you have rebuilt your civilization on this new planet. Then why did you just say hunters have become more important on New Galebica? Who exactly are you? Jiang Hai's question finally made Kalini realize something was amiss, and his tone turned serious. Your appearance is completely different from that of the Galebka people. I initially thought this was some new type of hunter equipment. But now you don't even know basic facts. You're not Galabuka, are you? As he spoke, Kalini had already pointed 6 curved claws at Jiang Hai. However, 4 of them were already broken, leaving only 2 claws with their sharp points still gleaming coldly. As for Jiang Hai, having his identity exposed by Kalini didn't faze him in the slightest because he'd never intended to conceal it from the start. I'm just an ordinary arms dealer, peddling weapons far and wide to scrape together a meager living, that's all. Jiang Hai adopted an innocent, harmless expression, spreading his hands in a mocking gesture. Merchant? Kalini, however, showed no sign of lowering his guard. He tilted his head slightly, as if scrutinizing Jiang Hai with his tentacles. You say peddling weapons, are you referring to the kind that just injured me? Ha! This thing? Jiang Hai picked up the shop-hole staff he'd placed on the ground earlier, weighed it in his hand, and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, this kind of weapon isn't really anything special to you, is it? The shop-hole staff was undoubtedly a black technology marvel to humans. But for a civilization that had already achieved interstellar colonization, Jiang Hai didn't think the shop-hole staff held much appeal. As for Kalini being struck by Shapel's staff just now, it was merely because it happened so suddenly. Without any warning, even a stone could be deadly. It has nothing to do with technological advancement. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Kalini nodded slightly and said, these pure energy weapons seem convenient, but their power is too weak. Just now, I was completely unprepared, yet this weapon's damage didn't instantly kill me. Clearly, its power has far too much room for improvement. Jiang Hai showed no surprise or displeasure at Kalini's assessment, smiling as he tossed the shopole staff aside. No problem. I have plenty more weapons suited to your civilization. As long as you can afford the price, you'll definitely find merchandise that satisfies your every need. Jiang Hai didn't speak lightly, he had absolute confidence in the system. If the system could manifest the Galabakan Sky City, then crafting weapons superior to theirs was a mere formality. The key lay in how Jiang Hai would establish trade with the Galabakans. And the Kalini before him was clearly an excellent starting point. That was precisely why Jiang Hai was engaging her in conversation. Chapter 157, The Arms Dealer's Grand Stage. Kalini tilted its head, clearly not immediately trusting Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai didn't expect the other party to believe him just because he said so. He was still desperate to extract more information about this planet from her. Let's get back to our earlier topic. Why have hunters become more crucial on the planet of New Galen? Jiang Hai asked the question for the third time, smiling. This time, however, a dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Kalini fell silent for a moment. Having never encountered humans before, it naturally had no understanding of what facial expressions signified. Yet from the light emanating from the two round orbs atop the other's head, it keenly sensed a certain danger. After a moment's hesitation, it finally chose to answer Jiang Hai's question honestly. The Galebka people were not monolithic. In fact, right up until over 1,000 years ago, when scientists predicted the sun's expansion, frequent wars were still raging across Galabuka. It was the threat of extinction that temporarily united the Galebians. Yet once they stabilized on New Galebica, the Galebicans resumed their frequent wars. In fact, they became even more frequent than before. The Galebians, who had united only temporarily, had now fragmented into countless nations fighting each other, battling for territory and resources. Kalini's words inevitably reminded Jiang Hai of his first experience arriving on this planet. That sky city battling in the heavens, ultimately meeting mutual destruction. Clearly, it had been just one of the frequent wars on New Galebica, which Jiang Hai had happened to witness by chance. The profession of hunter had risen on New Galabuka, with every nation hiring and training powerful hunters. Hunters could gather intelligence, carry out assassinations, conduct covert operations, and perform various other tasks. For a nation, possessing a contingent of elite hunters could tip the scales of victory in warfare. As he spoke, Kalini's tone grew proud, clearly taking pride in his identity as a hunter. Jiang Hai seemed to grasp the hunter's role essentially, they were operatives. Compared to spies and agents on Blue Star, however, a hunter's work was far more direct and bloody. Kalini had immediately tried to kill Jiang Hai upon meeting him, probably mistaking him for a hunter from another country? Alright. By now, Jiang Hai had gained a rough understanding of this planet's specifics. At the same time, he felt even more confident about finding a deal on this planet. According to Kalini, at least 1,000 nations were locked in conflict across this planet. Such chaos was precisely the ideal stage for an arms dealer like Jiang Hai to make his mark. Jiang Hai could already envision the moment he'd rake in a fortune here. Alright then. Since you're a hunter, you must have a nation you swear allegiance to, right? Why not take me to your country? Jiang Hai lowered his head, narrowing his eyes at Kalini. A faint smile touched his lips as he spoke. Who knows? Perhaps I could bring good fortune to your nation? Jiang Hai's request made Kalini tilt her head again. Though he couldn't read the Galabakian's expression, he sensed her reluctance toward the proposal. But Jiang Hai paid no mind to Kalini's thoughts, for he was certain she would agree. You mentioned earlier that hunters prepare powerful gear themselves to enhance their combat strength. I happen to have a set of gear here, would you be interested? Gear? The mention of gear instantly piqued Kalini's interest. As a hunter, enhancing combat prowess had become second nature. Hearing that the other party had gear capable of boosting combat effectiveness naturally piqued Kalini's interest. But then she remembered the shopole staff Jiang Hai had just pulled out. His interest vanished instantly. How could she possibly be interested in such a low-level weapon? As if reading Kalini's thoughts, Jiang Hai didn't bother explaining. Instead, he simply snapped his fingers. The next moment, a large iron box thudded down from the sky, landing precisely between Jiang Hai and Kalini. This conjuring trick out of thin air startled Kalini. It quickly twisted its head, its fleshy whiskers bristling as it tried to discern what mechanism Jiang Hai had used, but ultimately found nothing. Finally, it lowered its head to examine the large iron box. Jiang Hai kicked the lid open with his foot, revealing a metallic sheen object resembling a vest inside. Jiang Hai chuckled as he hoisted the object up, heavy and substantial. Age Stealth Combat Vest. This is the equipment I was talking about. It's equipped with a subspace penetration engine, a light-reflecting cannon, and a Greedo spectrum detector. It can grant the wearer temporary invisibility and evade various detection radars. The thrusters boost the wearer's movement speed. Especially this multi-spectrum detector, it can trace the remnants of various elements in the surrounding environment. While this gear lacks powerful offensive weapons, its auxiliary capabilities are exceptionally robust. How about it? Interested? Jiang Hai spoke while shaking the vest in his hands, looking exactly like a street vendor peddling knockoff t-shirts. Jiang Hai's words left Camilla momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. But once she grasped the full scope of the gear's capabilities, her eyes lit up instantly. As a hunter, Camilla knew exactly how powerful the features Jiang Hai had just described truly were. Especially for hunters, these features were like adding wings to a tiger, multiplying a hunter's strength exponentially. It could only be said that this equipment was perfectly suited for hunters. It was practically tailor-made for them. Naturally, Camilla was captivated so much so that she momentarily forgot she was still Jiang Hai's captive. Immediately, Camilla inquired, "This equipment, is it really for sale? How much? How much?" Jiang Hai didn't answer right away. Drawing on his previous trading experience on Bennu Star, Jiang Hai knew that transactions on alien planets required using locally accepted currencies. On Binaxing, they had used minerals like obsidian and secret gold stone for transactions. But what about on this new planet, Galika? Would minerals still be the currency? The planet's civilizational currency has been detected. Host may now receive currency from this planet's civilization upon completing transactions. Converting exchange rates, please wait. Ding. This item is priced at 3 million Maya coins. 3 million Maya coins? Upon hearing the system's quote, Jiang Hai froze in place. He had just seen the original price of this equipment. That's 4.5 billion Huaxia coins. Converting it to Gallian currency instantly makes it 3 million? The exchange rate between these two planets' currencies is just too huge. Chapter 158, Another Fortune. 4.5 billion Huaxia coins converted to Galeback Star currency equals 3 million. So that means 1,500 trillion Huaxia coins can only buy one Galeback Star currency? Holy crap, isn't that worse than Zimbabwe's currency collapse? Jiang Hai couldn't help but inwardly rant, but he knew full well this was an entirely different matter. Despite the massive exchange rate disparity, it didn't diminish the purchasing power of the Huaxia currency itself. It was purely because goods on Galeback Star held higher intrinsic value. It was simply a matter of unequal pricing. After hearing Jiang Hai's quote, Kalini shook his head from side to side, the creases on his face deepening. This price, it's a bit steep. Well, there's an old saying back home, you get what you pay for. The price is steep, but the quality is top-notch. Want to haggle? Not a chance. Jiang Hai spread his hands helplessly. Kalini tilted its head. Despite the system's translation, it still didn't quite grasp the meaning of Jiang Hai's words. Not understanding the exact phrasing didn't matter, it just needed to grasp the gist of what Jiang Hai was trying to convey. After a moment's hesitation, it asked, "How can I be sure you're telling the truth? I mean, is this piece of gear really as powerful as you claim?" Unfazed by Kalini's skepticism, Jiang Hai smiled and replied, "No problem, you can try it out yourself." With that, he handed the equipment directly to Kalini. Kalini was taken aback by Jiang Hai's gesture. It tilted its head again, its fleshy whiskers on its head no longer twitching. "You, just give it to me like that? Aren't you afraid I'll snatch your gear? If this gear is truly as powerful as you claim, I can snatch it any time or even kill you outright." By the end of his sentence, Kalini's voice carried a thick, murderous intent. But Jiang Hai didn't seem to care at all. He shook his head and smiled, "It's no problem. Since we're making a deal, we naturally have to trust each other, right?" As he spoke, Jiang Hai placed the equipment directly before Kalini. Steal the gear? Jiang Hai would actually welcome it if Kalini did just that. According to the system's rules, if the other party violated the spirit of the contract, the system would impose a penalty of 3 times the transaction amount. That's 4.5 billion Huaxia currency. Triple. A fortune beyond belief. Jiang Hai would be thrilled if Kalini tried to double-cross him. As for killing Jiang Hai, this body is merely a puppet, kill it if you must. Last time, to prevent the Great Ivan War, Jiang Hai stockpiled hundreds of millions of puppets. Even if Kalini stole the equipment and struck at Jiang Hai would merely sacrifice this puppet body, then return to Blue Star to await the system's generous compensation. After a moment's silence, Kalini picked up the gear and slipped it on. The vest didn't impose strict size requirements, and since Kalini's upper body was humanoid, it fit without issue. After inspecting it, Kalini began exploring the gear's control functions. Moments later, with a whoosh, Kalini vanished without a trace. But it was only 4 or 5 seconds before Kalini reappeared. She glanced down at her 6 arms, then fiddled with the gear again. Her movements made it clear she was utterly enamored with this equipment. Jiang Hai remained silent, simply watching Kalini. After a long while, Kalini nodded repeatedly and declared, "Excellent. This gear is excellent. I'll take it." With that, Kalini hooked a claw-like claw toward the jacket he'd taken off nearby, pulling out a black sphere the size of a palm. "Here's my card. Swipe it. Is this a Galabuka Aliens bank card? But the problem is, I don't have a Galabakasterian POS machine. Just as Jiang Hai was feeling a bit flustered, another small metal box dropped out of thin air at his feet. Jiang Hai froze for a moment before snapping into action. He bent down, opened the box, and pulled out a device resembling a tablet computer. As soon as Jiang Hai pulled it out, Kalini swiped the little black ball across the tablet. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this sales target. Settlement now begins. Host has achieved a transaction value of 3 million Maya coins. Host receives a 10% commission on this transaction, earning 300,000 Maya coins in wages. Ding dong! Host, your salary is ready for exchange. Conversion based on the purchasing power of both circulating currencies. Host receives 4.5 billion Huaxia coins. System. Don't deposit this salary into my account, keep it with you. Jiang Hai silently muttered to himself just in time. Just like last time, Jiang Hai didn't want such a massive sum appearing in his bank account. If that happened, the Huaxia authorities would likely go berserk. The system naturally had no objections and complied with Jiang Hai's instructions. 4.5 billion Huaxia currency. I'm the richest man on Blue Star again. Compared to last time, Jiang Hai's emotions were much more stable this time around. His expression remained calm throughout. Watching Kalini, who couldn't take her eyes off the equipment, he offered a faint smile and said, "This transaction has been very pleasant. I look forward to our next deal." Are you leaving already? Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kalini instantly grasped his meaning and was clearly taken aback. Only now did it realize it was still Jiang Hai's captive. This, clearly a captive situation, yet he's conducting a trade? Jiang Hai couldn't see the Galedian's expression of surprise, but he smiled and waved at Kalini. The next moment, with a puff, he vanished without a trace. Opening his eyes back in his own room, Jiang Hai couldn't even get out of bed before breaking into a wide grin. 4.5 billion Huaxia coins. His wallet, emptied by the system not long ago, was finally bulging again. Money! Money! I could buy 2 submarines in one go. This time, I can't be reckless, I've got to save it properly. Jiang Hai bounced excitedly on the bed a few times before immediately calming down. But after a few minutes of composure, the corners of Jiang Hai's mouth curled upward again. He was loaded now, why the hell should he stay calm? No way. He had to find a way to splurge. Right. Last time we talked about helping the Baylor refugees relocate, didn't Salam say they lacked ships? Why not just use cruise ships? Just buy 100 of them from the system. Right. That's a great idea. At this thought, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up instantly. Although he'd already discussed it with Bosch, relocating them over land would take far too long. Those millions of Baylor refugees wouldn't stand a chance of leaving within a few years. And even if they crossed the GAF border, they'd still have to pass through dozens of countries along the way. They couldn't exactly go door to door begging like Bosch did, could they? Using cruise ships for transport might not evacuate every single refugee, but it could at least divert the majority of them. The remaining refugees will find it much easier to travel overland. Chapter 159, Solving the Problem. Jiang Hai found the idea increasingly feasible the more he thought about it. Using cruise ships for transport would save a tremendous amount of time. But this wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. First off, 100 cruise ships weren't particularly expensive, each one cost just over 200 million yuan. Even at the highest estimate, 100 cruise ships would cost no more than 30 billion yuan. For Jiang Hai's current situation, that wasn't actually expensive. But the problem is, cruise ships don't sail themselves. Jiang Hai didn't know how many crew members each ship required, but the total crew for all 100 vessels would certainly be substantial. Where on earth would he find that many crew members in such a short time? Second, cruise ships aren't ready for sea voyages immediately after purchase. International maritime conventions clearly stipulate that vessels without proper documentation are prohibited from navigating the high seas. In other words, the cruise ships Jiang Hai purchased were essentially undocumented, like people without ID cards. Only after obtaining the proper documentation and registering with the relevant authorities could they set sail. Jiang Hai couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. The idea had struck him instantly, but putting it into action was no simple task. No matter how much he pondered, Jiang Hai couldn't figure out how to solve these two problems. But soon, Jiang Hai froze in surprise, then a smile spread across his face. He hadn't figured out how to solve these problems himself, but he knew exactly who to go to for solutions. So, you suddenly decided to establish an ocean shipping subsidiary just because our company is called Ocean Shipping? Fondly stared at the deadpan-faced Jiang Hai, especially when he nodded with such solemn conviction, and suddenly felt a sharp ache in her temples. She instinctively lowered her head and massaged her temples with her fingers. She'd spent years navigating the corporate jungle of Shanghai, encountering all manner of bosses. But honestly, a boss as willful as Jiang Hai? She'd never encountered one like him before. Mr. Jiang, establishing a fleet and launching a maritime transport company, these are no simple undertakings. Not to mention, just the vessels for this fleet alone. Oh, you don't need to worry about the ships, I've already taken care of that. Jiang Hai cut fondly off, smiling as he held up one finger. Seeing his finger, Fong Li froze for a moment before shaking her head. Mr. Jiang, a single ship doesn't constitute a fleet. Typically, a maritime transport fleet requires at least not 1, 100. Seeing Fong Li misunderstand his meaning, Jiang Hai hastily clarified, then added another sentence. I've already prepared 100 cruise ships. 100? 100 ships? Cruise ships? Jiang Hai's words sent a shockwave through Fong Li. She hadn't had much exposure to the maritime shipping industry before. But she possessed basic common sense. A single cruise ship costs at least hundreds of millions. 100 cruise ships? If she hadn't witnessed Jiang Hai's extravagant spending habits before, Fong Li would have thought he was pulling her leg. Still, no matter how extravagant Jiang Hai had been in the past, in Fong Li's eyes, he had always remained within the bounds of a wealthy individual. But now he's spending tens of billions to build a fleet? That was simply beyond belief. Jiang Hai, meanwhile, was counting on his fingers as he explained to Fong Li, here's the situation, I've got the ships. But I don't have the necessary permits. And I don't have a crew yet. These matters all require Sister Fong's assistance to handle. Sister Fong? Sister Fong? Jiang Hai noticed Fong Li staring blankly at him and quickly called out a few times before she snapped back to reality. Recalling what Jiang Hai had just said, Fong Li's expression turned peculiar. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she held her tongue. 100 cruise ships appeared out of nowhere, yet there were no relevant permits? Where did these 100 cruise ships come from? Shouldn't the shipyard have applied for these permits during construction? Though her mind was filled with questions, Fong Li hesitated repeatedly and ultimately kept her doubts to herself. Ever since Jiang Hai had paid for her treatment at the hospital last time, Fong Li had sensed that he harbored many secrets. And the more she interacted with him, the more she confirmed this. She hadn't asked before, so she certainly wouldn't pry now. She managed his company to repay his kindness, not to pry into his affairs. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her many questions and began tackling the problems for Jiang Hai. Establishing a maritime transport company posed no real challenge. After all, Magic City was a coastal metropolis, home to all the necessary departments for processing maritime transport company registrations. Over the past period, we've cultivated connections throughout the city. Obtaining the necessary licenses shouldn't be difficult. In fact, we could simply acquire an existing ocean shipping company outright. That way, we could avoid the hassle of recruiting crew members. Of course, with 100 cruise ships, the demand for crew would be enormous. One company simply wouldn't suffice. We'd then need to conduct large-scale recruitment campaigns. Fong Li analyzed solutions to several issues for Jiang Hai. After her explanation, Jiang Hai felt enlightened, nodding repeatedly with a much broader smile. But Fong Li wasn't quite as cheerful. These were problems she could solve. Now it was time to address the ones she couldn't handle. Cruise ship navigation permits, launching certificates, and numerous other related documents. I can certainly apply for these through the relevant authorities. But based on what I know, getting all these cruise ships approved will take at least 2 years. 2 years? That long? Jiang Hai couldn't help but gasp at Fong Li's words. This timeline far exceeded what Jiang Hai could tolerate. He immediately shook his head repeatedly. No way. No way. That's far too long. By the time 2 years pass, everything will be cold and stale. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Every single procedure requires approval time. Seeing Jiang Hai's reaction, Fong Li said helplessly, this is already the most optimistic and fastest estimate I could come up with. In reality, this timeline won't be enough. It could easily take 3 years, or even longer. Fong Li's words left Jiang Hai silent. He knew Fong Li was right, but he couldn't accept this outcome. His entire purpose in pursuing this was to relocate the Baylor refugees to Hispania as swiftly as possible. But what good would it do to wait 3 whole years? Mr. Jiang, actually, I do have another approach we could try. Seeing the look of distress on Jiang Hai's face, Fong Li couldn't bear it. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but say to him, however, this approach might come with some complications. Ha! At her words, Jiang Hai, who had been frowning, immediately lifted his head. Surprised, he looked at Fong Li and asked, another way? Quick, tell me. Chapter 160, Kochi returns. Mr. Jiang, you mentioned before that you have a good relationship with Mr. Wang from the China Nuclear Industry Group? Getting offshore qualifications is a real hassle for us, but for the Nuclear Industry Group? It's just a phone call from Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang? Wang Chuanfa? Jiang Hai paused, then his eyes lit up. Exactly. Wang Chuanfa holds an exceptionally high rank. For this kind of matter, seeking his assistance couldn't be more appropriate. Jiang Hai couldn't help but clap his hands. He immediately pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Wang Chuanfa's number right in front of Fong Li. Hello? Old Wang? Hey. Yeah. It's me. Long time no see. Yeah. I wouldn't bother you unless it was important. There's something I need your help with. Here's the situation. Jiang Hai then briefly recounted the entire incident. Of course, Jiang Hai didn't mention the origin of these 100 cruise ships or their intended purpose. But Wang Chuanfa clearly had no intention of asking further questions and quickly gave Jiang Hai an answer. Just look at the beaming smile on Jiang Hai's face, you can tell exactly what Wang Chuanfa's answer was. Great. Fantastic. Brother Wang. Thank you so much. Great. Great. Let's get together again when we have time. I'll definitely have a few drinks with you. After hanging up, Jiang Hai winked at Fong Li a few times before grinning and saying, "It's settled. All that's left is setting up the company and recruiting crew members." Fong Li wasn't surprised by this outcome. With Jiang Hai and Wang Chuanfa's close relationship, this matter certainly wouldn't stump the head of the nuclear industry group. Without hesitation, Fong Li nodded at Jiang Hai's request. "All right. Leave the rest to me. I'll see it through. Of course, I feel most at ease entrusting this to you," Jiang Hai said cheerfully. Hearing his words, Fong Li froze involuntarily, her eyes fixed on him as she stared blankly, lost in thought. Jiang Hai, oblivious to her expression, waved his hand and rose to leave the office. With all the necessary tasks completed and some time left today, he felt like heading to the gym for a workout and a good sweat. Recent experiences had made him increasingly aware of the benefits of club training. Especially that sniper shot at Prince Harbor, though it relied heavily on the system's hostility detection feature. Without his regular club practice, he wouldn't have achieved such precision that day. Therefore, Jiang Hai resolved that whenever he had free time, he would make it a point to train at the club more often. "Mr. Jiang. You're here." Upon arriving at the club, the receptionist at the front desk immediately stood up to greet Jiang Hai. The previous receptionist had been let go, replaced by this new one whose looks were every bit as striking as her predecessors. Lu Guoqiang had invested heavily in this club, and with such generous salaries, finding high-quality staff was never a problem. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Jiang, Coach Yi is back. Would you still like him to help with your training?" "Coach Yi?" Jiang Hai, who had been about to enter, froze upon hearing the receptionist's words. The scene from the Prince Harbor presidential palace window flashed instantly through his mind. Coach Yi, dressed in camouflage, appearing at the presidential palace. Jiang Hai had been utterly startled at the time. But after returning, Jiang Hai had come to understand. Coach Yi was never an ordinary man. Even though he had retired from the military, someone with his skills, how could the state possibly let him go unused? In fact, precisely because of his retired status, Coach Yi could undertake even more specialized missions. This trip to assist the Sanchu gang in Hispania was precisely such a mission. But Coach Yi is back already? Had everything been resolved over in Hispania? Jiang Hai was filled with curiosity. He smiled and nodded to the front desk, saying, "That would be absolutely perfect. I'll go change clothes. Please have Coach Yi wait for me at the shooting range." "Certainly. I'll arrange it immediately." The receptionist gave a sweet smile before picking up the internal phone, while Jiang Hai headed straight for the locker room. By the time Jiang Hai changed and arrived at the shooting range, Coach Yi was already waiting there. Coach Yi looked much the same as he had at the club, a short-sleeved t-shirt paired with training pants, a whistle hanging from his chest. Spotting Jiang Hai, he immediately smiled and greeted him. Jiang Hai walked over with an equally cheerful smile and said, "Coach Yi, long time no see." He. "Mr. Jiang, my apologies. I had some personal matters to attend to recently and had to return to my hometown." TSK. Truly the king of soldiers, lying without batting an eye, not a single flaw. Jiang Hai didn't call Coach Yi out on his fib. He stretched his arms and legs, glanced around the shooting range, and smiled. "So, what are we playing today?" Coach Yi smiled without responding. The club existed to serve its clients whatever they wanted to play. He as their coach would never interfere. As for the club's offerings, the man behind it all was none other than Lu Guoqiang, chairman of Bali Group. Weapons and ammunition? Not an issue at all. Joking aside, if you could afford it, they could even get you a plane or a tank. Jiang Hai, of course, wasn't that extreme. Tilting his head in thought, he said, "Lately, I've been pretty interested in Barretts. With Chairman Lu around, they should have one, right?" "Barrett?" Coach Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. It wasn't that the club liked Barrett's. Jiang Hai's request had suddenly reminded him of something else. Not long ago, during that attack in Prince Port, Coach Yi had personally cleaned up the aftermath. Outside the presidential palace, he discovered the body of a sniper who had been killed. Judging by the wounds on the body, the weapon used to take out the sniper was none other than a Barrett. And now Jiang Hai suddenly wanted to play with Barrett? Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Coach Yi instinctively shook his head, a helpless wry smile spreading across his face. He must be losing his mind to entertain such a notion. He knew Jiang Hai's background wasn't ordinary, but even if Jiang Hai was extraordinary, there was no way he could be connected to the Sunju gang all the way in Hispania. He immediately dismissed the notion and smiled at Jiang Hai. The Barrett has quite a bit of recoil. Handling that gun carelessly could seriously hurt you. "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to try the Barrett?" Jiang Hai merely narrowed his eyes and smiled at Coach Ye's warning. He had deliberately brought up the Barrett earlier just to test Coach Ye's reaction. As for actually using the Barrett, Jiang Hai wasn't truly insistent. After all, his own physique couldn't compare to those sturdy mannequins. If he actually fired a Barrett, the recoil would likely dislocate his shoulder. Why court such misery? Chapter 161, Club Encounter with a Beauty. Mr. Zhang's marksmanship has improved by leaps and bounds. He. Didn't you say it yourself before? Shooting skills just get better the more you practice. Emerging from the locker room, Jiang Hai, having completed today's training regimen, smiled broadly at Coach Yi. Thanks for your hard work today. No need to thank me. It's just my job. Coach Ye's beaming expression was a stark contrast to the stern military demeanor he displayed outside the Prince Port Presidential Palace. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile, opening his mouth to speak, but then closed it abruptly. His eyebrows arched as his gaze shifted past Coach Yi, focusing on the figure behind him. Jiang Hai's sudden shift in focus caught Coach Yi off guard. Instinctively, he turned his head to look behind himself. Behind Coach Yi, at the club's reception desk, a tall, young woman dressed in a bright yellow long dress was leaning against the counter, chatting with the receptionist. Whether she sensed Coach Yi and Jiang Hai's gaze or not, the woman turned her head, flicking her slightly wavy long hair with her fingers. Perched on her delicate, petite face were oversized frog-shaped sunglasses, obscuring half her features. Noticing Jiang Hai and Coach Yi staring at her, the woman's red lips curved into a faint smile as she promptly removed her oversized sunglasses. Without the sunglasses, her beautiful face was revealed. She looked just like a movie star. After glancing at the woman and then turning to look at Jiang Hai, Coach Yi seemed to understand something, his smile growing even brighter. After all, he was young. And a young man with money to burn. Perfectly normal. Ahem. Mr. Jiang, today's training session is over. You should go get some rest. Oh. Alright. Coach Ye's words finally snapped Jiang Hai back to reality. He nodded repeatedly with a smile, though his gaze slipped back toward the woman uncontrollably. And this gaze was even a bit too unrestrained. Coach Yi would bet his life that if he stared at a young, pretty woman like that in public, he'd be treated like a pervert. But clearly, Jiang Hai was treated differently. The next moment, the beautiful woman swayed her slender waist and glided toward Jiang Hai. Hi! Her greeting was delivered with a voice so sweet it wasn't just over the top, it was practically a candy bar. She wore minimal makeup, yet radiated undeniable charm, truly young and beautiful. That single hi made even Coach Yi shudder involuntarily, followed by a peculiar look directed at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai, eyes narrowed in a broad smile, nodded and said, "Beautiful lady, I haven't seen you before. First time at the club?" Jiang Hai's pickup lines were undeniably corny. But the beauty before him seemed to fall for it hook, line, and sinker. She immediately swayed her hips with a smile and said, "Yes. This is my first time at such a high-end club." "Sir, are you a regular here?" "Of course. I'm a lifetime VIP member here. Even the club owner and I are friends." "Oh my. Really? That's amazing. Well, I've been blind as a bat." "Ha ha. Not at all. Not at all." Seeing Jiang Hai strike up a conversation with the beauty like this, Coach Yi stood by smiling silently. Jiang Hai's pickup lines were easily the worst he'd ever seen. Yet the woman across from him was actually engaging with him, and growing more enthusiastic by the minute. The reason for this could probably be found in Jiang Hai's high-end, custom-tailored suit. Coach Yi had seen this kind of woman's tactics countless times before. It was nothing new to him. The only thing that surprised Coach Yi was that this gold digger actually had some real class. Such a beautiful gold digger was a rare find. Of course, Coach Yi wouldn't point out the obvious. Knowing Jiang Hai, he couldn't possibly be fooled by such tactics and certainly wouldn't take it seriously. When you're worth over 100 million, indulging in a little physical pleasure now and then isn't exactly a big deal, right? Since he had no intention of meddling, Coach Yi saw no reason to linger. "Mr. Jiang, I've got other things to attend to. I won't see you off to your car today. We'll make plans for next time." Coach Yi tossed out the greeting to Jiang Hai, not even waiting for a reply before turning to leave. But before Coach Yi could take a step, Jiang Hai, who had been deep in conversation with the beauty, suddenly reached back and grabbed Coach Yi's arm. "Coach Yi, hold on a moment. Let me just finish talking with this lovely lady, then I have something to discuss with you." "Something to tell me?" Coach Yi was taken aback by Jiang Hai's sudden move. "What is it? Couldn't you have said it earlier at the club? Why wait until now to bring it up? Is it still about recruiting him as your bodyguard?" Coach Yi didn't understand Jiang Hai's intentions, but he didn't refuse outright either. Instead, he stood to the side, silently waiting. The beautiful woman, however, clearly grew displeased seeing Coach Yi standing there like a third wheel. "Mr. Jiang, how about you give me a tour? Show me what services this place has to offer?" "Sure thing." Jiang Hai immediately nodded repeatedly, his smile growing even brighter. But he didn't forget Coach Yi. Turning back, he said apologetically, "Coach Yi, would you mind coming with me? I really need to discuss something important with you later." Coach Yi hesitated. Why did Jiang Hai need to drag him along as a third wheel when he was trying to pick up girls? Hadn't he noticed the strange look in that beauty's eyes when she glanced at him? Kochi naturally didn't want to agree, but Jiang Hai's status was undeniable, a lifetime VIP of the club. As the club's coach, Kochi had to comply with Jiang Hai's request. After a moment's hesitation, Kochi nodded and agreed to Jiang Hai's request. And so, with Jiang Hai and the beauty leading the way, Kochi trailed behind, bored stiff, as the trio re-entered the club. This was the combat training area. That was the equipment training area. Descending the stairs from here led to the temperature-controlled swimming pool, perfect for a refreshing swim during this season. Oh, right. Over there is the lounge area, complete with dedicated guest rooms. The beds inside are big and soft, very comfortable. Jiang Hai's words weren't just suggestive, they were downright flirtatious. Hearing this, Kochi behind them couldn't help but roll her eyes. But the beauty didn't seem offended at all. Instead, she giggled a few times, and the look in her eyes when she glanced at Jiang Hai was practically dripping with desire. He. Mr. Jiang seems so knowledgeable. Could it be he frequently visits the guest rooms to test the beds? I wonder if Mr. Jiang tests them alone, or... He. Well then, how about we go try it out right now? As the beauty's slender frame drew closer, Jiang Hai leaned in decisively, whispering low into her ear. Chapter 162, Mr. Jiang, don't get yourself into trouble. He. Mr. Jiang, you're so naughty. Faced with Jiang Hai's teasing, the beauty giggled softly, playfully tapping his chest with her hand. Then her hand paused, her fingers still tracing gentle circles on his chest. Jiang Hai chuckled in response, one hand already sliding up to her lower back, gently rubbing up and down. Behind them, Kochi watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing repeatedly. He had previously held a fairly positive impression of Jiang Hai, but today's scene significantly diminished that regard. Of course, he had no intention of blaming Jiang Hai. After all, no one had the right to judge another's life. As long as their choices didn't affect others, it was their own business. So Kochi hesitated for a moment before deciding to leave for now. Kochi, wait a moment. Seeing Kochi about to leave, Jiang Hai called out to him again. The beautiful woman, noticing Jiang Hai's actions, furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She turned away in displeasure, casting a glance at Kochi, that big third wheel. Mr. Jiang, why must you? The beautiful woman's words trailed off abruptly. Kochi was puzzled too. He turned back to look, and the next moment, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The beauty had collapsed limply into Jiang Hai's arms. Jiang Hai hooked one arm around her waist while raising the other hand mid-air, forming a karate chop gesture. Seeing this gesture, Kochi instantly realized, had Jiang Hai just attacked the woman? Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? Kochi immediately stepped forward, intent on stopping Jiang Hai. Though he had no intention of interfering with Jiang Hai's romantic pursuits, that didn't mean he could stand by and watch him commit a crime. Besides, he couldn't understand why Jiang Hai would resort to such tactics. Judging by the woman's attitude, she'd likely agree to any pose he requested. Could it be he had some peculiar fetish? Seeing Kochi rush toward him, Jiang Hai lowered his hand and grinned. Kochi, give me a hand. Carry her to the guest room. No one's here now, but people might come out soon. Don't let anyone see. What? You want me to be your accomplice? Jiang Hai's words left Kochi gaping, utterly speechless. Mr. Jiang. You can't do this. Watching Jiang Hai carry the beauty toward the guest rooms, Kochi hurriedly tried to stop him. But Jiang Hai merely shook his head, continuing to carry the woman as he walked. Kochi, he said, keep your voice down. Don't draw attention. This woman, she's out to get me. Mr. Jiang, we can't. Kochi had intended to stop him, but upon hearing Jiang Hai's final remark, he froze in place, staring at him in utter astonishment. It's true. Oh dear, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the guest room first. I'll prove it to you. Jiang Hai's words left Kochi dumbfounded. He wasn't sure if Jiang Hai was telling the truth or not. After a moment's hesitation, Kochi stepped forward and helped Jiang Hai escort the beautiful woman into the guest room. Once inside the guest room, Kochi recalled his earlier actions and couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. If anyone had seen that, he'd be in such deep trouble he could jump into the Pacific Ocean and still not wash away the shame. Phew! After tossing the woman onto the bed, Jiang Hai exhaled a long breath. Gazing down at the unconscious beauty, Jiang Hai flashed the handblade he just used and grinned at Kochi. Kochi, your teaching really works. No one can withstand that move. Kochi. Enough. If you keep saying that, even I'll start feeling like I can't wash this off. Seeing Kochi's face fall, Jiang Hai chuckled and reached out to grab the beauty's handbag. After rummaging through the small handbag, he pulled out an object and tossed it directly to Kochi. Kochi caught it reflexively, but his expression immediately darkened, his face growing noticeably grave. It was a very compact lady's pistol. He removed the magazine, it was already fully loaded. Recalling Jiang Hai's earlier words, Kochi instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Could this woman truly be here to kill Jiang Hai? Mr. Jiang, what's going on? Jiang Hai didn't rush to answer Coach Ye's question, instead continuing to rummage through his briefcase. Soon, he found another item and tossed it into Coach Ye's hands. It was a small plastic bag, tightly sealed at the opening, containing a stack of white gauze. Coach Ye instinctively sniffed it, immediately detecting a peculiar scent seeping faintly from the bag's seal. This is a sedative? Coach Ye's expression darkened further as he tightened the plastic bag's knot, ensuring the sedative wouldn't leak out in large quantities. His gaze shifted to the beautiful woman lying on the bed, his eyes flashing with intense coldness. A pistol. A sedative. Though he hadn't interrogated her yet, Coach Ye was already certain this woman was no ordinary person. After confirming there was nothing else unusual in the handbag, Jiang Hai tossed it onto the bed and exhaled a long breath. From the moment he first laid eyes on this beauty, Jiang Hai knew she was an assassin sent to kill him. The reason? Simple. The system's hostility detection function had already pinpointed her murderous intent toward him with crystal clarity. As for why Jiang Hai hadn't immediately attacked her or informed Coach Ye right away, the reason was equally straightforward. Outside the club, the system's hostility detection had successfully identified over a dozen red dots lying in wait. This meant over a dozen assassins were waiting outside the club, poised to strike him down the moment he stepped out. Under these circumstances, Jiang Hai naturally wouldn't walk into a trap. Instead, he intended to remain within the club. At least this was Lu Guoqiang's territory. Even without Coach Ye, Lu Guoqiang would undoubtedly have security measures in place. With their protection, Jiang Hai's safety would undoubtedly be much higher. Mr. Jiang, should we call the police now? The police? It won't do any good. Jiang Hai rejected Coach Ye's suggestion. The fact that the enemy dared to set this deadly trap in broad daylight meant they had prepared well in advance. Calling the police was only a last resort. Right now, the most crucial thing was to steady the situation first. Then, we must gather sufficient intelligence. And the means to do so now lay before Jiang Hai and Coach Ye. Coach Ye, have you studied interrogation techniques before? Well, I've tried it a few times, but I'm nowhere near as skilled as a professional. Coach Ye didn't make any bold claims, he simply told it like it was. Interrogation techniques are no simple matter, and Coach Ye wasn't particularly confident in his abilities. But Jiang Hai chuckled beside him and said to Coach Ye, still better than a complete novice like me, right? Alright, Coach Ye, enough with the modesty. This case is yours. As Jiang Hai spoke, a peculiar gleam flashed in his eyes. Make sure you find out who the mastermind behind this is. Chapter 163, Showboating requires the capital. The mastermind? Most likely DuPont Company. Though Jiang Hai had asked Coach Ye to interrogate them, he already knew the answer deep down. Across the entire Blue Star, the only entity truly targeting Jiang Hai himself was likely DuPont. The root cause? The conflict between Ocean Shipping's Apple City branch and DuPont. And Oceanic Shipping was registered under Jiang Hai's name. DuPont might not necessarily believe Jiang Hai was targeting them, but for the ruthless corporation, eliminating Jiang Hai outright would be the most direct solution, no evidence required. As for whether Jiang Hai was being wrongfully targeted? To DuPont, was the life of a Chinese man really that significant? Coach Ye didn't immediately agree to Jiang Hai's request. He glanced down at the beauty on the bed, pondered for a moment, then said, Mr. Jiang, leave this matter to us. As for the situation outside, I'll give Mr. Lu a call. No need, no need. Jiang Hai declined Coach Ye's offer with a smile. Don't forget, Jiang Hai already had a security team that was gradually maturing. At least 20 security personnel shadowed him daily, though they operated discreetly, never disrupting his routine. Of course, these guards weren't particularly skilled, otherwise, the assassins wouldn't have gotten so close to him. But now that Jiang Hai knew the assassins' exact locations, he only needed to relay their positions to his security team. The rest would be handled by the security team. With a nod to Coach Ye, Jiang Hai left the guest room, grabbing his phone to send the assassins' coordinates to his security team. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, as Jiang Hai approached the club entrance, the red dots indicating hostility detection rapidly vanished. By the time he pushed open the club's doors, not a single red dot remained outside. Smiling faintly, Jiang Hai stretched his arms and tilted his head to glance at the sun already setting in the west. DuPont, it seems the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. Wang Chuanfa worked with remarkable efficiency, securing all the necessary maritime permits and approvals in less than a month. Fongli wasn't far behind either. The ocean shipping subsidiary was already established. Following the strategy Fongli had previously suggested to Jiang Hai, they had directly acquired a company that was already fully mature in every aspect. Logically, such a company should have been impossible to acquire. But Jiang Hai simply threw money at it. And he wasn't just throwing a few million at them, he was throwing hundreds of millions. Thus, this once profitable shipping company now bore the name of Ocean. The company already had a significant number of seafarers with overseas experience. Under Jiang Hai's orders, they were all mobilized. 7 newly launched cruise ships set sail, leaving the waters of China. That's right. Only 7. Because even with every crew member from the shipping company, they could barely manage to launch 7 cruise ships. After all, operating a cruise ship requires a substantial crew. Brother Jiang, is this what you started a shipping company for? In a private dining room at a Shanghai private-style restaurant, Wang Xuanfa, already flushed from drinking, stared wide-eyed at Jiang Hai, his expression utterly bizarre. Jiang Hai had just shared his plan to use cruise ships to aid Palestinian refugees. There was no need to hide it. With so many cruise ships ferrying Palestinian refugees, it was impossible to keep it secret. Besides, all the necessary documentation for those ships had been secured with Wang Xuanfa's help. So informing Wang Xuanfa early on wouldn't risk offending him. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile and said, I simply couldn't bear to see those refugees suffering. Anyway, that money just sits idle in my account. This way, I'm doing a good deed and accumulating merit, right? Wang Xuanfa was momentarily speechless at Jiang Hai's reasoning. He desperately wanted to call him out for showing off, but the sight of those astronomical figures in Jiang Hai's bank account silenced him. Sure, he was showing off, but he had the capital to do it. Still, Wang Xuanfa couldn't help but worry for Jiang Hai. Doing this, he cautioned, will definitely draw Judas's displeasure. What about the people backing you? Wang Xuanfa knew that behind Jiang Hai stood a mysterious arms organization, with Jiang Hai serving merely as a frontman. If Judas put pressure on that arms group, they might turn around and make things difficult for Jiang Hai. But Wang Xuanfa clearly didn't know that the so-called mysterious arms organization was entirely under Jiang Hai's control. Jiang Hai waved his hand with a smile. Brother Wang, rest assured. My side is definitely fine. Seeing Wang Xuanfa still looked worried, Jiang Hai continued, Brother Wang, you must know about the recent incident involving someone close to me, right? You mean Du Bang? DuPont had made 2 attempts on Jiang Hai's life, something the average person would never know. But Wang Xuanfa was no ordinary person, he knew a thing or two about the inside story. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow and said, the reason DuPont did this is actually because my friend had a conflict with them. Unable to find fault with my friend, they followed the trail and came after me instead. Jiang Hai's half-truth explanation made Wang Xuanfa's expression shift to one of sudden understanding. Then, raising his wine glass and swirling it mid-air, Jiang Hai chuckled, and now, DuPont's biggest partner besides the United States is none other than Judas. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. By the same token, the friend of my enemy is my enemy. So if I can make Judas unhappy, I can make DuPont unhappy. Why wouldn't I do it? With that, Jiang Hai chuckled softly and drained his glass in one gulp. Jiang Hai explained the reasoning clearly, and Wang Xuanfa understood completely. Yet, the look in his eyes still betrayed concern. The nuclear industry group was essentially an arms manufacturer too. As fellow arms dealers, Wang Xuanfa was well aware of DuPont's capabilities. Jiang Hai's open confrontation with DuPont clearly signaled danger. However, Wang Xuanfa also knew that the overt and covert struggles between arms manufacturers were not something a spokesperson could intervene in. This war was destined to end only with one side's complete defeat. Ah, right. Brother Jiang. We've nearly completed our research on that electromagnetic cannon sent by the Kingdom of Nyamia last time. The Research Institute has successfully developed a replica and is about to conduct live fire testing. Oh, that's cause for celebration. Ha ha. Old buddy, I'm toasting your success right now. Jiang Hai chuckled as he raised his glass, refilled it, and toasted Wang Xuanfa. That electromagnetic cannon was originally sold to Salam by him. It was also his suggestion to Salam that, to secure China's support, the electromagnetic cannon be gifted to China for research. Now that China had achieved research breakthroughs, Jiang Hai was naturally delighted. Chapter 164, Old Master, you wants to see me? The experiment is scheduled for next Wednesday. The location is the Northwest Desert. At that time, Old Master, you will personally attend to observe. Jiang Hai was somewhat surprised. Old Master Yu was the foremost authority in China. The fact that he would personally attend the experiment showed just how much the Chinese government valued the electromagnetic cannon. Of course, that was the extent of Jiang Hai's reaction. Just as Jiang Hai nodded with a smile, leaving the matter at that, Wang Xuanfa lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hai. Though his face was flushed, there was not a trace of drunkenness in those eyes. Brother Jiang, will you be attending this experiment? Ha! Jiang Hai looked at Wang Xuanfa with surprise, tilting his head slightly. Me? What experiment would I be watching? The original Barragat-type electromagnetic cannon had come from him. He knew better than anyone how powerful that cannon was. Why would he need to watch the test of Wang Xuanfa's imitation? Wang Xuanfa fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Old Yu wants to see you. Clink. Jiang Hai dropped the wine glass he was holding, smashing it onto the table. Master Yu? The foremost figure in China? He wants to see me? Even though Jiang Hai knew his current status was no longer ordinary, the thought of a figure of Yu Lao's stature wanting to meet him still sent a jolt of shock through him. He swallowed hard and blurted out to Wang Quan, Brother Wang, you're joking, right? Old Master Yu, why would he want to see me? Ha ha. Wang Xuanfa, seeing his young colleague so flustered for the first time, couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning half his body closer to Jiang Hai, he lowered his voice. You kid, just think about all the big things you've stirred up these past 2 years. Forget old you general, he has wanted to meet you for ages. It's just that he never found the right opportunity. This time, old you specifically requested you. What do you say? You wouldn't refuse old you's face, would you? Ahem. Wang Chuanfa's final remark carried a hint of mockery, causing Jiang Hai to cough violently several times. He knew that even if he truly refused this favor, it wouldn't cause any problems, but the words of refusal simply wouldn't come out. With a helpless wry smile, Jiang Hai could only steady his wineglass, refill it to the brim, and say, I wouldn't dare refuse. With that, he raised the cup and downed it in one gulp. The crimson sun hung high in the sky, radiating its warm glow. Returning once more to the planet Xingjial Buka, this time he found himself on a steep hillside. After briefly adjusting to the climate, entirely different from Blue Star, Jiang Hai scanned his surroundings and soon froze in place. Looking down the slope, he saw a patch of light in the distance. It was actually a steel city. This was the first time Jiang Hai had ever seen a city on an alien planet. He had conducted several transactions on Binaxing before, but that planet was so severely ravaged by nuclear contamination that he had never encountered a true city. He never imagined that upon arriving at New Galabuka, he would witness a genuine city. And this city of an alien civilization completely overturned Jiang Hai's concept of what a city should be. How to describe it? Jiang Hai's first reaction was huge. From the city's edge at the foot of the hills, it stretched all the way to the distant horizon, nothing but skyscrapers. As far as the eye could see, it was all part of the city. A scale like this even 10 magic cities combined couldn't match it. Countless skyscrapers piercing the clouds, elevated highways winding between them, and dazzling lights that shone brightly even in daylight, all were testament to this being an exceptionally prosperous metropolis. Jiang Hai couldn't help but take a deep breath, glancing down at his own body. This was a new puppet, crafted in the image of a Galabuka alien. As he'd learned from Kalimi, though Galabuka was perpetually at war, the entire New Galabuka truly held only this one intelligent species. Approaching Galibians in human form could lead to unexpected complications. Therefore, directly using a Galabuka puppet was naturally the most convenient choice. However, the physiological structure of Galabakans differed vastly from humans. Even though only his consciousness inhabited this body, Jiang Hai couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. Never mind the 6 arms, which were impossible to control freely. Even the fleshy tentacles on his head, constantly swaying as they scanned the surroundings, made Jiang Hai feel dizzy and disoriented. After struggling to adjust on the hillside for quite some time, he finally managed to get used to the body. Only then did Jiang Hai begin crawling forward, propelled by his soft lower limbs. Descending the slope, Jiang Hai realized this hillside was actually within the city limits. To be precise, this slope was part of a park-like area within the city. Descending the slope revealed numerous Galabuka aliens. Thanks to the body he inhabited, none of the Galabuka passers-by noticed anything unusual about him. Stepping out of the park and onto the city streets, Jiang Hai couldn't help but marvel at the Galabuka people's prosperity and advanced technology. Everything around him made Jiang Hai feel as if he were in a sci-fi movie. Warrior tournament. Fierce battles. Who is the true world's top hunter? Just as he passed a block, Jiang Hai was startled by a sudden loud noise and intense light effects. Turning his head, he discovered a screen over 300 meters tall towering over the street. The screen displayed scene after scene of fierce combat and hand-to-hand fighting. Galabuka warriors clad in battle armor fought fiercely, deep blue blood splattering everywhere, adding to the gory atmosphere. Several Galabuka aliens had also stopped in front of the screen. Seeing the images, they let out strange cries, raising their 6 sharp claws in the air, clearly excited. This was the preliminary stage of the 238th Global Hunter Games. As the oldest tournament among the Galabuka people, it has crowned 237 true hunter champions since its revival 1,190 years ago. This year, we will witness the emergence of the 238th hunter champion. The screen continued to broadcast the intense battle scenes, accompanied by the commentator's highly charged narration. Even Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel excited and stirred, instinctively stopping to watch. Who will be this year's hunter champion? The powerful Yabu Dongdong? Accompanied by the commentator's voice, the screen displays the imposing figure of a tall, muscular Galabuka alien. Jiang Hai found it difficult to distinguish these Galabuka aliens by appearance alone, but it was clear that this particular Galabuka alien named Yabudongdong was vastly different from the others. Still, it was the exquisitely skilled and captivatingly handsome Nahanu. Another Galabuka alien appeared, but... You call this charming? Jiang Hai clearly couldn't accept the Galabuka aesthetic. This instantly dampened the excitement that had just begun to build within him. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. Or perhaps, the dark horse with formidable gear Kalimi. WTF? Chapter 165, the finals begin. Jiang Hai, who had already started to leave, heard that familiar name and immediately whipped his head around to stare at the screen. A Galabuka alien appeared on the screen. As usual, Jiang Hai couldn't make out the Galabuka alien's features, but the AGE stealth combat vest on the screen was all too familiar to him. On New Galabuka, that AGE stealth combat vest was absolutely one of a kind. No doubt about it, this was Kalimi, the very same who had purchased the AGE stealth combat vest from Jiang Hai. Who would have thought that after a month apart, this guy would be using the gear he bought from him to enter some kind of hunter tournament? And it seemed he was doing quite well, even making it to the top seed contenders. Of course, since he paid good money for the gear, how he used it afterward was none of Jiang Hai's business. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai could only shake his head helplessly and turn to leave once more. All contestants will participate in the final showdown in half an hour. The victor of this final showdown will claim the title of Ultimate Hunter, along with a prize of 100 million Moya coins. Let's wait and see which contestant will ultimately claim this supreme honor. Jiang Hai's footsteps halted once more. The drooping strands of flesh on his face suddenly bristled upright. 100 million Maya coins? If he remembered correctly, Kalimi had once purchased equipment worth 4.5 billion Huaxia coins for just 3 million Maya coins. Converting that, 1 Maya coin could be exchanged for 1,500 trillion Huaxia coins. So this 100 million Maya coins, that's 150 billion Huaxia coins? Jiang Hai's heart instantly turned green. Just a competition, and the prize money is this generous? Jiang Hai abruptly turned around, staring intently at the screen, his mind churning with thoughts. The hunter tournament on New Galabuka was a long-standing tradition. For Galabuka citizens, the final day of the hunters tournament was even more significant than any holiday. On this day, all nations and factions across the planet voluntarily cease hostilities, focusing their attention solely on the competition. Dolan City was the venue for the tournament finals. At the city's very center, a massive metal cube floated in the air. Its sheer volume dwarfs even the largest sky city. Its area is roughly equivalent to 100 sky cities combined. Beneath the metal cube, tens of thousands of nozzles simultaneously spewed pale blue flames. These nozzles were what kept the colossal metal cube suspended in the air. Above the cube, rows upon rows of seats encircled the perimeter, accommodating hundreds of thousands of Galebka citizens. The Galebians roared and shouted in unison, venting their overwhelming excitement. Yet these seats occupied less than 1% of the cube's upper surface. The rest of the space was vast, open ground stretching out in the center. This open expanse is the very arena for the upcoming Hunter Tournament finals. Long live the great new Galeback star! A booming voice echoed through the loudspeakers, instantly drowning out the roars of hundreds of thousands of Galabakans while simultaneously stirring their excitement even further. Next up is what you've all been eagerly awaiting, the Hunter Tournament finals. Now, please welcome our magnificent Hunter contestants to take the stage. No sooner had the announcer's words faded than shadowy figures flew in from all sides of the arena, finally landing in its center. Simultaneously, powerful beams of light swept in from the perimeter. Despite the vastness of the arena, the beams struck with pinpoint accuracy, bathing all 8 contestants in brilliant illumination. Amidst this, the surrounding spectators erupted once more in deafening cheers. Yabudongdong! Yabudongdong! You're the strongest! Kalimi! You're the champion! Nuhanu! I love you! Hearing the cheers from the crowd, the competitors on the field raised their sharp claws, waving them in greeting to the spectators around them. Among the 8 contestants, Kalimi felt a bit nervous. After all, among the 8 contestants, his background was the weakest. The other 7 were all seasoned masters who had long been famous on the planet New Galabuka. Only he had rapidly risen to fame within this past month, relying solely on the equipment he wore. Kalimi knew full well that neither his physical prowess nor his skills could match those of the other 7. His only advantage lay in the gear he wore. Thinking of this, Kalimi instinctively ran a sharp claw over the gear covering its body. Instantly, its anxious heart calmed considerably. Kalimi, you seem a bit scared, huh? Standing beside Kalimi was Nohanu, the sole female among the 8 contestants and currently the most popular. Hearing Nohanu's voice, Kalimi instinctively turned her head. Their eyes met for a moment before Kalimi quickly lowered her gaze again. Kalimi knew a thing or two about Nohanu. Nohanu was a princess from a superpower, but she had undergone rigorous training since childhood and was battle-hardened. She was absolutely no mere figurehead. Her advancement to the finals was certainly not due to her status. The most critical issue was that Kalimi genuinely, deeply admired this princess. Her beauty had once completely captivated Kalimi, a mere ordinary hunter, leaving him utterly spellbound. Even entering the hunter tournament was motivated by a desire to draw closer to Nohanu. Now that Nohanu was right beside him, Kalimi had finally gotten his wish, yet he couldn't even muster the courage to look up at her. And no, nothing. I'm fine. Not nervous at all. Hearing Kalimi's flustered words, Nohanu let out a playful giggle and said no more. Meanwhile, the host had already explained the competition rules. The final round didn't have overly complicated rules. Free for all. 8 contestants would battle directly. The last one standing would be crowned champion, earning the title of strongest hunter and a generous prize. After the host finished explaining the rules, the 8 contestants in the center of the arena simultaneously leaped into the air. Mounting their respective small flying machines, they dispersed across the vast field, ready for battle. The host's deep voice boomed out the command at the perfect moment. The final round begins. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the host's voice, a series of thunderous booms echoed across the arena. Massive explosions reverberated across the arena. All 8 contestants launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Hunters, as the most crucial instruments of war for every nation, were naturally equipped with various weapons. These 8 contestants, representing the very best, were no exception. The most eye-catching among them was Yabudongdong, the strongest of the 8. He piloted a massive circular aircraft, from which 5 cannon barrels extended downward, continuously firing energy blasts in all directions. In an instant, the positions of the other 7 contestants were engulfed in a hail of fire. Chapter 166, The Fierce and Bloody Finals. Kalini immediately activated the stealth function of his equipment. This wasn't some flimsy cloak based on light reflection principles, it was technology that transported the wearer into a dimensional space. Thus, in stealth mode, Kalini could perfectly evade enemy attacks. But it wasn't without its drawbacks. While cloaked, Kalini was also unable to attack others. At the very least, she had to exit stealth mode to launch an attack. From within the dimensional space, Kalini surveyed her surroundings. Everything appeared as if shrouded in a thin membrane, blurred and indistinct. Several explosions erupted right where Kalini stood, placing her directly at the epicenter of the blasts, yet she remained completely unscathed. Scanning his surroundings, Kalini locked onto the closest competitor and activated his flight unit to approach. That competitor clearly had no idea he was already in Kalini's sights. Dealing with Yabudongdong's artillery barrage had already exhausted him with constant evasion maneuvers. He was even forced to activate his protective suit to withstand the blast shockwaves. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion erupted nearby. Despite the activated shield, the competitor was sent flying and slammed hard onto the ground. The surrounding protective shield emitted a faint hissing sound, its outline flickering as it clearly began to crack. The contestant quickly deactivated the shield. The finals had only just begun, and Yabudongdong was merely testing the waters with its attacks. If he depleted all his shields now, what would he have left to face the battles ahead? Though dangerous, it was still within acceptable limits. After all, this contestant had passed rigorous trials, selected as an elite hunter from across the entire planet. He swiftly devised a countermeasure. 6 Claws swiftly drew weapons while simultaneously maneuvering the aircraft into low-altitude flight, preparing for Yabudongdong's next assault. Suddenly, a chill ran down the contestant's spine as the fleshy tentacles on its head bristled. The contestant seemed to sense something, but it was already too late. A figure appeared silently behind him, and in an instant, 2 claws had wrapped around his neck. Squeak! A spray of deep blue blood splattered. Ha! Yabudongdong, piloting its aircraft high above, felt a tightening in its chest. It sensed something amiss on the battlefield below. Given the strength of the other 7 opponents, its current attack couldn't possibly harm them. Yet the readings from its craft showed only 6 life signs remaining on the battlefield below. This meant 1 contestant had already lost their life. That couldn't be right. These were all elite fighters. Could they really be unable to withstand even this level of artillery fire? Just as he was puzzling over this, Yabudongdong was startled again. Another life sign had vanished. Yabudongdong immediately halted the artillery barrage and peered downward. But below was nothing but a hazy gray expanse, impossible to make out anything clearly for the time being. What are you looking at? A lazy, coquettish laugh echoed. Almost instinctively, Yabudongdong's 6 sharp claws whipped backward simultaneously as its body shot out of the aircraft and leaped upward. Claw met claw, sparks flying. Immediately after, a figure smaller than Yabudongdong appeared. After parrying Yabudongdong's claws, it thrust another claw straight through the spot where Yabudongdong had just been sitting. Nuhanu! Mid-air, Yabudongdong recognized the attacker, the sole female among the 8 contestants. With a roar, Yabudongdong instantly extended all 6 of its claws, fully unfurling its broad body. In the next instant, 6 icy gleams sliced through the sky, hunting down its chosen prey. Caw caw! Nohano Nuhu emitted a peculiar laugh, then vanished from Yabudongdong's aircraft in the blink of an eye. Yabudongdong's claws swept through, slicing its own aircraft into several pieces. Zooming in, both Yabudongdong and Nohano Nu were soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, a small flying machine appeared beneath each of them. They deftly slipped into their respective craft, immediately stabilizing their positions. Nuhanu! You're asking for death! Yabudongdong roared furiously, manipulating the controls with its claws. Instantly, several energy cannons fired toward Nohanonunu, showing no regard for her royal status. Facing Yabudongdong's assault, Nohanonu still emitted that peculiar laughter. She deftly maneuvered her craft, dodging the energy blasts with agile evasions, and in an instant, she soared even farther away. Watching Nohanu simply escape, Yabudongdong's whiskers bristled with fury, yet he could do nothing about it. Then, Yabudongdong froze again. Because it realized that the life signs below had dwindled to just 2. There had clearly been 6 just moments ago. After eliminating Nohanu, there should still be 5 contestants left. How could 3 more have died so suddenly? Earlier, Yabudongdong had assumed Nohanu was responsible. But just now, Nohanu was clearly fighting him. That meant the deaths below had nothing to do with Nohanu. If it wasn't Nohanu, then who? Yabudongdong's facial features twisted into a grimace. Before the finals, he believed his only rival was Nohanu. But now it was clear among the other 6 contestants, there was undoubtedly another formidable master. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the direction Nohanu had just fled. Yabudongdong whipped his head around to look in that direction, only to see a small black dot in the distance suddenly explode. It was Nohanu's flying machine. Even Nohanu was dead? Yabudongdong's heart sank even deeper. He instantly steeled himself to be on the utmost alert. At the same time, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the spectator stands surrounding the arena. The Galabuka people were warlike by nature. Even though their civilization had evolved to an extremely advanced stage, it couldn't change the traits etched into their very genes. The final match had barely begun when it plunged into a white-hot frenzy. The scent of blood and the gory scenes titillated every one of their senses. Yet amidst this sea of frenzied Galabuka roars, one figure stood apart. Seated in the highest tier, one Galabuka star being silently observed the contest unfolding below. The slits on its face relaxed, forming an almost human-like smile. The battle on the field raged on. Yabudongdong did not continue flying high in the sky, realizing that hovering there made it an easy target for the hidden expert lurking in the shadows. It landed its aircraft on the ground, extending 4 sharp claws for defense while using the remaining 2 to operate the control panel. The fleshy tendrils on its head whirled constantly, scanning every movement around it. Ah! A furious roar erupted as a figure burst through the dust cloud nearby, charging straight toward Yabudongdong. A competitor. Chapter 167, I will win. I am no good for nothing. Yabudongdong watched the charging opponent with a cold gaze, showing no sign of panic. Only when the opponent charged right up to him did Yabudongdong suddenly swing one of his claws. The claw moved with blinding speed, instantly blocking all 6 of the opponent's claw attacks. The next moment, Yabudongdong braced one claw against the ground, propelling his massive frame upward. Spinning mid-air, its heavy hind legs slammed down onto the opponent, smashing them violently into the ground. After knocking the opponent down, Yabudongdong showed no mercy. Raising a claw, it plunged it into the opponent without a word. Put! Deep blue blood spattered everywhere. The competitor didn't even have time to scream before all movement ceased. Hunters are always the most ruthless, cold-blooded killers. As one of the finest hunters on this planet, Yabudongdong would never make the mistake of showing mercy to its prey. But just as Yabudongdong was harvesting the enemy's life, a figure appeared silently behind it. A cold, gleaming claw pointed toward the back of Yabudongdong's head, the Galabuka's vital spot, a fatal strike if landed. Just as the claws were about to pierce Yabudongdong's skull, suddenly, the fleshy tendrils on its head shot upright and simultaneously turned toward its back. In the next instant, Yabudongdong's body twisted violently, its 6 claws whipping out with blinding speed. Circling around Yabudongdong's body in a semicircle, the claws swiftly stabbed toward the figure behind. Crack! A series of striking sounds echoed as the figure reacted swiftly, leaping backward to evade the 6 cold gleams while simultaneously creating distance. The next instant, right before Yabudongdong's eyes, the figure vanished into thin air once more. Kalimi! Though the figure vanished swiftly, Yabudongdong recognized its appearance instantly. Seeing the other person vanish into thin air, Yabudongdong remained unfazed. He let out a cold chuckle, laughing sarcastically at the empty air. I did hear rumors about you possessing some kind of formidable equipment. I never imagined this gear could actually make you invisible. Let me guess. The technology behind this gear must be some kind of spatial manipulation, right? Pure invisibility couldn't have dodged my barrage just now. Yabudongdong's words sounded like mutterings to himself, yet his expression remained utterly unflappable, as if he were utterly certain Kalini stood right beside him, hearing every syllable clearly. And indeed it was. Kalini, having retreated back into the dimensional space, watched Yabudongdong with lingering fear, though it was now mere inches away. Though Yabudongdong stood directly before her, seemingly within reach of Kalini's claws, ready to end its life at any moment. But Kalini dared not reveal itself. The brief skirmish had made it painfully clear, the moment it showed itself, Yabudongdong would strike. Without the protection of invisibility, she stood no chance against Yabudongdong. It would be torn to shreds in an instant. So all it could do now was hide within the dimensional space, biding its time. The problem was, it seemed only Kalini and Yabudongdong remained on the battlefield now. Kalimi remained hidden in the dimensional space, and for Yabudongdong, it was simply a matter of waiting, no loss whatsoever. Humph. As expected, a loser will always be a loser. Maybe you got lucky and picked up some good gear, but that doesn't change the fact that you're a piece of trash. Seeing Kalini persistently refuse to show himself, Yabudongdong sneered coldly. He even lowered all his claws, proudly lifting his head and shouting, "A hunter like you doesn't deserve the title of the strongest hunter." "Oh. No. You don't even deserve to be called a hunter." Hearing Yabudongdong's cutting words, Kalini trembled uncontrollably within the dimensional space. Kalini admitted that compared to Yabudongdong, she truly fell far short. But that didn't mean she was willing to accept being labeled a worthless failure. Before obtaining the equipment, Kalini might have accepted her fate. But after obtaining the gear, Kalini gained many things he never had before. Now, she refused to return to being just another ordinary hunter who amounted to nothing. That was precisely why it entered the hunter tournament. It must win. It will become the strongest hunter. Kalini could barely contain its emotions. Its body surged toward Yabudongdong at lightning speed. Just as it closed to within a body's length, it abruptly dropped its stealth function. Kalini's figure suddenly materialized behind Yabudongdong, 6 sharp claws simultaneously striking toward its back. But Yabudongdong, already prepared, calmly turned around. Simultaneously raising 3 sharp claws, it flicked them up and down with lightning speed, deflecting every single one of Kalini's attacks. In the next instant, Yabudongdong's other 2 claws struck out, instantly leaving 2 bloody gashes on Kalini's body. Fortunately, Kalini dodged swiftly, and these wounds were not severe. Kalini somersaulted mid-air, having no intention of finishing Yabudongdong with a single strike. 1 claw braced against the ground while the other 5 claws darted toward Yabudongdong once more. Yet Kalini's combat skills, strength, and speed were vastly inferior to Yabudongdong's. Such a fierce attack could not even scratch Yabudongdong. With skills like these, what right did he have to step onto the finals battlefield? You're nothing but a piece of junk relying on your gear. Yabudongdong sneered coldly, utterly dismissing Kalini. While mocking him, he raised another claw and stabbed it into Kalini's chest, instantly leaving a gaping wound. Fortunately, Gailey's vital points weren't located there. Though wounded, Kalini immediately countered. He pressed a button on his equipment, and in the next instant, a metal tube appeared on his claw, its opening aimed directly at Yabudongdong's head. Though unfamiliar with this device, Yabudongdong instantly sensed something was amiss. He ducked his head downward just as a visible blast of air surged from the tube's nozzle. Yabudongdong ducked just in time, the blast narrowly grazing the top of its head. A fleshy tendril on Yabudongdong's head was grazed by the blast, instantly torn from its root and splattering a spray of deep blue blood. Ah! Yabudongdong immediately let out a piercing scream of agony. Though not a fatal weakness for Galabuka aliens, these fleshy tentacles were crucial to their physiology. Having one vaporized was akin to a human having an eye gouged out. Even a tough guy like Yabudongdong was now writhing in agony on the ground. Chapter 168, The Final Victor. Having landed the blow, Kalini immediately lunged forward. Its physique was 2 full sizes smaller than Yabudongdong's. In a head-on clash, Kalini stood no chance against Yabudongdong. Therefore, it had to capitalize on Yabudongdong's injury and finish him off in one fell swoop. Get off me! But the moment Kalini landed on Yabudongdong, the creature which had been screaming in agony just seconds before jerked upright. With a swift sweep of its 2 claws, it shoved Kalini away, leaving 2 bloody gashes on its body in the process. Yabudongdong flipped upright from the ground. Spotting Kalini pushed away, it immediately charged forward, all 6 claws simultaneously lunging toward Kalini's body. He intended to pin Kalini to the ground. Fortunately, Kalini forced himself to stay alert. Rolling on the ground, he narrowly dodged the attack. Forcing himself back to his feet, Kalini quickly activated his gear, preparing to enter the dimensional space once more. Trying to escape? But Yabudongdong showed no intention of letting Kalini go. With a furious roar, it instantly closed the distance, standing directly before Kalini. Taking advantage of Kalini's momentary lapse, its 2 sharp claws pierced straight through her chest and abdomen. Deep blue blood gushed out instantly. Kalini let out a piercing scream, and the stealth state he had just entered was immediately shattered. Witnessing Kalini's agony, Yabudongdong erupted into maniacal laughter. He hoisted Kalini high by the claws piercing through its body, letting the blood drench his own head. Die! Die! All of you die! I am the mightiest hunter! Ha! Yabudongdong's bloodthirsty actions, combined with its frenzied roar, instantly amplified the crowd's cheers several-fold. All Galabuka citizens relished this kind of frenzied spectacle. In their hearts, they had already acknowledged Yabudongdong as the strongest hunter. Put! Kalini spat out another mouthful of deep blue blood, his body beginning to convulse. Yet seeing Yabudongdong's frenzied state before him, he refused to give up. Gritting its teeth, Kalini swung its claws once more, slashing toward Yabudongdong. Clearly, Yabudongdong hadn't expected Kalini to mount a counterattack at this stage. The claws left no scratch on its body but accidentally slid onto another fleshy tendril on Yabudongdong's head. Yabudongdong let out a pained cry, then flung Kalini to the ground with a backhand flick. Cursing loudly, Yabudongdong charged forward, wildly swinging its claws. Those razor-sharp claws sliced relentlessly into Kalini's body. At first, they merely tore through his flesh, but soon they began tearing chunks of flesh and bone from his body. At first, Kalini could still instinctively block with his arms. But as he gradually lost consciousness, his 6 arms grew limp and slowly fell to his sides. Ha! Die! Die! I am the first. I am the champion. I am the strongest hunter. Even though Kalini had lost the ability to resist, Yabudongdong showed no sign of stopping. Not only that, but the final match host showed no intention of calling a halt, maintaining a deafening silence throughout. This only fueled the fervor of the surrounding spectators, who roared and cheered incessantly, even encouraging Yabudongdong's slaughter. It was as if, in their eyes, Yabudongdong wasn't slaughtering their own kind, but mere prey, livestock. Finally, Kalini was reduced to a pile of bloody pulp. Yabudongdong, now in a frenzy, wildly flailed its claws, utterly unconcerned as the flesh and blood splattered onto its own body. I am the first. I am the champion. I am. You're nothing but a fool. A mocking laugh rang out behind Yabudongdong's head. Yabudongdong's voice cut off abruptly. The next moment, a severed claw protruded from Yabudongdong's neck, spraying a streak of deep blue blood. Yabudongdong's sturdy frame trembled slightly, and his 6 arms spread wide as if to embrace something. Immediately after, a petite figure emerged from behind Yabudongdong, none other than Nohanaanu, the sole female contestant in the finals. Earlier, Nohana's aircraft had exploded mid-air, leading Yabudongdong to believe she was dead. Thus, Yabudongdong had always believed Kalini to be its final adversary. But it never imagined Nohanaanu would still be alive. And at this final moment, she delivered the most deadly blow. Put! Nohanaanu pulled its claws out of Yabudongdong's neck. The back of the head was the only vulnerable spot for Galabuka beings. Nohana had precisely stabbed in from the back of the head and then thrust out through the neck. Such an injury meant certain death, no matter how robust Yabudongdong's physique might be. Having slain Yabudongdong, Nohanaanu gracefully stepped forward, casting one last glance at Kalini, now reduced to a pulp on the ground. In the next instant, it raised its 6 sharp claws and swept them through the air. I am the true mightiest hunter. Nohananu's roar echoed across the arena, instantly igniting a frenzy of cheers from the crowd. The previously silent host finally spoke. Allow me to announce the champion of this hunter tournament. The 238th strongest hunter. Our beautiful princess, the strongest hunter, Nohanu. Nohanu knew. Nohanu knew. Carried away by the host's enthusiasm, the audience began chanting Nohanu's name in unison. Nohanu held her claws high throughout, reveling in the feeling of everyone chanting her name. In this moment, she was no longer a hunter or a princess, she was the queen of the entire world. Amidst the audience, the Galabuka alien who had remained silent all along now rose quietly and began walking toward the exit. But before leaving, it turned its head one last time to glance at Nohanu. The hunter tournament concluded, and Nohanu returned to her temporary lodgings. As the strongest hunter, it basked in the admiring gazes of everyone along the way, feeling utterly delighted. Upon reaching his room, Nohanu closed the door behind him and was about to step inside. But when it looked up, it froze. A tall figure stood within the room, back turned to Nohanu. At the sight of this figure, Nohanu first froze, but quickly regained his composure. Without surprise or anger, it silently entered the room and addressed the figure facing away. You're here. Ha! Congratulations on earning the title of strongest hunter, you've finally gotten your wish. Then I owe it all to your help. Nohanu walked behind the figure and removed his outer coat, only to discover another garment beneath. The design of this garment bore an uncanny resemblance to the gear worn by Kalini. And that very set of gear on Kalini's body was the AGE stealth combat vest purchased from Jiang Hai. Chapter 169, each taking what they need. You're welcome. We each get what we need. Jiang Hai chuckled, though his smile looked rather grim at that moment. Selling this AGE stealth combat vest to Nohanu, Jiang Hai received a payment of 4.5 billion huaxia currency. But he wasn't satisfied, for he was about to receive even more compensation. Nohanu took out a bag and tossed it directly to Jiang Hai. As agreed, I won and earned the title of strongest hunter. This 100 million Maya coin bonus is yours. Thud. Jiang Hai caught the small bag with his claws and weighed it in his hand. System. Do me a favor. Ding. Host request accepted. Savings function activated. Host deposits 100 golden Mayan coins into the system. At the current exchange rate, 100 golden Mayan coins can be converted into the host's primary currency. Host, do you wish to exchange? Golden Mayan coins are another currency of the Galabuka people, holding greater value. 100 golden Mayas equate to 100 million Mayas. Jiang Hai was already aware of this beforehand, so he wasn't surprised. Exchange. Ding. Exchanging currency for the host, 100 golden Mayas. Exchanged for 150 billion huaxia coins. Jiang Hai had never found the system's notification sound so melodious. If he didn't need to maintain his mysterious sage persona in front of Nohanu, he might have jumped for joy. "Thank you." Jiang Hai merely offered a faintly polite response, and this reaction only piqued Nohananu's interest in him further. A 100 million Maya coin reward was indeed insignificant to her, a princess easily relinquished. But for most Galabuka natives, it represented a fortune beyond their wildest dreams. And yet, this arms dealer before her remained so utterly unflappable in the face of such wealth? "Merchant. I'm very interested in your merchandise. If I wish to conduct business with you in the future, how might I contact you?" Nohanu directly stated his request. Hearing someone wanted to establish long-term business relations, Jiang Hai naturally agreed. He immediately nodded with a smile and said, "I'll be back. Here, this is my contact information. If I come looking for you, I'll call this number." With that, Jiang Hai conjured a brand new phone and handed it to Nohanu. Of course, this wasn't your average phone. It didn't require carrier signals. As long as Jiang Hai was present on the planet Xingjialbuka, the phone would automatically receive a signal. Ever since Kalimi had shared extensive intelligence about this planet last time, Jiang Hai had specifically instructed the system to produce dozens of such phones. He planned to establish multiple contacts for business deals on this planet. A phone? Nohanu took the phone, his fleshy whiskers swaying as he examined the small square device. What a primitive communication device. Outdated. Jiang Hai couldn't help but darken at Nohanu's assessment, though he had no rebuttal. To the Galebuckers, Blue Star's technology was indeed primitive. As long as it works. If there are no further requests at this time, I shall take my leave. Jiang Hai performed a Galabuka greeting he'd just learned. Seeing Nohanu remain silent, he gave a slight smile, then with a puff, vanished into thin air. Jiang Hai's sudden vanishing startled Nohanu. He frantically scanned left and right, unable to figure out how Jiang Hai had disappeared. Back on Blue Star, Jiang Hai couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, muttering to himself, "Lagging behind? Just wait till you see how powerful this system is, you country bumpkin." After that little rant, Jiang Hai took a deep breath, his face still beaming, though his emotions were much more stable than last time. Earning more money actually made him less prone to emotional swings. What difference did 4.5 billion Huaxia coins make compared to 150 billion? Either way, it was more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime. He sat up on the bed, stretched lazily, and felt a wave of pleasant soreness wash over his body. This trip to New Galika had taken longer than expected. He'd stayed for several full days. Which meant he'd been lying in bed for days on end. Thanks to the system's support, even without food or water, Jiang Hai's body wouldn't feel thirsty or hungry. But lying motionless in bed for so long was bound to feel uncomfortable. Thank goodness he'd dealt with Uncle Wen and the others. Jiang Hai couldn't help but think of Uncle Wen and his crew who had been following him around. If he hadn't exposed them yet and they discovered he'd been unconscious for days. Maybe by the time Jiang Hai wakes up, his body's already being dissected for research. Just then, the phone that had been resting beside the pillow suddenly rang. Jiang Hai glanced down but didn't answer immediately. The caller was Wang Chuanfa. Even without answering, he knew what it was about. The day after tomorrow was the day of the railgun test. Which meant Jiang Hai was about to meet the most powerful man in China. Boom! The experiment was a success. The experiment succeeded. Hurrah! Success! Success! Surrounded by cheers, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. Just moments ago, China's independently developed electromagnetic cannon prototype had successfully passed testing, proving that China had fully mastered the technology to develop this weapon. This was no small feat. After all, the Iberigard-type electromagnetic cannon was a new generation weapon far surpassing Blue Star's technology. Even when presented with the actual electromagnetic cannon, scientists took over half a year just to fully understand its design. Then, another half year was spent building the replica. This culminated in today's breakthrough. If scientists had to develop this weapon entirely from scratch, it would likely take over a century to achieve any results. Even now, the power of this replica still falls short of half that of the Iberigard-style electromagnetic cannon. But for present-day China, this is more than sufficient. If this replica were mass-produced, its impact would rival that of the Great Ivan. What a pity! If only that railgun could have been preserved for our research. Indeed. With continued research, we could have perfected this replica. After the cheers died down, sighs from nearby scientists could be heard. Jiang Hai could only express his helplessness at this. On the surface, the Iberigard-type electromagnetic cannon was loaned to China by Salam for research. But in reality, this railgun was leased to Jiang Hai by Salam. At 300 million Huaxia yuan per month, it had been leased for a year and a half, 18 months total. This had cost Salam a staggering 5.4 billion Huaxia yuan, a sum that pained him deeply. Had China not genuinely assisted Salam in nation building, Salam would never have been willing to let 5.4 billion Huaxia yuan go down the drain. Now that Huaxia's research has succeeded, Salam immediately reclaimed the electromagnetic cannon. It was like borrowing a power bank and forgetting to return it the moment he got the railgun. Salam promptly handed it back to Jiang Hai. To this day, Jiang Hai still remembers the pained expression on Salam's face at the time. Chapter 170, China's Supreme Leader. Though Salam appeared genuinely distressed, Jiang Hai knew that if he hadn't wanted to return it, no amount of persuasion would have made him agree. Don't be fooled by his portly appearance. Jiang Hai had recently discovered this fellow was actually a Yale graduate. He absolutely belonged among humanity's most intellectually gifted. In other words, he was a shrewd operator. Mr. Jiang. The call snapped Jiang Hai back to attention. He looked up to see Wang Chuanfa standing by the door not far away, smiling and waving at him. This was a formal occasion after all, so Wang Chuanfa couldn't casually call him Brother Jiang like he would at home. His greeting instantly silenced the previously lively room. This room served as an experimental observation chamber, housing mostly scientists who had participated in the experiments alongside high-ranking officials from the government and military. Outside this room, each of their identities would be formidable. Yet now, they could only remain in this large room, watching the experimental footage on the LCD screen and cheering. Especially after Wang Chuanfa appeared and exchanged greetings with Jiang Hai, all eyes turned to Jiang Hai simultaneously, filled with envy. They all knew Wang Chuanfa's status and understood precisely why he had summoned Jiang Hai at this moment. Jiang Hai, however, remained composed. He rose from his seat, exchanged a brief greeting with his neighbor, and walked directly toward Wang Chuanfa. Reaching Wang Chuanfa, Jiang Hai smiled and asked, "Mr. Wang, can we go in now?" Wang Chuanfa chuckled, patted Jiang Hai on the shoulder, pushed open the door, and gestured for him to enter. Stepping inside, they encountered a spiral staircase. Without hesitation, Jiang Hai began climbing upward. After climbing what felt like 3 stories, he encountered another door. Standing guard were 2 burly men in black suits with crew cuts. These 2 men appeared unremarkable in appearance, but the moment their gaze fell upon Jiang Hai, he instantly felt as if he had been stripped bare from head to toe. Still, Jiang Hai showed no sign of alarm. He merely smiled, nodded at them, and then voluntarily spread his arms wide. One man stepped forward to conduct a body search, while the other kept a watchful eye on Jiang Hai's every move. Soon, after a thorough search, Jiang Hai was cleared. Wang Chuanfa, who followed behind Jiang Hai, was also searched. It seemed no one was exempt. Only then were the 2 granted passage through the door. Entering the room revealed another long corridor, with yet another door at its end. This time, Wang Chuanfa stepped ahead of Jiang Hai, striding quickly to the door. He opened it for Jiang Hai, then stepped aside with a smile. "Brother Jiang, go on in. Old Yu is waiting for you." All right. Jiang Hai finally felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, this was the undisputed top figure in all of China. Without the system, Jiang Hai would have only ever seen him on television or in books. He never imagined he'd get the chance to meet him in person. He hurried to the door, took another deep breath to steady his nerves, and pushed the door open. Inside was a very ordinary office. It wasn't large, only about 30 square meters. Inside stood a desk, an office chair, a sofa, and a coffee table. Nothing extravagant, just standard office furnishings. On one wall hung the national flag of China, while the opposite wall featured a large LCD television. The television was currently replaying footage from the recent experiment. A white-haired elder sat back in an office chair, watching the television with a smile. Beside him sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Jiang Hai enter, the middle-aged man quickly bent down and whispered a few words into the elder's ear. The elder then turned to face Jiang Hai, smiling as he greeted him. "Mr. Jiang, I've long admired your reputation. Today I finally see you in person." The venerable figure he'd seen on television since childhood now stood before him, greeting him with such warmth. Jiang Hai felt both honored and slightly overwhelmed. He stepped forward promptly, nodding respectfully to Elder Yu. "Elder Yu. It's a pleasure. I'm Jiang Hai." I know. Ha! Before Jiang Hai, Old Master Yu showed none of the airs one might expect from China's foremost authority. Instead, he seemed like a friendly old neighbor. Smiling, he rose, shook hands with Jiang Hai, then gestured invitingly. "Come on. Over there. Sit down." He gestured toward the sofa in the office. With the support of a middle-aged man, he slowly moved to the sofa and sat down. Then, smiling warmly at Jiang Hai, who was still standing there somewhat awkwardly, he said, "Getting old, not as strong as I used to be. Please don't laugh at me, Mr. Jiang." "Not at all. Not at all." Though he knew Old Yu was merely being polite, hearing this made Jiang Hai break out in a cold sweat involuntarily. He hastily shook his head and waved his hands. "Mr. Yu, you can just call me Xiao Jiang, or even just my name." Hearing the senior Mr. Yu address him with such formality, Jiang Hai couldn't shake a sense of unease. Even knowing the elder meant well, he couldn't shake the unease. Old Master Yu, ever accommodating, nodded and smiled. "Xiao Jiang, don't stand there. Sit down. Sit down." Jiang Hai hesitated slightly but complied, settling halfway onto the sofa. Even facing the chieftain of the United States, Jiang Hai wouldn't feel this uneasy. Yet in Yu Lao's presence, he simply couldn't control his emotions. This was likely the instinct of being Chinese. After all, the man before him was the very leader who had guided China onto the world stage as a major power. If I recall correctly, Xiao Jiang, you should be 25 this year, right? Old master Yu chatted amiably with Jiang Hai about everyday matters, which helped ease the young man's nerves a little. In 2 months, he would turn 25. As he spoke these words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He was only 23 when he obtained the system, and now, in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. These 2 years had brought earth-shattering changes to his life. Looking back now, it all felt like a dream. 25 years old. Still so young. Have you sorted out your personal matters yet? Ahem. Not yet. Well, even though you're still young, you should start paying attention to your love life. It's okay, I guess. Chinese people value settling down and building a career. Settle down first, then build your career. To do well at work, you really should settle down early. What's with this sudden pressure to get married? Are you sure this person in front of us is our nation's supreme leader? Why does he remind me of that nosy neighbor, Auntie Ma? Hearing old Yu's words, Jiang Hai's tense mood completely relaxed, and even his stiffened body loosened up. Chapter 171, Zheng Jing. Report. A crisp, clear voice interrupted the casual chat between old Yu and Jiang Hai. However, old master Yu didn't seem annoyed. Instead, he nodded with a smile. The middle-aged man beside him hurriedly opened the door. Standing outside was a young female soldier in military uniform. The soldier appeared to be around 20, with fair skin and delicate features, yet radiating a rare, spirited vigor uncommon in women, an aura of positive energy that seemed to emanate from her very core. Even Jiang Hai, who had seen his fair share of beauties, couldn't help but be struck by her presence. Xiao Jing is here. As soon as the soldier entered, old Yu greeted her with a warm smile, beckoning her inside. Unlike Jiang Hai's earlier nervousness, the soldier walked into the office with perfect posture and snapped a crisp military salute at old Yu. Good morning, Commander. You're just like your stubborn old grandfather. Clearly, old Yu and this soldier were quite familiar with each other. Joking as he spoke, he gestured toward the sofa opposite Jiang Hai and said, "You must be exhausted after that long journey. Sit down." The soldier didn't hesitate, walking straight to the sofa and sitting down, facing Jiang Hai directly. She glanced at Jiang Hai, her beautiful, large eyes flashing a hint of confusion. Clearly, this was her first time meeting Jiang Hai. She found it odd that a stranger could sit so close to old Yu. But she didn't voice her questions. She knew what she was meant to know would eventually come to her, and what wasn't meant for her to know wouldn't be revealed no matter how much she probed. Old Yu smiled warmly at Jiang Hai, then glanced at the female soldier, a slightly peculiar smile spreading across his face. Jiang, allow me to introduce you. Zhang Jing, granddaughter of an old friend of mine. I've watched her grow up since she was little. She's practically like my own granddaughter. She's currently an investigator with the military missile forces. Don't let her youth fool you. She's already a major, and she's never relied on family connections to get where she is. Jing, this is Jiang Hai, an exceptionally talented entrepreneur from the Magic City. A truly outstanding young man. After old Yu finished introducing them, both Zhang Jing and Jiang Hai instinctively showed expressions of surprise. After all, given old Yu's stature and standing, his introduction of the other party sounded downright exaggerated, didn't it? Zhang Jing looked at Jiang Hai with some confusion. Although Yu Lao's introduction of Jiang Hai was only one sentence, words like outstanding and exceptional placed on a young man were already very high praise. At least, in Zhang Jing's memory, she had never heard old Yu praise any other young person in such terms. However, Zhang Jing soon nodded lightly, rose with an expression of calm composure, and extended her hand toward Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai promptly stood up and shook hands with her, releasing it almost immediately. Simultaneously, he formed his own assessment of her. Zhang Jing's family background couldn't be anything but impressive. After all, the tone Yu Lao used when mentioning her grandfather clearly indicated a relationship far beyond the ordinary. And Jiang Hai found it utterly implausible that Zhang Jing had achieved her current standing without familial backing. Or rather, she had undoubtedly received significant family support. To claim she had achieved everything without any familial backing was simply impossible. Of course, Jiang Hai wouldn't voice such doubts openly. He understood the niceties of social etiquette well enough. At the very least, Zhang Jing's own excellence was undeniable. After shaking hands, the two men sat back down. Old Yu glanced at them once more and chuckled. "Young Jiang," he said. "Wang has told me about your situation." Old Yu turned to face Jiang Hai, his expression growing slightly more serious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai instinctively glanced at Wang Chuanfa, who had remained silent the entire time. Seeing Wang Chuanfa wink at him, Jiang Hai immediately understood it was about using the cruise ship to assist the Palestinian refugees' relocation. But Jiang Hai found it odd old Yu's decision to meet him must have been made before this incident, right? It seemed old Yu had only learned of it later, which was why he'd decided to bring it up now. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, but outwardly, Jiang Hai remained composed. He nodded and said, I acted a bit impulsively on this matter. Youthful passion isn't a bad thing. Old Yu showed no intention of criticizing him. He raised his hand and pressed it down gently toward Jiang Hai, signaling him not to worry. Regarding the conflict between Balaam and Judah, Huaxia truly couldn't intervene. But we certainly cannot stand idly by while millions of Palestinian refugees suffer. Rest assured, the Huaxia government has deliberated and will dispatch a fleet to escort the cruise ships all the way. As for the remaining cruise ship documentation, we'll expedite the process. At the very least, we'll handle the approval procedures on the China side with the utmost speed. The permits for vessels to enter the sea aren't solely decided by China, they must also be submitted to the international maritime authorities for approval. Since Jiang Hai's cruise ships haven't been launched yet, Wang Chuanfa assisting with the paperwork for this batch should pose no problem. However, with this first batch of cruise ships transporting Palestinian refugees, the international community will inevitably become aware of this matter. Obtaining permits for Jiang Hai's remaining cruise ships will become far more difficult then. After all, Judas represents not just a single nation, but an entire people with roots in every corner of the globe. Someone would inevitably make things difficult and block the remaining cruise ship permits for Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai came to understand this later. But even after realizing it, there was nothing he could do. The work had to be done. They couldn't wait until all those hundreds of cruise ships were fully licensed before transporting the Palestinian refugees, could they? At first, Zhang Jing hadn't fully grasped the conversation between Old Yu and Jiang Hai. But as terms like Judah and Palestinian refugees came up, she gradually pieced together what they were discussing. Surprise flickered in Zhang Jing's eyes as she looked at Jiang Hai. She never imagined that Jiang Hai, an ordinary-looking young man, would get involved in the centuries-old feud between Palestine and Judea. How incredibly bold. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Chuanfa approached with a smile and suggested to Old Yu, it's getting late, and Mr. Jiang has matters to attend to in the metropolis. Perhaps we should call it a day? Wang Chuanfa wouldn't dare to rush old Master Yu on his own initiative. Clearly, he had received some signal to act this way. True to form, old Master Yu showed no displeasure at the interruption. He nodded with a smile. Very well. Very well. Young man, being busy is certainly a good thing. We'll leave it at that for today. Young Jiang, when you have free time in the future, do come visit this old man more often. Old Master Yu's display of warmth toward Jiang Hai would likely have jaws dropping if witnessed by outsiders. Jiang Hai promptly returned the courtesy before leaving the office with Wang Chuanfa. The middle-aged man serving as old Master Yu's secretary saw them off on his behalf, while only Zhang Jing remained in the office, seemingly needing to discuss something further with old Master Yu. Chapter 172, Old Yu wants to set me up? Ha! Old Wan, why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Hai, who had just let out a sigh of relief, immediately sensed something was off. Wang Chuanfa, seated beside him, hadn't uttered a word since they got in the car. Instead, he'd been staring at him intently, as if he were some kind of strange creature. Jiang Hai's question finally drew a reaction from Wang Chuanfa. First, he let out a long sigh. Then, with a peculiar look on his face, he scrutinized Jiang Hai from head to toe. I really don't know what you've got going for you, kid. How did such a huge opportunity land right on your lap? Ha! Jiang Hai was even more baffled now, completely lost as to what Wang Chuanfa meant. But Wang Chuanfa offered no explanation. Instead, he countered with a question, what do you think of that girl, Zhang Jing? Ha! Jiang Hai was thoroughly confused, but after a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, she's outstanding. Such a young major is absolutely one of a kind in the Chinese military. The international community was far from peaceful, yet China enjoyed a rare period of calm. However, without war, it was far from easy for soldiers in the Chinese military to advance. Even with family connections, Zhang Jing's promotion to major at such a young age clearly demonstrates her own exceptional abilities. Take this. With a snort, Wang Chuanfa pulled another small note from his pocket and shoved it directly into Jiang Hai's hand. Jiang Hai instinctively lowered his head and unfolded the note. Scrawled across it was a string of numbers, clearly a phone number. This is her phone number. If you have time, give her a call and chat. A good woman fears a persistent suitor. You're young and wealthy, but in her eyes, you might not even measure up. If you want things to work out, you'll have to put in more effort on your end. Don't let old you down. Ha! Wait a minute. Listening to Wang Chuanfa's rambling, Jiang Hai felt increasingly confused, even a bit uneasy. What was this? Something just didn't feel right. This speech sounded exactly like the post-blind date debriefing. Could it be that he'd just been on a blind date? The word blind date flashed through Jiang Hai's mind. Even for someone who'd been through countless battles like him, it sent a chill down his spine, nearly making him jump out of his skin. Brother Wang. You can't be serious. A joke? Isn't that girl Zhang Jing just fine? Ahem. It's not about whether she's good or not. We just met for the first time, right? Exactly. First time's a stranger, second time's a friend, that's the whole point. Wang Chuanfa shot Jiang Hai a glance, motioned for the driver to start the car, then added with a lingering tone, just a heads up. Zhang Jing's family are all military folks, and none of them have the best tempers. If her family finds out you dared to look down on Zhang Jing, don't even think about it, not even old you could protect you then. Go! Wang Chuanfa didn't sound like he was joking, and Jiang Hai couldn't help but swallow hard. After a long pause, he stammered, well, old you really did, introduce this. That's pretty much what he said, right? The thing is, Zhang Jing's grandfather also wants to find her a match. But that girl Zhang Jing has high standards, she doesn't fancy anyone. So her grandfather came to old you for help. Old you happened to know about your situation and thought you two would be a good match, so he specifically arranged this meeting. It's not like he expects anything to come of it, just a chance for you two to get to know each other. That said, the young lady has high standards and even higher expectations, she might not even give you the time of day. If she brushes you off, don't go pestering her relentlessly, okay? Wang Chuanfa offered this advice with a straight face, but Jiang Hai could detect his lips twitching uncontrollably, nearly giving away his true feelings. So it's only acceptable for her to reject me, but not for me to reject her? Is that what you're saying? Pretty much. Hearing Wang Chuanfa's response, Jiang Hai was utterly speechless. He never imagined that Yu Lao, the foremost figure in China, would stoop to matchmaking. Forget it. If it comes to it, I'll just stop contacting her. Jiang Hai felt powerless to resist, so he simply remained silent and stuffed the little note into his pocket. After all, he'd be swamped in the coming days, not having time to make calls was perfectly understandable, right? Zhang Jing was indeed beautiful and accomplished. In the past, someone like her would have been completely out of his league. But now? Jiang Hai had money and connections. So what if Zhang Jing was beautiful? Besides, her family background was anything but ordinary. A family like that was best kept at arm's length. Oh, right. Brother Wang, about what old you mentioned earlier, sending a fleet to escort my cruise ship? Old you already briefed me on that matter in advance. I contacted the military headquarters 2 days ago. Military personnel will be in touch with you soon. When it came to serious business, Wang Chuanfa dropped the jokes and addressed Jiang Hai with utmost gravity. Jiang Hai's mood lifted considerably. He hadn't even considered the security issue before. Now that he thought about it, how could Judah possibly stand idly by while a cruise ship was sent to rescue the Baylor refugees? Without fleet protection, Judah would certainly send their navy to attack the cruise ships. Once at sea, if the cruise ships came under attack by warships, there would be nowhere to hide. Of course, while Jiang Hai hadn't considered this point, it wasn't an insurmountable problem. At the very least, he still had over a dozen destroyers hidden away in his spanny. These were the very same destroyers he and the Sunju gang used in their raid on the Lockheed Corporation's cruise ship. If all else failed, Jiang Hai could simply purchase some warships directly from the system. The only real hassle would be finding crew members, but that too could be overcome. Now that the Huaxia military has dispatched a fleet, that's even better. Right, I'll be swamped for a while. I'll have my people expedite the paperwork for your cruise ships. When the time comes, just have your staff contact my company. Wang Chuanfa suddenly seemed to remember something and added a note to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai froze in surprise, looking at Wang Chuanfa with puzzlement. The electromagnetic cannon had just been successfully developed, why would he suddenly be so busy? Sure, as chairman of China Nuclear Industry Group, Wang Chuanfa being busy was perfectly normal. But was it really so urgent he needed to make a special mention of it? Wang Chuanfa shot Jiang Hai a glance and snapped, "You're quite the busy bee. Forgot about that electronic pulse hand cannon?" Ha? The electronic pulse hand cannon? Jiang Hai froze for a moment before recalling that he had sold it to the Sanju gang last time, allowing them to exchange it for alien weapons secretly supported by China. Ahem. Well, I had no idea about that. Mentioning this, Jiang Hai naturally scrambled to distance himself. But Wang Chuanfa didn't buy it for a second. He snorted and said, "Stop pretending. The only organization on the entire Blue Star that has this kind of new weapon is the one backing you. If I'm not mistaken, this thing was probably sold to the Sanju gang by your organization too, right?" Chapter 173, No Room for Judas. Jiang Hai smiled, offering no denial. Denial would serve no purpose. Back when the state knew nothing about him, Jiang Hai could have played dumb and denied their suspicions. But now, with the state already targeting him, Wang Chuanfa's questioning had ample justification. To stubbornly deny it now would be like burying one's head in the sand, self-deception at its worst. Not only would it deceive no one, but it would also risk losing Wang Chuanfa's friendship, a losing proposition. Moreover, the state remained unaware of the most crucial truth. Namely, there was no so-called mysterious organization at all. Everything had been orchestrated solely by Jiang Hai himself. Jiang Hai merely smiled without comment at Wang Chuanfa's words, effectively acknowledging the truth. Wang Chuanfa snorted but didn't press the matter, instead returning to their previous topic. This electronic pulse hand cannon technology is even more complex than electromagnetic cannons. Moreover, our country currently has limited research in this field. I must focus my research team on this project and won't have time for anything else for now. Jiang Hai found Wang Chuanfa's explanation unsurprising. He already knew that although Wang Chuanfa was the chairman of the nuclear industry group, he wasn't a pure businessman. He had started out as a researcher at the Academy of Sciences. A bona fide scientist. High-tech weapons like the electronic pulse hand cannon piqued Wang Chuanfa's interest. He intended to personally oversee the research. Despite his outward reluctance, Jiang Hai could see Wang Chuanfa was genuinely excited about the upcoming research. Understood. I'll have someone coordinate with your company. Jiang Hai nodded. As for the liaison, that would naturally be Fong Li. The car headed straight for the airport. Jiang Hai's mission in the Northwest Desert was complete, and it was time to return to the metropolis. Gazing at the scenery rushing past the window, Jiang Hai suddenly seemed struck by a thought and couldn't help asking, "Brother Wang, how's the progress on China's reactor construction?" Half a year had passed since Jiang Hai single-handedly disabled every nuclear reactor worldwide. During this period, Jiang Hai had maintained uninterrupted uranium supply to China. Logically, the reconstruction of China's nuclear reactors should have proceeded smoothly. Several nuclear power plants had already restarted. Simultaneously, the Big Ivan warheads had entered the stockpiling phase. Wang Chuanfa offered a brief response before trailing off. After all, these matters are classified as state secrets. Even if the two of them have a good relationship, the rules must still be followed. Of course, those two sentences were sufficient for Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai soon fell deep in thought. The implication that the Big Ivan had entered the reserve stage meant China had already remanufactured the Big Ivan, and in significant numbers. If that's the case, superpowers like the United States and Russia couldn't be far behind. It seemed the brief period of peace had come to an end. That, however, was not the main concern. The real issue lay with Judas. Even if a superpower possessed the Big Ivan, they would exercise restraint and not deploy it lightly. But with a bunch of lunatics like Judas, who knows what they'll do? Take the incident earlier, for example. Originally, Palestine dropped a Big Ivan on Judea. If Judea had simply retaliated by dropping one back on Palestine, that would have been one thing. But these lunatics inexplicably dropped the Big Ivan on Bosnia. While the crisis was initially sparked by Balaam, it was truly the three Big Ivans that Judah unleashed upon Bosch that escalated the situation. This incident clearly shows that if Judas were ever given another chance to possess the Big Ivan, a global Ivan the Terrible war could erupt at any moment. This opportunity absolutely cannot be given to Judas. Jiang Hai silently resolved within himself that this matter must be handled urgently. Of course, Jiang Hai couldn't handle it personally. To deal with Judas, he must select an agent. And finding that proxy wouldn't be difficult. Brooklyn, Apple City, United States. Aisha leaned against the headboard, smiling as she spoke on the phone. The Wildcat gang has been much more cooperative lately. We've seized quite a bit of their market share in the meantime. Now the Wildcats have retreated all their operations back to the Brownsville neighborhood. Yeah, I know. I'll be careful. Abdul and the others are taking turns keeping watch over the Wildcats over there. If anything happens, they'll call immediately. Alright, I got it. Don't worry. For now, that's all I'll say. After a long conversation, Aisha finally hung up, a gentle smile still lingering on her face. Big sis? A knock sounded at the door, though it was already open. A Baloch soldier stood at the doorway, smiling as he greeted Aisha. Ahmed, what's up? Seeing her comrade, Aisha smiled and asked. The Palestinian soldier's real name was actually Burded and Ahmed was his nickname. Now that they all lived together, they were like brothers, so their names became more casual. Burded smiled at Aisha and said, Big sis, it's already evening. Amin and I are going to relieve them. Just letting you know. Alright. Go ahead. Be careful. Don't worry, sister. Aisha's concern brought a bright smile to Bodedin's face. Clang. A sharp clatter erupted as the window beside Aisha shattered. A dark, shapeless object tumbled through the broken glass, landing on the floor and rolling several times. This sudden turn of events left both Aisha and Bodedin stunned. But when they recognized what had been thrown in, their expressions changed drastically. Almost instinctively, they both dove to the side. It was a grenade with its pin already pulled. Boom! Just 2 seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted, and flames instantly engulfed the entire room. Big sister! Big sister! What happened? After the explosion, cries of alarm echoed from outside the room. Several Baylor soldiers burst through the thick smoke. Veterans who had survived the battlefield, their reactions were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, they drew their weapons. 2 of them dashed to the window in one breath, barrels pointed outward. Peering cautiously out, they saw only a black sedan speeding away down the street below. They scanned the area once more, confirming no immediate danger, before turning back to shout, He got away. How's the boss? I'm not, cough cough. I'm fine. The coughing came from beneath the half-collapsed bed. Aisha, disheveled and battered, crawled out while raising her hand to signal she was unharmed. The moment she saw the grenade, Aisha had immediately rolled under the bed. Using the bed frame as cover, she had escaped completely unscathed. With her companion's support, Aisha slowly stood up and asked, "How's Ahmed?" "He got cut on his arm. Just a flesh wound, nothing serious." Chapter 174, The Enemy's Objective. Shouts erupted outside. Bird aiding had also dodged in time, but the grenade landed closer to him, so he couldn't completely avoid the blast's damage. Fortunately, the injuries were minor. To these veterans, it felt no worse than a mosquito bite. Soon everyone gathered in the living room. Aisha's expression was grave, completely devoid of the smile she'd worn earlier during her call with Jiang Hai. "Big sis." A Palestinian soldier named Amin hurried over and reported to Aisha, "No suspicious individuals in the vicinity. They likely left immediately after throwing that grenade." Aisha showed no surprise. This was precisely what she had anticipated. This attack was less an assassination attempt and more a warning. As for the perpetrator's identity, it wasn't difficult to guess. DuPont. They had been the primary target since Aisha and her group arrived in Apple City. They had been dealing with the Wildcat gang all along, but they had long known that DuPont was the force behind the gang. Now that the Wildcat gang had been suppressed beyond raising their heads, DuPont was finally stepping in. "Pack up everything first, we're leaving this place." Aisha pondered for a moment before making her decision. No matter how chaotic Brooklyn might be, this was still Apple City. An explosion like the one just now would definitely attract the police. Though they'd secured legal identities earlier, it's better to be safe than sorry. Best to avoid direct confrontation with the cops. "Amin, go notify Abdul and the others. We'll meet up in Manhattan later." "Got it, sis." Upon hearing Aisha's instructions, Amin immediately turned and left. The rest stayed behind to help Aisha tidy up the apartment. They tidied away all items related to their identities just as sirens began wailing in the distance. Hurriedly, they exited the apartment. The Manhattan Aisha referred to was actually another hideout in Manhattan. It was a warehouse leased by the Apple City branch of Oceanic Shipping Company. The group approached the warehouse exterior and, under cover of night, cautiously knocked on the side door. The door was opened by a Chinese man, the warehouse manager assigned by the branch office. Seeing Aisha and the others appear, he looked surprised but quickly opened the door and ushered them inside. After ensuring everyone was inside, he peered out once more to scan the surroundings before swiftly closing the side door. Inside the warehouse, Aisha immediately ordered her team to secure key positions. She then entered a room, pulled out her phone, and dialed Jiang Hai's number. The call connected quickly. Aisha recounted the recent events, concluding with, "We still can't confirm if they're from DuPont." "No. They're not DuPont personnel." As soon as Aisha voiced her suspicion, Jiang Hai on the other end of the line flatly dismissed it. "DuPont has massive resources. If they wanted to take you out directly, a single grenade wouldn't be enough. DuPont hasn't made a move until now because our conflict with the Wildcat gang was still confined to gang rivalry. Besides, Apple City is actually Lockheed's territory. DuPont planted the Wildcat gang there specifically to counter Lockheed. DuPont would never take direct action in Apple City unless absolutely necessary. Such a move would inevitably draw Lockheed's attention. If Lockheed were to retaliate, DuPont would suffer far greater losses than gains. Therefore, I believe DuPont is not the one behind this move. But if not DuPont, then who could it be?" Jiang Hai's reasoning left Aisha frowning deeply, unable to resist asking. But all she received in response was Jiang Hai's silence. Jiang Hai couldn't figure out the reason behind it either. The attackers targeted Aisha and her group, yet they only tossed a single grenade before fleeing. If they intended to act, they couldn't have been unaware. How could a single grenade possibly eliminate Aisha and her group? So what exactly was their objective? Was it merely to use a grenade to drive Aisha and her group out of the apartment? No. Standing on the balcony of his villa, Jiang Hai surveyed the upscale neighborhood bathed in sunlight. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he'd grasped something terrifying. "Aisha! Prepare for combat immediately. Be extremely cautious." "Ha!" Jiang Hai's sudden, furious shout startled Aisha. Her face flashed with shock and confusion, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Jiang Hai continued shouting, "They're trying to drive you out to find your comrades. They want to wipe you all out. And regardless of who they are, their objective has already been achieved. They could attack you at any moment." Jiang Hai was frantic with worry, wishing he could rush over to help Aisha immediately. He finally understood the enemy's objective. They wanted to see if Aisha and her group had any accomplices. By arriving at the branch warehouse, Aisha and her group had already pointed the way for the enemy. After eliminating Aisha and her group, the enemy could continue tracking the branch office's leads. Bang! At that very moment, a muffled thud echoed from the phone, clearly the sound of gunfire. Jiang Hai's expression darkened at the sound. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fist against the railing. No! Aisha and the others were in grave danger. He had to rush to Apple City to save them. System. Teleport me there now. I need to get to Apple City.
Meanwhile, inside the Manhattan warehouse,
Jiang Hai hadn't misheard. It was indeed a gunshot. And it was the crack of a sniper rifle. With that shot, a figure let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. It was the Chinese man managing the warehouse. Watch out. There's a sniper. Damn it. We're surrounded. Enemy ambush outside. The Balinese soldiers, who had been guarding key points around the warehouse as ordered by Aisha, shouted in unison. They were seasoned combat veterans. Even if they hadn't anticipated enemies, they immediately took defensive positions. Only the Chinese man was an ordinary civilian, completely unprepared. Standing directly by the window, he was shot dead instantly. Seeing this, the Balinese soldiers grew even more cautious. Two of them carefully scanned the area outside the warehouse and immediately spotted figures lurking in every hidden corner. Clearly, the warehouse was now surrounded. The fact that the enemy had opened fire without warning made their identity crystal clear. They were definitely not friends. At that moment, Aisha burst out of the room, Barrett rifle in hand, bellowing, "Enemies everywhere! Prepare for combat!" Chapter 175, Manhattan Showdown. Bang! Bang! Rat-a-tat! Boom! Boom! The dense crackle of gunfire and explosions echoed through the quiet streets of Manhattan. Such scenes were commonplace in Brownsville or Brooklyn, but utterly rare in Manhattan's affluent neighborhoods. The upper-class residents here were panicking, too afraid to step outside their homes, frantically dialing emergency numbers instead. Before the police arrived, they dared not risk their precious lives. Inside and outside the warehouse, whether it was Aisha and her group inside or the mysterious enemies outside, neither side seemed to care about the police. Both sides unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets. The enemy was clearly well prepared, with ample ammunition. As registered assistants in the system, Aisha and her group also possessed the authority to purchase weapons and ammunition from the system. In other words, as long as funds remained in their accounts, they possessed an inexhaustible supply of firearms and ammunition. Several Palestinian soldiers deftly scaled the warehouse ceiling, extending their gun barrels through small windows to fire down on the enemies below. Two enemies were instantly riddled with bullets. However, the remaining enemies, having spotted their position, immediately ducked behind cover, their bullets merely sparking off the protective barriers. Sis. These guys are no joke. From the second-floor window of the warehouse, Abulis, holding a PPK pistol, fired while speaking to Aisha beside him, who wielded a Barrett rifle. Aisha's brow was equally furrowed. Despite wielding the Barrett, she had only managed to fire one shot before losing the chance to take out a second enemy. These enemies possessed exceptional combat skills. They were definitely not ordinary gunmen. Aisha had initially assumed they were hitmen sent by the Wildcat gang for revenge, but now it seemed she might have misjudged the situation. The Wildcat gang couldn't possibly afford to hire this many elite operatives. If not the Wildcats, then who could they be? Recalling Jiang Hai's earlier speculation, Aisha's expression grew even more grave. To set up such a complex trap targeting them, with so many skilled gunmen. Could it still be DuPont? Damn it! Too bad all that gear is with the boss. Otherwise, we'd have charged out wearing it. A Palestinian soldier nearby couldn't help but curse under his breath. Back when they went to stop the Judas army, Jiang Hai had bought them some top-notch individual combat gear. But according to the system's rules, that gear was purchased by Jiang Hai, so it remained in his possession. Though they'd made decent money peddling arms lately, it was still small-time stuff. At best, they could afford ordinary weapons. The Dune 021 auxiliary gear they'd used before? Each unit cost tens of millions, far beyond their means. When her comrade mentioned Jiang Hai, a flicker of something unusual passed through Aisha's eyes. But a burst of bullets whizzed overhead, snapping Aisha back to focus. She immediately raised her Barrett, aimed at a corner of the street outside, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A brilliant flash erupted from the Barrett's muzzle. In the next instant, the concrete block at the street corner shattered instantly, sending a spray of blood into the air. But Aisha knew she had only wounded the enemy. They dodged the vital areas with sharp reflexes. Damn it! Even Aisha, with her usually steady temperament, couldn't help but curse after missing twice in a row. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets forced Aisha and her team to retreat temporarily. At that moment, the figures hiding behind cover sprang into action. In the darkness, dozens of figures swarmed forward, reaching the warehouse entrance in an instant and violently breaching the side door. Trouble! Aisha's heart sank. She ordered several Palestinian soldiers to turn around and open fire on the enemies storming into the warehouse. But their fire had little effect. The attackers were highly skilled combatants. After bursting into the warehouse, they immediately found cover and hid, not allowing Aisha's group to injure a single one of them. Where the hell did these devils come from? One Palestinian soldier couldn't help cursing under his breath. They'd never encountered such cunning enemies on the battlefield. Aisha promptly discarded the cumbersome Barrett and summoned an AK-47 instead, unleashing a furious barrage of fire into the corners below where the enemies were hiding. Use grenades. Throw as many as you can. Aisha gave her comrade a quick reminder before summoning a metal box brimming with grenades. She pulled one out, yanked the pin, and tossed it down. Boom! An enemy soldier was finally blown out by the grenade. The other Palestinian soldiers followed suit, tossing grenades like they were free rocks, pulled a pin and dropped them down. In an instant, the entire warehouse was filled with exploding sparks, the structure itself beginning to shake and sway. Simultaneously, 4 or 5 enemies were hurled into the air by the explosions. Earlier, when the enemies were outside, Aisha and her team had bombarded them with grenade launchers, but the sturdy cover outside had blocked the attacks. Now that the enemy had charged into the warehouse, facing the Palestinian soldiers from below, their cover proved far less reliable. The Palestinian soldiers could easily lob grenades over the cover, landing them right at the enemy's feet. A brief, urgent shout rang out, and the enemies below quickly retreated from the warehouse. Yet Aisha and her team's expressions didn't brighten much at the enemy's retreat. They had heard that brief, urgent cry loud and clear. And they recognized that phrase all too well. They had heard it countless times on the battlefields of the Gafid region. Judean. These bastards are Judahites. Just as hatred for the foot basin was etched into the blood of every Hwasha person, hatred for Judah was etched into the very bones of every Palestinian. Learning these enemies were Judeans, Aisha and every one of them gritted their teeth, faces twisted with fury. They itched to grab a Gatling gun and charge out, mowing down every last one of those bastard Judeans. Of course, they quickly regained their senses. These were no ordinary Judas gunmen, but highly trained professionals. Even with an endless supply of bullets, Aisha and her comrades would be courting death if they charged out recklessly. For now, they could only barricade themselves in the warehouse and hold their ground against the enemy. People inside. Look! Who is this? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the shadowy depths of the street outside. Hearing the shout, Aisha immediately frowned, but still ordered the Palestinian soldiers to cease fire. The street, which had just moments ago echoed with gunfire, instantly fell silent. All eyes converged on a single spot. Click click. The sharp clicks weren't gunshots, they were flashlights being switched on, illuminating the area. The previously dim street instantly brightened. Aisha and the others could clearly see 3 figures standing there, each bound hand and foot, with duct tape even covering their mouths. Abdul? Amin. Sharif. Chapter 176, Mecca Warrior. Due to the distance, Aisha and the others couldn't actually make out the 3 men's features. But as companions who had spent every waking moment together, they recognized each other's identities at a glance. They were indeed Abdul and Sharif, who had been dispatched earlier to monitor the Cat clan, along with Amin, whom Aisha had later sent to notify them both. Judging by their appearance, they weren't just bound hand and foot, they were covered in bloodstains, clearly having endured a brutal beating. All 3 were now unconscious, bound to wooden poles and motionless. Perhaps to ensure Aisha and the others could clearly see their faces, ropes had been deliberately tied around their foreheads, forcing their heads back and their faces toward the warehouse. Damn it! I should have seen this coming. They wouldn't spare Abdul and the others. Aisha couldn't help but show a look of self-reproach, angrily punching the wall. But everyone understood this wasn't Aisha's fault, it had happened too suddenly. In fact, it was possible that the attackers had already captured Abdul and Sharif before they even reached the apartment. When Amin went to find them later, he was naturally captured too. Now, with the 3 of them bound and gagged before Aisha and the others, their purpose was simple, to force Aisha and the others to surrender. Sis. We can't surrender. Even if we surrender, it won't save them. Ablis, standing nearby, immediately interjected. Though he too worried about Abdul and the others' safety, he understood clearly that once they surrendered, their very lives would be entirely in the enemy's hands. Ablis regarded Abdul and the others as his own brothers. For them, he was willing to sacrifice his own life. But more important than all their lives combined was Aisha. Ablis couldn't stand by and watch Aisha walk straight into their trap. A deathly silence hung over the warehouse, a stark contrast to the earlier hail of bullets. Yet this dead silence brought an even heavier pressure than before. After about 10 minutes, movement finally stirred behind Abdul and the others. A man clad entirely in black, his head concealed beneath a dark hood, emerged. Aisha and the others tensed up upon seeing him, knowing that his appearance at this moment meant he intended to do something. The man circled around Abdul and his companions twice, as if savoring the pitiful sight of their battered bodies. Finally, he moved behind them, his entire body disappearing into the darkness. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Unseen until that moment, his hand clutched a gleaming dagger. Under the flashlight's glare, the blade's sharp edge flashed with a blinding, icy light that froze Aisha and the others' hearts in an instant. Damn it! They dare! Aisha seemed to sense something, already lunging toward the window, only to be swiftly pulled back by the quick reflexes of Abulus beside her. Just then, the hand gripping the dagger even wiggled playfully from side to side. Then, in a flash, the cold gleam vanished. The dagger pierced Amin's neck clean through from the side. Amin seemed to snap awake, his eyes snapping open. He tried to open his mouth, but it was tightly sealed with duct tape. The dagger pierced through Amin's neck and was immediately pulled out. Blood instantly spurted from the wound, forming a spray of crimson mist. Amin held on for only a few seconds before her eyes rolled upward, and she fell completely still. No! Witnessing Amin brutally murdered before her eyes, Aisha burst into tears, screaming at the top of her lungs. Meanwhile, a Palestinian soldier gritted his teeth, immediately raising his rifle to shoot the man who had vanished into the darkness. But his comrade grabbed his arm, stopping him. Don't be impulsive. Abdul and the others are too close. His warning was spot on. Abdul and Sharif were right nearby. Firing recklessly could easily hit them by accident, and the enemy could kill both men instantly. Even though everyone wanted to tear the enemy limb from limb, they had to hold back. Each of them gritted their teeth so hard they felt like they might shatter them. Anger alone was useless. The pressing question remained. Should they surrender? Reason screamed no. They must seize this chance to purchase heavy weapons from the system and launch a counterattack against the enemy. But humans aren't machines, they couldn't be entirely rational. How could they possibly disregard the lives of their comrades? Especially when they had just witnessed one of their own die before their very eyes. Silence. It was Aisha and the others' final choice. And within their silent gazes, the hand concealed in the darkness reached out once more. Clutching the dagger stained with Amin's blood, it slowly extended toward Abdul's throat. In the next instant, that dagger would slit Abdul's throat clean. Aisha and the others watched, their faces twisted in horror, utterly powerless. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the air, shattering the terrifying silence. In the next instant, a silvery white shadow sliced through the darkness, landing directly in the middle of the street. The immense impact even pitted the road surface. This instantly drew the attention of everyone present to the silver-white figure. At first glance, it appeared tall and robust, its entire body reflecting a silvery metallic sheen. Upon closer inspection, it was covered head to toe in silver-white armor plates, resembling a mech warrior. The sudden appearance of this colossal figure, seemingly stepped out of a sci-fi movie, left everyone stunned. Even the hand that had just pressed the dagger against Abdul's throat instinctively jerked back. The mech warrior slowly straightened its frame. Its metal-masked head turned, surveying the surroundings before settling on Abdul and Sharif, bound to the wooden pole, and Amin, who showed no signs of life. The next moment, a sharp click echoed as several finger-thick cylinders suddenly sprang from the mech warrior's shoulders. Whoosh! A series of whistling sounds filled the air as blue-white beams shot out from the cylinders. The next instant, screams erupted in rapid succession. The beam struck the darkness behind Abdul and Sharif, yet failed to harm them in the slightest. In that instant, both inside and outside the warehouse knew exactly which side this mech warrior belonged to. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted. Bullets flew from every corner of the street, striking the mech warrior with pinpoint accuracy. Yet these bullets struck the silver-white armor plates without leaving even a scratch. Undeterred by the hail of bullets, the mech warrior slowly raised both arms. One after another, cylindrical projectiles sprang from its arms. Immediately, dozens of beams of light shot out, striking the dim corners of the street with pinpoint accuracy, followed by waves of screams. The next moment, the cacophony of gunfire vanished. Chapter 177, Nakum. Aisha and all the Palestinian soldiers stood frozen in shock. When the mech warrior saved Abdul and Sharif, they knew he was one of their own. Later, when they saw the mech warrior under enemy attack, they were about to intervene. But before they could pull the trigger, dozens of beams of light flashed and vanished. The battle ended just like that? Was it really that abrupt? The enemy that had them pinned down moments ago had the mech warriors wiped them all out in one fell swoop? Gulp! A Baylor soldier couldn't help but swallow hard. Beside Aisha, Abulis also turned his head and asked her, "Sis, this is on our side, right?" Aisha clearly didn't know how to answer his question either, for she truly had no idea who they were. After a moment's hesitation, Aisha glanced at Abdul and Sharif, still bound to the wooden poles in the distance. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Let's get out of here first. Be careful, we still don't know if they're friend or foe." With Aisha's orders, the others obeyed. The group immediately exited the warehouse. However, as they exited, Aisha and the others held their guns, watching the mech warrior cautiously. The mech warrior remained motionless, standing there without so much as a glance in their direction. Seeing the lack of movement, Aisha hesitated briefly before giving Abul a subtle nod. Ablis instantly understood her intent and led the three others around the mech warrior, sprinting across the street. Seeing the horribly mutilated body of Amin, the group felt a pang of sorrow, but they still scrambled to rescue Abdur and Sharif. A quick check of their injuries revealed they were severe but not life-threatening. Abdul let out a long sigh of relief before immediately turning to Aisha and making a gesture. Aisha exhaled just as deeply. Her gaze then shifted to the mech warrior standing nearby. Her expression darkened as she demanded, "Who are you?" Click. Just as Aisha and the others were gripped with tension, the metal visor on the mech warrior's head suddenly shifted. Then, the visor flipped upward, revealing a face familiar to Aisha and the others. "Boss?" Everyone gasped in surprise. They clearly hadn't expected the mecha warrior to be Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai nodded first, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on the body of now lying motionless nearby. His expression grew solemn. "Sorry, I'm late." After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai spoke in a deep voice. His words left Aisha and the others equally silent. Though they had won this battle, they had lost a comrade forever. Seeing the sorrow on Aisha and the others' faces, Jiang Hai momentarily didn't know what to say. He had relied on the system's teleportation, but hadn't anticipated that the system's teleportation always had an issue with imprecision. The recent teleportation had dropped him directly in the outskirts of Apple City. Left with no choice, Jiang Hai immediately donned the gear he'd purchased from the system and rushed toward the scene at top speed. Jiang Hai had done his utmost, yet he still arrived a moment too late. Aisha and the others didn't blame him. After a moment of silence, Aisha addressed Jiang Hai, "Boss, this isn't your fault. The blame lies squarely with those enemies." "That's right. It's those damned Judas dogs. To avenge Amin, we must slaughter every last one of those Judas dogs." Aisha's words ignited righteous fury among the other Palestinian soldiers, who roared in unison. "Jews?" Their words caught Jiang Hai off guard. He had only acted on instinct to eliminate the enemy in the heat of battle, unaware of their true identity. From the Palestinian soldiers' tone, they were certain these enemies were Jews? Aisha was about to explain everything to Jiang Hai when, at that very moment, the sound of sirens echoed from the distance. The group froze in place. The recent battle had made them momentarily forget they were in Apple City, one of the world's most bustling metropolises, as if they were back on a battlefield. "Ha! Just like in the movies, the cops always show up last." Bernadine sneered coldly. Despite the intense fighting here moments ago, not a single police officer had been in sight. Now that the fight was over, they finally showed up. The cops from the beautiful country never disappoint when it comes to being late. "We shouldn't engage the American authorities head-on right now. Let's get out of here first." Jiang Hai paused briefly before making his decision. Aisha and the others naturally had no objections to Jiang Hai's choice. After a quick cleanup, the group departed the scene. However, they only took Amin and the body of the Chinese man with them, leaving all the enemy corpses behind. "So, you're saying those enemies were all Jews?" In a villa on the outskirts of Apple City, after hearing Aisha and the others' account, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow and began deep in thought. In Jiang Hai's previous speculations, the identity of the enemies was least likely to be Jews. Yet, unexpectedly, those enemies were indeed Jews. But this didn't make sense. Why would the Jews come to attack Aisha and her group? How did they even know Aisha and her group were in Apple City? Moreover, these Judas forces displayed exceptional combat skills. They were clearly not ordinary Judas soldiers. What were their origins? "I think I know who they are." Just as Jiang Hai was deep in thought, Aisha suddenly spoke up beside him. Jiang Hai looked up at her with some surprise. Before Jiang Hai could ask, Aisha answered proactively, "They must be members of NACOM." "NACOM?" The name Aisha uttered made Jiang Hai pause. It sounded familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. Seeing his expression, Aisha realized he didn't recall and quickly explained, "NACOM is an extremist organization founded by the Jews. Its origins trace back over 1,000 years, to the fall of the ancient kingdom of Judah. A small group of Jews, seeking vengeance, formed an assassination organization. Their targets were the leaders of the nations responsible for that downfall. Ultimately, due to the group's extreme violence, it was eradicated by a coalition of nations. This assassination organization thus severed its lineage and vanished from history for over a millennium. Decades ago, during the Great Blue Star War, the persecution of the Judas people by the Han Swastika Party prompted the Judas people to re-establish the NACOM. After the war, they hunted down members of the Han Swastika Party. This assassination group once became so reckless that it targeted multiple high-ranking officials of the Han's government. Ultimately, it provoked a united global boycott, forcing it to gradually cease its activities. Chapter 178, A Mutual Destruction? Aisha's explanation prompted Jiang Hai to recall hearing that name before, also from Aisha. "That Judas general you sniped last time. Li Wei Sala." "Exactly. He was a member of NACOM. He was also the one who orchestrated the assassination attempt on Lord Filzert." Only now did Jiang Hai recall that Aisha had also mentioned this Li Wei Sala. "So now this NACOM has set its sights on you? Is it because you were once part of the Palestinian military?" Jiang Hai furrowed his brow, yet something felt off. Aisha and her group were indeed Palestinian soldiers. Aisha herself was even a military commander. But the question was, did their status warrant the Jews mobilizing an organization like NACOM? Undoubtedly, an extreme revenge group like NACOM targets only major figures, especially those who posed a significant threat to the Jewish community. Aisha and her group clearly didn't fit that description. So why would NACOM target Aisha and her group? Jiang Hai racked his brain but couldn't fathom the reason. "Boss, what was that mech you were piloting just now?" Jiang Hai was deep in thought, but several Palestinian soldiers beside him couldn't contain their curiosity. Urged on by the others, Bird-aiding finally couldn't resist stepping forward to ask. When he asked the question, every Bale soldier, including Bird-aiding, looked at Jiang Hai with eager anticipation. No man could resist the romance of a mech. Not even the men of Bale were immune. Jiang Hai had just descended from the sky piloting that silver-white mecha, swiftly eliminating every enemy. Such a formidable mecha was the very embodiment of every man's dream. Jiang Hai paused for a moment, then looked up at the eager faces before him and quickly understood. With a faint smile, he beckoned, and the silver-white mecha materialized before everyone. Ah! Wow! The sight of the silver-white mecha drew gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even Aisha examined it with curiosity before turning to ask Jiang Hai, "Boss, is this the X-0181 single soldier combat exoskeleton?" Jiang Hai answered directly. "That's right. That's the individual combat gear retailing for 388.8 billion huaxia currency. Of course, the internal price is $1 billion less." Jiang Hai had just been teleported outside the city by the system. Eager to rush to Aisha's rescue, he selected the fastest flying individual combat gear directly from the system inventory. And that's exactly what he ended up with. Thankfully, Jiang Hai had recently struck it rich on the planet New Galleon Boca. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford this gear. X-0181 combat exoskeleton? Whoa! 388.8 billion huaxia currency? That expensive? Aisha and the others now had access to the military weapons database. Upon hearing Jiang Hai announce the mech's name, they all pulled up the list to check. But when they saw the price tag for this set of gear, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even after seeing the internal pricing later, they remained speechless with shock. Even the internal price was a staggering 388.8 trillion huaxia currency. To them, this was an astronomical figure. The Bale soldiers, who had been hoping to pool their money to buy one for themselves, were now completely disheartened. Jiang Hai chuckled and, under the envious stares of the crowd, simply retrieved the gear. Lend it to them to play with? Are you kidding me? That was high-end gear worth 388.8 trillion yuan. Jiang Hai rolled his eyes and abruptly changed the subject. What's the situation with the Wildcat Gang? Aisha and the others had just taken over the Wildcat Gang's territory when the Nakam organization from the Judas faction showed up to fight. It was hard for Jiang Hai not to consider a connection between the two. Though it seemed unlikely the Nakam organization and the Wildcat Gang were connected, Jiang Hai still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Ablis beside him quickly replied, "Abdul and Sharif just woke up. I've already questioned them. The Wildcats haven't made a move. Their members are still holed up in Brownsville, afraid to show their faces." Jiang Hai fell deep and thought once more. Based on this information, it seemed the Wildcat Gang had nothing to do with it. But for some reason, Jiang Hai felt this matter was connected to the Wildcat Gang. After much deliberation, Jiang Hai finally made a decision. Lifting his head slightly, a cold gleam flashed in Jiang Hai's eyes. I understand. Yes. I know. I'll handle it." After hanging up the phone, Spore, the leader of the Wildcat Gang, wore a smug smile on his face. "Boss, how'd it go? Boss, is everything taken care of?" Several burly men standing before Spool's desk couldn't help but rise to their feet, pressing him for answers. This was Spore's new office. The old one had been destroyed, and Spool couldn't be bothered to renovate it. He'd simply moved into a new one. Facing his subordinates' inquiries, Spore casually tossed his phone onto the desk, then picked up a cigar nearby and took a deep drag. "Those Jews, they're all dead." "Ah. All dead? Could it be we failed? Those Jews are useless." Disappointment immediately flashed across the faces of several burly men. "No." Spall smiled faintly, exhaling a thick plume of smoke before savoring the rich aroma of his cigar. "Those ballas have vanished too. Looks like the Jews and Palestinians fought each other to mutual destruction. The Jews are all dead, but the Palestinians aren't faring much better. Ha ha! This outcome is the most delightful." As Spall finished speaking, several burly men's eyes lit up simultaneously, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. "Boss, doesn't that mean we don't have to hide like turtles anymore? We can take back all that territory?" The burly men were all beyond excited. These past days, to avoid the Balers, they'd been holed up in Brownsville, too scared to show their faces. Now that the Balers were in trouble, didn't that mean they could reclaim their business and territory? Yeah. Should be no problem. Spole was so pleased precisely for this reason. "We've just been notified above to reclaim all the lost business and territory as quickly as possible. Now, you can take your brothers and get moving. Remember this, especially those merchants who betrayed us before, don't let them off easily." As he uttered those final words, Spore clenched his jaw, his face twisted with venomous malice. When they were forced into retreat by the Balers, those merchants who had long collaborated with them turned their backs and sided with the Balers. To the Wildcat Gang, this was nothing short of betrayal. Spore was no saint. When it came to traitors, he never showed mercy. Chapter 179, Relocating the Balu Refugees. "Don't worry, boss. We'll handle this easily. The burly men understood Spore's meaning perfectly, each flashing a cruel grin. They'd done this sort of thing more than once or twice before. Spall had complete confidence in his men's capabilities. Smiling, he waved his hand, signaling them to get to work. Thud. Suddenly, a deafening crash. The wall with the office window shattered instantly. That's right. The entire wall was completely shattered. As the dust and smoke began to settle, it became clear that the entire wall was gone. Clatter. The burly men immediately drew their service weapons, pointing them at the damaged wall, their faces tense with anxiety. As for Spore, having experienced an attack before, he instinctively ducked beneath the desk. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted suddenly. Before the burly men could pull the triggers, a burst of bullets flew in, knocking them all down instantly. In the next instant, several figures burst into the office through the still settling dust, each gripping a gun. Boss! Big sis! It's all under control! Bernadine shouted loudly, followed by Jiang Hai and Aisha walking in side by side. After entering, Jiang Hai couldn't help but glance at the debris beside him. He curled his lip and said to Aisha, "Don't you think this guy's an idiot? After getting ambushed by you last time, he switched offices and still chose one right by the road? Typical case of learning from memory, not from experience." Listening to Jiang Hai's rant, Aisha couldn't help but chuckle, though she remained silent. Turning her head, her gaze naturally fell upon Spore, who was trembling beneath the desk. Her expression shifted instantly from a broad smile to an icy glare. "Boss, did that guy really bring in those Jews?" Though there was no proof yet, since Jiang Hai had raised the possibility, Aisha wouldn't ignore it. Besides, those Jews had murdered Amin. Aisha had already poured all her pent-up resentment onto this very man before her. The moment Aisha's expression shifted, Abula stepped forward, rifle raised, and yanked Spall out from beneath the desk. To his men, Spall was a cunning and ruthless leader, but in Ablus's hands, he was nothing but a pathetic little worm. "Boss! What should we do with him?" The towering Abels held Spall aloft like a little chick, giving him a shake as if asking Jiang Hai whether this chicken should be stewed or braised. "Hold off on killing him for now. At least figure out what connection he has to that group first." "I have nothing to do with them. I have absolutely no connection to those Jews." The moment Jiang Hai finished speaking, Spore seemed to grasp something, immediately shaking his head and waving his hands in vehement denial. Hearing Spore's words, everyone including Jiang Hai wore peculiar expressions. The next moment, Spall realized what he'd said, and his face turned even paler. "Damn it! I said the wrong thing. TSK. Who exactly are these Jews you're talking about? How did you know I was referring to a group of Jews?" Jiang Hai's question made Spall's face grow even paler. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Jiang Hai didn't expect Spall to answer anyway. He turned to Aisha and said, "Who'd have thought I actually guessed right? That incident really was connected to him." Aisha's expression grew colder and colder. The look in her eyes as she stared at Spore was as if she wanted to devour him alive. It really was him. That's why Amin was killed too. As she spoke these words, Aisha's teeth were gritted, while the Balhar soldiers beside her wore expressions of savage fury. To Spall, this scene felt like he'd fallen into hell, surrounded by demons. Terror filled Spall's eyes. Suddenly, a startled shudder ran through him as the sound of dripping water echoed from the floor beneath his feet. "Hold off on killing him. We still have much to question him about." Jiang Hai restrained Aisha, then glanced around and said, "Let's go. This isn't a place to linger." With Jiang Hai present, there was no need to fear the rest of the Wildcat gang. But this was still Wildcat gang territory. Staying here long-term would make things inconvenient. With Jiang Hai speaking up, Aisha and the others naturally had no objections. They simply grabbed Spall and left the place immediately. This was the mouth of the Covenant River, where it flowed into the Red Sea. 7 cruise ships were entering the Red Sea from this point. On board these ships were a total of 20,000 Baylor refugees. Having lost their homes, these Baylor refugees had embarked on a life of displacement. Their next destination would be the distant Hispania in Latin America. Perhaps there, they will begin a new life. A massive LCD screen broadcasts news footage from the Red Sea port. Watching the massive cruise ship slowly enter the Red Sea waters, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Hai's face. 20,000 people compared to the millions of Palestinian refugees, it was indeed insignificant. But it was a start. In recent days, over 20 more cruise ships had departed from ports across China, sailing toward the Gafar region. These ships would gradually bring Baylor refugees to settle in Hispania. Meanwhile, in Hispania, the 3-Stem clan had already made preparations to receive the Baylor refugees. Of course, Jiang Hai had also heard that within Hispaniola itself, there was actually significant opposition to the decision to accept the Baylor refugees. The indigenous black population strongly opposed accepting the Palestinian refugees. But the Sunja gang had just forcibly overthrown the original Hispanian government, and now was the peak of their power. All domestic dissent had been forcibly suppressed by the 3-Stem gang. Naturally, over time, the ethnic Chinese minority, being an absolute minority in terms of population, would inevitably struggle to maintain stable control over Hispania. But no worries, once those millions of Palestinian refugees settle in Hispania and overwhelm the black population base, the Sunju gang will have nothing to fear about losing their foothold in Hispania. Ah! Look! What is that? It's a fleet. It's Judah's fleet. They're going to block the cruise ship from entering the Red Sea. Suddenly, the reporter's panicked shouts pierced the TV as the camera swiftly panned toward the distant water. On the horizon, tiny black dots rapidly approached the cruise ship, a fleet of over a dozen destroyers. The flags flying atop these destroyers were none other than the flag of Judah. Jiang Hai's gaze sharpened at the sight, a cold expression hardening his features. He had anticipated that Judah would not simply allow the Palestinian refugees to escape and would certainly attempt to intercept the cruise ship. But seeing it actually happen still caught him off guard. Yet soon, a smile returned to his face. Chapter 180, The Chinese Flag on the Cruise Ship. Judah's fleet was closing in. Less than 30 kilometers from the cruise ship. The cruise ship had halted its progress, anchored right at the entrance to the Red Sea. The cruise ship was blocked. Wait, what was that? There's actually another fleet behind the cruise ship? Is that Judah's fleet? No. It's not Judah's fleet. That's the flag of China. It's the Huaxia fleet. The Huaxia fleet has appeared behind the cruise ship. What's going on? Why is the Huaxia fleet here? The white female reporter on TV was practically losing her mind, waving her microphone and screaming at the top of her lungs. The next moment, the reporter screamed as if witnessing the apocalypse. That's the Chinese national flag. My goodness. The Chinese flag is flying on the cruise ship too. Does this mean China is the one helping the Palestinian refugees relocate? Ha! Jiang Hai, who had initially seemed content to watch the spectacle unfold, now furrowed his brow. He knew China had dispatched a fleet to escort the cruise ship that was the promise made to him personally by Old Yu. But he hadn't expected the cruise ship to actually fly the Chinese national flag. This was far more than just a matter of a flag. As the female reporter had stated, flying the Chinese flag meant China would assume responsibility for this operation to relocate Palestinian refugees. And that was precisely what Jiang Hai wanted to avoid. He understood clearly that China was ill-suited to intervene in the conflict between Palestine and Judea. Sending Chinese destroyers for escort could be glossed over with other excuses. But if the cruise ships transporting Palestinian refugees were all Chinese, that would be impossible to explain away. When he met with Elder Yu earlier, the elder hadn't mentioned that the Chinese government would officially acknowledge this operation, had he? Then whose order was it to fly the national flag on these ships? Jiang Hai frowned and immediately dialed a number. The call connected shortly after. Before Jiang Hai could ask, Fong Li's voice came through. Mr. Jiang, the flag on the cruise ship, it wasn't our people who did that. Not our people? Then who? Fong Li's direct response only deepened Jiang Hai's confusion. He frowned and asked, could it be the Bailers? Besides the Chinese crew, the only others aboard were the Balinese passengers. Could it be that the Balerians on board secretly did it? No, it wasn't the Balerians. It was someone from the Chinese military. Ha! Fong Li hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. This time, Jiang Hai was completely stunned. He never imagined the answer would be this. On the other end of the line, Fong Li recounted the entire sequence of events. Earlier, when allowing the Baylor refugees aboard, the cruise ship captain had also communicated with the commander of the Huaxia fleet. To ensure safety, the commander of the Huaxia fleet requested that military personnel also board the cruise ship. This would allow immediate contact with the fleet in case of any emergencies. The cruise ship captain had no objection to this arrangement. After all, they were all fellow Chinese citizens. In this foreign land, who could be more trustworthy than one's own compatriots? But no one could have anticipated that the very soldiers who boarded the ship would suddenly hoist their national flag atop the cruise ship's mast. Due to their perceived status, the crew remained completely unprepared. By the time they noticed, the flag was already flying proudly atop the ship's mast. After listening to Fong Li's brief account, Jiang Hai's brow furrowed deeply. If military personnel did this, could it be intentional action by the Chinese government? But if the Chinese government intended to intervene, why hadn't they informed him beforehand? There was no need to keep something like this from him. Mr. Jiang, how should we proceed with this matter? Fong Li was awaiting Jiang Hai's decision. Though she wasn't on site, she could remotely coordinate and relay instructions to the cruise ship's operations. Jiang Hai paused briefly before stating, do nothing. Since the military wants to handle this, leave it entirely to them. The captain and crew need only do one thing: once Judah's fleet withdraws, resume sailing to complete the mission. Jiang Hai's words carried an air of certainty that Judah's fleet would indeed withdraw. As if the heavens themselves were testing his judgment, the moment his words fell, the television crackled with the female reporter's startled cry. Oh! My God! Judah's fleet is retreating. Judah's fleet has turned and left. They're no longer blocking the cruise ship. Does this mean Judas has backed down to China? Jiang Hai, who had just hung up the phone, couldn't help but let a faint smile spread across his face. Back down? How could those madmen of Judah possibly yield? Even with the Huaxia fleet escorting it, the Judas fleet wouldn't have left so easily. But the Judas fleet's departure wasn't due to the Chinese fleet or the Chinese flag flying on the cruise ship. If Jiang Hai hadn't misjudged, it must be because his earlier arrangements had taken effect. Oh my God! The female reporter on the TV screen screamed again. Jiang Hai was certain that the number of times the reporter screamed today would surpass the number of times she screamed on her wedding night. She pressed her hand over the earpiece, her eyes wide as saucers, as if she'd just heard something utterly astonishing. Breaking news! Bosch! It's Bosch! Bosch has launched an attack on Judah. Bosch has deployed 3 armored divisions, already crossing the border into Judah. Simultaneously, Bosch's distinctive fighter aircraft have appeared over the skies of Judea's capital, Tel Aviv. Though merely circling without deploying any weapons, this action has already sparked panic among the capital's residents. Countless residents began fleeing Tel Aviv. War. This is war. Only months had passed since the last war's critical juncture, yet conflict erupted once more. The withdrawal of the Judean fleet was likely due to this very reason. With Bosch having already declared war on Judea, provoking China at this juncture would be anything but a wise choice for Judea. The female reporter, clearly a seasoned frontline journalist, quickly regained her composure. Not only did she deliver the news, but she also provided some analysis. Click. Jiang turned off the TV. The rest of it held no interest for him. Indeed. Bosch's military action against Judah was precisely what he had orchestrated. But truth be told, Jiang Hai's role in it was minimal. Because of those 3 big Ivans, Bosch and his entire organization harbored a deep-seated hatred for Judas. Jiang Hai had merely hinted to Hussein that Judas's big Ivan could go online at any moment. Given that, if Bosch wasn't foolish, seizing this opportunity to attack Judah was already the wisest choice. If they didn't attack now, were they supposed to wait until Judah built more big Ivans before moving? Since Bosch had already launched their attack, Judah would certainly be unable to spare forces to intercept the cruise ship transporting Palestinian refugees. Coupled with China's stance, Judas would be powerless to stop the Palestinian refugees from escaping. Chapter 181, Jiang Hai is deeply dissatisfied. The cruise ship carrying Palestinian refugees entered the Red Sea. Next, it would traverse the Red Sea and sail directly into the Atlantic Ocean. Then it would cross the Atlantic to reach Hispania. If all went smoothly, this journey would take 1.5 months. After all, the sheer size of the cruise ship meant speed wasn't an option. But regardless, once the ship entered the Atlantic, reaching Hispania was the final step. As for the military personnel who raised the Chinese national flag aboard the ship, reports from the vessel indicated that after hoisting the flag, they took no further action. Upon learning this, Jiang Hai found himself growing increasingly perplexed. He really had no idea what purpose these military personnel were pursuing in doing these things. A ringtone sounded. It was the phone Jiang Hai had placed beside him. Jiang Hai glanced at the screen, an unknown number, but answered immediately. Hello? Is this Mr. Jiang Hai? A crisp female voice sounded. Jiang Hai felt a vague sense of familiarity, yet he couldn't quite place where he'd heard it before. Hello, who is this? This is Zhang Jing. We met once at Old Yu's place. Zhang Jing? The other party immediately identified herself, and Jiang Hai instantly recalled the image of that beautiful female soldier. Was she the matchmaker introduced by Old Yu? But why would she be calling me? If Jiang Hai remembered correctly, during their first meeting, he could tell she wasn't interested in him at all. Ah! Miss Zhang Jing. Hello. I thought. If possible, I would prefer you address me by my military rank. I'm a soldier. Addressing me by my rank is the most basic form of respect. Ha! Hearing Zhang Jing's deadpan reply, Jiang Hai froze again. But he quickly recovered, nodding eagerly. Oh! Great! Zhang Jing, Major, right? At least Jiang Hai had a decent memory. He remembered Zhang Jing's current rank was Major. Zhang Jing seemed satisfied with how Jiang Hai addressed her and didn't dwell on the matter further. Mr. Jiang Hai, I'm calling you regarding official business. As you're likely aware, your fleet encountered an interception by the Judas fleet while in the Red Sea. To deter the Judas fleet, your ships all flew the Chinese national flag. Zhang Jing got straight to the point, stating the reason for his call, while Jiang Hai immediately furrowed his brow. He had been thinking about this very issue just moments ago. He hadn't expected Zhang Jing's call to be about this very matter. So Zhang Jing knew the reason behind it? It made sense, after all the military had orchestrated this, and Zhang Jing was military personnel. Major Zhang Jing, may I ask why? Your cruise ship assisting Palestinian refugees in their migration was bound to be intercepted by Judas. And the nation has dispatched a fleet to escort you all the way. Regardless, your operation now bears the indelible mark of China. Zhang Jing's tone remained calm and measured as she articulated each reason. So what difference does it make whether your ship flies the Chinese flag or not? Jiang Hai didn't respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then you could have informed me beforehand. I would have cooperated with your actions." "That's irrelevant. At least the outcome is favorable." Zhang Jing seemed unconcerned with Jiang Hai's thoughts, directly dismissing his opinion. This attitude deeply annoyed Jiang Hai. Had he not been mindful that she represented the Chinese military, he would have snapped back long ago. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai reined in his temper. At this point, there was nothing to lose for Jiang Hai, so there was no need to dwell on the matter. After all, she represented the Chinese military. Jiang Hai still hoped to give her some face. "So, you called just to give me a routine notification? Fine. I understand. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. No, what I mean is..." Click. Jiang Hai shot back sarcastically, cutting them off mid-sentence before slamming the phone down. He could give them face and let this matter drop, but that didn't mean he was some pushover to be pushed around. He had to stand his ground when it mattered. After hanging up on Zhang Jing, Jiang Hai considered calling Wang Chuanfa. But remembering Wang Chuanfa's previous instructions, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided not to disturb him. Huaxia Military Headquarters. Zhang Jing frowned slightly as she stared at her phone. This was the first time a man had hung up on her, and she must admit, the feeling was deeply unsettling. "Xiao Jing, how's it going?" A hoarse voice cut through her tangled emotions. "Grandfather, he seems somewhat displeased, but he has accepted our arrangements." That proves I didn't misjudge him, and neither did old you. This young man truly has potential." Hearing her grandfather praise Jiang Hai, yet recalling his earlier sarcastic remarks, Zhang Jing couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. However, habits ingrained since childhood prevented her from readily revealing her true feelings. "Jing, perhaps you really should consider this Jiang Hai. I think..." "Grandfather, you promised me before my life partner is my own decision." Zhang Jing cut him off immediately, her expression unwavering. "Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. But I'm only suggesting it's just a suggestion. If it's just a suggestion, then I won't accept it." Zhang Jing snorted, turned, and left the office, leaving only the elderly man with his chest full of medals shaking his head with a bitter smile. Foot Basin. A nation separated from China by only a narrow stretch of sea. This nation, entangled with China in a millennium-long feud, has gradually been isolated by the nations of Blue Star due to its nuclear wastewater discharge. Of course, not every nation boycotts Foot Basin. If that were the case, it would have collapsed long ago. The reason it continues to dump nuclear wastewater with impunity is that Foot Basin has always had a powerful supporter. Those two Big Ivans back then weren't just the first time in human history that Big Ivan was actually used in combat. They also pried open Japan's forehead, imprinting an ideological stamp upon its very core. A Japan with father's backing is a truly formidable Japan. With father's backing, the Foot Basin fears no consequences for any action. What's a little nuclear waste dumping? Even if one day the Foot Basin triggers a Big Ivan war, it doesn't matter, father will handle everything. This mindset has nearly unified the entire upper echelons of the Foot Basin government. Of course, it's only almost. In reality, not every high-ranking official in the Foot Basin government shares this mindset. Murakami Sanshiro, chairman of the Foot Basin Security Council and head of Foot Basin Security Management. He is a staunch advocate of Foot Basin national sovereignty and independence. Chapter 182, Foot Basin National Independence. Foot Basin National Sovereignty Independence. A revolutionary ideology that has gradually emerged in recent years among both official and civilian circles in Foot Basin. This ideology primarily manifests as dissatisfaction with the nation's inability to fully exercise its sovereignty and its lack of independent armed military forces. For reasons well known to all, Foot Basin currently finds not only its political power constrained by the United States, but is even denied the most fundamental armed military force. In layman's terms, it has no army. A nation without an army is inherently incomplete. Even if it has been given the fig leaf of a so-called self-defense force, this does not alter the fact that Japan remains an incomplete nation. This is precisely the source of deep dissatisfaction among Japan's national sovereignty advocates like Murakami Sanshiro. On the surface, Murakami Sanshiro appears to be a diligent government official, but in reality, he has been secretly working to restore Japan's ability to possess a military force. Moreover, unlike many Japanese, Murakami Sanjiro does not believe the United States will ever return this power to Japan. That's right. Murakami Sanshiro is one of the very few within the Foot Basin government who does not trust the fatherland. In Murakami Sanshiro's eyes, the pretty country and China were both enemies. Relying on enemies for help is nothing short of a fairy tale. Mr. Murakami. Stepping out of his office, Murakami Sanshiro walked toward the elevator with his briefcase in hand, just as he did every day after work. Before he could reach the elevator entrance, a hurried call came from behind him. Murakami Sanshiro turned around in haste to find his colleague Tanaka Shinsuke, who served as an aide to the Security Council. By rank, Tanaka Shinsuke was Murakami Sanshiro's subordinate. But in reality, the two had been close friends for years, their bond long transcending the boundaries of their positions. When Tanaka Shinsuke reached his side, Murakami Sanshiro gave a slight nod, his face still unsmiling. Tanaka Shinsuke, however, was well accustomed to his friend's temperament and greeted him with a smile. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and the two stepped inside side by side. As Tanaka Shinsuke pressed the button for the underground parking garage, the elevator doors slowly closed. Murakami-kun, have you heard? What? China has stepped in to help Palestinian refugees relocate to Spain. Murakami Sanshiro's brow furrowed slightly. The two nations he despised most were the United States and China. Even Tanaka Shinsuke felt a pang of resentment whenever the name China was mentioned. Still, Murakami Sanshiro didn't vent his feelings. He merely frowned and nodded, indicating he'd already seen the news. TSK. What is Huaxia trying to accomplish? This is clearly provoking Judea. Judas isn't just any ordinary country. Offending Judah means all those wealthy Judahites worldwide will turn against Huaxia. Tanaka Shinsuke began pontificating on current affairs. While Murakami Sanshiro remained silent, his brow furrowed. He had absolutely no interest in matters concerning China. Even if China angered Judah, leading to sanctions or even a declaration of war, Murakami Sanshiro wouldn't bat an eye, he'd likely cheer it on. China, the pretty country, let them all be destroyed. Murakami Sanshiro silently prayed within himself. Yet he knew full well that given China's current scale, a mere entity like Judah could never truly threaten it. Moreover, due to China's unique state structure, even Judah's economic leverage over numerous nations worldwide proved ineffective against China. China's purpose in sending Palestinian refugees to Hispania was likely to support the ethnic Chinese who had just staged a coup there. Chinese nationals involved in the Hispanic coup? When did they become connected to China? They're all ethnic Chinese, isn't that connection sufficient? Murakami Sanshiro shot Tanaka Shinsuke a sharp glance. You're the deputy chief of the National Security Council, for heaven's sake. Use your brain. Can't you see such an obvious connection? Ding. As soon as Murakami Sanshiro finished speaking, the elevator chimed, and its doors slowly opened. They had reached the underground parking garage. Murakami Sanshiro strode straight out of the elevator, while Tanaka Shinsuke scratched the back of his head somewhat sheepishly before quickly following him out. Murakami-kun. Wait for me. Murakami Sanshiro got into his car. The next moment, Tanaka Shinsuke climbed into the passenger seat, smiling as he said, Murakami-kun, Aiko-chan isn't home tonight, so I've got no dinner plans. How about we grab a drink? As he spoke, Tanaka made a drinking gesture with his hand. At first, Murakami Sanshiro was genuinely tempted by Tanaka's suggestion. But he quickly shook his head and said, Sorry, Tanaka-kun, I've got something to do later. I can't hang out with you tonight. Alright. Tanaka Shinsuke shook his head and spread his hands, saying, Looks like I'll be spending this lonely night all by myself. Murakami Sanshiro didn't believe a single word Tanaka Shinsuke said. They'd been friends for decades and knew each other inside out. This guy? He absolutely won't be alone tonight. Murakami Sanshiro didn't call him out. Instead, he watched Tanaka get out of the car, immediately locked the doors, and sped out of the parking lot. Tanaka's words weren't just empty talk or lies, he genuinely had business to attend to. Driving through the capital of the Foot Basin region, the bustling city of Kyoto, Murakami Sanjiro sped along. Soon, he arrived at the city's most bustling district, Nyanbashi. He turned onto a street and, with practiced ease, parked in the basement of a high-rise building. 10 minutes later, Murakami Sanshiro's figure had already entered an office. He wasn't alone in the office. There was also a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and black-rimmed glasses. Murakami-kun. So glad you could make it. In stark contrast to Murakami's somewhat cold expression, the other man greeted him warmly upon seeing him, even proactively extending his hand for a handshake. After a few brief pleasantries, Murakami raised his hand first and stated, Enough small talk. I didn't come here today to waste time. Let's get straight to the point. His pleasantries cut short, the middle-aged man showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he chuckled and remarked, Mr. Murakami, you certainly speak your mind. Truly the mark of a man capable of great things. Murakami Sanshiro remained impassive to the flattery, his gaze as cold and unyielding as ever. Alright. Let's get down to business. No problem. The middle-aged man flashed an OK sign, then smiled at Murakami Sanshiro. As we discussed earlier, we can fulfill our promises to you at any time. What about you? Chapter 183, No Turning Back. I can certainly fulfill my promise. Murakami Sanshiro declared sternly, his voice rising. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile and said, Some things are useless if you only talk about them. Murakami-kun, this deal could truly make your dreams come true. If you think mere words can achieve that, then aren't your dreams a bit cheap? What did you say? The middle-aged man's words stung Murakami Sanshiro. He sprang to his feet, glaring at the other man. Yet the middle-aged man showed no sign of worry or fear. Facing Murakami's furious glare, he remained completely unperturbed. Murakami Senshiro's face burned with fury, yet he clearly couldn't touch the man in the slightest. After fuming for a while, he could only sit back down with a dark expression. "So what do you want me to do?" As if anticipating Murakami Senshiro's capitulation, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. He retrieved a document from a desk drawer beside him and tossed it onto the coffee table in front of Murakami Senshiro. "Sign this contract, and our deal will be officially sealed." Murakami Senshiro knew full well he was being held hostage, yet he had no recourse. To realize his dream, he had no choice but to seek the cooperation of the man before him. So no matter how much it gnawed at him, he had to swallow his anger. Flipping through the contract, Murakami Senshiro's eyes widened instantly. His butt, which had just settled down, shot back up. 30% of the nation's annual national tax revenue? Are you out of your mind, or am I? Do you really think I'd agree to terms like that? Slam! Murakami Senshiro slammed the contract down on the desk and began ranting furiously at it. The middle-aged man remained unflappable, calmly watching Murakami Senshiro's outburst. After Murakami raged for over 10 minutes until his throat was parched and hoarse, the middle-aged man finally straightened up slowly. He raised his hand, picked up the contract in front of him, and slowly slid it toward the nearby drawer. Seeing this, Murakami's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Almost instinctively, he reached out and grabbed the contract. The middle-aged man remained silent, maintaining a steady smile on his face as he watched Murakami Senshiro intently. Under the man's gaze, Murakami Senshiro's expression shifted rapidly through several emotions: anger, embarrassment, and a nervousness bordering on helplessness. The two remained locked in this standoff for nearly half an hour. Watching Murakami Senshiro maintain this posture, his entire body growing stiff and on the verge of collapse. Only then did the middle-aged man slowly release the contract. He tapped it lightly with his fingers and said with a smile, "Murakami-kun. When we talk about cooperation, it's all about mutual consent, isn't it? You have your ideals, and I have my needs. Since we can't find common ground, let's each walk away. I never once demanded you sign this contract, did I?" As he uttered the last sentence, a hint of amusement lingered in the middle-aged man's tone. His words made Murakami Senshiro's face flush crimson instantly. He clenched his teeth so hard that a network of blue veins bulged on his forehead. His hand clutching the contract trembled uncontrollably. Murakami Senshiro wanted to let go, unleash a torrent of abuse, and walk away with dramatic flair. But reason told him he couldn't do it. The middle-aged man before him was his last chance to realize his dream. To abandon this chance might win him momentary dignity, but he would regret it for the rest of his life. Wait. This contract, I can sign it. But the terms, could they be revised? Murakami, you must be joking, right? What do you think this deal is? I've never heard of haggling in this line of work. The middle-aged man still wore a smile, but it sent a chill down Murakami Senshiro's spine, a coldness that crawled from his heels all the way to the back of his head. Only then did he remember who this man was. Despite the man's seemingly amiable demeanor, his words carried an unmistakable threat. Sign the contract, or get out. Murakami Senshiro suddenly realized that from the moment he stepped into this office, he had no way out. He took a deep breath, and the pallor on his face regained a faint flush of color. Without another word, Murakami Senshiro opened the contract and flipped directly to the last page. The middle-aged man seemed unsurprised by Murakami's choice, thoughtfully handing him a pen. Taking the pen, Murakami immediately signed his name on the contract. He replaced the cap, closed the contract, bowed respectfully, and pushed it toward the other man. Seeing Murakami Senshiro's gesture, the smile on the middle-aged man's lips grew even brighter. Without glancing at the contract again, he swept it into a drawer. Delighted to have reached an agreement with you. This transaction is sure to be a pleasant one. Now that the contract is signed, when do you plan to complete the transaction? The sooner the better. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man snapped his fingers in response to Murakami Senshiro's inquiry and declared, "The goods will arrive at the port of Kakobetsu within a month. As for receiving the goods, I'll send someone to handle the handover." With the contract signed and the matter settled, Murakami Senshiro had nothing else to ponder. His expression hardened back to its previous icy demeanor as he replied in a low voice. The next moment, Murakami Senshiro turned and left the office. Only after the other man had departed did the middle-aged man leisurely pull out a phone and dial a number. "Hello? It's me. Yeah. That's right, he's signed the contract. Next up is the delivery. Everything's proceeding according to plan, smoothly. Right. He didn't suspect a thing. Good. I got it. I'll handle the rest. Apple City, United States, a suburban estate. Mr. Felix, Mr. Rubin requests your presence." Outside the opulent room, a middle-aged blond man sat stiffly in his chair. Upon hearing the blonde beauty emerge from the room, he sprang to his feet as though a schoolboy called into the principal's office for a scolding. Felix's usual proud, confident expression had all but vanished, replaced by a face filled with fear and unease. As the most promising young member of the Lockheed family, Felix had once shone so brightly. But now, he resembled a defeated rooster, his comb drooping dejectedly. Because he knew he had failed. The word failure was terrifying within the Lockheed family. For failure often meant the abyss and no chance of redemption. Chapter 184, The Mad Old Man. Reaching the door, Felix stared at the tightly shut entrance. He took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength before shoving the door open with all his might. It was a vast bedroom, spanning a full 200 square meters. The largest piece of furniture was a supersized bed large enough to sleep 10 people. Luxurious deep red bedding adorned the frame, where an elderly man sat propped up, none other than Reuben Lockheed, head of the Lockheed family. Mr. Reuben. Approaching the bed, Felix immediately bowed his head in greeting. Even knowing his fate would be grim, Felix maintained his courtesy, a refinement cultivated since childhood as a nobleman. Reuben did not immediately acknowledge Felix, instead leaning back against the soft pillows and flipping through the documents in his hands. The bedroom was enveloped in silence, broken only by the faint rustling sound of pages turning. As long as Reuben remained silent, Felix maintained his bowed posture. Maintaining this posture for a short while was manageable, but after nearly an hour, Felix felt as though his back would snap. Beads of sweat formed on his face, turning it crimson. Yet no matter how unbearable it became, Felix gritted his teeth and persevered, his body not even wobbling. As Felix neared his breaking point, Reuben, who had remained silent, slowly closed the folder in his hands. Felix, you may rise. Thank you, Mr. Reuben. Receiving Reuben's response, Felix immediately straightened his posture. The aching sensation radiating from his lower back nearly sent him tumbling to the floor. But Felix gritted his teeth and endured it. Felix, among all the next generation of the Lockheed family, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding. I've always held high hopes for you. Reuben's voice was slow and heavy, pounding into Felix's ears like a hammer striking blow after blow. His face, flushed crimson moments before, slowly drained of color. I must say, this time, I am disappointed in you. Thud. The words finally escaped Reuben's lips, and Felix collapsed to his knees in the next instant. I'm sorry, Mr. Reuben. Felix made no attempt to defend himself. The defeat at Hispani had inflicted significant losses upon the Lockheed family. Strategically speaking, Felix had disagreed with the family's tactical deployment beforehand, so logically, this defeat shouldn't be blamed on him. But Felix did not argue his case. The Lockheed family was a family that pursued only results. Regardless of any issues during the process, the outcome was the ultimate measure of judgment. Felix commanded the Hispani operation. Since Hispani failed, he bore the responsibility. I know this defeat cannot be entirely blamed on you. Indeed, the family's final strategic decisions were flawed. Moreover, I recall you raised objections at the time, but the family did not heed them. But you know the family's rules. Reuben turned to look at Felix, his expression tinged with regret. Felix, meanwhile, gradually grew expressionless, as if what Reuben had said wasn't a judgment against him. I understand. I accept the family's judgment upon me. I'm sorry, child. Bang! Before Reuben could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out. Felix collapsed instantly, a gaping wound in his forehead gushing blood. The crimson stream flowed over his eyes, gradually obscuring his vacant gaze. The young, beautiful nurse tucked away the pistol, still smoking, and walked to Reuben's bedside, casually placing it back into the nightstand drawer. She then picked up the tray from the bedside table and said to Reuben with a sweet smile, Mr. Reuben, is there anything else you need? Oh. Dear, could I have a glass of water? Thank you. Certainly. Just a moment, please. The nurse turned with a smile, swaying her hips as she walked out. The next moment, several young men entered and dragged Felix's body out. Simultaneously, a maid entered carrying water to help clean up the bloodstains. Reuben pretended not to notice any of this, casually picking up the folder beside him once more and continuing to leaf through its pages. The matter of Hispani cannot be left unresolved. Especially those Palestinian refugees, they must not be allowed to reach Hispani. On the sofa at the other end of the bedroom sat two elderly men. They had just watched the entire process of Felix being shot without uttering a sound. Judging by their expressions, it seemed as though they had just watched a theatrical rehearsal. Now, upon hearing Reuben's words, the two elders exchanged glances. One of them frowned and said, Are we to take action against those Palestinian refugees? Those cruise ships are all under China's jurisdiction, and they're protected by the Chinese fleet. If we attack the ships, China won't let it slide. China? Humph. Reuben's face twisted with disdain as he retorted, China's claws won't reach this beautiful country. We haven't even settled the score with China for those Chinese nationals who stole our cargo earlier. And now, it's Chinese nationals stirring up trouble in Hispani. This isn't about whether China will relent. It's about us. We can't just let China off the hook. Go! Hearing Reuben's words, the two elders both swallowed unconsciously, their faces etched with astonishment. Regardless of the past, present-day Huaxia was undeniably a true superpower on Blue Star. No matter how powerful the Lockheed family is, they couldn't possibly go head-to-head with a superpower, could they? Earlier, Ruben nearly didn't survive his heart attack. They'd barely managed to save him. Why had his temper become so unyielding now? Noticing their hesitation, Ruben slowly lifted his head, shifting his gaze from the documents to rest on the two elders. What? Do you have objections to my decision? Ha? No, no. No way. We have no objections. The moment Ruben uttered those words, the two elders jumped in fright, frantically shaking their heads and waving their hands, daring not to voice any dissent. Humph. Listen carefully. Lockheed doesn't lack enemies. Because Lockheed can always eliminate its enemies. No matter who they are. Even if that enemy is a superpower. As Ruben spoke these words, his eyes glowed with a cold, piercing light. As long as I live, the Lockheed family will never compromise with anyone. The only way to make the Lockheed family back down is if I die. Ruben's pallid face flushed an unnatural crimson. His eyes, with more white than iris, revealed a chilling madness in their depths. Seeing this expression on Ruben's face, both elders involuntarily drew in sharp breaths. They knew all too well that the man before them had lost his mind. Chapter 185, How to House the Refugees. We've already made all the necessary arrangements. Upon the cruise ship's arrival in Hispani waters, the Hispani Navy will be dispatched to assist. We will allocate a plot of land in Banite for these Palestinian refugees to settle in. Should the number of Palestinian refugees arriving in Hispani increase, additional plots will be allocated. If absolutely necessary, we'll relocate some residents from the black settlements. Listening to Ashue's words over the phone, Jiang Hai smiled faintly before shaking his head. No need for such trouble. When the time comes, we'll disperse the Palestinian refugees and settle them within those African American communities. Ha! Jiang Hai's suggestion caught Ashue off guard on the other end of the line. He couldn't immediately grasp the reasoning behind it. If we scatter the Palestinian refugees for resettlement, won't their strength be divided if conflicts arise with the indigenous population later? Only by doing this can we truly break up the African population base in Hispaniola. Ah! I get it now. Jiang Hai explained briefly, and only then did Ashue grasp the meaning. The purpose of relocating the Baylor refugees to Hispani was to reduce the demographic advantage of the black population there. If Palestinian refugees were settled separately from the black population, it could easily lead to Palestinians and blacks coalescing together, creating local divisions. That would be detrimental to the Sunju gang's future rule over Hispani. Good to know you understand. The rest is up to you to handle. Jiang Hai had full confidence in Ashue's capabilities. After a few final instructions, Jiang Hai hung up the phone. He tapped his chin absent-mindedly with his phone, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With the addition of Palestinian refugees, the Sanju gang's rule in Hispani had finally stabilized. Of course, Jiang Hai's actions weren't solely for the sake of Hispani. He hadn't forgotten the reason behind it all. Lockheed Corporation. It was this very company that had schemed behind the scenes, manipulating Praval into betraying him. Praval had been driven out of Hispani, but the score with Lockheed hadn't been settled yet. However, Lockheed's headquarters were in Apple City, and Jiang Hai didn't yet possess the capability to confront them directly. For now, he can only chip away at their global influence bit by bit, collecting interest along the way. Just as Jiang Hai was mulling this over, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, he saw it was Aisha calling. Boss? It's a major crisis. The moment he answered, Aisha's grave voice sent his newly relaxed nerves on edge again. Knowing Aisha well, he understood that unless something truly catastrophic had occurred, she wouldn't be this frantic. What happened? Slow down. I just got intel that Lockheed is planning to take action against the cruise ship transporting Palestinian refugees. What? Have they lost their minds? Jiang Hai jumped in shock, bolting upright from the sofa. He could hardly believe his ears. Lockheed is going after Palestinian refugees? What else could it be but madness? Everyone knew that ever since the Chinese national flag was hoisted on the cruise ships in the Red Sea, the world had recognized these 7 vessels as being under China's protection. How dare Lockheed Corporation threaten these ships? Was this an act of war against China? Boss, this is absolutely reliable. It comes from an intelligence source we recently acquired from Lockheed. Lockheed has its own armed forces and is currently deploying naval and air units to attack the cruise ships before they enter Hispani waters. Lockheed's private military is formidable. Even China's escort fleet might not stand a chance against them. Aisha's voice trembled with tension as she relayed this information. After all, the passengers aboard that cruise ship were her compatriots. Naturally, she didn't want her people to face an attack, especially out on the vast, isolated ocean with no help in sight. An attack would mean certain death for them. I understand. Jiang Hai knew Aisha would never joke about the plight of Palestinian refugees. Since she had confirmed it with such fervor, it was most likely true. Next, Jiang Hai needed to figure out how to resolve this matter. Leave this to me. You guys keep monitoring Lockheed's movements. Report any unusual activity immediately. Got it. We're counting on you, boss. With Jiang Hai's assurance, Aisha seemed to relax considerably. After hanging up, Jiang Hai hesitated briefly before dialing another number. Hello? This is Zhang Jing. Jiang Hai was calling Zhang Jing, the same person who had contacted him last time. Jiang Hai still didn't know who the mastermind behind the national flag incident on the cruise ship was. But at least he knew the other party had contacted him through Zhang Jing. This meant that if he could reach Zhang Jing, he should be able to connect with that mysterious mastermind. With the Chinese fleet still stationed near the cruise ship, Lockheed's planned attack would inevitably involve the Chinese military. He briefly relayed the intelligence he had just obtained from Aisha to Zhang Jing. Soon, Zhang Jing's icy voice came through the phone. Got it. We'll handle this. 2 simple sentences, then the phone went dead with a click. Jiang Hai stared blankly at the disconnected phone, feeling deeply uneasy about the whole thing. Maybe he should figure this out on his own after all. He pursed his lips, tilted his head in thought, and his eyes began to sparkle with a certain gleam. Desert Tiger. As one of the more renowned mercenary teams in the international mercenary circuit, their mission success rate was unmatched in the field. Rumor had it that in the 18 years since Desert Tiger's founding, they had only failed 2 missions. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary record. After all, the missions undertaken by such international mercenary teams were invariably extremely perilous. No other mercenary group in the industry can match Desert Tiger's success rate. Consequently, Desert Tiger's hiring fees are notoriously high. Most nations or factions simply cannot afford their exorbitant fees. Of course, the titan among arms dealers, Lockheed Corporation, is certainly not among them. The Desert Tigers and Lockheed have a long-standing partnership. Rumor has it that the Desert Tiger's very first mission was to handle business for Lockheed. Thus, when Lockheed issued this mission, Desert Tigers were naturally their first choice. A small submarine glided through the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. As the leader of the Desert Tiger team, Bellin, his face covered in stubble, studied the map before him with intense focus. Beside him sat several of his most trusted lieutenants. According to satellite signals, the cruise ship should be located right here. Less than a day's journey from US. By first light tomorrow, we should be able to catch up to them. Chapter 186, The Desert Tiger's Blackmail. After hearing his subordinate's analysis, Bellin crossed his arms, one hand's fingers constantly rubbing his stubble-covered chin. The Desert Tiger's reputation reverberated throughout the mercenary circles, yet Bellin remained utterly free of complacency or arrogance. He always approached every mission with extreme caution and vigilance, the very reason Desert Tiger maintained such an exceptionally high success rate. And this time, the opponent was none other than the renowned China. The nation dubbed the graveyard of mercenaries. The targets were 7 cruise ships. These were civilian vessels, completely unarmed. They posed little threat. The real challenge lies in the Huaxia naval fleet escorting them. A subordinate brought out several ship models and placed them on the map. 7 cruise ship models were arranged in a triangular formation, with 13 smaller vessels interspersed among them. This Chinese fleet comprised 13 vessels, 9 destroyers, 2 landing craft, and 2 frigates. The Chinese fleet's capabilities are formidable and should not be underestimated. MHM. After listening to his subordinate's briefing, Perron gave a slight nod. He certainly wouldn't underestimate any enemy. Especially not the formidable Huaxia. Of course, Bellin wouldn't panic at the mere mention of China's name. He calmly analyzed the battle plan with his subordinates to ensure tomorrow's fight went without a hitch. Boss. You've got a call. The cabin door swung open as a subordinate handed him a satellite phone. Inside this submarine, forget about using a cell phone. Only satellite phones with strong signals provided the best means of communication with the outside world. Without hesitation, Bellin picked up the phone and said, "Hello, this is Bellin." "It's me." The simple, direct response immediately revealed the caller's identity to Bellin. Furrowing his brow slightly, he said, "We're currently on a mission. What do you need?" "Just a heads up, we've captured a spy here. So your operation might have been compromised." The words made Bellin's frown deepen, his face betraying deep dissatisfaction. How could this happen? This isn't how Lockheed operates. Cut the complaints. Every family has its rotten apples. So, what now? Abandon the mission? No way. Bellin asked the question in a slightly joking tone, only to be immediately shot down. We can't let those bailers reach Hispani. The mission must continue, and it must be completed. The other party's resolute statement only made Baron more displeased. You mean we're supposed to take on the fully armed and prepared Huaxia forces? Esteemed Lockheed family. We are mercenaries, not ants sent to their deaths. Don't talk like that. I believe in the Desert Tiger's capabilities. Realizing he was in the wrong, the other party began to soften his tone. My brothers are risking their lives to serve you, yet you can't even maintain basic confidentiality. You've left me and my brothers exposed on a chopping block, ready to have our throats slit at any moment. Baron made it clear he wanted out of the mission, but the other party seemed very familiar with him and immediately guessed Baron's true purpose. We're willing to pay for the sacrifices you're making. For this commission, we'll add 15%. Consider it payment for the risks you're about to take. Desert Tiger's fees start at a minimum of 100 million. Adding 15% means an extra 15 million. And that's in pretty coins. If converted to Huaxia currency, it would be an astronomical sum. But Perron remained utterly unfazed. He gave a cold smile and stared at the opposite wall, as if his counterpart stood right before him. After a moment of silence, Perron spoke slowly, double it. This was Perron's counteroffer and it instantly silenced the other party. Double? That would be 200 million. Even the Lockheed family, who weren't afraid to spend money, wouldn't dare agree to that lightly at this moment. But Berlin didn't give them much time to consider. He wedged the satellite phone between his ear and shoulder, then glanced at the watch on his wrist. Only 2 minutes left. Make your decision quickly. If I don't get a response in 2 minutes, I'll order my men to turn back. You. Perron's unyielding stance left the other party fuming, yet they were powerless to counter him for the moment. Fine. 200 million it is, I accept. Fortunately, what Lockheed Corporation had in abundance was money. A price tag of 200 million would make many national leaders frown, but for Lockheed, it was a decision made in the blink of an eye. Happy cooperation. Seeing the other party agree, Perron immediately broke into a broad smile. After hanging up, his smile grew even brighter. Truth be told, Perron never intended to abandon this mission from the start. 100 million was still a significant sum. If the other party had stubbornly refused to budge, it might have been Bellin who ended up compromising. He couldn't possibly walk away from such a lucrative deal. As for Huaxia, though Bellin remained cautious, he was already in this line of work. Every day brought its share of thrills, excitement, and tension. If he let this scare him off, he might as well quit the business altogether. Now, with an extra 100 million yuan in his pocket, Bellin was in high spirits. After hanging up the phone, he turned back to continue discussing the battle plan with his subordinates. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, a subordinate came to inform Perron. Captain. We can already see the shadow of the Huaxia fleet. Still washing up, Bellin immediately gulped, then hurried to the captain's cabin. Boss. Boss. The men in the cabin had been waiting for some time. Seeing Baron arrive, they all stood up and saluted him. Bellin waved them off casually and headed straight for the central periscope. Through the light reflection, he clearly saw dozens of small black dots emerging on the horizon ahead. These were precisely the cruise ship and the Chinese fleet his men had mentioned earlier. It seemed they had truly caught up to their target. After observing for a moment, Bellin raised his hand and brought it down. Call for rear fire support. Within minutes of his command, a series of piercing screeches erupted. 3 helicopters swept across the sea surface above the submarine in a triangular formation. Of course, Desert Tiger didn't rely on just this one submarine for the mission. Bellin had long arranged for vessels to provide backup support from the rear. Seeing the helicopters closing in, Baron gave a firm nod before returning to the periscope. Through the periscope, the cruise ships and the Chinese fleet had already detected the approach of the 3 helicopters. Boom! Without hesitation, the Chinese fleet opened fire on the helicopters. Chapter 187, Total Annihilation? What? Seeing the fireball erupting in the sky through the periscope, Perron was utterly dumbfounded. How could the Huaxia military be so reckless? Based on his previous impressions of the Huaxia military, shouldn't they have issued repeated warnings and inquiries upon suddenly spotting a helicopter? How could they open fire without even asking a single question? This left Bellin utterly bewildered. His original plan was to use the helicopters merely to draw the Chinese fleet's attention, allowing the small submarines to approach undetected. Once in optimal striking position, the mini-sub could launch torpedoes to sink a few of their destroyers first. But now, the Chinese fleet opened fire the moment they made contact, without a word. This meant the helicopters had served no purpose whatsoever. Baron felt not a shred of regret for the helicopter pilot. His face darkening, he began strategizing the next move. As the commander of the Desert Tigers, Bellin naturally had more than one contingency plan. He now needed to consider which contingency plan would yield results. Boss. Those cruise ships and the Chinese fleet have stopped. They seem to have dropped anchor. The subordinate who spoke wore an expression of utter disbelief. Baron turned his gaze back to the periscope, adjusted the magnification, and sure enough, witnessed massive anchors being lowered from the cruise ships. The cruise ships halted completely at their current positions. As for the Huaxia fleet, they promptly shifted formations, encircling the cruise ships to establish a defensive perimeter. Was the commander of the Chinese fleet a fool? Why not seize this chance to flee immediately, yet choose to stay and face the enemy? Bellin was utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. Wasn't the Chinese military renowned for its formidable combat prowess? How could the commander of this Chinese fleet commit such a basic error? Berlan hesitated for a moment, glancing around at his men who were staring at him expectantly, seemingly awaiting his next order. Beilong gritted his teeth and declared, "Execute Plan 7. Yes." The order was given, and his men sprang into action immediately. Though Desert Tigers were mercenaries, their strict military discipline and highly trained combat skills were absolutely no less than those of a regular army. Soon, over 20 vessels appeared on the sea surface, all identical destroyers. These destroyers also belonged to the Desert Tiger fleet. However, to evade Chinese tracking, they had maintained a considerable distance from the Chinese fleet. Upon receiving the submarine signal, they accelerated and closed in on the Chinese fleet. Neither side had yet entered artillery range, while the Chinese fleet had encircled the cruise ship. All deck guns were primed and ready, awaiting the enemy's approach. This scene was clearly observed by Perron, who was hiding inside the submarine. The Huaxia fleet was undoubtedly on high alert now. The submarine could not possibly approach within the radar monitoring range. Perron showed no sign of rash action. Instead, he continued observing the Chinese fleet's movements through the periscope while picking up the intercom and barking in a deep voice, "Commence attack." Yet as his command echoed, the destroyers merely continued their advance, seemingly intent on encircling the Chinese fleet without any indication of opening fire. After waiting about 10 minutes, suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air as dozens of small black dots flew in from the distant sky. The tiny black dots moved with astonishing speed. In an instant, their true nature became clear. Missiles! All missiles! Slicing through the sky, trailing flames and thick smoke from their exhaust nozzles, they rapidly descended toward the Huaxia fleet. The Huaxia fleet, of course, did not sit idly by. They quickly fired their cannons again. Shells exploded around the missiles, but only 2 were detonated. The munitions carried by the Huaxia fleet were merely standard shells, at most some armor-piercing rounds. Faced with such an intense barrage of missiles, the Huaxia fleet was clearly powerless. Thud! Thud thud! The missiles struck the Huaxia fleet and the cruise ship with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, 2 Huaxia destroyers were sunk. Another cruise ship was damaged, a massive hole blown through its side as seawater poured relentlessly into the hull. Well done. Witnessing this, Baron couldn't help but cheer aloud before turning to his men and barking, "Another round. Jack and his team, close in. Don't let them escape." The Jack Bellin referred to was a squadron leader of the Desert Tigers, currently aboard one of the destroyers and serving as the commander in charge of directing those vessels. Bellin hadn't brought these destroyers to engage the Chinese fleet head-on. His goal was simply to encircle them and prevent their escape. Although the enemy had dropped anchor and showed no intention of fleeing, Bellin insisted on leaving no room for error, determined not to give them any chance to escape. Immediately after, Bellin barked orders to his other subordinates, "Keep firing those missiles. Sink every last one of them." After all, the bigwigs footed the bill for these missiles. No need to spare them a penny. The Desert Tiger mercenaries were hired by one of the world's top arms dealers, and the long-range missiles fired earlier had come from that very source. Baron had initially considered hijacking these missiles, but now he changed his mind. He'd use these very long-range missiles to bombard them. Sink the enemy outright, and that'll count as mission accomplished. Why risk a direct confrontation? Barely moments after Baron's orders were relayed, another wave of missiles streaked toward the Chinese fleet and the cruise ship. This time, the Chinese fleet offered no resistance whatsoever. The previous barrage of missiles had likely shattered their will to fight. As the missiles struck the fleet and cruise ship, one vessel after another burst into flames, slowly sinking into the ocean. A smile finally spread across Perron's face, all traces of his earlier worry vanished. "Fire the torpedoes! Sink them all!" Bellin grinned widely as he issued his final command to his subordinates. Soon, several massive explosions erupted where the Huaxia fleet and cruise ship had been. The last cruise ship and Huaxia warship slowly sank into the ocean. A massive whirlpool formed on the sea surface. It took nearly half an hour for the vortex to gradually dissipate, restoring the ocean to its former calm. Achieving such a decisive victory, Bellin finally nodded in satisfaction. This was the advantage of operating on the open sea. They didn't even need to bother covering their tracks. The vast ocean would handle disposing of all evidence for them. All right. Withdraw according to plan. After waiting briefly on the spot to confirm the enemy fleet had been completely annihilated, Bellin finally felt at ease and ordered the retreat. Submarines and the encircling destroyers in the distance gradually departed the waters. Soon, the sea returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had ever happened. Little did Bellin know that after their departure, a small periscope suddenly broke the surface at the center of the waters. After scanning the surroundings, it retracted back into the deep, like a fish peering out from beneath the waves. Chapter 188, Substitution. Everyone. Prince Port of Hispani lies ahead. Once we reach here, you will truly be safe. At the bow of the cruise ship, Jiang Hai smiled as he pointed toward the distant harbor. Turning to the Balhar leaders behind him, he declared, "With this, I may retire in triumph." Gazing intently at the harbor, Nasser, one of the Balari leaders, felt an indescribable surge of emotion. He stepped forward, bowed to Jiang Hai, and declared, "May Allah bless you, esteemed Mr. Boundless Sea. You are our Ballari people's eternal benefactor." Compared to the emotional Nasser, the elderly man beside him wore a much calmer expression. But Jiang Hai valued this elder even more, for he was Ibn, the supreme leader of the Balers. Moreover, he held another significant identity: he was Aisha's own grandfather. Jiang Hai had only recently learned of this connection between Aisha and Ibn. He never imagined that the granddaughter of Ibn, the supreme leader of the Balers, would actually appear on the front lines of battle. And here he was, having quietly abducted the man's own granddaughter. To be honest, Jiang Hai felt a bit uneasy in Iboni's presence. Mr. Boundless Ocean. Unlike Nasser, who gazed excitedly toward the distant harbor, Ebony kept her eyes narrowed, fixed on Jiang Hai. "This time, I truly owe you my gratitude. I know. We faced many dangers along the way. Without your help, we wouldn't have made it here safely. You bet. Take the pursuit by Lockheed's mercenaries earlier, for instance. Unless Jiang Hai was willing to risk exposure by deploying his black tech weapons, dealing with that formidable mercenary squad would have been nearly impossible. In the end, Jiang Hai pulled off a clever diversion. He simply redeployed 7 cruise ships and a fleet to impersonate the Huaxia fleet. Meanwhile, the cruise ships truly carrying Palestinian refugees and the Chinese fleet had long since taken a different route. Out on the vast ocean, it was all too easy for the enemy to mistake their targets. Jiang Hai had purchased these cruise ships and warships beforehand, all stored within the system. All Jiang Hai needed to do was fly to the original route and summon the ships. The crews operating these vessels were all members of the Sanju gang. Full crew complement wasn't necessary, they just needed to be able to fire cannons and drop anchors. Jiang Hai himself piloted the small submarine he had purchased last time, lurking deep beneath the ocean's surface. Once the cruise ship and warship were sunk, he would simply rescue the Sanju gang members who had fallen into the ocean. The entire process sounded deceptively simple, but executing it was nothing short of heart-pounding. Jiang Hai had to proceed with extreme caution to avoid exposing his identity. Ensuring the Sanju gang members' safety while deceiving the enemy was no simple feat. Fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. Jiang Hai's sacrifice amounted to just 7 cruise ships and over a dozen warships. He knew full well the dangers and sacrifices involved, yet he made no attempt to take credit. Instead, he smiled at Ebony and said, "You're too kind, Lord Ebony." It was nothing more than a small favor. Ebony's deeply wrinkled face wore a kind smile, his gaze lingering on Jiang Hai. After a moment, he finally asked, "Aisha, is she doing well?" The sudden mention of Aisha made Jiang Hai feel a twinge of unease. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and replied, "She's doing very well now. Rest assured, Your Excellency." "That's good." Ebony seemed to trust Jiang Hai completely. Without a hint of doubt, he nodded and smiled. "In the future, I hope you'll take good care of her. Rest assured, Aisha is a very important partner to me. I won't let her down." Having already acknowledged the relationship, Jiang Hai saw no need to evade the matter further and directly agreed to Ibini's request. Ibini said nothing more, signaling his attendant to help him away. Jiang Hai then exchanged greetings with Nasser and walked straight toward the other side of the ship's rail. Leaning against the ship's rail stood a middle-aged man in the uniform of the Chinese Navy. This was none other than Captain He, the commander of this escort mission. "Captain He, thank you for your hard work on this escort mission." Approaching Captain He, Jiang Hai offered a warm greeting with a smile. Captain He, however, frowned deeply as he scrutinized Jiang Hai from head to toe. However, the puppet Jiang Hai was currently using bore a completely different face, so he naturally had no worries about his true appearance being recognized. Of course, He knew none of this. He simply wanted to commit Jiang Hai's current appearance to memory. Once back at base, he could recount it to the sketch experts who would then create a composite image of Jiang Hai. "I was merely fulfilling my duty. Truthfully, I haven't done anything. You're the ones who actually put in the effort, right?" He had already received orders from headquarters to prepare for combat. But unexpectedly, before the enemy arrived, he encountered Jiang Hai arriving by submarine. After verifying with headquarters, the command center instructed He to follow Jiang Hai's orders, leading to the last-minute route change. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without Jiang Hai contacting the Huaxia military through Zhang Jing. Otherwise, getting He to follow Jiang Hai's orders wouldn't have been so straightforward. Jiang Hai neither confirmed nor denied Captain He's words. He merely smiled faintly and said, "Captain He, you may now return directly to China." "We don't need to return to Canada?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Hoang Kit's brow furrowed slightly. He had heard that a new batch of cruise ships had already departed from China, heading to Jaffa to pick up Palestinian refugees. If he headed to Canada now, he could seamlessly begin the next escort mission. He was no ordinary Chinese military officer. As a senior commander, he had his own understanding of global affairs. On the surface, this was a conflict between Palestine and Judea, with Spain at most being drawn in. This matter should have been none of China's business. But upon seeing the welcoming fleet from Port Prince filled entirely with Chinese nationals, he seemed to grasp something. He also realized that this escort mission held profound significance for China. As a soldier of China, he would naturally do whatever was in China's best interest without hesitation. Jiang Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine." Once word spreads that this group of Bala refugees has safely reached Hispania, the subsequent migrations will no longer face danger. Once the first group of Palestinian refugees broke through the blockade and settled in Hispania, there would be no justification for blocking the rest. Neither Judah nor Lockheed Corporation would obstruct the Palestinian refugees' migration. Because not only would it be futile, it would also damage their image in the international community and alter the stance of nations worldwide toward them. The costs far outweighed the benefits. Chapter 189, Jiang Qinghua's Intentions. He Yingjie was no ordinary soldier. As mentioned before, being a mid-level military officer, he had his own perspectives on current affairs. After Jiang Hai's single statement, he Yingjie grasped the situation himself and asked no further questions. With a sharp snap of his wrist, he saluted Jiang Hai and turned to leave. His mission was complete. As a soldier of China, it was best to avoid entering another nation's territory unless absolutely necessary. Watching He Yingjie and his fleet depart from the shore, Jiang Hai turned to Shui beside him and declared, "Now is the time to issue an announcement to the international community. Let the world know that Hispania is the new homeland of the Bal people." "Yes, sir." Shui bowed respectfully to Jiang Hai, his face beaming with joy. This victory wasn't just for Jiang Hai, it was for their entire Sanju gang. With the Balers here, Hispania would no longer be the domain of the blacks. As long as they could win over these Balerians, the Sanju gang's rule in Hispania would be secure. Footage of the Huaxia fleet being attacked by an international mercenary organization surfaced online, sending shockwaves across the globe. The mercenary organization has launched an attack against the Huaxia fleet. This constitutes a grave provocation against Huaxia. China declares war on the international mercenary group known as Desert Tiger and issues warrants for the arrest of all known Desert Tiger members. According to intelligence, the long-range missiles used to attack the Huaxia fleet originated from a base deployed by the United States in the waters of Latin America. China lodged a formal protest with the United States, which insisted it had no involvement. Early this morning, Bosch forces launched over 20 missiles at border cities in Judea. White Elephant and Baiyang have commenced their 7th armed conflict this year over border disputes. Click. The TV screen went dark. Turning his head, Jiang Hai glanced at Jiang Qinghua beside him and smiled faintly. "Seems the people overseas are living in dire straits, huh?" Jiang Qinghua merely tugged at the corner of his mouth at Jiang Hai's remark, choosing not to engage. Instead, he smiled and addressed Jiang Hai, "Mr. Jiang, I've come on behalf of the nation to express our apologies and gratitude to you." "Oh? Apology? Gratitude? What on earth are you talking about?" Jiang Hai smiled as he picked up a cup of tea, first inhaling its aroma beneath his nose. Truth be told, Jiang Hai knew little about tea. It was enough for him to know the tea he drank was expensive. Admittedly, it did smack of nouveau riche behavior, but what could he do? Spending so much time with Salam had rubbed off on him close to ink, blackened by it. First, regarding the national flag displayed on the cruise ship, it was indeed a failure of coordination at the national level, so we must apologize to Mr. Jiang. We will handle this matter seriously afterward and give Mr. Jiang a proper explanation. Jiang Hai maintained his smile, offering no response. The military was behind this. Jiang Jing's follow-up call made that abundantly clear. The state would never target the person behind Jiang Jing. At most, they'd offer up a scapegoat for a token punishment. Jiang Hai couldn't be bothered to watch such a charade. Seeing Jiang Hai's silence, Jiang Qinghua's face flushed with embarrassment once more. But the task at hand must still be completed. As for gratitude? Well, thank you, General Jiang, for rescuing He Yingjie's fleet. Had General Manager Jiang not intervened, He Yingjie and his men would have certainly fallen victim to those mercenaries' ambush. Judging by the tactics they used in the ambush, He Yingjie's forces would likely have been defeated if they'd engaged head-on. Mr. Jiang shielding them from this assault had undoubtedly saved their lives. As Jiang Qinghua spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Hai, seemingly trying to read something from the slightest shift in his expression. Jiang Hai maintained a steady smile throughout. He took a sip of tea before slowly setting the cup down. "This stuff tastes worse than soda." Of course, Jiang Hai would never voice such a lowbrow remark. "These matters have nothing to do with me. You should know it's all the work of the people behind me. I'm just a spokesperson, handling domestic affairs at most. Latin America? Not my jurisdiction." Jiang Qinghua didn't seem to read anything from Jiang Hai's expression, but his own face showed no disappointment either. Same thing, same thing. "Mr. Jiang, actually, besides the two matters I just mentioned, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. Director Jiang, this begging for favors business, it can't happen again." Cough. Cough. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly displeased. His words, however, made Jiang Qinghua choke and cough repeatedly, his face flushing red and his neck straining. At that moment, Jiang Qinghua felt utterly wronged. He was the esteemed first operations commander of the National Security Bureau, recently promoted to director of the Intelligence Analysis Division. And now he was being accused of begging for favors? If this weren't Jiang Hai standing before him, and if Jiang Qinghua didn't currently need a favor from him, Jiang Qinghua would have stormed out in indignation by now. Forcing down his irritation, Jiang Qinghua could only plaster on an apologetic smile and say, "General Jiang, you're joking. You really aren't here to beg for favors?" "No." "Then you're not here to ask for sponsorship either?" "No." "You wouldn't happen to be asking me to support some national construction project, would you?" "No, no. I'm not here to ask Mr. Jiang for money." Jiang Qinghua was practically losing his mind. He could only force a bitter smile and say, "Not only am I not here to ask Mr. Jiang for money, I'm actually here to give Mr. Jiang money." "Bring money?" This caught Jiang Hai off guard. He tilted his head, unable to resist asking, "What do you mean?" "Mr. Jiang, last time I was on a business trip in Africa, I worked with one of your colleagues." "Colleague?" Jiang Hai froze for a moment, then quickly realized it must be that other frontman I used as a puppet. So this was connected to him? Jiang Hai was puzzled, but he didn't interrupt. He just tilted his head, watching the other person. "At the time, this colleague of yours showed me something truly remarkable. It was a highly advanced submarine." "A submarine?" Now Jiang Hai finally understood it was that XCP-121 mini-submarine he used to take Jiang Qinghua to survey the site where the Spring Thunder had sunk. But Jiang Hai recalled that he had pitched the submarine to Jiang Qinghua back then, yet Jiang Qinghua hadn't seemed particularly interested. Why was he suddenly approaching him now? And judging by his demeanor, he was here to buy it? Jiang Qinghua appeared somewhat flustered, his face flushing slightly as he awkwardly explained, "That submarine, our organization is very interested. We hope to purchase one. I just don't know if we can get it from you, General Manager Jiang." Back then, he had pitched this submarine to him, only to be flatly rejected. Now coming back to buy it? That would be slapping himself in the face. The more Jiang Qinghua thought about it, the more awkward he felt. His face burned fiercely, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chapter 190, Delivery on Demand. A submarine? Yeah. If I recall correctly, our colleagues over in Africa should be using the XZP-121 mini-submarine, right? That sounds about right. Yes. Yes. That's the one. Jiang Hai named the submarine, and Jiang Qinghua, forgetting his embarrassment, immediately nodded excitedly in agreement. Ever since his last ride in one of these submarines, he'd fallen completely in love with it. He'd been pestering relentlessly for quite some time, and finally managed to persuade the director to give in. The 370 billion yuan budget had finally been approved. Although the National Security Bureau belonged to the military system, it wasn't like the actual military. Funding wasn't easy to secure, let alone a colossal sum like 370 billion. This was all thanks to Jiang Qinghua. Had it been anyone else, they wouldn't just have failed to secure the funding, they'd have been berated senseless for even daring to make such a request. Jiang Qinghua understood the immense risk the director had taken in approving this funding. But he was equally certain that once the submarine was acquired and its capabilities demonstrated to the director and his team, there would be no further issues. Therefore, upon securing the funding, Jiang Qinghua wasted no time in seeking out Jiang Hai. He knew he couldn't find that spokesperson for Africa, so he had no choice but to turn to Jiang Hai to purchase the submarine. If all else failed, he could ask Jiang Hai to help connect with Africa's representative. In short, Jiang Qinghua was determined to acquire this submarine at all costs. Seeing how determined Jiang Qinghua was to buy this submarine, and recalling his earlier outright refusal, Jiang Hai almost couldn't help but laugh. "Ahem. This submarine, you say? No problem, I can authorize the sale. Director Jiang, are you certain you want to buy it? This submarine isn't cheap." Hearing Jiang Hai could make the decision, Jiang Qinghua was overjoyed. He nodded eagerly, "No problem. No problem. I definitely want to buy it. It's 370 billion yuan, right? Oh? You even checked the price? Director Jiang, you really want this? Then why didn't you buy it back then?" Jiang Hai looked at Jiang Qinghua in surprise and asked. Jiang Qinghua was utterly flustered. After stammering for a long while, he finally managed, well, it's not exactly a small sum. I had to seek approval from higher-ups." "Oh. So that's why." Jiang Hai chuckled inwardly but didn't call him out. He nodded solemnly and said, "All right. Since Director Jiang wants it, I have no problem. I'll contact the organization right away and have them ship it out." "Oh, right, Director Jiang, where do you need the goods delivered?" "Ha?" Jiang Hai's words caught Jiang Qinghua off guard. This was his first transaction with Jiang Hai, and he wasn't quite sure what Jiang Hai meant. Jiang Hai realized the other party wasn't familiar with his business style, so he quickly added with a smile, "We offer delivery services for our transactions. Just tell us the location, and we'll get the goods there. Of course, once the goods are inspected, payment must be transferred immediately. No breaking the spirit of the deal, okay?" Jiang Qinghua paused, but didn't think much of it. He was familiar with delivery arrangements. Some arms dealers indeed operated this way. However, Jiang Qingwa didn't realize that the delivery Jiang Hai mentioned meant direct doorstep delivery. He assumed it would be like other arms dealers' delivery to a designated location, then pick up by the client. After a moment's thought, he replied, "We can deliver the submarine to the border waters of China's southwestern seas. I'll arrange for someone to collect it then." The maritime border? This time it was Jiang Hai who froze, raising an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit too far? How about I have the goods delivered to Quanmen Port instead? Notify your people to collect the goods at Quanmen Port immediately. Jiang Hai pondered briefly before offering Jiang Qingwei a suggestion. Quanmen Port was the largest port in China's northwest maritime region. Not only was it a thriving hub for commercial trade, but it also had a permanent naval presence. Sending the submarine there would be relatively safe. But Jiang Hai's suggestion sent a chill down Jiang Qingwa's spine. Quanmen Port had a naval base. Was the arms organization backing Jiang Hai that brazen? How dare they directly cross China's maritime border? Or did it require Jiang Qingwei to issue advance notice, instructing the naval forces patrolling the waters to grant passage? But that would complicate matters considerably. Jiang Qingwa hesitated, mistakenly believing Jiang Hai needed him to make arrangements. The State Security Bureau and the Navy both belong to the military system, but their connections aren't that close. Even if the director himself went to request clearance, it would still require navigating numerous procedures. While Jiang Qingwa was still pondering this, Jiang Hai took out his phone and operated it for a while. More than 10 minutes later, while Jiang Qingwa was still pondering, Jiang Hai had already put away his phone and said with a smile, "Director Zhang, the cargo has already been delivered to Quanmen Port. You'd better call someone to go collect the shipment at the port right away." "Ha?" Jiang Hai's words snapped Jiang Qingwa out of his thoughts, leaving him utterly bewildered. What the hell was delivered? You mean, the submarine has been delivered? How is that possible? Jiang Qingwa took a deep breath, staring at Jiang Hai with a puzzled expression. He couldn't fathom why Jiang Hai would suddenly play such a joke on him. Did their mysterious organization always conduct business with such playful banter? Jiang Hai waved his hand with a smile. "Director Zhang, you'd better send someone to receive the goods right away." "Right. The cargo is already on the seabed near the coastline. I'll send you the submarine access code and its coordinates now. You'd better send some more professional pilots. If you accidentally wreck it, that's not covered under our warranty." Jiang Hai's words took a playful turn. But this actually made Jiang Qingwa's face show a look of surprise. Just then, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out and saw 2 text messages waiting. One contained a 16-character alphanumeric code, while the other provided a map location. Exactly as Jiang Hai had just described. Really? They actually sent the submarine over? "Mr. Jiang, how is this possible?" Jiang Qingwa still couldn't believe it. Clutching his phone, he stared blankly at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai, however, had long grown accustomed to such expressions. In the past, he might have tried to hide his emotions, but now he had come to terms with it. He had concealed his capabilities too often before, only to be underestimated by others. Perhaps, by appropriately demonstrating some strength, he could at least make many think twice before acting so brazenly. At the very least, they wouldn't treat him like some insignificant insect to be trampled at will. Jiang Hai lifted his teacup again, took another sip, and smiled at Jiang Qingwa. "Director Zhang, I operate on a cash-on-delivery basis. If you haven't received the goods, you don't have to pay me anyway. So why not give it a try? Just send someone to check, and you'll see if I'm telling the truth, right?" Chapter 191, The First Deal with Huaxia. Jiang Qingwa couldn't really refute Jiang Hai's reasoning. After all, what Jiang Hai said made perfect sense. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qingwa picked up his phone and dialed a number. Of course, once the call connected, Jiang Qingwa deliberately avoided Jiang Hai while speaking. Over 10 minutes later, Jiang Qingwa hung up and returned to sit beside Jiang Hai. Though slightly awkward, Jiang Qingwa quickly regained his composure and chatted amiably with Jiang Hai about everyday matters. Jiang Hai didn't call Jiang Qingwa out on it either. He smiled and played along, chatting about curious stories from home and abroad. It must be said that after executing so many missions at home and abroad over the years, Jiang Qingwa had indeed gained a wealth of experience. Jiang Hai had seen his share of things too, but most of his experiences were not for Jiang Qingwa's ears. Thus, for the most part, Jiang Qingwa did the talking while Jiang Hai listened. Their conversation stretched on for over an hour. "By the way, Director Zhang, I wonder if you know about this person, Zhang Jing." As he listened, Jiang Hai seized the moment when Jiang Qingwa had just finished recounting an amusing anecdote to suddenly ask. The moment the name Zhang Jing was uttered, Jiang Qingwa visibly flinched, his eyes widening as he stared at Jiang Hai, his face frozen in shock. Jiang Hai was equally surprised by Jiang Qingwa's reaction. Given Jiang Qingwa's status and experience, he shouldn't have been so startled by the mere mention of Zhang Jing's name, should he? Could it be that Zhang Jing's identity was even more extraordinary than Jiang Hai had previously imagined? Mr. Jiang, this Zhang Jing, she is. Director Zhang, if it's inconvenient to say, then don't. Seeing Zhang Qing was hesitant stammering, Jiang Hai, ever the understanding man, chose not to press him further. Jiang Qinghua exhaled a long breath, visibly relaxing. But then he found himself awkwardly at a loss for words. Just then, a ringtone sounded. Jiang Qinghua didn't even glance at the caller ID before answering the call. Hello, it's me. Yeah. To ease the awkwardness, Jiang Qinghua walked straight to the other side of the living room after answering the call. Jiang Hai, of course, didn't mind. He simply smiled as he watched Jiang Qinghua's retreating figure. What? What did you say? Suddenly, Jiang Qinghua shouted loudly. He whipped his head around, staring at Jiang Hai as if he were a monster, completely forgetting to continue the call. After a long moment, he finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly placing the phone back to his ear and muttering a few words. After hanging up, Jiang Qinghua stared at Jiang Hai in utter astonishment, slowly approaching him. Mr. Jiang, how did you manage that? Though Jiang Qinghua's question came out of nowhere, Jiang Hai understood perfectly. Needless to say, Jiang Qinghua's people must have located the submarine. Jiang Hai smiled faintly and replied, well, it just so happened that someone I know was piloting a submarine through that area. Director Zhang should have experienced firsthand just how fast that submarine can go. So it was all just a coincidence. Jiang Qinghua stopped himself from speaking further, fearing he might let loose with profanity. Coincidence? What kind of coincidence could deliver a submarine to a Chinese port so swiftly, without being detected by the naval forces stationed there? Previously, Jiang Qinghua hadn't really thought much of the arms organization backing Jiang Hai at most, he considered it somewhat mysterious. But now, Jiang Qinghua realized the shadowy arms network was truly formidable. The delivery method alone was far from ordinary. Add to that their formidable R&D capabilities. Such an arms organization absolutely held its own against industry giants like DuPont and Lockheed. But why did they persist in maintaining this air of mystery? Wouldn't it be better to rake in huge profits like those arms giants? Director Zhang, the submarine has been received. If there are no issues, how about? Jiang Hai grinned and made a gesture to Jiang Qinghua, rubbing his index finger against his thumb. Seeing this gesture, Jiang Qinghua immediately caught on, nodding repeatedly. Oh. I understand. I'll transfer the funds right away. With that, Jiang Qinghua immediately fumbled with his phone. Transferring 370 billion huaxia currency wasn't a simple task. After fiddling with it for quite some time, Jiang Qinghua finally succeeded in transferring the 370 billion huaxia currency into Jiang Hai's account. As soon as Jiang Qinghua completed the transfer, the system promptly emitted a notification sound. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Hai's face. The transaction went smoothly. I look forward to more collaborations in the future. With that, Jiang Hai stood up and shook hands with Jiang Qinghua. For Jiang Hai at this point, the transaction amount wasn't particularly large, but he placed great importance on this deal. After all, this was his first transaction with Huaxia. Prior to this, his relationship with China had been one of mutual wariness. Jiang Hai hoped to continue living comfortably in Huaxia, yet he didn't want to be confined by it. Now that he had completed this first transaction with China, the precedent set would inevitably lead to a second, then a third. As the frequency of transactions with Huaxia increases, their relationship will inevitably grow closer. This would also make Jiang Hai much safer. Jiang Qinghua exchanged a brief greeting with Jiang Hai before hurrying away. He was going to experience this submarine he'd worked so hard to acquire. After Jiang Qinghua departed, Jiang Hai's smile remained as he slowly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. How's the situation over there? Perfect. Prepare for the next move. Snap. The crisp sound echoed through the luxurious bedroom. The opulent carpet was littered with shards of expensive porcelain. Maids and servants scattered around, frozen in terror, heads bowed low, dreading the master's gaze. They feared his raging fury might be unleashed upon them. Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even handle something this simple. You've utterly disgraced the Lockheed family. Facing the raging, roaring Reuben, the two elders and the surrounding maids were no different. They hunched their shoulders, wishing they could shrink their heads into their chests. They felt utterly wronged at that moment. The mission had failed, but it wasn't their fault. Those mercenaries were utterly incompetent. Yet now the blame fell squarely on their shoulders, and they lacked even the courage to speak up in their defense. Too bad Felix was already dead. Otherwise, such a convenient scapegoat would have been perfect for taking the fall. Mr. Reuben, someone from the Black House has arrived. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered the bedroom and bowed respectfully to Reuben. Smack! A teacup flew through the air, striking the young man squarely on the forehead. The impact sent him reeling backward, nearly crashing to the floor. By the time he regained his footing, his fair face was a bloody mess, the handsome features now half covered in crimson. Chapter 192, Lockheed's New Generation. Even with his head split open and blood pouring down, the young man remained unflinching. Standing straight, he stood silently, allowing the blood to drip steadily from the wound on his forehead. It was as if the blood wasn't flowing from his own body. Reuben, the perpetrator of this violence, remained unsatisfied. Gritting his teeth, his eyes bulged as if he were a demon escaped from hell. Black Palace? Who does that bastard think he is, daring to question me? Throw him out. Throw him out. Hearing Reuben's words, the two elders exchanged glances, hesitating. One hesitated for a long moment before finally steeled himself to step forward. Reuben, he said, he is, after all, the chieftain of the United States. We ought to show him some respect. I need to give him face? What does he think he is? Reuben, consumed by fury, was already in a killing frenzy, lashing out at anyone within earshot. Now, mentioning that chieftain from the pretty country sent him into a raging tirade. Fortunately, the room contained only members of the Lockheed family, so there was no risk of his words leaking out. An elderly man among them hurried forward and said to Reuben, regardless, the chief is the leader of the entire beautiful country. Don't make things awkward for everyone. It wouldn't be good for our Lockheed family either. The moment the elder finished speaking, Reuben snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with ferocity as he glared at him. At that moment, Reuben bore no resemblance to a frail old man. He resembled a vicious beast, as if poised to tear someone apart. The old man turned pale with fright, stumbling backward several steps, barely restraining himself from turning and fleeing. Mr. Reuben, are you suggesting we drive out the Black Palace's emissaries? Or perhaps, simply slaughter them? The cold, clear voice echoed through the bedroom, like a bucket of ice water dumped on a red-hot iron. With a hiss, the previously feverish atmosphere instantly cooled. All eyes turned to the speaker. The young man, his face still streaked with blood, maintained an icy composure. Marshburn. What the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? How could you even utter such words? The two elders, regaining their composure, immediately stormed toward the young man, shouting angrily. They were truly terrified. They already had one old madman, and now they had a young one too. Was the Lockheed family truly doomed? Shut up! At that moment, a sharp command rang out, startling both elders into silence. They immediately shut their mouths and turned to look at Reuben with terror etched on their faces. They feared Reuben might actually take that advice and slaughter the Black Palace's envoys. But when their eyes fell upon Reuben, they were stunned once more. The man who had been snarling and raving moments before had suddenly transformed. His expression was cold and indifferent, his eyes slightly closed, yet a thread of icy light shone through. Just like the Rubine of old. Reuben narrowed his eyes at the young man, then nodded after a moment. I had assumed that after Felix, Lockheed's next generation had no talent worth using. But look at you now, Marshburn. After all these years under Felix's shadow, your talent has surpassed even his. No. To be precise, you have surpassed Felix. Marshburn, it seems Lockheed's future will rest upon your shoulders. No one expected Reuben to suddenly turn and offer such high praise to the young man. The two elders now regarded the young man with a different look in their eyes. Yet the young man remained utterly composed. With blood smeared across half his face, his expression only deepened his cold arrogance. As for Reuben's praise, he seemed to have not heard it at all, merely replying in a detached tone, Well then, Mr. Reuben, how do you intend to proceed? Pack my things. It seems I must pay a visit to the Black Palace. Marshburn, while I'm away, you'll manage the Lockheed family. As Reuben uttered his final command, the two elders paled visibly. The vast Lockheed family empire entrusted to such a young upstart? What kind of colossal joke was this? Reuben wasn't recovering, he was clearly going even crazier. But just as they prepared to plead with him, Reuben gave them no chance to speak. He shot them both a cold, piercing glance. Instantly, the words on the tip of their tongues were swallowed back. As always, within the Lockheed family, Reuben's word is law. The next moment, both their gazes fell upon the young man. Could this young man named Marshburn be the next Reuben? Boss. This invitation was just delivered by the Black House. The Black Palace? Aisha handed a gleaming golden invitation to Jiang Hai, who glanced at it with a puzzled expression. The invitation was actually addressed to Aisha, but she had handed it to Jiang Hai, clearly expecting him to make the decision. Jiang Hai quickly understood Aisha's meaning. This invitation wasn't specifically for Aisha or any other individual. Ever since Jiang Hai led Aisha and the others to decisively crush the Wildcat gang, the gang had disintegrated completely. Aisha and her group naturally became the largest arms dealers in all of Apple City. Their influence had even spread across half of Pretty Nation. Though they still lagged far behind the super-sized arms dealers, their influence was no longer negligible. This invitation serves as the most compelling proof of Aisha and her group's influence. It was an invitation to a gathering. The host was the United States Chief Financial Officer, Richardson. The host's status alone signaled this gathering was no ordinary affair. The fact that Aisha and her team received an invitation signifies they've successfully caught the attention of the United States high-level officials. Boss, we should attend this gathering. Aisha voiced her opinion from the side, and Jiang Hai nodded in agreement. He hadn't forgotten why he'd brought Aisha and the others to Apple City in the first place. It was to counter Lockheed Martin, after all. Establishing connections with the upper echelons of the United States would be immensely beneficial for Jiang Hai and Aisha's objectives. So you're suggesting I attend this gathering? Aisha had already made up her mind, yet she still handed the invitation to Jiang Hai. Clearly, she had no intention of attending the gathering herself. Seeing that Jiang Hai understood her meaning, Aisha held nothing back. She nodded lightly and said, "Boss, you're our leader. This gathering should be represented by you on our behalf." Jiang Hai didn't immediately express his willingness, instead pondering for a moment. Then he lifted his head to look at Aisha, suddenly breaking into a wide grin. Chapter 193, The High Society Dinner. Upper Manhattan. If Manhattan was the affluent district of Apple City, then the residents of Upper Manhattan were the VIPs among the wealthy. That evening, countless luxury cars arrived in Upper Manhattan, parking before a lavishly decorated building. The building's owner was Joe, a tycoon renowned throughout the entire United States. Though not descended from a long-established aristocratic family, this tycoon, who made his fortune flipping real estate and land, wielded immense influence in the United States due to his close ties with the government. Of course, the reason so many dignitaries attended tonight's banquet wasn't out of respect for Joe. For the true host of tonight's gathering was someone else entirely, with Joe merely providing the venue. Mr. Philippe. Ha! Welcome, welcome. Oh. Mr. George. Mrs. Sarah. Welcome. Ha! Joseph. Long time no see. When shall we play golf together? At the entrance to the building's top floor, a middle-aged man in a suit greeted arriving guests with a steady stream of witty remarks, keeping the crowd in constant laughter. This middle-aged man was none other than the building's owner, real estate magnate Xiaolui. Perhaps aware that his background couldn't compare to those of the aristocracy, Joe maintained a humble demeanor. Thus, even those aristocrats who looked down on him never showed contempt in the face of his earnest flattery. Of course, not everyone bought into Joe's act. A handful still carried themselves with an air of superiority in his presence, but Roy paid them no mind, maintaining his ever-cheerful demeanor. "Mr. Roy." A call rang out from the entrance of the rooftop garden. Xiao, who was chatting with several guests, heard it and instinctively turned his head. A flash of light quickly darted across his eyes. "Mr. Clare. You've arrived. Ha! Welcome, welcome." At the garden entrance, a man in a gray pinstriped suit stepped inside. As Joe greeted him, the other guests in the garden paused their activities, turning their heads to focus their attention on this man. Eddie Clare, president of DuPont. Although he was merely one of DuPont's shareholders, and not even the largest one at that. As president, he wielded absolute leadership over the company. Combined with DuPont's influence in the United States and globally, calling him one of the world's most influential figures was no exaggeration. What was most remarkable was that this DuPont president, when dealing with a nouveau riche like Joe, showed not a hint of condescension but instead displayed great warmth. The two exchanged a friendly greeting, then drew closer and embraced. During the embrace, Eddie whispered something into Joe's ear. "Has Mr. Richardson arrived?" Joe remained perfectly composed, nodding cheerfully before gesturing to Eddie and leading him toward the other end of the garden. Moments later, Joe reappeared in the garden, but Eddie was nowhere to be seen. "Mr. Roy." No sooner had Joe returned to the garden than a man dressed as a butler approached him, whispering something in his ear. A look of surprise flashed across Joe's face, followed by a slight nod. He then quickened his pace toward the garden entrance. Soon, a man and a woman dressed in luxurious evening gowns entered. The man was a tall, young Caucasian with a brown crew cut, pale skin, and a clean-shaven face, though his features carried a hint of rugged determination. The woman was unmistakably Palestinian, with deep-set features, especially her large, round eyes. Her pupils shimmered with a captivating light, like stars in the sky. "Hello. I'm Joe. May I ask if you are Ms. Aisha?" "That's me." Aisha flashed a captivating smile. Even though Joe had seen countless beauties, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw her smile. But once he regained his composure, Xiao didn't feel awkward. Instead, he offered a heartfelt compliment. "Ms. Aisha, you are truly the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." "Thank you for the compliment." Aisha seemed delighted by the compliment, her eyes crinkling with laughter. She turned to glance at the man beside her, her face radiating pride and satisfaction. Noticing Aisha's gaze, Xiao immediately looked at the man beside her, smiled, extended his hand, and asked, "Excuse me, sir, are you Steve Jonathan?" The man shook hands with Xiao and then blurted out his name. The name flashed through Xiao's mind, but he had never heard it before. This left Xiao thoroughly puzzled, though he maintained basic courtesy outwardly. "Mr. Jonathan. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Jonathan is my boss." Just as Joe was still trying to figure out the man's identity, Aisha suddenly blurted out a sentence beside him, causing Joe's heart to skip a beat. As the host of this dinner, Joe knew exactly what it signified. Aisha appeared to be just a Palestinian woman, but recently, she had caused quite a stir in Apple City. Most crucially, the methods she'd employed had caught the attention of the US government. That was precisely why she had been invited to tonight's dinner. What Joe hadn't anticipated was that the ruthless and powerful arms dealer Aisha, as rumored, wasn't even the boss. Someone else was pulling the strings behind her. Xiao, being no ordinary man, quickly recovered from the surprise. A master of smooth talk, he flashed a dazzling smile at this Steve Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan. Welcome, welcome. You're too kind. Compared to Xiao's warmth, the Steve Jonathan remained distinctly cool. After a brief reply, he scanned the room and remarked indifferently, I wonder where Mr. Richardson is? Steve Jonathan's words caused Joe's expression to stiffen momentarily, but he quickly regained his smile. This way, please. This way. Mr. Richardson is waiting for you both over there. After speaking, he led the way directly in front of the two. Steve Jonathan and Aisha followed closely behind. But as she watched Joe walking ahead, Aisha leaned her head toward the man beside her and whispered into his ear, Don't you think your attitude is a bit over the top? You just don't get it. This is the persona I've built for myself. The aloof, domineering CEO. Though his expression remained icy, the tone he used with Aisha was teasing, tinged with a hint of flirtation. Aisha blushed slightly upon hearing this, glancing around furtively like a thief. Yet the delight in the corners of her eyes was impossible to conceal. It was obvious this aloof, domineering CEO Steve Jonathan was none other than Jiang Hai in disguise. Chapter 194, Making Things Difficult. Aisha felt this invitation should be accepted by Jiang Hai alone, but Jiang Hai thought attending by himself would be rather dull. Besides, Aisha usually handled affairs in Apple City, so bringing her along would facilitate her future work here. Of course, considering various factors, Jiang Hai didn't want his Chinese identity to cause any complications. That's precisely why he'd deliberately created a Western-looking puppet. Since they were on the other party's turf, the two said little, simply following Xiao through the entire garden. At the garden's end stood a small, square room, barely larger than a restroom. Guarding the doorway were two burly men clad in black suits and sunglasses. Upon seeing Xiao, the two men remained impassive, stepping forward to block their path. Xiao merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. He shifted his body slightly, allowing Jiang Hai and Aisha to step past the two men. Though the men wore sunglasses, Jiang Hai keenly sensed their gaze fixed squarely on him. And it was definitely not a friendly gaze. The burly man strode forward without a word, extending both hands toward Jiang Hai and Aisha intending to frisk them. Jiang Hai frowned, stepping forward to shield Aisha and block their hands. He didn't mind being searched himself after all, he was a man, and this was just a puppet body. But Aisha was a woman, how could he allow two strange men to search her? Ha! Seeing Jiang Hai's move, the two burly men seemed taken aback. The next moment, both men immediately reached a hand toward their waists, and an intense killing intent instantly surged from their bodies. The system's hostility detection function was going off like crazy. Jiang Hai knew these two were genuinely intent on killing him. But Jiang Hai forced himself to resist the impulse and held back. His gaze swept over the two burly men before settling on Xiao, who stood nearby looking completely uninvolved. He spoke coldly, Mr. Roy, what exactly is the meaning of this? Mr. Jonathan, this isn't my fault. Joe shrugged with a smile, his expression resigned. They're Mr. Richardson's bodyguards. Anyone approaching Mr. Richardson must undergo a security check. Joe's words made Jiang Hai narrow his eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Mr. Richardson invited us here. Is this how you treat your guests? Ha! Don't misunderstand. We hold Mr. Richardson's guests in the highest regard. It's just that certain protocols must be followed. After all, Mr. Richardson's status is quite exceptional. Could this guy be settling a personal grudge, retaliating for his own cold treatment earlier? Jiang Hai quickly realized he couldn't possibly have offended this man they just met. He tilted his head, glanced at Xiao, then at the two burly men. After a moment's silence, he turned on his heel, grabbed Aisha's hand, and started walking back. But the moment they took their first step, the two burly men lunged forward, blocking their path. Jiang Hai had intended to simply walk away, but their attitude made it clear they had no intention of letting them leave. Anger flashed across Jiang Hai's face as he turned back, glaring at Xiao. Mr. Roy, what exactly is your game here? Mr. Jonathan, this truly isn't my fault. Look, I haven't said a single word. Xiao grinned like a sly old rat, squinting his eyes as he spoke, his hands spread wide in a gesture of innocence. Jiang Hai sniffed sharply, shifting his gaze back to the two burly men. They had loosened their hands from their waists, yet their expressions remained stern as they fixed their gaze on the pair, fists clenched, ready to act at a moment's notice. This is your last chance. Move aside. Otherwise. Jiang Hai glared coldly at them, slowly releasing Aisha's hand while clenching his own fists. Facing Jiang Hai's warning, the two burly men showed no fear. They merely exchanged a glance, and one of them stepped forward, flexing his muscles. The next moment, a crackling sound erupted from his body, like popping corn. Without a word, the fight erupted. Jiang Hai lunged forward, his fist flying toward the opponent's chest. The burly man deftly twisted his waist, swiftly shifting his upper body to evade the strike. Simultaneously, he raised a leg, launching a counterattack at Jiang Hai. Their battle ignited fiercely from the very start. Dozens of moves flew by in an instant, and in this exchange, Jiang Hai unexpectedly gained the upper hand. The burly man's combat skills were superb and well-honed, and Jiang Hai was no slouch either. While there might be a gap in technique and experience, Jiang Hai's body, arguably the most physically formidable puppet, executed every combat maneuver with flawless precision. At its core, combat was a display of human physical strength and speed. Even without masterful combat skills, Jiang Hai's ability to unleash his full strength and speed gave him a decisive edge over his opponent. Seeing his partner struggling against Jiang Hai, the remaining burly man could no longer hold back. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, determined to join his comrade in the fight. With two burly men attacking together, the pressure on Jiang Hai naturally doubled, forcing him to retreat uncontrollably. But soon, Jiang Hai leveraged his superior strength and speed to gradually reclaim the upper hand. Smack! Smack! Two crisp sounds echoed as Jiang Hai's fist slammed into the chest of one of the burly men. The next moment, the burly man sucked in a sharp breath, spewed a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground. With one thug incapacitated, the other saw his chance to retreat. But Jiang Hai had no intention of letting him go. Seeing the man try to walk away, Jiang Hai stepped forward again, clenched his fist, and slammed it into the man's shoulder. The burly man let out a piercing scream, plopping down onto the ground. Clutching his shoulder with one hand, he writhed in agony, rolling around on the floor. Jiang Hai's punch was no light blow. The burly man instantly lost his ability to fight. After dealing with both burly men, Jiang Hai smoothed his suit and slowly turned his head to look at Xiao, who stood nearby, his expression already shifting. Is there anything else we need to do? Hurry up! Xiao clearly hadn't expected Jiang Hai to actually resort to violence. Glancing at the men still sprawled at his feet, Xiao's expression darkened considerably. Mr. Jonathan, are you intending to cause trouble here? Disrupt? Why would you pin that charge on me? Jiang Hai chuckled, mimicking Xiao's earlier gesture as he spread his hands wide. I'd say I've been quite the rule follower. Chapter 195, Xiao, the bully who preys on the weak. Follow the rules? Hearing that word from Jiang Hai's mouth struck Xiao as utterly absurd. Knocking two bodyguards to the ground right in front of him, and he still claimed to follow the rules? Of course, Xiao was also astonished by the fighting skills of this man named Steve Jonathan. But he wasn't worried about his own safety. After all, this was his turf. He had 1,000 ways to take the man out before he could harm him. But this man was, after all, a guest invited by Richardson. Xiao could scheme against him using certain methods, but he couldn't silently take his life. If he did that, Richardson wouldn't let him off the hook. He wasn't about to throw away his promising future over two young punks. Of course, Joe had no intention of letting the man off scot-free either. Mr. Jonathan, this isn't Brownsville, nor is it Brooklyn. The street rules don't fly here. As Joe spoke, his face wore a clear sneer, implying that Jiang Hai and Aisha were street thugs from the chaos of the streets, unworthy of attending this gathering. Hearing Joe's words, Aisha, standing behind Jiang Hai, flashed an expression of displeasure and immediately started to step forward, only to be abruptly pulled back by Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes at Joe. After a moment, he suddenly grinned and said, at least Brownsville and Brooklyn don't have those real estate flipping nouveau riche, right? Xiao, who had been smug moments ago, instantly lost his composure. He was a nouveau riche, a fact practically common knowledge among Apple City's high society. He was no stranger to being mocked by the wealthy aristocrats for this very reason. But Joe's cunning and scheming allowed him to face ridicule with composure. But when a street thug clearly inferior in both status and background dared to mock him over such a matter, that was something he simply couldn't stomach. Mr. Roy. Just then, a calm voice rang out. Immediately afterward, the door to the room, which resembled a small restroom, swinged open from the inside. Out stepped a young man in a tailored suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Ignoring the two burly men sprawled on the floor, the young man smiled at Joe and said, Mr. Richardson sent me to see what's going on upstairs. Has Richardson's guest arrived yet? Oh. Mr. Fitch, it's fine, nothing happened. Mr. Richardson's guests just arrived. I was about to take them to see Mr. Richardson. Seeing the young man's demeanor, Joe hesitated only briefly before plastering on a smile, as if nothing had just transpired. Joe's demeanor toward the young man could only be described as fawning. However, the young man didn't let it go to his head. He nodded humbly in return, then turned his gaze back to Jiang Hai and Aisha. This must be Ms. Aisha? Mr. Richardson has been waiting for quite some time. Yes, and this is. He too looked at Jiang Hai with a puzzled expression. Aisha replied once more, Mr. Steve Jonathan, my boss as well. Like Joe before him, the young man was clearly taken aback by this answer. But he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, so it's Mr. Jonathan. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Since Mr. Jonathan is Ms. Aisha's boss, this invitation naturally extends to Mr. Jonathan as well. Mr. Jonathan, please come in. With that, the young man stepped aside and gestured for Jiang Hai to enter. Oh? Hearing the invitation, Jiang Hai immediately wore an amused smile, glancing at the young man and then at Xiao standing beside him. Xiao's face was dark and sullen. After having just made things difficult for Jiang Hai, the young man now treated him with such courtesy it felt like a direct slap in the face. Though Xiao was no stranger to thick-skinned behavior, this level of humiliation was more than he could bear. Yet Xiao dared not utter a single complaint. He knew full well that the young man before him held far greater standing in Richardson's eyes than he ever could. A few words from this man to Richardson could erase decades of his own hard work. Thus, Xiao could only remain silent by the sidelines. Not only did he dare not harbor any resentment toward the young man, but he also feared that Aisha and that Steve Jonathan might stir up trouble behind his back. Thus, he could only remain silent for now, quietly working through his thoughts internally. What if they really did sow discord in front of the young man? How would he respond then? Glancing at the silent Joe, Jiang Hai smiled faintly. Unexpectedly, he didn't mention the earlier conflict. Instead, he said with a smile, "That's wonderful. I'm also looking forward to meeting Mr. Richardson." Jiang Hai didn't address the earlier tension, which surprised the young man. He glanced at Jiang Hai in surprise, then looked at Joe beside him. After a moment, he smiled and said, "If there's nothing to worry about, that's wonderful. Mr. Jonathan, this way please." The young man gestured again, inviting Jiang Hai and Aisha into the small room. Upon entering, they discovered the room was completely empty, devoid of anything. "System, is there anything special about this place?" Facing such an unusual environment, Jiang Hai didn't hesitate for a moment and activated the system. Ding! Host's location, mechanical activation device detected beneath your feet. Preliminary assessment, this device poses no harm to the host. A mechanical device underfoot? Jiang Hai froze for a moment, instinctively pressing his foot against the floor. This action caused the young man to look surprised. He asked Jiang Hai in astonishment, "Mr. Jonathan, have you been here before?" No. This is my first time here." Jiang Hai immediately realized he had guessed this room was up to something. However, he didn't call it out directly. Instead, he smiled, shook his head, and brushed it off with a casual remark. Clearly, his flimsy excuse didn't convince the young man. Yet the latter seemed uninterested in pressing further, merely nodding with a smile and saying no more. Ding! At that moment, another sharp cry rang out. The floor beneath their feet suddenly shifted, carrying Jiang Hai and the others downward as it sank. By the time their bodies had completely disappeared below the floor level, they were finally submerged underground. With a snap, 2 floor panels sprang up from either side, snapping tightly together as if they had never been there. The entire room returned to its previous stillness, as if none of the events had ever occurred. Below, in some unknown chamber, Jiang Hai and his companions plummeted at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a vast, opulent room. Chapter 196, Adding to the Purchase Plan. Welcome. Welcome. Mr. Jonathan. Ms. Aisha. As they entered the room, a portly man in a brown suit rose with a broad smile, stepping forward to greet Jiang Hai and Aisha. This man was no stranger to Jiang Hai, a familiar face in international news. Richardson Land, the Treasury Secretary of the United States. Not only did he hold the reins of the nation's finances, but he was also a staunch confidant of the nation's supreme leader. He was an absolute powerhouse in the United States. It was precisely because of this that Richardson's dinner party had attracted so many of Apple City's elite. Seeing Richardson greet him with great enthusiasm, Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't introduced himself, yet Richardson knew his name. It certainly wasn't Joe or that young man by his side who had tipped him off. Jiang Hai quickly regained his composure, extending his hand to shake Richardson's in greeting. "Mr. Richardson. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Receiving your invitation is truly an honor." "Ha! Mr. Jonathan is the one with such promising youth. With young talents like Mr. Jonathan, our nation will only grow stronger." After exchanging a round of business pleasantries, Richardson invited Jiang Hai and Aisha to the other side of the room. This space resembled a conference room, furnished with a large meeting table. Seated at one end was Eddie Clare, who had arrived earlier. Seeing Jiang Hai and the others approach, Eddie rose with a smile, greeting Jiang Hai and Aisha courteously before launching into his own round of business flattery. After everyone took their seats, Richardson glanced at the group with a smile before turning his attention back to the young man. "Blake," he said cheerfully, "hand me the materials." "Yes, sir." The young man immediately stood up upon hearing Richardson's instruction, retrieving a folder from a nearby desk drawer. Without waiting for Richardson's instruction, he handed it directly to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai glanced at Richardson first. Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, he opened the folder. The next moment, his eyes narrowed into slits. The contents were a military arms procurement contract. The supplier's name was blank, while the purchaser's name was none other than the U.S. government. This was a U.S. government arms procurement contract. Jiang Hai instantly understood what was happening. Today's banquet was merely a cover for this procurement contract. What surprised Jiang Hai, however, was this: shouldn't the US government be procuring arms exclusively from major military contractors like DuPont and Lockheed? Why would they even notice a small fry like him? Glancing down at the contract, the specified procurement volume sent a chill down Jiang Hai's spine. This procurement contract was for a staggering $350 billion pretty dollars. It included, but was not limited to, firearms, ammunition, protective gear, and even missiles. 350 billion pretty coins converted to Huaxia currency, that was a staggering 2 trillion plus. This was absolutely no small sum. Moreover, if Jiang Hai remembered correctly, last year's financial statements from the United States showed military procurement spending of only 900 billion pretty coins. His side alone accounted for nearly 40%? What about DuPont? Lockheed? And what about the US government's own military contractors? With such a distribution, aren't they afraid these companies will turn against them? At this thought, Jiang Hai couldn't help but lift his head and turn his gaze toward Eddie Clare standing before him. Never mind Lockheed, wasn't this man before him the very president of DuPont? How could he not have an opinion about such an arrangement? To Jiang Hai's surprise, Eddie met his gaze with a genuinely warm smile. Jiang Hai didn't believe Richardson would conceal the contract's contents from Eddie. Such a move would only make the consequences worse. Therefore, Jiang Hai seemed to grasp something, shifting his gaze back to Richardson. The fiscal budgets the United States publicly announces each day are merely what they choose to reveal. The actual budget the United States allocates for arms procurement likely far exceeds that $900 billion figure. Even a small fry like him had a $350 billion pretty dollar order. What about the big sharks? By this estimation, the US's actual arms procurement budget likely exceeds $3 trillion US. I know this year's volume is indeed a bit low. But since this is your first time joining the procurement program, we need to adjust your capacity gradually, step by step. Richardson smiled at Jiang Hai, leaning back slightly in his chair as he raised his hand and made a gesture with his index finger and thumb. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, slowly closed the folder, and replied, "I understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson, for giving us this opportunity." Though he spoke these words, Jiang Hai showed no intention of signing the contract. Even the pen tucked into the contract folder remained untouched, treated as mere decoration. The meaning behind Jiang Hai's attitude was crystal clear. Richardson merely smiled without comment. Beside him, Eddie tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop and remarked with a smile, "When DuPont first joined the procurement plan, how many quotas did they receive?" I believe it was only 4% of the entire procurement plan?" Eddie's implication was equally clear. DuPont had only secured a 4% share back then. Jiang Hai getting this much now was already quite favorable. Money, everyone wants more of it. But what gives Jiang Hai the right to demand a larger share? Jiang Hai didn't spare Eddie a second glance, as if he hadn't heard a word. Placing his hand on the contract, he pushed it forward gently and stated, "I trust Mr. Richardson included us in this procurement plan because he understands our capacity to deliver. With our capacity, we could handle not just 350 billion, but even 350 billion. Of course, we understand this isn't something we can monopolize alone. But this 350 billion allocation is simply too small." Jiang Hai paid Eddie no mind whatsoever. This attitude caused Eddie to frown involuntarily. The amiable demeanor he had previously projected gradually faded. As the head of a major arms syndicate, Eddie could never be a kind-hearted person. Anyone who mistook his perpetual smiley face for kindness and thought he was easy to take advantage of would be gravely mistaken. Eddie's eyes narrowed to slits, and the smile on his face slowly twisted into a cold sneer. "Young man, having sharp edges is a good thing. But sometimes, when those edges are too sharp, they can easily wound both others and yourself. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected disaster." Chapter 197, Eddie, Am I the Clown? Is this a threat? Jiang Hai finally turned his gaze toward Eddie. The DuPont president, who had been smiling just moments ago, now wore a completely different expression. Not only was he sneering coldly, but his eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, showing not a trace of fear. Instead, he tilted his head slightly upward. "Whether tomorrow or unexpected events come first, I needn't concern myself with that. At the very least, I possess the capital to ensure my tomorrow remains free from unexpected troubles." Jiang Hai's stance was unyielding, showing no sign of backing down despite DuPont's formidable power. Meanwhile, Richardson remained silent throughout, seemingly delighted to witness the conflict between Jiang Hai and Eddie. The smile vanished completely from Eddie's face. He stared coldly at Jiang Hai, saying nothing, seemingly weighing how to handle this arrogant young man before him. "Mr. Richardson, regarding this year's quota, DuPont isn't entirely certain either. 103 billion pretty coins hardly reflects DuPont's true capabilities." After a moment's thought, Eddie ignored Jiang Hai's provocation and instead presented his own proposal to Richardson. 103 billion pretty coins? Jiang Hai immediately exchanged a glance with Aisha beside him. Sure enough, DuPont's share alone already exceeded the arms procurement budget publicly announced by the United States. And judging by this, the actual budget was likely far larger than Jiang Hai had previously imagined. How could the pretty nation possibly have such a massive arms procurement budget? What were they planning to do? A troubling thought took root in Jiang Hai's mind as his gaze settled on Richardson. Richardson showed no surprise or displeasure at Eddie directing his criticism toward him. Spreading his hands in a helpless gesture, he said, "Claire, you should know the national budget is fixed. DuPont is already the largest supplier outside of the national arms manufacturers. You wouldn't actually be eyeing the state arms manufacturer's share of the pie, would you?" By the time he uttered the last sentence, Richardson couldn't help but chuckle. The U.S. government's arms manufacturers represent the very interests of the United States itself. Even if DuPont is the world's foremost arms magnate, if it touches that slice of the pie, it won't last a day in the United States. Eddie shook his head flatly. "I just think that aside from the national arms manufacturer's share, the remaining few companies don't need such large portions either." As he spoke, Eddie glanced at Jiang Hai out of the corner of his eye. Earlier, Eddie hadn't pressed the argument with Jiang Hai not because he'd let him off, but because he simply didn't deem it worth clashing with him. He went straight to Richardson. And judging by his demeanor, he wasn't just aiming to seize Jiang Hai's share, he intended to kick Jiang Hai out of the procurement plan altogether. Jiang Hai and Aisha immediately grasped Eddie's intent. Aisha grew furious, rising to her feet as if to flip the table. But before she could rise, Jiang Hai pressed down on her hand, stopping her. Without a word, Jiang Hai simply smiled at Richardson beside him. He didn't believe Richardson would follow Eddie's suggestion. After all, the fact that Richardson had made an exception to include them in this procurement plan meant there must be some special reason behind it. Between Richardson and Eddie, Richardson held the dominant position. How could he possibly alter their previous plans so easily just because of Eddie's words? Sure enough, after hearing Eddie's words, Richardson merely smiled faintly, tilting his head as he said, "Claire, what exactly do you mean by that? The shares for the others were already allocated long ago. You wouldn't be thinking of claiming Lockheed's share, would you?" As he finished speaking, Richardson wore an expression that clearly said, "How greedy of you." Eddie's expression immediately darkened. He refused to believe Richardson would twist his words. He was saying that on purpose. "Mr. Richardson, you know perfectly well that wasn't my intention. I was merely—" "I hope not." Before Eddie could finish, Richardson abruptly dropped his smile and remarked coolly, "Don't underestimate old Reuben. That old codger is a madman. If he goes berserk, I won't be able to hold him back." Reuben Lockheed. Hearing that name from Richardson, Jiang Hai instantly knew exactly who he was referring to. The man behind Lockheed Corporation. After all, Jiang Hai's target from the very beginning had been Lockheed Corporation, so he naturally had some understanding of its affairs. Richardson mentioning Reuben's name, coupled with that peculiar assessment, prompted Jiang Hai to quietly commit this intelligence to memory. After all, his knowledge of Lockheed's inner workings wasn't yet comprehensive. This was a rare opportunity. Eddie, too, had fallen silent. He wasn't stupid. From Richardson's attitude, he understood that continuing to target Jiang Hai would only lead to trouble. If he mishandled this, it could even jeopardize DuPont's tangible interests. For a seasoned veteran like Eddie, face is worthless, he can discard it at will. Seeing Eddie back down, Richardson seemed quite satisfied. He smiled and turned his gaze back to Jiang Hai. "Mr. Jonathan, I sincerely hope you'll give this careful consideration. After all, being included in the procurement plan is a rare opportunity. I imagine you wouldn't want to miss out on such a chance, would you?" Was he crushing Eddie just to turn his attention to Jiang Hai next? Jiang Hai quickly grasped Richardson's intent. After a moment's silence, he placed his hand back on the contract. This time, however, he was pulling the contract back toward himself. Truth be told, Jiang Hai had never been dissatisfied with this share from the start. When it came to transaction volume, 350 billion pretty coins was a figure he no longer even considered significant. His deliberate haggling was merely a ploy to probe for deeper insights. At the very least, from Jiang Hai's perspective, he had gained quite a lot. To name just one thing, the intelligence on the pretty nation's arms procurement budget for this year alone was a major scoop. Seeing Jiang Hai tuck away the contract, Richardson's smile grew even broader. As for Eddie sitting across from Jiang Hai, he felt like he'd swallowed a load of crap. It was Jiang Hai who had initially voiced dissatisfaction with the share allocation. He had kindly tried to reason with him, only for Jiang Hai to blow up in his face. He'd expected Jiang Hai to throw a fit, but after Richardson said one sentence, he just backed down? After all that, was he, Eddie, the one made to look like a fool? Eddie was seething with rage, but he dared not utter another word. He could only glare fiercely at Jiang Hai and remain silent. Ding dong! A crisp chime sounded. The elevator on the other side of the room had arrived. Everyone in the room turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on the elevator doors. Chapter 198, Four-Way Standoff. Emerging from the elevator doors was a young man with blonde hair. The appearance of such a young man startled everyone seated at the conference table. They all understood that since the true purpose of tonight's banquet was to allocate the share of arms purchases for the United States, the parties qualified to participate in this allocation would all be present. With DuPont's president, Eddie, already present, Lockheed, a company on par with DuPont, could not be absent. Therefore, the next person to step out of the elevator should be none other than the head of the Lockheed family mentioned by Richardson earlier, Reuben Lockheed. But what was the story with this young man? Where the hell is Reuben Lockheed? The blond man strode straight to the conference table, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. A faint smirk touched his lips as he plopped down at the table, directly across from Richardson. Marshall Lockheed. The blond man stated his name outright, then scanned the room once more. When his gaze landed on Aisha, it lingered deliberately for a moment. Marshall Lockheed? Jiang Hai froze. The man bore the Lockheed surname, meaning he was part of the Lockheed family. But Richardson had definitely sent the invitation to Reuben Lockheed. How could the Lockheed family send such a young man to replace Reuben? This wasn't merely a breach of protocol, it was outright disrespect toward Richardson. With that thought, Jiang Hai turned his gaze back to Richardson on the other side. Sure enough, the smile faded from Richardson's face as he gave Marshburn a cool, detached look. Had old Reuben grown too frail to walk? Or was the chief's reprimand at the White House last time not sufficiently profound? Because of the incident where he fired on the Chinese fleet, Reuben had been summoned to the Black House for reprimand. This matter was known to the upper echelons of the United States. In fact, because of this incident, Reuben had become a laughingstock among the upper echelons of the United States. Richardson's words were a pointed jab at both Reuben and the entire Lockheed family, a clear expression of his dissatisfaction with the clan. Mr. Reuben is advanced in years and in poor health, so he will no longer interfere in the family business. Marshall seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning in Richardson's words, responding calmly, per Mr. Reuben's wishes, I will now assume full responsibility for all matters concerning Lockheed Corporation. Therefore, it should be perfectly acceptable for me to represent Mr. Reuben at tonight's dinner. As Marshburn finished speaking, every person in the conference room was taken aback, Jiang Hai included. Reuben was actually relinquishing control of the family business? And to hand it over to this greenhorn standing before them? Had Reuben lost his mind? Had the entire Lockheed family lost their minds? Richardson's smile vanished completely. His expression turned grave as he turned his head to look at the young man beside him. The young man, upon seeing this, nodded promptly and immediately turned to leave the room. He was going to help Richardson get to the bottom of this. Marshburn observed Richardson's actions but paid them no mind. Marshburn then declared, I know the purpose of tonight's dinner. I speak on behalf of the Lockheed family. Lockheed's share this year must not be reduced by a single percentage point. Business as usual. Marshburn's expression remained impassive, yet his words were delivered with unwavering resolve and unyielding firmness. Ha! Of course, no problem. Richardson chuckled, waving his hand repeatedly, and directly agreed to Marshburn's proposal. This wasn't because Richardson was truly intimidated by Marshburn's tough stance. Rather, Richardson still didn't know what had actually happened within the Lockheed family. So all this talk was completely meaningless at this point. If he investigated and discovered Marshburn was merely bluffing, then the promise he'd just made would be utterly worthless. Seeing Richardson readily agree to Lockheed's share, Eddie beside him suddenly chuckled. The original shares had been allocated cleanly. But now there was one more to distribute. Eddie could almost guess Richardson's thinking. He was likely using this newcomer, Steve Jonathan, to send a warning shot across the bows of DuPont and Lockheed. The reason? Most likely the incident where Lockheed had previously fired upon the Chinese fleet. While the United States would never openly side with China, Lockheed's unilateral action was an unquestionable challenge to the U.S. government's authority. This was absolutely intolerable. Yet no one could have anticipated the Lockheed family changing its leader at this very moment. This meant the entire responsibility for the attack on the Chinese fleet now fell squarely on the shoulders of that old madman, Reuben. While the Lockheed family would still bear some responsibility, the burden wouldn't be overwhelming. This young upstart Marshburn's tough stance has made Richardson too cautious to completely sever ties with Lockheed. So, how would this situation be resolved? Lockheed's shareholding couldn't change, yet it had suddenly gained an additional 360 billion pretty coins worth of shares. Given Richardson's usual bullying tactics, he might just kick that arrogant brat out of the deal. Exactly. The cocky kid Eddie had in mind was none other than Jiang Hai, who had just defied him. As if sensing Eddie's unfriendly thoughts, Jiang Hai lifted his head, glanced at Eddie, and then flashed a wide grin. Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Richardson, seeing Mr. Marshburn here suddenly reminds me of another deal our company has in the works. Just as Richardson's expression shifted and he turned to address Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai spoke up first, cutting off the carefully prepared words Richardson had been about to utter. Jiang Hai's gaze swept across the group as he spoke slowly and deliberately. Perhaps you're not fully aware of our company's capabilities, as we've primarily focused on research and development until now. Recently, we've only begun to engage in business transactions. And while we did ship large quantities recently, it wasn't to the United States, it was to Canada. Richardson and the others dismissed the first part of Jiang Hai's statement, while Marshburn kept staring intently at Aisha, clearly distracted. It wasn't until Jiang Hai uttered his final words that the expressions of everyone present immediately turned serious. Even Marshburn furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward Jiang Hai. Canada. It was the center of global attention for a while. The reason? Naturally, it was those 4 big Ivans launched in quick succession. Everyone present was in the arms trade, and others focused on the 3 big Ivans Judas had already launched and the 10 big Ivans Bosch was about to launch. But their focus was on the very first big Ivan launched by Palestine. Bale certainly lacked the capability to develop the big Ivan. So where did their big Ivan come from? Jiang Hai suddenly mentioning the Gatha now, and confirming they're shipping large quantities of it. Could this be a veiled hint that Bala's big Ivan is connected to them? Chapter 199, Forced Entry. Among them, the one most stunned was undoubtedly DuPont President Eddie Clare. DuPont had always maintained a cooperative relationship with Judah. Consequently, DuPont possesses deeper insights into the Jaffa region. Not only was there the big Ivan that Bale had thrown, but prior to that, both Bale and Bosch had obtained substantial quantities of military hardware. Bosch had even acquired that formidable hypersonic fighter jet. DuPont had once attempted to leverage the might of the United States and several Western powers to force Bosch to surrender the fighter jet. The result? Bosch detonated 3 big Ivans. DuPont's greatest mystery had been the origin of Bale and Bosch's vast arsenal. Jiang Hai's statement now seemed to resolve that mystery. Yet Eddie couldn't bring himself to believe it. Weren't these 2 young men representing a mere street gang operating in Apple City? Where could they possibly have the resources to strike deals with Bale and Bosch? Not to mention Big Ivan and that hyperspeed fighter jet? Richardson couldn't help but breathe heavily. He thought he'd found disposable pawns to use as cannon fodder, but instead, he'd invited a plague he couldn't shake. If these 2 were truly connected to the arms dealers supplying Bale and Bosch, that would spell trouble. The most critical factors were Big Ivan and that supersonic fighter jet. Richardson couldn't bear to imagine the consequences if this incident caused the arms syndicate to fully align with the United States enemies. A chill ran down his spine. He swallowed hard, licked his parched lips, and tried to force a smile, but it wouldn't come. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the room again. Spotting Eddie and Marshburn, he noticed they were sitting there silently, looking like they were just waiting for the show to begin. Damn it! Richardson had presided over several such allocation meetings over the past few years, but today's awkwardness was unprecedented. It wasn't that he couldn't swallow his pride for a politician, pride was worthless. If he could, he'd gladly swallow his pride and back down to these men. But he couldn't do that. Because he represented the dignity of the United States government. Once he did that, Richardson wouldn't be able to face the chief back home. What to do? Richardson could even feel sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, his gaze fell upon the young man beside him. This was his aide, a young man named Blackfish, a clever and resourceful fellow. He had always been highly valued by Richardson. Perhaps this time, he could help him out of this predicament? Catching Richardson's glance, Black immediately understood his superior's meaning. His eyes darted around, and soon a bright smile spread across his face. Mr. Jonathan, I never imagined your company's scope was so extensive. Given this, it seems our collaboration should be deepened. Mr. Richardson, I propose we withdraw Mr. Jonathan's contract and draft a new one. I believe once the government learns of Mr. Jonathan's capabilities, they'll agree to a contract that shows him greater respect. Ha! Blake's words momentarily stunned Richardson, but he quickly regained his composure. Right. That was indeed my oversight. I failed to thoroughly investigate Mr. Jonathan's company. If the government knew Mr. Jonathan's company possessed such formidable capabilities, they would certainly offer terms that better reflect his standing. Black's words finally gave Richardson some breathing room. Seizing the opportunity, Richardson managed to ease the awkwardness. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, Black smiled and added, as for the issue of share distribution. With Mr. Jonathan joining us, I personally suggest we may need to revise the allocation method. After all, the shares are limited, yet all of you gentlemen possess considerable influence, don't you? Black blinked, revealing a sly and flippant grin. Beside him, Richardson froze again, but soon broke into a similar smile. Unlike Richardson, Black's position allowed certain remarks to come from his mouth that Richardson himself couldn't utter. If Jiang Hai were merely a small fry, his entry into the game would carry little weight. But if Jiang Hai was this powerful, his entry would force the entire game to be reshuffled. But the idea of reshuffling the deck was something Richardson couldn't voice aloud. That would only antagonize DuPont and Lockheed. But when Black spoke, it was different. Now the conflict centers on Jiang Hai, DuPont, and Lockheed. It was time to let them battle it out. Sure enough, the moment Black finished speaking, Eddie was the first to react. DuPont has long held the largest market share. If the cards are reshuffled, DuPont's interests will inevitably suffer. Mr. Fitch, DuPont cannot accept this. DuPont has enjoyed a highly productive partnership with the government over the years. There's absolutely no need for change. I believe we should. Oh. No. Mr. Clare, please don't misunderstand. Eddie was eager to voice his opinion, but Black waved his hands repeatedly, looking astonished. I'm just a messenger. I can't make decisions on such a major matter. I just think that with Mr. Jonathan joining the scene, the government might consider making some changes. But whether they actually do so is entirely out of my hands. Black's few words shifted all responsibility away from himself. Eddie's breath caught in his throat, instantly flushing his face crimson. Blake wasn't wrong. He certainly couldn't dictate policy for the American government. But once those words were spoken, who wouldn't read between the lines? Should we wait until the government makes its final decision before trying to influence it? Wouldn't that be too late? Blake's words were slippery as an eel, leaving Eddie no handle to seize. In the end, Eddie's gaze fell once more upon Marshburn. Though he didn't find the young Marshburn particularly trustworthy, the man did represent the Lockheed family. Eddie didn't believe he'd tolerate some unknown punk perched atop two arms dealers, running rampant. But when Eddie looked at Marshburn, he found the man staring absent-mindedly at Aisha. It was as if he hadn't heard a word of their earlier conversation. A wave of irritation instantly surged in Eddie's chest, and he nearly blurted out a curse. Was this really the time to be staring at a woman? How could that old madman Reuben have chosen such an unreliable little brat? Or had the Lockheed family fallen so far that their young scions hadn't even seen a beautiful woman? Mr. Marshburn, what is the Lockheed family's position on this? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Eddie asked with a grim expression. Chapter 200, Aisha's Allure. When Eddie posed the question, Marshburn didn't flinch as Eddie had expected. He slowly turned his head, glanced at Eddie, and then spoke in a measured tone. I think redistribution is a rather good idea. What? Eddie's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Marshburn. Had this Marshburn truly lost his mind? How could he possibly agree to such a thing? How dare he agree? Didn't he fear being torn to shreds by old Reuben upon returning to the family? In Eddie's view, DuPont and Lockheed were in it together. They rose and fell as one. Adding another person to split the profits would inevitably mean the original two partners would lose out. As if sensing Eddie's astonishment, Marshburn turned his head again, glanced at Eddie, and suddenly curved his lips into a smile. Lockheed has always believed the previous distribution plan was somewhat unfair. This quota distribution was always meant for those with the capability. If we were to redistribute shares now, it's anyone's guess who'd get what. Ha! That makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. The moment Marshburn uttered those words, Richardson burst into hearty laughter. The remark struck a chord deep within him. Adjusting the existing quotas would leave him constrained by DuPont and Lockheed, unable to maneuver freely. But if the cards were reshuffled and redistributed, he would be the one in control. Especially now that even Lockheed was on his side, leaving only DuPont standing alone. This matter was as good as settled. Still, outwardly, Richardson had to give Eddie some face. After a hearty laugh, he waved his hands repeatedly and said, of course, the specifics of how this will be handled aren't entirely up to us. It still depends on the nation's arrangements. Right? Eddie's face darkened considerably. Despite Richardson's words, everyone knew this matter was effectively settled. And he quickly grasped the reason behind Marshburn's actions. DuPont had always been the major beneficiary in this quota arrangement, and Lockheed was green with envy. The logic was that simple. At this point, it was clearly irreversible. Eddie gritted his teeth, glancing at Richardson, then Marshburn, then Jiang Hai and Aisha. Finally, he didn't even spare Black. After a vicious glare at everyone present, Eddie slammed his fist on the table and stormed out of the room. Eddie's departure did little to dampen the mood of those remaining in the room. Clearly, this outcome pleased everyone else as well. And so, a world emerged where only DuPont was left in a bind. Mr. Jonathan, regarding the new quota issue, the government still needs to deliberate further before formulating a new plan. Therefore, tonight. No worries. Tonight's banquet was splendid. I'm thoroughly satisfied. Before Richardson could finish his sentence, Jiang Hai replied with a smile. Jiang Hai wasn't lying. Tonight's gains far exceeded his expectations. If he could truly secure a substantial share of the U.S. military procurement budget this time, Jiang Hai feared he might laugh himself silly. After some more pleasantries, Richardson excused himself. After all, as the host of this dinner, it would be unthinkable for him not to attend to the guests. Once Richardson had departed, Jiang Hai and Aisha exchanged a glance and decided to leave. Their purpose wasn't to indulge in the dinner's feasting and revelry. With their business concluded, lingering held no appeal. Just as they rose to head toward the elevator, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Mr. Marshburn, is there something you need? Blocking their path was none other than Marshburn Lockheed. Although Marshburn had supported Jiang Hai at the conference table earlier, that didn't mean Jiang Hai harbored any goodwill toward him. In fact, due to the Hispani incident, Jiang Hai harbored no goodwill toward anyone from the Lockheed family. Of course, appearances had to be maintained. In response to Jiang Hai's inquiry, Marshburn's eyes fixed intently on Aisha. His gaze seemed poised to devour Aisha whole. Of course, Aisha was no delicate socialite.
Facing Marshburn's gaze, she merely furrowed her brow.
Far from feeling embarrassed, she lifted her chin and retorted, "Have you finished staring? Are you Palestinian?"
Mashben seemed oblivious to Aisha's displeasure, his gaze still fixed on her as he posed another question.
Aisha wasn't about to indulge him. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "You're a Jew."
The Lockheed family was Jewish, a fact known worldwide.
Aisha certainly hadn't asked this question out of genuine confusion. She was reminding him of the enmity between Palestinians and Jews.
Mashben instantly grasped Aisha's meaning, yet he continued to stare intently at her, his eyes betraying an inexplicable yearning. Seeing this, Jiang Hai first grabbed Aisha's arm as she raised her fist, then stepped forward, shielding her behind him and blocking Mashburn's gaze. His line of sight blocked, Mashburn's brow furrowed, his face betraying displeasure. His gaze lifted to Jiang Hai, now brimming with hostility.
"Mr. Mashben, I believe she has made her position abundantly clear. Surely the Lockheed family is one that understands etiquette and refinement?" Mashben frowned, glancing at Aisha behind Jiang Hai before muttering, "What is her relationship to you?" "I'm her. Can't you tell what our relationship is?"
Before Jiang Hai could answer, Aisha beat him to it, stepping forward to wrap her arm around his waist, pressing her curvaceous frame against him. Suddenly pressed so close to Aisha, Jiang Hai froze completely, his entire body going numb. To Marshburn, this reaction was tantamount to tacit approval of Aisha's claim.
Mashben's expression darkened instantly. His gaze darted between the two before he finally took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. As Marshburn exited, Aisha couldn't resist letting out a smug little snort. At that moment, Jiang Hai murmured softly, "Quite the charm.
Enough to make someone from the Lockheed family fall head over heels at first sight."
Ah!
The moment Jiang Hai spoke, Aisha instantly realized she was still clinging to him, their bodies pressed so close together.
She gasped in alarm, hastily releasing his arm.
Simultaneously, her pretty face flushed bright red, as if she'd been steamed in a bamboo basket.
"Boss, I didn't mean to."
Aisha shed her usual boldness, becoming coy and awkward. Her hands twisted into a knot in front of her, her head nearly buried in her chest.
Chapter 201, Handing Over Performance Metrics to Subordinates.
Ha! Just then, laughter echoed from nearby. Jiang Hai turned his head and discovered they weren't alone in the room after all.
Blackfish,
the young man who had played a pivotal role in the recent game of wits. He now stood beside the conference table, smiling warmly at the two of them as if watching an entertaining play. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. What should have been a power struggle among a pack of old foxes had been disrupted by the intrusion of these young upstarts. Blake Fitch, the man before him, was also the most elusive figure of the evening to Jiang Hai.
"Ahem. Excuse me."
Noticing Jiang Hai and Aisha's attention, Black's face flushed with embarrassment as he stepped forward with a smile.
First, he glanced at Aisha.
Unlike Marshburn's earlier aggressive gaze, Black's eyes held only admiration, without a trace of disrespect.
Thus, Aisha felt no resentment. She'd seen similar looks countless times before.
"This Marshburn Lockheed, I've heard of him before. Rumor has it he's the odd one out in the Lockheed family, not from a privileged background, but someone who rose through his own abilities to become Reuben Lockheed's right-hand man. Still, it was surprising that Reuben Lockheed would entrust the family to him.
There must be some hidden story behind it that we don't know about." As he spoke, Black's gaze fell once more upon Aisha, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "As far as I know, Marsh Lockheed's mother was a baler. That must be why he's considered an outcast within the family."
Black's words left both Jiang Hai and Aisha somewhat stunned. They were astonished not only by the bizarre origins of Marshburn but also by the fact that Black could casually mention such private information as if it were common knowledge.
If Mashben is considered capable, then Black's abilities are undoubtedly even greater than his. "Mr. Fiki, I think next time we discuss cooperation, I won't need to come. Just leave everything entirely to Aisha to handle."
To mask his awkwardness, Jiang Hai smiled as he announced his decision. Handling it through Aisha and her team meant this order would naturally count toward their performance metrics.
Frankly, such achievements hold little value for the current Jiang Hai. Better to let Aisha and her team earn more,
so they wouldn't end up like last time, too broke to even use the system hacks they had.
Aisha, standing nearby, voiced no objections.
As their boss, Jiang Hai's mere presence was sufficient.
Handling the subsequent matters was their responsibility anyway. Blake didn't seem surprised either.
He merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Mr. Jonathan does indeed need to reduce his public appearances.
After tonight, quite a few people will take a keen interest in him." Jiang Hai understood Black's meaning.
Being able to peddle Big Ivan was a unique position among global arms dealers.
Not to mention the supersonic fighter jet sold to Bosch. Though tonight's meeting was secret, news of Jiang Hai and his group would inevitably leak out.
And Jiang Hai would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's attention. Especially DuPont. To protect their interests, they would stop at nothing to deal with Jiang Hai.
Jiang Hai wasn't the least bit surprised by Black's warning. Because just as Eddie left, the system's hostility detection had clearly warned Jiang Hai and Aisha. Eddie now despised them with a vengeance, wishing to tear them limb from limb. Jiang Hai and Aisha exchanged a knowing smile. Soon, Jiang Hai spread his hands and chuckled, "Thank you for the warning, Mr. Feige. I believe I still possess the capability to protect my own life." With the system's assistance, Jiang Hai was confident that absolutely no one on Blue Star could kill him. This was precisely why he had dared to openly conduct his arms trade today. Seeing Jiang Hai's unwavering confidence, Black merely smiled and said nothing more. He then gestured for Jiang Hai to follow, leading him out of the room. "So you've confirmed that the US military procurement budget is at least $3 trillion? Zhang Qinggua's astonished voice came through the phone. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile and said, "There's absolutely no doubt about it. The actual figure might be even more staggering." Zhang Qinggui remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "Mr. Jiang, are you absolutely certain this information is correct?" "Absolutely. The actual figure will only be higher, not lower. It might even far exceed this number." Jiang Hai gave his unequivocal confirmation. His willingness to get involved in the US arms procurement didn't mean he had completely abandoned his identity as a Chinese national. In fact, if Jiang Hai didn't profit from this arms deal, DuPont, Lockheed, and many other arms magnates would be scrambling to do so. Jiang Hai profiting from this deal, while extracting even more intelligence in the process, would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to China. Whoa! We knew the US military procurement budget wasn't as low as their official figures suggested, but we never imagined it would be this much higher. Zhang Qinggui no longer bothered to conceal his identity, expressing his astonishment directly. He then turned to express his gratitude to Jiang Hai. "Thank you, General Jiang. The intelligence you provided is invaluable. On behalf of the nation, I extend our deepest gratitude." He. "No need for thanks after all, I'm a fellow Chinese citizen." Jiang Hai chuckled, exchanged a few polite remarks, and didn't forget to plug his services. "If you really want to show your appreciation, why not hook me up with a few more orders? It's the least I can do." "It's the least I can do." Zhang Qinggui readily agreed to Jiang Hai's request. In fact, ever since purchasing that submarine from Jiang Hai last time, the entire National Security Bureau had been studying it. What they discovered was truly astonishing. The advanced technologies embedded within this submarine far surpassed China's current submarine development capabilities. The moment the National Security Bureau submitted a preliminary research report, a team of submarine development experts was dispatched from headquarters and immediately took possession of the vessel. Although the state reimbursed the purchase cost, Zhang Qinggui genuinely cherished that submarine. There was no hope of ever getting that surrendered submarine back. Now, all he could think about was when he could buy another one from Jiang Hai. Therefore, when Jiang Hai proposed another transaction with Huaxia, Zhang Qinggui was the first to jump at the chance. However, with funding not yet allocated, his submarine purchase plans would have to be postponed once more. Regardless, he'd focus on building strong ties first. Who knows, maybe he could even get a discount on future submarine purchases. Of course, if Jiang Hai ever learned of Zhang Qinggui scheme, it would only earn him a laugh. Discount? Absolutely impossible. Just confiscating your premium is already showing leniency because we're all fellow Chinese. Chapter 202, Trouble Knocks. Zhang Qinggui didn't linger on the conversation with Jiang Hai after all. The intelligence Jiang Hai had provided was too crucial. As the superpower on Blue Star, the United States was significantly more formidable than China. Yet this year, it had suddenly increased its covert military procurement budget. Such a move was never simple. As the head of the intelligence division at the National Security Bureau, Zhang Qinggui had a duty to report this information immediately. After Zhang Qinggui hung up, Jiang Hai showed no urgency, instead silently calculating in his mind. Securing a spot on the United States procurement quota was a completely unexpected windfall for Jiang Hai. Of course, Jiang Hai wasn't just thinking about making money. He was determined to leverage this opportunity to pursue even greater benefits. For instance, seizing this moment to strike a decisive blow against DuPont and Lockheed Martin. Both companies were enemies to Jiang Hai. Given the chance to strike a blow against them, he wouldn't hesitate. As Jiang Hai pondered his next move, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Jiang Hai found it odd, considering he was staying in the most exclusive villa district of the Magic City. He paid tens of thousands in monthly property fees, and that wasn't for nothing. The neighborhood was usually quiet, with only occasional acceptable disturbances. But now, the noise outside was chaotic. It sounded like a fight was breaking out. Jiang Hai frowned. He was currently seated in his study, which lacked a balcony. Thus, he had to step out of the study and head to the living room balcony to investigate. "Mr. Jiang, there's trouble." The moment he stepped out of his room, two security guards approached him with serious expressions. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Hai knew immediately that something serious had happened. The security personnel around him were elite from the security company. Though he rarely needed their services, he never doubted their professional competence. "What happened?" A group of people came looking for us, and they don't mean well. Come looking for us? You mean they're here to cause trouble for me? Jiang Hai grew increasingly puzzled. He looked at the two men and asked, if they're here to cause trouble for me, why not just take care of them yourselves? Of course, the security personnel protecting Jiang Hai weren't limited to just the two in front of him. In fact, Li had dispatched the most elite security personnel from the company to protect him. Over 30 men, guarding him around the clock. And if any unexpected situation arose, they could swiftly mobilize over 100 security personnel for backup. If someone truly came to cause trouble for Jiang Hai head-on, such a large security force would certainly be able to handle it. Faced with Jiang Hai's questioning, both security personnel showed hesitation. The other party had government credentials, claiming to be sent by the government. The government? This time, Jiang Hai was even more astonished. At this stage, he and the government should be in a honeymoon period. Moreover, just moments ago, he had reported a crucial piece of intelligence to the Huaxia authorities. He hadn't even received any reward yet, and now they were already sending people to cause trouble for him? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Hai understood the security personnel's predicament. After all, these security personnel were just doing their jobs. Unlike Aisha and her team, they couldn't truly be considered Jiang Hai's people. Ensuring the safety of Jiang Hai's personnel is certainly no problem. But to have them confront the Chinese government for Jiang Hai's sake? How could they dare? I understand. Jiang Hai nodded and headed straight downstairs, saying as he walked, have the people outside step aside and let the other party in. I'll see who's trying to cause trouble for me. As soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, the two security guards exchanged another glance. Finally, one of them picked up the walkie-talkie and relayed Jiang Hai's instructions. As Jiang Hai stepped out of the villa's entrance hall, he saw a group of over 10 people already crossing the courtyard, about to push open the door. Seeing their aggressive demeanor, Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over their faces. All unfamiliar faces, never seen them before. Are you here for me? Jiang Hai. We are from the National Homeland Security Bureau. Evidence indicates you are implicated in a case involving national security. We are here to formally summon you in accordance with the law. Please cooperate with our operation. One of the middle-aged men, his face stern, presented an ID to Jiang Hai before coldly reciting the formal statement. Immediately, his companion drew a pair of gleaming handcuffs and approached Jiang Hai. What are you doing? Stop. Don't do this. As the officers prepared to cuff Jiang Hai, the surrounding security personnel began shouting in protest. Though they dared not lay a hand on these state officials, Jiang Hai was their boss after all. They couldn't just stand by and watch him get handcuffed. A second confrontation erupted before Jiang Hai, as over a dozen security personnel rushed forward, using their bodies to shield him from the advancing officers. State Security Bureau? That's the State Security Bureau, right? Zhang Qinggua's people? Interesting. I just gave him crucial intelligence, and now he sends people to arrest me? Jiang Hai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He was about to pull out his phone to confront Zhang Qinggua. But after a moment's thought, his hand retracted from the phone. Zhang Qinggua had just received his intelligence and was likely reporting it to his superiors. This probably had nothing to do with Zhang Qinggua. If not Zhang Qinggua, then who was out to get him? Jiang Hai racked his brain but couldn't make heads or tails of it. After all, the fate of that Jia family had already elevated his standing in China's political circles to something rather exceptional. Why would someone suddenly come looking for trouble? Perhaps he should investigate the matter first? Quiet. After weighing his options, Jiang Hai made up his mind and raised his hand to shout. At his command, the security personnel immediately fell silent, though their bodies remained shielded in front of him. Meanwhile, the State Security Bureau agents stood at the ready, some even reaching for the holsters at their waists. Were they about to draw their guns? Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed to slits, a cold gleam flashing through them. This was getting more and more interesting. Jiang Hai addressed the security guards, "Step aside, all of you. If the state has questions for me, we shall cooperate." However, mid-sentence, his gaze shifted back to the NSA agents across from him. I don't believe I'm considered a criminal yet, do I? These handcuffs shouldn't be necessary yet, right? Jiang Hai's words caused the expressions of the State Security Bureau agents to stiffen. The one holding the handcuffs instinctively hid them behind his back. This confirmed his suspicions. A broader smile spread across his face as he turned to a security guard beside him, called General Manager Fong. Explain the situation here clearly to her. She'll know what to do. With that, Jiang Hai strode directly toward the State Security Bureau agents. Tilting his head with a smile, he said, "Let's go. Aren't we supposed to cooperate with your investigation?" Chapter 203, Stirring Up Trouble. Jiang Hai's cooperation came as a surprise to the State Security Bureau agents. After all, according to their prior intelligence, though young, Jiang Hai wielded considerable influence in the metropolis. Therefore, they had anticipated that apprehending him would prove extremely difficult. They had even prepared countermeasures for violent resistance. Initially, things unfolded exactly as they'd anticipated, with Jiang Hai's men persistently obstructing their efforts. But now, the way things were unfolding left them feeling somewhat dazed. Was Jiang Hai turning himself in? But that didn't quite seem right either. After a moment's hesitation, the agents exchanged glances and decided to take Jiang Hai away first. Two State Security Bureau agents immediately stepped forward, flanking Jiang Hai on either side as if fearing he might flee. In the next instant, the remaining State Security Bureau agents closed in, forming a tight perimeter around Jiang Hai to prevent the security personnel from approaching. This was to prevent Jiang Hai from suddenly changing his mind and having the security personnel rescue him. This move certainly provoked discontent among the security guards, but the moment they made a move, Jiang Hai stopped them with a stern look. Jiang Hai smiled and addressed the man who was clearly the leader of the State Security Bureau personnel. Let's get this over with. After all, I'm a pretty busy man. This intelligence is crucial. Can you confirm its reliability? In the National Security Bureau Director's office, Director Zhou Lei looked sternly at Zhang Qinghua standing before his desk. Zhang Qinghua had just reported the intelligence obtained from Jiang Hai in its entirety to Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei was genuinely taken aback. The National Security Bureau had intelligence operatives embedded within the pretty country's government. Previously, their intelligence indicated that pretty country's publicly declared budget for arms procurement this year was 930 billion pretty coins. The actual, undisclosed budget was 1.63 trillion US dollars. That figure was substantial, yet still within China's acceptable range. But now, out of nowhere, intelligence surfaced claiming the US's actual procurement budget this year exceeded 3 trillion. This figure absolutely sent a chill down Zhou Lei's spine. Being a superpower doesn't mean you can just casually throw around vast sums of money. While a superpower's revenues are substantial, its expenditures are equally staggering. Therefore, every annual budget of a superpower is tightly controlled. After all, without careful planning, a superpower that spends more than it earns cannot escape the fate of bankruptcy. Yet now, the United States has suddenly more than doubled its actual procurement budget. And this procurement budget is specifically for military arms. This naturally causes tension on the Chinese side. We must verify the accuracy of this intelligence. Notify the Black House immediately and have them verify this as soon as possible. Tomorrow. By tomorrow at the latest. I want an absolutely accurate report on my desk. Yes, sir. Zhang Qinghua immediately rendered a standard military salute. Strictly speaking, Zhang Qinghua was also a soldier of the Chinese military, albeit one belonging to a special unit. Also, did Jiang Hai procure this intelligence? Zhou Lei shifted the topic, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Zhang Qinghua nodded promptly and replied, yes, Jiang Hai called me, and I came straight over to report. A gleam flashed in Zhou Lei's eyes upon receiving the answer, and he began to speak to himself. Our intelligence operatives stationed in the Black House in D.C. couldn't obtain such precise information. How could he know so much, staying in Shanghai all the time? Zhou Lei's puzzlement momentarily startled Zhang Qinghua, but he quickly grasped Zhou Lei's meaning. Jiang Hai has connections in the United States too? Didn't he say he was the representative of that mysterious organization in China? If that shadowy group has a representative in China, wouldn't it be equally plausible they have one in the United States? Didn't you also mention earlier that the person you encountered in Africa was also a representative of that organization? Zhou Lei's words made Zhang Qinghua involuntarily recall the face of that Western man. Zhou Lei's analysis makes perfect sense. We need to change our previous stance toward Jiang Hai. Zhou Lei's expression grew even more solemn. This incident proves that the enemy not only possesses formidable or D capabilities but also maintains a highly covert and powerful intelligence network. We can no longer monitor them so brazenly. Despite Jiang Hai repeatedly raising objections, the State Security Bureau never ceased its surveillance of him. Though it yielded no results, Zhou Lei had always believed Jiang Hai's identity was too sensitive. Maintaining surveillance was essential for security. Now, however, learning of Jiang Hai's formidable intelligence network, Zhou Lei found himself hesitant to proceed. To Jiang Hai, their surveillance must seem as laughable as kindergarten games. It might even be exploited by him. Consequently, the intelligence gathered through surveillance was either useless or too risky to utilize. Rather than squandering manpower and resources this way, it would be better to simply dismantle those surveillance points. So, we just abandoned surveillance on Jiang Hai? Zhang Qinghua hesitated. Wasn't it too dangerous to let someone with such a complex background live freely in a metropolis like Shanghai? Surveillance was definitely necessary, but they needed a different approach. Zhou Lei rubbed his chin thoughtfully, beginning to ponder the matter carefully. Just then, the landline phone on the desk rang. Zhou Lei casually picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. Hello? This is Zhou Lei. Aha. Ha. What did you just say? Who did you arrest? Damn it. Who gave you permission to arrest anyone? This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Clang. Zhou Lei, who had been sitting steadily in his chair just moments ago, suddenly leaped to his feet after exchanging a few words. He bellowed into the phone receiver. He then slammed the receiver down on the table with force. Zhou Lei's outburst startled Zhang Qinghua. Having worked under Zhou Lei for nearly 20 years, this was the first time he'd ever seen him lose his temper like this. Though he didn't know what had happened, it was clearly no small matter. Zhang Qinghua. Fly to Shanghai immediately. Those kids at the Shanghai branch have caused a major disaster. Ha? Chief, what's going on? Zhou Lei didn't elaborate, but the moment Zhang Qinghua heard Shanghai, his heart skipped a beat. A sudden, terrible premonition gripped him. Zhou Lei gritted his teeth as he continued, those bastards. They actually arrested Jiang Hai. What? Zhang Qinghua felt as if something had just smacked him hard on the forehead. Jiang Hai? Hadn't he just called me? How could he have been arrested by the State Security Bureau? Could there be some mistake? Zhou Lei's face darkened as he addressed Zhang Qinghua. Those bastards even reported to me with smug satisfaction. As if they'd accomplished some great feat. Bunch of morons. Chapter 204, Foot Basin? Name: Jiang Hai. Age: 24 years old. Place of origin: Southern Jiangxi. Home address: Unit 012, Block A, Tang's first-class community, Nantang District, Magic City. Know what you've done? Jiang Hai slowly raised his head, narrowing his eyes at the other man. A playful smile played at the corners of his mouth, yet he didn't answer immediately like before. Seeing Jiang Hai's silence, the three men seated before him simultaneously lifted their heads, fixing him with cold stares. The young man on the left slammed his fist on the table and barked, I'm asking you a question. Spill it. Jiang Hai lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing down at his hands. The gleaming handcuffs still hung from his wrists. When they'd left the villa, they hadn't handcuffed him. But the moment he got into the car with them, they must have decided he was no longer a threat, because they immediately slapped the cuffs on him. At the time, however, Jiang Hai hadn't resisted. He'd merely smiled faintly, watching the young man who'd cuffed him, the very same one now slamming the table at him. Now, as Jiang Hai smiled at him again, the young man instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat breaking out on his back for no apparent reason. Damn it! The young man cursed inwardly, but unwilling to show weakness, he vented his anger at Jiang Hai to mask his own panic. Jiang Hai maintained his smile, flexing his wrists. The handcuffs clinked against his skin. I don't recall committing any crime. Besides, you're not even cops, are you? If I did commit a crime, shouldn't the police be the ones interrogating me? Jiang Hai's challenge darkened the expressions of the three men across from him. The young man was about to explode, but the middle-aged man in the center held him back. First, the State Security Bureau has the legal right to interrogate and investigate. All citizens of China have the obligation to cooperate with our investigations. Second, if you had nothing to hide, we wouldn't have brought you here without cause. So don't entertain any illusions. You should confess everything you've done truthfully and in full, and seek leniency from the state. The middle-aged man spoke as if offering earnest advice, but Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh again. He jiggled his handcuffs and asked, You keep saying I've committed a crime, but what evidence do you have? Also, while your state security does have the authority to investigate and interrogate, if I recall correctly, you're currently only questioning me. Which means I'm currently just an ordinary citizen cooperating with your investigation. You put these things on me, are you sure that's procedurally sound? Jiang Hai spoke while shaking his wrists, causing the handcuffs to clank loudly once more. The expressions of the three men across from him changed simultaneously. As Jiang Hai had pointed out, placing him in handcuffs was indeed somewhat irregular. But in their eyes, Jiang Hai's guilt was an ironclad fact. Whether it happened a moment sooner or later, the handcuffs were bound to be applied eventually. It made no difference. Now that Jiang Hai raised this question, the three men found themselves at a loss for words. Fortunately, the middle-aged man seated in the center was a veteran state security officer with extensive interrogation experience. He quickly sidestepped the issue and turned his attention to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai, first answer this, what's the story behind the money in your bank account? Over the past 2 years, the balance in your account has reached such an astonishing figure. Don't you think you should explain? The man produced a bank statement. Even without scrutinizing the details, the long string of numbers in the balance made it clear beyond doubt that this belonged to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai tilted his head, wearing an expression of utter indifference. What? Is it now illegal for citizens in China to have large sums in their bank accounts? Nonsense. How could an ordinary person have billions in their bank account? The young man couldn't hold back again, slamming his fist on the table and demanding. Jiang Hai grinned and said, So, I'm not an ordinary person. Not an ordinary person, you mean? I'm a rich person. Jiang Hai's words instantly silenced all three people across from him. The young woman taking notes was momentarily at a loss for how to continue the interrogation record. I'm not a public official. What's in my bank account is none of your damn business. Jiang Hai laughed and cursed under his breath. This time, not only the young guy but even the middle-aged man was so enraged his face turned crimson. Jiang Hai. Don't get too cocky. We've already uncovered everything you did in that brothel. Don't think you can get away with it. Escape justice. Foot basin? Jiang Hai's eyelids lifted just a fraction, a glint flashing in his eyes. This was precisely why he'd agreed to come here. He didn't believe the State Security Bureau would come looking for trouble out of the blue. There had to be a reason. The quickest and best solution, of course, was to follow them to the State Security Bureau. But right now, Jiang Hai still couldn't figure out what connection he had with Foot Basin. It seemed that whether before or after obtaining the system, he had never had any contact with Foot Basin, right? What did I do in Foot Basin? How come I have no idea? Why don't you tell me? Jiang Hai's utterly nonchalant expression nearly made the young man's lungs explode. He leapt to his feet, pointing at Jiang Hai and shouting, "Still playing dumb? You were trafficking arms and plotting coups in Foot Basin. You caused such a massive disaster. And now you're pretending ignorance. Do you think you can pull the wool over everyone's eyes? Xiao Chen." The young man shouted a few times before the middle-aged man beside him sensed something was wrong and immediately snapped out a stern warning. But it was already too late. Selling military weapons? Plotting a coup? These were things he himself had done. But what did it have to do with that godforsaken place? Jiang Hai could say with certainty he'd never sold arms to Japan. As for plotting coups, that was merely helping the Sanchu gang overthrow the Hispanic government. Not a single thread of it involved Foot Basin. Seeing Jiang Hai deep in thought, the young man seized his chance, immediately shouting to the middle-aged man beside him, "Liao Chu! Look! Look! He's guilty! He's guilty! Shut up!" The middle-aged man shot him a fierce glare. How could someone so impatient have made it into state security? After silencing the young man, the middle-aged man turned his gaze back to Jiang Hai. "Jiang Hai, you should be well aware that without evidence, we wouldn't have brought you here. So, stubbornness won't do you any favors. What you need to do is come clean sooner rather than later. That would benefit both the country and yourself." Ahem. Before the middle-aged man could finish, Jiang Hai cleared his throat softly, interrupting him. He then said solemnly, "I think you've got the wrong idea. From start to finish, I've never seen a single Foot Basin person, not even in computer action movies. So forget about absurd accusations like arms trafficking or plotting coups. I simply don't understand how you could possibly link such matters to an ordinary citizen like me." Chapter 205, Is This a Massive Conspiracy? Ordinary citizen? Hearing Jiang Hai's self-description, the three people across from him couldn't help but stare in disbelief, feeling utterly absurd. A person with hundreds of billions in cash sitting in a bank account is an ordinary citizen? The middle-aged man looked utterly speechless. The young man couldn't even muster the energy to get angry. As for the young woman, she couldn't help but giggle. "Jiang Hai, stop spouting nonsense. Listen. If you don't explain your situation clearly, you're not leaving here." The middle-aged man had lost all patience. Like the young man, he slammed his fist on the table, pointing at Jiang Hai and bellowing angrily. Jiang Hai merely chuckled, tilting his head and saying, "Well, that's quite a coincidence. I think the feng shui here is pretty good. I've decided to stick around. I'm not leaving." Jiang Hai's attitude left the middle-aged man utterly helpless. This was a society governed by law. Torture wasn't an option. With Jiang Hai being so stubborn, he was powerless. Gritting his teeth, he waved a hand and had Jiang Hai escorted out. Releasing him was out of the question, yet they couldn't simply detain him either. Jiang Hai was right, they lacked proper arrest procedures. But they were used to acting high-handed, convinced this case was ironclad, so they'd taken action first and sought approval later. Now they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. With no other choice, they could only take Jiang Hai to a small room to wait. "Section Chief, what should we do now? This guy's as stubborn as a dead duck, won't say a word. We don't have sufficient evidence either." Back in the office, the young officer eagerly questioned the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, however, remained composed. As the section chief of the intelligence division at the Shanghai branch of the State Security Bureau, he possessed a certain level of composure. His earlier outburst in the interrogation room had been triggered by Jiang Hai's infuriating attitude, which had pushed him over the edge. Now his emotions settled, the middle-aged man wore a confident expression as he declared, "Rest assured. I have reliable intelligence sources. That kid can talk tough all he wants, but he won't stand a chance against ironclad evidence." Seeing his section chief so confident, the young officer immediately brightened and asked, "Chief, you have evidence? That's fantastic. Throw it right in that kid's face and see how he tries to wriggle out of it." "Not so fast." The middle-aged man, radiating a sense of victory, casually waved his hand and said, "Lock him up for a few days first. Wear him down." "Section Chief." Before the middle-aged man could finish, a subordinate holding a desk phone approached him with a tense expression. "A call from the capital headquarters." "Yes, it's Director Zhou." "Director Zhou?" Hearing his subordinate's words, the middle-aged man froze for a moment. But his expression quickly brightened. He smiled at the young man and said, "I already had someone report this case up the chain earlier. The higher-ups are clearly taking it seriously. Even Director Zhou is calling to inquire." Ha ha. Kid, handle this case well. We'll both earn merit and get promoted. As he spoke, the middle-aged man casually took the receiver. His words filled the young man with excitement and motivation. But the moment the middle-aged man took the receiver before he could even press it to his ear, the thunderous roar blaring from it left him stunned. Though he couldn't make out the exact words, the young man sensed that Director Zhou's curses were quite colorful. The middle-aged man stood there stunned by the tirade, still reeling when he finally hung up the phone. Seeing this, the young man nervously asked, "Section Chief, what did Director Zhou say?" "Director Zhou told us to release the person?" "Release them? On what grounds?" The young guy nearly jumped out of his skin at the demand. He was counting on this case to earn him a promotion. There wasn't even a lead yet, and now they wanted to release him? How are we supposed to continue investigating this case? The middle-aged man slowly regained his composure, his expression turning grim. Director Zhou stated that Jiang Hai is a businessman who has served the nation. He would never violate national laws or harm state interests. Our investigation has led us to Jiang Hai. There must be a mistake somewhere. Therefore, we must release him immediately and sincerely apologize to Jiang Hai. Apologize? The young officer was completely dumbfounded. Just recalling Jiang Hai's slacker demeanor moments ago made his blood boil. He wanted to charge right up and punch him. How could he possibly turn around and apologize to him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Section Chief, could this be some kind of mistake? No mistake. The middle-aged man suddenly furrowed his brow, a flash of understanding lighting up his eyes. My intelligence sources never fail me. Jiang Hai, he's definitely the mastermind behind this case. I've heard this Jiang Hai has close connections with the military and the government. Moreover, he maintained close ties with Zhang Qinghua from the general administration, suggesting significant conflicts of interest may exist. I suspect Director Zhou must have been deceived into making this erroneous judgment. As the middle-aged man laid out his analysis, a vast conspiracy seemed poised to surface. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the young man and several subordinates nearby all tensed up, some even swallowing hard. Section Chief, what should we do now? Should we really let him go? The subordinate's question caused the middle-aged man to hesitate for a long time. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, "We can't release him. We've already stirred the snake from its lair. If we let Jiang Hai go, catching him again will be nearly impossible." But Section Chief, Director Zhou doesn't know the full details. He's been kept in the dark. The middle-aged man seemed determined to push forward regardless of the consequences, the kind who wouldn't turn back until he hit a brick wall. Clenching his jaw, he barked, "There's only one path before us now. We must solve this case swiftly. For the sake of the nation and the people." His words were like tossing a bundle of dry kindling onto everyone's hearts, then flicking a spark to ignite it. Instantly, everyone's emotions ignited. They nodded vigorously, clenched their fists, and shouted in unison, "For the sake of the nation and the people." Good. Seeing his subordinate's support for his decision, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction and declared, "We must act swiftly now. I'll immediately contact my intelligence sources and secure the evidence. With solid evidence, even Director Zhou won't be able to abuse his power. You all immediately comb through every piece of information related to Jiang Hai. We're bound to find a loophole. We'll tackle this on two fronts. Success is guaranteed." "Yeah!" the team roared with excitement. Without delay, the middle-aged man grabbed his coat and strode out of the office. The others quickly sprang into action, some poring over files, others heading out for fieldwork. The entire office buzzed with feverish activity. Chapter 206, The Sudden Assassination. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai was confined to a small, sealed room. Judging by the furnishings, this appeared to be an interrogation room. Beyond a simple desk and chair, there was no other furniture. The room had only one tightly shut iron door. There were no other exits on the four walls, not even a window. Jiang Hai, however, made the best of the situation. He sat back in his chair with an air of calm self-assurance, closing his eyes to rest. Click! Suddenly, the sealed iron door emitted a sound. Jiang Hai immediately opened his eyes and looked toward the door. The door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, dressed in a brown leather jacket and light blue jeans. He sported a greasy-looking center part in his hair and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. To Jiang Hai, this was definitely a stranger. Jiang Hai? The man accurately stated his name, which surprised Jiang Hai. He scrutinized the man once more, confirming he definitely didn't know him, before nodding and saying, "I'm Jiang Hai." "And you are?" Before he could finish, shock washed over his face. Because the other person reached into his coat and pulled out a gleaming dagger. Simultaneously, the figure lunged forward at lightning speed, colliding with Jiang Hai. The instant their bodies met, the sharp blade plunged deep into Jiang Hai's throat. Blood spattered everywhere. Jiang Hai's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the man now mere inches from his face. He tried to speak, but the wound in his throat made it impossible. The next moment, the man thrust hard, yanking the dagger from Jiang Hai's throat. It came out trailing a trail of blood, and Jiang Hai crashed heavily to the ground. Instinctively, Jiang Hai reached to cover the wound at his throat, but he couldn't stem the torrent of blood gushing out. As copious amounts of blood poured out, Jiang Hai's body began to convulse uncontrollably. But the bespectacled man showed no sign of letting up. He lunged forward again, raising the dagger and stabbing it into Jiang Hai's body, over and over, with frenzied abandon. 14 stabs in total. Blood soaked not only Jiang Hai's body but also dyed half of the bespectacled man's own body crimson. Finally, panting heavily, the bespectacled man looked down at Jiang Hai, motionless on the ground, and seemed to snap back to reality. He flung the dagger aside with a clang, then scrambled backward on all fours, staring at the corpse before him with terror etched on his face. He swallowed hard, regaining his composure slightly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he frantically pulled out his phone and dialed a number with his blood-soaked hand. Hello? Hello? Yes, it's me. I killed him. I killed him. I killed Jiang Hai. There's no mistake. I killed him with my own hands. I saw him take his last breath. I've done it. You have to get me out of here. What? What are you laughing at? Stop laughing. Get me out of here now. Click. The distinct sound of the phone being hung up on the other end left the bespectacled man frozen in place. He suddenly realized he'd been abandoned. What was he supposed to do now? Though technically a member of the National Security Bureau, he was merely an insignificant desk clerk, the lowest rung on the ladder. In his current state, the moment he stepped outside, the entire branch would notice him. What should he do? What should I do? Whoosh! Just as the bespectacled man was at a loss, a sudden commotion erupted beside him. Before he could react, a blinding flash erupted. When the bespectacled man turned back, he discovered that Jiang Hai's body on the floor had vanished. Only a large pool of blood remained on the floor, still horrifying to behold. Clang! Before the bespectacled man could react, the iron door swung open. Several people rushed in from outside, only to be stunned by the scene inside. What the hell? Where was he? Where's Jiang Hai? Who is this guy? The bespectacled man turned his head in bewilderment. As more and more people streamed into the room, he felt as though a horde of demons and monsters were bearing down on him. Ah! Phew! How amusing! In Jiang Hai's villa, Jiang Hai opened his eyes and climbed out of bed, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, from the very beginning, Jiang Hai hadn't used his true self. Instead, he'd been controlling a puppet identical to himself to go out. That was precisely why he could follow the other parties so boldly. Even if something unexpected happened, it would only mean losing a puppet. He still had hundreds of millions more stored in the system. And the fact that he was ultimately targeted for assassination by that bespectacled man proved that his precautions hadn't been in vain. He truly faced a life-threatening situation. However, the assassin was clearly an amateur. If Jiang Hai had wanted to, he could have easily disarmed him and even killed him in return. But Jiang Hai didn't do that. He deliberately let the man succeed, wanting to see where he came from in the end. Sure enough, though the puppet died, Jiang Hai's consciousness lingered within it, witnessing the bespectacled man's final phone call. Clearly, the bespectacled man was acting under someone's orders. Whether coerced or bribed remained unknown. One thing was certain, someone lurking behind the bespectacled man wanted Jiang Hai dead. In fact, it was highly probable that this mysterious mastermind was also behind bringing Jiang Hai to the State Security Bureau. As he contemplated his current predicament at the State Security Bureau, Jiang Hai's thoughts drifted to another matter. It seemed someone was stirring up trouble in the basin under his name. And in the end, they were trying to pin the blame on him. As for whether this troublemaker in Jeban and the one who ordered the bespectacled man to kill him are the same person, that remains inconclusive for now. Jiang Hai's lips curled once more into a cold smile as he muttered to himself, "Things are getting interesting." While Jiang Hai found it amusing, the Shanghai branch of the State Security Bureau was now in complete chaos. Jiang Hai, who had been captured with great difficulty, had vanished into thin air. If he had merely vanished, that would have been one thing. The NSA would have immediately issued a warrant and treated him as a fugitive. But the problem was, the room where Jiang Hai vanished was left with a large pool of blood, a bespectacled man covered head to toe in blood, and a dagger drenched in blood. Examination revealed the bespectacled man bore no injuries whatsoever. The blood wasn't his. Furthermore, the bespectacled man was confirmed to be a civilian employee of the State Security Bureau. This development left the Bureau's personnel utterly perplexed. Jiang Hai had been brought in through unconventional means, yet now he had vanished within the NSA's own facility, his fate unknown. The most troubling part was that the bespectacled man had completely lost his mind. He kept muttering about something disappearing, yet investigators couldn't uncover a single clue. The middle-aged man who had brought Jiang Hai back now sat frozen in his seat, his hands and feet ice cold, his face ashen. He was utterly at a loss. As for the middle-aged man's subordinates, their previous drive had completely vanished. Solve the case and earn merit? First, just make sure you don't get arrested. Chapter 207, Director Zhang playing the subordinate. Mr. Jiang, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined this would happen. In the VIP ward of a private hospital, Jiang Qingwood explained nervously to Jiang Hai, who lay in the hospital bed. We will deal with the responsible personnel severely and give Mr. Jiang a proper explanation. Director Jiang, on behalf of Mr. Jiang, I lodge the strongest protest against your State Security Bureau. Fondly shouted angrily from beside the bed, Mr. Jiang is a patriotic businessman who has made significant contributions to the nation. He has given so much to this country, he doesn't deserve this treatment. The State Security Bureau arbitrarily detained Mr. Jiang without any legal justification. During his detention, they failed to ensure his personal safety. Most crucially, the person who harmed Mr. Jiang was a State Security Bureau officer. Fondly practically pointed her finger at Jiang Qingwei as she berated him, yet Jiang Qingwei couldn't retort because the State Security Bureau was indeed in the wrong. It was truly bizarre. The National Security Bureau, even its Shanghai branch, had been infiltrated from within, and someone had actually committed murder inside their own facility? While it was intriguing how Jiang Hai had managed to evade the assassination attempt, but the blood in the room had been confirmed as Jiang Hai's, and his current sickly appearance didn't seem fake. Jiang Qingwei could only conclude that the mysterious organization backing him must possess extraordinary capabilities. Sister Fong, please don't blame Director Jiang. Every organization, no matter where, will inevitably have a few rotten apples and black sheep. Lying weakly in the hospital bed, Jiang Hai uttered these two sentences, finally stopping Fong Li from berating Jiang Qingwei. Jiang Qingwei quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Who would have thought that he, the renowned king of Chinese special agents, would be berated point blank by an ordinary young woman? Originally, besides apologizing, he'd come to figure out exactly how Jiang Hai had left the State Security Bureau. But that tirade had thoroughly crushed that notion. Director Jiang. After a moment of silence, before the awkwardness could settle in the hospital room, Jiang Hai called out to Jiang Qingwei again. Jiang Qingwei immediately stepped forward 2 paces. He intended to approach the hospital bed, but upon seeing Fong Li's fierce expression, he hesitated. This time, the State Security Bureau was here because of the foot basin incident. To be honest, I hadn't actually known what had happened with the foot basin before. If it doesn't violate regulations, could Director Jiang share the details with me? Jiang Hai, looking extremely weak, made a request to Jiang Qingwei. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's request, Jiang Qingwei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared Jiang Hai might inquire about the assassin who had targeted him or the mastermind behind the attack. The State Security Bureau was still investigating these matters. Even as the victim, Jiang Hai couldn't be given too much information. As for the matter of the foot basin that Jiang Hai inquired about, it was actually less complicated. The incident had already escalated, and the State Security Bureau had only learned of it a few days earlier. By this time tomorrow, the news might already be circulating. Whether Jiang Qingwei spoke up or not would make little difference. Here's what happened. Some time ago, a mysterious force secretly colluded with an organization within Foot Basin called the Foot Basin National Independence Association. This group, whose members span all levels of job and society, is a vast extremist organization. The mysterious force collaborated with this extremist group, aiming to overthrow the current Foot Basin government. The shadowy force supplied the extremist group with vast quantities of military-grade weapons. Had it not been for a traitor within the extremist group, they might have succeeded. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Mysterious force? Providing massive quantities of military weapons? Upon hearing certain keywords in Jiang Qingwei's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but pause. It seemed this description matched him quite closely. No wonder the State Security Bureau had come to suspect him. But Jiang Hai remained certain he definitely hadn't done this. This matter has nothing to do with me. Of course, we trust General Manager Jiang. Such a despicable act of subverting another country's government is absolutely something General Manager Jiang would never do. Jiang felt Jiang Qingwei was cursing him and cursing him viciously. Then why would the National Security Bureau suspect me? There must be some reason, right? Jiang Hai posed another question, this time causing Jiang Qingwei to hesitate. Jiang Hai's question was valid. Although the mysterious organization behind him was indeed peculiar, the State Security Bureau agents who came to arrest him that day had been utterly certain he was the mastermind. They had even gone so far as to detain him without following proper procedures. Jiang Qingwei hesitated for a moment before finally answering. The officer in charge said they had concrete intelligence sources proving this was Mr. Jiang's doing. But in reality, there was absolutely no evidence. Intelligence sources? Jiang Hai grew even more suspicious and quickly asked, "Didn't you interrogate that officer? What exactly was this intelligence source?" Anyone who could become a case officer at the State Security Bureau was certainly no simple-minded person. If they claimed to have an intelligence source, then there must be one. Jiang Hai was also curious what kind of intelligence source could possibly throw this dirty water on his head. Jiang Qingwei sniffed and said, "That case officer died the very next day after the incident. In the detention center, he used his own shirt to strangle himself, hanging himself from the window bars. Preliminary findings suggest suicide due to fear of punishment.
Specific details await the investigation results. Dead? Jiang Hai's gaze sharpened. Recalling the appearance of that middle-aged man he'd seen earlier, he simply didn't seem like the type to take his own life.
Jiang Hai didn't press for details about the assassin because he already had plans in motion.
But the middle-aged man's side had been negligent. This lead had gone cold, and it remained unclear whether it could be connected to the assassin's trail.
Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we will pursue this matter to the very end.
Seeing Jiang Hai fall silent, Jiang Qinghua thought he might be upset and quickly offered an explanation. If this had been the Jiang Hai of a few months ago, Jiang Qinghua might not have been so deferential. But over these past months, Jiang Hai's status and standing had skyrocketed. To put it simply, having met Elder Yu was like being granted a golden ticket to immunity. As long as he didn't make a fool of himself, the Chinese government would always be his backing. His aid to the Palestinian refugees and the rescue of the Chinese fleet had further cemented his standing within China. Even without any official title, this was more than enough for him to walk tall within China. Jiang Qinghua wasn't exactly afraid, but given his own lack of justification, he had no choice but to keep playing the underdog.
Well then, I'll leave everything to Director Zhang. Jiang Hai replied indifferently, then yawned. Noticing Jiang Hai's gesture, Fong Li beside him immediately understood its meaning.
She turned her head and said coldly to Jiang Qinghua, Director Zhang, General Manager Jiang Hai is still injured.
He needs rest.
Chapter 208, The Fickle White Elephant. Hearing this polite dismissal, Jiang Qinghua dared not show anger.
He promptly bowed and scraped his way out.
The legendary king of Chinese special agents had never stooped so low. Once Jiang Qinghua was gone, Jiang Hai, who moments before had been lying listlessly in the hospital bed, sprang up with a thump. He stretched his limbs vigorously. That was suffocating.
Fong Li, standing nearby, showed no surprise. Jiang Hai's feigned injury wasn't hidden from her. Seeing the now vigorous Jiang Hai, Fong Li couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Jiang, the State Security Bureau represents the Chinese government. Isn't it a bit unprofessional to treat them like this?
Her words were filled with genuine concern, but Jiang Hai just stared at her with a peculiar look. When Fong Li had just confronted Jiang Qinghua, she hadn't realized he was a senior agent from the State Security Bureau. Jiang Hai soon broke into a grin.
Sister Fong, it's fine. The State Security Bureau is in the wrong here.
If we stand firm, they won't dare say anything. Jiang Hai's words eased Fong Li's unease slightly. She then continued, Mr. Jiang, you mentioned last time that you wanted me to prepare for setting up branch offices across the country.
Oh? How's that coming along? If Fong Li hadn't brought it up, he would have almost forgotten.
The primary objective back then was to establish a foothold in the United States, specifically within Lockheed Martin's territory. With Aisha and her team now firmly established in Apple City, that front was essentially stabilized. Therefore, Jiang Hai didn't press further on the matter. Fong Li, however, reported to Jiang Hai with utmost seriousness.
We've now established subsidiaries in over 30 countries worldwide and are steadily deploying personnel. Essentially, we've built out the global network. Well done. Hearing this, Jiang Hai immediately gave her a thumbs up before asking, is the funding sufficient? Should I transfer another 5 billion to you? Fong Li was almost speechless.
Other bosses are always focused on profits, but mine is constantly worried about the company running out of money. At this rate, being general manager felt utterly devoid of any sense of accomplishment.
Funding was still ample.
The projects we invested in earlier are now turning a profit, and the company's income and expenses are still relatively healthy. The hardest part of starting a business is undoubtedly the initial capital accumulation. Jiang Hai, however, skipped this most difficult hurdle altogether.
With ample capital, there's no business that's inherently difficult.
Over the past year or two, Fong Li's business has grown substantially, especially since the true owner, Jiang Hai, has always maintained a low profile. So rumors have circulated that Fong Li has the potential to become China's richest woman. However, there was one complication. Fong Li hesitated for a moment before finally addressing Jiang Hai. The problem lies with the subsidiary established by the White Elephant.
White Elephant? Jiang Hai froze for a moment.
Come to think of it, White Elephant had previously ambushed a China-flagged cruise ship, attempting to seize the uranium ore Jiang Hai had sold to China. It was Jiang Hai who uncovered the truth and recovered the uranium ore. Unfortunately, all the Huaxia crew members aboard the cruise ship perished. The incident had enraged Huaxia's high-ranking officials, who demanded White Elephant provide an explanation. Yet to this day, it seemed no resolution had been reached. After a moment's pause, Jiang Hai snapped back to reality and asked, what's going on with the White Elephant?
We established a branch company in White Elephant.
Everything was going smoothly before the White Elephant government even made commitments, offering various preferential policies to help us set up the branch. But after the branch was established, the White Elephant government suddenly changed its stance. They accused our branch of monopolistic practices, claiming it disrupted their local market, and now they're imposing sanctions and fines on our company. Not only did they seal off our company, but they also seized all the goods in our warehouse.
They're demanding we pay a 35 million huaxia yuan fine. Ha! Jiang Hai furrowed his brow. A 35 million huaxia yuan fine was hardly a significant sum for him. But if things were truly as fondly described, then the White Elephant government's actions were downright disgusting. Did that branch office actually violate any local laws over there? Of course not. In fact, since its establishment, the branch had only handled a few simple shipments. The total value of the goods themselves didn't even exceed 1 million. There was absolutely no possibility of monopolistic behavior. The charges the White Elephant government pinned on us are completely fabricated. As Fang Li spoke, her face grew increasingly aggrieved. While she usually projected the image of a businesswoman, it was only in Jiang Hai's presence that she occasionally revealed this vulnerable side. Jiang Hai's brow furrowed slightly. That an official body of a sovereign nation would resort to such tactics against a foreign enterprise was something he hadn't anticipated. I understand. I'll handle this matter. Jiang Hai nodded, taking the matter under his wing. Fang Li now felt a twinge of regret. She had merely wanted to vent her frustration and hadn't truly expected Jiang Hai to resolve the matter. After all, this was a nation, and a nation with considerable national strength at that. No matter how much money Jiang Hai had, could he really change a nation's official policy? Fang Li couldn't help but worry, quickly adding, maybe we should just drop it. The company can still afford this amount from its accounts. No. The company's money is hard-earned. We absolutely cannot waste it like this. Jiang Hai rejected Fang Li's suggestion. He was determined to see this through. Of course, he didn't plan to storm into White Elephant himself to cause trouble. He had connections now. He'd start by asking around to get the facts straight first. But who should he approach? The most suitable person would undoubtedly be Wang Chuanfa. But Wang Chuanfa was currently focused on RD. He'd already been informed earlier, and it wouldn't be right to disturb him now. The next best option would be Lu Guoqiang. As the head of Bali Group, Lu Guoqiang should know something about the situation. But the image of Lu Guoqiang's smiling face flashed through Jiang Hai's mind, instantly dismissing the idea. For some reason, every time he thought of Lu Guoqiang, something felt off. He sensed something was off about the man, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Although Lu Guoqiang was indeed a suitable candidate, Jiang Hai subconsciously didn't want to have much contact with him. After ruling out Lu Guoqiang, Jiang Hai pondered for a while longer. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. He could ask him. This matter? Couldn't be more normal. General Manager Jiang, you've clearly been screwed over. At the banquet table, He Guangyan, head of the information department of the Huaxia military headquarters, shook his head helplessly at Jiang Hai. This isn't the first time the White Elephant Nation has pulled this stunt. Nearly every major international corporation has been scammed by them. Losing 35 million to them this time is actually considered a small amount. They probably underestimated your capabilities, Mr. Jiang. Otherwise, that fine would have had at least 2 more zeros. Chapter 209, The Downfall of Murakami. He Guangyan, director of the Military Information Bureau, handled critical intelligence from nations worldwide. So regarding the White Elephant matter, asking him was definitely the right move. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Hai recounted his ordeal, He Guangyan understood the entire situation. According to He Guangyan, this wasn't the first or second time the White Elephant had pulled such a stunt. Numerous major international brands and corporations had been swindled by the White Elephant. Of course, the White Elephant wouldn't dare to scam companies with real clout, but it would find ways to ensure that whatever money you made here, you couldn't take it out. Put simply, any money earned in White Elephant must be spent within White Elephant. This boosts domestic employment in White Elephant while simultaneously inflating its various economic indicators. Their abacus beads are practically flying off the board. No wonder White Elephant has risen to become one of the top powers among the 5 founding nations. So does that mean I'm stuck with this loss? Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lip, his face betraying a hint of discontent. Not necessarily. He Guangyan took a sip of liquor. Under the influence of the potent spirit, his complexion grew increasingly ruddy. Then he twisted his mouth into a cold sneer. White Elephant has grown far too arrogant these past few years. Last time they even dared to raid Huaxia's uranium mine. We've been itching to settle that score with them. He Guangyan's words piqued Jiang Hai's interest as well. He didn't care about the 35 million yuan fine, but with the White Elephant pulling such disgusting stunts, he'd feel uneasy if he didn't get his revenge. Jiang Hai immediately leaned in and asked, Director He, how do we proceed? Count me in. He Guangyan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Hai with a playful expression. Only after making Jiang Hai squirm uncomfortably did he draw out his words, Are you certain about the injuries you sustained, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, paused for a moment, then chuckled. His ordeal at the Shanghai branch of the State Security Bureau couldn't have escaped the other man's notice, including his subsequent act of feigning injury. The information left at the State Security Bureau clearly stated that Jiang Hai was seriously injured. Yet here he was, full of energy, drinking with He Guangyan. The moment He Guangnian saw Jiang Hai, he knew the State Security Bureau had been played by him. However, He Guangnian had no intention of reporting Jiang Hai. After all, if anyone was at fault here, it was clearly the State Security Bureau. He Guangnian didn't work for them, so he saw no reason to antagonize Jiang Hai over this. Jiang Hai, of course, had no intention of hiding anything from He Guangnian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to drink with him so openly. Ha ha! After being hunted down for no apparent reason these past few times, playing it safe meant keeping a low profile. But meeting Director He? That called for genuine sincerity. No way was he going to play games with Director He. Jiang Hai's words made He Guangnian laugh heartily, and the matter was effectively put to rest. After the laughter subsided, He Guangnian narrowed his eyes and said to Jiang Hai, "The state truly intends to deal a major blow to the White Elephant. It's also a way to avenge the heroes who perished aboard the Spring Thunder. I think this could be your chance to redeem yourself, General Manager Jiang. To put it bluntly, those tens of millions in losses might just be recouped through this venture." Huff, puff. Heavy panting echoed through the narrow, dim alleyway. A man staggered down the alley, occasionally bending low to avoid the fleeting flashes of light. Under the dim moonlight, his haggard, blood-stained face was etched with terror. From the once powerful head of the Security Council to a pariah and fugitive. It had taken merely a month. To Murakami Sanshiro, the events of this month felt like a dream. He had believed he could become the savior of his nation, leading Japan back to the pinnacle of the world. But now his family, his wife and daughter had all suffered because of him, while he himself was forced to hide and live a life of constant fear. This stark contrast had driven Murakami Sanshiro to contemplate death countless times. Yet when the moment finally came, he realized he was nowhere near as brave or fearless as he had imagined. Even the stinging pain of a blade grazing his skin or the sensation of a rope tightening around his neck filled him with such terror that he abandoned the idea of suicide altogether. After all that, he was nothing but a complete coward. Leaning against the trash bin, gasping for breath, the terror on Murakami Sanshiro's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of bewilderment and numbness. Was this how the rest of his life was going to be? He refused to accept it. But what could he do? In the official propaganda of the Foot Basin regime, he was now a wanted criminal. A traitor. A terrorist. Anyone who recognized him would report him without fail. Perhaps tomorrow, he'd be seized by Foot Basin police, no trial needed, just dragged straight to the firing range and shot. Murakami? After resting for about half an hour, a familiar voice sounded nearby. Murakami Sanshiro startled, instinctively ducking deeper into the trash bin. This had become a habit he'd developed this month. But he quickly realized who it was. Slowly peeking out half his face, he gazed toward the figure gradually emerging from the shadows ahead. Is that Tanaka? Murakami-kun, you really are here. Tanaka Shinsuke, Murakami Sanshiro's close friend, stepped out of the shadows with a delighted expression, striding quickly toward Murakami Sanshiro. Almost instinctively, Murakami Sanshiro flinched again, but quickly gritted his teeth, slowly standing up to face Tanaka Shinsuke. Tanaka, yes, it's me. This time, I've really put you through a lot. Don't say that. We're friends, after all. Tanaka Shinsuke showed no sign of disgusted Murakami Sanshiro's filthy clothes and foul odor, striding swiftly to stand before the mountain chicken brother Sanshiro. He gave him a once-over, then wrapped his arms around Murakami Sanshiro. Murakami-kun. I'm so relieved you're okay. That long-awaited embrace brought a faint warmth to Murakami Sanshiro's frozen heart. He had called Tanaka Shinsuke himself, inviting him here for this meeting. Though he feared Tanaka might betray him, he had no other choice. He was now cornered. With all his family members imprisoned, Tanaka Shinsuke was the only friend he could rely on. Tanaka, I've truly reached a dead end. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Seeing Tanaka Shinsuke's warmth, Murakami Sanshiro felt ashamed of his earlier suspicions. Tanaka Shinsuke, however, waved it off nonchalantly. It's fine. We've been friends for years. If you're in trouble, you should have come straight to me. Come on. I'll take you home. I've already made all the arrangements. Hide out for a while. Once things calm down, I'll figure out how to get you out of the country. Chapter 210, The Mysterious Call. As a friend, Tanaka Shinsuke's actions were truly remarkable. Murakami Sanshiro, who had recently experienced the full spectrum of human kindness and cruelty, was moved to tears by Tanaka's loyalty. Murakami Sanshiro had even secretly resolved that if he ever regained his footing in the future, he would repay Tanaka Shinsuke's kindness in full. The two slipped out of the alley and approached a somewhat dilapidated apartment building. Pulling out a key prepared long ago, they unlocked an apartment door. With a swift movement, both slipped inside and immediately slammed the door shut. Turning on the light, Tanaka Shinji looked around the cramped room with its sparse furnishings and said with a troubled expression, Murakami-kun, I'm truly sorry. Time was so tight, I could only. It's fine. Tanaka. This is already more than enough. Thank you so much. Murakami Sanshiro cut Tanaka Shinsuke off, then turned and bowed deeply to him. His words weren't mere politeness, they came from the heart. For the past month, he'd been homeless, sleeping in garbage dumps, under bridges, and even hiding in hospital morgues. Compared to that, the small apartment felt like paradise. Seeing that Murakami didn't mind, Tanaka exhaled a long breath of relief and nodded. The fridge is fully stocked with enough food to last you a week. It's too late tonight, but tomorrow I'll contact the human traffickers to get you out of the country as soon as possible. Rest up tonight. I'll be going now. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Tanaka Shinsuke bowed and prepared to turn away. Murakami Sanshiro didn't dare see him out, so he could only watch from the entrance as Tanaka departed. After closing the door, Murakami Sanshiro hurriedly locked all the bolts. Looking around the apartment now empty except for himself, Murakami Sanshiro felt an inexplicable sense of security well up inside him, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He took a good shower and cooked himself a simple bowl of ramen. After eating his fill, Murakami Sanshiro lay contentedly on the tatami mat, staring at the chandelier on the ceiling. It felt as though the past month had been nothing but a nightmare. Ding! Suddenly, his phone rang, startling him into sitting up. Only then did he realize that the past month had been real. And now, he remains a pariah in the neighborhood, shunned by everyone. Taking a deep breath, Murakami Sanshiro composed himself and climbed over to the dining table, his eyes fixed on the phone lying nearby. He picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number displayed. Murakami Sanshiro hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer. Hello? Who is this? Ha! Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself. A familiar voice came through the phone speaker. Hearing that voice, Murakami Sanshiro's hair stood on end almost instantly, and his entire body stiffened like a zombie, standing rigidly upright. It's you! That's right, it's me. How does it feel now, Murakami-kun? You dare call me? Do you know how many of us died? Do you know how much you've ruined us? Do you know? Murakami Sanshiro nearly lost his mind, bellowing furiously into the phone. But one casual remark from the other end instantly silenced him. Murakami-kun, if you keep making such a racket and disturbing the neighbors next door, they might call the police. A chill instantly shot up Murakami Sanshiro's spine to the back of his head. Not only did he shut his mouth, but he also covered his nose and mouth with his hands, not daring to breathe a single breath. His eyes stared in terror at the tightly shut door. As if police officers might burst through the door at any moment. Ha! Murakami-kun, why get so worked up? Your failed operation has nothing to do with me. Don't forget, I only supplied you with weapons and equipment. Everything else is none of my business. Your failure stems entirely from a traitor within your own organization. That's because your organization wasn't careful enough, it's not my fault. The other party's words instantly left Murakami Sanshiro speechless. He knew the man was right. They had always believed that with ample weapons and equipment, they could successfully overthrow the government. Yet they never imagined they would ultimately be betrayed by a traitor within their own ranks. Yet the thought struck him, if that person hadn't suddenly appeared offering weapons and equipment, how could a grassroots organization like theirs ever have conceived of staging a coup? The thought made Murakami Sanshiro clench his jaw so hard his molars ground together with a sharp, grating sound. I'm already in this state, so why are you still calling me? Ha! Regardless, we're still partners, aren't we? Out of that partnership, I'm willing to offer you a little help now. His face, already contorted with rage, froze instantly at the other man's words. Right now, he desperately needed help. Although Tanaka Shinsuke had promised to help him, as a longtime friend of Tanaka Shinsuke, he knew full well that providing him with a place to hide was already the absolute limit of Tanaka Shinsuke's capabilities. As for helping him leave the country, Murakami Sanshiro didn't harbor much hope. But the person on the other end of the line was different. Though Murakami didn't know much about him, someone involved in the arms trade must have powerful connections. If this person truly intended to help, they could undoubtedly make a difference. The problem was, he'd just been filled with resentment toward this person moments ago. Now he had to turn around and beg for their help. This made it difficult for Murakami Sanshiro to bring himself to speak. Ha! Murakami-kun, don't worry about saving face. After all, compared to life itself, face is utterly insignificant. You'll soon discover just how much I can offer you. For instance, in just 20 minutes, a large contingent of police will appear outside your apartment building. What? The last sentence sent a chill down Murakami Sanshiro's spine. The warmth from his hot shower instantly vanished, leaving him cold to the bone. Almost instinctively, Murakami Sanshiro dashed to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for any sounds outside. Don't worry, you still have at least 20 minutes. Now it's 19 minutes. The other party still had the nerve to joke with Murakami Sanshiro. Murakami Sanshiro took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Soon, he whispered in a low voice, "Why should I believe you?" Though he said this, Murakami Sanshiro's subconscious already believed the other person's words. He simply didn't want to abandon the relatively comfortable environment he was in now and return to the previous state of hiding and fleeing. Ha! Believe it or not, it's not me the police are after. If you trust your friend so much, why not just stay there? Whether my words are true or false, you'll know in just 18 minutes. Chapter 211, Betrayed. 18 minutes. Murakami Sanshiro didn't hesitate for a second.
He turned and dashed to the refrigerator, stuffing all the bread, cookies, and other snacks inside into his pockets. Thankfully, this month on the run had instilled a good habit in him. Even fresh out of the shower, Murakami Sanshiro had changed into street clothes instead of pajamas or a bathrobe.
This made things exceptionally convenient now.
Grab whatever food he could use, snatch his phone, and casually pluck a baseball cap from the coat rack to wear.
He flung open the door and dashed out of the apartment.
He didn't even bother with the elevator, taking the emergency stairwell straight down.
In less than 10 minutes, Murakami Sanshiro had already reached a small park not far from the apartment building.
From here, he could see the apartment building ahead from a distance, while the bushes in front of him provided cover for his movements. Having run rather frantically, Murakami Sanshiro was now panting slightly. He plopped down onto the ground, catching his breath while scanning the apartment building ahead. Though he had escaped, that didn't mean he fully believed the story from the phone call. Just as the caller had said in their final words, whether it was true or false would be revealed in about 8 minutes.
After finally catching his breath, Murakami Sanshiro kept peering intently ahead.
The apartment building ahead was quiet, with hardly any pedestrians passing by.
This was largely thanks to Tanaka Shinsuke choosing such a secluded spot, the perfect place for Murakami Sanshiro to hide.
As time ticked by, Murakami Sanshiro's earlier tension gradually eased, and the weight on his heart slowly lifted.
If possible, he didn't want to keep dodging and hiding forever. Having a stable hiding spot would be ideal.
As the time the other party had mentioned drew near, Murakami Sanshiro began to rise from the ground. He mocked himself for having been intimidated by the other's nonsense, then prepared to return to the apartment to rest. He hadn't slept properly in a month and found himself longing for a soft mattress.
Buzz. Buzz buzz.
Suddenly, a series of buzzing sounds filled the air as a dozen pitch-black vehicles sped toward the apartment building, coming to a smooth halt around its perimeter. The black vehicles were scattered haphazardly, forming a complete encirclement of the entire apartment building. Seeing this, Murakami Sanshiro instantly felt the PCD just regained being ripped right out of him.
Though these weren't police cars, watching them efficiently encircle the building sent his heart racing to his throat.
In the next instant, shadowy figures leaped out of the vehicles. Without a sound or a shout, all remained silent, wielding long and short firearms as they swiftly surrounded the building from every angle.
To put it dramatically, not even a fly could escape this building.
Immediately after, the figures surged into the building, some taking elevators, others climbing stairs, moving with orderly precision and disciplined coordination that instantly marked them as anything but ordinary.
Murakami Sanshiro watched as more and more figures surged up to the floor where the apartment was located, encircling its door with pinpoint accuracy. Bang!
A shadow kicked the door open. Logically, from where Murakami Sanshiro stood, he shouldn't have been able to hear the door being kicked. Yet the sound echoed in his mind simultaneously, causing his entire body to shudder.
It felt as though he wasn't sitting in the bushes of the small park, but lying on the tatami mats inside the apartment. Murakami Sanshiro now felt his limbs grow icy cold, his mind a blank void, utterly paralyzed.
Upstairs in the apartment building, the shadowy figures who had just broken in began emerging one after another, conducting a thorough search throughout the entire building.
Many residents living in the apartment building were forced out.
At first, quite a few grumbled and protested, but upon seeing the real guns and ammunition all around, they all obediently shut their mouths. After searching for nearly half an hour, the shadowy figures naturally found nothing and gradually withdrew from the apartment building. Just as Murakami Sanshiro thought they would leave, he suddenly saw one man approach a black car. Instead of getting in, he bowed respectfully toward the interior. Soon, Murakami Sanshiro faintly heard several gasps echo from inside the vehicle. Then, someone leaped out of the car and sprinted toward the apartment building. In the bushes of the distant park, Murakami Sanshiro, who had been preparing to slip away quietly, now stood frozen in place, his face filled with terror. For he saw clearly that the figure sprinting up the stairs was none other than Tanaka Shinsuke, the man he had once considered a friend.
Everything suddenly made sense. Why had the police found his hiding place so quickly? Why had they pinpointed that exact apartment?
It turned out that the reason behind all this was Tanaka Shinsuke. This man he had trusted as a friend had betrayed him.
Murakami Sanshiro had already felt that no one in the world was trustworthy. It was Tanaka Shinsuke who had rekindled his faith in humanity.
And now, it was Tanaka Shinsuke who had made him erase the word trust from his worldview entirely.
After that, Murakami Sanshiro couldn't recall how he left that small park.
When he finally came to his senses, he found himself inside a bridge underpass.
Ding!
The ringtone of his phone pierced the silence of the night, sounding particularly jarring.
Murakami Sanshiro jolted awake and quickly answered the call.
Hello? So, it seems you made the right choice after all.
You knew all along that Tanaka Shinsuke betrayed me?
Ha!
To be precise, the moment he took your call, he never intended to help you.
Hearing the expected answer, Murakami Sanshiro felt a tightening in his chest.
It wasn't exactly pain, but that helpless feeling of betrayal made his whole body go cold. You can't blame him, though. After all, your price tag is pretty steep these days. If he helped capture you through his tip-off, he'd get 50 million yen. For Tanaka Shinsuke, that's no small sum. 50 million yen. Murakami Sanshiro couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He hadn't realized his life was worth so much. If he were in Tanaka Shinsuke's shoes, he'd probably make the same choice, wouldn't he? You said you could help me, right? With that thought, Murakami Sanshiro felt a sense of relief wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he asked into the phone. Of course. All it takes is a small price on your part. Murakami Sanshiro wasn't the least bit surprised by the other party's words. Asking for someone's help inevitably came with a price. But now, he had nothing left to lose. Slowly, Murakami Sanshiro's gaze toward the distance grew firm and bright. No problem. I can give everything. Chapter 212, The Elite Squad of Huaxia. Bacarajo, the border region between White Elephant and Pakistan. Unlike the Comer region, a hotspot of constant conflict between the two nations, Bacarajo was largely overlooked due to its rugged, mountainous terrain and sparse population. Consequently, it had become a rare zone of peace between the two nations. On a barren hillside, a figure materialized with a puff of air. Jiang Hai glanced left and right, then looked down at himself. This time, he used a template of a Chinese man for the puppet, though its appearance and physique bore no resemblance to his own. After flexing his limbs, Jiang Hai pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey! It's me! I'm here! Got it! See you soon! After the brief exchange, Jiang Hai hung up and silently murmured to himself. System, activate navigation. Instead of responding, the system immediately activated a navigation map before his eyes. Following the directions, Jiang Hai dashed down the hillside and sped along a narrow path. After about half an hour, it was nearly noon. Baking under the scorching sun, Jiang Hai spotted a figure emerging from the bend ahead. Both sides of the road were lined with grayish-white rocks, offering no shade whatsoever. The figure wore a grayish-white cloak, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. Had it not been for the exceptional vision of his puppet body, Jiang Hai would have struggled to detect the figure's presence. Jiang Hai didn't approach immediately. Instead, he stood still, pulled out his phone, and dialed the other person's number again. Hello? It's me. I see you. Before Jiang Hai could hang up, the figure hiding among the rocks stood up and waved at him. Only then did Jiang Hai walk straight toward them. The system's hostility detection hadn't picked up any threats, but that didn't mean Jiang Hai was safe. Therefore, he dared not approach carelessly. What if provoking an overreaction led to a bullet? That would be utterly unjust. Only when he drew near did he clearly see the figure's appearance. First, the figure was also a Chinese person. Though dark-skinned, their facial features and appearance were unmistakably Chinese. Moreover, Jiang Hai knew the man's identity. Company Commander Yen Chidong? Snap. The man saluted Jiang Hai with a perfectly executed military salute, his expression stern as he declared, I am Yen Chidong of the Independent Company, 8th Brigade, 12th Division, Southwest Military Region of China. Hello, my name is, just call me Boundless Sea. The other's demeanor mirrored that of Zhao Hua, the former chief of staff of the Northwest Military Region. Perhaps this was the essence of a Huaxia soldier's demeanor? Jiang Hai paid it no mind. After introducing himself, he glanced behind the man but saw no one else. Captain Yen, where's your unit? They're resting at the 13-kilometer mark. We came specifically to greet you. Yen Chidong gave a brief reply to Jiang Hai's question, then turned his gaze to the man behind Jiang Hai, furrowing his brow as he asked, Mr. Dahai Wuliang, where is your team? Me? Just me. Yen Chidong had expected Jiang Hai to give the same answer as himself, that his team was stationed elsewhere. But Jiang Hai's unexpected answer caused Yen Chidong's expression to darken. Mr. Dahai Wuliang, we're carrying out a mission of utmost importance. I don't appreciate jokes during missions. Captain Yen, you've misunderstood, I wasn't joking. Jiang Hai spread his hands helplessly. I'm alone here. I'm being completely serious. Jiang Hai's equally earnest reply only deepened the frown on Yen Chidong's face. Do you even know what mission we're undertaking? You came alone? What use are you to us if you're alone? Yen Chidong spoke bluntly, stopping just short of calling him useless. Jiang Hai merely smiled indifferently and said, Captain Yen, we're partners on this mission, not superiors and subordinates. How we conduct our operations doesn't require your guidance. You just focus on executing your own mission. I'll handle mine just fine. We each have our roles, just stick to yours. Jiang Hai's firm yet measured retort left Yen Chidong speechless. Yen Chidong wasn't some ordinary soldier, he was a professional military man, rigorously trained and battle-hardened from countless missions. He understood perfectly well the principle of each fulfilling their own role. But he feared that if the other party failed to execute their own task, it could jeopardize the entire mission. Staring at Jiang Hai, Yen Chidong hesitated for a moment before pulling a satellite phone from his pocket. He intended to contact his superiors back home and report the situation. Jiang Hai paid no attention whatsoever to Yan Qidong's actions. If the other party truly refused to cooperate, he could simply go it alone. Once he strapped on his exoskeleton gear, Jiang Hai wouldn't believe anyone on the entire Blue Star could stand in his way. Yan Qidong's call was brief. Within minutes, he hung up and walked back to stand before Jiang Hai. His expression had returned to normal. Nodding at Jiang Hai, he said, "Mr. Dahai Wuliang, since you're certain you're going alone, then, let's depart. If all goes smoothly, we can reach our destination before tomorrow night. So it seems we'll be moving together after all." Jiang Hai smiled faintly, unconcerned by this outcome. This operation would simply take a bit longer. Fortunately, Jiang Hai had already made arrangements beforehand. His physical body would remain in the bedroom, and he had instructed the security personnel not to disturb him. Yan Qidong led the way ahead, with Jiang Hai following closely behind. Just as they set off, Jiang Hai noticed two figures rising from the hillside not far away. They moved swiftly across the slope, but Yan Qidong merely glanced their way before paying them no further mind. Jiang Hai understood immediately those two must be Yan Qidong's men, lying in wait to keep watch. No wonder Yan Qidong had said they were coming to pick him up. It turned out they weren't alone after all. The journey resumed in monotonous silence. Baking under the scorching sun, Yan Qidong and his men showed no signs of discomfort, clearly elite soldiers accustomed to marching through any harsh terrain. Another half-hour passed. Jiang Hai finally located Yan Qidong's other subordinates in a cave by the roadside. 20 men were inside the cave. With Yan Qidong and his two other subordinates, there were 23 in total. Their spirit and movements alone made it clear they were elite soldiers, just like Yan Qidong. It seemed China was getting serious this time, dispatching such an elite squad to bite a chunk of flesh from the white elephant. Jiang Hai wasn't surprised, as He Guangnian had already mentioned it earlier. This operation wasn't merely about completing a mission, it was also about avenging the fallen heroes of the Spring Thunder. Chapter 213, The White Elephant's Secret Military Base. Up ahead lay the White Elephant's secret base in Bakarahu. Yan Qidong scanned the area through his binoculars for a moment before casually handing them to Jiang Hai beside him. At that moment, the highest peaks surrounding their entire team served as their best cover, their gray-white cloaks blending seamlessly into the landscape. Jiang Hai took the binoculars and scanned the horizon. Amidst the barren mountain range, a valley-like area roughly 1 square kilometer of flat land was dotted with a dozen warehouse-like structures. Surrounding these structures were electric fences, barriers, and military personnel. It looked every bit like a heavily guarded military base. And it was an unregistered military base. After a quick glance, he didn't know much about military deployments anyway. Jiang Hai promptly handed the binoculars back to Yan Qidong. After all, his mission wasn't to storm the place that was best left to Yan Qidong and his team. Xiao Lu. Mountain Cannon. You two stay here for support and observation. Three-wheeler. Li He. Zhang Zi. You three flank south for long-range sniping. Old Fong. Old Zheng. Shengzi. Eighth Uncle. Old Hand. You five head east for a feint. Draw the enemy's attention. Da Zhou. Fei Fei. Old Blind Man. You three lie in ambush here, and here wait for your chance. Everyone else, join me for the frontal assault. Got it? Understood. Yan Qidong gathered all his men, sketched a simple map on the ground with stones, and laid out the battle plan. Beyond personnel placement, he meticulously arranged tactical maneuvers and timing controls, evidence that Yan Qidong had prepared extensively for this operation. After finalizing all arrangements, Yan Qidong gave a signal. The fighters assigned to specific locations quickly departed. Yan Qidong turned to look at Jiang Hai, who immediately raised his hands with a smile. I understand. I'll stay right here until the battle ends. I won't cause any trouble. Once the battle concludes. Once the battle ends, it'll be your turn to take charge. Hope you don't drop the ball. Yan Qidong's words brimmed with dissatisfaction toward Jiang Hai. In his view, the biggest problem with this operation lay squarely with Jiang Hai. He had no idea what methods Jiang Hai intended to employ to accomplish his assigned tasks. But since the higher-ups had made their decision, Yan Qidong's duty was to obey orders and fulfill his own responsibilities. Half an hour later. Inside the military base, hundreds of White Elephant soldiers were meticulously patrolling both inside and outside the compound. Over the years, the image of White Elephant soldiers in China had mostly been that of comical, goofy characters. But in reality, things weren't quite that exaggerated. After all, they represented a major power with considerable strength. How could genuine White Elephant soldiers be so weak? At the very least, the White Elephant soldiers within this secret military base appeared to be qualified troops who had undergone rigorous military training. They were armed to the teeth with live ammunition and well-equipped, with even 2 tanks stationed within the base and anti-aircraft guns mounted at several sentry posts. This clearly indicates the White Elephant's high regard for this military base. Of course, Jiang Hai knew the reason. Because that's exactly what they came for. Back to the base. The entire military base was elliptical in shape, surrounded by 3 layers of electric fencing. Inside the fences stood a nearly 3-meter-high concrete wall, with only 2 gates, one at the front and one at the rear. The front gate faces east. Dozens of soldiers guard the entrance, which is reinforced by 2 concrete bunkers serving as cover. 3 rows of spike strips are laid out in front. Above the gate, 2 sentry posts stood guard, manned by soldiers and equipped with searchlights. Thus, even at night, the high-powered searchlights illuminated the area outside the base as brightly as daylight. Moreover, approximately 10 kilometers outside the base, another military unit was stationed. On the surface, this White Elephant Army was stationed along the border, but should any incident occur at the base, they would rush to provide support. With such meticulous security, this secret base could indeed be considered sufficiently secure. Yet the White Elephant soldiers guarding the base showed not a hint of complacency. The sentry's gaze was sharp as a torch, constantly scanning the front, not missing a single suspicious spot. HM? A soldier standing at his post suddenly furrowed his brow. He thought he saw something faintly moving along the mountain path ahead, but he couldn't tell if it was a person or just some small animal passing by. Without hesitation, the soldier reached for the binoculars hanging from his chest, raised them to his eyes, and slowly adjusted the magnification. The view in the binoculars steadily sharpened, transforming from blurry to clear. On the mountain path, several boulders half a man's height were piled at the entrance. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable. But soon, the soldier noticed something unusual. The edges of the stones were rippling? The next moment, a round human head slowly emerged, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. This discovery startled the soldier, who almost instinctively opened his mouth to shout. Boom! Before a single word could escape his lips, a deafening explosion echoed as his head exploded into a spray of blood and bone fragments. A thick spray of blood mist erupted into the air, drenching his nearby comrades before they could react. Bang! Bang! Several more gunshots rang out, each sending another White Elephant soldier crashing into a pool of blood. In less than 5 seconds, every single White Elephant soldier at the main gate sentry post was wiped out. A sniper! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The remaining White Elephant soldiers reacted swiftly. One by one, they dove into the nearby concrete bunkers, but their rifles were already chambered and ready for battle. Tap! A hail of gunfire erupted, bullets streaking like shards of light as they slammed into the gate and concrete bunkers. Several White Elephant soldiers, failing to fully conceal their bodies, were struck directly by the bullets. Those hit in vital areas died instantly, while the others clutched their wounds, screaming in agony. Unlike the earlier sniper fire whose origin remained unknown, the machine gun fire coming from the front gate exposed the enemy's position. The White Elephant soldiers identified their targets and immediately launched a counterattack. Bullets crisscrossed relentlessly between the 2 lines of fire. Even in broad daylight, the intertwining trajectories formed a visible curtain of light. Inside the base, however, the White Elephant soldiers did not panic at this sudden assault. Soldiers rushed from their posts to reinforce the gate defenses. The base commander remained stationed in the command post. Captain, should we call in military reinforcements? The commander, an officer sporting a thick mustache, frowned deeply, clearly hesitating. Calling in the army was no small matter. No matter how peaceful this area might seem, it was still the border between White Elephant and Pakistan. Military movements would inevitably draw attention from the Pakistani side. After much hesitation, the officer nodded. Notify them. Their attack here suggests hostile intent. It's safer to have the army here. Chapter 214, Fierce Battle at White Elephant Base. White Elephant's forces were about 20 minutes away. Old Fawn's diversionary attack had already commenced. Though the enemy might not call for reinforcements, we must prepare for the worst. Therefore, this battle must be resolved within 20 minutes. Up on the mountain, the 2 soldiers left behind continued to explain things carefully to Jiang Hai. The soldier nicknamed Mountain Cannon stared intently through his binoculars at the front. However, his gaze was not fixed on the base itself, but rather on the direction where the White Elephant Army was stationed. Their mission here was not to engage in combat. In fact, if the moment ever came when their involvement was required, that would be the most critical juncture. Their mission was to maintain a commanding vantage point, survey the entire battlefield, and continuously relay intelligence to their comrades engaged in combat below. Thus, even though they weren't participating in the fighting, their role was crucial. After explaining this to Jiang Hai, the soldier named Xiaolu also picked up his binoculars to look around, though his gaze was fixed on the fierce battlefield below. Jiang Hai didn't disturb their work, instead finding a large rock nearby to sit upon. As he'd said before, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't interfere in this battle. The fighting was Yan Qidong and his team's mission, not Jiang Hai's. Besides, given Yan Qidong's earlier arrogant attitude, Jiang Hai had no desire to help him. The company commander has moved. Xiaolu let out a startled cry. The next moment, gunfire erupted from the base. Jiang Hai whipped his head around to look toward the base and saw Yan Qidong leading his soldiers in a surprise assault on the rear gate. Because the main gate was under attack, all the White Elephant soldiers inside the base had concentrated their forces there, leaving the rear gate's defenses severely weakened. Yan Shidong's assault was swift, and in the blink of an eye, they had breached the rear gate. Simultaneously, the snipers Yan Shidong had positioned earlier began to make their mark, swiftly eliminating the White Elephant soldiers manning the sentry posts. Many White Elephant soldiers attempted to flee into the tanks, but before they could reach them, they met tragic ends under sniper fire. With the sniper's support, Yan Shidong's group advanced smoothly into the base. The White Elephant soldiers, who had been concentrated at the main gate, finally reacted and attempted to turn back and confront Yan Shidong. Several soldiers outside the main gate seized the opportunity to launch their own assault. Now caught between two fronts, the White Elephant soldiers found themselves at a disadvantage despite their numerical superiority. They were overwhelmed and unable to mount any effective resistance. Though he harbored some resentment toward Yan Shidong, Jiang Hai had to admit the man was no slouch. He was clearly capable enough to be sent on missions by China. Trouble. The White Elephant's mobile force is closing in. They'll be here in 10 minutes tops. The mountain gunner, who had been monitoring the White Elephant army's movements, suddenly shouted, startling little Lu. How could this be? It's only been 5 minutes. Xiao Lu quickly grabbed his binoculars and scanned the direction of the White Elephant army. Sure enough, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, a clear sign of a large force approaching. Xiao Lu and Shan Pao both panicked. If the White Elephant army arrived early, before the battle at the base was over, Yan Shidong and the others would be in grave danger. No matter how elite Yan Shidong's team was, their numerical disadvantage was undeniable. How could 20-odd men possibly stand against an entire army? Xiao Lu quickly grabbed the communicator to alert Yan Shidong, who was in the thick of battle. Shan Pao, his face tense, continued to watch the movements of the White Elephant army in the distance. Jiang Hai, who had been sitting on a rock watching the spectacle unfold, finally furrowed his brow and couldn't help but stand up. He joined the two others in gazing toward the front lines. The battle at the base raged on, but the situation grew increasingly dire. It wasn't that the White Elephant soldiers inside the base had launched a counterattack. On the contrary, those White Elephant soldiers had retreated behind the fortified cover at the main gate, playing the role of turtles hiding their heads. This left Yan Shidong and his men utterly helpless for the moment. Given enough time, Yan Shidong and his men could have worn down these White Elephant soldiers. But the problem was, time was precisely what they lacked most. The sturdy fortifications and bunkers rendered Yan Shidong's attacks ineffective, and even long-range sniping could no longer make a difference. The battle between the two sides instantly reached a stalemate. Damn it! Big Horse! Black Mountain! Cover me! Watching the enemy fortifications ahead remain impregnable despite prolonged assault, Yan Shidong grew desperate. Gritting his teeth, he roared in fury, hoisted his machine gun, and lunged forward. But before he could break through, a soldier beside him yanked him back. Captain! Are you out of your mind? Charging out like that is no different from suicide. Several soldiers shouted into Yan Shidong's ear. The surrounding gunfire was too dense and deafening, they could only communicate by yelling. Let go of me. This is the only option left of full-scale assault. If we drag this out any longer, we're all finished. Yan Shidong wrenched free from the soldier's grip, gritted his teeth, and charged out from behind the cover once more. This time, the soldiers dared not try to stop him. They knew Yan Shidong's temperament resistance was futile. All they could do was open fire in unison, providing covering fire for Yan Shidong. Yan Shidong hadn't become a company commander by accident. Darting out from behind cover, he moved like a nimble monkey, leaping left and right to evade every bullet fired at him. Unscathed, he charged toward the enemy fortifications and cover ahead. Occasionally, he'd raise his machine gun and unleash a barrage of fire at the enemy. Bullets pelted the fortifications and cover with a sharp rattle, sending sparks flying everywhere. Occasionally, two White Elephant soldiers would peek out, only to have blood spatter across their foreheads as they collapsed instantly. Yan Shidong sprinted forward, bullets chasing at his heels but never catching him. Ducking low, Yan Shidong threw his entire body behind a concrete block, dodging a burst of bullets. Leaning against the concrete block, Yan Shidong steadied his breathing while glancing at his men and signaling them. The soldiers understood immediately. Several of them pulled out grenades, yanked the pins, and hurled them toward the enemy fortifications. Unfortunately, the fortifications were capped. The grenades bounced off the structure, exploding into bursts of fire around the perimeter. But this was precisely the opening Yan Shidong needed. The bursts of flame momentarily obscured the White Elephant soldier's vision. Though fleeting, that instant was all Yan Shidong needed. With a powerful thrust from his feet, Yan Shidong launched himself forward like a leopard, leaving only a blur in the air. In an instant, he charged to within 3 paces of the fortification. By now, the flames around the fortifications had dissipated, and Yan Shidong had completed a series of movements, crouching, raising his rifle, and taking aim. The muzzle was directly aimed at the gun port directly in front of the fortification. Bang! A precise shot. The White Elephant soldier inside the gun port was about to pull the trigger when the bullet pierced his eyeball and tore through his entire skull. Chapter 215, Desertion in the Face of Battle? Well done. Captain Yen, you're the man. Yan Shidong's outstanding performance drew cheers from Xiao Lu and Shan Pao watching from the hillside, momentarily making them forget the urgency of the situation. Moreover, they hadn't noticed that Jiang Hai, who should have been right beside them, had also vanished without a trace. After taking out the white elephant soldier in the bunker with a single shot, Yan Shidong didn't let his guard down. He rolled on the spot, narrowly dodging a burst of machine gun fire. He sprang up again, propelling himself in a single bound to the edge of the fortification, his back pressed flush against its concrete wall. He could even hear the frantic shouts of the white elephant soldiers inside the fortifications. "Captain! Watch out!" Several soldiers shouted nearby, warning Yan Shidong. Yan Shidong immediately threw himself flat on the ground. Almost in that instant, another burst of bullets struck the very spot where Yan Shidong had been standing moments before. White elephant soldiers from nearby bunkers had spotted the situation and were trying to eliminate this threat for their comrade. Prone on the ground, feeling bullets whizzing overhead, Yan Shidong spat angrily. He raised his machine gun behind him, firing indiscriminately without aiming, sweeping in the direction the bullets had come from. Such blind fire was hardly effective, but at least it temporarily pinned down the enemy. Immediately, the other soldiers provided supporting fire, pinning the white elephant soldiers in their bunkers so thoroughly they couldn't lift their heads. Seizing the moment, Yan Shidong drew 2 grenades from his waist, simultaneously pulled the pins, and flung them backward into the enemy fortifications. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions echoed as Yan Shidong leaned against the fortifications, the shockwaves reverberating through his back. Without hesitation, he rolled into the trench. Though the intense heat from the explosions still lingered inside, Yan Shidong was completely unfazed. Raising his rifle, he fired indiscriminately, finishing off every enemy inside regardless of whether they were already dead or not. With that, Yan Shidong had effectively captured the largest bunker. And all of this had taken no more than 2 minutes. Charge! Kill those bastards! Seeing Yan Shidong lead the charge and take the most difficult stronghold, the other soldiers hesitated no longer. They roared with fury and surged forward. Without this stronghold, the remaining white elephant soldiers sheltering behind their cover could no longer effectively halt the soldiers' advance. Meanwhile, the 5 soldiers at the main gate launched their own coordinated assault. Caught between 2 fronts, the white elephant soldiers fell one after another in pools of blood. 3 minutes later, the entire base was completely taken. What about casualties? Old Hand and Old Zhang were killed in action. Xingzi was shot in the leg. The soldiers quickly cleared the battlefield, and Yan Shidong inquired about the casualties. A soldier reported to Yan Shidong with a dejected expression. The diversionary force at the front suffered heavy casualties, as they bore the brunt of the enemy's fiercest assault from the outset. Yan Shidong's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Casualties were not uncommon during missions. Moreover, this mission was exceptionally difficult from the start. Everyone, including Yan Shidong himself, had mentally prepared for the possibility of sacrifice and dying on foreign soil. Beyond the casualties from the frontal diversion, the main assault force had also suffered 1 soldier killed and 3 wounded. Additionally, 3 soldiers assigned to the ambush had sustained injuries of varying severity. Regardless, the battle had been won with remarkable efficiency. Yet Yan Shidong remained vigilant, for another tough battle lay ahead. Big Horse. 8th brother. Get in the tank. Yes, sir. Yan Shidong's order was given. The 2 soldiers immediately saluted, turned, and ran toward the 2 tanks parked nearby. This was the second phase of Yan Shidong's operational plan. After all, the white elephant forces were too close. Once the fighting broke out at the base, they would surely rush to their comrades' aid. It was only a matter of time. With their limited manpower, they simply couldn't withstand an army's assault. Thus, the 2 tanks within the base became integral to Yan Shidong's strategy. With tanks coordinating with snipers, they should be able to hold off the army's advance for a short time. Then, Yan Shidong could seize that opportunity to continue executing his mission. So far, everything was going according to plan. The only issue was that the white elephant army had arrived earlier than expected. Yan Shidong had no time for hesitation. He ordered 2 soldiers to man the tanks and block the base entrance. Simultaneously, he contacted Xiao Lu and Mountain Cannon on the mountain. Shan Pao. How far away are the enemy forces? Xiao Lu, have that gentleman come over immediately. His task is about to begin. Captain. Yan Shidong had just connected with Xiao Lu and Shan Pao when Xiao Lu's hesitant voice came through the radio. The moment he heard that tone, Yan Shidong's heart sank instantly. He knew something had gone wrong. His expression darkened instantly as he barked, "What's going on? Speak up. Captain, that gentleman, he's gone." Gone? Yan Shidong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had considered the possibility of the man being unreliable, but he never imagined that at this critical moment, the man would simply vanish. Could this be desertion? Yan Shidong's mind raced with this suspicion, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. Cowards on the battlefield weren't exactly rare. Yin Shidong had encountered them several times before. But no matter how many times he'd seen it before, Yin Shidong always despised such behavior the most. While everyone fought desperately, some were so terrified they abandoned their comrades to flee alone. This wasn't merely selfish cowardice, it was squandering the hard-won gains bought with the lives of his comrades. Yin Shidong now wished Jiang Hai were right before him so he could execute him on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Yin Shidong forced himself to calm down. This mission was designed for Yin Shidong and Jiang Hai to accomplish through mutual cooperation. But now that Jiang Hai had deserted, only Yin Shidong and his remaining soldiers were left. With such limited manpower, the original mission was impossible to complete. Now, he had no choice but to change plans on the fly. Yin Shidong wasn't the type to rigidly adhere to rules or act inflexibly. Since circumstances had changed, adjusting the plan was only natural. His eyes darted around several times before Yin Shidong made his decision. He clapped his hands sharply, drawing the attention of every soldier present. Then, lifting his head high, Yin Shidong bellowed to the soldiers. "Everyone, gather the explosives immediately and stack them around the warehouse. Before enemy reinforcements arrive, we'll blow this place to smithereens." Yin Shidong's words left every soldier stunned. Blow this place up? That doesn't match the original plan. But seeing Yin Shidong nod firmly, no one voiced any objections. Obedience to orders is a soldier's sacred duty. Chapter 216, they exploded out of nowhere. Boom! Boom! Just as the soldiers began executing Yin Shidong's orders, a series of thunderous booms suddenly echoed from the distance. This startled every soldier in the base, causing them to instinctively turn their heads, their gazes fixed on the source of the roar. In the distant sky, patches of fiery light began to rise. What was happening? Who was fighting over there? Yin Shidong immediately realized wasn't that the direction the White Elephant Army was approaching from? Could something have gone wrong? Yin Shidong grabbed his communicator and called out to Xiao Lu and Shan Pao, the observers stationed on the mountain. What's happening over there? Why are there explosions? Yin Shidong's questions went unanswered at first. All he could hear through the radio was intermittent, labored breathing. This only deepened Yin Shidong's sense of unease. Xiao Lu. Shan Pao. Answer me. What's going on over there? Ha? Ah. Captain. Yin Shidong's furious shout had its effect. Lu's voice came through the intercom. But the voice sounded strange, stuttering and disjointed, as if the speaker was in a state of extreme shock. Captain, gulp. Over there, I don't know if I'm seeing things. I saw that White Elephant Army's mechanized unit, it just exploded out of nowhere. Exploded? Out of nowhere? Yin Shidong's brow furrowed as he listened. What kind of wording was that? What the hell were they watching up on that mountain? Yin Shidong's features nearly contorted into one tight knot as he bellowed into the communicator. What the hell are you babbling about? What the hell is going on? Get to the bottom of this immediately. Ha? Ah. Yes. We're watching. Watching. Lu and Shan Pao on the mountain were startled by Yin Shidong's fury and hurriedly responded. Soon, Shan Pao shouted, Captain, it looks like there are a few small black dots flying in the sky? Little black dots? Yin Shidong wasn't the least bit pleased with Shan Pao's discovery. What kind of answer was that? Forget it. Yin Shidong abruptly cut off the radio communication and turned to the stunned soldiers beside him, bellowing, What are you standing around for? Hurry up. Lay out the explosives. I'm going to blow this damn place to hell. Although Xiao Lu had mentioned trouble with the White Elephant Army, Yin Shidong wasn't about to risk the mission or his soldiers' lives. So he decided to stick to the original plan, blow up the military base and get the hell out of there. Only after Yin Shidong's tirade did the soldiers scramble into action. Being a White Elephant military base, explosives were naturally plentiful. The soldiers piled explosive charges inside and outside the warehouses, then set up the detonators. Minutes later, a soldier shouted to Yin Shidong, Captain. Everything's set. Ready to detonate any time. Yin Shidong nodded solemnly. Throughout this time, distant rumbling continued unabated, occasionally punctuated by bursts of gunfire. This made it clear just how fierce the fighting was over there. He just didn't know which faction was locked in fierce combat with the White Elephant forces. But Yin Shidong had no time to dwell on it. His sole objective was to complete the mission. He gave a firm nod and addressed the soldiers gathered before him, set the detonation time. We're withdrawing. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison before immediately carrying out the order. Yin Shidong took a deep breath and shook his head with a hint of resignation. At this point, the mission was essentially a failure. But there was nothing to be done. This was the absolute limit of what Yin Shidong could achieve. Even if he faced disciplinary action upon returning, Yin Shidong would have to accept it. At the end of the day, it all came down to that damned Hai Wuliang. The mere thought of that cowardly deserter made Yin Shidong grind his teeth in fury, wishing he could have him right in front of him to blow his brains out. Captain Yin, what are you all doing here? Just as Yen Shidong was fantasizing about how he'd execute the damned bastard, a familiar voice suddenly rang out above his head. Yen Shidong froze, thinking he was hearing things. He instinctively looked up. What he saw left him utterly dumbfounded. Hovering about 10 meters above his head, suspended in midair, was a figure clad entirely in white, radiating a metallic sheen. The figure resembled a robot straight out of a sci-fi movie. Its white metallic armor plates radiated a strong futuristic aura, and jets of air surged from the soles of its feet, blowing so hard that Yen Shidong below could barely keep his eyes open. Quickly, Yen Shidong and the surrounding soldiers snapped into action, immediately raising their guns and aiming them at the figure in the air. Uncertain whether the entity was friend or foe, Yen Shidong and his men hesitated to fire. More importantly, Yen Shidong recognized the voice. It sounded vaguely familiar. "Captain Yen, no need to be so tense. You wouldn't have forgotten my voice, would you?" Thud. Jiang Hai landed smoothly in his X-0181 individual combat exoskeleton. With a click, the visor opened, revealing his harmless smile. "It's you? Boundless ocean?" Yen Shidong stared at Jiang Hai in utter shock. He had only recognized the voice earlier, but seeing the person's face now still startled him. Jiang Hai chuckled, manipulating the exoskeleton to transform once more before effortlessly stepping out. This display left the surrounding soldiers gawking in astonishment, their envy practically dripping from their mouths. What man doesn't dream of piloting a mech? Especially one as dazzling and handsome as this. To get inside and try it out would be absolutely incredible. Jiang Hai seemed oblivious to the envious stares around him. He glanced toward the nearby warehouse and smiled faintly. "Captain Yen, this won't do. Blowing up the warehouse means everything inside is gone. What about our next mission? You still have the nerve to ask?" Hearing Jiang Hai's rebuke, Yen Shidong snapped out of his daze and glared, shouting, "Where the hell were you just now? You were supposed to complete the mission. Instead, you ran off. What was I supposed to do?" Yen Shidong held back from calling him a deserter. After all, Jiang Hai stood right before him. Accusing him of desertion would be baseless. Facing Yen Shidong's accusations, Jiang Hai spread his hands helplessly and said, "Captain Yen, you can't just throw me under the bus like this. I was helping you out, wasn't I? Help me? What could you possibly do to help me?" Yen Shidong instinctively started to retort, but mid-sentence, he froze. His eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Hai, then shifted to the mech behind him. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he sucked in a sharp breath. After a long moment of stunned silence, Yen Shidong stared at Jiang Hai as if he were a monster, unable to contain his shock. You just now, you weren't the one who attacked the White Elephant Army, were you?" Chapter 217, Chilling to the Bone. Yen Shidong felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him completely dazed. One person attacked an entire army? This was nothing short of a fairy tale. Yet Jiang Hai reacted as if it were the most trivial thing in the world. He waved his hand dismissively with a smile and said, "Of course not. It was my colleague who did it." Jiang Hai spoke breathlessly. His initial denial made Yen Shidong secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But the next sentence made Yen Shidong's eyes widen in shock. "Colleague? What colleague?" As if sensing Yen Shidong's confusion, Jiang Hai tilted his head slightly, looking puzzled as he replied, "My co-worker, of course? How could I possibly handle this assignment alone? Of course I needed my colleagues to help." Jiang Hai delivered this explanation with such an air of self-evident righteousness that Yen Shidong almost instinctively accepted it as normal. But Yen Shidong quickly snapped back to reality and blurted out, "You mean your co-workers have been following us the whole time?" "Of course not." Jiang Hai waved his hand dismissively, then studied Yen Shidong with a peculiar expression, as if puzzled by how he could ask such a foolish question. "My colleagues have been monitoring the White Elephant's army all along. If you can handle it yourselves, they won't intervene. They'll simply arrive here later to carry out their original mission." "But..." As he spoke, Jiang Hai shifted his gaze around the surroundings and trailed off. Yen Shidong couldn't help but flush crimson. He understood exactly what Jiang Hai meant. Earlier, he had been all cocky in front of Jiang Hai, only to end up messing things up. No one had anticipated the White Elephant Army's swift arrival. Seeing Yen Shidong's operation on the verge of failure, Jiang Hai had called in his colleagues to clean up the mess. Yen Shidong felt his face burning with embarrassment, so much so that he couldn't even spare a thought for how Jiang Hai's colleagues had managed to stop an entire army. Jiang Hai showed no intention of explaining. He casually pulled out his phone, making a call while surveying his surroundings. He spoke at length in a language Yen Shidong couldn't understand. After hanging up, Jiang Hai turned to Yen Shidong with a smile. "Anyway, thanks for all your hard work earlier. From here on out, it's my turn to take over." Jiang Hai's words carried a subtle jab at Yen Shidong, though it wasn't that he harbored any prejudice against Huaxia soldiers. He held immense respect for these heroes who risked their lives for their country. His hostility was directed solely at Yen Shidong. In Jiang Hai's view, Yen Shidong, as a commander, was far too subjective, utterly unqualified. As for the fallen soldiers, while Jiang Hai felt profound regret, he didn't consider it his responsibility. Besides, unless he had explicitly offered assistance from the start, perhaps their sacrifices could have been avoided. But given Yan Shidong's prior prejudice against Jiang Hai, even if Jiang Hai had offered advice at the time, Yan Shidong likely wouldn't have believed him. He might even have suspected Jiang Hai's motives. This was precisely why Jiang Hai had remained silent earlier on the mountain. Yan Shidong, however, didn't harbor any thoughts of blaming Jiang Hai. After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly and asked, "Is there anything else we need to do next?" "No need." Jiang Hai flatly declined Yan Shidong's offer. The next instant, a sudden gust of wind swept through, casting a shadow over everyone's heads. Looking up, everyone was stunned once more. Hovering directly above them was a strange, all-black aircraft. It hovered motionless directly above them, its jet nozzles pointing downward, expelling powerful gusts of air to maintain its stability. It was that supersonic fighter jet. Yan Shidong, a state-trained commander-type talent, recognized it instantly. This was the very same mysterious fighter jet that had caused such a stir earlier. Yan Shidong immediately lowered his head, staring at Jiang Hai in astonishment. His mouth opened as if to speak, but after a moment's hesitation, he closed it again. At that moment, he finally understood Jiang Hai's background. Rumors had circulated that in recent years, a mysterious arms organization had emerged internationally. Not only had it sold that high-tech hypersonic fighter jet to Bosch, but it had also supplied numerous tanks and aircraft to a small tribe in Africa. Even the Big Ivan missile launched by the Baylors during the Big Ivan War had been supplied by this very organization. Now that the legendary hypersonic fighter had appeared here, it was clear this aircraft wasn't the one belonging to Bosch. Besides Bosch, the only entity capable of possessing such a hypersonic fighter jet is that very same shadowy arms dealer. Yan Shidong frowned as he looked at Jiang Hai again. He had no idea the nation had ties to this shadowy arms dealer. Or perhaps this shadowy arms dealer was, in fact, the state itself. Hiss! Yan Shidong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, a sense of dread creeping over him as he pondered the implications. He shook his head vigorously, trying to banish these thoughts from his mind. These matters were beyond his purview. As a soldier, his duty was to obey orders and execute missions. Realizing this, Yan Shidong instantly shifted his demeanor, saluting Jiang Hai with solemn seriousness. "Understood. We'll withdraw immediately." With that, Yan Shidong immediately rallied all the soldiers and swiftly departed the military base without another word. This left Jiang Hai staring blankly, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Boom! Boom! Several thunderous explosions echoed as 5 figures clad in white exoskeleton armor descended from the sky, landing beside Jiang Hai. One of them flipped open his visor, revealing a face covered in thick beard. It was Abdul. "Boss? Why did they leave?" Abdul asked in confusion. Jiang Hai was equally baffled but didn't press the matter. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who cares? That commander? He's a bit dim-witted. Never mind. Let's move quickly too." Jiang Hai beckoned, signaling Abdul and the others to get moving. Abdul nodded, beckoning to his comrades behind him and bellowing, "Guys, let's move it." Snap! Another mech warrior lifted his visor, revealing a boss, a Palestinian fighter. He looked at Jiang Hai with obvious reluctance and said, "Boss, using such high-tech mechs just to haul cargo? That's such a waste. Why don't we just call those Chinese soldiers back and have them do the moving? Let's find another army to fight." That last battle didn't even feel satisfying. Hearing a boss's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh and scold him. "Waste my ass. As if this exoskeleton even belongs to you lot. Shut the hell up. Get to work. Once you're done, take off that exoskeleton and hand it back to me." Chapter 218, Not a Bad Deal. That's right, Jiang Hai paid for every single one of these exoskeleton suits. Even at the employee discount price, a single exoskeleton suit cost 388.8 trillion yuan. For Abdul and his crew, that's more than they could afford even if they sold themselves off. Jiang Hai had ample funds, but even he didn't dare buy too many of these expensive things. He only purchased 10 units, spending 388.8 trillion yuan in total. Such a massive expenditure was, frankly, well, it didn't seem to make much of a dent. After all, his last trip to the new Galleon Star had netted him a whopping 4.5 billion huaxia coins. Ah! Money talks. Abdul and the others exchanged puzzled glances at Jiang Hai. Though he hadn't voiced his thoughts aloud, they could sense he was undoubtedly pondering some rather impolite matters. All right. Enough chatter. Get moving." Jiang Hai clapped his hands, urging everyone to get to work. Abdul and the others closed their visors and maneuvered their exoskeleton suits into the warehouse. Meanwhile, the fighter jet in the sky began its gradual descent. Unlike the standard fighters currently in use on Blue Star, the XC-198 model featured directional thrusters. This allowed the fighter not only to achieve supersonic speeds but also to ascend and descend vertically like a helicopter, even hovering mid-air as before. At the controls was another Baylor soldier. For this operation, Jiang Hai hadn't chosen to go it alone. He had prepared them well in advance, directing them to rendezvous at the White Elephant border in their fighter jets. Soon, Abdul and his men approached, each carrying a metal crate over 2 meters tall. Visually, these containers appeared extremely heavy, yet in Abdul and his men's hands, they seemed weightless. Such auxiliary functions were child's play for exoskeleton gear. Abdul and his team could now lift cargo weighing over a ton. Abdul loaded the metal boxes directly onto the fighter jet. It took a full 20 boxes to complete the load. "Boss, that's all the uranium material we have inside." Not exactly a small amount. Hearing Abdul's words, Jiang Hai nodded. He had already donned his exoskeleton armor. Inside these metal boxes lay radioactive uranium. And not just any uranium or mined from the ground, this was highly refined, high-purity uranium material. This uranium material could be sent directly to the lab for reactor experiments. Compared to uranium ore, it was worth a lot more. These 20 crates of uranium accounted for roughly 30% of White Elephant's national uranium reserves. Now that Jiang Hai had swept them all away, the White Elephant government's top brass would surely be heartbroken enough to spit blood. Of course, Jiang Hai has no need for this uranium. It's all spoils of war for the Huaxia government. And frankly, it's only fair. Earlier, in their bid to seize the uranium mine, the White Elephant not only hijacked a Chinese cruise ship but also slaughtered every Chinese crew member aboard. Now that China has sent troops to raid White Elephant's military base and seize the uranium reserves, it's only payback. Even without Jiang Hai's involvement, the Huaxia military had already planned this operation. This was precisely what He Guangyan and Jiang Hai had discussed last time. And with Jiang Hai now involved, he certainly wouldn't be leaving empty-handed. Nodding to Abdul and the others, Jiang Hai raised a finger and declared, "Deliver this uranium to the location China designates." He then turned his gaze to the nearby warehouses and remarked with a smile, "Now, it's time for our spoils of war." As soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, the others nearby chuckled. Soon, they hauled out over a dozen large boxes from the warehouse. These boxes, however, differed from the previous ones. Their decorations appeared far more elaborate. Jiang Hai casually selected one and flung open its lid. In the next instant, a dazzling radiance flooded the room, making even Jiang Hai's metal visor shimmer. Inside the box lay dozens of diamonds, neatly arranged. "Ha! These stones look pretty nice. You have no idea. These are all natural diamonds worth a fortune. To me, these things are no different from ordinary rocks, just prettier. You bumpkins. Do you have any idea how much this box of stones is worth?" Hearing Abdul and Abbas arguing heatedly beside him, Jiang Hai chuckled too. He closed the box, patted it, and said, "This box alone could fetch at least a few $100 million when sold. Those bastards at White Elephant swindled us out of over $30 million. Taking more than 20 boxes of diamonds from them shouldn't be too much, right?" Jiang Hai chuckled, and Abdul and the others nearby joined in the laughter. Abbas even gave him a thumbs up, grinning, "Not unreasonable. Not unreasonable at all. Perfectly justified. Absolutely justified. Cut the flattery. Quick. Load this stuff up, then blow this place to smithereens." Naturally, this military base contained far more than just uranium ore and diamonds. It was also stockpiled with massive quantities of military weapons. But to Jiang Hai, these weapons were the least valuable items. Since Yan Shidong and his team had already planted the explosives, there was no point in wasting them. "Blow up all these weapons, we can't leave them for the White Elephant." "Got it." Abdul and the others gave a shout, then redoubled their efforts to load everything onto the fighter jet. Fortunately, the fighter jet's cargo hold was spacious enough to accommodate all 40-plus large crates. As for Abdul and his crew, clad in exoskeleton armor, they naturally didn't need to board the fighter jet. The group departed immediately, not forgetting to detonate the explosives within the base before leaving, truly reducing the entire facility to ruins. Jiang Hai, however, had already departed earlier. But he wasn't heading back to Magic City. After parting ways with Abdul and the others, he headed north, advancing toward the border. The exoskeleton armor's flight speed was remarkable. In just over a minute, Jiang Hai had crossed the border of White Elephant and entered the territory of Pakistan on the other side. It should be somewhere around here. System, activate navigation. Flying low, Jiang Hai turned his head to look down and muttered to himself. Soon, the system activated its navigation function. Following the guidance, Jiang Hai located a small hill and landed directly upon it. Stepping out of the exoskeleton, he snapped his fingers backward, and the armor vanished into thin air. Jiang Hai then scanned his surroundings once more before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. "Hello? Yes, it's me. I've arrived." Great. I'll be waiting right here." After hanging up, Jiang Hai found a large rock and plopped down on it without a second thought, not even bothering to wipe it off. He waited for about another half hour. A sudden roar echoed through the air. Jiang Hai stood up and scanned the direction the sound came from. Not far away on the mountain road, a convoy of vehicles was speeding toward him. The vehicles were all painted in camouflage. Turns out they were military off-roaders made in China. However, the drivers were all dark-skinned, not a single Chinese national among them. Chapter 219, Dealing with the Pakistani Iron Brothers. The convoy soon reached the foot of the hillside where Jiang Hai stood. Dozens of men disembarked and immediately scanned their surroundings with alert vigilance. Seeing this, Jiang Hai, who had been standing on the hillside, didn't remain hidden. He waved directly at them and shouted loudly. The shout caused the armed, uniformed men below to clatter their weapons as they all instantly trained their gun barrels up the slope. Fortunately, Jiang Hai didn't make any rash moves. Raising both hands high, he smiled and called out, "I'm Da Hai Wuliang, the one who contacted you." Among the soldiers below, a man wearing large sunglasses waved his hand, signaling the others to lower their guns. He then waved back at Jiang Hai. Seeing this, Jiang Hai nodded with a smile and immediately leaped down the hillside. The slope was only about 3 meters high, and with the physical prowess of his puppet body, Jiang Hai landed without injury. Landing steadily before the group, he looked up to see the soldiers' expressions tense. Jiang Hai shrugged it off with a smile, raised both hands, and addressed the man in the oversized sunglasses. "Mr. Hirosini, hello. Nice to meet you. You may call me Da Hai Wuliang." "Hello, Mr. Boundless Ocean." As the head of logistics for Pakistan's military administration department, Hirosini was one of the few young hawks within the Pakistani military, a genuine representative of the hardline faction. Hirosini had always advocated mobilizing all forces to wage war against Pakistan's age-old enemy, the White Elephant, and to seize the Comer district, which rightfully belongs to Badi. It can be said that even among the hawks, Hirosini's stance is considered quite radical. However, Pakistan's current hard power is indeed insufficient to fulfill Hirosini's ambitions. This is precisely why Hirosini, originally an elite military officer, was reassigned to a logistical department like the Logistics Bureau. After over a year in logistics, Hirosini could no longer endure it. In his view, both the Pakistani military and government were riddled with corruption and stagnation. Without reform, Pakistan would inevitably be defeated by the White Elephant. Thus, for the past several months, Hirosini had been actively seeking an opportunity for change. And right at this moment, the person before him approached him, repeatedly claiming a willingness to provide Pakistan with substantial arms supplies. For most Pakistanis, such an offer would be dismissed as a scam. But Hirosini was no ordinary Pakistani. His every move radiated urgency and ambition. What the other party offered was precisely what Hirosini believed Pakistan needed most: weapons. The people of Pakistan fear neither life nor death. Pakistani soldiers are fierce and passionate. Compared to the White Elephant, what Pakistan lacks is weapons. With sufficient arms, Pakistan will surely defeat the White Elephant. Indeed, Pakistan could even replace the White Elephant to become a major power on Blue Star, instead of remaining a subordinate under China as it does now. Of course, Hirosini harbors no resentment toward China, which has consistently aided Pakistan. So when he saw Jiang Hai's appearance, that of a Chinese man, Hirosini's trust in Jiang Hai deepened further. "We discussed this over the phone earlier. Can you truly meet my requirements?" Hirosini was a straightforward man, not one for beating around the bush. So upon meeting, he cut straight to the point. "Absolutely no problem." Jiang Hai, now well versed in such transactions, smiled and replied, "Your country requires missiles with precision strike capabilities. My recommendation is the Chinese Changjian 10 cruise missile. I'm sure you've heard of its capabilities, Mr. Hirosini?" Hirosini nodded slightly. As part of China's Changjian missile series, the name Changjian 10 cruise missile was naturally familiar to him. Renowned for its precision strike capabilities, it perfectly met the requirements Hirosini had previously outlined to Jiang Hai. Seeing Hirosini's nod, Jiang Hai smiled again and said, "Since Mr. Hirosini is already familiar with it, I won't waste any more words. Our company is offering the Changjian 10 cruise missile at 45 million Chinese yuan per unit. Mr. Hirosini, how many would you require? 45 million Huaxia currency?" Hirosini paused, taken aback. This price was not exorbitant. China has never expressed any intention to sell the Changjian 10 cruise missile abroad, so there was no established price for this missile before. However, one could estimate based on comparable missiles of the same class. Jiang Hai's offer of 45 million Huaxia currency was actually quite reasonable. After all, this was a cruise missile, not your average missile. A single Sidewinder missile cost around 5 million, so paying 10 times that for a powerful cruise missile was perfectly reasonable. Therefore, upon hearing Jiang Hai's offer, Hirosini was undoubtedly tempted. But Hirosini didn't respond immediately. After all, the other party's identity hadn't been verified yet. It wasn't possible to simply strike a deal like that. What if he was dealing with a fraud? As if reading Hirosini's hesitation, Jiang Hai offered a reassuring smile. "Mr. Hirosini, rest assured, integrity is our foremost principle. We can ship the goods first, then collect payment. We'll deliver the goods to your location first. Once you confirm everything is in order, we'll collect payment. Of course, we also expect your company to uphold integrity. Otherwise, we have ways to collect what is rightfully ours." "Deliver first?" Jiang Hai's words left Hirosini momentarily stunned. He had dealt in arms before, but never heard of delivering goods first, letting the buyer inspect them, and then collecting payment. Wasn't it usually cash on delivery? But then again, if that were the case, there really would be no need to worry about being cheated on our end. So, could they really give it a try? If we succeed, we'll secure a batch of quality equipment for our Pakistani brothers, bolstering their military strength. If the deal falls through, we won't lose anything. After much deliberation, Hirosini no longer hesitated. Clenching his teeth, he nodded and said, "All right. I agree to the deal. On my end, I'm prepared to purchase 10 units. No problem." Jiang Hai smiled. 10 missiles meant a transaction worth 450 million huaxia currency. Jiang Hai's commission would amount to 45 million huaxia currency. To be honest, a deal of this scale was no longer something Jiang Hai paid much attention to. But the moment the deal was sealed, a smile still spread across his face. Because this deal with Pakistan wasn't about making money off them, it was all about this specific transaction. He had arrived using the system's auxiliary function, teleporting directly from his own apartment in Magic City. But using the system's teleportation function without completing a transaction would incur punishment. The last time he'd been penalized, the system had fined him a staggering 200 billion huaxia currency. While that 200 billion yuan penalty was nothing to the current Jiang Hai. But getting fined out of the blue still stings. Jiang Hai had been heartbroken for a very, very long time. Chapter 220, Exploring a New Planet. The system alert sounded, signaling the completion of this transaction. Next came the tasks of delivering the goods and collecting payment. Since Jiang Hai's use of the teleportation function didn't constitute a violation this time, he could return home with peace of mind. "Mr. Holosini, we're delighted to have completed this transaction. Please await our company's delivery of your goods. We kindly request your prompt inspection upon receipt." Jiang Hai had no intention of personally delivering the goods. Family had mentioned earlier that she had established branch offices worldwide, and Elan, the capital of Pakistan, happened to have one. Jiang Hai would simply teleport the goods to that branch's warehouse, allowing the recipient to pick them up directly. He had kept this information hidden all along, primarily to avoid exposing his identity. But at this point, most of those who needed to know his identity already did. Therefore, he decided to come clean. As long as the secret of his system remained undiscovered, it didn't matter if others learned about other matters. The primary reason was that the current Jiang Hai possessed sufficient self-preservation capabilities. Desolate. That was the first impression this planet gave Jiang Hai. Unlike the previous two planets, Jiang Hai now stood amidst a vast, boundless grassland. The wild grass beneath his feet grew waist-high, an unknown species, certainly unseen on Blue Star. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding landscape was blanketed in this pale blue grass, stretching all the way to the horizon. Jiang Hai had encountered such boundless vistas before on Binaxing. However, Binaxing was shrouded in perpetual night, surrounded by endless desert. In contrast, the vast stretches of blue grass bathed in sunlight before him now radiated vitality, lifting Jiang Hai's spirits considerably. For this interstellar trade, Jiang Hai skipped Bennu Star and Xinjiale Buka Star, opting instead for a new trade route. Due to recent events, he had missed 3 consecutive interstellar trade sessions, so he wanted to explore a new planet. This planet seemed quite promising. Jiang Hai couldn't help but mutter to himself. With his prior experience, he didn't feel overwhelmed by the vast, boundless environment. He picked a random direction, summoned his exoskeleton mech, and flew off. Clearly, this grassland was no smaller than the desert on Binaxing. Even at the exoskeleton suit's top speed, it took over an hour of continuous flight before Jiang Hai could even glimpse the grassland's edge. Consider this, on Blue Star, an hour of flight in an exoskeleton suit would easily be enough to circle the entire equator. This alone proved that this planet was vastly larger than Blue Star. Of course, this wasn't particularly surprising. Earlier, Jiang Hai had crammed a great deal of astronomical knowledge. Blue Star's size was indeed minuscule in the vastness of the cosmos. Calling it a grain of sand would be no exaggeration. Thus, the planets Jiang Hai encountered during his first 2 interstellar exchanges were both vastly larger than Blue Star. And this planet was even more colossal. Whoosh! As Jiang Hai flew along, his mind wandering freely, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. It snapped him back to attention, and he instinctively darted his body to the side. In the next instant, a dark shadow streaked past him, grazing his body. A javelin? Actually, the shadow wasn't moving particularly fast, so Jiang Hai immediately recognized it as nothing more than a crudely made javelin. The spear whizzed past him, soaring skyward before tracing an arc and plummeting back down. Jiang Hai frowned, peering down in the direction the spear had come from. Below lay the same vast blue grassland, but among the tall wild grasses, Jiang Hai finally spotted something different. It was some sort of humanoid creature? Its form bore some resemblance to a human: 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso topped by a round head. But instead of human features, the head was blank, completely featureless. The creature wore no clothing whatsoever, its skin a pale blue color that blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding grasses. Had it not been for that javelin, Jiang Hai might never have noticed its presence among the grasses. Is this the native species of this planet? Seemed a bit primitive, didn't it? Jiang Hai frowned, his expression turning grim. Jiang Hai hadn't come to this planet for leisure, but to conduct trade. And to maximize his profits, the more advanced the trading civilization, the better. What could he possibly trade with a civilization that hadn't even reached the stage of civilization? Stone knives? Stone axes? The creature below seemed dissatisfied that it couldn't harm Jiang Hai, but lacking vocal organs, it could only express its frustration by bouncing up and down, flailing its limbs wildly. Jiang Hai hovered his exoskeleton suit in the air for a moment. Finding no other creatures nearby, he landed directly on the grassland. The creature clearly hadn't expected Jiang Hai to land. Moments ago, it had been angrily hopping about, but now it suddenly became excited. It began jumping and spinning in circles, then swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it directly at Jiang Hai. Clang! The stone struck Jiang Hai's body, producing a crisp sound against the exoskeleton armor. Jiang Hai didn't even bother to dodge. Glancing down at the stone lying on the ground, he noted the creature possessed considerable strength, yet it hadn't surpassed human physical capabilities. No advanced civilization. No mastery of sophisticated technology. No superhuman physical prowess. Clearly, this creature posed no threat whatsoever to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai raised his hand and beckoned to the creature, silently thinking, "System, it doesn't even have a mouth. Does that mean it can't speak? Does that mean I can't communicate with it through language either?" Previously, when encountering intelligent alien species, the system would swiftly analyze their language, ensuring smooth communication between Jiang Hai and them. But now, this creature seemed incapable of speech. What other means could the system possibly use to communicate? Ding! Scanning the creature. Scan complete. This organism emits ultrasonic waves invisible to the naked eye. Preliminary analysis indicates this serves as the species' method of communication and environmental observation. Invisible sound waves? Jiang Hai paused. So this creature is somewhat like Earth's bats? This ability does bear some resemblance to the small fleshy protuberance on Galabuka aliens' heads, but it's far more absolute. After all, Galibians can still speak, whereas this creature is completely mute. Jiang Hai quickly grasped the system's meaning, growing increasingly curious about the humanoid creatures before him. Seeing that their attacks had no effect whatsoever on Jiang Hai, they reacted with visible shock and confusion. Crawling on the ground, its upper body alternately rising and lowering, it tilted its head as if observing Jiang Hai. Chapter 221, Too Terrifying. Quite interesting. Like a dog. Jiang Hai tilted his head to observe the other person, amused by their actions. Jiang Hai was fully enclosed in his mecha suit, so his smile should have been hidden behind the visor. Yet the creature seemed to catch sight of his smile, suddenly growing furious. Pushing off the ground with both hands and feet, it lunged directly at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai reacted swiftly, grabbing the creature by the neck with one hand while seizing its arm with the other. He then swung it forcefully. The creature was flung hundreds of meters away. Jiang Hai was now clad in an exoskeleton mech suit, and the force in his hands was no joke. And this was Jiang Hai holding back, sparing the creature's life. After flinging the creature away, Jiang Hai activated his exoskeleton and gave chase. This creature was the first lifeform Jiang Hai had encountered on this planet, and he wasn't about to give up so easily. Soon, Jiang Hai soared above the creature. The creature was clearly badly injured from the previous blow, writhing on the ground but unable to rise. Jiang Hai didn't descend but hovered in midair, tilting his head to continue observing the creature. Its physical prowess wasn't exceptionally high, but it seemed comparable to the top tier of human athletes. Its skin appeared exceptionally coarse and thick despite the hard fall, not a single scratch marred its surface. Ding! Host, please be advised, this creature is emitting intense sonic waves. This sound wave poses no threat to the host. However, its propagation range has expanded 83-fold. Intense sonic waves? Seeing it lying in the grass, struggling to rise while shaking its head incessantly, Jiang Hai froze for a moment before quickly realizing the expanded range of the sound waves it's trying to call for backup. So there must still be its companions nearby? But Jiang Hai wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid of any number of these primitive, uncivilized creatures. The reason he hadn't removed his exoskeleton armor all this time was precisely to guard against this. He was actually somewhat curious what kind of creatures would this group be? Ding! Host, please be advised, a large number of creatures are approaching. Host, please be advised, hostile entities detected approaching in large numbers. The system's sudden alert startled Jiang Hai, who immediately activated the hostility detection function. The virtual screen before him instantly filled with a dense swarm of tiny red dots. These dots represented hostility toward Jiang Hai. A quick glance revealed at least 1,000 of them. Moreover, the number of dots kept increasing at an alarming rate. Holy! Had he stirred up a hornet's nest? Jiang Hai wasn't afraid. He lifted his head to glance at the distance. Across the vast, boundless grassland, the pale blue grasses were violently shaking. The rustling sounds echoed in waves, even giving Jiang Hai an inexplicable sense of oppression. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hai decisively piloted his mech upward again, soaring to a height of 200 to 300 meters. He immediately activated the hostility detection function. The next moment, Jiang Hai couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The entire screen was now filled with tiny red dots. It looked like an entire screen of red. Instinctively glancing downward, Jiang Hai's eyes involuntarily twitched. Amidst the wild grass, blue-skinned humanoid creatures gathered, all lifting their heads in unison, gazing directly at Jiang Hai. Though none possessed eyes, Jiang Hai still felt as if countless gazes were fixed upon him, an uncomfortable prickling sensation like needles piercing his skin. There must be tens of thousands of them, damn it! No! It could easily be hundreds of thousands. The crucial thing was, their numbers kept growing. And the growth rate showed no sign of slowing. Jiang Hai's gaze swept from the lower levels toward the distant horizon. The dense sea of faceless, featureless faces made every hair on his body stand on end. Even knowing they couldn't harm him, Jiang Hai felt an uncontrollable panic rising within him. This ING thing is terrifying. System. I need to go back. Get me out of here now. Those creatures seemed to know they couldn't harm Jiang Hai, yet they stared at him with such intensity that he couldn't take it anymore. He shouted the command directly in his mind to the system. Transferring. Please wait, host. The system's prompt sounded. Moments later, Jiang Hai vanished with a pop, disappearing into thin air. Yet the creatures below didn't disperse after his sudden vanishing. They remained frozen, heads tilted upward, fixed on the spot where Jiang Hai had just been. Over 10 minutes passed like this. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound filled the air above the grasslands. It was like the howl of wind, the murmur of flowing water, or the whisper of some unseen presence. As the sound spread and filled the air, the humanoid creatures one by one lowered their heads, arms crossed over their chests. Whoosh! One creature's body suddenly sank downward, disappearing entirely into the earth. Whoosh! 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 One after another, more and more creatures vanished into the earth, triggering a domino effect like a chain reaction. In the blink of an eye, the dense swarm of creatures vanished entirely. The grassland returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Holy! Jiang Hai leaped off the bed, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The encounter on that new planet still left him trembling with fear. System, this new planet definitely has no trading value. Why did you teleport me to such a place? After catching his breath, Jiang Hai immediately began complaining to the system. The system provides interstellar trade channels for the host. Destinations are entirely random. The system assumes no responsibility for the destination. The system's cold, impersonal explanation left Jiang Hai momentarily speechless. After a long silence, Jiang Hai voiced another complaint to the system. System, this planet is basically useless. We can't just waste this trade channel, can we? How about you switch me to another planet? The thought of this trade route becoming unusable pained Jiang Hai. It had cost him a staggering 100 billion huaxia coins. And according to the system, rebuilding a new trade route would cost another 100 quadrillion huaxia coins. While he was quite wealthy now, the thought of squandering a trade route like this still stung. Host, please note, once an interstellar trade channel is bound to a destination, it cannot be altered. The system had indeed stated this before, and it showed no intention of changing its stance. Jiang Hai could only swallow this bitter pill. He pursed his lips, thoroughly displeased yet powerless to do anything about it. Trying to reason with the system was a waste of breath. Jiang Hai had tested that long ago. Still clammy from the earlier scare, Jiang Hai decided to take a quick shower. The moment he finished dressing, his phone rang. Jiang Hai glanced at the caller ID and his expression immediately turned peculiar. Chapter 222, Huaxia wants to make a deal. Zhang Jing. The matchmaker, old Master Yu, had arranged this blind date for him. But clearly, neither of them had taken a liking to the other, disappointing old Yu's kind intentions. Later, Jiang Hai had several encounters with Zhang Jing, but they were all strictly business-related. What troubled Jiang Hai most was that every time he interacted with Zhang Jing, it never seemed to be about anything good. So when Zhang Jing suddenly called now, Jiang Hai couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that trouble was knocking at his door. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Major Zhang, what is it this time? Jiang Hai wasn't inclined to give Zhang Jing any face, and his tone was decidedly unfriendly. Zhang Jing on the other end of the line clearly hadn't expected Jiang Hai to take this attitude toward her, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. Jiang Hai frowned and waited for a moment, growing impatient. Major Zhang Jing? If you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up now. Or, once you've figured out how to broach the subject, give me a call back. Wait a minute. Seeing Jiang Hai about to hang up, Major Zhang Jing finally snapped out of it and hurriedly called out to him. Jiang Hai stared at the phone with obvious irritation, resisting the urge to hang up immediately before bringing it back to his ear. Major Zhang Jing, have you figured out what you want to tell me? Jiang Hai's tone was dripping with impatience. Zhang Jing was undeniably beautiful. Most men would naturally be more patient with a woman of her looks. But Jiang Hai was no ordinary man. If we're talking about beauty, Aisha was certainly no less stunning than Zhang Jing. fondly could also hold her own against Jiang Jing. Thus, Jiang Hai had become rather spoiled, developing a certain immunity to Jiang Jing's beauty. Jiang Jing took a deep breath, composed herself, and said, "Mr. Jiang, this time, I'm calling you on behalf of the military." HM? Jiang Jing's words didn't surprise Jiang Hai. After all, he and Jiang Jing had no special personal connection. She had no reason to call him for personal matters. Therefore, her call must be regarding official business. "Mr. Jiang, I hear your friend has developed a type of exoskeleton armor." The moment he heard this, Jiang Hai knew it was Yin Qidong, the man from the White Elephant mission who had reported his exoskeleton mech suit to the Huaxia military. Jiang Hai didn't mind. He was in the arms trade, after all. It was perfectly normal for clients to inquire about products. X0181 Single Soldier Combat Exoskeleton. 1 unit, 388.8 trillion Huaxia currency. Jiang Hai didn't beat around the bush, he quoted the price straight up. Frankly, he didn't believe China would be willing to shell out the money for this exoskeleton suit. Perhaps China could scrape together the funds, but it simply wasn't worth it. Sure enough, the moment Jiang Hai announced the price, silence fell on the other end of the line. Jiang Hai could even hear Jiang Jing's breathing grow noticeably heavier. This actually piqued Jiang Hai's curiosity. In his memory, Jiang Jing always wore a cold expression, as icy as a block of ice. He wondered what this ice cube looked like when she was so angry she was gasping for breath. A full 30 seconds passed before Jiang Jing spoke again. To Jiang Hai's surprise, Jiang Jing didn't haggle over the price. Instead, she said in a flat tone, "Besides that mech suit, there's also that hypersonic fighter jet. The one you sold to Bosch earlier." "Oh. The XC-198 new fighter jet. Price, 500 trillion yuan. Jiang Hai quoted the price just as bluntly. This time, however, Jiang Jing didn't hesitate. She immediately replied, "No problem. We'd like to place an order for 2. Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wow. Back in the day, Bosch emptied his entire national treasury just to buy a single fighter jet. And here China comes in with 2 units right off the bat, truly a superpower worthy of its name. Now that's what you call a real big spender. Compared to that fake big spender Salam, he's nothing but a small fry." So Jiang Hai's earlier guess wasn't wrong. China isn't incapable of buying exoskeleton mechs. After all, they've already purchased fighter jets that cost more than exoskeleton mechs. The reason they'd rather spend extra on fighter jets is simply because China deems spending too much on exoskeleton suits uneconomical. Exoskeleton armor is individual soldier equipment. For a nation's military strength, its impact is undoubtedly less significant than fighter jets. "No problem. Just give me a delivery address, and I'll have a colleague drop it off sometime. Pay after you've inspected it." "All right." Perhaps having learned Jiang Hai's business practices from Zhang Qinghua, Jiang Jing didn't waste words. She simply replied with a curt okay before snapping the phone shut. Moments later, Jiang Hai's phone received a text message containing an address in the far northwest. Jiang Hai smiled faintly but felt no urgency to deliver the goods. After all, the buyer in China certainly wasn't in a hurry. A couple more days wouldn't matter. This sudden deal instantly lifted Jiang Hai's previously sour mood considerably. Recalling the newly explored planet, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lip. That new planet was definitely off limits for further exploration. Next time, he'd stick to trading on New Galika. "Hey sis, that idiot's back again. Apple City, Brooks District." After the attack by the NACOM organization last time, there was no way they could stay in that apartment building anymore. Aisha and the others had outright purchased another building to serve as both their residence and office space. Bird Aiding knocked on the door and entered Aisha's office, frowning as he addressed her. "Should we just beat the crap out of him?" Aisha, who had been processing documents at her desk, looked up. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing an expression of helplessness. She remained silent, tilting her head as if genuinely considering Bodedon's suggestion. Moments later, however, she gently shook her head and said, "After all, it's the Lockheed family. We can't openly sever ties with them. Let him in. I'll handle it." Berdating was somewhat dissatisfied with Aisha's decision, but he wouldn't defy her. He could only curl his lips in displeasure, shake his head, and leave. Moments later, he returned with a sullen look. Behind him stood a young man with an upright posture, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. None other than the current head of the Lockheed family, Marshburn Lockheed. Miss Ebony. Entering the office, Marshburn couldn't wait for Bird Aiding to leave before stepping forward eagerly, a bouquet of flowers in hand and a radiant smile on his face. "You look as beautiful today as ever. I'm delighted you agreed to meet with me." To Bird Aiding, Marshburn's actions were an affront to Aisha, instantly infuriating him. His eyes widened, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw a punch. But Aisha saw this and immediately shot him a look, giving him a silent warning. Bird Aiding dared not defy Aisha, so he could only back down. Muttering a few Palestinian curses under his breath, he stormed off in a huff. Chapter 223, The Ambush. "Miss Ebony. This is Mr. Mashburn. I thought I made myself perfectly clear earlier." Mashburn approached Aisha's desk, but before he could finish, she cut him off with a stern expression. It's impossible between us. As you can see, I am a Palestinian. And you, a Jew. There can only be hatred between us, never love. Aisha spoke with utter conviction, as if stating an immutable truth. The smile on Mashburn's face slowly froze, but he forced a faint smile and said, That's not necessarily true, Miss Ebony. You should know that my mother. Of course I know your mother was a Palestinian. But I also know that your mother was deceived by the Jews into giving up all her possessions, forcing her to marry your father. Aisha showed no regard for Mashburn's dignity, tearing away the bloody veil of pretense right before his eyes. Mashburn could no longer control his expression. The smile vanished completely from his face, replaced by a grim, ashen pallor. Gritting his teeth, Mashburn's eyes gleamed with malice as he stared straight at Aisha. Aisha, however, showed no fear whatsoever. She didn't even bother to acknowledge the people outside, holding her head high as she locked eyes with Mashburn. They held this standoff for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, Mashburn's expression collapsed. The venom and chill that had filled his eyes moments before dissolved into helplessness and bitterness. My apologies, Miss Ebony. I was terribly rude just now. It's nothing. I'm not surprised at all. After all, you are a Jew. Aisha's attitude remained unchanged despite Mashburn's apology. She despised the Jews with a passion. If not for considering Jiang Hai's arrangements here, she would have loved to pull out a sniper rifle and blow Mashburn's head off. As if reading the hatred in Aisha's eyes, Mashburn's expression shifted several times before finally collapsing as if drained of all strength. His once sturdy frame instantly collapsed, his entire being radiating utter defeat. I understand. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you these past days. Goodbye. Goodbye. The moment Mashburn uttered his farewell, Aisha shot back, as if she couldn't wait to see him gone. Mashburn watched Aisha, who had merely acknowledged his departure before immediately lowering her head to resume her work. His face betrayed an indescribable disappointment. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. Finally, he gritted his teeth and left. Outside the building, a luxury stretch Lincoln limousine was parked by the roadside, surrounded by dozens of burly men in black suits. As soon as Mashburn emerged, they swarmed around him. One of them bowed respectfully. Sir. Let's go back. Mashburn's face had already regained its usual haughtiness and coldness. He gave a frosty snort and continued walking toward the car door. The others dared not utter another word, merely following closely behind. V-room. The urgent roar of an engine grew louder as it approached, echoing down the entire street. Mashburn and his bodyguards all instinctively turned their heads toward the source of the sound. A black motorcycle was speeding toward them. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 meters away. Oh no! Protect the boss. Sir, get in the car. Mashburn's bodyguards immediately sensed danger and reacted instantly. Some spun around, reaching for their guns. Others frantically shoved Marsh into the vehicle. The next instant, the motorcycle, unabated in its speed, slammed straight into Mashburn and his group. The bodyguards threw their bodies in front of Marsh to shield him, but how could human bodies withstand the impact of a motorcycle charging at full speed? With a thunderous crash, 4 or 5 burly men were sent flying. The motorcycle fared no better, crashing with a thunderous bang into the Lincoln. The already open door was completely wrecked. Mashburn, who had been pushed into the car first, watched the scene unfold with terror etched across his face. On the motorcycle, the rider clad in black riding gear and a black helmet swiveled his head to glance at Mashburn. The next moment, he suddenly twisted the motorcycle's handlebars with force. Boom! A massive fireball shot skyward. The motorcycle and Lincoln were instantly engulfed in flames. The powerful shockwave shattered windows in buildings lining the road, even affecting dozens of floors in the adjacent skyscraper. Aisha, who was working at her desk upstairs, was startled by this sudden commotion. Fortunately, her desk was positioned some distance from the window, and the shattered glass didn't injure her at all. Big sis. Are you okay? Several Balhar warriors rushed in upon hearing the commotion, startled by the chaos inside the office. Aisha, however, seemed unfazed. She remained seated steadily at her desk, glanced at the window now devoid of glass, then looked at her companions. Looks like we're moving again. So, the head of the Lockheed family was assassinated on our turf? The Lockheed family is convinced we did it and is now going crazy trying to get revenge? After hearing Aisha's call, Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. Mashburn isn't dead, just critically injured and still unconscious. Aisha quickly added an explanation before continuing, but the Lockheed family is taking an extremely hardline stance now. They've destroyed the entire supply chain we worked so hard to establish. The Lockheed family has even sent people to attack us several times. Are you all okay? A cold glint immediately flashed in Jiang Hai's eyes. We're fine. Their attacks can't hurt us. Don't worry. Right. Since the Lockheed family wants to burn bridges, we don't need to hold back either. Ha? Boss, you mean we should take direct action against the Lockheed family? Of course. Why should they be the only ones allowed to attack us? We can't fight back? That's not how the world works.
Jiang Hai never held any goodwill toward Lockheed Corporation.
He hadn't forgotten the Hispani incident. He just hadn't wanted to resort to such crude, direct methods before. Now that Lockheed Corporation itself has broken the rules, it's no longer bound by them either.
You've been in Apple City for quite some time now. I recall telling you back then to investigate the Lockheed family's intelligence.
How's it going? Should have some results by now, right?
The reason he sent Aisha and the others to Apple City was precisely to deal with the Lockheed family. That's why, from the very beginning, Jiang Hai had instructed Aisha. Aisha paused briefly, as if processing Jiang Hai's words. Soon, Aisha's laughter rang out through the phone receiver.
Got it. Boss, rest assured we've got the rest covered. Chapter 224, almost fell into the trap. Basha's forces have breached northern Judea.
Facing Basha's fierce assault, Judah, now deprived of the threat posed by Big Ivan, found itself in dire straits.
Judah has submitted an aid request to the UN General Assembly, hoping it will halt Basha's invasion. The UN convened an emergency meeting of member state representatives. The outcome remains uncertain.
White Elephant and Pakistan have erupted into intense military clashes in the Kashmir region. This marks the 23rd military clash between the two nations in the region this year. Simultaneously, it represents the most severe military clash between the two nations in 3 years. It is reported that Pakistan deployed a new type of cruise missile to strike multiple military outposts within White Elephant territory.
Caught completely off guard by Pakistan's attack, White Elephant has mobilized forces to prepare for retaliation.
Both nations have amassed over 100,000 troops stationed in the Kamo region.
A large-scale war could erupt at any moment.
The Footbasin government has continued its crackdown on the extremist group Footbasin National Rights Independence Association in recent months.
However, reliable intelligence indicates the group shows signs of resurgence following government crackdowns.
Former Footbasin Security Council Chief Sanjiro Murakami now serves as the group's new leader.
Murakami Sanshiro is currently in exile abroad, but his followers within the country continue to operate covertly under his direction.
Reports indicate several recent murders within the country are linked to this individual. The Footbasin government has issued an international arrest warrant, designating him as an extreme anti-government terrorist.
President Praval of the Hispani exile government was found dead yesterday in a bathtub at an apartment in Manhattan, Apple City.
The cause of death has not yet been disclosed.
Apple City police have preliminarily classified the case as murder. Snap.
Jiang Hai casually turned off the TV and took a bite of his apple with a look of frustration on his face.
This news program was truly unbearable.
Most of the international news was about him, making Jiang Hai feel utterly uncomfortable all over. Especially with someone beside him, watching him with a peculiar smile.
Mr. Liu, what brings you here today?
Unable to endure Lu Guoqiang's peculiar grin any longer, Jiang Hai decided to take the initiative and speak first. Lu Guoqiang, chairman of Bali Group, smiled and replied, "It's been too long since we last chatted, Chairman Jiang. I happen to have some free time today, so I came to catch up with you and deepen our relationship.
Strengthen my ass." For some reason, ever since first laying eyes on Lu Guoqiang, Jiang Hai had harbored an inexplicable dislike for him.
Jiang Hai muttered this complaint inwardly, but outwardly he maintained a cheerful smile. "Mr. Liu, you're a busy man with 1,000 things to attend to every day.
Unlike this idle fellow, I'm certainly not sitting around with nothing to do."
Whether it was an illusion or not, Jiang Hai couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Guoqiang was a hollow man. But Jiang Hai couldn't afford to burn bridges with the other party, so he could only offer a few perfunctory compliments while inwardly wishing the guy would just leave already.
Lu Guoqiang seemed completely oblivious to Jiang Hai's insincerity, still smiling broadly as he said, "Mr. Jiang, haven't you been to the club lately?" "Heh, I've been feeling lazy lately, can't be bothered to move."
Jiang Hai replied casually. He really hadn't been to the club in a long time. Mainly because he'd been busy lately, especially after encountering an ambush at the club last time, which made him somewhat doubt its security.
Of course, he had no intention of sharing these concerns with Lu Guoqiang.
"Heh, I know Mr. Jiang's been swamped lately."
"Oh?
Then Mr. Liu really is well informed.
I don't even know what I've been busy with lately."
"I heard Mr. Jiang sold 2 fighter jets to the state recently."
"Must have made a killing, right?" Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Guoqiang. Considering Lu Guoqiang's position, it wasn't surprising he knew about it.
Jiang Hai chuckled.
"Not bad. Serving the nation, after all." Jiang Hai's non-committal response was even more dismissive, leaving Lu Guoqiang momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew awkward.
By all accounts, given Lu Guoqiang's standing, Jiang Hai's attitude should have prompted him to either lose his temper immediately or simply rise and take his leave. But Lu Guoqiang forced himself to endure it. Maintaining his smile, he said, "Mr. Jiang, your company truly has remarkable capabilities. I've heard that globally, only Bosch possesses 1 fighter jet of this model. Now that the country has acquired 2 from you, Mr. Jiang, this is truly a monumental achievement for our nation."
"Oh, come off it. What great service. I got paid for it. Jiang Hai brushed off his flattery with a casual wave of his hand. He was eager to see what Lu Guoqiang was really up to. I also heard that the country wanted to buy something else at the time, but the price was just too steep, so the deal fell through? What could that have been? Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow. Though the other man hadn't slipped up in his words, Jiang Hai's keen senses had picked up on something. Lu Guoqiang's true purpose for coming here today had been exposed. Oh, that thing. Just a trivial little trinket. I agree it's all flash and no substance. The government was wise not to buy it. Lu Guoqiang's lips twitched slightly, then broke into a hearty smile. General Manager Jiang is too modest. I'd say every single thing coming out of your place is top-notch. Take your recent deal with Pakistan, for instance. Mr. Jiang actually pulled out the Longjin 10, truly impressive. As he spoke, Lu Guoqiang gave Jiang Hai a thumbs up. Changjian 10. Jiang Hai's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly smiled and said, actually, it wasn't a genuine Changjian 10, just a replica. Our RD team really delivered. Jiang Hai casually dismissed it as a replica, skillfully sidestepping the potential controversy. The Longsword 10? That's a classified weapon developed by China. If it were sold by a state-owned arms manufacturer like the Nuclear Industry Group or Boasting Group, that would be understandable. But how did Jiang Hai come up with the Longsword 10? And to think they're actually selling it. Such actions would be a gross violation of national security. Even calling it theft of state secrets would be an understatement. At worst, it could land Jiang Hai a charge of treason. Jiang Hai was quick on his feet, bluffing his way out by claiming it was a replica. At the same time, Jiang Hai's guard against Lu Guoqiang went up by a full 12 points. This guy was truly cunning and devious, whether intentionally or not. He dug such a deep hole for Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai's response was flawless, and Lu Guoqiang showed no sign of disappointment. Or perhaps he never intended to use this against Jiang Hai in the first place. So it was a replica. Impressive. To replicate even the Changjian 10, the RD team at Jiang's company, is truly remarkable. If we ever get the chance, our two companies should really exchange ideas and learn from each other. Ha! Definitely. Definitely. There will be an opportunity. There will be an opportunity. Chapter 225, Yalu. After a few more awkward exchanges, Lu Guoqiang finally departed. Once Lu Guoqiang was gone, Jiang Hai sank back into the sofa and let out a long sigh. His expression turned slightly peculiar. This was the trouble of being out in the open. Before, at most, people would secretly monitor him. Now, more and more were openly causing trouble. Lu Guoqiang wouldn't be the first, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. It seemed he'd have to get used to this going forward. Jiang Hai muttered to himself. The words had barely left his lips when he suddenly jerked his head up. Just moments ago, he sensed an inexplicable movement in the room. But when he looked around, he found nothing unusual. Was he imagining things? Meanwhile, Lu Guoqiang, who had just left Jiang Hai's home, was already seated in his car. The cheerful expression that had been on Lu Guoqiang's face moments ago in front of Jiang Hai instantly turned grim. How could he not see through Jiang Hai's insincere pretense? Gritting his teeth, Lu Guoqiang felt utterly displeased. What was this Jiang Hai anyway? He was nothing but a lowly commoner who'd stumbled into fortune. If not for that mysterious arms organization taking a shine to him, what right did he have to put on airs in front of me? Sooner or later, I'll take everything this lowlife possesses. It's mine. All of it is mine. Lu Guoqiang clenched his teeth in fury, his hands balled into tight fists. Mr. Lu, where should we go now? Seeing Lu Guoqiang's face turn ashen, the driver sitting up front couldn't help but swallow hard and cautiously asked. Back to the company first. Ah, yes. The driver nodded frantically, then dared not glance at Lu Guoliang again, focusing solely on driving. Lu Guoqiang pretended not to notice the driver's reaction. He was accustomed to having his employees fear him, as this allowed him to savor the preciousness of power. As the car exited the underground parking garage, Lu Guoqiang slowly closed his eyes, preparing for a brief rest. Whoosh! Ha! Lu Guoqiang's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowing slightly as he turned to the driver in front. Old Wang, what did you just say? Ha! Mr. Lu, I didn't say anything? You didn't say anything? That voice just now definitely didn't sound like old Wang's. And knowing his driver's personality, Lu Guoqiang was certain old Wang would never dare to play tricks in front of him. So it must have been a sound from outside the car? Lu Guoqiang quickly turned his head to glance at the window. All four windows were tightly shut. Luxury cars like this had excellent soundproofing. Unless someone was honking loudly outside, no noise could penetrate the cabin. Then what was it? A misperception? An auditory hallucination? Who? Lu Guoqiang nearly jumped out of his seat, his face frozen in shock as he scanned the surroundings. His reaction startled the driver, old Wang, who nearly veered the car into the median strip. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? Lu Guoqiang kept glancing around nervously, but he still raised his hand, waved at old Wang, and shouted, "Just drive properly. Mind your own business." Ha? Ah. Okay. Old Wang froze again for a moment, then nodded repeatedly and truly focused on driving. Lu Guoqiang kept looking left and right, as if searching for something. But the car was just this size. He searched and searched, but found nothing. Fulu Road Construction. Ah, Asha. The voice echoed in Lu Guoqiang's ears once more. No. To be precise, it echoed inside Lu Guoqiang's head. This time, Lu Guoqiang didn't shout back. Instead, he sat still in his seat, silently repeating a phrase in his mind. Who are you? Halogen freakin' still. I'm right here, ha. Gurgle gurgle. I'm right here, you big brother. Strange sounds began to slowly fill Lu Guoqiang's mind. This time, Lu Guoqiang didn't rush to interrupt the other person, he patiently listened. Gradually, the sounds became clearer, and he could make out a few words. The more Lu Guoqiang listened, the more it felt like the other person was slowly learning to speak. Don't rush. Say it one word at a time. I should be able to understand. I am inside your body. As if understanding Lu Guoqiang's intent, the voice indeed continued, expressing its meaning in an extremely slow cadence. But the meaning sent another shiver down Lu Guoqiang's spine. Inside my body? What does that mean? Am I possessed by a ghost? Who exactly are you? I am Yalu. Yalu? What is that? Lu Guoqiang froze for a moment, dreading an answer like I died horribly. The name Yalu clearly referred to a person, but Lu Guoqiang had no idea what it meant. I do not come from your world. I want to go home. You can help me. Yalu's voice grew increasingly fluent, yet its tone still carried an ancient, deliberate cadence. Lu Guoqiang frowned, trying to make sense of the words. You say you're not from my world? You're from another world? I come from another planet. Another planet? You mean, you're an alien? Lu Guoqiang began to piece things together, his excitement growing. An alien and one who needed his help. Or perhaps he could gain some advantage by relying on this alien? But Lu Guoqiang didn't rush. He forced himself to appear friendly. You want to return to your own planet. Where is your planet? How can I help you? I want to go home. Can you help me? So how exactly can I help you? I want to go home. You can help me. Lu Guoqiang nearly blurted out a curse. This Yalu seems a bit mentally challenged. Could he be some kind of mentally challenged alien? Could this thing really bring him any benefits? Lu Guoqiang was a pragmatist, he had no saintly compassion. If there's no payoff, he's not going to help some alien get home. Does he really think he's that kid from E.T.? I want to go home. You have to help me. If you help me, I'll grant your wish. Get rid of Jiang Hai. Yalu's voice suddenly became incredibly smooth, yet even more forceful. A deafening roar echoed in Lu Guoqiang's mind, making his head feel like it was about to explode. The next moment, Lu Guoqiang was left utterly speechless. What did the alien just say? Eliminate Jiang Hai? Why eliminate Jiang Hai? How did the alien even know about Jiang Hai? A barrage of questions erupted in Lu Guoqiang's mind. Jiang Hai is the obstacle to my return home. He is also your enemy. If you don't eliminate Jiang Hai, everyone on your planet will be enslaved by him. Yalu's voice echoed relentlessly in Lu Guoqiang's mind, like the whisper of a demon. Gradually, Lu Guoqiang released his hands from covering his head, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. I'll help you eliminate Jiang Hai. Chapter 226, Marshburn's Revenge. Kill me, and you'll become the head of the Lockheed family? Old John, I must say, your thinking is truly childish. With half his face swathed in bandages, Marshburn stared intently at the old man before him with his single exposed eye. The old man hung from a rope in the room's center, his body covered in wounds. A dim incandescent bulb swayed above his head, casting an eerie, unsettling light that permeated the entire room. The old man didn't respond to Marshburn's words, or perhaps he simply lacked the strength to answer. But Mashburn no longer cared, for he had already uncovered the truth. This old man before him was, strictly speaking, Marshburn's grandfather, the cousin of Reuben Lockheed. And over a month ago, this very man had been one of the masterminds behind that bombing. That's right, the old man was merely one of the masterminds, not the mastermind himself. As for the true mastermind, Marshburn already knew who it was. You wanted me dead on Oceanics territory, then pinned my death on the company? Well, you certainly came up with a clever plan. Too bad you underestimate the value of my life. Mashburn staggered to his feet, brushing aside the hand offered to steady him. Leaning on his cane, he limped around the old man twice. Didn't Ediclaire tell you that even if I die, the title of head of the Lockheed family won't fall to you? He thought controlling you meant controlling the Lockheed family? Ha! Finally, Marshburn gave a contemptuous laugh and leaned close to the old man's ear. The single eye exposed gleamed with a deep, icy blue light. You think I became head of the family just because of luck? Wrong. None of you know that I am the grandson of Reuben Lockheed. What came before was merely a play acted out before you by old Reuben and me. Marshburn's sudden revelation of this secret caused the old man's head, which had been hanging limply, to jerk up involuntarily. He stared at Marshburn in astonishment. His blood-stained mouth opened and closed, trying to speak, but only meaningless syllables escaped. Marshburn, however, had no interest in listening to him. What he needed to know, he already knew. The old man before him was of no further use. He slowly made his way back to his seat, sat down with effort, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Throw this traitor who betrayed the family into the sea to feed the sharks." "Yes, sir." Several burly men in black suits responded with a shout before immediately stepping forward to drag the old man away. Covered in wounds, the old man could offer no resistance, allowing himself to be dragged out. Several other elders remained in the room, high-ranking members of the Lockheed family and cousins of the old man. Watching the old man being dragged away, their faces remained utterly expressionless. As high-ranking members of the Lockheed family, they had witnessed far crueler things. Moreover, the man's betrayal of the family was undeniable. His fate was entirely justified. "Marshburn, what should we do next? Go to war with DuPont?" Eddie Clare, the president of DuPont, was the mastermind behind Marshburn's attack. Though several elders were not entirely satisfied with Marshburn's rise to power, he was now, without question, the head of the Lockheed family. Attacking Marshburn was a direct challenge to the Lockheed family. It meant being an enemy of the Lockheed family. Mr. Rubin often said one thing: Lockheed has no shortage of enemies. Lockheed and DuPont have been rivals for over a century. DuPont has never been Lockheed's friend, never. Humph. If we formally declare war on DuPont now, the United States will undoubtedly intervene. Who knows? They might just make a few half-hearted statements and sweep the whole thing under the rug. Marshburn let out a cold laugh, his sapphire eyes gleaming with icy light. Marshburn's words caused the elders to exchange glances. Upon reflection, such an outcome seemed entirely plausible. DuPont and Lockheed were the titans of the American private arms manufacturing industry. Should these two corporations engage in a fierce conflict, the United States would inevitably suffer severe damage, a scenario the American leadership would absolutely want to avoid. Therefore, should Lockheed truly wage war against DuPont, the U.S. government would undoubtedly intervene to halt Lockheed's revenge. Yet none spoke. All eyes turned to Marshburn. As the current head of the family, Marshburn should be the one to make this decision. And Marshburn quickly sneered. DuPont suddenly resorting to such dirty tricks is nothing more than a reaction to the recent U.S. government's plan to redistribute procurement quotas. Afraid we'll snatch DuPont's quota? Then we'll take them. Previously, we accepted being subordinate to DuPont in the quotas only because we didn't want to make too much of a fuss. Do they really think Lockheed is inferior to DuPont? Marshburn's words caused the elders' breathing to grow heavy involuntarily. A flush of excitement spread across their pallid faces. It wasn't Marshburn's words that stirred their blood, but the staggering profits they envisioned if the Lockheed family snatched DuPont's quota. Jews don't dwell on grudges, they only care about profit. Especially when the stakes were this high. Mashburn, our family's strength within the United States is indeed inferior to DuPont's. How exactly do we seize DuPont's quota? In terms of R&D capabilities, both companies were fairly evenly matched. But Lockheed's primary focus is overseas, leaving little strength on home soil. To compete with DuPont, we'd need to pull back forces deployed overseas. Doing so would disrupt Lockheed's 300-year strategic deployment and inevitably result in significant losses. No need to worry. We simply need to partner with the Oceanic Corporation. Marshburn smiled, not giving the matter a second thought. Oceanic possesses formidable R&D capabilities. If we could bring them to our side, or even simply swallow them whole. With Ocean's R&D combined with our family's strength, we could absolutely defeat DuPont. Marshburn clenched his fist as he spoke. Once we defeat DuPont, we can fully absorb Oceanic. Everything belonging to Oceanic will be mine. Everything. So Marshburn is still alive and personally called you to apologize for the Lockheed family's previous attack on us? Jiang Hai listened to Aisha's account over the phone with a peculiar expression, unconsciously scratching his cheek. He thought this would be the final showdown with the Lockheed family, leading to an all-out war. Chapter 227, Making a Deal with the Foot Basin? Who's he calling names? Earlier, he signaled Aisha to assassinate Lockheed family members, and she acted with lightning speed, eliminating Prevo, who'd been under their protection, in no time. And yet, Marshburn hadn't turned on Aisha. He'd actually called to apologize? Jiang Hai felt a bit embarrassed. Was Marshburn implying DuPont was behind this attack? As Jiang Hai asked this question, Eddie Clare's face flashed through his mind. It couldn't be wrong. Marshburn died on our turf, then the Lockheed family clashed with us. In this scenario, the biggest beneficiary would be DuPont. But Marshburn didn't fall for it. He even exposed a traitor within the family. Rumor has it this traitor betrayed Marshburn's whereabouts to DuPont. After Aisha's explanation, Jiang Hai tilted his head in thought. It all seemed to make sense, yet something felt off. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai racked his brain but couldn't pinpoint the issue. He could only set it aside for now. If they wanted revenge against DuPont, let them have it. We wouldn't get involved. All that mattered was reclaiming the market share Lockheed had stolen from them. From that perspective alone, it seemed they hadn't really lost anything and they'd even gotten rid of Preval for free. As long as we don't suffer any losses, that's all that matters. Right. Any news from Richardson's side? Jiang Hai suddenly recalled that the root cause of all this turmoil was the reallocation of procurement quotas by the United States. Things have already escalated to this point. What's the US government's stance on this? No word yet. They haven't contacted us since that dinner last time. I see. Jiang Hai pondered for a moment, then quickly shook his head. Let's just leave it be for now. It doesn't affect us anyway. We have a saying in China, adapt to change by remaining unchanged. You just keep running your operations over there and steadily rake in the profits. Jiang Hai couldn't resist adding a final joke. We'll definitely reclaim those exoskeleton suits we bought earlier. Abdul and his crew are drooling over them. But if they want to buy this exoskeleton armor themselves, they still have a long way to go. Boss. HM? Just as Jiang Hai finished his joke and was about to hang up, Aisha suddenly called out, making him think there was more to discuss. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Aisha didn't say another word. Completely baffled, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask, Aisha, is there something else? Boss, will you be coming by again soon? Lately? After waiting for ages only to get that one question from Aisha, Jiang Hai was still clueless. But he thought it over carefully and said, hard to say. I don't really have anything going on here lately. If I have time, I might swing by Apple City. Well, I'll definitely let you know before I go. Really? Hearing Jiang Hai's answer, Aisha felt inexplicably happy. Then, boss, you absolutely have to let me know before you come. Sure. Jiang Hai was baffled by Aisha's sudden cheerfulness, unsure what exactly had made her so happy. Still, he nodded and offered a brief acknowledgement before ending the call. After hanging up, Jiang Hai sat on the sofa, his mind completely baffled. In the end, he could only shake his head. Women are such strange creatures. Just as he was mentally complaining, the phone he'd just put down rang again. Jiang Hai looked down and his expression turned peculiar. He'd barely finished complaining about women when a peculiar woman called him. He didn't really want to answer, but he couldn't ignore it either. Reluctantly, Jiang Hai pressed the answer button. Hello, Major Zhang Jing. What can I do for you? The caller was none other than Zhang Jing, whose family background remained shrouded in mystery. In the past, Jiang Hai wouldn't have bothered to engage with her. But since their last deal, Zhang Jing seemed to have become the primary contact for transactions with Jiang Hai. So he really couldn't afford to ignore her. Mr. Jiang, there's something I absolutely must clarify with you. Zhang Jing's serious tone came through the receiver. Jiang Hai wasn't surprised. Ever since he'd known her, she'd always been this earnest. Major Zhang Jing, if you can answer, I'll tell you everything I know. But if you can't... Jiang Hai didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Zhang Jing, however, seemed completely oblivious to his implication, offering no response whatsoever. General Jiang, what I'm asking is, what connection do you have with the arms organization currently conducting transactions with the Foot Basin Nation Independence Association? The Foot Basin Nation Independence Association? Upon hearing Zhang Jing mention that organization's name, Jiang Hai sat up straight, his expression turning serious. He had heard that name before, specifically during his previous arrest by the State Security Bureau. It seemed the reason State Security had detained him was because someone had impersonated Jiang Hai to conduct arms deals with this organization. Although his innocence was later proven, many crucial leads had been lost in the process. He had assumed no one would ever link him to this group again, yet here Zhang Jing was, calling to confront him about it today. Jiang Hai felt somewhat displeased. Major Zhang Jing, what exactly do you mean by this? Are you planning to arrest me again? Jiang Hai didn't mince words, firing back immediately. In the past, he might have held back, but now he possessed the capital to stand his ground without bowing or scraping. Zhang Jing clearly hadn't expected Jiang Hai to confront her so directly, and she momentarily lost her words. After a moment, Jiang Hai heard Zhang Jing take a deep breath before she spoke. Mr. Jiang, please don't misunderstand. The reason we inquired so persistently is because we were concerned this matter might involve you, Mr. Jiang. Of course, we hope this has nothing to do with you, Mr. Jiang. That would make our decision-making regarding this matter much simpler. Humph. Jiang Hai clearly wasn't buying Zhang Jing's explanation. He gave a cold snort, showing no intention of continuing the conversation, and hung up the phone immediately. After hanging up, Jiang Hai sank into the sofa, deep in thought. Although he had rebuffed Zhang Jing outright this time, it was clear the matter concerning the Foot Basin Nations Independence Association was far from over. Originally, he'd preferred to stay out of it, but now it seemed that if he didn't intervene, trouble might find its way to him in the future. Perhaps he should investigate this matter thoroughly. He couldn't let some random nobody come slinging mud at him later. Even if it didn't stick, it would still be utterly disgusting. Accusing him, Jiang Hai, of making deals with the Foot Basin? Who the hell were they calling that? Jiang Hai would starve to death before making a deal with those beasts. Chapter 228, The Deal in the Dim Alley. Africa, Ivory Nation. As Africa's most prosperous nation, Ivory Country enjoyed the backing of the United States, making it the undisputed powerhouse on the continent. Its bustling cities remained crowded even deep into the night. Locals were actually a rare sight on the streets, with tourists from around the world dominating the scene. After all, tourism had become Ivory Nation's pillar industry. Under the neon lights, several Asians in floral shirts strolled leisurely along the street's edge. Though night had fallen, they still wore oversized sunglasses. Their heads turned left and right, eyes peering through the sunglasses, scanning their surroundings. Moments later, they arrived at a bar entrance. After only a brief pause, they turned and slipped inside. The bar was filled with pulsing music, flashing lights, and men and women wildly twisting their bodies on the dance floor. The Asians, however, did not join the fray. Instead, they continued to scan the room through their oversized sunglasses. Soon, one of them seemed to spot something. He quickly tugged at his companion and pushed his way toward a specific direction. Pushing through the crowd, they soon reached a private room. Though called a private room, it was merely a partitioned space made of 2 frosted glass panels, furnished with 3 large sofas and a coffee table. Instead of tea sets, the table was cluttered with over 30 bottles of fine wine. All 3 sofas were occupied, but aside from a black man in the center, the rest were women. Among them were both African American and Caucasian women, and even 2 women with yellow skin. All the women were exceptionally beautiful and dressed provocatively. The black man in the center was surrounded by women on both sides, adorned with all manner of gold jewelry. He might as well have had the words "I'm a nouveau riche" tattooed on his forehead. His mood soured when the yellow-skinned men approached, interrupting his playful banter with the beauties beside him. He curled his lip, glared at them, and muttered angrily, "What the hell do you bastards want?" The black man spoke in the official language of Ivory Nation, the pretty language. After hearing the black man's words, the other men hesitated briefly. Then the leader bowed his body forward. "Hello, I am Murakami, from Foot Basin." He too spoke in beautiful language, but his thick Foot Basin accent was impossible to hide, a trait deeply ingrained in those from that land. This heavily accented, clumsy beautiful language immediately set the group of young women in front of him giggling and chattering. The black man shook his head, his face clearly displeased. "Hey, kid, I can't quite make out what you're saying. Say it again." Murakami Sanshiro could clearly see the man was deliberately mocking him, but there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed his pride and repeated his words as clearly as possible, trying to eliminate his accent. The black man seemed to lose interest in teasing him. He gave a dismissive curl of his lips, reluctantly released the beautiful woman beside him, and stood up. "Got it. Follow me." With that, the black man strode straight toward the exit. Seeing this, Murakami Sanshiro quickly exchanged a glance with his companion and hurried to follow. Soon, guided by the African American man, they arrived at the back door of the bar. Compared to the bustling street outside, the alley behind the bar felt eerily quiet. Not a soul was in sight, and the streetlights flickered on and off intermittently. Entering this environment, the companions behind Murakami Sanshiro grew anxious and fearful, instinctively reaching out to tug at his sleeve. But Murakami Sanshiro paid them no mind. Seeing the black man stop in the alley, he hurried forward and asked, "Hello, I'm here to do." "Shut up. Keep quiet." The black man cut him off impatiently, glancing at him before pointing to the ground with his finger. "You lot, just wait here." With that, the black man strode off into the distance. Murakami Sanshiro dared not pursue him rashly, left only to stand pitifully in place, watching the black man's figure vanish into the shadows of the alley. Mura-kun, we won't be tricked, will we?" His companion approached nervously and asked Murakami Sanshiro, "This place is too dangerous. Shouldn't we leave first?" "No." Compared to his companion, Murakami Sanshiro's expression was even more resolute. "We didn't come all this way just to back down now. This is our hope. Our nation's hope. Our people's hope. Even if we face a sea of fire and a mountain of blades, I will never retreat." Unlike his usual refined speech, Murakami Sanshiro now spoke with remarkable fluency in the vernacular. His words were passionate and stirring, dispelling the timidity and hesitation of his companions. They clenched their fists, their faces filled with excitement. "Ha! Not bad, not bad. This is the Murakami-kun I know. Always brimming with fighting spirit." Just then, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the shadows on the other side, startling Murakami Sanshiro and his group. Murakami Sanshiro quickly regained his composure, peering cautiously into the shadows as he frowned and asked, "Is it you?" "Ha! Of course it's me. Murakami-kun, how did you find the weapons I provided last time? Were they to your liking?" The mention of the weapons dispelled any lingering doubt on Murakami Sanshiro's face. His expression turned excited as he nodded vigorously. "Of course. They were perfect. We're incredibly grateful for your help, sir. Without that batch of weapons, our Foot Basin Nation independence movement would have been completely wiped out back home. Truly, thank you so much." As he spoke, Murakami Sanshiro bowed deeply toward the shadow. His companions quickly followed suit, bowing in unison with faces brimming with admiration and gratitude. No need for thanks, heh. I'm here to collect my payment. I invited you all here today to discuss our next collaboration. I have a new batch of weapons and equipment here. I wonder if Murakami-kun might need any? Need? Of course we need.
At the mention of this, Murakami Sanshiro's eyes lit up with greed, and he nodded repeatedly.
To them, any weapons and equipment were essential.
Only with ever-increasing arms and equipment could their National Independence Association grow stronger.
Ha!
Besides some standard weapons, I also have some newly developed ones, all-powerful new generation arms.
Mr. Murakami, I wonder if your National Destiny Independence Association might be interested? New weapons? What kind of new weapons might those be? Murakami Sanshiro didn't respond immediately, instead asking hesitantly. Chapter 229, Biological Weapons?
Despite Murakami Sanshiro's earlier display of gratitude, he had actually been guarding against the other party all along. The other party's background was too mysterious, and they possessed such overwhelming power.
Murakami Sanshiro couldn't fathom why the other party would go to such lengths to help them.
The other party didn't seem to detect the wariness in Murakami Sanshiro's words.
Instead, he chuckled and said, "Heh,
some very interesting new weapons. Capable of killing millions within 3 days. How about it?
Interested? Kill millions within 3 days?" Hearing this, Murakami Sanshiro and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. The power of these weapons was simply too overwhelming.
Almost immediately, Murakami Sanshiro grasped something and couldn't help but frown in alarm.
Your new weapon, it wouldn't be a biological weapon, would it?
Murakami Sanshiro immediately thought of biological weapons, naturally because the Japanese government had a long tradition in that field. After all, from the government to the private sector, Japan had never shied away from developing biological weapons. The other party's recent words had inadvertently revealed this very fact. If it were merely about immense destructive power, shouldn't the effects manifest within 3 days? Shouldn't it kill instantly upon activation? If it were nuclear radiation or contamination, the effects wouldn't manifest so quickly within 3 days either. Only a biological weapon, with its incubation period and delayed onset, seemed to fit the characteristics described by the other party.
Ha!
Murakami, you're sharp.
That statement was essentially an admission confirming Murakami Sanshiro's conjecture.
The next moment, the expressions on Murakami Sanshiro and the others' faces changed instantly.
Biochemical weapons. Those are globally banned weapons.
Using them if caught red-handed would mean standing squarely against all of humanity.
Who the hell were these people, daring to approach him to sell biological weapons?
No matter how bold they were, they dared not cross that red line. Seeing Murakami Sanshiro and his men fall silent, the other party seemed to have guessed their thoughts, chuckling softly once more.
Ha! Murakami-kun, you wouldn't be regretting and getting scared now, would you? Murakami Sanshiro's expression stiffened. The other party continued, with matters having reached this point, do you really think there's any way out left for you, Murakami-kun?
If you don't fight to the death now, once your nation's independence is crushed by the Japanese government, you'll face endless persecution for the rest of your lives. Each word of the other's speech drove itself like a nail into Murakami Sanshiro's heart. He refused to accept this. He was fighting for the entire nation, for the entire people. Why had he ended up in this predicament? He would reclaim everything he had lost. And to do so, the National Destiny Independence Society must first overthrow the rotten government of the Foot Basin.
What are the features of your new weapon? Murakami-kun?
Murakami Sanshiro gritted his teeth as he uttered the question. The moment the words left his mouth, his comrades behind him stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in disbelief. They never imagined he would make such a decision. Murakami Sanshiro, however, remained unmoved. He turned his head to face his comrades and said through clenched teeth, "Everyone. He's right. There is no retreat before us. We can only move forward. Even if it means shattering our bodies to pieces, this is our destiny, isn't it?" Murakami Sanshiro's words carried a certain tragic grandeur that made several of his companions lower their heads in silence.
After a moment's contemplation, they lifted their heads once more. One of them gritted his teeth and declared, "Murakami, we will follow you. You are our leader." With his comrades' support, Murakami Sanshiro turned his gaze back toward the shadows ahead and declared, "We want your new weapon. As for payment, we'll find a way to scrape it together for you. Just like last time." Murakami Sanshiro and his group were already exiled overseas, so naturally, they didn't have much money on hand.
But the National Independence Association they led had attracted many wealthy merchants who shared their ideals. These individuals provided a steady stream of funding for the organization. The previous batch of weapons had been purchased through this same method. The other party didn't seem concerned whether Murakami Sanshiro could settle the payment in full. Instead, he smiled and said, "No problem. As for the weapons, just like last time, someone will deliver them directly to the designated location."
Just like last time, another pleasant transaction concluded. Wait. The moment the other party finished speaking, he seemed ready to leave, but Murakami Sanshiro called out to him at that instant. Oh? Murakami-kun, is there something else? Or perhaps you're dissatisfied with the terms of this deal and wish to add something to it? No. Murakami Sanshiro shook his head repeatedly. The previous deal had already drained too much of their funds, leaving them without the capital to purchase weapons and equipment for a long time to come. But his reason for calling them back was something else entirely. After several transactions, we should be fairly familiar with each other by now. Yet we still don't even know your name? If it's convenient, could you tell me how I should address you? Murakami Sanshiro smiled faintly as he removed his sunglasses. His eyes fixed intently on the shadows ahead, as if trying to see through them. How should I be addressed? Ha! If you wish, you may call me Boundless Sea. Still no clue? How peculiar. Jiang Hai scratched his head, his face betraying growing impatience and irritation. He had been determined to uncover who was impersonating him and secretly dealing with the Foot Basin people. He had assumed that with his own investigation, uncovering the truth would be as easy as pie. But unexpectedly, despite mobilizing all his connections and even utilizing some auxiliary functions of the system, he hadn't found a single clue. The other party seemed to appear out of thin air, quietly establishing connections with the Foot Basin people and covertly supporting that organization called the Foot Basin National Independence Association. Most crucially, their methods bore a striking resemblance to his own. This only deepened Jiang Hai's confusion. Just who the hell were these people? How could they be so powerful? Or could it be that someone else in this world possessed the same arms dealer system as him? System. Reminder to host, the system has already responded to the host numerous times. The arms dealer system is a singular entity. Throughout the entire universe, only the host possesses the right to use the system. Host, please refrain from asking the same question repeatedly. Ha! Jiang Hai was at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hadn't expected his relentless questioning over the past few days would actually get the system so worked up. Chapter 230, Clues delivered right to the door. Turns out this system has a temper and a pretty big one at that. Jiang Hai dared not provoke it. If the system imposed another penalty, say, another 1,000 trillion, he'd be in serious trouble. Jiang Hai scratched his head and decided to put the system's issues out of his mind. The other party is clearly hiding their true abilities, and they must possess some special skill. Uncovering their true nature won't be easy. Of course, this doesn't mean Jiang Hai would give up on the matter. The more elusive the target, the more determined Jiang Hai became. It only meant the potential threat was all the greater. Or perhaps, don't limit your focus to just Xiaopen. The other party might not just have the Foot Basin as their sole transaction target. Jiang Hai began muttering to himself, simultaneously organizing his thoughts in his mind. Before long, his train of thought was interrupted by his own phone. Pulling it out, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was his old nouveau riche friend, His Majesty King Salam. Come to think of it, Jiang Hai hadn't been in touch with Salam lately. Mainly because he'd been too busy to find the time. Now that Salam was calling, Jiang Hai smiled slightly and quickly answered the phone. Oh. Your Majesty the King. What brings you to call me? Brother Jiang. Have you forgotten your dearest brother? The moment the call connected, Jiang Hai teased him with a single line before hearing Salam's slightly tearful cry. Of course, upon hearing this, Jiang Hai could only chuckle. Don't say that, King. I've never had the habit of abandoning my brothers. Jiang Hai casually joked before adding, how have you been lately? I recall we traded quite a few valuable items when we last met. The last time Jiang Hai and Salam met, Jiang Hai had indeed sold Salam quite a few valuable items. Those weapons and equipment were more than enough for Salam to build a formidable army. On the land of Africa, with these weapons and equipment, coupled with the fact that Salam already had no shortage of manpower under his command, arming those men might not make them invincible, but self-defense would certainly be no problem. Moreover, the electromagnetic cannon Salam gifted to China last time had effectively made China his backing. Jiang Hai couldn't believe it. With all these advantages stacked up, who in Africa would dare provoke Salam? You've given me plenty of valuable things, but why did you turn around and start doing business with others? Ha! Your intel's pretty sharp, ha! Jiang Hai was somewhat surprised. How could Salam, all the way in Africa, know about his dealings with China? What kind of well-connected is that? Brother Jiang, you're conducting business right here in Ivory Nation. How could I possibly not know? Ha! Ivory Kingdom? Jiang Hai froze. What the hell? When had he ever done business in Ivory Country? Salam, you must be mistaken. I've never even been to Ivory Country. Ha! Brother Jiang, don't try to fool me. Last week, didn't you just close a deal with Ivory Nation? Salam's tone was thick with resentment, while Jiang Hai's mind was filled with question marks. What on earth are you talking about? When did I ever do business with Ivory Kingdom? Wait a minute. A sudden flash of insight struck Jiang Hai, and he immediately asked, Salam, are you sure it was me who made the deal with Ivory Nation? Ha? Jiang Hai's question left Salam utterly baffled. After a moment's pause, he stammered, of course it was you. The intel I got said the person doing business with Ivory Nation called themselves Boundless Sea. That's you, right? Holy. Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse silently to himself. Just moments ago, he'd been agonizing over the lack of leads, and now, in the blink of an eye, the clue had been delivered right to him. Using the same name, Boundless Sea, for arms deals that had to be the bastard impersonating him behind the scenes. Had that bastard actually gone to Africa? Jiang Hai immediately asked Salam, this Dahai Wuliang guy he made a deal with Ivory Country last week. Is he still there? Ha? Well, I'm not entirely sure about that. It seems he might still be there. No. Brother Jiang, isn't Dahai Wuliang you? Salam was equally baffled, utterly clueless about what was happening. It's not me. Someone's been impersonating me lately, swindling people everywhere. I'm hunting him down. Jiang Hai hurriedly explained, then quickly asked, can you find any leads on this guy now? Salam wasn't stupid, just a bit slow to react. He quickly caught on. I'll try. I'll send people to investigate right away. I'll notify you immediately if I find anything. Salam and Jiang Hai had a solid rapport. Since Jiang Hai was asking for his help, he wouldn't refuse. After hanging up, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow. After much deliberation, he decided to personally head to Africa. This imposter was getting bolder by the day. Now he was even conducting business in Africa. If he wasn't caught soon, who knew what kind of trouble this guy would cause in the future? Brother Jiang, here's the intel on that imposter. Take a look. In Salam's palace, the documents handed to Salam by his subordinate were passed directly to Jiang Hai without Salam even glancing at them. Jiang Hai accepted them without hesitation and began reviewing the contents. The documents were written in beautiful language, but with the system's translation feature, they automatically converted into Chinese for Jiang Hai. After a quick scan, Jiang Hai's expression grew slightly grave. The arms sold to Ivory Nation weren't excessive, yet they weren't insignificant either. Salam still hadn't pinpointed the exact quantity, but one thing was certain, the scale of these transactions was far beyond what a small arms workshop could manage. Yet why would any established arms dealer, out of sheer boredom, steal Jiang Hai's name for such transactions? What gave Jiang Hai some reassurance was that the other party's method of transporting goods was relatively conventional, unlike his own method of teleporting them directly with a BIU sound. This confirmed that the other party was indeed not a systematic cheat like Jiang Hai. According to this intelligence, the target should still be in Ivory Nation. In that case, I must hurry to Ivory Nation. If I could capture him, that would be ideal. Jiang Hai placed the documents on the table before him, while Salam hesitated, asking, Brother Jiang, Ivory Nation isn't a place to mess with. Are you sure you can handle going there alone? When it came to Ivory Nation, Salam felt both hatred and fear. Back when he founded his nation, Ivory Kingdom had suppressed him, nearly causing his founding endeavor to fail at the last moment. Yet he was powerless against them. Ivory Nation's might was simply too great for a fledgling nation like his to challenge. Jiang Hai now intended to go to Ivory Nation to apprehend someone, and the target was none other than a recent honored guest who had just concluded an arms deal with them. This was undeniably dangerous. Chapter 231, The Prosperous City of Comet. Jiang Hai responded to the concern and worry about Salam with a faint smile, slowly rising from the sofa. With a snap of his fingers, a white mech materialized behind him. Without turning his head, Jiang Hai took a step backward. Instantly, the white mecha enveloped his entire body. Moments later, he had completely merged with the armor. Holy shit! Witnessing this, Salam's eyes instantly widened. His rotund body sprang up from the sofa, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Even though he'd already witnessed many of Jiang Hai's incredible feats, this sight still left him utterly stunned. Jiang! Brother Jiang? After the initial shock, Salam cautiously took a step closer and called out to the white mecha. Soon, Jiang Hai's voice echoed from within the white exoskeleton. Salam, this exoskeleton suit is the very reason I dared to go to Ivory Nation alone. With this suit, no one on the entire Blue Star can stop me. As he spoke, Jiang Hai opened the suit and stepped out with the ease of someone taking a leisurely stroll. Gulp! Salam swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the exoskeleton suit. Brother Jiang, is this something your company just developed? What can it do? Is it powerful? How much does it cost? Every man dreams of owning a mech suit, even the roughest of roughnecks. Salam's words made it crystal clear he wanted to buy one for himself to play around in. Jiang Hai chuckled, offering no objection as he calmly stated the exoskeleton suit's price. 488.8 billion huaxia currency per unit. Whoa! Salam sucked in a sharp breath, his glowing eyes instantly clearing. This thing wasn't just expensive, the sheer number alone made Salam's liver ache. Looks like it's just eye candy for now. Why don't you try it on? Jiang Hai wasn't stingy. Though he couldn't gift the mech suit to Salam, lending it for a test run was no problem. Forget it, I'm not playing. Salam waved his hand immediately, declining Jiang Hai's offer. If I can't afford to buy it, there's no point in trying it on. Trying it only to know he couldn't afford it would just make him more tempted and more miserable later. Jiang Hai saw right through Salam's thoughts and was actually a bit surprised that Salam had such perspective. He'd always thought of Salam as just a boorish black guy who only knew how to eat, drink, and play, but now he was starting to see him in a different light. Anyway, I want to get to Ivory Country as soon as possible, and preferably through official channels that'll make my investigation much easier. Help me arrange it, will you? No problem. Salam agreed to Jiang Hai's request without hesitation. Although there had been conflicts between Salam and Ivory Kingdom when he first founded his nation, the Kingdom of Niamey he now ruled was a full member of the United Nations General Assembly. The Ivory Kingdom couldn't possibly refuse entry to a citizen of the Niamey Kingdom. Therefore, arranging a formal entry channel for him was the simplest thing in the world. In less than 2 hours, the new ID card and visa were delivered to Jiang Hai's hands. This identity was that of an ethnic Chinese resident of the Kingdom of Niamey, traveling to Ivory Country for tourism. A perfectly ordinary identity. Upon receiving the ID and visa, Jiang Hai made no further delay and headed straight to the airport to board a commercial flight. 1 hour later, Jiang Hai arrived in Comet, the capital of Ivory Country. Stepping out of the airport, he observed the bustling crowds around him. It bore no resemblance to an African city. Instead, it resembled a cosmopolitan metropolis. Jiang Hai couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. Compared to the airport in the Kingdom of Niamey, it was like night and day. Ivory Nation truly lived up to its reputation as one of Africa's top 3 nations. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang? Just as Jiang Hai was lost in his thoughts, a voice sounded beside him, snapping him back to reality. He turned his head to see a spirited young African man wearing a floral shirt, his smile revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Hello? I'm Kent. I've been sent to pick you up. Seeing Jiang Hai nod, the young man greeted him warmly and took the initiative to grab Jiang Hai's handbag, his only piece of luggage. Truthfully, the bag contained little of substance. It was merely for appearances. Hearing the young man's words, Jiang Hai realized he must be the receptionist Salam had specially arranged for him. Who would have thought that Salam, all talk and no action, could actually be so thoughtful when it came to getting things done? Thanks. You've gone out of your way. Jiang Hai nodded to the young man and offered his thanks. He didn't suspect the guy was a con artist or thief after all. He'd called out his surname, proving he definitely recognized him. In this Ivory Coast, the only people who knew he was coming here had to be sent by Salam. The young black man named Kent enthusiastically led Jiang Hai to a vehicle. It was a somewhat worn pickup truck, clearly modified. Jiang Hai glanced at the emblem. Hey! It's actually a Chinese-made pickup truck. Kent seemed a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head as he smiled and said, "My apologies, but this is the best we could find for now." No problem. Having a ride at all is already great. Jiang Hai certainly didn't mind such a minor issue and cheerfully climbed into the passenger seat. Kent quickly got in too, turned the ignition, and with the roar of the engine, the pickup truck accelerated away from the airport. Mr. Jiang, I've been informed of the purpose of your visit to Comet. Rest assured, I'll do everything in my power to assist you. If you need anything, just let me know. Mei-chem, alright. Much appreciated. Jiang Hai smiled with narrowed eyes, responding casually before turning his gaze back to the window. The city of Comet was filled with towering skyscrapers, a stark contrast to the image most people had of the impoverished and underdeveloped Africa. Of course, Jiang Hai knew that while Africa had a low per capita income, the wealth gap was enormous. In Africa, the truly wealthy possessed fortunes no less substantial than Manhattan's elite. And Comet City clearly attracted many such tycoons, so its glamour and sophistication were perfectly natural. Mr. Jiang, we've arranged accommodations for you at the finest hotel in the city. No need. I want to attend to business first. Although Jiang Hai came to Comet ostensibly for tourism, he wasn't truly here as a tourist. His mind was set on finding his imposter as quickly as possible. Therefore, he must immediately seek clues. If that imposter escaped, this rare lead would vanish. With that thought, Jiang turned to Kent and said, "Since you know why I'm here, I'll ask you directly. Is the person conducting arms deals with Ivory Nation still in Comet?" Chapter 232, Found the Imposter? Jiang Hai's sole purpose in coming to Comet was to catch that imposter. Therefore, he had no time to rest or waste on anything else. Seeing Jiang Hai so agitated, Kent paused for a moment before breaking into a wide grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Of course. We've had people keeping a close watch all along. Since Mr. Jiang is in such a hurry, shall we head straight over? Jiang Hai was somewhat surprised. From Kent's words, it seemed the imposter had been under constant surveillance. But he quickly nodded in agreement. If that was the case, it couldn't be better. Kent made a sharp U-turn at the next intersection, steering the car in the opposite direction. He seemed aware of Jiang Hai's urgency and picked up the pace considerably. After about 20 minutes, the car gradually left the city behind. The surrounding scenery shed its facade of skyscrapers, gradually revealing Africa's true form. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was a tapestry of gray and yellow. As the vehicle passed, the road kicked up swirls of yellow dust. The target isn't in the city? Surprised, Jiang Hai couldn't help but turn and ask Kent. As if anticipating the question, Kent immediately replied with a smile, yes. The target has always stayed outside the city, never once entering it. The target is currently hiding in a tribal migration site on the outskirts. Those who've done business with him before all went directly there to find him. But we dare not get too close to the target for fear of being discovered. We can only station people around the migration site. Anyway, we haven't seen the target leave that migration site at all. Kent's explanation prompted Jiang Hai to nod repeatedly. After all, the other party was dealing in arms, an inherently clandestine trade. Hiding in the outskirts made perfect sense. What's more, this wasn't just any arms deal, the target was a counterfeit. Still, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel puzzled. He turned to look at Kent. How had they tracked him down so quickly? After all, it had only been a little over an hour since Jiang Hai had informed Salam about the counterfeit operation. He hadn't expected Salam's men to track down the imposter in such a short time. That efficiency was a bit too fast, wasn't it? In response to Jiang Hai's puzzled look, Kent offered a slightly bashful smile. It's just luck, I suppose. When we received the order, we were already tracking another target. But then we discovered that the target we were pursuing was actually with the person we're looking for now. Of course, we didn't know that person was your target at first. It took several comparisons to confirm. Alright, that explanation makes sense. I suppose Kent and his team really did get lucky. Jiang Hai nodded, saying nothing more, and focused instead on the scenery outside the vehicle. The old pickup truck sped across the African savanna, covering nearly an hour's worth of distance. Finally, Kent, who had been pressing the accelerator the entire time, lifted his foot off the pedal and gradually slowed the pickup's speed. Jiang Hai noticed a cluster of buildings emerging faintly about a kilometer ahead on the right. They were low-rise structures, their walls blending into the earthy, grayish-yellow landscape. There were about 20 such low-rise structures clustered together, forming what resembled a small village. Mr. Jiang, the target's relocation site is just ahead. We should avoid approaching too closely to prevent alerting the target. Jiang Hai agreed with Kent's assessment. At present, they only knew the enemy was an imposter. As for their background and capabilities, Jiang Hai knew absolutely nothing. Charging in recklessly without any intelligence on the enemy would be the worst possible strategy. Therefore, we must gather intelligence first. Jiang Hai nodded, not getting out of the car immediately. Instead, he scanned the surroundings. Didn't you say your people were monitoring nearby? Why can't I see a single soul? Sir, if they're monitoring, they're obviously hiding their presence. Don't worry, I'll get someone over here right now. Ken chuckled in response to Jiang Hai's question, then pulled out his phone and began typing away. After another 10 minutes or so, a middle-aged black man rode up on a motorcycle and pulled up beside the pickup. He hopped off, approached the truck, glanced at Jiang Hai, then launched into a rapid-fire conversation with Kent. Jiang Hai was certain the language wasn't standard English, the intonation was too convoluted. It must be some local African slang. But for Jiang Hai, who possessed the system, this didn't seem to be a problem. Though his expression remained unchanged, inside, his mind was churning. How about it? Did that kid suspect anything? Relax, I've got him wrapped around my finger. Why would he suspect? Better be careful though, this kid was hand-picked by the boss. Don't screw up. Of course. We're still pulling the wool over his eyes right now. Stay quiet later, just watch me. Stay sharp, don't give anything away. I'll head over to prepare. Once you lure him into the trap, he's as good as dead. No problem. Leave it to me. The two men discussed their plan to eliminate Jiang Hai, yet their faces remained plastered with friendly smiles. Jiang Hai struggled to keep his expression neutral, though his heart was already pounding with shock. He never imagined these two would be the ones plotting against him, seeking to harm him. At the same time, he found it odd. If these two were indeed plotting to kill him, why hadn't the system's hostility detection system sounded an alarm? The system's hostility detection function only registered explicit hostility toward the host. In the current situation, the targets posed no life-threatening hostility toward the host. Therefore, the system offered no warning. Jiang Hai was utterly speechless at this system setting. They were openly discussing how to kill him right in front of him, and this was considered no hostility? But after the system explained it this way, Jiang Hai understood. At least at this moment, neither Kent nor the middle-aged black man intended to kill him immediately. Understanding this, Jiang Hai decided to hold his ground. He wanted to see what these two were really up to. And who exactly was this boss they kept mentioning? Meanwhile, Kent and the middle-aged man had finished their conversation. Clearly, they both assumed Jiang Hai couldn't understand their language. Kent even smiled amiably and said, "Mr. Jiang, I just asked him. He said the target has been hiding inside the entire time and hasn't come out." The middle-aged black man mirrored the smile, nodding persistently toward Jiang Hai and giving him two thumbs up to reinforce Kent's words. If not for the fact that Jiang Hai had heard their entire conversation crystal clear, he might have actually been fooled. Chapter 233, Is this guy stupid or what? Having resolved to hold his ground, Jiang Hai naturally saw no need to expose their deception. He smiled and nodded, returning a thumbs up of his own before saying cheerfully to Kent, "That's great. Why don't we head over right now? We can catch them off guard." Jiang Hai's eager demeanor prompted Kent and the middle-aged black man to exchange a glance. Kent quickly pressed both hands downward, saying, "Sir, please calm down. Calm down. There are still quite a few guards around the target. If we rush in recklessly, victory isn't guaranteed. Moreover, the target has connections with the Ivory Nation government. If we make too much noise, we'll definitely alert the authorities. That would make things very difficult." Kent even adopted a look of genuine distress. Jiang Hai remained silent, smiling as he watched Kent's performance. "Here's the plan, sir. You'll cooperate with us later. We'll disguise ourselves and blend and pretend to be lost tourists. What do you think?" Kent clapped his hands together, as if he'd just come up with the idea. Jiang Hai, of course, didn't call out his clumsy acting. Instead, he nodded in agreement and said, "I think that's a great idea. Let's do it." "Great." Seeing Jiang Hai fall for it, Kent immediately signaled to the middle-aged black man outside the vehicle. The man promptly scrambled into the pickup's back seat. Kent started the engine and drove straight ahead, explaining as he drove, "Perfect timing, sir. In your current state, you look just like any other passenger. Once we're inside, try not to speak, sir. Leave everything to us." Kent's "I'm doing this for your own good" act made Jiang Hai chuckle inwardly, but outwardly he nodded solemnly in agreement. As the pickup entered the compound, dozens of armed guards were stationed inside and outside the buildings, each carrying live ammunition. As soon as the pickup pulled in, 5 or 6 men immediately surrounded it, blocking its path. Though dressed in civilian clothes, it was clear these men had received basic military training. Their movements as they raised their guns to aim were indistinguishable from those of regular soldiers. The leader bellowed at the pickup in the same language Kent and the middle-aged black man had used earlier, demanding to know who they were. At that moment, Kent leaned out and shouted in the same language, "The boss told us to lure this guy here." Was he so certain Jiang Hai couldn't understand their words? Jiang Hai snorted coldly inside. Little did they know he carried a system like this as a hidden advantage. The extremely obscure, niche language they spoke was likely incomprehensible even to the most skilled diplomats. So from this perspective, their boldness wasn't entirely without reason. Unfortunately for them, with the system's translation, every word Kent uttered was crystal clear to Jiang Hai. Hearing Kent's words, the armed men exchanged glances and actually parted to make a path. Watching Kent's smug expression, Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow and asked, "What exactly did you say just now? Something that made them so cooperative." "Ha! Nothing much, nothing much. Just promise them a little money to let us in. In Africa, money talks." Kent continued talking, swaying his head back and forth, clearly getting a little carried away with his own triumph. Jiang Hai gave a slight nod, saying nothing, and turned his gaze out the window. Entering this cluster of buildings, the stark impression became even more pronounced for Jiang Hai. The surrounding houses were all mud brick structures, clearly built with locally sourced materials, matching the color of the earth beneath them. Compared to the modern landscape of Kamite just moments ago, it felt like two entirely different worlds. Indeed, the stark wealth disparity here in Africa was truly unimaginable. The pickup truck soon came to a halt in front of one of the houses. Unlike the surrounding mud huts, this house was not only one of the few brick structures but also the only 3-story building in the entire complex. After parking, Kent pulled out the keys and deliberately tucked them into his pocket before turning to Jiang Hai with a smile. The smile on his face was completely different now. Gone was the earlier simple, honest smile, replaced by one that resembled the smug satisfaction of someone who had successfully carried out a cunning plan. From his seat in the car, Jiang Hai scanned the area and noticed dozens of armed men closing in around them. Their hostile expressions made it clear these men had no good intentions toward him. Jiang Hai, however, showed no urgency. He slowly stepped out of the car, raising both hands high, and asked Kent, "Kent, what should we do next?" Kent seemed somewhat surprised that Jiang Hai still hadn't realized he'd been tricked. After a moment of surprise, he regained his smile and chuckled, "Sir, no need to worry, I've already sorted things out with them. They've taken our benefits, so they'll be on our side." "Oh? Is that so? That's wonderful." Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, his expression unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. He slowly lowered his hands and turned his head to look at the building in front of him. "The target is inside?" "Yes. Right inside. You can find him if you go in now." Kent nodded repeatedly, grinning as he pointed toward the building. His job was to lure Jiang Hai here. Now that his task was complete, he naturally felt free to tease Jiang Hai and have a bit of fun at his expense. Jiang Hai seemed oblivious to the playful tone in Kent's voice. He glanced up at the building and then simply started walking toward it. Jiang Hai's actions left Kent, grinning from ear to ear, and the middle-aged black man who had also gotten out of the car staring in stunned silence. "Is this guy stupid or what?" Could he really not tell what I was saying? Why did the boss go to all that trouble to have us lure this fool here? Kent, you didn't pick the wrong guy, did you? Of course not. I'm just following the boss's orders. As he spoke, Kent began to doubt himself. Watching Jiang Hai's figure disappear into the building, he silently wondered, could I really have picked the wrong guy? Of course, Jiang Hai was completely unaware of Kent's sudden bouts of doubt and anxiety. Stepping inside the building, Jiang Hai heard the system's notification tone ringing in his ears. On the map that popped up before his eyes, tiny red dots appeared all around him. A rough estimate suggested at least 20 or 30 dots. This meant that quite a few people were genuinely intent on killing him right now. Jiang Hai was fully prepared, ready to summon his exoskeleton armor at any moment to face a fierce battle.